My dear family, who amongst you understands? I found myself on a ship, basking in the sea breeze, when suddenly I was relentlessly pursued by carp, bombarding us with cannon fire. It turns out, I have traversed into the world of One Piece, joined the RogerPirates, and activated a two-dimensional system, acquiring skills such as WoodRelease, having already confronted Buggy and Shanks. Now, with carp in pursuit, I had just drawn a new skill from a lottery. What am I to do? This situation is utterly absurd. Just a moment ago, I was enjoying the sea breeze, and in the next, an overwhelming barrage of cannonballs rained down upon us. The scene was nothing short of apocalyptic, each cannonball bearing the intent to reduce our humble vessel to mere splinters. I was taken aback. Who could orchestrate such a grand display? A glance upward revealed an elderly man aboard the opposing warship, sprightly and clad in a dog-themed t-shirt, grinning broadly with a delight unmatched by anyone. Yet his actions were fearsome. He didn't even need a cannon. He threw the cannonballs like baseballs, each projectile leaving the barrel with astonishing speed, trailing smoke as they hurtled toward us. Family, do you comprehend? The naval hero Carp is alive and pursuing us with fervor. Our captain, the future pirate king Roger, bellowed, "Lads." Just as our spirits were ignited, he followed with "Run." I was left in a daze, akin to an elderly subway passenger engrossed in their phone, my face a canvas of confusion. You may wonder how a mere 10-year-old child could maintain such composure amid such chaos. To unravel this, we must rewind to 2 days prior, the moment I was rescued aboard this ship. I recall awakening to a buzzing in my head, a headache akin to a 3-day hangover. The ceiling was wooden, and the briny scent of the sea assaulted my senses. I was perplexed. Wasn't I at home, immersed in a game of honor? How did I end up here? Struggling to rise from the bed, I passed a mirror and stole a glance. In that instant, I was rendered immobile. Who was that child in the reflection? He appeared to be just over 10 years old, handsome. Indeed, but not me. I clutched my waist, feeling as though my bones had disassembled. With a creak, I pushed open the door, and the salty sea breeze slapped my face. To my astonishment, an endless expanse of ocean lay before me. My mind raced. What was happening? Had I truly traversed worlds? Starting with nothing but a ship, relying solely on luck? Oh no, dear brother. I am but a seasoned landlubber. Falling overboard would mean becoming a feast for the sea creatures. In my despair, a uniquely magnetic voice called out, "Ah, little one, you are awake." I turned to meet the gaze of the speaker, and there he was, a man with characteristic whiskers and a confident, exuberant smile. I was momentarily stunned, blurting out, "Brother, your cosplay of Roger is uncanny. Is it officially licensed?" The man, none other than Roger himself, paused in surprise, though some of my words escaped his comprehension. He squinted and smiled. "You know me?" "Little one." As soon as the words left my lips, regret washed over me, for from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of 2 figures behind him. One, with silver hair cascading down his shoulders and glasses perched upon his nose, exuded an air of refinement. The other, with a ponytail that radiated an aura of dominance, was unmistakably the embodiment of power. Could it be? The fabled figures of Rayleigh and Jabba stood before me. A sudden chill gripped my heart, and I realized the gravity of the situation. I had truly been transported into the world of One Piece. I abruptly hit the brakes on my impulsive words. "And no, I don't know you. I meant to say that I set sail out of admiration for your legendary exploits." Roger erupted into a hearty laugh, throwing an arm around my shoulders, seemingly oblivious to my inner turmoil. "Is that so? It appears we are indeed fated to meet, young one." At that moment, I thought to myself, why not seize this opportunity? Here I was, a mere child of 10 in this vast ocean, where anyone could easily trample on me. I lifted my gaze, my eyes sparkling with fervent desire, and declared with utmost sincerity, I wish to join the RogerPirates. Roger's laughter subsided, and he regarded me with a rare seriousness. "Young lad, have you truly considered this? The world of pirates is far more brutal than you can imagine. Could I be unaware?" This was Roger's crew, soon to clash with the likes of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, a top-tier assembly. But was there any alternative? None. I resolutely affirmed. "I have made up my mind. I want to join." "Ah ha ha. Very well. I accept your request." Roger's signature laughter echoed once more. Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged resigned glances, shrugging their shoulders as if to say, "Our captain has lost his mind again," whimsically bringing a child aboard. Just as I began to breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to greet the captain, a sudden chime resonated in my mind, the typical notification of a transmigrator. Host successfully joined the RogerPirates. The two-dimensional system has officially activated. I, System 007, am at your service. A thrill surged through me. Here we go. I hastened to inquire, What functionalities do you possess? This system encompasses the abilities of all two-dimensional characters from your original world. You can acquire two-dimensional points by completing tasks or astonishing others, which can be used for exchanges and lotteries. My breath hitched. All two-dimensional abilities? Was that not akin to being invincible? Rubbing my hands together, I shamelessly asked, so system, do you offer a beginner's gift pack? Indeed. Would you like to utilize it? Absolutely. I must. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ninja technique of the Naruto World WoodRelease Full Ninjutsu Edition. I nearly shouted in excitement. WoodRelease. The very technique of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. With a clap of my hands, anything I desired could manifest. Everything was set. I swiftly opened the interface to examine my newfound abilities. Host, Xiahao skills. WoodRelease Fusion Rate 10 passive. No ink healing right. 10 is just the beginning. Rome wasn't built in a day. Yet, even this passive ability would suffice for me to navigate this ocean with confidence. I approached the ship's edge, gazing at the tumultuous waves, with only one thought echoing in my mind. I have arrived in the world of One Piece. The following day marked the commencement of my arduous training regimen. The system assigned me a perpetual task to perform 1,000 push-ups, squats, sit-ups, and punches each day. Upon completing this daunting endeavor, I felt utterly exhausted, akin to a lifeless canine, yet the recovery abilities of my WoodRelease technique gradually restored my vigor. However, trouble soon approached. Two youngsters, seemingly of similar age to mine, swaggered over. The leader, sporting an exaggeratedly large red nose, arrogantly proclaimed, "Hey, are you the new recruit?" Upon closer inspection, I recognized them as the future Yonko, Buggy, and Shanks. I nodded in acknowledgement. Buggy, lifting his chin like a little authority figure, declared, "Since you're the newcomer, all the menial tasks aboard the ship will fall to you. Don't worry, I got your back." Casting him a sidelong glance, I simply maneuvered around him, retorting, "You? Too weak. Move aside, Red Nose, and don't obstruct my training." The moniker Red Nose instantly incensed Buggy. His face flushed crimson with fury as he bellowed, "You brat. How dare you call me Red Nose?" He brandished a small knife and lunged at me. The crew, including Rayleigh, merely observed, as pirates abide by the law of the jungle. I could hardly be bothered to react. I merely retreated slightly, and with a resounding duong, a semicircular wooden wall materialized before me. WoodRelease. Wood block wall. Buggy's knife struck the wall, producing a sharp sound that numbed his hand. Before he could comprehend the situation, several vines sprouted from the wooden barrier, swiftly ensnaring him into a large, bound bundle. WoodRelease. Binding technique. In an instant, my mind resonated with the sounds of numerous points contributed by Roger, Rayleigh, and others from their respective realms. Noticing his comrade being decisively overpowered, Shanks promptly drew his sword and charged at me. Indeed, he was considerably stronger than Buggy. He thrust his blade into my body. Panic washed over him, his face turning pale, as he believed he had truly slain me. I leisurely stepped out from behind the me he had attacked, patting his shoulder. "Hey, looking for me?" Shanks stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the version of me he had pierced, which was beginning to transform into wood. Stammering, he inquired, "Are you a devil fruit user?" I smiled, tacitly acknowledging his question. At that moment, Roger approached to mediate, pulling us apart and waving his hand. "Let us celebrate our new companion with a feast." Instantly, the ship erupted with excitement. The melody of Bink's sake filled the air as revelry ensued. Being children, they held no grudges after a sip of juice. Buggy rejoined me, draping an arm over my shoulder, eagerly asking about my abilities. While we were engaged in our festivities, chaos erupted at the Navy headquarters. In the office of Admiral Sengoku, he was vehemently arguing with Garp, advocating for his promotion to Admiral. However, Garp, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand, refused, asserting that the role would curtail his freedom and hinder his pursuit of Roger. With a resounding slam of the door, he stormed out, leaving Sengoku fuming as he pounded the table in frustration. Within the training base, the future three great commanders each displayed their reactions. Akiji looked on with admiration, perceiving Captain Garp as exceptionally impressive. Akainu wore a disdainful expression, finding such thoughts rather tedious, while Kizuru maintained his usual languid demeanor, casually trimming his nails and remarking, "How terrifying." Meanwhile, the reluctant Garp, having declined a promotion, was aboard his dog-headed warship, having received intelligence that we were in the East Blue, and he was making his way over without delay. On board the vessel, after several days of accumulating anime points, I decided to make a bold move and initiate a grand lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a powerful Dolly Shokuin. My expression darkened. System. Are you perhaps a secret hater of Aiken? Congratulations, host. You have obtained a skilled dragon water spout. Fortunately, it wasn't what I initially feared. It was a legitimate technique capable of conjuring a tornado. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of expired milk from Naruto. System, you must be doing this on purpose. Fortunately, the subsequent rewards returned to normalcy. I received a strength-enhancing potion, a Fong Tianhua Ji, and most impressively, I finally unlocked the Demon God Trilogy. I was eager to find a suitable venue to test this newly acquired divine skill. The brothers atop the lookout tower sounded an urgent alarm. The Navy had arrived. Leading the charge was none other than Iron Fist Carp. Then, the scene unfolded as described earlier. Roger bellowed for everyone to flee, while Carp, like a child tossing stones, hurled cannonballs at us. As the meteor-like barrage of cannonballs threatened to obliterate our ship, I swiftly dashed to the side of the vessel. Slapping my hands down onto the deck, Moku Doton, Moku Jinbi, with a thunderous roar, a colossal wooden wall rose up, providing steadfast protection for the entire ship. The sound of explosions echoed as countless cannonballs detonated against the wooden barrier, flames erupting into the sky, yet not a single splinter of a ship was harmed. We were all stunned aboard the vessel, and Bucky's eyes widened in disbelief as he ran over, struck the wooden wall with his blade, only to recoil in shock. So tough. My mind was a flurry of excitement, a kaleidoscope of euphoria, seeing that his assault had been thwarted. Carp could only watch helplessly as we made our escape. Having evaded Carp, we sailed onward and finally arrived at Twin Cape. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking. A whale the size of an island repeatedly rammed its head against the red line, a painful sounding duong duong echoing as blood turned the surrounding waters crimson. Upon the whale stood an elderly man, the target of Roger's mission, the renowned Dr. Kuroka's. Roger wasted no time, inviting him aboard with sincerity. Initially reluctant to associate with pirates, Kuroka's was ultimately swayed by Roger's earnest demeanor and his desire to glean information about the Rumbar pirates he awaited, leading him to agree. Joyful anticipation filled the air as we prepared to celebrate the arrival of our new ship's doctor. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, an oblivious pirate ship barreled toward us, opening fire on the gigantic whale. Kuroka's, incensed, grabbed a harpoon, ready to fight. Rayleigh quickly intervened. "Doctor, leave the fighting to us." Bucky and Shanks drew their weapons with confidence. Roger's expression darkened, the festive atmosphere shattered, and he unsheathed his sword, pointing ahead. "Boys, let's finish this quickly." "Understood." With a wave of my hand, another massive wooden wall rose, shielding the whale from the assault, nullifying the cannon fire. Compared to Carp's onslaught, this was mere child's play. The Jackson swiftly approached, and I spotted a scarred, burly man at the bow of the opposing ship, a bounty of 30 million berry, a notable figure in East Blue. Yet, before our ship, he paled in comparison. As our vessel drew near, I propelled myself forward with a powerful kick, launching onto the enemy's deck. The battle was imminent. Raising my arm, I was disinterested in idle chatter, unleashing my signature move, Moku Doton, Kinso no Jutsu. Instantly, a multitude of sharp wooden spikes materialized in the air before me, shooting forth like a torrential downpour. The front line of pirates barely had time to react before being pierced by the spikes, sent flying, each one impaled upon a deck. In an instant, the enemy's deck resembled a porcupine, cries of anguish and despair filling the air as blood gushed forth, staining the entire surface. I tell you, the crew on that ship was utterly terrified, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Their captain, a man known as the Evil Wolf Moira, was so stricken with fear that he seemed to lose his wits. As he glanced toward our ship, he locked eyes with Roger, and I could almost sense his legs trembling, his mind likely screaming one word: run. But what happened next? Before he could utter a sound, our captain Roger sprang into action. I barely registered how he drew his sword before a swift, blurred arc of sword energy sliced through the air. The so-called Evil Wolf captain had no time to react, cleaved in two, dropping lifelessly to the deck. Claims of robust defenses for Zoan-type Devil Fruit users? In Roger's presence, they were as flimsy as paper. I stood there, awestruck, thinking how spectacular it would be if I could execute such a move with my own Fong Tianhua Ji. The battle concluded in an instant, and Bucky scampered over, examining me as if I were a rare creature, exclaiming, "Xiahao, you're incredibly strong." I tease him about finding a devil fruit for him. He fervently shook his head, declaring he had no intention of becoming a landlubber. Treasure hunting was his true passion. I merely smirked, thinking to myself that some things are indeed fated. Roger approached, his massive hand clapping down on my shoulder with enough force to nearly dislocate it. Laughing, "Well done, Xiahao. Your mastery of the fruit's powers is commendable." I chuckled in response, thinking to myself that this was merely the beginning. Having dealt with that band of pirates, Dr. Kuroka's was relieved, ensuring his great whale Labu would cease ramming the red line. 2 days later, we were ready and the Jackson set sail once more. Truth be told, the pressure aboard this ship was immense, surrounded by legends. I dared not slacken my efforts, sweating profusely in the training room daily. After an intense session, I sat cross-legged, activating my golden finger, my tongzi, gazing at the accumulated 520 points. I could hardly contain my excitement, ready for a single draw. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a skill copy card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Moku Doton fusion card. Congratulations to the host for gaining basic Kinbunshiko Haki. Congratulations to the host for acquiring basic Busa Shoko Haki. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Spacetime Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique. My goodness, who understands this joy? I silently screamed in my heart. This was a massive windfall, especially the Flying Thunder God technique. What a divine ability. Even in defeat, I could escape, a true lifesaver. Rubbing my hands together, I immediately used the Moku Doton enhancement card, feeling my control over it strengthen significantly. I glanced at my new panel, thoroughly pleased. Just as I was reveling in my fortune, the training room door creaked open, revealing Jabba, the third in command aboard our ship. He observed me, drenched in sweat, with an expression of admiration, directly stating, "Kid, seeing you work so hard. How about sparring with me?" Heavens! The right-hand man of the Pirate King wanted to be my sparring partner? What incredible fortune! I beamed, quickly rising, "Absolutely, Mr. Jabba. I'm ready." No sooner had I spoken than I launched myself forward like a cannonball, wooden spikes shooting at him. True to his reputation, Jabba wielded his axes like a whirlwind, effortlessly cleaving through my wooden spikes. I countered with a combination of Moku Doton, Moku Jinbi, and Moku Okami no Jutsu, a seamless blend of offense and defense. As Jabba cleaved through my wooden wall and attempted to close the distance, my massive wooden wolf lunged at him, nearly catching him off guard. He retreated to the deck, the corners of his mouth twitching. "You little rascal, no martial ethics, ambushing me." I grinned. "Mr. Jabba, ambushes are a tactic too. Like now." Clapping my hands, a 4-pillar prison ensnared him, filled with indiscriminate wooden spikes. Jabba chuckled softly from within, and in the next moment, a beastly aura erupted from him, shattering the wooden prison into splinters. I glanced back, and there stood Bucky, peering in from the doorway, mouth agape in shock. It seemed he was astounded to see me holding my own against Jabba. He snapped back to reality, looking at me as if I were a monster, then dejectedly walked away, muttering, "Monsters, all monsters. Is there anyone normal on this ship?" Jabba approached, saying, "Don't mind him. He is used to it. With enough exposure, he'll be fine." I could only conclude that in a world where only Bucky gets hurt, balance was achieved. 3 days later, we resupplied at a nameless island. Captain Roger has always been the first to rush down for a drink. I declined a ramen invitation from Bucky and Shanks, seizing the opportunity to take out my treasured Fong Tian Hua Ji. As I strolled leisurely down the street, indulging in various snacks, I stumbled upon an unpleasant scene. Our ship's troublemaker, Barrett, had pinned a family of 3 to the ground after a child accidentally bumped into him. My temper flared, and I walked directly in front of him. "Barrett, let them go." This towering figure, over 4 meters tall and resembling an iron tower, looked down at me with a menacing glare. "Xiahao, are you instructing me?" Unfazed, I met his gaze. However, he was not one to relent easily. He swung a fist the size of a sandbag towards my head, sending me flying over 100 meters. He sneered, "Too weak." "Is that so?" A voice echoed from behind him. The figure that had just been sent flying transformed into a piece of wood. Indeed, it was my wooden clone from the beginning. Barrett, now serious, vanished in a flash, his speed astonishing. Yet, with my Kinbunchika hockey, I managed to keep pace. Moreover, I had secretly marked him with the flying thunder god technique. I enveloped myself in wood, and as he pounded with his hockey-infused fists, he finally broke through my defenses and delivered a strike. Once again, it was merely another wooden substitute. Barrett was utterly enraged. Is dodging all you can do? I can defeat you, I declared, descending from above with the Fong Tian Hua Ji, lightning flashing, executing the thunderclap crescent slash. The clash produced a thunderous boom as my weapon collided with his arm, surprising him with its tremendous force. Our figures flickered as we battled, a dazzling display of speed and ferocity, fueled by our burning resolve. Thanks to the flying thunder god, I maintained my pace. Barrett, now infuriated, roared and transformed into a demonic form, exuding an aura reminiscent of a creature from the depths of hell. Roger and Rayleigh appeared at some point, watching the spectacle unfold. All right, you're serious now, so I shall no longer hold back. Divine possession. My presence surged dramatically, enhancing my power and speed. Yet I knew that even with this boost, I could not match Barrett, who had yet to unleash his Conqueror's Haki or his Devil Fruit abilities. Nevertheless, I would not yield. I summoned a massive wooden dragon, accompanied by 5 wooden clones, unleashing a barrage of WoodRelease techniques upon him. The wooden dragon ensnared him tightly, its binding force so intense that he began to deform. Just as victory seemed imminent, Barrett activated his Devil Fruit powers, merging with the surrounding earth, his size ballooning as he exploded my wooden dragon into splinters. As we prepared for another round, Captain Roger intervened. An overwhelming aura enveloped the area, causing bystanders to collapse in fear. He effortlessly blocked our attacks and declared, "Stand down. A formidable foe approaches, and we must depart." No one dared defy Roger's command, not even Barrett. Bucky chimed in, exclaiming my strength. I gazed at Roger's figure, fully aware that I still had a long way to go compared to these top-tier figures. We hastily returned to the ship, ready to set sail when the lookout shouted, "Captain, we've spotted the flying sky pirate crew ahead. Good heavens, it's Shiki the Golden Lion. This old rascal is relentless." Moreover, several large pirate ships suddenly emerged, encircling us. Bucky panicked, darting around the deck like a headless chicken. Rayleigh gripped his sword with a serious expression. But Captain Roger? He grinned, filled with fighting spirit, and commanded, "Charge." No sooner had the order been given than I was the first to leap forward, soaring between the two ships, rubbing my hands together and shouting, "Dragon absorbing water!" A small whirlwind, no thicker than a calf, meandered towards the opposing ship. The pirates aboard stared in bewilderment before erupting into laughter. Has the RogerPirates run out of members? Sending a child to amuse us? Is this a joke? Yet, the next moment all laughter caught in their throats. That small whirlwind swelled with the wind. 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters. It transformed into a colossal water tornado reaching up to the heavens, accompanied by towering waves. Barreling straight towards the pirate ship, the thunderous roar ensued as the massive vessel was torn apart like a toy, with dozens of pirates falling into the sea like dumplings. I tell you, a mere child, and in turn, had just delivered them a lesson with dire consequences. The crew of the Golden Lion Pirates panicked. Their captain Shiki was a notorious pirate, rivaling Roger. If Roger's in turn was this formidable, one could only imagine Roger's true strength. While they were still dumbfounded, I, Xiahao, had already charged into the enemy pirate crew, wielding the Fong Tian Hua Ji with remarkable finesse, sending pirates flying with every swing. This Xiahao, young yet monstrous, rapidly ascended in power. Indeed, the best method to amplify one's strength is through battle, Xiahao mused. At that moment, the captain of the Saru Chikara pirates, Gray Yuan Daisher, leaped forth, menacingly declaring, "Kid, don't get too cocky." He swung a 5 to 6 meter long spiked hammer towards me. "Duong, oh, you want to compare strength?" I countered with the Fong Tian Hua Ji, blocking his hammer with a clash that sparked. "You blocked it." Gray Yuan Daisher was bewildered, having consumed the Zoan-type Ozur Devil Fruit. This was the first time he encountered someone who could contend with him purely through strength, especially a mere child. While Xiao Hao battled Gray Yuan Daisher, the Roger Pirates launched their assault. Without the protection of top-tier fighters, the opposing pirates were no match, quickly succumbing to Roger's Conqueror's Haki. As Roger boarded the enemy's ship, his Haki swept across the battlefield, causing Xiao Hao to experience an exhilarating surge. Skill copy card. With a single strike, Xiao Hao sent Gray Yuan Daisher flying, using the momentum to retreat a few paces, placing Roger within the range of the skill copy card. Ding! Skill copy card successfully copied. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the top-tier Conqueror's Haki. Skill transmission in progress. I took flight. Xiao Hao bounced twice in place, startling Gray Yuan Daisher, who was preparing to flee. To express my gratitude, vanish. I invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, a smile gracing my lips as I vanished, reappearing with the Fong Tian Hua Ji aimed at Gray Yuan Daisher's neck. Boom! A good head is indeed a good head. Gray Yuan Daisher, relying on his enhanced resilience from transforming into the Oozuru, braced for the impact, but it was merely a single blow. His large frame was sent flying like a meteor, disappearing into the distance. In just 10 minutes, 3 pirate crews, each boasting bounties over 1 billion, were vanquished without even launching their abilities. This terrifying scene sent the other affiliated pirates of the Golden Lion into a panic, hastily retreating. Not bad, not bad. It seems you've learned to wield Haki. Roger commented with a pleased expression as he appeared behind Xiao Hao. Yes, I just learned it not long ago, Xiao Hao replied, scratching his head, offering no further explanation. After all, everyone aboard the Jackson, except for Bucky, could wield Haki, so it was no surprise he had learned it too. Unbeknownst to Roger, he had just been unwittingly robbed of top-tier Conqueror's Haki by Xiao Hao. Otherwise, even the future king of the pirates would find his spirit shattered. As Xiao Hao observed Roger's departure, he opened his own system panel and discovered the skill shun by following the Conqueror's Haki. On the Grand Line, the formidable Golden Lion Shiki was hastening toward them with his fleet. His feelings toward Roger were a mix of admiration and rivalry. Shiki, Lord Shiki. The pirates who had just fled, in utter dismay upon seeing the Golden Lion's fleet, hurriedly carried the 3 great pirates they had rescued from the depths of the sea onto the deck, beginning to lament their misfortune. ABA, 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 ABA. 1,000 words were omitted here. What a bunch of useless fools. I made it very clear in the transponder snail. Just delay Roger's advance. And yet you dare to attempt to capture him alive. The expression on Golden Lion Shiki's face twisted, whether from anger at these imbeciles or sheer disbelief. The audacity to consider capturing Roger? Not even I have entertained such a thought. Gazing at the wooden debris floating in the sea, Golden Lion Shiki cast a long, contemplative look towards the departing Jackson, remaining silent for a while. Roger, we shall meet again. When that time comes, I will not allow you to escape. Aboard the Jackson, Xiao Hao declined Buggy's invitation to play games and opted instead to head to the training room. System, I wish to draw lots. From the earlier battle, Xiao Hao had amassed a total of 215 two-dimensional points, sufficient for 2 draws. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Tai Chi Fist. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the animal-type Kuin fruit. Well, that is acceptable, Xiao Hao sighed. Indeed, fortune does not favor one every day. He had initially hoped to draw some extraordinary skill, yet Tai Chi was not without its merits. In literature, Tai Chi brings peace to the world. In martial arts, the 8 extremes stabilize the universe. In the instant the system imparted the skill, Xiao Hao felt as if he had become a master of Tai Chi, with countless realizations flooding his mind. At that moment, he was eager to test his hand-to-hand combat abilities, curious about the effects of his terrifying strength in executing the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. After all, in the world of pirates, there were indeed formidable hand-to-hand combatants. With sufficiently strong Haki, one could wreak havoc regardless of weaponry. Take, for instance, the current marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in Wano, a grand pirate ship lay stranded. A young man with a pineapple-shaped head sat helplessly upon the ground, utterly bored. Old man, when will the ship be repaired? Before the ship, a tall figure silently stood, his golden hair strikingly prominent, gripping a massive naginata with his right hand, resembling a war deity. This man was none other than the infamous pirate, Edward Newgate, formerly a member of the RogerPirates and future leader of the Four Emperors, famously known as the world's strongest man. Ugh, this is so boring. Old man, how about we go to the island for supplies? The pineapple-headed youth pouted, casting a pitiful glance at Newgate. It must be said, the young Marco, the Phoenix, was indeed quite naive. Do as you wish, but someone must stay here to guard the Moby Dick. Who knows what awaits us on that island? Newgate pondered aloud. In any case, I won't stay behind. I'll go with you, old man. Marco chuckled, darting to Newgate's side, eager to accompany him. Hey, Marco, you're still an intern. You must remain to watch the ship. I won't. The old man said I could decide for myself. You rascal. As the members of the Whitebeard pirates bickered, news of their arrival in Wano spread like wildfire. In a nearby crevice, a man eavesdropped on this information, his face lighting up with excitement. He then burst through the door, shouting as he sprinted toward the port. Not good. Lord Odin. Upon witnessing the figure dash away, the people of Wano suddenly recalled that their future heir, Kazuki Odin, had long sought to go out to sea and experience the world beyond. Unfortunately, due to a complete lack of sailing skills, he had never succeeded. However, with a pirate ship now capable of traversing the seas and waterfalls to reach Wano, Odin would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. At the port, Whitebeard, preparing to disembark for supplies, sensed a formidable presence rapidly approaching with his observation hockey. Step back. Something significant is coming. Whitebeard gestured for everyone to take a few steps back, readying himself for battle. Hey, pirates, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Clouds of dust swirled as Kazuki Odin sprinted toward the port. Upon spotting the grand pirate ship nearby, he was filled with exhilaration, thinking that this time he would certainly set sail. Drawing his sword from his waist, Odin stomped the ground with force, launching himself into the air, crossing his two blades as a torrent of sword energy began to coalesce, his armament hockey enveloping the edges of his swords. The impending clash was imminent. As for the battle in Wano, Xiahao remained oblivious and disinterested. Besides completing his daily tasks, he had taken on 2 additional pursuits, practicing Tai Chi and familiarizing himself with the Conqueror's Haki. Although he had acquired the top-tier Conqueror's Haki, his current strength was insufficient to fully harness it, necessitating extensive training. After all, in terms of both power and endurance, the teenage Xiahao is still incomparable to Roger. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days later, a fervent shout shattered the tranquility of the day. Hey, Buggy. Shanks. Xiahao furrowed his brow, concluding his practice and stepping onto the deck, where he witnessed Shanks leaping down from the Jackson. Why does this scene seem so familiar? Upon seeing Shanks dive into the sea, Xiahao hastily approached the ship's edge, using WoodRelease to create a wooden staircase extending dozens of meters into the water. Plop! Emerging from the calm surface was none other than Shanks, cradling the unconscious Buggy in his arms. Come up, Shanks! Xiahao called from the ship, simultaneously confirming the outcome. History was indeed following its original course, and Buggy had consumed the devil fruit, becoming a landlubber. The two, who had once been inseparable, began to experience a divide. 5 minutes later, cough, 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 cough. Buggy, you're awake? Shanks exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Buggy regain consciousness. Shanks! The newly awakened Buggy, upon seeing Shanks, could not help but shout in dismay. Initially intending to sell the devil fruit for money, he had inadvertently consumed it himself. Moreover, the treasure map he had painstakingly obtained was now lost. Buggy? Oomph. Buggy turned away, unwilling to face Shanks. Enough, enough. What brother holds a grudge overnight? Let's just talk it out, Buggy. Shanks didn't mean it. Xiahao sighed, trying to mediate. Besides, becoming a devil fruit user isn't all that bad. At least your power has increased. As for your treasure hunting ambitions, if you become strong enough, you can easily send your subordinates to seek it out, or even scour the entire Grand Line. Forget it, I just want to be alone. Buggy sat up, burying his head in his legs, falling silent. Let us go, Shanks. Give Buggy some space. He'll come to terms with it. Xiahao patted Shanks on the shoulder, signaling him to leave. Damn it. Buggy slammed his right hand onto the deck in frustration. What? Buggy ate the devil fruit. Rayleigh, overhearing Xiahao, was also taken aback. After all, Buggy's dream was well known among the crew of the RogerPirates, and everyone was aware of his aversion to becoming a landlubber. Yes, he's quite upset right now, Xiao Hao replied. Let him think it over. I wonder what ability Buggy will ultimately acquire. Who knows? But Buggy has always had good fortune. Perhaps the devil fruit he obtained will be quite powerful, Xiao Hao remarked earnestly. After all, Buggy was a man endowed with the luck of the conqueror's hockey. The minor incident of Buggy inadvertently consuming the devil fruit soon faded into the background. Perhaps it was the words of Xiao Hao that had an effect. Starting from the following day, the previously lethargic Buggy began an intense regimen of training and frequently inquired about the abilities of the devil fruits. Utilizing the extraordinary theories from his past life, Xiao Hao embarked on an imaginative and innovative mentorship for Buggy. For instance, he introduced the concept of fragmenting every cell in the body to generate electricity through rapid friction, or splitting heavy atomic nuclei to eventually unleash the power of nuclear fission. As Xiao Hao shared more and more insights, the once gloomy Buggy transformed into a more cheerful individual, gaining a greater mastery over his fragmented fruit abilities. After all, a paramecia-type devil fruit largely tests the user's imagination. There are no useless devil fruits, only inept users. As a type of conceptual ability, this paramecia fruit holds infinite possibilities as long as one's thoughts are expansive enough. If one day Buggy's fragmentation fruit were to awaken, causing the red Earth continent to crumble, I would not be surprised, provided that Buggy himself possesses sufficient strength. A week later, having initially grasped his powers, Buggy challenged Xianka Si. On the Jackson, he cackled. Xianka Si, prepare to face my attack. Fragmentation Dragon Claw. As Buggy charged towards Xianka Si, he split his body into several pieces just before contact, lunging at Xianka Si with claws outstretched. This spectacle left the onlookers dumbfounded, for aside from Xiao Hao, no one was aware that Buggy had acquired the power of a devil fruit. Buggy, I will not lose to you. Although Xianka Si was taken aback by Buggy's disassembled form, he quickly realized it was due to the devil fruit's abilities. After a moment of distraction, he slightly lowered his frame and swiftly retreated 2 steps to evade Buggy's assault, then countered with a swift strike. Thud! A wave of sword energy sliced through the air, severing Buggy's arm, though it did not inflict genuine harm. Damn it! Xianka Si, though his severed arm did not cause pain. Buggy was filled with rage and charged forward once more, knowing that swordsmanship was ineffective against him. Buggy's courage surged as he intended to close the distance for a decisive strike. Whoosh! Just as Xianka Si prepared to meet Buggy head-on, a sudden whoosh echoed from behind. With his nascent Kinbunchika haki, Xianka Si tilted his head to avoid Buggy's ambush. Upon closer inspection, a massive wooden hammer came crashing down, missing its target. Moreover, due to Xianka Si's evasion, the hammer soared forward, crashing directly onto Buggy, sending him flying with overwhelming force. This is outrageous. Xianka Si, lying on the ground, Buggy rubbed the large bump formed by the hammer's impact, his face contorted in fury. He could not comprehend why, despite having acquired the powers of devil fruit, he was unable to best Xianka Si. Indeed, innate combat talent is not easily compensated for. Observing the somewhat despondent Buggy, Xiao Hao silently reflected. What? Are you giving up already? Developing the abilities of a devil fruit cannot be achieved in just a few days. You must believe in yourself. You can do it. Seeing Buggy's despondency, Xiao Hao approached to offer words of comfort, determined not to let such a fine devil fruit go to waste. I know. I just didn't realize the gap between me and Xianka Si was so vast, Buggy sighed, shaking his head as he made his way to the pirate ship's lounge. He sought solitude. Buggy, observing Buggy's sadness, Xianka Si wished to say something, but was halted by Xiao Hao. Rest assured, Xianka Si, Buggy will come to understand. He is not so easily defeated. Yes, I understand, Xianka Si replied, halting his steps to look earnestly at Xiao Hao. Xianka Si was acutely aware that it was Xiao Hao who had been training Buggy in the abilities of the devil fruit, and he could clearly sense Buggy's progress, estimating his current strength to be equivalent to the combined total of 3 previous Buggy. As for Xianka Si himself, he was roughly equal to the strength of 50 Buggy. Buggy, I thank you, Shanka C, using me as a unit of measurement. All right, everyone, let's rally our spirits. Today we embark on a significant endeavor. Just as Shanka C contemplated whether to spar with Xiahao, Roger arrived on the deck of the Jackson, speaking solemnly. We have news about the second red historical text. It is with Charlotte Lingling. Therefore, I have decided to seize it. Is the information accurate? Roger, that woman Charlotte Lingling is not to be trifled with. She was once a cadre of the RogerPirates, Rayleigh inquired, frowning. Yes, the information is correct. If that is the case, Captain Roger, issue the order. Ha ha ha, everyone. Set sail. Our target is the historical text. Roger exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Rayleigh and the others concur with his proposal. With a wave of his hand, the Jackson turned its bow towards the territory of the big MOM pirates. During the voyage, Xiahao began to inquire about his lingering doubts with Rayleigh. Though he was aware of many historical events, he yearned to learn more, particularly regarding the darker aspects of this world and the information the RogerPirates had gathered about the blank century. However, the RogerPirates had yet to reach the final island of Raftel, thus Xiahao did not glean much useful information from Rayleigh. Nonetheless, one thing surprised Xiahao. 3 days later, within the waters near an unnamed island in the territory of the big MOM pirates, the Jackson appeared leisurely. Roger, using his telescope, spotted hundreds of pirates on the nearby island and furrowed his brow, contemplating a direct assault. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Roger never retreats. While Big MOM was formidable, he believed himself to be even stronger. Captain, to ensure absolute certainty, in addition to the frontal assault, we should also send someone to infiltrate the island and secretly make rubbings of the red text. And guess what happened? This task fell upon me. Just as I set foot on the island, before I could even locate that cursed stone, a 2-meter-tall brute charged directly at me. Let me tell you, that pressure was something else. Upon closer inspection, it was Katakuri, a future bounty of over $1 billion, and although he is young, he is still a 300 million berry pirate. Without hesitation, he came at me with a strike. Does he carry a weapon? Who doesn't have one? I retaliated with my own weapon, a halberd, unleashing my full strength. And with a resounding crash, we clashed. The commotion was so great that it instantly attracted a horde of lowly minions from the Big Mom faction. However, Katakuri, demonstrating a sense of martial ethics, waved his hand, instructing them all to retreat. Who understands? You might think I'm just a little brat, but his kin Bunchaku must have informed him that within this small frame lies a prehistoric behemoth. His siblings would merely be delivering their heads to me. Without hesitation, I charged up and unleashed a thunder half-moon slash. The energy and momentum caused the surrounding lackeys to gulp in fear. Seeing this, Katakuri realized the severity of the attack. Unable to evade due to his comrades behind him, he wrapped himself in his machi-machi fruit ability, forming a massive white machi to withstand my strike. I tell you, the machi-machi fruit is truly remarkable, both offensive and defensive. Once the smoke cleared, he emerged unscathed. Immediately afterward, his trident was enveloped in machi, spinning like a power drill, and he launched a machi spike towards me at breakneck speed. But would I fear that? Absolutely not. WoodRelease. Multiple wooden pillars. In an instant, a series of large wooden walls sprang up before me. His attack was fierce, crashing through 3 layers, but by the 4th layer, its momentum waned, and his trident became lodged in the wall. An opportunity arose. Countless thorny thickets sprouted from the wall, wildly lashing out at Katakuri. He could only block the attack with his armed arm, being forced to retreat repeatedly. My dear family, playing with Naruto in the world of pirates. ISNT, this sheer dimensional suppression? His kin Bunchaku is impressive, but he has yet to reach the level of foreseeing the future. And what about me? Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. I vanished instantly. Even with card 2's kin Bunchaku at its maximum, it was futile. He was too slow. In less than 0.01 seconds, I appeared directly above him, wielding the Fong Tian Hua Ji, having consumed a bottle of strength potion, my entire power rivaling that of giant. Enveloped in armed color, I delivered a solid blow right to his chest. Boom! He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through 2 palace columns before finally smashing through a wall. Done. Though it was somewhat opportunistic, in the world of pirates, victory is the ultimate truth. I locked onto the mark aboard the Jackson and activated the Flying Thunder god once more, vanishing. All that remained was Card 2, clutching his chest, wiping blood, and glaring with fury, declaring, "Roger Pirate Crew Brat, I will remember you." Upon returning to the ship, I immediately took out a small trumpet and shouted towards the battlefield. "Captain Roger, we have succeeded." Upon hearing this, Roger burst into hearty laughter, unleashing a domineering sword aura that forced Big Mom back, roaring, "Everyone retreat." The crew, upon hearing this, wore ecstatic grins and hurriedly fled. That coward Buggy clung to Shank's leg, weeping, claiming he had been slashed hundreds of times during this battle. Big Mom, in her fury, unleashed a wrathful roar that nearly uprooted the entire island. It seems we would have to relocate once again. As the ship sailed into the open sea, I slammed the imprint paper onto the table, declaring, "Captain, I have not failed you." Roger was as joyful as a child weighing 200 pounds, slapping my shoulder with such force that I nearly toppled over. Just as everyone was reveling in happiness, suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded as a cannonball detonated beside our ship. I looked up, and lo and behold, a massive canine-headed warship appeared. At the prow stood a man dressed like an elderly gentleman in a floral shirt and beach shorts, arms crossed, observing us. Who could it be? Carp, the naval hero Carp. This old man was truly relentless, having spent a lifetime opposing Captain Roger. Upon recognizing his old rival, Roger's expression shifted from joviality to seriousness. Drawing his sword, he strode to the ship's bow without a moment's hesitation. Striking with a blow, divine avoidance, Carp, too, grinned widely, unleashing a powerful punch in response. When sword met fist, the spectacle was extraordinary. Black and red lightning crackled chaotically. The clouds above were torn asunder, and the sea split open into a bottomless chasm. The clash of their hausaku rendered many of the nearby naval recruits unconscious. Carp's vice admiral, Bogart, looked exasperated, swiftly directing the unaffected to prepare for battle. He himself sought out Vice Captain Rayleigh, an old adversary. Meanwhile, that mischievous Buggy, upon spotting new recruits, was ecstatic, howling as he charged forward, only to encounter a formidable opponent. A tall naval recruit raised his hand, executing an ice spear thrust. Buggy, terrified, barely managed to evade, and upon regaining his composure, shouted, "What an underhanded attack! No honor in this." The recruit, with a righteous expression, retorted against pirates. "No words are needed. My dear family, who could this be? A youthful version of Akiji, a user of the Logia ice fruit." Back then, he still adhered to the philosophy of burning justice. Akiji conjured an ice knife in his hand, and upon seeing the glint of cold steel, Buggy's composure shattered. Turning to flee, as he passed by me, he arrogantly patted my shoulder, saying, "Xia Hao, I leave the weakest to you." How very generous of him. I flickered, using the Fong Tian Hua Ji to block Akiji's ice knife. After a series of clashes, we reached a stalemate in physical prowess. Realizing close combat was not in his favor, he suddenly resorted to trickery, grabbing my shoulder and activating his ability, Ice Time, instantly encasing me in a large ice sculpture. He thought he had one. How naive. In the next moment, my Fong Tian Hua Ji descended from above, infused with armed color, shattering his ice and striking his shoulder. He couldn't even elementalize in time, and blood spurted forth. The young man was left dumbfounded, eyes wide. Haoshiku? Indeed. Haven't you heard the famous words of Teacher Kai? Haoshiku is the ultimate power. I would grant him any time to react. Swiftly, I executed a WoodRelease technique, binding, causing a massive wooden figure to rise from the ground, coiling like a serpent. Diverting attention during battle is not a wise habit. Little sailor, I brandished the Fong Tian Hua Ji and pressed forward. Just as victory seemed at hand, clang. A gigantic long sword intercepted my attack, revealing a giant naval admiral before me. My goodness, another heavyweight? Do you think I fear anyone? WoodRelease, Woodman technique. Instantly, a colossal wooden figure, over 20 meters tall, entwined with a wooden dragon, erupted into existence. The oppressive aura left Akiji and the giant admiral stunned. I assure you, Akiji must have been questioning his life choices, pondering if he considered himself a genius. What then did this young brat represent? I charged him like a Gundam, landing a punch that bewildered the giant naval officer. But that was not enough. With the manifestation of the demon god, my aura surged to double its previous intensity. In a split second, I appeared before Akiji, smashing his ice shield to smithereens. Had he not been able to elementalize, that blow would have sent him back home. I continued my relentless assault, hammering at him mercilessly. Carp, battling Roger in the sky, glanced down and went pale. He realized I was single-handedly overpowering Akiji along with 2 naval vice admirals, and I was grinding him into the ground. He understood that if this continued, his side would face annihilation. Thus, the old man decisively ceased his actions, casting a deep glance in my direction before retreating with the Navy. As he left, he issued a stern warning. Roger, consider yourself fortunate this time. Captain Roger, laughing heartily behind him, responded, Carp, I await your return. With the battle concluded, a feast commenced aboard the ship. Captain Roger regarded me with immense satisfaction. The following day, a seagull delivered newspapers and bounty notices. Buggy picked one up, his eyes nearly popping out as he counted the zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million. He screamed in shock. Shanks leaned in to take a glance and was equally astonished. Xiaohao's first bounty is 100 million. I casually glanced and thought it was acceptable. However, these two were so stimulated by the news that they said nothing and hurried into the training room. My dear family, who understands? My arrival directly caused the Roger Cruise interns to blossom. Captain Roger, however, was not overly concerned. He perused the newspaper, intrigued by a warrior named Kazuki Odin aboard the Whitebeard ship, as that man could decipher the poneglyphs. Upon hearing the name Kazuki Odin, my DNA instantly stirred. Does that mean the abstract little brat, Momonosuke, has also been born? Goodness, if I encounter him in the future, I must properly educate him. Simultaneously, on the other side of the New World, aboard the Whitebeard ship, Kazuki Odin had just slain a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million. A youthful fellow with a pineapple hairstyle, Marco, approached him, announcing that his bounty had risen to 500 million. In a corner of the ship, a dark figure, Teach, silently collected treasure, his gaze eerily calm. No one could foresee the storm he would unleash over 2 decades later. At that moment, in a certain location of the Grand Line, a madman named Bondewald was rampaging across the seas. This man possessed the powers of the double fruit, characterized by his brutal nature. He had just annihilated Admiral Chatter as fleet. The news reached the naval headquarters, and Sengoku exploded with fury. Storming into the commander's office to demand action, Admiral Akainu, allow me to go. We must capture this fiend. Admiral Akainu, having just concluded a conversation with the Gorosei, was already troubled and immediately consented. Sengoku took the order, vowing to ensure that Bondewald would face the justice he deserved. A greater storm was on the horizon, and I assure you, on the other side, that fool Bondewald truly believed he was a significant figure. This fellow had long set his sights on the vessel of the world government transporting gold. He had laid an ambush with his men days in advance, merely waiting for the Navy to collect their payment so he could execute a black market deal. He believed himself quite formidable, having sunk several Navy warships in the past without consequence, and was certain this time would be no different. Little did he know whom he was up against. Ji Jiangzhangua. The clever strategist had already anticipated his feeble schemes and had quietly cast a vast net. However, to be frank, what did these trivial matters have to do with us? I Xiahao was lounging on the deck of the Jackson, basking in the sun, thoroughly relishing the moment. With my spirits high, I felt compelled to draw a card for some extra excitement. With only 500 points remaining in the system, I did not hesitate to go all in. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Fire Dragon Slayer magic. I must tell you, when I read that line, I leapt straight up from the deck. This magic, akin to Natsu's from Fairy Tale, could consume fire to level up, and the best part, it had no side effects. The burning fruit of Ace had truly become a relic of the past. Who among my peers could comprehend that this fruit would soon be viewed as worthless? I raised my hand to test it. A tiny flicker of flame danced at my fingertips, and the temperature, my word, it was extraordinary. Following this, I received a weapon enhancement card, and without a second thought, I applied it to my Fong Tianhua Ji. A flash of brilliance transformed its feel immediately, elevating it from an ordinary weapon to a superior blade. Alas, no passive skills emerged. I suppose I'm simply insatiable. What happened next? 5 days later, news swept across the New World. Bondewald was annihilated by Zhang Guo. The most amusing part was that a third of his crew had been swayed by Zhang Guo, and the bullets he bore were fired by those he once trusted the most. Ultimately captured, he was sentenced to the 6th level of the underwater prison, eternally frozen in ice, a fate sealed for life. Yet, our Roger pirates were entirely indifferent to this affair. Captain Roger's mind was consumed by the 4 pieces of red historical text, for his time was truly running short. Thus, we officially embarked on our quest for the final island. Time flew by, and 2.5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. I assure you, during this period, I did not remain idle. I followed Captain Roger into battles far and wide, and my strength soared like a rocket. Now, my panel, merely speaking of it sends shivers down my spine, WoodRelease, Flying Thunder God, 8 Gates of Duanjia, along with 2 forms of Dragon Slayer magic. I had effectively acquired the skills of the neighboring village. My hockey had also reached new heights, and now, aside from Captain Roger, I would not fear even a brute like Barrett in direct combat. During our last spar, I utilized my WoodRelease's regenerative abilities to leave him utterly despairing, unable to defeat me, yet unable to outlast me. One day, as Captain Roger was receiving an 4 while reading the newspaper, he suddenly pointed to a headline. The samurai on Whitebeard's ship, Kazuki Odin. I must meet him. The ship's doctor, Kuroka's, slapped him on the forehead. Be quiet. Do you wish to live? Just as Roger was about to issue orders to seek out Whitebeard, calamity struck. The previously clear sky darkened ominously, and a terrifying pressure descended from all directions. The sea churned violently, with monstrous waves crashing against our ship. The lookout scrambled down, shouting, "Captain, trouble! We are surrounded." Roger sighed, his expression reflecting a familiar frustration. That damned fool has returned. Gold Lion Shiki. I looked up, and to my astonishment, the skies were filled with the fleet of the Gold Lion pirates. Dozens of ships encircled our small vessel, leaving no escape. Gold Lion, cigar in mouth, strode to the bow, arms outstretched, launching into his usual recruitment pitch. Keek. Roger, I have returned. Join me, become my right hand, and together we shall rule this world. Roger, uninterested, coldly replied, I have no interest in ruling Shiki. At that moment, the cowardly buggy nearly wet himself, clinging to the ship's railing, crying, Captain, let's just join him. There are dozens of ships. Uncle Rayleigh seized him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him away, his gaze unwavering. Seeing his recruitment fail, Shiki's face soured. So, your answer is for me to eliminate you now, is it? Roger retorted sharply. No, I mean to crush all your ships. Attack. With a command from Shiki, battle erupted instantly. I could no longer remain seated. My bones creaked with anticipation. This 2.5 years of training was perfect for a practice session. I called out to Captain Roger, I'm going in. No sooner had I spoken than I vanished, using Flying Thunder God to appear before the opposing forces. Dragon Slayer Art. Crimson Lotus Explosive Flame Blade. My hands ignited in roaring flames, transforming into 2 fiery swords as I spun at high speed, unleashing a colossal fiery tornado towards the Gold Lion fleet. Shiki was no fool. He raised a hand, summoning 2 massive sea lions that collided with my flames. The clash of water and fire instantly generated vast amounts of steam, enveloping hundreds of meters of ocean. Their own fleet, too close for comfort, lost visibility, and bang, 2 ships collided and were wrecked. As the mist dispersed, enemy cannonballs began raining down like a storm. They wished to focus fire on us. They were sorely mistaken. I executed WoodRelease. Infinite strangulation. Countless thick branches sprouted on their decks, hurling cannons into the sea and skewering nearby pirates like candied hawthorns. Meanwhile, Roger engaged Shiki, their conqueror's hockey clashing, splitting the heavens with dark red lightning. Just as I leaped onto an enemy ship, I was targeted by a scar-faced captain. He thrust his sword towards me with surprising speed, piercing me. But, alas, it was merely my clone. My true self materialized behind him, smirking, how foolish. WoodRelease, Spike Prison. Instantly, a wooden cage sprouted beneath him, lined with spikes, and snaring him. In the next moment, he was transformed into a pincushion. Shiki, witnessing the spectacle, nearly lost his wits. He couldn't fathom how I could wield fire and what alike. What kind of monsters were aboard Roger's ship? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, unleashing a flurry of sword energy at Roger. Roger laughed heartily, countering with a move of divine retribution. Its might was apocalyptic. As for me, I was in a frenzy of destruction. I felt like a god of war. The fodder on the opposing side regarded me with fear. Finding them too bothersome, I unleashed my conqueror's haki. With a resonating hum, the world fell silent, and those on the enemy deck collapsed like harvested wheat. The entire battlefield was stunned. Shiki's face turned as dark as soot, muttering, Why is this monster not on my ship? Meanwhile, we celebrated with champagne. Roger was grinning ear to ear, while Buggy seethed with jealousy, cursing me as a freak. Indeed, combat proved to be the finest method for accumulating system points. I was exhilarated, dispatching an attacking captain with a single strike, specifically targeting his lower back. Then, hoisting my Fong Tianhua Ji onto my shoulder, I beckoned to the dozens of ships. I asked who dares to challenge me. This ignited a powder keg. The remaining pirates charged at me with wild cries. An animal-type ability, User, transformed into a beast, gaping his maw to devour me. I merely scoffed, thrusting my armed Fong Tianhua Ji into his mouth and twisting. The sound of ruptured brain matter was resoundingly crisp. Wiping the blood from my weapon, I pointed at them and roared, Are you truly formidable? What good is strength without skill? Just as they were incensed and prepared to swarm me without hesitation, the heavens, unable to bear witness any longer, intervened. Without any warning, the sea began to churn violently, and a colossal storm materialized out of thin air. Gale winds, torrential rain, thunder, lightning, and tornadoes all converged in a tumultuous spectacle. The vessels belonging to Jean Shitsi, already crowded together, collided with one another like bumper cars, sinking one after another into the abyss. Jean Shitsi, witnessing our opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, was consumed by fury, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The most comical moment came when, in his moment of despair, a crescent-shaped ship's helm, lifted by the storm, plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on his forehead. That scream echoed through the heavens. I stood on the ship, dumbfounded. It seemed even the heavens could not bear his ridiculous hairstyle and decided to grant him a new adornment, although he had narrowly escaped. The atmosphere was no longer one of mirth. Captain Roger suddenly coughed violently, spitting blood onto the deck, his face turning pale. Dr. Coloca's rushed over to examine him, his expression growing increasingly grave, before finally sighing, Roger, I have bad news. You will die within 3 years. An immediate hush fell over the ship. Baji broke down in tears, Shanks lowered his head, and Barrett shook his head in disbelief from the corner. My heart sank indeed. The course of history had come knocking. Yet, astonishingly, Roger laughed heartily as if nothing were amiss, clenching his fists and gazing firmly at each of us. 3 years? That's more than enough. Trust me, we will become the greatest pirate crew in the world. His undeniable charisma instantly reignited our spirits. This news swiftly reached the naval headquarters at Marineford. Admiral Steelbone Kong was taken aback upon hearing the report. Jean Shitsi's formidable fleet had been decimated by an unexpected storm. Roger had escaped. He scrutinized our bounty notices, particularly lingering over mine, perhaps perplexed by how an intern could possess such strength. Just as he was grappling with this, Old Man Carp kicked open the door and stormed in, his face etched with seriousness. Admiral Kong, I resign as a general. Give me 2 warships. I will capture Roger. Admiral Kong was left speechless. Carp, don't be reckless. The position of general is highly esteemed. Carp scoffed. Let anyone else take it. With that, he turned and left, setting sail on his own. This old man had been fixated on Roger for a lifetime. He would not rest until he captured him himself. Just as Carp departed, Misfortune struck our ship. I tell you, within 3 days, the lone wolf aboard, Barrett, suddenly went mad, insisting on challenging Captain Roger, who had just been discharged from the hospital. Who could understand the chaos this brought upon our ship? Bot G erupted, pointing at him and shouting, "Are you insane? The captain has just recovered, and you want to fight?" And guess how Barrett responded? "Get out of the way, weakling." Goodness, I nearly applauded. This fellow was a pure combat fanatic, fixated solely on becoming stronger. Seeing that Roger was often injured for our sake and hearing that Roger did not have long to live, he was desperate to prove that his lone wolf philosophy could conquer all. Roger watched him for a while, sighed, and I recognized that look, resignation, a feeling of impending doom. He realized that Barrett, despite having stayed with us for so long, was merely a transient presence who could not integrate into our ranks. Very well, Roger finally agreed. Barrett's face lit up with joy. He had likely feared that Roger would refuse, considering there were many capable fighters on board. He shot a defiant glance my way, jealousy radiating from him, unable to fathom how I, and in turn with just 2.5 years of training, could have grown so strong. In the next moment, Barrett charged forward with a roar, his aura dark and ominous, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. The surrounding waves rose in terror, reaching heights of over 10 meters. His massive fists, radiating power, swung towards Roger's face as he shouted something about divine retribution. It was utterly ridiculous. His over-the-top enthusiasm was nearly spilling off the page. And what was Roger's response? I tell you, he didn't even blink. At the instant Barrett's fist was about to connect, his sword unsheathed with a swift motion. With a mere flick, without even uttering the name of the technique, I felt the entire ship lurch downward as if it were sinking several meters into the sea. Barrett's fist met an invisible wall, halting abruptly before Roger. Then, with a swift counter, Roger executed a technique known as divine evasion, sending Barrett flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the main mast, and ultimately landing on a distant island several hundred meters away. Rayleigh and Jabba panicked, shouting at Roger, "Roger, you can fight all you want, but who's going to pay for the repairs?" Roger, still scratching his head and chuckling, replied, "Ha, I might have gone a bit overboard." The man on the island, infuriated, punched the ground so hard that it crumbled. Then, to our astonishment, he activated his devil fruit ability, causing all the rocks, trees, and iron ore from the island to fly towards him. In an instant, a towering steel giant over 50 meters tall emerged, roaring at us, "Roger, this time I will definitely win." Roger, indifferent, vanished from sight and instantaneously appeared on the island. I was dumbstruck. This move was far faster than the Marine S6 styles, perhaps a Pro-Mac version of Carp's techniques. I was itching to shout, "Captain, I want to learn that." The steel giant launched a heavy missile-like blow towards Roger, who appeared as small as an ant before him. Yet, he remained unfazed, a smile playing on his lips. His sword crackled with dark red lightning, and he executed another strike, named Divine Descent. I assure you, the clash between that tiny blade and the giant's enormous fist was cataclysmic, causing the island to rupture. It felt like an earthquake, with seawater flooding in and the sky itself tearing apart. Then came the sound of cracking as the steel giant crumbled like paper, shattering into countless pieces. Barrett himself was embedded into the ground, lying motionless. He appeared as though he had just suffered a heartbreak, lying there in despair, shielding his eyes with his hand as tears slipped through his fingers. He could not comprehend how he could not even defeat a patient. What a humiliation. Then came the classic breakup scene. Barrett stood up, glaring fiercely at Roger. "This time I lost again, but next time I will defeat you." With that, he declared his intention to leave the ship. Roger waved him off without turning around. "You may leave." Baji was still in disbelief, exclaiming, "He really left?" Of course, if he didn't leave, what was he waiting for? As soon as he disembarked, he went on a rampage, wreaking havoc everywhere, annihilating everything in sight, leaving the Navy in utter disarray. The Naval Headquarters convened an emergency meeting, declaring him a grave threat, and his bounty skyrocketed from 500 million to 800 million. This news reached Gene Sheetsey, who was overjoyed, having just suffered a defeat at the Battle of Edwo, with a helm still lodged in his head. He cackled upon learning that someone had defected from Roger's crew, seizing the opportunity to recruit Barrett and annoy Roger. He dispatched a subordinate to extend an invitation. You would not believe the scene. It was akin to a large-scale workplace bullying intervention. The moment the subordinate arrived on the island, he was met with devastation and the scent of blood, causing him to tremble and fall to his knees before Barrett. Barrett was taken aback, wondering if his reputation had become so fearsome. The subordinate, trembling, said, "Lord Barrett, our boss, Shiki, wishes to invite you to join us, offering you a position as vice captain." Barrett sneered. "Gene Sheetsy? Does he think he is worthy? Get lost, or I will wipe you out too." The subordinate, terrified, scrambled away, likely traumatized for life. Upon hearing this report, Gene Sheetsy was furious, nearly causing the helm on his head to spark with rage as he bellowed, "Am I inferior to Roger?" In the end, he managed to endure it, as he had a grand plan. We were not idle either, effortlessly pushing back the pursuing navy. Roger found the opposing side to be rather weak, lacking in excitement. Just as we were tidying up the battlefield, Buggy suddenly shouted from the lookout tower, pointing into the distance, exclaiming that Whitebeard's ship was approaching. Rayleigh inquired of Roger whether they were to engage again after just finishing a battle. Roger's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he replied, "Of course. It's been a long time since I've seen Newgate. Moreover, I've heard that there's a warrior from Wano on his ship, and I am eager to witness him." Meanwhile, Shanks and I were on the side, indulging in some chocolate. Upon seeing us, Buggy zoomed over, confronting Shanks with indignation. "So you two have been sneaking treats behind my back." I wanted to. Those two were quite the characters. At that moment, I sensed a formidable aura drawing near. Roger noticed it as well and patted my shoulder, complimenting me on my observation skills. Shanks, holding his chocolate, suddenly appeared dejected. No sooner had I spoken than a commotion erupted from the woods, and a samurai clad in a kimono, wielding two swords, charged forth. It was Kazuki Odin, who had just defeated several of our outer brothers and was brimming with excitement. Roger chuckled, greeting him, "Hello, samurai," and swiftly unleashed a sword strike. The blade's aura was nearly invisible. Kazuki Odin was sent flying, crashing through a multitude of trees and spewing blood. Dazed, he attempted to rise and fight again, only to be met by the imposing figure of Newgate, who had arrived. I must tell you, the scene was extraordinary. Even before the two clashed, their powerful wills collided. Roger's blade met Whitebeard's toki, and a chaotic display of crimson and black lightning erupted, though their swords never actually touched. The sheer force created a thunderous crack that split the sky, akin to a special effects display. Kazuki Odin nearly got blown away, left bewildered. After that monumental clash, the two men regarded one another with nonchalance before erupting into hearty laughter. Those who understand will recognize this as the manner in which top-tier figures communicate. Once their laughter subsided, Roger signaled to his crew, "Let the battle commence." Whitebeard issued a command of his own, and his pineapple-haired subordinate, Marco, transformed into a phoenix and flew into the fray. Shanks and Buggy were also eagerly preparing to join the fray. I thought to myself, is it not my turn to showcase my abilities? As I observed Marco approaching, I clapped my hands. Mokutan, binding technique. At my command, numerous wooden stakes erupted from the ground, whipping toward Marco with great speed. Let me tell you, those who understand will know that Marco was directly ensnared by my Mokutan. I had expected him to burn through those wooden bindings with his phoenix flames, but that rascal Xiahao smirked. Unfortunately, my Mokutan is not susceptible to fire. Oh dear, this was going to be significant. With a resounding crash, Marco face-planted, acutely experiencing the harshness of reality. Curse it, that scoundrel ambushed me. Marco seethed with rage. Buggy, clutching his stomach with laughter, taunted, "Now you know the consequences of flying too high." A member of the WoodRelease, Wade-Ibe, quickly cautioned, "Be careful. That little brat is the new recruit of Roger's crew, with a bounty higher than yours." Hearing this, Marco became indignant. Why should he have a higher bounty than me? With that, Marco executed his crane claw, locking onto Xiaohao's position and launching himself with a flying kick. What a big pineapple! Xiaohao's teasing voice rang out. "You scoundrel, do not call me a pineapple." Marco exploded with rage. "Fine, pineapple." Xiao Hao grinned mischievously, twirling his halberd, and with a clang, the two clashed. Is that all the strength you have? Go play with someone else. I am not your target. The disdain in Xiao Hao's eyes was palpable. Marco transformed into his beast form and unleashed a torrent of attacks upon Xiao Hao. His speed was commendable. It was merely adequate. 8 gates, open. Xiao Hao glowed with emerald light, his speed and strength soaring as he evaded effortlessly. Marco, witnessing his stamina plummet while Xiao Hao appeared unfazed, thought the disparity was too great. Phoenix Seal. He ascended hundreds of meters into the sky, becoming a swirl of azure flames as he dove downwards with tremendous force. Xiao Hao remained unperturbed as a blood-red wolf apparition enveloped him. Bang! Marco's strongest strike could not even breach Xiao Hao's defenses. Dragon Slayer magic, Crimson Lotus Flame Blade, with a flash of magic beneath his feet. Xiao Hao ignited his halberd in roaring flames, sending a blade of energy towards Marco. Just when it seemed dire, a man clad in a diaper leapt forth, crossing his twin blades to cleave through Xiao Hao's assault. It was none other than Kazuki Odin. Marco, leave that little brat to me. Go assist teach. Odin's gaze was resolute. Young man, your opponent from here on is me. Huh, what an honor. Xiao Hao planted his halberd into the ground, challenging, let me witness just how strong the 2nd Division commander of the WoodRelease truly is. Odin, wielding his dual swords, executed Togenbaido. His blades whirled with haki, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing above Xiao Hao, delivering a thunderous crescent slash imbued with electric sparks. Xiao Hao's veins bulged as he braced himself. The two engaged in a fiercely matched bout. Is that so? Odin's attack was blocked by this little brat. The members of the WoodRelease were left in shock. At that moment, Xiao Hao clapped his hands. Mokotan, Wood Clone Technique. 2 clones instantly materialized. Ninjutsu. Powers from Wano. Odin was momentarily taken aback. Forget it. Let's get back to it. The 2 clones, armed with wooden spears, charged at Odin, who parried all their attacks with his dual swords. Now I will get serious, little brat. Odin unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. The onlookers were stunned. Conqueror's Haki? Even Rayleigh could not help but glance over. Whitebeard chuckled. Roger, your crew has a remarkable little brat. Conqueror's Haki? I possess that as well. Xiao Hao grinned, unleashing his own Conqueror's Haki. The world shifted in hue, and a tempest raged. Conqueror's Haki. This little brat has it too. Whitebeard was astounded. Of course. Roger roared with pride. Meanwhile, Teach was being pummeled by Shanks and Buggy, sporting a bruised visage. Buggy, not knowing from whom he had learned, aimed each attack with malicious intent, displaying utmost cunning. Cursed red-nosed scoundrel. Teach fumed. Shanks hurriedly pulled Buggy behind him, sensing the gravity of the situation. Don't hold me back. Shanks, he dared call me red-nosed? Buggy was seething with rage. At that moment, on Xiao Hao's side, Dragon Slayer magic, Fire Dragon's Claw, Xiao Hao slashed down, sending a fiery dragon's claw hurtling toward Odin. Boom! Odin was sent flying hundreds of meters, a large bump swelling on his face. Would he isn't even a devil fruit user? Odin pondered. Mokotan, house-building technique. Xiao Hao shouted, and wooden houses sprang forth, countless wooden spears shooting toward Odin. Odin executed 2 sword style, flying flowers, dancing in chaos. His twin swords danced wildly, forming a barrier that severed the wooden spears. Ha! With a furious roar, the sword energy exploded, cleaving the wooden structure in twain. What other abilities does this man possess? Odin retreated several meters, glaring intently at Xiao Hao. 2 sword style, gun style ghost. Odin transformed into a flash of light, charging at Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao smirked, activating flying thunder god technique. With a thud, he vanished from the spot. Odin missed his target, only to feel an overwhelming force at his waist. Bang! Xiao Hao's punch sent Odin hurtling 500 meters, embedding him into a hillside. Cough, what incredible speed! Odin spat blood, yet his excitement grew. Truly tough skin and hardy flesh. To withstand such a full-force strike and still be standing. Xiao Hao remarked. The two resumed their fierce battle, while Rayleigh effortlessly deflected Marco's attacks. The young warrior, unwavering in his commitment to battle, unleashed a powerful strike with his sword, sending Mark flying through the air. Enraged, Vista charged towards Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Xiaohao channeled his WoodRelease technique, the Wood Dragon Jutsu. A colossal wooden dragon, spanning 100 meters, surged forth menacingly towards Kogitsu Yuta, with Xiaohao wielding his Fong Tianhua Ji in pursuit. With a thunderous slash, a sword aura measuring over 40 meters sliced through the air. Kogitsu Yuta retaliated with the Taoyuan Sky Slash, cleaving towards the wooden dragon. The blade collided with the dragon's form, producing a resonating clang akin to metal striking metal. The wooden dragon descended from the heavens, attempting to bite Kogitsu Yuta with terrifying force. Kogitsu Yuta, exerting his strength, pried open the dragon's massive maw and countered with a swift strike to send it careening away. Indeed, it appeared that his current strength was insufficient. Xiaohao sighed, lamenting when he might achieve the effortless power akin to that of the legendary Hashirama. In a fit of frustration, Kogitsu Yuta charged again, and the two engaged in a primal melee, their fists colliding with ferocious speed, leaving only fleeting afterimages. After 3 days and nights of intense combat, Captain Roger and Whitebeard decided to call a truce and host a banquet. Kogitsu Yuta, bewildered, could hardly comprehend how they had transitioned from fierce combatants to convivial drinkers. Xiaohao, come along, he beckoned. I'm still young, I'll stick to milk. Xiaohao replied, exasperated. Kogitsu Yuta, undeterred, insisted that a man must learn to drink. He then began to fervently inquire about Xiaohao's backstory. Just luck, really. I run and do some sit-ups, Xiaohao shrugged. I can attest to that. Bucky staggered over, a drunken grin on his face. Are you joking? Really? Since boarding the ship. I've been watching Xiaohao train every day, Bucky slurred. Xiaohao thought to himself, is Bucky a weirdo? Instinctively, he distanced himself from Bucky. The pirate banquet continued, and 3 days later, Bucky squatted on a rock, observing a figure in the distance. Hey, Shanks, that black fellow we fought earlier isn't just anyone. He might be a monster, having gone 3 days without sleep. I was taken aback, asking Bucky how he knew this. You didn't hide under his bed to eavesdrop, did you? I jested, but Bucky proudly declared, of course, I kept an eye on him the entire 3 days. I rolled my eyes, thinking he had too much free time. However, upon closer inspection, the man named Marshall D. Teach appeared to indulge in his meal without a care in the world. Yet, when his gaze met ours, a chilling intensity emanated from him. In an instant, he returned to a state of calm, his demeanor unnaturally stable. Bucky, still boasting, noted the shared D in their names, suggesting some hidden connection, which led us to decide to consult Xiaohao, who possessed greater knowledge. 5 minutes later, after hearing Bucky's astonishing revelation, Xiaohao regarded us with an expression of disbelief. He shrugged, remarking that the world is vast, filled with peculiar races. What is so unusual about not sleeping? Some races are inherently immortal. He then embarked on an impromptu lecture, enlightening us on various bizarre phenomena, including individuals capable of consuming multiple devil fruits. Bucky's mind was blown. He pointed at Xiaohao, his eyes wide with shock. Wait, Xiaohao, didn't you say you control plants? Yet your fire is more potent than that of the flame fruit. You can't be that monster who has eaten multiple fruits. Can you? Xiaohao's lips twitched as he promptly denied it, claiming that his flames were merely a result of friction, and playfully misled Bucky into believing that even the fragmented nature of the chop fruit could produce fireballs. To my astonishment, Bucky actually believed him. While we engaged in our small circle, the scene among the prominent figures was nothing short of spectacular. Captain Roger, Whitebeard, and the just-defeated Kogitsu Yuta sat atop a hill, sharing drinks. Captain Roger unfurled a cloth revealing a rubbing of the historical text, inquiring if Yuta recognized it. To everyone's surprise, Yuta affirmed that he could read it. In that instant, Captain Roger sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement, expounding upon his grand adventures. He proclaimed that the recorded endpoint was not truly the end, for there exists a genuine final island beyond it. The key to finding this place lay within the very text that Kogitsu Yuta could decipher. With fervor, he described his aspirations upon discovering the great treasure, captivating even Whitebeard, who appeared momentarily entranced, while Kogetsu Yuta trembled with anticipation. After several hours of discourse, Captain Roger shifted his tone, his expression turning grave. He turned to Whitebeard and boldly stated, "Newgate, I wish to borrow Yuta for a year." Before Whitebeard could react, I was left utterly astounded. Captain Roger, the legendary Roger, knelt before Whitebeard, declaring this a once-in-a-lifetime request. The crew erupted in chaos, with Uncle Jabba shouting for the captain to stop, while Yuta nervously attempted to assist him. Whitebeard, enraged, summoned the power of his Tremor fruit, causing the very fabric of space to crack, demanding to know if Roger intended to steal his family. In that moment, the tension was palpable, as if the island itself might shatter. Yet, at this critical juncture, Yuta, wholly captivated by Roger's charisma, spoke up, addressing Whitebeard, "I wish to go just for a year." This declaration sent Whitebeard into a furious rage, unleashing his conqueror's haki, causing the entire island to tremble. However, upon witnessing this, Roger merely chuckled, knowing victory was near. Ultimately, Yuta did indeed join our crew. From a distance, Shanks, Bucky, and I observed, with Bucky expressing delight that our ship had gained another formidable ally, ensuring greater safety. I was aware that Roger was inching closer to becoming the Pirate King. Yet, I pondered his fate. Previously, I had offered to use my WoodRelease abilities to heal him, but he declined, expressing a desire to avoid becoming a monster with faces growing from his body. Rayleigh and the others were nearly incensed, leading to an impasse. A day later, as we prepared to set sail, Whitebeard sulked alone by the sea. His subordinate approached him to inform that Roger's pirate crew had left all their treasures and provisions as a token of gratitude. This was a tremendous display of camaraderie. Upon hearing treasures, Whitebeard's expression softened slightly. However, upon learning they had left all the food, he erupted in fury, shouting, "Damn you, Roger. What about my Yuta?" He then hurriedly ordered for the food to be returned. As our ship departed, we caught sight of Whitebeard's crew frantically pursuing the shore, prompting us to think they had changed their minds. Captain Roger hastily commanded full speed ahead, and the scene was utterly comical. Upon boarding, Captain Roger officially welcomed our new companion, Kogetsu Yuta. However, Yuta, the socialite, immediately inquired of Bucky, "Why is your nose so red? Did you dye it?" I nearly choked. Bucky exploded in fury, his fragmented limbs tightening around Yuta's neck. It was only thanks to Shanks' quick intervention, tickling Bucky, that Yuta was saved. I patted Yuta on the shoulder, advising him that this was a forbidden topic henceforth. To my surprise, Yuta, unfazed, brought his wife and several retainers aboard. His wife, Taimoon, was a stunning beauty, calmly cradling their child as if accustomed to the chaos. His two furry companions, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, were lively little creatures, approaching our table and eagerly devouring chicken legs. Upon Yutian's arrival, he was taken aback and inquired when the two youngsters had boarded the vessel. The two little rascals, brimming with pride, proclaimed that they had concealed themselves within a wooden barrel prior to the ship's departure. While our ship was bustling with excitement, events outside were equally tumultuous. The previously departed Barrett had somehow found himself in conflict with a formidable former Shichibukai crocodile on a desolate island. The two titans battled relentlessly for an entire day and night, their clash darkening the sky. It was only when the Navy intervened that they each made their escape. Observing this, the Navy recognized the prowess of Crocodile, who had managed to hold his own against Barrett. Admiral Akaina decisively extended an offer of allegiance, thus issuing a summons to join the ranks of the Shichibukai. Returning to our ship, I gazed at Kazuki Momonosuke, a mere 2 years of age, nestled in his mother's embrace, his eyes sparkling with an uncanny wisdom. Yutian, still grinning, boasted to me, "Xiahao, I senti my son remarkably clever, just like me." I managed a polite nod, pondering the undeniable resemblance in their demeanor. Our vessel sailed along a newly charted course, entering an uncharted sea. The weather shifted abruptly, with towering waves reaching heights of over 10 meters, making it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing. As I observed the increasingly chaotic surface of the sea, I deduced we were approaching an aerial island. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Garp once again declined a promotion to Admiral, inciting Admiral Steelbone to wreak havoc in his office. Garp emerged, digging in his nose, and stated to Sengoku, "What need have I for the title of Admiral? My sole aim is to capture Roger." That rascal had borrowed Yutien from Whitebeard, undoubtedly planning something monumental. Just as we were discussing this, a colossal waterspout erupted from the sea before our ship, piercing the clouds above. The sight left even the most seasoned of us utterly astonished. Amidst the ensuing panic, Captain Roger, with a gleeful grin, pointed skyward and declared, "All hands, our target lies above." Bucky was the first to scream in protest, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Under the captain's command, our ship, the Jackson, plunged headlong into the surging current. The velocity was astonishing, akin to flight, with winds so fierce they contorted our faces. Yutien lost his balance and was hurled against the mast. Shanks and Bucky clung desperately to a thick vine I had conjured from wood, howling in dismay. As for me, I had already secured myself to the deck, admiring the diminishing azure sea beneath me. What a splendid view it was! To my astonishment, Roger joined me and exclaimed with approval, "Indeed, quite the sight." There we were, the only two conspicuous figures aboard, reveling in the experience, while the others were turning shades of purple, gasping for breath at such heights where oxygen was scarce. Bucky, in particular, was dramatic, hanging on to me for dear life, breathlessly exclaiming, "Xiahao, you truly are a monster." Shanks nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting a mix of admiration and envy. I shrugged and pointed at a peculiar fish soaring through the clouds, diverting the conversation. "Look, there's a fish flying in the sky." Bucky, intrigued by this novelty, immediately perked up and rushed to the ship's edge. However, while we reveled in our airborne adventure, the new world below was far from tranquil. On an unknown desolate island beneath us, Crocodile, brimming with youthful arrogance, foolishly attempted to provoke Whitebeard. The outcome? He was soundly beaten, left sprawled on the ground, bloodied and defeated, yet defiantly muttering, "Do as you will." Whitebeard merely chuckled, dismissing him entirely, and departed with his crew. Only those who understand the feeling of helplessness in the face of overwhelming strength could fathom Crocodile's frustration as he lay there, pounding the ground in rage. Subsequently, he retreated from the new world, likely seeking a place to recover in secrecy. Back on our ship, as Bucky continued to gaze at the fish in the sky, a sudden, thunderous crash reverberated through the vessel. Out from the clouds below emerged a colossal creature, its slimy tentacles resembling giant serpents, lunging toward us. It was a gargantuan octopus. Bucky's face turned pale, fearing imminent doom in the skies. Yet Uncle Jabba leaped forth, wielding 2 axes and with swift strikes. The air was filled with falling chunks of octopus. In a moment of inspiration, I mused aloud, "Imagine the flavor of these sky octopuses if turned into takoyaki." Bucky was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying disbelief. Yet Captain Roger slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea! Quickly, gather some fresh ones for the kitchen." Can you believe it? In the blink of an eye, we all congregated, eagerly feasting on freshly grilled octopus skewers. After satisfying our appetites, we soared even higher, breaking through a dense layer of clouds, revealing a breathtaking scene. At an altitude of 10,000 meters floated an island, complete with a city atop it. It resembled a fairyland, and Yutien, having never witnessed such a marvel, squealed in excitement. As we marveled, an elderly man with white hair approached, proclaiming himself the deity of this realm, Ganfur. At the mention of deity, Bucky trembled and instinctively hid behind me, fearing a celestial dragon. I quickly reassured him, "Calm down. He is merely the island's overseer, akin to a property manager. Understand?" Only then did he relax. Yutien, upon spotting a magnificent watercraft capable of gliding over the clouds, was captivated and attempted to commandeer it. However, less than 100 meters into his endeavor, he plummeted into the sea beneath him. The residents of the aerial island erupted in laughter, remarking that such machinery required years of skill to operate. Frustrated, Yutien wailed, "It was my turn to shine." I leaped aboard, using my wood manipulation to secure myself to the vehicle, twisting the throttle with precision, achieving a flawless glide. Yu Qian and Bucky, their eyes wide with astonishment, promptly regarded me as their master, pleading for instruction. Thus, I acquired two new disciples. Having indulged in our antics, we returned to the matter at hand. Ganfuer informed Roger that ahead lay a sacred site known as Appiato, which contained the stone he sought. We all hurried towards it. Utilizing my observation haki, I sensed a formidable presence lurking within the forest, choosing to remain silent and observe. True to my instincts, as Bucky ventured forth, he felt an ominous chill at the nape of his neck. Upon turning, he was met with the sight of a gargantuan serpent, its head the size of a millstone. Its lantern-like eyes fixated upon him, drool dripping onto his face. Letting out a terrified scream, he bolted away, the massive serpent in hot pursuit, shaking the ground beneath. Just as they reached Roger, he stepped forward, glaring fiercely. His conqueror's haki erupted, and the serpent, overwhelmed, collapsed, unconscious in mere seconds. It was a breathtaking display of power. After dispatching that minor distraction, we continued deeper into the forest, only to be met with sheer astonishment. Before us lay a city entirely crafted from gold. Golden City, Shandora. Bucky's eyes transformed into dollar signs as he rushed forward, stuffing gold into his bag with the zeal of a treasure hunter, and I discreetly captured the moment on camera. Within the city, we discovered a historical inscription, which Yu Tian read aloud, indicating a lead towards a grand clock tower. Upon gazing upward, we beheld the clock tower perched atop a towering vine. After a laborious ascent, we were greeted by a massive golden bell. Bucky, in a frenzy, began scraping gold dust with a small knife, declaring his intention to save for a ship. Underneath the bell, Roger stumbled upon another historical inscription, which Yu Qian began to interpret, revealing intelligence concerning the ancient weapon Poseidon. I must confess, while he was deciphering, I utilized my system's abilities to secretly replicate his skill in reading historical texts. Yes, it was utterly exhilarating. From that moment forth, I, too, would be a scholar. As I reveled in my clandestine joy, Layli discreetly pulled Yu Tan aside to reveal the grim news that Jia had been diagnosed with a terminal illness, with but a year left to live. Yu Tan was momentarily taken aback, for in his eyes, Jia was invincible. Subsequently, they had instructed Akan to inscribe a poignant message upon the golden bell. I have come this far, guiding these words to their ultimate destination. Pirate, gol di Roger. Such grandeur was undeniably impressive. Upon learning this, the atmosphere grew somber, yet the adventure must persist. At Woj's command, we set sail back to Qinghai. After bidding farewell to Ganfu, we descended in an octopus hot air balloon. Initially, the descent was steady, but as we neared the ocean's surface, the octopus suddenly deflated. Our vessel plummeted like a free-falling object, crashing into the sea with a thunderous splash, drenching everyone in torrents of water. Naturally, I remained unscathed, having prepared in advance by conjuring a wooden shelter to shield myself and Shou, leaving only Bunny, soaked and furious, pointing at us and accusing us of disloyalty, which was quite amusing. Not long after returning to the sea, the comical duo Baji and Shankusu found themselves embroiled in a trivial argument about whether the Antarctic or the Arctic was colder. Layli approached and swiftly knocked them both out with a punch, advising them to learn from my example and maintain some decorum. He then broached the matter at hand. To reach the final island, we required 4 pieces of the read historical text. Yurtan mentioned that one piece resided in Jaguo, while Chen and Balfusura claimed their hometown, another. Shankusu, counting on his fingers, noted that with the information from Kondak, that made 3 pieces. Just as everyone pondered the location of the last piece, Lydia suddenly smiled. No, I know where the final piece is. What a revelation. However, a problem arose when Zhao Ba rushed in, announcing that the ship had fallen from the sky and sustained some damage. Though it could still sail, it required repairs. Luojie decisively proclaimed that our first destination would be Chi-Soijirdu to seek out Hangu for repairs. Gus, we sang Bin Kusuda Meijo as we made our way to Chi-Soijirdu. Upon arrival, Yurtan appeared like a country bumpkin in the city, marveling at everything he saw. We navigated with ease to Ango's shipyard. The warmth of S reunion with her was palpable, filled with embraces and high fives. Shangkurasu and Baji, resembling long-lost relatives, clung to him in familiarity. I, too, was in the presence of a celebrity, Young Bing Sun, who was then a cool, aloof young man. Luojia, brimming with excitement, inquired of Dongwu, "Have you completed the sea train I commissioned?" Tongwu chuckled heartily. "Not so quickly. Everything is still in the design phase." Upon hearing this, Vijit grew animated, gesturing widely as he described how our ship had plummeted from the high heavens. Tongwu instantly grasped the situation, stroking his chin. "Ah, from Kongdag, I see. I can handle that." Their synergy was remarkable. As Vijit urged him to hurry, Tongwu shot him a look that seemed to say, "You doubt my skills?" While they reminisced, I surveyed the surroundings and finally spotted him, the future gentleman of peculiar tastes. The now irascible young man Fulanchi. At that time, he was merely clad in a pair of shorts, engrossed in his work. Alas, Vitin, the social butterfly, approached him, calling out, "Hey kid, working in such little clothing, how dedicated. Are you an orphan? Should I speak to our captain about taking you on board?" My heart sank. Such comments were bound to backfire. As expected, Fulanchi did not turn around, icy disdain lacing his tone. "Get lost, you're in my way. I hate pirates." The atmosphere plummeted to sub-zero temperatures. Realizing his misstep, Yurtan wisely retreated without further comment. I observed the scene, marveling at the fact that Fulanchi seemed quite normal at this point, albeit a tad emo, yet to evolve into the flamboyant character known for his exuberant exclamations of super. I realized I could not miss this opportunity and swiftly approached, tapping him on the shoulder. "Hey, Fulanchi." Upon seeing my approach, Tian looked on with curiosity. Fulanchi, however, was utterly incensed, abruptly turning around, hurling his wrench aside, and shouting, "Are you two done yet? Stop interrupting my work." I wasted no time, pulling out a blueprint from my pocket and presenting it to him. This was none other than the design for a laser gun, which I had discreetly retrieved from my system's inventory. I thought to myself, this would surely create a butterfly effect. If he possessed extraordinary talent and managed to create this weapon early, even an entire laser cannon, then perhaps the tragic fate of Dongwu could be rewritten. The goal was to prepare for the future. Observing his hesitation, I urged, "Wait, don't rush to refuse. Just take a look. I promise you'll like it." With suspicion, Fulanchi accepted the blueprint, glancing at it. His eyes lit up as if he had shifted into overdrive, invigorated with newfound energy. Yet, recalling his earlier demeanor, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and attempted to return the blueprint. I waved him off. "It's a gift. It's of no use to me. If you feel indebted, just send me a laser gun once you succeed in your research. Consider it angel investing, zero cost, high reward." Fulanchi was deeply moved, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you." Sha Hao. 2 days later, our ship, the Arjiker Xinghao, was fully restored. After bidding farewell to and his apprentice, Luojie raised his hand. "Set sail, destination Shangbua, Di Chundao." Upon reaching Shangbua Di, the myriad bubbles floating in the air captivated her, who was seeing the spectacle for the first time. Tao Zhiju's gaze, filled with infatuation, followed a beautiful lady. And I thought to myself, this boy would never amount to much. As the ship docked, Lei Li wasted no time, immediately commencing the ship's coating with a professional touch. Seizing the moment, Baji approached me. "Xiao, let us head to the island to buy some delicious food." I replied, "Sure, but you're paying." Baji protested vehemently. "Why should I pay?" Shankuk, with his hands in his pockets, replied nonchalantly, "Because I'm broke, and you took all that gold from Kungdao." Their bickering escalated until it seemed they might come to blows. All right, I'll treat you," I shouted, and instantly, the two clowns ceased hostilities, grinning as they approached. I found it amusing. Had I not secretly stashed a piece of gold, I would have had no pocket money as an intern. We three pushed a cart and began our shopping excursion. Baji desired curry rice, Shankuk craved chocolate, while I headed straight for the ingredients section, purchasing an entire cart filled with geese, potatoes, and scallions, ready to impress the crew with my culinary skills. After all, I couldn't just keep mooching off them. However, as we rounded a corner into a narrow alley, a gang of unruly thugs emerged, brandishing knives and grinning lewdly. My initial good mood evaporated instantly. I looked up at them, my voice icy. "Step aside, you pathetic fools who wouldn't dare venture into the new world." These words struck deep, inciting the leader's ire as he brandished his knife and charged at me. With a dismissive sound, I glared, unleashing my conqueror's haki, which enveloped the area instantly. The thugs faltered, rolling their eyes back as they collapsed. "Shang Kusu," eyes aglow with excitement, exclaimed, "Cho, your conqueror's haki has grown stronger." Meanwhile, Bav's face turned pale. "Doesn't anyone understand? Standing next to someone without conqueror's haki, you two are just rubbing salt in the wound." Frustrated, he kicked the nearest thug and pushed the cart away. I exchanged a puzzled glance with Shankar, wondering what had gotten into him. 3 days later, the coating was complete, and my iron pot stew with goose was ready to be served. Baji, burning his mouth, stuffed meat into his mouth, incoherently exclaiming, "Yum, delicious." Before I knew it, the large bowl of meat before me was devoured in an instant by these hungry wolves. I was dumbfounded. I had prepared 50 geese. It was not even enough to fill their gaps. After feasting, everyone lay sprawled on the deck, rubbing their round bellies. Lojia stood up, commanding, "All right, everyone, are you ready? Set sail for Fishman Island." The Jackson slowly descended, vanishing beneath the surface of the sea. As it sank into the depths, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, both Roger and Yutian's expressions changed, as if they had heard something. My heart swelled with joy. The moment had arrived. Skill copy card activate. Ding. The ability to listen to the voices of all things was now mine. Ah, what a splendid opportunity this was. A tremendous gain indeed. While we pondered over who had spoken, an island, enveloped in a massive bubble, appeared before us. Fishman Island had arrived. However, upon reaching the entrance, we were promptly encircled by a horde of fishermen warriors, led by a burly figure wielding a trident, none other than a youthful version of Neptune. Roger quickly waved from the bow of the ship. "Hey, it's me, Roger." "Neptune." Neptune regarded us with suspicion, mentioning a prophecy that someone was destined to come and disrupt the gates of Fishman Island. Just as Roger wore a perplexed expression, a fisherman guard hurriedly approached with alarming news. "Lord Neptune, the Sea Kings have breached the gate." Was slap in the face, that was. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, we entered Fishman Island. Neptune was still troubled by the prophecy, which had been foretold by a child named Sherry. Furthermore, she had predicted the imminent birth of a mermaid princess. Upon hearing this, Neptune's face flushed crimson. "But I'm not even married. Where would child come from?" The mention of the mermaid princess reminded Roger of the ancient weapon Poseidon recorded in the history of the Sky Island. He rushed to inquire of the 3-year-old oracle Sherry. "Little sister, when will the mermaid princess be born?" Sherry placed her small hand on the crystal ball and then raised both hands, showing 10 fingers. 10 years? Roger sighed, knowing he may not witness it. Later, we discovered another piece of historical text in the sea forest. Regrettably, it detailed an apology from someone named Joy Boy. Nevertheless, Roger was quite satisfied. After obtaining the rubbings, we set sail once more. "Everyone, onward to Wano." Roger laughed heartily, clapping Yutian on the shoulder. Yutian gazed towards home, a mix of excitement and unease in his eyes after 4 long years. As the ship sailed closer to Wano, Yutian's unease intensified. Just then, Shanks hurriedly rushed up from the cabin. "Mr. Yutian, Ms. Ashes fainted." For the first time, Yutian showed a look of panic. We quickly carried Ash to the sickbay. The ship's doctor, Kurokas, examined her and declared that Ash was under too much mental stress and could not risk any further adventures. She must remain in Wano to recuperate. In a show of solidarity, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi also decided to stay behind to care for her. Yutian was torn, but ultimately, Ash, summoning all her strength, sat up in bed and fixed her determined gaze upon him. "Yutian, is your resolve for adventure so weak? If you stop for this, I shall sever our bond." Such fierce resolve. Yutian was taken aback, ultimately deciding to continue the journey. Before long, we arrived at Wano. Kineman and the others wept tears of joy upon seeing Yutian. However, amidst the joy of reunion, Kineman was about to report the dire situation back home when Ash intervened, insisting that Yutien should not be distracted. I could not hold back any longer. I spoke up from the deck, Mr. Yutien. I believe Captain Roger would be more than willing to take some time to help you resolve the issues in Wano. Yet, Yutien shook his head, rejecting my goodwill, explaining that Wano did not favor outside interference and that Captain Roger had little time left. He needed to acquire the final piece of the red historical text as quickly as possible. Thus, he left his wife and children, completed the rubbings of the historical text, and, amidst the heart-wrenching cries of Kinneman and the other retainers, boarded the Jackson without looking back. I observed him turn away, eyes tightly shut, his body trembling slightly, knowing how much pain he bore within. In the cabin, Roger smirked. You truly are an irresponsible man. Yutien exploded with rage, shouting, Bastard. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Without me, you wouldn't even be able to enter the furry kingdom. After his outburst, he murmured, Besides, I too wish to see what the final island truly looks like. Roger fell silent for a moment, simply saying, Thank you, Yutien, following Inuyasha's provided life card. We sailed into a thick mist. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed over us. Yutien exclaimed excitedly, This is not an island. It is a giant elephant. Indeed, Shao. The ancient elephant that had lived for 1,000 years was our final beacon. Upon reaching its back, we swiftly arrived at the heart of the furry kingdom and encountered the Duke of this era. To our surprise, the Goat Duke, upon seeing us, erupted into tears, exclaiming that he had finally received news of his 2 missing rascals. It nearly broke us down as well. After exchanging pleasantries, he led us deeper into the island. The further we ventured, the more uneasy I felt, sensing unseen eyes closely watching us, causing chills to run down my spine. Roger and Yutien appeared equally pale. Later, we discovered that it was the 1,000-year-old giant elephant beneath us that was observing us. What a surreal experience. We navigated our way up a tree resembling a massive whale, and within its canopy, we located the final piece of the red historical text. Roger was ecstatic, jumping 3 feet in the air like a child, shouting that we had finally found it. Yutien spent a few hours translating the contents. Just as we descended from the tree, a small figure emerged from the forest. It was Pedro from the fur tribe. This little fellow, fists clenched, earnestly declared his desire to set sail with us. Roger, ever the sage, began to impart wisdom, speaking of each person's moment to shine, sending shivers down my spine. My heart sank at the thought of this child's eventual fate. Unable to bear it, I approached and ruffled his little head, encouraging him, Go for it, Pedro. The child sweetly called me Brother Xiahao. In that moment, I resolved to protect this child's life at all costs. Back on the ship, the atmosphere grew tense. We pieced together the maps of the 4 historical texts, and Rayleigh and Yutien, along with the others, spent 3 days and nights tirelessly calculating the location of the elusive final island. During our absence, the Navy headquarters Carp could no longer remain idle. His intuition was eerily accurate. He told Sengoku that Roger had been silent for too long, undoubtedly plotting something monumental. Sengoku was skeptical until Carp declared that Roger was far more formidable than that fellow Rox, then stormed into the marshal's office, demanding a fleet be dispatched to search for us. I must say, these 2 old adversaries understand each other better than brothers. Just as Carp set sail, our ship erupted in jubilant cheers. We found it. Yutien pointed to a spot on the map, sending everyone into a frenzy. Roger waved his hand, everyone, to the final island. We set sail, but guess what? At the critical moment, Buggy faltered. He collapsed on the deck, burning with fever, resembling a cooked shrimp, his red nose glowing. Shanks, with his notorious wit, teased him, leading to yet another squabble. Seeing the situation unfold, Roger decisively stated, Buggy, you should stay behind. Shanks and I exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly, and we decided to remain and care for him. The captain looked at us with a grateful expression. As they departed for adventure, Buggy, pretending to be asleep on the sickbed, couldn't hold back his tears. That foolish lad must have scolded us 100 times in his heart for being foolish. While the captain and the others sought adventure, I remained busy, boldly setting off to find Whitebeard alone. I recounted the tumultuous events surrounding Odin and Wano, detailing the ominous rumors of Kaido's machinations, all of which I relayed to Whitebeard without reservation. To my astonishment, upon hearing the news, Whitebeard erupted with fury, delivering a punch that shattered the very air around him. The spectacle was nothing short of extraordinary. I made my discreet exit, choosing to remain in the shadows, my contributions hidden from the glory. Subsequently, I learned that Whitebeard relentlessly pursued Kaido across the globe, leaving the still-developing Kaido utterly bewildered. The deep scar on his chest was a testament to that encounter. Days later, word spread like wildfire across the seas. Roger had reached the fabled final island. Upon discovering the monumental treasure left by Joy Boy, he laughed heartily, proclaiming it to be the grandest joke of all time. With a grand gesture, he named the island Raftel, which translates to Laugh Tale. This revelation sent the world into a frenzy. Newspapers flew off the presses, and Roger was hailed as the Pirate King. The old guard in the New World reacted swiftly. Whitebeard, while engaging Kaido, commended our captain, while the furious Shiki rallied a formidable fleet to confront us once more. The Navy, in a state of panic, issued a worldwide bounty for us, even cowardly omitting that from Roger's name. What a laugh. When our captain and the others returned to retrieve the three of us, they hosted a grand celebration. Just as the festivities were in full swing, Roger abruptly stood, his expression grave, and declared, "The Roger Pirates disband." I tell you, every man on that deck, regardless of his toughness, was reduced to tears. Decades of brotherhood, severed in an instant. What followed was a prolonged farewell. We first escorted Odin back to Wano, and as he departed, he earnestly told me, "Xia Hao, I will remember your words. I, Kazuki Odin, shall not perish." Watching him walk away stirred an unsettling feeling within me. In the days that followed, the crew began disembarking on islands devoid of the Navy, and the once vibrant Jackson gradually grew desolate. Eventually, Buggy and Shanks also vanished into the East Blue. Only Rayleigh and I remained, and the atmosphere was heavy with melancholy. Finally, in a small town near Lowtown, I too disembarked. "Mr. Rayleigh, I am leaving." I watched as he piloted the now empty ship until it faded from sight, leaving me with a profound sense of emptiness. I resolved to rest for a year, idly contemplating my next steps. To rest, one must have a place to stay. I pulled a gold piece from my bag and exchanged it for a substantial sum at a pawn shop. However, as I stepped outside, I sensed I was being watched. Several shady figures trailed me, their intentions clearly dubious. I ducked into a narrow alley, and with a swift motion, I scaled the wall, observing the disoriented pursuers below. I couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you looking for me?" Startled, they looked up and froze. The leader, a brash fellow with yellow hair, commanded, "Kid, since you've spotted us, hand over your treasure." A burly companion questioned him, "What do we do now that we've been discovered?" The yellow-haired leader, after a moment of contemplation, gritted his teeth and replied, "Forget it. Let's resort to our old methods. Be careful not to kill him." The dozen or so hulking figures behind him grinned, thumping their chests in assurance. "Don't worry, boss." I found their bravado amusing. They charged at me, shouting for money like a band of ruffians. I couldn't help but laugh. Were they truly offering me such an opportunity? I placed my bag on the ground and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, I unleashed my Busashoka haki, piercing each of them in the chest with a single finger. In a flurry of sounds, the once menacing thugs hit the ground, bleeding profusely, staining the alley red. I shook my head, bemused by their weakness. Retrieving my bag, I approached the stunned, yellow-haired leader, patting him on the shoulder as I prepared to leave. Just then, a dramatic scene unfolded. A furious shout erupted from behind me. "You think you can just walk away after bullying my little brother? Take this." A young boy's fist came crashing down towards my head. I barely raised an eyebrow, merely lifting a hand in a gentle motion. With a resounding thud, the ground beneath me cracked, and I felt the force of his blow push me down slightly. Now this was intriguing. I felt my arm tingle. Finally, a worthy opponent had appeared. The boy, later known as a Shing, was taken aback when he saw how effortlessly I absorbed his punch. He had likely never encountered such a circumstance in his life. The next moment, he unleashed a flurry of punches, his arms moving so fast they left afterimages, raining down blows upon me. Yet, I stood unscathed, as if nothing had happened. When he glanced down at his hands, blood was streaming from them, reminiscent of someone who had just bitten into 2 ripe tomatoes. Striking me felt like hitting steel. Realizing the futility of his efforts, he turned and shouted, "Brothers, retreat. This guy is out of our league." But how could I let him escape so easily? As he sprinted 100 meters away, I blinked and appeared beside him, delivering a light kick that sent him crashing into a wall, leaving a spider web pattern in the surface. With a clang, a small black pouch fell from his grasp. I glanced down and recognized it as the gold I had yet to exchange. I couldn't help but chuckle. Well, young one, impressive skills. You managed to pilfer from a pirate while brawling with me? Quite the talent. But have you considered the consequences of stealing from pirates? As I casually remarked. Ashing's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the word pirate. One moment he was grim, the next he was beaming with joy. He suddenly knelt before me, exclaiming, "Great captain, I humbly request to join your pirate crew." I was taken aback, utterly bewildered. What is this? I haven't even formed a crew yet, and you're already calling me captain? Have you no shame? Eventually, unable to withstand his pleading gaze, I sighed and relented. Fine, I will stay here for a year. If you can impress me by then, I may consider your request. His face lit up with exhilaration as he cheered. Long live the captain. At that moment, I noticed that his bloodied hands had miraculously healed, leaving no trace of injury. This young man possessed an extraordinary constitution. Thus, with Ashing, the local tough, by my side, I settled in and began a year of quiet training. He proved relentless, persistently demanding instruction in combat. By the 3rd month, I succumbed to his persistence and began teaching him martial arts. In the 4th month, I introduced him to the concept of hockey. By the 5th month, I had even taught him the intricacies of the 8 gates. By the 10th month, I finally grasped the full extent of his abilities. He was a veritable monster, high defense, rapid recovery, and strength rivaling that of a young giant. In the 11th month, I sent him to single-handedly take on a pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries. By the 12th month, I ceased my training, opting to use all my system points for a lottery draw. To my astonishment, I struck gold, acquiring several extraordinary items. Just as I reveled in my good fortune, Ashing burst in, clutching a newspaper, exclaiming, "Captain, breaking news! Pirate King Roger has been captured by Navy hero Garp. He is to be publicly executed in Logtown soon." Upon hearing this, my heart sank. I knew that this day would eventually arrive. In the days of yore, I inexplicably found myself in this world, rescued from the depths of the sea by Captain Roger. For 5 years, I embarked on adventures with the RogerPirates, and without them, I might have perished long ago. Although I have grown immensely powerful through the system, akin to a monstrous being, there remains none who can rival me, save for those of Roger's caliber. Yet, I'm still unable to alter his fate. Upon the announcement of his demise, the world erupted in chaos. The notorious Shiki, the Golden Lion, stormed the Marine headquarters at Marineford single-handedly, wreaking havoc and confronting Admiral Sengoku and Garp, declaring, "Roger is the man I acknowledge. How could you useless fools capture him?" What ensued was a cataclysmic battle that obliterated half of Marineford. A week later, in East Blue at Logtown, I accompanied Ashing to witness the scene. The crowd was immense, with 99% being pirates, all gathered to bid farewell to Roger. As Roger, shackled, ascended the execution platform, an eerie silence fell over the town. He showed no fear, calmly uttering, "Come on, let us get this over with." Just as the 2 swords were poised to descend upon him, a voice rang out from the crowd, someone I suspected to be a plant by Roger, yelling, "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasures you've plundered?" The legendary One Piece. Upon hearing this, Roger erupted into uproarious laughter, a sound that reverberated throughout Logtown. I assure you, every soul present, whether future emperors or admirals, would forever remember his demeanor in the face of death. After his laughter subsided, he proclaimed a statement that heralded an era. "Do you wish for my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go seek it. I have placed everything there." No sooner had he spoken than the blades pierced his body. Thus fell a legendary figure. The crowd fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a frenzy, shouting, "Set sail! Set sail! I want to become the Pirate King." The age of pirates was ignited by a single phrase. At Marine headquarters, The newly appointed Admiral Sengoku turned pale, overwhelmed by the situation, while Garp stood by the shore. Sighing, he understood that Roger had orchestrated this, surrendering himself to usher in a new era. Whitebeard, upon reading the news, laughed heartily. "Brrr, Roger, you did it." As the throng at Lowtown began to disperse, only the three of us remained in the alley. I, Shanks, and Buggy. Shanks attempted to recruit Buggy, who exploded in anger. "Join your crew." "Never. You are the one who lost my treasure map." He turned and fled, tears streaming down his face. I understood clearly. His anger was not about the treasure map, but rather Shanks's suggestion of not pursuing the One Piece, thus betraying the captain's legacy. I patted the silent Shanks on the back and said, "Never mind. We shall meet again at the pinnacle of the future." We exchanged a fist bump and parted ways. With them gone, my true mission was just beginning. I instructed Shing to procure a set of Marine uniforms, and he proved to be quite the adept thief. Dressed in a uniform, I utilized a WoodRelease transformation to alter my appearance, and then employed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear aboard the Marine warship transporting Roger's body. The defenses were stringent, yet clad in the Marine attire, I strode boldly forward. Just as I neared the captain's body, a commanding voice shouted, "Halt! Which division are you from? I've never seen you before." Surrounding Marines quickly closed in on me. I sighed and addressed them. "Gentlemen, why must we resort to this?" In an instant, a cloud of green toxic mist erupted from my body, corroding the deck with a sizzling sound. Amidst the ensuing chaos, I seized Roger's body and vanished with another Flying Thunder God technique. When the wind dispersed the toxic fog, the Marines were left dumbfounded. Where did he go? Roger's body is missing. Even worse, the ship had been corroded and was now sinking, forcing them to abandon ship. Upon receiving the report, Sengoku was dismayed and ultimately ordered a media blackout, claiming Roger had been buried. Garp, hearing this news, was incensed and prepared to set sail, fearing the body might fall into the hands of the likes of Gecko Moria, who could manipulate corpses. Meanwhile, Moria, far away in the New World, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. I took Roger's body to a deserted island, placing it in a wooden box crafted from WoodRelease. I then placed two extraordinary treasures I had drawn in a lottery. One called the Heart of Wood, which continuously provided vitality. The other, the bloodthirsty Reversal Scarecrow, capable of reversing life and death. Finally, I clapped my hands, and a lush forest erupted on the island, burying the box deep within the earth. "Farewell, Captain. I hope to see you again in the future." Having completed my tasks, I returned to Lowtown, where Shing was joyfully counting coins in an alley. Having also snagged a map, I approached him and said, "Pack up, bid farewell, we are setting sail." He nearly leapt into the air with excitement. Thus, we boarded a small ship we had just purchased and officially embarked towards the Grand Line. Shing chattered away like a sparrow, bubbling with enthusiasm. At that moment, I spotted a colossal pirate ship advancing directly towards us. So as that we set sail on our modest vessel toward the Grand Line. Shing, as hyperactive as ever, did not cease his incessant chatter, which was becoming quite bothersome. Just then, I caught sight of an enormous pirate ship barreling toward us like a raging bull. On board, the pirates, their eyes gleaming with greed, shouted, "Hey, you two little brats. Catch them. We need 2 more for our crew." Upon hearing their captain, several jumped into action. "Don't worry, Captain. They're just 2 little kids. How strong can they be?" "Just 2 kids?" I thought. Wasn't the Pirate King Roger once a newcomer? One of the pirates, with a wave of his hand, led a group of 5 or 6 others toward our small ship. "Shing, it's all yours," I lazily remarked. These frogs at the bottom of the well dared to provoke me, completely unaware of their impending doom. "You got it, Captain." Shing responded eagerly, ready for a fight. The pirates, seeing Shing standing alone, burst into laughter. "Hey kid, have you ever seen a knife?" One brandished a blade that glinted in the sunlight. "A knife? I see butcher knives every day," Shing replied earnestly. The mention of a butcher knife seemed to remind him of my braised pork, and he drooled, looking rather foolish. "Are you messing with me?" The pirate retorted. In their crew, the captain of the Golden Diamond Pirates had a bounty of 800,000 berries. And who would dare to provoke them? Suddenly, Shing landed a powerful punch on the pirate, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he dropped his knife. Is this what a knife is like? Let me see how sharp it really is. A Xing picked up the fallen knife and swung it down, causing a fountain of blood to erupt as the pirate lost an arm. I gazed at the unfolding scene with an impassive expression. In the world of pirates without power, one is rendered inconsequential. At that moment, a group of individuals, with their eyes aglow, charged forward with fervor. Yet, within 3 minutes, they lay lifeless upon the ground, their spirits extinguished. What a bunch of worthless fools. They couldn't even handle a mere child. Captain Shittigan of the Jean Gang Hei's Dawn, fuming aboard his ship, displayed a cruel smile on his face. Send that vessel flying. What shall we do, boss? Rest assured, I have everything in hand. You go take care of that hulking brute. Wait for me, you scoundrel. A Xing's eyes blazed with intensity as he bellowed. Mokuton, mokubasi ken saku no jutsu. Mokuton, hink no jutsu. With a wave of my hand, the small boat instantly became a realm of chaos. As the abilities of the Devil Fruit user and captain of the Jean Gang Hei's Dawn, Barrett Douglas, resonated violently. The cacophony of cannon fire echoed through the tumultuous seas, while the formidable Moby Dick, the guardian of black carbon, stood ready. I must tell you, my little brother A Xing is growing increasingly formidable. With a flap of his wings, a tempest of cutting winds rained down, and that colossal gray bear, once so arrogant, was turned into a sieve, blood spouting like a fountain. In mere moments, he had vanquished all the beasts in the vicinity, leaving a mountain of corpses in his wake, reveling in his triumph. Yet, as he reveled, something extraordinary occurred. Suddenly, the entire map of the forest manifested in 3D within his mind, complete with moving light points, akin to a radar system. Who among us understands that defeating mere minions can yield legendary gear? After pondering for a while, he slapped his thigh in realization. This was none other than the fabled Ken Bunchiko Haki. Energized, he spotted a colossal light point on the map, much larger than himself, and was determined to confront it. Transforming into a half-dragon form, he charged forward with an insatiable zeal. Upon arrival, his eyes widened in disbelief. The forest was in utter disarray, with creatures fleeing in all directions, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. At the chaotic epicenter, a towering beast, the king of tigers, over 50 meters tall, was engaged in a fierce battle with a human. A Xing was utterly astonished. Was this individual in a humanoid Gundam mode? Utilizing sheer physical strength, he was trading blows with a mighty beast. Blood sprayed into the air as their ferocity echoed across the landscape, instilling fear from afar. The King of Tigers, feeling disgraced, recalled how a year prior, upon his arrival on the island, he had been easily driven away by this very creature. Now, a year later, not only had he returned, but he had also vanquished the minions and even the offspring of the king. This was intolerable. Retribution was necessary. As the battle commenced, the King of Tigers quickly realized something was amiss. This human was fighting as if endowed with supernatural abilities. With a swipe of its paw, it sent the man flying, crashing through several mountains, embedding him within the rocks like a mural. Surely, he must have perished. Yet, from the rubble, he emerged, spitting blood, grinning, with crimson-stained teeth. Seemingly unscathed, he boldly declared, "You have successfully captured my attention." With a swift movement, he charged, the ground beneath him fracturing as he launched himself forward, delivering a devastating Retsuzen-ken that shattered the King of Tigers' paw. Seizing the moment, he entered a frenzied state, unleashing a barrage of punches upon the King of Tigers. The beast, in agony, sought an opening and retaliated with a powerful tail swipe, sending the man hurtling away. Yet, he remained undeterred, catching the beast's fangs mid-attack, bellowing. Single-handed shoulder throw. He lifted the colossal creature and slammed it into the ground with tremendous force. In that moment, the King of Tigers must have been filled with confusion. Who truly is the beast here? These two titans clashed relentlessly, their battle shaking the heavens and the earth. Even a Xing, watching from above, felt a surge of dread, realizing that if he were to descend, he would likely not withstand 3 blows. By now, I had taken my place atop a tree, observing the spectacle. I turned to a Xing and said, "Do you see? This is what it means to be a true warrior. Compared to that self-proclaimed great pirate you faced a few days ago, this is a realm apart. I casually issued a command for Xing to practice with this formidable fighter once he emerged victorious. I must confess, I had taken an immediate liking to this individual. He was no ordinary man. His physique and strength bespoke a rare hybrid of the fishman and giant races. He was a gem that must be brought aboard. As the battle neared its conclusion, the figure known as Meng Shan seized the opportunity, leaping atop the king of tigers, executing a descending palm strike. No, a fist technique from Fishman Karate, 5,000 waza. With a resounding crack, the king of tigers' skull shattered, resulting in its immediate demise. Meng Shan reveled in his victory for a full 3 minutes before suddenly glancing upward, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at Xing. You've watched long enough. When will you show yourself? Xing, realizing my absence, steeled himself to face the challenge. Not foolish, he opted to remain airborne, raining down wind blades, employing a strategy of retreating while disrupting the enemy. Countless wind blades fell like rain, while Meng Shan retaliated by hurling a large wooden stake as a spear, nearly skewering Xing. He escalated further, uprooting entire trees and launching them skyward like missiles, creating a scene of unrelenting chaos. Upon witnessing the scene, Xing was taken aback and immediately unleashed his ultimate ability, conjuring a wind blade soared over 40 meters long in the sky, aimed directly downward. However, Meng Shan displayed unexpected prowess, hefting a boulder the size of a small hill and hurling it upward, effectively nullifying the wind blade. At this juncture, Meng Shan deemed the encounter pointless, realizing that one was airborne while the other was grounded, rendering them unable to harm one another. He turned to leave, prompting Xing to shout in desperation from above. Observing this, I decided to intervene personally, teleporting to stand before him. Upon seeing me, Meng Shan's eyes lit up, sensing the aura of a formidable opponent. Without hesitation, he discarded his tiger-headed weapon and prepared to engage me in combat. I cut straight to the chase. I am Xia Hao, a pirate. Your extraordinary physique intrigues me. Would you care to join my crew? Upon hearing the word pirate, he shook his head vehemently, dismissing the notion as uninteresting and weak. Amused, I proposed a wager. Should I emerge victorious, he would join my ship. Without a moment's thought, he agreed, launching himself at me with a powerful mountain splitter fist. I raised a hand and executed a technique. WoodRelease, wooden barrier. Instantly, multiple layers of wooden walls sprang up, absorbing the force of his punch, which penetrated only 3 layers before losing momentum. Realizing I needed to combat such a brute with his own strength, I activated the 8 gates, advancing to the 6th gate, the opening of the view. A surge of green energy enveloped me, and I vanished from sight. Meng Shan was momentarily bewildered, witnessing only a flurry of afterimages encircling him, followed by a tempest of fists. As he attempted to block, he found himself overwhelmed, facing a barrage of strikes. The shockwaves from our exchange flattened the surrounding trees. Xing, watching from the sidelines, was astounded, exclaiming that I was the true ultimate beast, trading blows with Meng Shan for 5 hours without losing my breath. Ultimately, Meng Shan, defeated, crawled from the rubble and surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. I approached him, welcoming him aboard. This towering figure, standing at 6 meters 6, with a mass of muscle that even I envied. Thus, our Haotian pirate crew was officially established. I took the time to enlighten my 2 new recruits on the concept of hockey, initiating a lesson. I first taught him to predict all of Xing's attacks using observation hockey, ensuring that not a single punch landed. Then we practiced armament hockey when our fists collided. He suffered a bone fracture and was sent flying, stunned by the force of my hockey. At this point, Meng Shan was thoroughly convinced, clinging to my leg, eager to learn. A year passed swiftly, during which I trained them rigorously. Now, Xing could eliminate the regional overlord of the island with a single punch, while Meng Shan's feats were even more astounding, channeling all his armament hockey into a punch that obliterated a mountain peak from 500 meters away. Observing these 2 powerful fighters, I nodded with satisfaction. It was time for a grand venture. I opened the system I had accumulated over the past year, with over 1,500 points, and decided to go all in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained heavy gauntlets. These gauntlets possess a 50% chance to deal 200 damage, an ideal fit for Meng Shan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Azure Dragon Breaks the Heavens. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a collection of photos of the Pirate Empress. System, something seems off. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the Thunder Dragon's Annihilation spell. This changes the game. I am now evenly matched with Enel. Following a series of rewards. The crowning achievement was a massive battleship manifestation card. I used it on the spot, and a lavish, 3-deck pirate ship rose from the ground. This vessel could harness wind, lightning, and manpower as its propulsion. The vast ocean was ours to traverse. Xing and Meng Shan stood in awe, rushing aboard to explore. Reminiscent of Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. With a grand gesture, I filled the energy chamber with thunderous power and set sail. With a whoosh, our Haotian ship surged forward like a bolt of lightning. 5 days later, we leisurely sailed through the West Sea, having slowed our pace to enjoy the scenery. Suddenly, Xing shouted from the lookout tower, "Captain, it appears there is a naval warship ahead." Upon hearing this, I was jolted awake from my afternoon nap. I focused in the direction Xing indicated and was met with a ship bearing a distinctive doghead figurehead. My heart sank. Anyone familiar would recognize that this ship belonged to the legendary marine hero, Garp, the man capable of shattering an island with a single punch, the one who relentlessly pursued Pirate King Roger. I realized we were in serious trouble. A confrontation was not in our favor, and I hastily contemplated an escape. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a loud whoosh sounded beside my ear, and a large black cannonball hurtled toward us. My reflexes kicked in, and I swiftly raised my hand, performing a WoodRelease technique. Wooden spear. A wooden spear materialized from thin air, which I deftly hurled at the cannonball, piercing it mid-flight. The resulting explosion erupted beside our ship, the acrid smell of gunpowder forcing me to cough. Before I could voice my frustrations, a frenzied volley of cannonballs followed. As if Garp believed we were a major criminal organization. I clapped my hands together, executing WoodRelease. Wooden barrier. Several thick wooden walls sprang up in front of our ship, successfully intercepting the barrage of cannonballs, which detonated spectacularly like fireworks. Our vessel rocked violently from blasts. Meng Shan, however, grew excited, retaliating against 2 cannonballs with his fists, staring defiantly at Garp. Thankfully, I managed to restrain him. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dangerously. On the dog-headed warship, upon realizing his cannonballs were ineffective, Garp became invigorated, signaling for his secret weapon. A minute later, I beheld an enormous iron ball on their ship, and I fell silent. Witnessing it firsthand was 100 times more shocking than hearing about it. I turned to Meng Shan. "This is your domain. Are you up for it?" Meng Shan grinned. "Absolutely." He stepped forward, fully unleashing his armament hockey, enveloping his fist in a transparent layer of energy. As the colossal iron ball descended upon us like a meteor, he leapt into the air, aligning himself with the ball, and with closed eyes, he struck. 7,000 punches worth of power. The scene froze in time as the iron ball and his fist seemed suspended for a moment. In the next instant, an invisible shockwave collided with the iron ball, sending it hurtling away like a mere plaything, splashing into the sea without a ripple. The naval soldiers aboard the enemy ship gaped in disbelief, their jaws dropping. Xing, witnessing Meng Shan's display, exclaimed, "Captain, I can't hold back any longer. I want in." Considering it a valuable lesson for him, I allowed him to engage and witness the harsh realities of the world. Xing flapped his wings and soared above the naval ship, unleashing a rapid wind blade slash. The sky filled with blades of wind, falling like rain in a spectacular display. Yet, to his astonishment, Garp's sunglasses-wearing Vice Admiral, Bogart, barely flinched, swiftly slicing through the wind blades with ease. Unwilling to be outdone, Xing unleashed his ultimate move, summoning a colossal wind dragon, a manifestation of tempestuous might. But to his shock, Bogart leapt up, executing a flying dragon slash that swiftly dispatched the dragon. Xing returned, dejected and defeated. I couldn't help but smile. he still had much to learn. After all, Bogart was Carp's vice admiral, not just anyone. Carp, amused by the spectacle, ordered full pursuit. Realizing the stakes had escalated, I quickly prepared to flee. Grasping my Fong Tianhua halberd, I spun it vigorously, unleashing a dragon-like vortex of water that surged forth. Yet, to my astonishment, Carp merely threw a punch. With a single strike, he obliterated my tornado, causing water to rain down like a torrential downpour. I hastily commanded Meng Shan to set sail, reaching maximum speed, and we swiftly vanished from sight. Our ship, Haoyan, is not to be underestimated. We left the bewildered naval forces in our wake. Carp ceased his pursuit, likely finding amusement in our antics. After finally evading Carp, we continued our journey. A week later, a colossal island loomed before us, dominated by a single tree so vast it overshadowed the entire landmass. I realized instantly that this was O'Hara, the sacred ground of knowledge, soon to fall victim to the Buster Call. A Xing returned from reconnaissance, reporting that the naval fleet was advancing towards us. I sighed and hastened to the island, hoping to arrive in time. However, upon entering the forest, I witnessed a group of children pelting a young girl with tomatoes. My temper flared. I could not stand idly by. Extending my hand, I caught all the tomatoes, munching on one in the process. A Xing and Meng Shan apprehended the miscreants, compelling them to apologize to the girl, who was none other than Robin. I requested Robin to guide us to Dr. Clover. Upon meeting, I spoke candidly. We are pirates here to rescue you. The Buster Call is imminent. The scholars erupted in disbelief, chattering away, none willing to accept our warning. I was exasperated. My goodwill was met with skepticism. Yet Dr. Clover, wise and astute, decided to prioritize the evacuation of residents. Just then, Robin's mother, Alvia, burst in, announcing that the world government troops had landed. Suddenly, everyone believed us. I struck a deal with Dr. Clover. I would assist in evacuating some residents and books in exchange for the research materials on the true history. He agreed. Just as we finished the arrangements, someone ran in, reporting that CP agents had captured residents and were heading our way. I felt overwhelmed and instructed Meng Shan and the others to move the books swiftly while I confronted them alone. The CP9 agents attacked with speed and precision. But before my observation hockey, they seemed sluggish as I swiftly took them down with 2 punches, knocking their leader unconscious in the process. However, at that moment, the Navy commenced their assault, cannon fire erupting. The Tree of Knowledge ignited in flames. My din-din mushy rang. The Xing shouted, "Boss, they're firing." None of the scholars are willing to leave. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Where is that little girl?" Meng Shan, where did she go? Who could comprehend the chaos unfolding? I rushed to find Robin. When I reached the western coast, I was met with a dramatic scene. A giant named Saul cradled Robin while a lethargic figure, Akiji, stood opposite them. Saul attempted to flee, but Akiji froze him in place with his ice-time capsule, encasing him in ice. Before collapsing, Saul yelled, "Kazan, you won't spare even a child?" Akiji replied nonchalantly, "Justice, it merely depends on which side you stand on." "Saul, I don't blame you. But these scholars must be held accountable. It is for the stability of the world. As for the little girl, isn't she a scholar too?" Implicitly, he suggested that she too must perish. As I worried for Robin, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the refuge ship. I turned to see a massive wooden wall deflecting a cannonball, and a man landed gracefully on the ship, vociferously chastising the naval forces. "Your brand of justice is truly tyrannical. There are innocent civilians aboard. Must you annihilate them?" On the opposing warship stood a figure engulfed in magma, a kainu. Sakazuki. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Who knows if scholars have infiltrated? It is better to mistakenly execute than to let one escape." "And what are you?" This newcomer exhibited remarkable courage, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Me? Just an ordinary passerby. Who could understand the audacity of one without strength in these times?" Akainu's subordinates scrambled to uncover his identity, and a naval lieutenant stumbled forth, reporting, "Sakazuki, we have discovered his identity. He is the former apprentice of the pirate king Roger, Summer Howe, a bounty of 150 million 3 years ago." Upon revealing his identity, Akainu's expression darkened. his murderous intent palpable. Since Roger initiated the Great Pirate Era, the Navy had faced immense pressure, and his greatest hatred was for pirates. Somehow undeterred, mocked, "What pirates? Compared to your cold-blooded justice against civilians, I consider myself far more humane." He then turned to the stunned civilians aboard the refuge ship and urged, "What are you waiting for? Run now. No one will save you next time." The passengers finally reacted, pleading with the captain to set sail immediately. Akainu could not allow their escape. Enraged, he transformed his arms into molten magma, the heat so intense I felt my eyebrows singe from a distance. He shouted, "Great firestorm!" In an instant, the sky rained down a torrent of magma, threatening to boil the sea. I thought it was the end, but guess what? A great halberd appeared in Summerhow's hands, infused with a surge of azure energy. With a mighty roar, a colossal azure dragon soared into the sky, dispersing the fiery downpour. The magma plummeted into the ocean, failing to harm the refuge ship in the slightest. On the island, Akiji observed the battle at sea, unable to suppress his amusement. "Ah, a formidable opponent has arrived." Displeased with Akainu's absolute justice, he relished the sight of someone standing against him. Seizing the opportunity, Saul urged Robin to flee. Yet, Robin, in tears, refused to leave, clinging to Saul's leg, pleading not to be left alone. Saul, desperate, bellowed, "Listen, Robin. You must run. This is where I make my stand. You may be alone now, but one day you will undoubtedly find your own companions. Life will not leave you in eternal solitude. Run." With that, he closed his eyes in anguish. Robin sobbed, but ultimately turned and sprinted forward with all her strength. At that moment, Akiji made his move. He raised a hand, invoking ice time, and a chilling aura enveloped the area, freezing Saul from head to toe into a crystalline sculpture. On the sea, Akainu watched as the refuge ship drifted further away, furious, tearing at his cloak and glaring daggers at Summerhow. Floating on a wooden plank, Summerhow calmly stated, "Stand down. They are merely civilians. Your intent to intimidate has been achieved. If you continue this assault, I cannot guarantee the safety of your ships." This threat was tantamount to rubbing Akainu's face in the dirt. He roared, summoning a fiery dog head, canine red lotus. Summerhow countered with a thunderous crescent slash, armed haki enveloping his halberd, unleashing a shockwave that obliterated the molten dog head. Immediately after, he clapped his hands, causing thorny vines to erupt from the deck of Akainu's warship, savagely attacking the surrounding naval forces. A great tree sprouted, and wooden wolves leapt forth, launching a relentless assault on the Navy. This sudden onslaught left Akainu unable to unleash his wide-ranging attacks, forced to witness his ship descend into chaos. Meanwhile, little Robin ran desperately to the shore, only to find Akiji waiting for her. He regarded the young girl, unusually refraining from violence, instead conjuring an icy path for her escape. "I wish to see what kind of flower blooms from the seed Saul fought so fiercely to protect. But remember, I am not your ally. Should you commit a crime, I will be the first to apprehend you." Robin wished to inquire further about her mother, but Qingji extinguished her hopes with a single sentence: "No one can survive on this island. Once the demon-slaying order is issued, it is a decision made by the world government, and no one can alter it." After speaking, Qingji departed. Little Robin sat alone on a raft, drifting on the icy waters, her sobs mingling with strange laughter, a profound loneliness and despair that made my heart ache from a distance. However, I must tell you, more remarkable events were yet to unfold. Not long after Qingji left, Xiahao suddenly appeared behind him. Qingji was taken aback, a chill running through him, ready to act. After all, letting the scholar from O'Hara escape was a grave sin. What if someone witnessed it? He was also puzzled. His Kinbunchika haki had clearly sensed that Xiahao was still engaged in battle with Akainu. How could he suddenly appear here? Xiahao waved his hand reassuringly. "Rest easy. Vice Admiral Kazan, I saw nothing. Let us pretend we have never crossed paths." With that, he vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, the Xiahao who was fighting Akainu on the sea suddenly transformed into a piece of wood and plummeted into the ocean. "Well done, wood clone." Akainu immediately understood he had been tricked, furious enough to nearly erupt into a human-shaped volcano, bellowing at the sea. "Xiahao, Do not let me see you again. As for Xiao Hao himself, he had long returned to his ship. He gazed at the ruins of O'Hara, letting out a sigh. Though he was powerful, saving everyone under the demon-slaying order with just a few people was still too daunting. However, he managed to rescue the evacuation ship and secretly reinforce the Tree of Knowledge with the power of WoodRelease, significantly enhancing its fire resistance, thus doing his utmost. Later, when the Navy landed, they indeed discovered the books that the scholars had fought desperately to protect in the lake, leaving O'Hara with a final ember of hope. This news quickly spread across the world, and the Gorosei were quite pleased with the outcome, casually raising Xiao Hao's bounty yet again, marking him as a person of keen interest. A month later, two individuals arrived at the ruins of O'Hara. One was Long, bearing the imprint of flip-flops on his face, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army. The other, you would never guess, was Vegapunk. The two old acquaintances exchanged pleasantries and jibes. Long declared that seeing the devastation of O'Hara had solidified his resolve to form an army to overthrow the tyranny of the world government. Vegapunk, on the other hand, lamented that his research was exorbitantly expensive. Only the world government could afford it. He had come for Dr. Clover's research findings, but alas, those books had already been taken away by the Elbaf giants. The scene shifted as I followed Xiao Hao and the others to the Flower Country in the West Sea. The three of them were dining in a restaurant when they overheard a nearby table gossiping. They spoke of several groups of pirates this month attempting to seize the Qingjiao family's treasure, only to be obliterated. They also mentioned that the leader of the Qingjiao family, the one with the conical head, had once been defeated in a single blow by the naval hero Carp. Otherwise, he would have been even more formidable. Just as they were speaking, one fellow let slip that Carp was too strong, declaring he wanted to become a Navy officer. Trouble was brewing, for this was the territory of the Qingjiao family. Mentioning the Navy was tantamount to courting death. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen burly men burst through the door, intent on seizing that individual. Xing, could no longer bear to watch. A chopstick flew through the air, narrowly missing the leader's nose and embedding itself in the door, as I retorted fiercely, "What glory is there in bullying an ordinary citizen? If you have any courage, go seek revenge on Carp." The squad leader had initially intended to threaten us, but upon turning around and seeing the mountain of a man that was Meng Shan beside us, he instantly wilted, yet he still tried to maintain bravado, invoking the name of the Qingjiao family to intimidate us. Xiao Hao, uninterested in wasting breath, unleashed a trace of his conqueror as haki. In an instant, those thugs felt as if they were facing a prehistoric beast rather than a mere human, their legs turning to jelly as they dropped their captive and fled in a panic. Just as we finished our meal and stepped outside, we were met by a blockade of over 100 men. The ones who had fled earlier were all among them. Xing was furious, cursing loudly, while Meng Shan merely snorted coldly, sending shivers down the spines of those opposing us. Two formidable individuals approached from the other side, one named Lao Kai, the other Bu. Lao Kai had a fiery temper and charged at Xing with a knife without a word. Xing instantly transformed into a wind god pteranodon, stopping his blade with a single claw. Seeing the situation escalate, Xiao Hao commanded, "Meng Shan, engage." I must say, the 8 Treasure Navy had grown accustomed to bullying others, and today they had kicked a steel plate. Abu struck a pose, launching his 8 assault fist towards Meng Shan, creating such force that surrounding pebbles were sent flying. However, Meng Shan remained expressionless, meeting the attack with his hockey-coated fist effortlessly. With a resounding crash, Abu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings. Emerging from the rubble, he stared in disbelief at his swollen fist, clearly in shock. Family, who can understand this? This was a crushing display of racial talent. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as beasts, incomparable. Meanwhile, Xing and Lao Kai were locked in a fierce struggle, while Xiao Hao had summoned a party of shadow clones, with over 20 wood clones pummeling more than 100 members of the 8 Treasure Navy, creating a one-sided slaughter. Xiao Hao himself approached the squad leader he had previously sent flying, grabbing him by the collar and coldly demanding, "Speak. Where is the ice field where the treasure is hidden?" The captive immediately wet himself in fear, his face turning pale, trembling as he stammered, Big brother, I'll tell you everything. Just northeast of the flower country, cross the mountain ahead, and walk another 10 miles to reach it. He was terrified I would dispose of him in the next moment. Upon hearing this, I chuckled, thinking, this fellow is quite cooperative. With a vigorous motion of my arm, I tossed him back to the one, named Tellier like a rag doll. Goodness. Tellier's face turned a deep shade of liver as he looked at his subordinate, who was utterly petrified by my words, unsure whether to kick him or not. Ultimately having to stifle his rage and shout, "Stand up! Is there not a shred of the 8-treasure Navy-esque dignity left? Is it because of one look from me that you are reduced to this state?" I mused to myself. Could it be that it isn't merely a matter of a single glance, but rather that I possess an inherent deterrent presence? On the other side, Xing and Lao Kai were engaged in a fierce battle, akin to a collision of celestial bodies. Xing transformed into his half-beast form, diving from the sky with such speed that he produced a sonic boom, resembling thunder. Lao Kai was not to be outdone, executing his 8 assault fist, shockwave strike, his haki enveloping his feet, forcing Xing to a standstill. Thus, they exchanged blows, the shockwave sending nearby minions tumbling as the ground cracked open for hundreds of meters. As they fought fiercely, I managed to clear my side of the forces. Tellier, witnessing his companions strewn across the ground, struck the earth in frustration, blood flowing from his hand, likely lamenting internally. Why can I not be stronger? Just as he was wallowing in despair, a languid voice called out, "Hey, what a lively scene." I turned around to see a seemingly affable, plump old man sauntering over. Yet the aura was off. The oppressive presence and barely concealed anger made it clear he was a formidable character. This old man was the 12th generation pillar of the 8-treasure navy, Qingjiao. Behind him trailed over 1,000 armed men, ready to turn us into a sieve at his command. Qingjiao began with a sardonic tone. "What brings you all to the flower country? Do you truly believe that without my conical head, you can act with impunity?" At that moment, I couldn't help but chuckle, my gaze inadvertently drifting to his gleaming bald head. Upon noticing my expression, his temper flared, likely recalling the time Carp had rendered his conical head useless, old grievances and new anger surging within him. I shrugged and shot back. "Conical head? Is it truly impressive? Was it not crushed by Carp in a single blow?" I said, "Old man, defeat is defeat. Stop dwelling on past glories." This statement stirred a hornet's nest. Qingjiao, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Damn you, little brat. Perish Wudo." In an instant, he leaped high into the air, his armed color enveloping his bald head, akin to a meteor plummeting towards me. I thought to myself, this is splendid. It's the perfect opportunity to test my skills. Armed, rising dragon fist. I am no pushover. I fervently infused my armed color into my arms and, aiming at his descending head, delivered a powerful uppercut. Boom! The sound was thunderous, causing the ground beneath my feet to crack like spiderwebs. Even more alarming was the moment our fists collided. Our conqueror's haki clashed as well. A magnificent invisible shockwave radiated outward, unleashing black-red lightning that crackled through the air. The previously clear blue sky was suddenly engulfed in dark clouds, and the pressure was overwhelming. Then I witnessed a dramatic scene unfold. The multitude of over 1,000 individuals brought by Qingjiao collapsed like dumplings, falling unconscious in the blink of an eye, leaving only 5 or 6 still standing, utterly bewildered. At that moment, Tellier was likely dumbfounded. I admit I raised my voice a bit earlier, but this is too exaggerated. Even Lao Kai, who was fiercely battling Xing, halted, his eyes nearly bulging out. How can this be? The clash of conquerors' haki. This guy possesses it too. Naturally, one wouldn't dare to disrupt a scene without a bit of conqueror's haki, would they? Qingjiao now appeared serious, staring intently at me. "You, young man, possess conqueror's haki too. State your name." "Xia Hao, captain of the Haotian pirate crew," I replied coolly. Nearby, Tellier quickly snatched a bounty poster, flipping through it for a while before screaming as if he had seen a ghost. "Found it. The bounty is 320 million berry." This revelation distracted even Abu, who was currently under attack, allowing Meng Shan to seize the opportunity and land a punch on his face, causing several teeth to fly out. Lao Kai shouted in anger, but was completely entangled by Xing, unable to break free. A Xing, with his beast-like physique, was akin to a perpetual motion machine, fighting recklessly, and Lao Kai was on the verge of developing a psychological shadow. Seeing that both of his grandsons were either being beaten or suppressed, Qing Jiao's face turned sour. Glancing at my calm demeanor, he realized he had to unleash a formidable move. 8-burst fist secret technique. No spike dragon, no spike nail. With a furious roar, all his strength converged on his flat forehead, launching him skyward at a terrifying speed, headfirst towards me once again. I watched as that increasingly bright bald head approached and smirked. It's my turn to perform. 7th gate, open. The 8 gates of life instantly activated. In that moment, I felt an explosive power surging through me, blue steam erupting from my body, intimidating those around me. Xing was overjoyed, shouting, "Boss, you're amazing. Send this old man flying." Meng Shan looked on in admiration, likely thinking how fortunate he was that I had shown mercy during our earlier sparring. I took a deep breath, clasped my hands before my chest, and began to compress the surrounding air intensely. "Day Tiger," I shouted, unleashing a white, roaring tiger form from compressed air, soaring towards Qing Jiao's forehead. Boom! The strongest spear met the strongest shield. The scene was catastrophic, the violent shockwave sending everything flying, and the ground beneath us cracked into fissures. We engaged in a battle at the center of the storm, red and black conquerors, lightning swirling wildly. Qing Jiao's face turned purple, straining with every ounce of effort, but he soon realized my strength surpassed his. In the 7th gate state, my power was overwhelming. With a slight flex of my arm, a resounding explosion echoed as the Day Tiger opened its massive jaws and bit down. Then, an absurd scene unfolded. The conical head that had been flattened by Carp, aided by my punch, astonishingly grew back, erect and towering. Goodness, this wasn't a fight. It was akin to performing cosmetic surgery, physically reshaping him. Those around us were left agape, jaws dropped. Thud! Qing Jiao rolled his eyes back and fainted, his head plunging into the ground. The newly formed conical head carving a deep trench over 1,000 meters long in the earth, separating the two sides. Lao Kai and Abu cried out for their patriarch and rushed over. With Qing Jiao down, the 8 treasure water army was utterly defeated. I dissipated the blue steam enveloping me and said to Meng Shan and Xing, "Let us go capture a prisoner. We're heading to their treasury." Meng Shan grinned widely, effortlessly lifting the trembling who resembled a tiny chick in his grasp, resigned to guide us. 2 hours later, we stood before the Qing Jiao family's treasury. I must say it was magnificent, an entire expanse of ice, beneath which lay a dense array of gold and silver treasures. Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement, drool pooling as he chanted, "Ours, all ours." This overwhelming wealth was finally mine. The captured remained unconvinced, rolling his eyes and saying, "Stop dreaming. Only Chief Qing Jiao can open this ice layer." I cannot be bothered to argue, tightening my grip on the Fong Tianhua Ji. My conqueror's haki swirling intensely, and struck the ice surface with a thunderous flash. Crack! The impenetrable ice shattered, revealing an unfathomable chasm before us. Xing let out an ecstatic cry and jumped down with a sack. "Keek, Meng Shan, fill it with money." We spent a full 10 hours emptying the ice treasury. It is said that when Qing Jiao awoke to this news, he was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. "Congratulations, host. Your wealth has surpassed 1 billion berry. The system exchange mall is now open." Oh, a new feature? I quickly clicked to check. Goodness, the interface resembled those pay-to-win mobile games from 2025, categorized into fruits, items, and skills, refreshing every 48 hours, with an option to spend 1 billion berry to refresh. I first examined the items. A skill replication card was 500 million, and the Ice Age was 800 million, absurdly overpriced. I looked at skills. The complete version of the Navy 6 forms was 500 million. After contemplating, I decisively exchanged for the complete version of the 6 forms, preparing to teach Meng Shan and Xing. I also purchased a one-time use flying wing with a speed of 100 Mach, A real man must be swift. After spending, I pondered my remaining points and decided to do a triple draw. The result left me dismayed. An infinite power, multifunctional refrigerator. An infinite power, intelligent water dispenser. An infinite power, intelligent ice cream maker. I was truly perplexed. This system seemed to be aiding me in household appliance procurement rather than providing strength-enhancing items. Frustrated, I fell asleep. A month later, I lay on the deck, retrieving an ice cream from the new refrigerator. Delicious. A Shing approached, looking exasperated. "Boss, are you sneaking ice cream again?" I chuckled, thinking it wouldn't upset my stomach. A Shing slapped his forehead. "By the way, boss, we arrived at the South Sea. The next island is Bartaylor Island." Finally, we had arrived. I swallowed the ice cream in one bite and stood at the bow of the ship. This time, I intended to alter history to rectify that regret. An hour later, I had a Shing and Meng Shan practice the 6 forms on the ship while I walked directly on air to Bartaylor Island. I concealed all my presence, blending in with ordinary people, inquiring about the whereabouts of Port Gasti Rouge. Oddly, I noticed 2 individuals asking for directions to her residence today. Yes, I heard she's giving birth today. My heart raced, and I quickened my pace. Sure enough, upon reaching a house, I heard the loud cries of an infant. Upon entering, I was met with Carp's stern face. Inside, Rouge cradled the newly born ace, a smile of happiness gracing her face. Upon seeing me, Carp's expression turned immediately grim. "Xiahao, what are you doing here?" I disregarded him and approached Lugio with earnestness, stating, "You are currently suffering from a deficiency in vital energy and urgently require rejuvenation. Otherwise, your life hangs in the balance. Surely, you would not wish for Ace to be born without a mother, would you?" I elucidated the connection I shared with Captain Roger, and ultimately, Lugio acquiesced to my treatment. Harnessing my abilities in Mokutan, I infused her with a tremendous surge of life force, forcefully pulling her back from the brink of death. Naturally, Ace was ultimately cradled by Carp, the most prudent safeguard for her. Outside, Carp, holding Ace, cast a cold glare in my direction, saying, "Kid, I'll let you off this time, but when we meet again, I shall personally ensure you are imprisoned and impelled down." I chuckled softly, performing the flying thunder god technique to vanish in an instant, returning to the Houghton. This left Carp alone, likely cursing Roger's ancestors in his heart. 3 days later, while sailing upon the sea, we suddenly spotted a formidable fleet of the world government, accompanied by 2 naval warships. Utilizing my Kinbunchaku haki, I discerned a multitude of powerful individuals aboard. With such a display, I could surmise nothing other than they were escorting the heavenly gold. Heavenly gold. I licked my lips, for this was indeed a lucrative venture. A Shing, perceiving my thoughts, his eyes gleamed as he excitedly inquired, "Boss, should we seize this opportunity?" I waved my hand dismissively. "Not yet. Have you not noticed the several pirate ships lurking nearby? Let them engage first, for in the struggle between clam and heron, the fisherman benefits." As anticipated, it wasn't long before the pirate vessels clashed with the escorting navy. The battle raged for over 5 hours, resulting in the complete annihilation of the pirates. Yet the navy suffered grievous losses, with one vice admiral severely wounded. Sensing the precarious situation, the lead vice admiral, Weasel, urged the world government officials to set sail promptly. Observing the unfolding events, I recognized the moment had arrived. "Now," I commanded. A Shing instantly transformed into his draconic form, diving down with ferocity, unleashing a terrifying wind blade that cleaved a navy warship in twain with a resounding crash. In a flash, I materialized upon the deck of another warship. Observing the panicked navy and the vice admiral known as Weasel. Narrowing his eyes, Weasel coldly admonished, "Xiahao, do you not fear the admirals will personally intervene in your attempt to seize the heavenly gold?" I chuckled, turning to glance at Meng Shan, who was already laboriously transferring chests of treasure onto our ship, and innocently replied to Weasel, "Heavenly gold. What is that?" We merely encountered a sinking vessel and decided to extend a humanitarian hand. I must say, Meng Shan is as sturdy as a human tank. The ground trembled as he charged forth, towering at 7 meters, seizing the world government warship with bulging vanes, and dragged it ashore with sheer strength. Xiao Hao remarked nonchalantly while pointing at the warship being dragged ashore. See, how benevolent we are. Weasel's face turned a shade of green, pondering whether this individual was a devil. First, he wreaks havoc, then feigns altruism, all the while wearing a thank-me expression. How absurd. Virum. Weasel was not to be trifled with. Unsheathing his sword, he aimed to test the strength of the notorious pirate worth 500 million berries. However, Meng Shan intervened, booming, "How dare you attack our boss upon your arrival?" He then unleashed a single punch that shattered Weasel's sword energy, the force leveling the trees behind him. Meanwhile, Ashing was a veritable force aboard the warship, unopposed. The world government official, fried, could only watch helplessly as soldiers fell like dumplings, placing his hopes upon CP9. As CP9 attempted to showcase their moonwalk, Ashing declared, "Moonwalk? I can do that too," and with a single punch, sent a CP9 member flying into a tree, rendering him unconscious. Iron block. Did they think themselves carp? Fried retreated in fear, exclaiming, "Please, don't come any closer," internally lamenting. Whoever said seizing the heavenly gold was a good job. Ashing swiftly eliminated the last of CP9, tossing Fried toward Vice Admiral Weasel like a cannonball. Evil pirates, devoid of martial ethics. Weasel nearly swung his sword but halted upon recognizing Fried, his face contorting in rage as he berated Meng Shan. "You, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, how can you be so treacherous?" Meng Shan retorted, "What does it have to do with me? I didn't throw him." Xiao Hao urged, "Hurry, we must resolve this. The Navy's main force is approaching, having seized the heavenly gold. The world government would undoubtedly go mad and dispatch a large force to hunt us down." Upon hearing this, Meng Shan's innocent expression transformed into one of seriousness. A fierce aura emanating from him, triple mountain-shattering fist. His armed color hockey coiled around his fist as he struck toward Weasel's head. Bang! Weasel was sent flying, crashing against the rocks in a dramatic fashion. In Mariewa, the 5 elders convened, declaring, "The heavenly gold has been stolen. We must capture the culprits." Xiao Hao is indeed a troublesome individual. Formerly an intern of the RogerPirates, he has grown increasingly unruly since Roger's death. Is he perhaps of that lineage? It seems unlikely. According to intelligence reports, he appeared as if from thin air in the RogerPirates, with no prior information before the age of 10. Regardless, the Houghton Pirates must not continue to exist, pressuring the Navy headquarters. This time, we must eradicate this source of danger entirely. Within the palace of Mariehua, the 5 elders deliberated once more regarding Xiao Hao, ultimately concluding that it was better to wrongfully eliminate him than to let him escape. Whether Xiao Hao knows something or is completely ignorant, he has no place in this world. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku was berated mercilessly by the 5 elders. Appearing utterly helpless, Vice Admiral Tsuru suggested, "Send Sakazuki. That fellow would undoubtedly show no mercy to the pirates." Sengoku sighed, "Alas, it must be so." A day later, the Houghton was encircled by 5 Navy warships, led by Sakazuki. "Fire," Sakazuki ordered, intending to obliterate the Houghton into oblivion. Xiao Hao clapped his hands, Mo-Kutan, multiple wooden pillars. Instantly, the Houghton was shrouded in a double layer of wooden barriers, protecting it from the barrage. Ashing seethed with anger. The audacious Navy, how dare you bully us? He transformed into the wind god-winged dragon, soaring above the Navy warships. It is only courteous to return the favor. Receive my attack. A wind sphere, the size of a basketball, materialized in Ashing's claws. Wind howl cannon. The Navy fired wildly, but the bullets veered off course upon nearing Ashing due to the force field created by the wind sphere. Devil fruit user. Just as Sakazuki contemplated dispersing the warships, it was too late. Boom! Ashing thrust forth, the wind howl cannon energy sphere arcing through the sky, crashing onto the warship, the fierce winds slicing through it like sword energy, leaving it shattered, the sea beneath torn asunder into a whirlpool. "Retreat," Sakazuki commanded, ordering the ships to withdraw 500 meters, his eyes blazing with fury as magma erupted from his body. "Since you resist, you shall meet your end in the sea." Great eruption. His magma fist hurled toward the Houghton. Triple tsunami fist. Suddenly, a column of ocean water erupted, a colossal tidal fist clashing against the magma. Splash! Meng Shan emerged from beneath the waves, revealing his true form, as he possessed the bloodlines of both giants and fishmen. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, Xiao Hao instantly teleported onto one of the Navy warships, initiating a one-sided slaughter. His advanced armed color hockey combined with Mokutan, rendering him a relentless combat machine. In 5 minutes, only one of the 5 warships led by Sakazuki remained intact. How infuriating! Sakazuki's face darkened, astonished that a mere trio of pirates could achieve such devastation. Now it's your turn. Xiao Hao grinned, aware that while Sakazuki was a naval prodigy, he had yet to reach his full potential. Dragon Slayer magic, Crimson Lotus Flame Blade. A massive fiery blade descended upon the Navy warship. The thunderous roar resounded as the warship was severed in half, engulfed in flames that could not be extinguished. Sakazuki could only give the order to retreat. It was a miscalculation. Had it been on land, I would never have faced defeat. Despite Sakazuki's formidable combat prowess, there would be no second chance. Aishing, witnessing the Navy personnel plunging into the water, excitedly shouted, "Kikik, let's beat the drowning dogs." Windblade slash. This scoundrel, Sakazuki exclaimed, unleashing his haki. At that moment, a terrifying presence emerged, and Aishing was sent flying. Admiral, the troops rejoiced, realizing it was the formidable Admiral Feng Yun. They had been saved. The Hoshin pirate crew was finished. With the Admiral's intervention, the wicked pirates would surely be vanquished. Justice is invincible. Victory will always belong to our Navy. Admiral Feng Yun, also known as the Slaughter Admiral, had defeated countless pirates. Hoshin pirate crew? How intriguing, Feng Yun declared. With a swift motion, Feng Yun Xiaohai, brimming with overwhelming haki, launched a fierce assault against Xiaohai. The intense murderous aura made Xiaohai furrow his brow. This man was undoubtedly a true warrior forged from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Xiaohai took a step back, employing his observation haki to evade Feng Yun's attacks, and the two locked eyes from a distance of over 10 meters. Devil God Manifest. Xiaohai entered his Devil God mode, experiencing a moment of exponential enhancement in strength, speed, and defense. The powerful shockwave intrigued Admiral Feng Yun, who wondered what had caused Xiaohai to undergo such a transformation. Armament. Xiaohai's fists, akin to sandbags, were enveloped in armament haki. In an instant, he activated the Navy's 6 styles, appearing behind Feng Yun and launching a fierce attack aimed at his head. Ora, ora, ora. Xiaohai's fists rained down like a torrential downpour, each blow landing heavily on Feng Yun's body. Yet, the next moment, Xiaohai sensed something amiss. His fists struck like hammers against steel, producing dull thuds. Glancing up, he saw a massive tiger with eyes shimmering red, quietly observing his onslaught. So formidable. This was the might of the Navy's strongest combat force. Admiral Feng Yun, a Zoan-type mythical beast user in the form of the white tiger. Just its sheer defensive power instilled a sense of despair. Ha ha! Despair now, suffer, foolish pirates. Justice will ultimately prevail. The Navy personnel aboard the escaped vessel gazed at the godlike figure of Feng Yun. Excitement etched across their faces as they clenched their fists and shouted. Incredible. Truly worthy of being a Zoan-type mythical beast user. Such defense is remarkable. Observing Feng Yun standing unwavering, Xiaohai couldn't help but sigh. He then quickly retreated 2 steps, as a massive magic circle began to rise beneath his feet. Dragon Annihilation Magic, Poison Dragon. A verdant energy enveloped Xiaohai, emanating an unbearable stench. As the toxic liquid surged forth, the previously composed Admiral Feng Yun's expression twitched. This little brat lacks martial ethics, Feng Yun lamented. Typically, one would seek to enhance their strength rather than resort to poison. Why unleash toxins right here? With a glint of crimson light flashing in his deep-set eyes, Feng Yun swiftly swung his razor-sharp claws towards Xiaohai's neck, clearly intent on a swift resolution. Bang! Bang! A tremendous sound erupted from the Hoshin, as Feng Yun's claws aimed for Xiaohai's neck. In that instant, the Fang Tian Hua Ji appeared before Xiaohai, blocking the claw strike. The terrifying force of the Zoan type was palpable, weighing down on Xiaohai, Yet it was merely a fleeting sensation. Even against the might of giants, Xiaohai felt unafraid. Clash after clash reverberated aboard the Hoshin as Xiaohai and Admiral Fengyun's battle intensified. The speed of their combat escalated, resulting in an array of phantoms on the deck, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the real combatants. The ferocious exchanges generated terrifying shockwaves, rapidly spreading in circular patterns. Not far away, the escape vessel began to sway precariously. And under the relentless impacts, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the hull, threatening to tear it apart at any moment. "Captain Sakazuki, we must board the escape vessel. It's about to break apart," a nearby Navy captain shouted, oblivious to Sakazuki's grim expression. A profound humiliation loomed over Sakazuki as he contemplated returning in disgrace after arriving with such confidence. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming unwillingness. Could it be that he truly could not surpass a mere pirate? Watching Xiaohai engage in a balanced duel with Admiral Fengyun, Sakazuki sighed heavily. "I will not lose next time." White Tiger roar. Admiral Fengyun opened his gaping maw, unleashing a terrifying tiger's roar. Just as Xiaohai anticipated a sonic attack, a blinding white light erupted from Fengyun's mouth, shooting forth like a laser, its searing brilliance aimed directly at Xiaohai. Azure Dragon breaks the heavens. Xiaohai wielded the Feng Tianhua Ji with fervor, channeling a torrent of azure energy that coiled around it. His arm bulged with power as he unleashed a mighty swing forward. The roar of the dragon echoed through the heavens, its domineering presence striking fear into the hearts of all. The Azure Dragon, fierce and clawed, surged towards the radiant white light released by Fengyun, resulting in a fierce clash between the two formidable energies. What a terrifying little brat. Admiral Fengyun regarded Xiaohai with newfound seriousness, recalling his earlier arrogance. The display of Xiaohai's strength compelled Fengyun to reassess his approach, for should he falter, the consequences would be dire. The entirety of his formidable aura erupted, a palpable murderous intent enveloping the air, heavy and ferocious. Undoubtedly, he truly embodies the essence of a naval, slaughtering general. His palpable aura of death rendering the surrounding atmosphere profoundly oppressive, akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as if one were situated on an exceedingly brutal battlefield. Xiaohai's countenance grew grave, for it is known that to attain the pinnacle of naval combat prowess, one must possess extraordinary talent and strength, far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Armament. Xiaohai brandished the Feng Tianhua Ji, positioning it before him as a formidable layer of armament color wrapped swiftly around the weapon. With great haste, he surged toward General Fengyun, the veins on his arms bulging as he exerted tremendous force, thrusting the Feng Tianhua Ji directly towards Fengyun's head at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Boom! The Feng Tianhua Ji struck fiercely toward Fengyun, only to be caught firmly by an immense tiger paw mere centimeters from the general's neck. The clash of their formidable auras sparked a dazzling display of light, scattering powerful energy in all directions, preventing either party from advancing any further. Time and again, Xiaohai and General Fengyun engaged in relentless exchanges of attacks, relying solely on their exceptional endurance and the collision of their overwhelming auras. Feeling the terrifying energy emanating from the Haoyan ship, the Navy personnel observed from a distance, their expressions fraught with tension. For it was the first time they witnessed General Fengyun struggle for such an extended duration without subduing an adversary. Dragon Slayer magic, Flame Dragon's Claw. In another fierce clash, Xiaohai's right hand contorted into a claw-like shape, and a torrent of searing red flames erupted from his palm, surging toward General Fengyun. The sudden appearance of the flames left even the well-informed general momentarily perplexed. According to naval intelligence, Xiaohai wielded the ability of a devil fruit that allowed him to create wooden dragons and utilize wooden clones, but there was no indication that he could unleash flames. The thought of consuming 2 devil fruits was beyond anyone's comprehension, as it was commonly believed to be a fatal endeavor. White Tiger Heavy Fist. As General Fengyun evaded the inferno Xiaohai unleashed, his body swiftly contorted to dodge the attack, while his claw, imbued with a chilling gleam and entwined with his formidable aura, slashed toward Xia Hao's exquisitely handsome face. Should he be struck, it would undoubtedly mar Xia Hao's features. WoodRelease, wooden clone. In the instant General Feng Yun's claws descended, they grazed Xia Hao's cheek, but to the general's astonishment, he encountered a piece of wood instead, as Xia Hao's true self had already vanished 100 meters away. I assure you, once I dealt with that so-called General Feng Yun, I would return to the ship with unparalleled ease, reclining on the deck chair, crossing my legs in sheer comfort. Upon casually picking up a newspaper, I was startled to read the headline, "The Golden Lion Shiki has escaped." At that moment, I couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow, a once mighty figure, was regrettably born in the wrong era, attempting to clash with Captain Roger, ultimately becoming merely a stepping stone for Luffy, a quintessential pawn in the grand game of fate. While I contemplated the whims of life, a Shing at the bow of the ship, appearing like a rustic dog unacquainted with the world, cried out, "Captain, Captain, look, we've arrived at the Sabeti archipelago. Those bubbles are so beautiful." My dear friends, who can understand that this lad, upon seeing the myriad of colorful bubbles, was nearly drooling, his demeanor utterly pathetic. As soon as the ship docked, he darted off with a swiftness surpassing that of a rabbit, barely pausing to greet me before charging onto the island. Observing the iconic trees on the island, I smirked, contemplating it was time to pay a visit to an old friend. With my hands clasped behind my head, I whistled, strolling leisurely as if wandering through my own backyard, making my way toward that quaint little tavern for my memories. After 20 minutes, I stood before the establishment, the sign reading Shaki's Tavern. Yes, indeed, this was the place. Upon entering, I was greeted by a haze of smoke, a motley crew of raucous pirates boasting and bantering, none paying me any heed. It was understandable. I appeared as a fresh-faced youth who had just returned from the sea, seemingly harmless. At the bar, a captivating proprietress, Shaki, was indulging in her own cloud of smoke. She glanced at me lazily and remarked, "Oh, a handsome young lad has arrived. Here to drink?" I took a seat at the bar, cutting straight to the chase. "I'm here to find someone." Her laughter rang out, the smoke curling from her lips, radiating an air of nonchalance. "Find someone? This is just a humble tavern. Where do you expect me to locate someone, young man?" I was inclined to engage in idle chatter. I simply uttered 2 words, "Rayleigh." The moment those words escaped my lips, the atmosphere instantly shifted, solidifying in tension. The murderous aura emanating from Shaki erupted, causing the temperature in the tavern to plummet by 10 degrees, akin to the sudden blast of a powerful air conditioner. The nearby patrons shivered, bewildered, casting confused glances at the blazing sun outside, scratching their heads in confusion about the inexplicable chill. "Did you feel that?" Yes. I felt it too. How strange. Could it possibly be a ghost? As for me, I remained unfazed, leisurely pouring myself a cup of tea from a nearby kettle. As if to jest, I thought that such a modicum of murderous intent would hardly suffice to faze me. I was well aware that with Shaki's intelligence network, she would undoubtedly recognize me. Her display was merely a ploy to assert dominance and gauge my resolve. Chuckling lightly, I took a sip of tea, finding amusement in the realization that Mr. Rayleigh had indeed settled here. Perceiving my calm demeanor, Shaki shifted her tone to one of gravity, stating, "Xia Hao, Rayleigh only wishes to live a quiet life now. Should you wish to invite him back to the seas, that is absolutely unacceptable." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. "Annie Shaki, please don't be alarmed. I'm genuinely happy for Mr. Rayleigh to find his own happiness. I merely wish to see him after a long time. As for setting sail, I have my own crew. The era of the previous generation has largely passed. The youth will eventually take to the new stage." My words seemed to assuage Shaki's murderous intent, transforming her back into the amiable information broker she was known to be. She scrutinized me anew, taking a leisurely drag from her cigarette, saying, "You are indeed an intriguing young man, much like what Rayleigh described. That old coot is likely broke again, and is currently being auctioned off as a commodity at the auction house." I nearly choked on my tea. An auction house. The former first mate of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh, selling himself due to a lack of funds for drink? My friends, who can fathom such dark humor from that old man? This operation was utterly abstract. Shaking my head, I inquired about the location of the auction house and made my way there. The place was decidedly grand, owned by the notorious warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, a ruthless figure. Disguised as a bidder, I managed to blend in with the crowd, filled with various tycoons and royal nobles. I waited there for a full hour, nearly drifting off to sleep, when at last, the elderly Rayleigh was ushered onto the stage, appearing just like any ordinary old man. The onlookers exhibited little interest, sporadically calling out bids, until ultimately, a man resembling a hefty pig secured the item for a sum of 100,000 berries. At that moment, I couldn't help but internally lampoon the rotund figure, thinking, brother, you've just acquired a father figure. Rising to my feet, I stealthily followed one of the guards escorting the auction items, and upon reaching a corner, swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike. Subsequently, I activated my WoodRelease technique, crafting an identical clone of myself. The wooden doppelganger swaggered to the entrance of the treasury, and as the two guards were about to inquire, I swiftly dispatched them, leaving no time for them to react. Approaching the formidable iron door, I grinned, raised my hand, and unleashed my dragon extinguishing magic, Crimson Flame Dragon Claw. Flames erupted from my palm. I melted a substantial hole in the door. With a powerful kick, I flung the door open, revealing a dazzling scene of glimmering gold and towering wealth. Unable to contain my excitement, I laughed joyfully, exclaiming, "Hee hee, all of this is mine." With a sweeping motion, I disregarded any hesitation and absorbed all the treasures into my system space. Observing the numbers on the panel soaring wildly, my grin stretched from ear to ear. Merely 5 minutes after exiting the auction house, I could hear the chaos erupting within, the auctioneer's wails echoing across several streets. I paid him no mind, choosing instead to remain hidden in my accomplishments. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, the venerable Rayleigh was likely retrieving his wine money from that unfortunate buyer, contentedly patting his wallet as he proceeded towards a tavern. I silently appeared behind him. "Who?" Rayleigh spun around, his gaze sharp as a blade. Emerging from the shadows, I waved and greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Mr. Rayleigh, Sussy Bewley Dana." Upon recognizing me, his expression softened, the tension dissipating instantly. "Xiao Hao, what brings you here?" I chuckled. I formed my own pirate crew, preparing to venture into the new world, and I thought I'd pay you a visit. Little did I expect to stumble upon such an amusing scene involving you, Mr. Rayleigh. His face flushed with embarrassment. Rayleigh coughed awkwardly, ahem, purely an accident. Let us change the subject. He hastily led me to Shaki's tavern. It was amusing to witness the legendary figure, the Dark King, in such a compromising situation. Back at Shaki's tavern, Rayleigh, sipping his drink, inquired about my plans for the new world. I laid my cards on the table. We must create a significant stir. The new world is rife with turmoil, and the Whitebeard pirates are the strongest crew of this era, with Whitebeard Newgate hailed as the world's mightiest man. Thus, upon entering the new world, I intend to challenge Whitebeard, akin to the sparring sessions with Captain Roger, to discern the gap in our strengths. Regardless of the outcome, this battle will undoubtedly solidify the reputation of my Hautian pirates across the seas. At that point, recruiting suitable companions will become a far easier task. You haven't changed a bit, Xiao Hao. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Yet he kindly warned me. However, I must advise you that Whitebeard is not Roger. To challenge him, one must be prepared to pay the ultimate price. Of course, he understood that even if I were to falter, my abilities would allow me to escape unscathed. We conversed for an extended duration, reminiscing about the encounters with the RogerPirates, from their inception to dissolution. 5 days later, on the coast of Sabeti Archipelago, the now polished Hautian gleamed under the sun. I stood on the deck, vigorously waving my arm in farewell to Rayleigh. With a rumbling sound, the Hautian began to submerge, swiftly descending to depths nearing 10,000 meters. The scenery was nothing short of breathtaking. Gigantic sea creatures, each over 100 meters in length, glided past our vessel as if on a leisurely stroll. Xing, ever the gourmand, was entranced, his eyes sparkling with desire. Wow, what colossal sea kings! They must taste divine when braised. I delivered a sharp thump to his head, admonishing, "Do you wish for us, to sink to the depths? We are nearly 10,000 meters underwater. Hee hee, just curious, boss. I want to do it again, Shing replied, rubbing the back of his head with a silly grin. We traversed the underwater Fishman Island without pause, and a day later, we resurfaced, emerging into the tumultuous and terrifying second half of the Grand Line, the New World. To my surprise, as soon as we surfaced, we found ourselves surrounded by a throng of pirate crews. Their demeanor suggested a desire to instill fear in us newcomers. My previously buoyant spirits were instantly replaced by a flicker of anger. Upon probing their auras with my observation hockey, I discovered that these individuals were woefully weak, akin to mere wannabes, devoid of any desire to engage in battle. I opened my eyes, exuding an air of authority as my conqueror's hockey erupted forth, surging like a shockwave. In an instant, the previously exuberant pirates collapsed onto the deck, rolling over with vacant stares. How is this possible? Conqueror's hockey. Damn it. We VE angered a formidable opponent. The remaining pirate captains struggled to maintain their composure, their voices trembling with fear. They promptly knelt before me. Spare us. We'll offer you our treasures and leave the New World at once. Yes, we'll depart. One captain pleaded, I have an 80-year-old mother, a wife, and young children. Please let us go. I feel the same. I regarded the pitiful figures before me, uninterested in quarreling with these insects, and waved dismissively begone. The three captains, filled with gratitude, retreated hastily, intent on fleeing with their ship. Just then, a menacing gust sliced through the air, obliterating their ship's mast. The captains turned in bewilderment, unable to comprehend. Didn't we agree to let them leave? People may leave, but the ship stays. A Shing's cold voice echoed. The three captains turned pale, but upon seeing a Shing's eager expression, they hastily squeezed into a small lifeboat, using every ounce of strength to vanish from sight. Gather the treasures and continue our voyage, I stated calmly. As a seasoned pirate, seizing the treasures of other crews is merely par for the course. Weakness is a sin in these waters. Only the strong represent eternal justice. With those minor inconveniences resolved, the Haotian pressed onward. 3 hours later, a tremendous explosion captured our attention. Several nautical miles away, a massive pirate ship was engulfed in flames, billowing thick smoke. Simultaneously, a small wooden vessel approached from the vicinity of the burning ship, revealing a blond boy no older than 15, laden with treasures pilfered from the pirate vessel. On the surface, the disgruntled pirates who had fallen into the water shouted furiously at the boy, "You thieving scoundrel, you're dead." Yet what awaited them was a shadowy sphere. What is this? A bomb. Get away. The explosion erupted on the water's surface, sending towering waves crashing. At that moment, a larger pirate ship sped toward the small wooden vessel, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire, encircling the boy. It appeared to be a premeditated ambush. Faced with such a formidable array, the boy seemed momentarily paralyzed with fear, standing still as the surrounding pirates approached. When they were within 5 or 6 meters, he suddenly grinned, pressing a switch, which triggered an alarming beeping sound from the wooden vessel. Boom! Observing the boy decisively activate the bomb, the surrounding pirates' faces contorted in terror, and they screamed madly, attempting to flee. What a fearsome individual, willing to take everyone down with him. A Shing glanced at the ruthless boy in the distance and shrugged. What an interesting character, I thought, watching the boy calmly awaiting the explosion, sensing an opportunity to intervene. With a swift motion, I hurled a small steel egg toward the boy's wooden vessel and activated my flying thunder god technique. In the next moment, I found myself hovering above the young boy's wooden boat. With a swift motion, I stepped onto the air, my figure flickering as I appeared behind him. In response to his bewildered expression, I swiftly lifted him, and, in an instant, we vanished from boat. The next second, a deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens, causing the entire sea to tremble as the vessel of that so-called beast pirate crew was utterly obliterated by the terrifying shockwave. Back aboard the Haotian, the boy named Didati regarded us with a wary expression. Hey, what kind of face is that? The captain is your savior, Aishing exclaimed with dissatisfaction. TCH, who asked you to save me? That was my most perfect art piece. Didati retorted, pouting slightly. Art? Is blowing things up considered art? A peculiar image flashed through my mind as I looked at Didati with a strange expression. Your so-called perfect art piece? It was merely the destruction of a group of pirates with bounties just over 100 million. It's nothing to be proud of, I stated flatly, observing Didati's proud demeanor. Didati, if one day you manage to blow up the Holy Land Mary Geos, then you may truly claim to have created the most perfect art. Blow up the Holy Land Mary Geos. Didati was momentarily stunned by my words, but soon his eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing, as if I had opened a new door to the world for him. Do you know about devil fruits? Join us, and I can help you achieve all of this, I said, noticing Didati's furrowed brow. I then produced a strangely shaped devil fruit and handed it to him. This is a paramecia-type bomb fruit. Consuming it will grant you unimaginable power. With enough creativity, destroying an island will be a piece of cake. Didati appeared intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his sparkling eyes and earnestly declared, I agree to join the Haotian pirate crew. Please take care of me, Captain Xia Hao. Ha ha ha, of course. Once you join the Haotian pirate crew, we shall be comrades. It's just a mere devil fruit. I patted Didati on the shoulder. In that moment, Didati was moved to tears, overwhelmed with a sense of belonging to the Haotian pirate crew. Hey, everyone, let's have a feast. We must celebrate the joining of a new comrade. It is a pirate's tradition. The jubilant songs echoed across the ocean as Aishing and Didati, after downing a bowl of liquor, promptly collapsed on the deck, snoring loudly. Truly inexperienced and overly playful. I shook my head, feeling quite speechless. 5 days later, we docked at the coast of an island called Mosi in the New World for supplies. However, to our surprise, there were no civilians on the island, only pirates. Thus, a fierce battle was imminent. Aishing and I took a good 10 minutes to subdue the more than 300 pirates on the island, forcing them to lie down obediently. Didati watched in astonishment, silently vowing to become stronger. Ah, there's no way we can finish all this, Aishing exclaimed, gazing at the warehouse filled with provisions from the island's pirates, shaking his head while a grin spread across his face. We began directing the transport of food and, in the process, seized all the treasures plundered by the pirates on this island. After a thorough evaluation, the total value amounted to a staggering 150 million berries. TCH, what a bunch of paupers! I scoffed, observing Aishing and Didati chatting and laughing ahead. With a wave of my hand, I stored all the food from the warehouse into the system's backpack. The supplies were sufficient for 1,000 people for an entire year, and an unexplainable sense of security settled within me. With provisions in hand, there was nothing to fear. Aboard the Haotian, Aishing was ecstatic as he gazed at the treasures and food before him. It was the first time he had acquired provisions so effortlessly, as if he had unlocked the door to a new world. Captain, I overheard the pirates say they belong to a crew called the Devil Pirate Crew, which occupies 5 islands within 100 nautical miles, and they are the weakest among them. As for their captain, his bounty is a staggering 456 million berries. He is quite notorious in these waters, and hardly anyone dares to provoke him, Aishing said with a grin. Seeing the glimmering excitement in Aishing's eyes, I knew exactly what he was contemplating. Let us make our mark in the new world. In the name of the Haotian pirate crew, I declared seriously, gazing at the vast sea before me. It was time for the world to recognize me as the captain of the Haotian pirate crew, as I once was merely an intern of the Roger pirate crew. Hee-hee-eh, Aishing cheered, jumping with joy. I also want to test the power of the new bomb I just researched, Didati said, pulling out a small orb from his pocket, excitement gleaming in his dark eyes. I have no objections. Mengshan grinned foolishly. Since Xiahao had taught him to cultivate hockey and the Navy's 6 styles, he had been training tirelessly. Now, he felt capable of overpowering 3 versions of his former self. Clenching his powerful fist, Mengshan was confident he could crush a small mound, especially after hearing Xiahao mention a new method for assessing strength. With the human body, one could single-handedly halt a warship. Mengshan was eager to try, hoping that this expedition against the Devil Pirate crew would present an opportunity. With our goal in sight, the Haotian swiftly sailed towards the next island. After docking, Aishing led Mengshan and Didati towards the island center, effortlessly overpowering all foes in their path. 20 minutes later, An earth-shattering explosion erupted from the island's center, completely annihilating the pirate crew there. Mengshan, single-handedly dragging a massive wooden raft piled high with treasures and food, made his way back to the Haotian. Observing Mengshan's increasingly beastly demeanor, Aishing sometimes felt that his Zoan-type devil fruit's endurance wasn't quite as remarkable. As we beheld the growing pile of treasures within the ship's hold, we erupted into joyful laughter. The sensation of wealth was truly delightful. On to the next island. Aishing licked his lips, adopting a villainous demeanor. 3 hours later, the Haotian reached the third island. Another 30 minutes passed, and all pirates on the island were eradicated. 4 hours later, we arrived at the fourth island, this time taking an hour to wipe out the pirate crew present. Dadati's bombs had increased in power yet again, leaving a 1-kilometer radius devoid of life. The final island awaited. Aishing exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the massive landmass in the distance. Be cautious. With a bounty exceeding 400 million berries in the New World, they are sure to possess formidable capabilities, whether through hockey or the use of devil fruit powers, I cautioned, glancing at Aishing and the others. Hey, don't worry, Captain. We will certainly win, Aishing replied confidently, while Mengshan and Dadati nodded earnestly in agreement. With such a high bounty, it was the perfect opportunity to test my current strength. I have developed a new type of air bomb, and the Devil Pirate crew will be the perfect test subjects, Dadati said, raising his hand slightly to reveal a small air bubble, unstable energy swirling within. Then let's set forth. With a wave of my hand, Aishing and the others promptly advanced towards the island's center, while I leisurely follow behind, ensuring their safety. Stop! Who are you, and what do you want? Hello. You dare to attack us directly? Are you not aware that this is the territory of the WoodRelease? Our captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 450 million. WoodRelease citizen, halt your actions. Yamelu, quickly inform Lord Citizen that there are intruding pirates. Are these giants? How infuriating. Why are giants here? Even so, they appear to be mere children, and there are only 3 of them. We have over 200 men. The advantage is ours. Eliminate them. Fire. 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 As the 3 of them launched their attack, the WoodRelease changed their expressions dramatically. Under the impact of a single punch from Mengshan, more than 10 men were taken out in an instant, causing the squad leader of the WoodRelease to order his subordinates to seek help. Gunfire echoed continuously, rapidly aimed at the trio, yet under the influence of Kin Bunchika Haki, not a single bullet found its mark. Air pressure bullet. Daidatai slightly raised his arm, and a transparent sphere began to spin and compress rapidly in his palm, drawing in the surrounding air with fervor. A peculiar energy enveloped the sphere, emitting a pulse that made even Aishing and Mengshan instinctively step aside to avoid being caught in its wave. Though they were allies now, the ferocity and madness with which Daidatai once sought to perish with his enemies startled even Aishing. In the realm of explosive artistry, he was an unhinged maniac. With a gentle push, Daidatai sent the transparent sphere drifting forward. Unnoticed by the WoodRelease, it descended amongst them and detonated with a thunderous roar, unleashing a ferocious explosion that shook the very void. Aishing, nearest to the blast, heard the sound of space itself fracturing as a terrifying shockwave erupted from among the WoodRelease, a blinding white light bursting forth from the crowd. In that moment, every crew member of the WoodRelease seemed to see their fate beckoning them. A deep pit, 50 to 60 meters in depth and over 500 meters in diameter, appeared where the WoodRelease had stood, surrounded by a web of cracks extending for hundreds of meters. The explosion's aftershock sent monstrous waves crashing against the shore. And at that moment, the island fell silent, as if all the creatures had been silenced. Daidatai, you ought to warn me about the range of your abilities next time. You nearly dragged me into that. Aishing exclaimed angrily at the calm and contemplative Daidatai. I understand. It's all fine. I had control over it. And I didn't even use my full strength, Daidatai replied earnestly, turning to face Aishing. Not your full strength. Oh. Aishing looked at the massive pit before him, cold sweat trickling down his face. If that was only a fraction of his power, how devastating would his full capacity be? Indeed, I only utilized a quarter of my strength. Daidatai mused, stroking his chin as he assessed the explosion. Ah, a mere 6 out of 10 for this explosion arts. Did I not go all out? Daidatai shrugged, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome, as the lack of total effort in his artistic creation left him discontented. Just as A Xing and the others were conversing, heavy footsteps echoed in the distance. They looked up to see a cloud of dust rising as 500 to 600 pirates charged towards the shore, led by a burly middle-aged man with a wolf fawn club, whose appearance was rather unsavory. "Hey, you little brats, are you here to challenge me?" Magui's citizen said, casting a glance at the deep pit, the heat radiating from it washing over him. Though surprised, Citizen felt no fear, for physical damage held no power over him. "A challenge? Huh. Who do you think you are? A mere clown. We are here to claim your treasure. Hand it over, and I might spare your life." A Xing retorted, glaring up at Citizen, whose height exceeded 3 meters. "How dare you speak so arrogantly, little brat? Just arrived in these waters and unaware of the vastness of the world? Allow me to show you the terror of New World pirates." Magui's Citizen's expression darkened as he began to whirl his wolf fawn club, creating gusts of wind around him. With a swift motion, his towering figure lunged towards A Xing, the club gleaming ominously as it descended forcefully towards his head. Demon Spirit Heavy Strike. Magui's Citizen radiated an eerie glow, enveloping the club as a cold howl echoed behind him, prompting the entire crew of the Magui pirates to converge on Mingshan and Daidatai. Led by the vice captain, the bounty of 230 million berries, Tiny Andeo Long Zamoli, and the Cadre Butesai, with a bounty of 150 million berries. Facing the onslaught from Magui's Citizen, A Xing felt a hint of danger, though the source eluded him. Thus, he enveloped himself in Busashoka Haki, ensuring complete protection. He then raised his arm and struck forcefully against the descending wolf fawn club. The clash of his hockey-wrapped arm against the club produced a sharp metallic sound, sparks flying. At the same time, the strange energy from the club sought to infiltrate A Xing's body, but all was thwarted by hockey. How could this be? Citizen's expression shifted dramatically. His previously invincible devil fruit ability had failed him. A faint realization began to dawn upon him, one he was reluctant to accept. Hockey. This young man, just entering the new world, has already mastered hockey. Wind blade execution. Observing Citizen's changing demeanor, A Xing felt vindicated as a slender wind blade surged towards Citizen, blood erupting from his chest as flesh flew, the intense pain contorting his face. Speed. Wind God Cannon. Seizing the moment, A Xing inhaled deeply, drawing in the surrounding air, causing his mouth to expand rapidly. As he transformed into a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Citizen finally comprehended that this group had come fully prepared. There was no way they could have so swiftly decimated his crew and found their base otherwise. With growing despair, Citizen watched as the Wind God Cannon loomed larger before him. Fear and hopelessness etched across his face. Such a wide-ranging attack was impossible to evade. "This is outrageous. I refuse to accept this." Citizen howled in fury as the Wind God Cannon struck him. Simultaneously, the remaining members of the Magui pirates were subdued by Mingshan and Daidatai, sprawled across the ground, howling in agony. The most unfortunate were the Vice Captain Zamoli and Cadre Butesai, who were reduced to nothing under Daidaitai overwhelming strength. 3 days later, news of the defeat of the Magui pirates by the Haotian pirates spread throughout the New World, marking the first emergence of A Xing and his companions in the eyes of the world. In a stunning display, just 3 individuals had obliterated the Magui pirates, led by the notorious Citizen, and garnered significant attention for the Haotian pirates. In response to these events, the world government placed bounties on all members of the Haotian pirates. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a gathering of high-ranking naval officials convened. The incident involving the Haotian pirates' annihilation of the Magui pirates became a topic of discussion. The Haotian pirates, having recently entered the New World, had already stirred such chaos. Truly, they were the apprentices of the RogerPirates, naturally restless and mischievous little devils. The notorious pirate Citizen, with a bounty exceeding 450 million berries, had met his end in such a manner. It seems prudent to pay closer attention to the Haotian pirates. Rumor has it that Xia Hao has yet to make a move, suggesting that the Haotian pirates have gathered a formidable ensemble of individuals. Admiral Sengoku, what is the stance of the world government? In the conference room of the naval headquarters, numerous naval officers engaged in fervent discussions, almost all expressing their heightened concern regarding the Haotian pirates and the serious attitude towards Xia Hao's handling. It was not merely Xia Hao's formidable combat prowess and terrifying potential for growth that drew attention, but also the fact that he was a former member of the pirate King Roger's crew, which held significant implications. The world government resolved to place a bounty on all members of the Haotian pirates, elevating Captain Xia Hao's bounty to 600 million berries. The combatant A Xing, suspected of possessing the abilities of an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user, was assigned a bounty of 160 million berries. Combatant Meng Shan, of giant lineage, was given a bounty of 110 million berries. And D Deity, suspected of being a Paramecia-type bomb fruit user, had a bounty of 80 million berries. At this point, Admiral Sengoku instructed an aide to read the contents of the documents aloud. The reason for such high bounties was that a Xing and his companions had defeated the notorious devil pirates upon their debut, completely annihilating them. It was truly terrifying. A mere 4-person pirate crew now had a bounty nearing 1 billion berries. A naval rear admiral sighed heavily. I hope they do not become the next Roger. Enough. Let us set aside the matter of the Haotian pirates for now. More pressing is the sudden emergence of a group known as the Revolutionary Army, advocating the overthrow of the Celestial Dragons and spreading their ideology worldwide. 2 nations have already reported unusual insurrections. The world government and the Gorosei are extremely furious about this and have ordered the Navy to capture them all and publicly execute the masterminds. What course of action do you propose? Revolutionary Army? Who is the mastermind? Do we have any intelligence? It is indeed a tumultuous time. The influx of pirates has already strained the Navy's combat capabilities. Now, with the addition of a persuasive Revolutionary Army, Admiral Sengoku, should we not recruit more personnel into the Navy? Humph! Whether they be pirates or revolutionaries, they all ought to be eradicated. They are naught but refuse of the seas, said Sakazuki, who had remained silent until now, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone cold and stern. Very well, Sakazuki, take 2 warships to investigate this kingdom. As a member nation of the world government, the Navy has an obligation to protect them. Avoid violent actions unless absolutely necessary, Sengoku commanded, surveying the room before settling his gaze on Sakazuki. By the way, where is Vice Admiral Tsuru? It would be wise to consult her opinion on this matter. Why has she not been seen? Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, is likely leading the pursuit of the Don Quixote family, led by the knight Demon Doflamingo, reported a naval officer with knowledge of the situation. Doflamingo? He is quite a troublesome figure as well. Understood. Dismissed, Sengoku sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead, one after another. None of them are stable. In the New World aboard the Moby Dick, the Haotian Pirates bounty announcement had also reached the Whitebeard Pirates. Girarur. That little monster has now formed his own pirate crew and entered the New World, Whitebeard Newgate exclaimed, laughing heartily as he read the bounty on the Haotian crew. The history between them began when Xia Hao showcased his immense strength during battles against the Whitebeard Pirates, drawing Newgate's attention. Additionally, Xia Hao discreetly informed the Whitebeard Pirates about the rebellion in Wano and the plight of Kazuki Oden, which was a significant reason for Newgate's gratitude towards him. After all, the concept of family was of utmost importance to Whitebeard Newgate, and no one could take his family away from him. Old man, you seem quite pleased. But I heard this kid has declared his intent to challenge you, remarked Marco, observing the joviality of Whitebeard Newgate. Challenge me? Well, the world has proclaimed that in the aftermath of Roger's death, this ocean belongs to the old man, Marco Chakiv. For the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates stemmed entirely from Whitebeard Newgate, widely recognized as the strongest man in the world. Girarur, that little brat is as arrogant as ever. I am Whitebeard. Let him come. I wish to see how much Xia Hao has grown over the years. Whitebeard Newgate took a deep swig of alcohol, narrowing his eyes as he recalled the terrifying and domineering conquerors Haki Xia Hao unleashed during their skirmishes with Roger's crew. As he pondered, Whitebeard Newgate turned to Marco and the others, shaking his head. In terms of combat prowess among the younger generation, even Whitebeard had to concede that Roger's crew was superior. From the Devil's descendant Barrett to Xia Hao and that red-haired brat, their terrifying potential filled Whitebeard with unease. However, Roger was dead, and Whitebeard Newgate still remained. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates did not require an abundance of youthful combat strength. Yet, an inexplicable sorrow arose within Whitebeard Newgate. If someone as formidable as Roger could be taken by illness, what of himself? After a lifetime of battles, both great and small, the injuries he had sustained were countless, compounded by the aftereffects of overusing the Gura no Mi. Could he truly continue to protect the Whitebeard pirates? Perhaps the emergence of Xia Hao had prompted these reflections within Whitebeard Newgate. Consequently, he resolved to enhance the training of his sons, ensuring they could at least defend themselves against formidable foes. Marco was unaware that the high bounty on Xia Hao would compel him to double his training efforts. Typically, pirates improve their strength through combat, rarely opting for self-improvement. Especially under the protection of Whitebeard Newgate, no pirate crew dared to provoke them. Naturally, with prolonged stability, their combat abilities would inevitably decline. In a small town of the East Blue, a man dressed as a pirate with a red nose gazed at the bounty notice in his hand, a glimmer of excitement in his smile. Ha ha ha, just as I expected. Xia Hao, wait for me. I shall return to the New World. On a picturesque island in the West Blue, a red-haired youth similarly held a newspaper and bounty notice in hand. Xia Hao, you're a step ahead. But it is not yet time for me to set sail again. In the skies above a certain location in the Grand Line at the island of Vermal, a man with a ship's helm protruding from his head received a recent world government newspaper and bounty notice from his subordinates. Indeed, this man was the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, who had escaped from Impelled Down. Since his escape, Shiki had unexpectedly arrived at this island, discovering a unique plant containing IQ components that cause certain animals to become violently strong upon consumption. Thus, Shiki began to lurk, initiating a 2-decade-long quest for vengeance. Kukukuku, the Haotian pirates. That rookie of Rogers has caused quite a stir upon entering the New World. Truly an unstable individual. Reflecting back, that little brat Xia Hao has given me considerable trouble, Shiki mused, narrowing his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within his deep gaze. During the battle at the Marine Ford, Xia Hao's youthful strength and reckless demeanor had left an indelible impression on Shiki, particularly the moment he unleashed his conqueror's haki, akin to a monstrous creature from the abyss. Wait a little longer. I shall show them the true terror of a pirate. Dr. Indigo, expedite the research. I can hardly contain my eagerness to set sail. Shiki's golden locks danced wildly as he unleashed the powers of the Fua no Mi, causing several islands in the air to tremble, while the animals upon them fled in panic, inadvertently crossing into the territories of other ferocious beasts, igniting yet another battle for survival. In the New World, aboard the ship Haotian, Xia Hao remained blissfully unaware of the various powerful factions in the world. At this moment, he lounged leisurely on a deck chair, basking in the sea breeze while savoring a chilled beverage, having utilized all the prizes he had won in a previous lottery. System, open shop. Let me see what treasures await. Xia Hao silently mused as the interface of the system shop materialized in his mind. Yet among the categories of devil fruits, only animal-type fruits appeared, and the item category lacked anything of urgency for him. Ultimately, his attention gravitated towards the skill section. Speed. Young one, do you wish to become light itself? Purchase this, and you shall possess a velocity that transcends light. Turtle breath. Even in the depths of the ocean, you can sleep and play joyfully, free from the worries of breathing. Father of ships, as the father of all ships, a mere command from you can compel any vessel before you to cease its voyage unconditionally and remain in place. Gazing at the 3 skills displayed on the panel, Xia Hao pondered briefly before deciding to acquire them all. 600 million berries for 3 abilities was a trivial sum, especially with his balance exceeding 1 billion berries. With a decisive wave of his hand, he claimed them all. Such is the simplicity of the adult world. After concluding the exchange of skills, Xia Hao rose languidly, stretching his limbs as his gaze wandered towards a distant isle. Utilizing his newfound speed, he vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing above the island. Observing the Haotian from afar, now reduced to the size of a fist, a subtle smile graced his lips. Truly, the speed provided by the system was remarkable. He pondered the prospect of encountering Borisolino, curious who among them would possess the swifter pace, a speed beyond light itself, an anticipation that grew ever more exhilarating. With the experiment of the speed skill concluded, Xiao Hao plunged into the ocean, inhaling the air deeply without a hint of breathlessness, akin to a deep-sea turtle, reveling in his aquatic freedom. Since he had arrived, he could not return empty-handed. His gaze fixed upon the plump fish swimming through the depths. A droplet of saliva escaped his lips. This would be his prize. Setting his sights on a colossal deep-sea fish, comparable to a sea king. A glimmer of red flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, appearing behind the creature. Armament Haki swiftly enveloped his Fangtian Huaji, and with a fierce thrust, he plunged it into the fish. The force of his attack, combined with the agonizing pain, drove the Sea King into a frenzy. Blood gushing forth from its back as its massive body writhed violently in the depths. The ocean currents intensified, swiftly forming a colossal whirlpool that expanded rapidly. Above the surface, the Haotian sailed languidly towards this tumult, the immense whirlpool, visible from afar, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as crimson blood stained the sea. Bubbles rising as a massive sea king breached the surface. With a swift leap, a slender figure soared from the water, landing on the deck of the Haotian with such speed that Xing and the others were momentarily taken aback, even their observation Haki unable to react in time. "Hey, boss, when did you go out?" Xing asked, bewildered. "Just now," Xiao Hao replied with a laugh. "Really? How did I not sense it? Perhaps your observation Haki needs more honing. Now, hurry and prepare that fish," Xiao Hao urged, casting a glance at Xing. With a frown, Xing trudged towards the kitchen, preparing to fulfill the role of the only competent cook aboard the vessel. It seemed time to seek a skilled chef, Xiao Hao pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After all, while Xing's cooking was merely palatable, it was certainly not sustainable in the long run. As an aficionado of fine cuisine, one could not remain indifferent to the quality of food. Yet, where would he find such a chef? He recalled Mr. Rayleigh mentioning a small island in the New World, home to the world's most renowned chefs, whose culinary creations even the celestial dragons of Mariewa praised. Kings from all nations would invite these chefs to their birthday banquets. Perhaps a visit would yield a chef willing to join their voyage. In the New World, on an island rife with the echoes of chaos, remnants of a once majestic kingdom lay in ruins, besieged by relentless artillery fire. In the heart of the island, a group of cloaked figures hurried toward the royal palace at its core. "You lowly peasants, if you have the ability, then kill me. The world government will not spare you. You shall all perish. The revolutionary army is nothing but a horde of vermin. The righteous world government is the true power." Within the half-destroyed castle of the royal capital, a golden-haired middle-aged man seethed with rage as he berated the commoners he once deemed inferior. "Ha ha ha, the world government? They will inevitably be overthrown," declared the leader of the revolutionary army, Dracul Mihawk, his calm countenance emerging before the assembled crowd. The newly liberated residents erupted in cheers. In Mariewa, within a resplendent and solemn palace in Panga City, the 5 elders of the world government were engaged in a critical conversation. As a frantic cry for help echoed through the den mushy. "Help! I do not wish to die. Let me go, you garbage. No, please. Do not touch me. I am a king of this kingdom. Release me, and I will grant you anything you desire." A gunshot rang out, silencing the anguished pleas as the voice was abruptly extinguished by the ruthless pirates who had seized the capital. Fools! Who would have imagined such a person could ascend to kingship? Quickly, gather all the treasure. The navy will arrive shortly. The brazen discussions caused the 5 elders' expressions to darken. They had not anticipated that a mere pirate crew would dare to challenge the authority of the world government. This matter must be reported to Sengoku. Within 7 days, We must capture these insolent pirates, or he shall no longer need to serve as fleet admiral. The world must remain stable. Any who challenge the world government must be eradicated. CP0 shall also intervene. This operation cannot afford any failures. What a tumultuous time. Why can't they all remain quiet? Days prior, a coup had erupted in a certain nation of the East Blue, with intelligence suggesting the involvement of the Revolutionary Army. It seemed that this faction, within a few short years of its establishment, had already caused considerable distress to the world government, far surpassing the danger posed by the simple-minded pirate crews. The world does not require such ideologies. The celestial dragons and the world government are the true masters of this realm. As the five elders deliberated over the significant events that had transpired recently, their expressions were grim, each incident fueling their fury. Ever since Roger's final act ignited the great pirate era, a series of repercussions had unfolded. The D-clan should not exist in this world. In the new world, the Haotian sailed swiftly across the seas, guided by its navigational pointer. Due to the urgent need for a chef, Xiahao resolved to first venture to the culinary sanctuary of Hankrela Island, hoping to enlist a chef to accompany them on their journey. What had initially appeared to be a smooth passage would soon reveal the chaotic realities of the new world. In the next moment, anything could transpire. Observing the nearby island where a ferocious beast intended to dock, the animals fled in panic, and the birds in the forest hesitated to descend. Xiahao understood that there must be something terrifying on the island that instilled fear in the creatures. However, due to the necessity of storing the recording pointer, which required magnetic energy, the ship Haotian had to dock. "Captain, it seems there is something extraordinary on that island," a Xing remarked, furrowing his brow. "The aura of true ferocity." Humph. Meng Shan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with the spirit of battle. Challenging stronger beings was the crucible through which he would fulfill his dreams. "Should I set off a bomb first?" Daidatai inquired, eyeing the booming sounds and rolling smoke from the island, eager for action. "It seems we have encountered a group of battle maniacs." Xiahao shrugged in resignation, hoping the next crew member would be somewhat quieter. "No need. Bring the ship closer. We shall investigate ourselves." Xiahao waved his hand. In this vast sea, although there were individuals more powerful than him, they were few. As his affinity with the WoodRelease technique increased, Xiaohao's strength surged, complemented by his prolonged use of the 8 gates. It could be said that in this ocean, Xiaohao harbored no fears. However, the rate of his affinity with WoodRelease was slowing down. Gazing at the 85 affinity displayed on the panel, he felt somewhat disheartened. If he could reach 90 affinity, he could boldly declare, "The heavens and earth are vast, but I am the greatest." Even the gods would be no cause for alarm. As the Haotian approached the island, a group of pirates dressed in flamboyant attire noticed the arrival of the Haotian pirate crew. However, upon seeing the sparse number of individuals at the ship's bow, they revealed cruel smiles. Yet a tall, robust young man with red hair frowned, sensing that matters were not so simple. This man was Katakuri, the second son of Charlotte Lin Lin, and naturally, the pirate crew on the island was the Big Mum pirate crew, now one of the most formidable pirate crews in the world. Led by Captain Charlotte Lin Lin, also known as Big Mum, who was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, the pirate overlords of the old era, alongside Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Shiki the Golden Lion, and the future Kaido. The combat prowess of this crew was undeniable, with Katakuri possessing the formidable strength of the giant race, sporting skin as tough as steel, making it nearly impossible for ordinary foes to breach his defenses. "Caution, this group may not be ordinary pirates," Katakuri warned, as the skull flag on the Haotian piqued his familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. "Are we not ordinary pirates, then? Does that mean our Big Mum pirate crew is considered ordinary?" Scoffed Perispero, the elder brother, disdainfully curling his lip. Their greatest asset in the new world was their terrifying combat power derived from Big Mum herself. "I see. This is that scoundrel's pirate crew." Katakuri. "This is the one who infiltrated the castle years ago to steal the historical text, the former intern of the RogerPirates, Xiahao." A member of the Charlotte family exclaimed through gritted teeth, clutching a bounty poster bearing Xiaohao's likeness. That battle from years ago still haunted him. He had been knocked away by Xiaohao's strike without even mustering his strength, losing several of his front teeth and enduring half a month of the loathsome milk. It's him. Upon hearing his sister's words, Katakuri immediately became fully attentive, and in an instant, a terrifying aura akin to that of a ferocious beast erupted from him. Activating his Kinbunchika haki, he fixed his gaze on the Haoyan, ready to strike at any moment. For that encounter had been his most humiliating defeat since his debut, allowing someone younger than himself to escape unscathed. He had even sustained injuries. Be careful. This individual is not ordinary. He possesses Haoshiko haki as well. Katakuri cautioned his siblings. If it weren't for Mama suddenly going mad from not obtaining her desired delicacies, the Big Mom pirate crew would not have set sail. Haoshiko haki. The members of the Big Mom pirate crew were astounded, for such a talent was exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one in a million possessing it, each having the potential to become a king. They are coming. Katakuri observed the approaching Haoyan, speaking in a grave tone. Hey Sashi, it's been a while, Katakuri. As the Haoyan drew closer to the island, Xiahao recognized who they were, a slight smile gracing his lips as he raised a hand in greeting. Gentlemen, we are merely passing through, storing some magnetic energy. There is no need to display such predatory expressions. Predatory? Xiahao, have you forgotten the incident of stealing our historical text? That is an unforgivable grudge. Perispero glared at the mere 4 individuals aboard the Haoyan. His courage surged, for they were accompanied by 6 officers and 200 crew members tracking Mama, alongside Katakuri, the strongest combatant in the Charlotte family aside from Mama. Perispero was oblivious to how he could possibly lose. Therefore, avenging the theft of the historical text was imperative. TCA, Captain, why waste words with them? Let us take them down. Ashing instantly transformed into his half-beast form, his aura soaring as he prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Meng Shan donned his gloves and Daidatai rubbed his hands together, creating special explosives, both sides brimming with tension. Defeat them. A fierce glint flashed in Perispero's eyes as he raised his candy staff. The members of the Big Mom pirate crew raised their pistols, unleashing a torrential rain of bullets towards Xiahao and his companions. Wooden pillar wall. With a swift motion, Xiahao summoned a towering wooden wall from the ground at the coast, blocking all incoming projectiles. The sounds of countless bullets colliding echoed, proving that ordinary bullets were utterly ineffective. Perispero gazed at the unharmed Haoyan, murmuring to himself, Daidatai, we must reciprocate. Let us give them a grand gift. Xiahao turned to Daidatai, speaking earnestly. I've been waiting for this, Captain. Upon hearing this, Daidatai unleashed a glimmer of black energy from his hands, swiftly hurling a black steel ball towards the Big Mom pirate crew. Its speed was so great that it appeared as merely a shadow. Watch out, retreat. An ominous premonition surged within Katakuri, imbued with superhuman Kinbunchika haki, as he shouted. However, it was too late. Many ordinary pirates could not react in time. Boom! The black steel ball detonated above the Big Mom pirate crew, unleashing a torrent of energy that illuminated the sky with blinding light. A colossal shockwave erupted, wreaking havoc on everything in its vicinity. The once even ground cracked, and dust and debris filled the air. Damn it! That scoundrel dared to bombard us. Caution! Another is coming, Dodge. Impossible! Could this individual be a devil fruit user? Charged together, they only number 4. We have the advantage. Do not allow him to continue launching bombs. Perispero shouted, wielding his candy staff as he directed his siblings. Typically, as the strategist of the Big Mom pirate crew, Perispero seldom engaged in combat. TCH, if we don't use bombs, we're a loss? You underestimate us. Ashing observed the ready stance of the Big Mom pirate crew, sinking his legs slightly before leaping high, soaring towards them with wings unfurled. Charging straight for the Big Mom pirate crew. Wind's extremity, annihilation, a series of terrifying elongated wind blades surged towards the members of the Big Mom pirates. The ferocious energy seemingly intent on annihilating everything in its path. Observing the imminent assault, Katakuri stepped forward, wielding his weapon with force to unleash a counterslash. The resounding explosion echoed, and the powerful shockwave nearly caused Ashing suspended in midair, to plummet. The gusts roared as Katakuri's figure flickered, darting past the Xing with his sights set on the composed Xia Hao aboard the Haotian ship. Damn it, this guy lacks martial ethics, attempting to ambush the captain. A Xing exclaimed, visibly frustrated. Xia Hao, I shall defeat you this time. With Xia Hao less than 10 meters away, Katakuri proclaimed earnestly, thrusting his weapon downward. Am I invisible? How dare you disturb my captain right from the start? Lei Shanqian, Meng Shan interjected, utilizing one of the Navy's 6 styles, Suro, to position his massive frame between the two. His powerful fist, enveloped in Busashoka haki, prompted Katakuri to take the matter seriously. Captain, I'm joining in, a Xing shouted, now fully immersed in the fray alongside Meng Shan. Go ahead, but be cautious. This is the Bigman Pirates. Do not act recklessly. As the battle loomed, the trio faced off against the officers of the Bigman Pirates, their overwhelming fighting spirit soaring to the heavens, resulting in a chaotic melee. Amidst the impending clash, resonating tremors echoed from the island's center, revealing Bigman herself. With each step, the ground quaked beneath her, and after wreaking havoc on an island, her previously frenzied state began to stabilize, her crimson eyes gradually regaining clarity. Perispero, where is this place? Bigman inquired in a deep voice, slowly regaining her senses. Moments later, she comprehended the situation and recognized the pirate crew before her, a band of thieves from years past, including the boy from Roger's ship. Xia Hao, you dare to reappear before me? It seems a lesson is in order. Bigman's demeanor turned cold as she fixed her gaze on Xia Hao aboard the Haotian ship, her massive form charging forward like a tank. Zeus! Hi, Mama! A voice echoed as storm clouds gathered above, and in an instant, they materialized beneath Bigman's feet. She ascended into the air, appearing before Xia Hao, looking down upon him. Life or death? Bigman, that means nothing to me, Xia Hao retorted, his presence exuding a formidable aura as he advanced towards her, unperturbed by the soul interrogation. You little brat, you are truly insufferable, Bigman seethed, finding Xia Hao before her unyielding and fearless, rendering the unique powers of the Soru, Nomi, ineffective. This realization was difficult for Bigman to accept. Napoleon. Here, Mama. Prometheus. Yes, Mama. Bigman commanded, transforming her hat into a sword. The flaming homies hovered nearby, igniting the blade with fierce flames, and in an instant, she wielded a colossal sword ablaze with heat, her eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Di Bat. Renmu Zhiyan. Bigman's powerful arm swung the fiery blade downward, the inferno racing towards Xia Hao. Yet, he merely smiled faintly, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Flames? Can they truly incinerate a life? In this era where even dogs disdain the shaka fruit, unleashing fiery attacks is but a common tactic. As the temperature around him surged, Xia Hao murmured to himself, Dragon Slayer magic, Flame Dragon's stomach. Xia Hao inhaled deeply, then unleashed a tempestuous breath, devouring the surrounding flames entirely, leaving nothing behind. Wait, is that real? Did Mama's flames just get consumed? A stunned voice exclaimed. Impossible. How can a human absorb flames? What on earth is happening? Isn't Xia Hao supposed to control plants? Curse that brat. What kind of power does he possess? Bigman pondered, her astonishment growing. Ah, you absorb the flames. Impressive, Xia Hao. Bigman observed in disbelief, as this was an unprecedented experience for her. Encounters in battle typically involved either defense or evasion, and occasionally one would absorb the impact. However, never before had anyone absorbed the energy of an attack. Is that so? Merely a standard operation, Xia Hao responded nonchalantly. With his Feng Tian Hua Ji spinning rapidly, Xia Hao's aura erupted forth, Busashoko haki swirling around his weapon, dark red, lightning fracturing the air with continuous crackling sounds. At that moment, he resembled an unparalleled beast, his overwhelming presence causing the members of the Bigman Pirates, previously engaged in combat, to instinctively halt. He has grown stronger, Katakuri murmured, clenching his fist in frustration. One day, I will become even more powerful. Indeed, a troublesome little brat, Bigman mused, sensing the fierce, storm-like aura emanating from him. A familiar feeling washed over her, reminiscent of Roger himself. Could it be that this little fellow has inherited Roger's will? A bold hypothesis flickered in her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Thunderous radiant half-moon slash. A terrifying flame erupted from the Fong Tian Hua Ji, hissing and crackling as white lightning flickered. The two wildly powerful forces rapidly merged and compressed. And with a mighty swing of Xia Hao's robust arm, a devastating slash surged forth, altering the very colors of the world, as if the fabric of space itself were to be severed. Wei Guo, as the lethal slash sped towards her, Big Mom gripped Napoleon tightly, gathering her energy. When the attack was about 100 meters away, she swung Napoleon, unleashing a thick beam of energy to collide with Xia Hao's advancing strike. The collision of these two formidable energies sent tremors throughout the island, the clash of Busashoka Haki generating shockwaves that swept across several kilometers. The overwhelming impact left the ordinary members of the Big Mom Pirates momentarily blinded, collapsing to the ground as their weapons clattered around them, leaving only a few standing. Captain is so impressive. This is the power of Busashoku Haki. A Xing exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement and desire as he beheld Xia Hao, who had just decimated hundreds of elite pirates solely through Haki. How wonderful it would be if I could awaken such abilities one day. Busashoku Haki? It seems I must intensify my training. Dadadi observed the bomb-like aura of Haki descending upon them, his brow furrowing as he began to devise new types of explosives. In this instance, Daidatai remarkably integrated his limited yet formidable Haki into his abilities, swiftly conjuring an air bomb that had been compressed hundreds of times. "Allow me to present you with a gift. This is my first time," he declared, with a powerful thrust of his hands. The air bomb rapidly sailed towards the cadre of the Big Mom Pirates. In an instant, Katakuri, sensing an inexplicable terror and the threat of death through his observation Haki, shouted urgently, "Run! Stay away from Brother Perispero." "What are you talking about?" Perispero responded, bewildered. However, as he observed his siblings fleeing from him, his expression grew grave, and he too sensed a horrifying danger approaching. Instinctively, he encased himself entirely in candy barrier. Realizing there was no escape, he decided to utilize his devil fruit powers for full defense. With a thunderous roar, the freshly erected candy barrier shattered upon the explosion's onset, sending shockwaves that trembled through the void. The massive aftershock of the explosion stirred the previously tranquil sea into tumultuous waves. Centered around Perispero, a colossal mushroom cloud of smoke and dust began to ascend. "Wow, Daidatai, you become significantly stronger. Truly an artist of explosions," Xia Hao gasped, staring at the vast crater spanning 3 to 5 kilometers in awe. Talent is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. If the Paramecia-type bomb fruit were to be wielded by another, its potency might not even reach 1% of this. Cough, cough, damn kid, that almost killed me. After a while, as the smoke gradually dissipated, a hurried cough emerged from the center of the crater. A gust of sea breeze revealed Perispero, disheveled and seated on the ground, his body battered, one leg blown off, his face a mixture of terror and rage directed at Daidatai. "Hey, Daidatai, your power is lacking. You didn't even scare anyone to death," a Xing remarked, smirking as he relished the unfolding chaos. "Indeed, there's still much room for improvement." Daidatai nodded earnestly. A Xing replied, "I was just joking, and you took it to heart." The members of the Big Mom Pirates gasped in disbelief. Spiegel exclaimed, "Dai, you bastard. If your power were any greater, I would have been finished." "Honestly, a Xing, I believe there's still potential for enhancement. After all, I aspire to be the man who will obliterate the Red Line," Daidatai declared with unwavering conviction, inspired by Xia Hao's words that had led him to view explosions as the pinnacle of artistry. One might ponder to obliterate the entire Red Line in a single strike, an achievement unaccomplished in 8 centuries of history. If Daidatai could indeed realize this, he would be a pioneer in history, truly deserving of his explosive artistry. Yes, keep striving," a Xing declared, though he harbored doubts about anyone being capable of destroying the Red Line. Yet, since Daidatai was his comrade, he chose to believe in him. What if he succeeded? Ha ha ha. This guy must be joking. He thinks he can destroy the red line? Why not just fly to the heavens? Exactly, just a kid. Does he really believe bombs can solve everything? Enough of this nonsense. Kill him and let him witness the true terror of pirates. Even with a devil fruit ability, it's impossible to instantaneously create such a terrifying bomb. Let's go all out. We are the Big Mom Pirates. Do we fear this mere newcomer? This fellow is serious. Unlike others who mocked, Katakuri observed Daidatai's resolute expression and sensed his earnestness. Furthermore, judging by Xing and the others' reactions, Katakuri deduced that the previous bomb's explosion could not have been as powerful as this one. This is indeed a perilous individual. Although many formidable foes in the New World have ceased to worry about bullets or cannonballs due to their haki or peculiar devil fruit abilities. What if the power were to escalate further? Even a Logia-type devil fruit user has limitations to their elemental intangibility. If the explosive force were to amplify, Katakuri had a premonition of an ordinary boy wreaking havoc beneath the red line. However, the future is merely a notion. Since the Hautian pirates dared to engage in battle with the Big Mom Pirates, there would be no future. Katakuri narrowed his eyes slightly, his trident enveloped in armament haki, and then, with a swift motion, he lunged fiercely at Daidatai, determined to eliminate any source of danger for his family. Wind God Seal. Hey, Muhi man. What do you intend to do to my comrade? Just as Katakuri's trident was about to strike Daidatai, a Xing clasped his claws together, and the powerful impact of Wind God Wyvern sent Katakuri flying. The speed was so rapid that Katakuri could not evade, even utilizing his Machi form. Boom! Katakuri's figure was propelled backward like a cannonball. Along the way, trees were shattered and dust erupted, ultimately crashing against a massive boulder. The tremendous force leaving it riddled with cracks. Crack Mountain Fist. On another front, Mengshan held his own against 3 opponents. His giant kin's formidable strength combined with his unique ferocious haki, creating a counterpressure effect. The Big Mom Pirates cadres, who initially faced his attacks, were now desperately attempting to evade, highlighting Mengshan's immense power and terror. Curse it, is this giant a lunatic? Such intense combat without even a hint of fatigue. One cadre exclaimed, This time, only Brother Katakuri has come. If all the sweet commanders were here, this giant would be no match. Stop the chatter. Even without the sweet commanders, as Mama's children, we cannot afford to lose. Wow, Mama, I never expected that little brat from Roger's crew would grow to this extent. Big Mom marveled as she clashed evenly with Xiaohao, laughing in astonishment. Observing Xiaohao's robust physique, not even 2 meters tall, Big Mom, despite her vast experience, could not comprehend how someone could match her haki, let alone overpower her pride and strength. What kind of monster is this boy? Ha ha ha. I told you old-timers it's time to retire. This is our era now. Xiaohao retorted without reservation. God of Demons, descend. With a powerful shout from Xiaohao, he unleashed an astonishing aura, a furious energy surging forth and impacting everything around him. In that moment, his strength, speed, and defense all doubled. With no extravagant skills, Xiaohao's figure flashed behind Big Mom, and the halberd, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, struck down with a thunderous crash. The terrifying attack made the void tremble, as if the very fabric of space was ripping apart. Sensing the imminent danger, Big Mom's eyes widened as she turned to look, only to find the halberd had already struck her substantial body. The force of the assault impacted her iron-like skin, sending her hurtling away like a massive iron ball, crashing through the Big Mom Pirates ship, creating a tremendous crater and cracking the vessel. What a tough hide! Such an attack barely breached her defenses. Xiaohao observed the slight trickle of blood from Big Mom's mouth, his expression one of discontent. Yet, it was to be expected. A notorious pirate reigning in the New World would not fall so easily. Mom, you bastard, you made me bleed. Curse be you, little rascal Xiaohao. With brawny arms braced against the ground, a robust figure gradually rose, fierce eyes fixated on Xiaohao, his hair billowing as if he were a madman. Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon. Big Mom called out these 3 names in succession. The storm clouds and flames, alongside Napoleon's great sword, instantaneously converged, while the sun, Hua Zimi, enveloped the sword's end. the blade's tip piercing through the lightning huizimi, forming an energy ring that exuded a terrifying aura. Ming Guang Bao. With a thunderous roar from Big Mom, a concentrated laser shot forth from the sword's tip, rapidly aimed at Xia Hao, seemingly intent on penetrating his very being. Song Long Patian. Undaunted by the onslaught, Xia Hao channeled his Haoshiko Haki into the Fong Tian Huaji, the formidable energy resonating with the sound of shattering glass as red and black lightning flickered. Gripping the Fong Tian Huaji with both hands, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in his dark eyes, and he unleashed a counterattack. A dragon's roar reverberated across the island as a colossal azure dragon surged toward the laser, the clash of two immense energies generating a relentless shockwave, displacing countless stones around them, while the once serene sky erupted in chaos. The violent shockwaves spiraled outward, compelling the crew of the Big Mom pirate group, who were embroiled in battle, to momentarily cease hostilities and brace against the oncoming gusts, straining to catch sight of the unfolding conflict at the island's center. A day later, news of the Haotian pirate group's confrontation with Big Mom reverberated throughout the New World, astonishing all as the Haotian pirate group emerged unscathed, altering public perception once again. As captain, Xia Hao's bounty soared to an astonishing 1 billion berries. In the Grand Line, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, what an unruly character. Not long ago, and already causing another seismic stir, the fleet admiral Sengoku mused, his expression grim as he perused the newspaper in hand. The unexpected outcome of the Haotian pirate group's clash with Big Mom, exiting the fray without a scratch, took Sengoku by surprise. Despite Carp's insistence on monitoring Xia Hao's movements, Sengoku had not taken it to heart. After all, in comparison to the notorious sea pirate Whitebeard, Newgate, and the rapidly rising Kaido of the beasts, Xia Hao was still exceedingly young and led a relatively small crew. Much like Roger in his early days, despite possessing formidable strength, his crew was not extensive, and the level of threat he posed to the world remained relatively low. Thus, prior to achieving the title of Pirate King and reaching the final island, Laughtail, his bounty did not surpass that of Whitebeard or the Golden Lion, Shiki, and the world government's regard for him was correspondingly diminished. Yet now, witnessing Xia Hao, capable of battling Big Mom for a day and night without a clear victor, Sengoku fell into contemplative silence. Indeed, no one associated with the Roger Pirate Group could be underestimated. Consequently, Sengoku set the bounty at 1 billion berries. Although his true strength far exceeded this figure, Sengoku refrained from elevating the bounty excessively, as the skirmish was merely a form of sparring and had not escalated to the level of life-and-death conflict. Information regarding the island where the battle had taken place confirmed that neither side had fought with their full might. In the vast expanse of the New World, a bounty notice fluttered onto the face of a Xing, who gazed skyward. Wow, Captain, your bounty has increased again, reaching an astonishing 1 billion berries. After a brief silence, a Xing erupted with excitement, dashing toward the board Xia Hao, as if sharing in the joy of the bounty's rise, bouncing along like a child. 1 billion berries. Indeed not bad. Xia Hao cast a glance at the bounty notice, nodding with a smile, not overly concerned, for it was merely a string of numbers. Aren't you excited? Captain, is there no thrill in this? Shouldn't a captain be pleased about an increased bounty? Aside from those notorious pirates, your bounty is the highest among the younger generation. What does this signify? It indicates that among the new generation of pirates, you are the strongest. A Xing exclaimed, vigorously waving his fists. All right, I understand, Xia Hao replied, his demeanor unruffled, not wishing to engage further. A Xing turned to share the good news with Di Ti and Meng Shan, along with his analysis of the pirate factions in the New World. 5 days later, the Haotian ship finally arrived at the culinary sanctuary, Hankrila Island, guided by the recorded pointer. From afar, the crew couldn't help but sniff the air, a mouth-watering aroma wafting from the island, an irresistible temptation for the Haotian pirate group, who had long settled for meager meals. So delectable. Oh, how I long to savor such exquisite dishes. This truly tastes divine, Captain. Let us steer the ship closer. Me too. Meng Shan eagerly nodded, eyeing the island abundant with delicacies, his mouth watering with anticipation. Then, Let's embark together to explore Hangkrila Island. This time, we shall surely bring back a remarkable chef. Xiao Hao affirmed with equal seriousness, gesturing grandly as the Haotian ship swiftly navigated toward the port. As they drew nearer to the island, the rich fragrance heightened their spirits, their smiles widening, for who does not relish good food? I can hardly contain my excitement. No doubt, Captain. It seems we've arrived at an extraordinary island. As the Haotian ship neared the shore by 10 meters, Meng Shan could no longer resist and reached out, grabbing a handful of food from the chocolate-black soil along the shore, the crisp sounds echoing as a Xing and T swallowed hard. The Haotian ship anchored securely at the shoreline, and Xiao Hao turned to see as Xing and the others had already disembarked, indulging in a feast. Before long, the coastline became a chaotic scene, littered with bite marks. What a bunch of unsophisticated fellows. Xiao Hao gently broke off a piece of grass-flavored chocolate leaf, savoring it slowly. This island was laden with ingredients. It was crucial to satiate their hunger now, for who knew what culinary delights awaited them later. This island was, after all, a sanctuary for chefs, where culinary masters from around the globe gathered to hone their skills. The crew continued towards the island's center, and after a 10-minute trek, they finally beheld a magnificent, even extravagant, culinary castle bustling with activity. Glancing upward, they noticed a banner proclaiming the 108th World Chef Competition. What a lively scene, Captain. Wow, so many chefs, and the aroma is simply divine. This time, I will feast to my heart's content. Just as Xiao Hao and his companions paused to assess the surroundings for suitable chefs to recruit, a sweet voice, reminiscent of a lark, rang in their ears. Turning, they beheld a girl clad in a chef's uniform, her long raven hair cascading down, clear eyes sparkling, and soft, full red lips. Notably, her long, shapely legs were a dream for countless admirers. However, upon noticing the sword at her waist, Xiao Hao furrowed his brow. Was she truly a chef? Something felt amiss. A beautiful swordswoman chef. A curious notion sparked in Xiao Hao's mind. If her culinary skills were commendable, it might not be a bad idea. No, we are in search of chef. Oh, greetings. I am Meina, a participant in this chef competition. Greetings, my name is Xiao Hao. A pirate in search of suitable chef, Xiao Hao said with a gentle smile, speaking earnestly. A pirate? Oh, you must have traveled to many places. Is the outside world as thrilling as they say? The spirited girl, Meina, began to fervently inquire about what lies beyond. As a native of this island, she had never ventured beyond its shores, longing to sail the seas and explore diverse ingredients from across the globe. Her dreams had been thwarted by her lack of nautical skills, leading to repeated failures. Meina, do you wish to set sail? Of course. If you can secure a place in the top 10 of this chef competition, I will take you with me. Will you join us as the chef of the Haotian pirate crew? Xiao Hao proposed, gazing at the excited Meina. Really? You will take me with you? I will be delighted. Rest assured, I will certainly rank in the top 10. I've always been in the top 5 since I began competing, Meina exclaimed joyfully, her eyelashes fluttering like the petals of a blooming peony, beautiful yet unpretentious. Xiao Hao mused, it seems I may have underestimated this situation, but perhaps it is all destined. The competition would commence in 3 days, during which the contestants needed to gather ingredients from the island and prepare their signature dish for evaluation by the culinary judges. Only those who met the standards would advance to the finals. As Meina explained the rules while leading the way, they soon arrived at the coast. I have gathered all the ingredients for the qualifying round, and I am confident in my abilities to progress. However, I am still missing a key ingredient for the final dish, which can only be found in the depths of the sea. In the deep sea? Yes. A fish located 500 meters below the surface, entirely golden and shimmering, with exquisite flesh. The champion of the 70th chef competition crafted a dish using this shimmering fish as the main ingredient, Meina explained earnestly, nodding. The reason for her familiarity was that the champion of the 70th competition was her grandfather. However, capturing this ingredient is exceedingly difficult. They are as swift as lightning in the deep sea, and my previous traps have failed. The closest I came was being led into a sea king's lair by the shimmering fish, nearly meeting my end, Meina lamented, her previously bright expression clouded with concern. The deep sea, you say? Xiao Hao furrowed his brow. glancing towards Meng Shan for his input. Meng Shan, what do you think? Do you have confidence in capturing it? I am uncertain. We can only know by trying. However, Captain, my speed in the water is not impressive, Meng Shan replied, glancing at his own robust physique, indicating that his size would create considerable drag in the water, even with the swimming abilities granted by his fisherman lineage. I will accompany you, Xia Hao said with a calm yet earnest tone, contemplating whether the combination of his skills, speed, and turtle breath could yield extraordinary results. You will help me? Of course. As you're now a prospective member of the Haotian pirate crew, it is only natural for us to assist each other. Yay, I will do my utmost, Mei Na exclaimed, clenching her small fist in excitement. 10 minutes later, under Mei Na's guidance, Xia Hao and his companions reached a rocky outcrop on the southern side of the island, gazing at the deep, azure waters. A Xing and Dita T observed from a distance, as devil fruit users seemed to harbor an innate aversion to the sea. Wait, Captain, why are you not afraid of the water? A Xing exclaimed, noticing Xia Hao already half submerged. Indeed, isn't the captain also a devil fruit user? Dita T questioned, equally puzzled. After all, a Xing was the first to join Xia Hao, perhaps privy to some reasoning behind it. Speaking of which, we are still unclear about what type of devil fruit power the captain possesses. Or perhaps it is not a devil fruit ability at all. A Xing's remark left Dita T and Meng Shan in contemplative silence, recalling that Xia Hao had never explicitly introduced his powers. As the time approached, when the shimmering fish were most active, Mei Na looked up at the sun and declared earnestly, "Now is the perfect moment to dive into the deep sea. We have a significant chance of encountering the golden fish." Understood. Meng Shan, let us plunge into the waters together. Got it. Good luck, Captain Xia Hao. After a brief farewell, Xia Hao dove into the ocean, activating his turtle breath ability. A surge of mysterious energy coursed through him, and he felt an extraordinary freedom, as though he could frolic in the sea and breathe effortlessly. Simultaneously, in the depths, he grasped an oxygen tank, activating his observation hockey to its fullest extent, searching for the shimmering fish based on the images he had seen. After all, a luminescent creature would stand out starkly against the dark waters. Split up, Xia Hao instructed, eyeing Meng Shan's large frame. After half an hour of searching the surrounding waters without sighting the golden fish, Xia Hao's spirits waned, just as he prepared to explore a different area when a golden flash darted past him. Finally, my precious ingredient. Xia Hao smiled as he observed the shimmering fish flitting about. Utilizing his observation hockey, he began to predict its next movements. Finally, when the shimmering fish was within a mere 10 meters of him, Xia Hao seized the moment. Speed. His figure flickered, creating afterimages in the deep sea, reappearing just as the shimmering fish was about to pause. In an instant, he decisively struck, his powerful arm grasping the writhing fish, which struggled in vain to escape. Just as he intended to call Meng Shan to retreat from the depths, the previously tranquil seabed erupted with a fissure. A massive pair of lantern-like eyes fixated on the shimmering fish in Xia Hao's grasp, poised to strike. A sea monster. Xia Hao clenched his fists at the sight of the colossal octopus looming before him. In that instant, the giant octopus extended a thick tentacle, aiming to ensnare him. However, empowered by his observation hockey and speed, Xia Hao instinctively evaded the attack, moving with swiftness comparable to that on land. Speed. Multiple finger puncture. His armament hockey coiled around his fist as he extended a single finger, flashing before the massive octopus to deliver a rapid barrage of strikes. Too fast for the naked eye to follow. Ultimately, through sheer will, Xia Hao's relentless onslaught proved fatal for the creature. With a resounding thud, the enormous body plummeted to the ocean floor, stirring up a cloud of sediment. Captain, I did not find a shimmering fish, but I did catch a large tuna, Meng Shan announced, emerging with a 3-meter-long tuna in his arms. Excellent. Let us return. I have captured the shimmering fish. Xia Hao revealed a special fish cage from his possession, radiant golden light shimmering from within. With a splash, the sound of water cascading down accompanied the sight of Xia Hao and Meng Shan returning triumphantly. How'd it go? Did you succeed? Indeed, we did not disappoint. Splendid. With this, I am confident that I will advance further in the culinary competition. Mei Na gazed excitedly at the shimmering golden fish in the cage. 3 days later, after overcoming numerous challenges, Mei Na successfully advanced to the finals of the culinary competition. Xia Hao and his companions, seeking leisure, arrived at the island's center to cheer as enthusiastic spectators. Wow, how radiant! What kind of food is this? I have never seen it before. Is this the shimmering golden fish that dwells at a depth of 1,500 meters beneath the sea? I never expected to encounter such a rare and precious ingredient in my lifetime. Even death would be a contented one. Is that true? This fish moves like lightning in the deep sea. Most people wouldn't even catch a glimpse, let alone capture it. Indeed, decades ago, I was fortunate enough to witness President Mondo of the Chef Alliance personally prepare a dish with this fish, which secured him the championship. Really? That's astonishing. But who is this little girl? Can she truly prepare such a dish? Surely she won't waste such a precious ingredient. Of course not, for President Mondo is her grandfather, and Mei Na has been raised under my watchful eye. Her culinary talent is exceptional. Wow, it looks utterly delectable. Boss, should we give a remaining 10 shimmering golden fish to Mei Na and let her prepare them all? A Xing, gazing at the pot before Mei Na, was nearly drooling. Inhaling the aromatic fragrance wafting through the air, a look of sheer satisfaction on his face. Such exquisite cuisine shouldn't be consumed all at once. Let us keep them in a tank for future culinary delights, and capture more before we depart. Xia Hao shot a Xing a glance, for in his eyes, ingredients that others might spend their lives trying to catch were easily within reach, a testament to his strength. Boss, let us make a reservation. Regardless of Mei Na's final placement in the competition, we must invite her aboard. A gluttonous fellow indeed, ultimately unable to resist the allure of food. However, Xia Hao remained silent, observing the multitude of chefs on the competition stage. They were predominantly elderly individuals, and he began to formulate plans. While chefs are not the main combatants, navigating the Grand Line requires robust health. In the days of interaction, Xia Hao discovered that Mei Na was not only a talented chef, but also a formidable swordswoman. Although she had yet to reach the level of a master swordsman, she was more than capable of handling ordinary pirates. Furthermore, with dedicated one-on-one instruction, her skills would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. 3 hours later, the culinary competition reached its final phase. After a series of evaluations, Mei Na successfully prepared the shimmering golden fish using her grandfather President Mondo's recipe, earning a perfect score. This was not merely due to President Mondo's reputation. The rarity and flavor of the ingredients were the highest caliber. One could easily discern the exquisite taste from the ravenous expressions of the judges devouring the fish. He, I am a champion. Mei Na's face beamed with joy as she gracefully approached the podium. It must be said that the people in this world have developed remarkably well, with varying heights and forms. Just as everyone was joyously celebrating the successful conclusion of the culinary competition, a dissonant voice rang out from behind. Everyone freeze. Robbery! Robbery! The sharp pirate crew has arrived. A panicked shout erupted, and chaos ensued as everyone began to flee. Until, with a loud bang, a gunshot pierced the air, and a gruff voice boomed from the crowd, "Move, and you die. Foolish humans, hand over your treasures." The captain of the shark pirate crew, Mondo Li Sha, raised his gun menacingly. As the 100-strong fishmen surrounded the crowd, expressions turned grim, and an inexplicable fear swiftly spread through their hearts. As renowned chefs, many of their dishes were worth thousands of berries. One could say each chef here held a fortune, with the esteemed judges worth even more, having previously catered grand banquets for numerous kingdoms. Hey, little girl, hurry and hand over that golden spatula and iron pot, or I won't show any mercy. At that moment, Mondo Li Sha's avaricious gaze fell upon Mei Na's championship prize, which was solid gold, with a cash reward of 100 million berries. Pirates! Mei Na glanced towards Xia Hao, recalling that he had mentioned being part of a pirate crew. However, upon observing the fierce-looking pirates before her and contrasting them with Xia Hao's handsome visage, she felt a stark difference. Mei Na, given the medal, it is merely an external possession. Your life is far more valuable, a judge murmured from the panel, for after all, as long as the mountains stand. One need not fear the absence of firewood. Grandpa do along. I know you mean well, but this is my first medal. I don't wish to give it to anyone, especially not to a group of villains. Mayna's expression shifted as she clutched the medal, drawing her sword from her waist, prepared to resist to the bitter end. What is this? Old Duo Long shook his head, hoping that someone would swiftly bring back help. Thus, even the sharp pirate crew would have to exercise caution. For reinforcements were also a formidable pirate crew, albeit one that merely demanded a small protection fee each year. Keek. It seems the little sister is refusing a toast and is asking for punishment. Kill her. Mondo Li Sha waved his hand, and two fishmen behind him stepped forward with cold smiles, swiftly raising their guns, ready to execute any human who dared to resist. Such acts were nothing new. Fishmen had been captured and sold into slavery by humans, so it was only natural for humans to perish at the hands of fishmen. Just then, Mayna's figure flickered, swiftly unleashing two elegant sword strikes, disarming the guns from the fishmen's grasp, which fell to the ground as mere scrap metal. Nothing more than this. Vile scoundrel, all of you, attack together and kill her. Mondo Li Sha, witnessing his subordinates easily dispatched, gripped his blade tightly. His expression fierce as he charged forward personally, akin to a heavy tank, advancing with great ferocity. Boom! With a single blow, the tremendous force sent Mayna flying, her petite form hurtling through the air. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, Xiao Hao appeared behind her, catching her in his arms and gently setting her down. Hey, this is the chef I worked hard to find. What if she gets hurt and feels disheartened? Xiao Hao's tone was cold as he glared at the nearby fishman pirate crew, clearly infuriated. What is this guy saying? Ha. Just a foolish and weak human. What if she gets hurt? What if she dies? Mondo Li Sha's tone was exceedingly arrogant, as if a single life meant nothing to him. You are correct. Weakness is indeed a sin, so perish. Xiao Hao slowly raised his head, unleashing his conqueror's haki like a ferocious wave crashing upon a shark pirate crew. The overwhelming, tyrannical pressure felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon them, causing nearly all the weak fishmen to faint, their spirits crushed. You do not kill me. This is all a misunderstanding. Spare me. Witnessing the scene, the well-versed Mondo Li Sha knelt, discarding any notion of fishman dignity, for life took precedence. A misunderstanding? I preferred the rebellious demeanor you exhibited earlier. Please return to that, and remember to be more discreet in your next life. Xiao Hao gently patted Mengdu Li Sha's shoulder, and the magic of poison's annihilation swiftly penetrated his body. After 3 breaths, Mengdu Li Sha lay motionless on the ground, transcending into a state of tranquility. How formidable! Is this the extent of Xiao Hao's prowess? As an aspiring chef, Mayna exclaimed with excitement, yearning to traverse the globe, exploring every corner and indulging in the culinary delights of the world. Besides exceptional culinary skills, formidable strength is equally fundamental. After all, many ingredients require considerable power to procure. No wonder my grandfather forbade me from adventuring alone. Are the outside world's inhabitants truly so powerful? Mayna pondered. Mengdu Li Sha remarked, No. It is rare to encounter such an extraordinary human. The Conqueror's haki is not something everyone can possess. Boss, I have gleaned valuable insights from the Fishman pirate's ship. Ashing descended gracefully from the sky, beaming with delight as he addressed Xiao Hao. Gleaned? Mayna will soon understand. Ashing refrained from giving a direct response, knowing that his interpretation of gleaned diverged slightly from its literal meaning. Ahead, Lord Owen, please aid the people of the island. I am willing to serve the Bigmum pirate crew free of charge for 10 years. A massive pirate ship docked at the coast, where an elderly man with a flowing white beard urgently spoke to a robust figure beside him, whose orange hair was styled in 3 fan-like segments and was draped in an orange cloak. Ha, it is settled. I am certain that Mama will be delighted by your arrival, esteemed president of a chef association. As a cadre of the Bigmum pirate crew and Mama's son, I am well aware of her profound love for food, especially during certain special times. If she cannot obtain specific delicacies, she will undoubtedly go mad. Just recalling it makes Owen's towering figure tremble. The group hastily made their way to the heart of the island prior to their arrival. Owen had thoroughly gathered intelligence. It was merely the Fishman pirate crew, whose bounty had just surpassed 100 million. They were hardly a concern and could be dispatched with ease. Stop! Cease at once, you wicked pirates. This island is under the protection of the great pirate Big Mom. So leave immediately. 100 meters from the chef competition venue, the voice of the elderly man Mingdu shouted with all his might. President Mingdu has returned. Reinforcements? Has the president found someone to shelter this island? Really? Can we finally retire here? I was just contemplating leaving to return to my homeland for a peaceful life. However, we have already vanquished the invading pirate crew. A sudden, sobering voice silenced the crowd at the competition venue. Indeed, the pirates have been driven away. The greatest threat of previous years has dissipated, and there is little need to seek refuge from the pirates. After all, to most people, pirates are simply villains. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the sound of heavy footsteps approached from a distance. The imposing Owen-led members of the Big Mom pirate crew, quickly surrounding the entire competition venue. Grandfather, what are you doing? Seeing President Mengdu encircle the competition venue with pirates, Mayna asked in confusion. Of course, I am here to save you. Quickly, hide behind me. President Mengdu shouted, his small eyes darting around nervously. Save us? Grandfather, the invading shark pirate crew has already been captured. Look, President Mengdu glanced towards his granddaughter's direction and saw the pirates bound and unconscious, motionless. Really? Wonderful. President Mengdu was overjoyed, laughing heartily. However, as his laughter subsided, a cloud of gloom enveloped him. He had promised to serve the Big Mom pirate crew for 10 years. Now that the enemy had been eliminated, how could he address the Big Mom pirate crew? Had he known, this was a pirate crew far more formidable than a shark pirate crew, as evidenced by the bounty of the cadre beside him, which had reached 200 million berries, truly terrifying. It is easy to summon a deity, but challenging to send them away. What should I do? Ha ha ha. It seems all problems have been resolved. However, President Mengdu, do not forget your promise. Owen smirked, narrowing his eyes in warning. Promise? Grandfather, what promise did you make? Mayna exclaimed anxiously. We requested your help to eradicate the invading pirates and save everything on this island. Afterward, we promised to serve the Charlotte family free of charge for 10 years. Owen explained nonchalantly, unconcerned about any unforeseen consequences. For in this island, no one could withstand the wrath of Big Mom. But before you arrived, the crisis on the island was already resolved. So what? Do you think I would waste a few hours playing with you? Owen's tone grew cold. As a user of the Houghton fruit, his temper was fiery, and one could tell from the iron-like redness of his skin. Lord Owen, how about we each take a step back? The Chef Association will offer 200 million berries as compensation. I implore you to show mercy and treat this as if nothing occurred, President Mengdu pleaded, attempting to lower his stance. No one had anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Show mercy? Are you challenging the Big Mom pirate crew? A powerful aura emanated from Owen, pressing down on everyone nearby like the weight of an abyss. What if we challenged the Big Mom pirate crew? Just as everyone was at a loss, Xia Hao, who had been observing the situation, swiftly appeared beside Mei Na, calmly gazing at Owen. Captain of the Hao Tian pirate crew, Xia Hao, why are you here? Upon seeing him, Owen's expression shifted dramatically. The news of Xia Hao's fierce battle with Big Mom had shocked the entire Charlotte family. Yet, reality was reality. This former intern of the Roger pirate crew had grown to a level that could not be ignored. Leave this place. You do not belong here, Big Mom pirate crew. Xia Hao's conqueror's haki coalesced into an invisible blade, fiercely aimed at Owen's head. A tremendous pressure enveloped Owen alone, akin to a needle piercing his nerves, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow as he gazed at Xia Hao with apprehension and even fear. Owen, though unwilling to lose face, coldly huffed and departed. It was not fear, but a realization that engaging in battle with Xia Hao was unnecessary. Yea, the bad guys have been driven away. Mei Na joyfully exclaimed, extending 2 fingers in celebration. 3 days later, Mei Na persuaded Grandfather Mengdu to join the Hao Tian pirate crew in pursuit of her dream to travel the world and savor every culinary delight. Thus, The beautiful swordswoman set sail aboard the Hao Tian ship with her meat. Xiao Hao, you must ensure Mei Na faces no grievances. Otherwise, I shall not spare you, even at the cost of my life. Rest assured, President Mingdu, she is our greatest treasure, and we shall not allow any grievances to befall our chef. Departing from the sacred culinary land of Han Kalila Island, the Hao Tian ship swiftly glided with the currents toward the next island. Gazing at the boundless azure sea before her, Mei Na stood at the bow of the ship, allowing the gentle sea breeze to caress her light yellow dress. Her face alight with satisfaction. At last, we have set sail. Mei Na laughed joyfully, cupping her hands around her mouth and calling out with all her might, her sweet voice resonating across the expanse of the sea. Observing this scene, Xiao Hao shook his head with a light chuckle before opening the system panel, wondering if this refresh would yield any treasures. After a prolonged period of accumulation, now Xiao Hao possesses 2,300 points of Earth CUN, and a fortune of 800 million Bailey. It can be said that with a single exhilarating draw, Xiao Hao decided to go all in, causing all 2,300 points to vanish as the system's lottery page began to scroll wildly. Ding! You have obtained a breath of air from the holy land of the pirate world, Maligiao. What the heck? Air is something I need to draw for? Xiao Hao was utterly astonished, never having imagined that such a thing could be drawn. Air is a prize? Is there any sense of morality left? Does the air of Bali Chaoyak smell sweet? Is it a potion for eternal life? Please be mindful of your demeanor, dear host. We must promote civility and establish a new ethos, becoming a refreshing force in the pirate world. Continuing on, Xiao Hao, with a face full of disbelief and resignation, expressed his dissatisfaction. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of spring water from a small hill in Mali Chaoya. Oh, come on. I advise you not to go too far. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an animal-type cockroach fruit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an animal-type zebra fruit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an animal-type ancient species crocodile fruit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a paramecia-type bird fruit in the form of a white dove. Goodness gracious, this is outrageous system. You are directly handing out a plethora of devil fruits. Xiao Hao was speechless. After 23 draws, aside from the worthless air and water, he had obtained 15 devil fruits, 10 of which were animal type and 5 were paramecia type. This is utterly useless to me. Xiao Hao endeavored to calm himself. For him now, ordinary devil fruits held no utility. With the terrifying vitality and recovery of Muduan, combined with supreme conqueror's haki, he was more than capable of standing atop this world. The esteemed teacher Kaido once proclaimed, "Only haki is everything. Only by mastering supreme haki can one become the strongest entity." With the lottery concluded, Xiao Hao shifted his gaze to the system's shop page to examine the latest refreshed items. In the skills category, nothing piqued his interest. In the devil fruits category, the site was overwhelming due to the sheer volume in his inventory. And most importantly, nothing caught his eye. A nature-type fruit would be welcome. In the items category, let me take a closer look. There seems to be something good. Mo Dao Qian Run. Ma Dao Qian Run, a formidable weapon composed of thousands of fragments, with a black handle and a blade adorned with blue stripes, showcasing a pattern of malevolent spirits, capable of emitting light. Public evaluation. Mo Dao Qian Run, solely an offensive weapon. Priced at 500 million Bailey? Well, I can afford it. With this powerful blade, I can utilize the skills replicated when burying the captain. The system's wealth value decreased by 500 million Bailey as Xiao Hao gently raised his hand, and the Mo Dao Qian Run materialized in his grasp. Feeling the blade tremble slightly, Xiao Hao decisively infused it with powerful arm haki. Soon, it shall transform into a black blade, and I will unleash chaos upon the world, ensuring your renown resonates across this realm. With a firm grip, Xiao Hao increased the haki input, and the previously tranquil sea became tumultuous due to his overwhelming presence. With waves rising higher and higher, rumbling ominously. Divine escape. Xiao Hao raised his hand and swung the blade, sending a powerful sword aura crashing down upon the sea. The sword aura, capable of obliterating everything, cleaved the ocean, creating a profound trench and the domineering haki caused the seawater to remain in stasis. A hapless sea king happened to pass by at that moment, only to be cleaved in two, its blood instantly staining the sea a deep crimson. Sensing the sudden eruption of terrifying haki, a Shing and his companions rushed out from the cabin. What happened? Boss, are we fighting? A Shing with wide eyes scanned the surroundings, excitement flickering in his bright gaze. I knew it would be combat. There are no enemies invading. I was merely practicing. Oh, boss, that blade is impressive. Upon learning there was no battle, a Shing's excitement waned. However, his attention quickly shifted to the Modao Chan run in Xia Hao's hand, admiring its striking appearance. Do you even need to ask? Xia Hao rolled his eyes. By the way, we just captured a sea king. Bring it up here so that Mena can prepare a feast. Xia Hao pointed toward the deceased sea king. Oh wow, it's so big and thick. Mena exclaimed joyfully. This was her first time seeing such a large fish. Speaking of which, Mena, you have been on the ship for several days, and as captain, I have yet to give you a gift. Here, a knife for you, Xia Hao said, taking out the famed blade Han Bing, from his backpack. After spending so many days together, Mena had come to understand her captain's extraordinary abilities, so she was not surprised. So cold, Mena grasped the handle of the blade with her delicate hand, a powerful chill enveloping her, as if it would freeze everything in its path. Ming Dal Han Bing, capable of unleashing the power of ice, the stronger the user, the more potent the freezing ability. Although it cannot compare to a nature-type devil fruit, it possesses 1/5 of its power. Do you like it? Yes, I absolutely adore it. Thank you, Xia Hao. Mena nodded enthusiastically. Her primary role was that of a cook, with a secondary pursuit as a swordswoman. By the way, I have some devil fruits here. Take a look and see if you'd like any. If nothing suits you, you can choose next time, Xia Hao said, pulling out over a dozen devil fruits and placing them on the table, captivating everyone with their variety. So many. They are even more than last time. David fruits, the ones that grant immense power when consumed. Upon hearing this, Mena's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me introduce you. This is the animal-type cockroach fruit, which upon awakening allows one to transform into a cockroach, granting the resilience of a cockroach. Immensely durable, and if developed properly, its recovery ability rivals even that of ancient species or mythical beasts. No way. I don't want that, Mena exclaimed, hastily shaking her head in refusal. This is the animal-type hedgehog fruit. Its ability is... An hour later, Mena gazed at the devil fruits before her, torn as others coveted them. Yet she found herself at a loss for which to choose. It infuriating? There are just too many. Don't fret. You can always decide later. All right. The Hong Tian, Hao Tan Hao, continued its voyage in the direction indicated by the compass, sailing smoothly without any unexpected occurrences. Soon, Xia Hao and his companions arrived at the next island. Upon docking and disembarking, they formally set foot on a new island. It's so quiet here. Indeed, is this an uninhabited island? No, it cannot be. I smell explosives, and very rudimentary ones at that. At most, I give it 2 points. Daida T furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply. The scent of gunpowder filled his nostrils, quickly deducing that there were people on the island. They have not yet departed. The time until the explosion at most is half an hour. After a moment of contemplation, Daida T voiced his conclusion. Let us go and see what transpired. Xia Hao took the lead, recognizing that the presence of an explosion indicated a conflict had occurred on this island, and judging by the surrounding disarray, it appeared to be a one-sided suppression. One day, a once tranquil village was suddenly invaded by a group of nefarious villains. Xia Hao pondered internally, increasingly convinced of its plausibility. Boom! 10 minutes later, a tremendous cannon blast echoed across the entire island, and the powerful shockwave rapidly radiated outward in a circular motion. The fierce winds unleashed their wrath upon everything in their vicinity, and the sudden explosion drew the attention of Xia Hao and his companions. Xia Hao cast a glance at a Shing, who instantly understood the unspoken message. Transforming into his half-beast form, he soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards the source of the sound. A gust of wind followed in his wake, and a Shing vanished from view in an instant. Is this the power of a Shing's devil fruit? He can actually fly. Mena gazed at Xing's semi-beast form, her eyes sparkling with admiration, her small fists clenched tightly, her yearning for the devil fruit deepening. 5 minutes later, Xing descended from sky. Disbelief etched across his face as he recounted what he had witnessed. The soldiers of his kingdom are slaughtering innocent civilians. A single statement from Xing sent shockwaves through everyone. The notion that the soldiers of this kingdom could commit such atrocities was hard to fathom. Yet, Xing had witnessed it firsthand. This was the grim reality. Boss, what we do? Xing looked to Xia Hao with questioning eyes. What should we do? If you wish to intervene, then do so. Xing, remember, we are pirates in pursuit of freedom, unbound by rules. We act according to our hearts. Xia Hao encouraged, observing Xing's hesitation. Since Xing wished to rescue the island's inhabitants, Xia Hao wholeheartedly supported him. For saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand edifice. Then I shall not hesitate, boss. I'm off. Xing's eyes sparkled with determination as he vanished like a shooting star, his speed astonishing. We should follow as well. As Xia Hao spoke, he swiftly moved towards Xing's direction, his speed rendering him as if he were flying, his feet barely touching the ground. In the southwestern corner of the island, the once peaceful village had been reduced to ruins. Hundreds of ordinary villagers knelt in desperation, pleading with the soldiers before them for mercy. Please spare us, my lord. We are innocent. Yes, there are no rebels in our village. Truly, my lord, we know not what has transpired, but our village would never betray the kingdom. Kill them all. Execute the order. Better to mistakenly kill than to let a single one escape. Anyone associated with the assassination of His Majesty the King must die. The kingdom's general spoke with a cold indifference, his brutish demeanor revealing his violent nature. With a wave of his hand, a strong aura of murderous intent enveloped everyone. Though the soldiers were reluctant upon receiving such orders, they knew compliance was their duty. Raise your weapons. The loud command startled the trembling villagers, who gazed up at the unfeeling general and the cold barrels of the guns. Among the villagers, a rebel member steeled his resolve and stood up. Do not shoot. I have something to say. Speak. I am one of the rebels. Release them, and I will go with you. Seize him. Upon hearing the admission, the general's expression shifted slightly, and with a wave of his hand, over a dozen soldiers advanced towards the rebel. Quickly, all 5 rebels hidden among the civilians were captured, shackled heavily, and forced to kneel. Kill. A cold voice rang out. The rebels believed that by sacrificing themselves, they could save the others, but alas, this was a mere illusion. No, you cannot kill them. You promised us you would spare the innocents. One of the rebels pleaded anxiously. Ha. Spare them? When did I ever utter such words? This foolish group of civilians daring to harbor criminals today would dare to assassinate the king tomorrow. I am merely eradicating trouble at its roots. As the 3rd general of the Feliciad Kingdom, a direct descendant of King Felicai, General Mo Fei La was acutely aware of his position, determined to eliminate every voice of dissent against King Felicai. This large-scale rebellion arose due to the king's brutal governance, often disregarding the lives of the populace to impose exorbitant taxes, leading to nearly 98% of the citizens starving and shivering. Thus, under the leadership of the determined, a war of resistance erupted. Fire. General Mo Fei La glanced at the soldiers hesitating to act and, with a kick, sent one soldier flying, shouting angrily. What a cruel kingdom! Xia Hao observed the soldiers raising their weapons against the innocent, powerless villagers, shaking his head, as the soldiers prepared to pull the triggers. An overwhelming force emanated from him, a terrifying aura sweeping across the island. The oppressive pressure caused the soldiers, who were about to fire, to roll their eyes and faint, collapsing heavily to the ground. What is happening? General Mo Fei La exclaimed in shock, witnessing his soldiers incapacitated in an instant. A sense of inexplicable fear rising within him as he scanned the surroundings for the source of the pressure. Bang! At that moment, Xing descended from above, the powerful force stirring up a cloud of dust. Observing the panicked villagers and the terrified General Mo Fei La, Xing strode forward and seized the general by the collar. Then, with a single punch, he struck the general's cheek. The very type of scum I despise the most. Bang! Shing's fist collided with General Mo. Fei La's massive frame, the terrifying force bending him backward like a shrimp, sending him crashing against the wall of a nearby building. Cough, cough, who are you? General Mo. Fei La asked, fear etched across his face. Such formidable strength was known throughout the kingdom, and clearly, Shing was not among those he recognized. The Haotian pirate crew, I am Shing, the prideful young master declared, looking down on those who preyed upon the weak and infirm. True strength lies in challenging those stronger than oneself. Pirates? You are pirates. Do you not know that the Feliciad Kingdom is a member of the world government? Are you not afraid that His Majesty will send a navy to hunt you down? Upon learning they were pirates, the general's tone hardened, for this was an internal matter of the kingdom, and few pirates would risk their necks to defend a bunch of lowly peasants. What could a pirate gain from this impoverished village? Treasure? Don't be ridiculous. It is nothing but stones. The navy? Ha ha ha. I truly fear them. Shing replied mockingly, then delivered another kick that sent the general flying, causing him to cough up blood and struggle to breathe, his body feeling as if it were falling apart. And what of the navy? Even if an admiral were to come personally, they would still return empty-handed. We are the Haotian pirate crew. Shing scoffed, for in these vast seas, unless 3 admirals and numerous warships were dispatched for a siege, the Haotian pirate crew had nothing to fear. Though their numbers were few, each member was as formidable as a monster, and in true combat, ordinary Navy personnel were wholly inadequate. Moreover, their limited numbers offered them unparalleled mobility. A mere trio could hide on a deserted island for a time, evading even the world government scrutiny. Most importantly, none of Xia Hao's crew had any ties to worry about, eliminating the possibility of threats against their families by the world government. Let us press on and see what lies ahead. Xia Hao gazed at the 2 adversaries in confrontation and spoke in a calm tone. Let it be as it may. Since we have encountered this situation, we shall intervene. Understood, boss. Shing replied loudly, and with a powerful strike, he rendered General Ma Fei La unconscious. Thank you, esteemed sirs, but our village is impoverished. We have no treasures to offer you. I implore you to spare us. Witnessing the effortless defeat of the kingdom's army by Xia Hao and his companions, the leader of the surviving rebels immediately knelt down, trembling with fear as he pleaded for mercy. After all, he had just heard that Xia Hao was a pirate. For most ordinary citizens, pirates are perceived as malevolent beings, often engaging in plunder and violence, instilling fear among the populace. What are you doing? We are not your typical pirates. And good sir, we have no interest in your meager treasures, Shing remarked, glancing at Xia Hao before stepping forward. To seize treasures? What wealth do these ordinary folk possess? If we are to act, let it be on a grand scale, such as the treasure vaults of other notorious pirate crews or the tribute paid by various kingdoms to the celestial dragons. Is that so? Indeed, we are a principled pirate crew, Shing assured as he patted his chest. Upon witnessing this exchange, the remaining villagers exhaled in relief, the tension that had gripped them dissipating as they nearly collapsed in exhaustion from the strain. Hey, no need to hide. Step forward. Otherwise, we shall take action. As silence enveloped everyone, Xia Hao directed his gaze towards a particular direction, speaking with solemnity. Do not engage. We are not the kingdom's army. In fact, we have come to liberate this kingdom. The advance unit of the Revolutionary Army, concealed in the distant woods, quickly emerged to clarify their intentions. What a jest! With Mr. Dorag and several officers absent, should Xia Hao and his crew attack, they would merely be delivering themselves into defeat. It was better to clarify their purpose, for though they were pirates, the Revolutionary Army sensed no malice from Xia Hao, particularly in his treatment of the villagers. Revolutionary Army? Dorag's faction? Xia Hao inquired of the group. Yes, indeed. We are the Revolutionary Army under Commander Dorag. Does Captain Xia Hao know our leader? In a sense, Xia Hao nodded. He was well aware of Dorag's background, son of Navy hero Carp and father of the future pirate king, Luffy. Dorag was the leader of the Revolutionary Army who would be labeled by the world government as the world's most notorious man in a few years. In contrast to the formidable pirate crews that roamed the seas, the Revolutionary Army led by Dorag posed an even greater threat. as the ideology he espoused undoubtedly undermined the absolute rule of the world government. Furthermore, the Revolutionary Army incited the common folk to rise against the regimes of various kingdoms, directly challenging the authority of the world government. The upheaval of kingdoms and the success of rebellions brought considerable embarrassment to the world government, which, despite its rhetoric of peace, required a semblance of balance rather than genuine tranquility to govern effectively. An overly stable existence could easily lead to discontent, greed, and even challenges to divine authority. The ideals of freedom and equality were not permitted. The celestial dragons, regarded as the divine descendants, epitomized their elevated status. Since the Revolutionary Army has appeared here, the subsequent arrangements are entrusted to you, Xia Hao said earnestly, directing his attention towards them. Though the Xia Tian pirate crew had decisively vanquished the kingdom's forces, it was merely a superficial remedy. Given the Revolutionary Army's willingness to partake in the kingdom's political upheaval, they must possess their own methods, tailored to the task at hand. Yes, of course. The Revolutionary Army's squad leader nodded repeatedly, acutely aware of the need to tread carefully around those who were powerful. Let us proceed to the capital of this kingdom. The transition of royal power is a rare opportunity to witness, Xia Hao declared, turning to A Xing and the others. Captain Xia Hao, the royal capital lies on the largest island, 100 nautical miles away. Here is a log pose. It is fully charged with magnetic energy. The Revolutionary Army leader with sparkling eyes produced a log pose from his pocket and handed it to Xia Hao. Can we join you? Our ship is damaged. No problem. Let's go. Wonderful. We can finally reunite with our commander. The advance unit of the Revolutionary Army was filled with excitement. 3 hours later, on the core island of the Felicia Kingdom, Fei-Sitar Island, where the capital was situated at the center, the Xia Tian ship had just docked when a tremendous explosion resounded from the coastline. Simultaneously, screams echoed as a fierce gunfight transformed the once splendid island into a scene of devastation, with numerous civilians fleeing from the smoke-filled battlefield. War, whether righteous or wicked, always inflicts suffering on the most vulnerable, the common people, Xia Hao lamented upon witnessing the chaos in the distance. Unbeknownst to him, this remark caught the attention of the Revolutionary Army's squad leader, whose eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope at such formidable strength, coupled with profound insight. If only we could recruit him into the Revolutionary Army. Although our primary focus is to inspire ideological change that empowers the oppressed to resist their oppressors, we equally require formidable strength as our trump card. Without the leadership of Dorag and his cadre, the Revolutionary Army would have been annihilated long ago. Though I know I should not trouble you further, I humbly request your assistance for my comrades. Many lives have already been lost in this conflict. The Revolutionary Army's squad leader implored, unable to contain his desperation as he observed the casualties on both sides. While hope seemed slim, he felt compelled to try. What if they succeeded? In such a large-scale battle, even if he led his team to support, it would yield little effect. No problem. But we require compensation for our assistance. For our first collaboration, 100 million berries shall suffice, Xia Hao declared, vanishing from sight, only to reappear above the battlefield where the Revolutionary Army clashed with the kingdom's forces. Hey, I cannot make such decisions. The Revolutionary Army's squad leader exclaimed in despair. 100 million berries was not a trivial sum. Such wealth could scarcely cover his own worth. To all combatants, grant me a moment of your consideration. Let this be the end. If you continue to fight, both sides will suffer severe losses. A sudden voice echoed from above, causing both factions, previously engaged in fierce combat, to halt in unison and look skyward. Who are you? A Revolutionary Army officer? Open fire and eliminate him. The second in command of the Felicia Kingdom, Meng Pi Li, furrowed his brow. Upon noticing Xia Hao's proximity to the Revolutionary Army, his rage ignited, and he promptly commanded the cannons to fire. Indeed, a volatile crowd, quick to violence over trivial matters. Such individuals govern the nation. What else is there to expect? Xia Hao mused, unperturbed as he watched the incoming cannonballs, shaking his head in contemplation. I shall obliterate you. How dare you challenge the Felicia Kingdom? Meng Pili scoffed. believing Xia Hao to be paralyzed with fear as he mockingly taunted him. The king has already reported to the authorities of the world government. A marine admiral will personally arrive. Your fate is sealed. What a wretched display of base artistry. How predictable. D.T. appeared beneath the Revolutionary Army, raising his hand with the palm facing the bombs, then gesturing downward. The cannonball originally aimed at Xia Hao paused momentarily before plummeting swiftly towards the Royal Army. During its descent, the cannonball rapidly expanded, growing over 30 times its original size. Subsequently, under the terrified gaze of Meng Pi Li, it erupted with a deafening roar, sending a violent shockwave that scattered the entire Royal Army camp, leaving thousands of soldiers dead or wounded. Alas, it seems my influence is still insufficient. I must learn from that rascal Xiangxi when next we meet. Xia Hao shrugged and descended from the sky. Remember, 100 million berries. Don't forget to remit the payment, he said earnestly as he passed by the captain of the Revolutionary Army. 100 million berries. What's going on? Inquired Lindbergh, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Forces, in confusion. Commander, the situation is as follows. The captain of the Revolutionary Army quickly explained, his rugged face displaying a sense of grievance that made Xia Hao frown. This fellow was indeed somewhat nauseating. Well, that is acceptable. After all, Captain Xia Hao has rendered us significant assistance. However, I trust you understand that we, the Revolutionary Army, are rather impoverished. So, you intend to default on your debts. See how Ian does it? Ahem, of course not. We can offer other forms of compensation, such as devil fruits or treasure maps pertaining to certain kingdoms. Lindbergh replied hastily, waving his hands. After a brief introduction, Lindbergh became aware of Xia Hao's identity as the notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries, who had previously challenged the invincible Big Amon pirates. Such a formidable individual would certainly command respect, even from the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drag. At this nascent stage of the Revolutionary Army, they could not afford to sustain losses, and Lindbergh was unwilling to gamble or create an enemy over a mere sum of berries. Very well. Xia Hao nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. Brew, gada. Lindbergh, what is the status on your end? A voice crackled through the den mushy, exuding an air of flamboyance. Despite merely being a voice, Xia Hao could discern the individual's grand demeanor. Of course we succeeded. I am Lindbergh. Is that so? When did you become so swift? Now that the battle is over, hurry to support Central Town. We must seize it. According to intelligence, Admiral Fengyun is on his way, and we only have 1 day. Commanded BT, the captain of the Eastern Army. Understood. I'm on my way. Upon hearing this, Lindbergh's expression turned serious. He immediately ordered the troops to prepare and head towards Central Town. Rest assured, we of the Revolutionary Army will not go back on our word. After the battle, you will receive your due recompense. Just a short distance away, Lindbergh suddenly turned back and assured Xia Hao loudly. After all, the Haotian pirate crew was no ordinary band. I still have faith in the integrity of the Revolutionary Army. Xia Hao replied with a calm smile. For those who aspire to greatness must possess vision. Boss, what is our next move? Ashing inquired curiously. To this location, Xia Hao produced a map and pointed to a specific spot. Here, is there anything special about it? Nothing particularly special, except that it houses the lifetime wealth of the kingdom's second general, Xia Hao remarked. Glancing at the mangled remains of the second general of the Fei Lisi Yade kingdom. What are we waiting for? Let us go, boss. Upon hearing of treasure, Ashing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Set sail. In the capital of the Fei Lisi Yade kingdom, under the leadership of BT, the Revolutionary Army launched a frenzied assault. With the aid of the encouragement fruit, each revolutionary soldier seemed invigorated, fighting with increasing ferocity. Meanwhile, within a grand and opulent palace, King Fei Lisi trembled, furtively glancing at the raging inferno beyond the castle gates, before hastily taking his seat upon the throne. Inside the hall, all royal ministers hung their heads, afraid to utter a word, for a certain commander had just met his demise. As for the generals engaged in the battle, 2 had already perished, leaving only the kingdom's foremost general struggling to endure. In this dire situation, no one dared to speak, for whether in command or in retreat. They risked the wrath of the furious king. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. How can a mere revolutionary army that has only risen in the past 2 to 3 years defeat you? What good are you? King Fei Li Si's face twisted in rage as he smashed items upon the table, the sound of shattering glass echoing incessantly. The others, witnessing this, lowered their heads even further, standing motionless as if playing dead. Who would have thought that the name of the Revolutionary Army would reach the ears of King Fei Li Si? Quite remarkable indeed. A sudden voice rang out in the hall as a cloaked man strode forward, gazing disdainfully at the high and mighty King Fei Li Si. Who are you? Me? Did you not just mention me? The cloaked man advanced step by step, as the once clear sky shifted ominously, the bright hall flickering between light and darkness. A stern face emerged in the sight of all, revealing none other than Drag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. You are from the Revolutionary Army. How did you get in here? Soldiers, throw this man out. King Fei Li Si's countenance turned ashen. Outside, the fires of battle raged, and everyone speculated about the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army's commander, only to find him appearing in the palace. No need to call for them. You no longer have any soldiers. Drag spoke coldly. The Fei Li Si kingdom, due to your brutal, greedy, and foolish rule, has plunged its citizens into endless despair. Each year, hundreds of thousands perish from starvation. King Fei Li Si, I hereby sentence you to death. Execute it immediately. Drag's gaze was unwavering as he regarded the king, who was now retreating in terror, his fearsome aura causing everyone in the hall to tremble uncontrollably, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of Drag. No, it cannot be. I'm the king of Fei Li Si, a monarch recognized by the world government. You cannot kill me. You have no right to. Otherwise, the world government will not spare you. King Fei Li Si made a final desperate struggle, his twisted face screaming in protest, entirely devoid of the arrogance and brutality he once displayed, resembling a lamb in its death throes. Remember to be a good person in your next life. With those words, Drag appeared behind King Fei Li Si and gently squeezed the trigger, ending the life of the tyrannical ruler who had governed the Fei Li Si kingdom for 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite you to propose suitable candidates for the throne, and remember, it must be a new king who loves peace and cherishes his people. Drag's calm voice resonated like thunder in the ears of the ministers, causing them to shudder. Indeed, the ability to incite over half the kingdom's populace to participate in rebellion and to allow the Revolutionary Army to infiltrate the kingdom undetected was ample evidence that the nation had been thoroughly permeated by the Revolutionary Army. Which prince would be suitable as a successor? Surely, the Revolutionary Army had already made their choice. In that moment, all the ministers began to scour their memories for any prince known for benevolence and kindness towards the people. After a full 10 minutes of contemplation, they recalled every notable prince, only to find none suitable. After all, the late King Fei Li Si had ruled with such brutality and arrogance that his descendants were unlikely to be any better. Would it have changed the royal bloodline? All the ministers were suddenly struck by a bold thought. But if not for the bloodline of the Fei Li Si family, who else could be chosen? Ahem, esteemed lords. I have thought of someone, spoke a kingdom minister standing at the periphery. Who? It is none other than His Highness Fei Li Si Lu Kusu, the son of the commoner, Princess Siya, whom the late sovereign despised the most. Him, according to the established principles. He is indeed the most suitable candidate among the numerous princes. Yes, indeed, he possesses the bloodline of the Fei Li Si royal family. Even if he is not of direct descent, it matters not. Soon, other ministers voiced their agreement with this recommendation. For the majority, it mattered little who the future king would be, provided he was kind-hearted and did not have a penchant for slaughtering ministers. Indeed, it is said that His Highness Lu Kusu often gives his meager possessions to the less fortunate, to the commoners. What a benevolent person. Yes, His Highness Lu Kusu is the people's choice. We endorse him to inherit the kingdom and become the 36th king of the Fei Li Si kingdom. Me too. Ha ha ha. Since you all have a suitable candidate, I shall not disturb the ministers any further. In 3 hours, I hope to attend your kingdom succession ceremony. Upon hearing the candidate, Dorag's serious face finally revealed a fleeting smile, quickly masked thereafter. According to intelligence, Fei Lisi Lu Kusu was indeed a commendable choice, kind-hearted, a lover of peace, and favorable towards the commoners. Most importantly, a trait unseen by these lofty ministers. This young man harbors a fierce disdain for evil and is decisive in his actions. Deeply averse to the rampant corruption and injustice within the Fei Lisi kingdom. Should Lu Kusu ascend the throne smoothly, one can expect a profound transformation within this nation. As for the ministers present, Dorag believed that a significant number would not witness the dawn of the next day. The new emperor's ascension often heralds the purge of disobedient old ministers, a historical pattern. Most crucially, this moment presents the best opportunity to firmly grasp the kingdom in one's hands, with various justifications to eliminate undesirables. A weak foundation necessitates a thorough cleansing, aided by the Revolutionary Army's sweeping reform. Unbeknownst to the ministers, the amiable prince they chose for the commoners would become a terrifying nightmare for wrongdoers, one that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Dorag chuckled, wishing them sweet dreams. Soon, the succession ceremony of the Fei Lisi the kingdom commenced, with Lu Kusu ascending the throne amid the jealousy, hatred, and even murderous intent of numerous princes and princesses. Then the slaughter began. A brave commoner warrior boldly accused the regent minister during the coronation ceremony. After presenting all the evidence, Lu Kusu directly ordered the kingdom's army to arrest him and executed him on the spot, setting a precedent. Before long, the coronation ceremony transformed into a righteous trial. A bloodbath. Nearly 70% of the ministers were slain, with 2/3 of the royal princes and princesses meeting the same fate, half imprisoned, and a quarter stripped of their titles, reduced to commoners. In merely half a day, Lu Kusu executed a bloody reform of the Fei Lisi kingdom, replacing all military leaders with direct heirs. Wishing you good fortune, Lu Kusu. We must take our leave. Remember, we do not know you. In the small garden deep within the palace, the Revolutionary Army leader Dorag was bidding farewell to the new king. I understand, Leader Dorag. Until we meet again. 2.5 hours prior, on a rooftop not far from the coronation platform. TSK, what a terrifying group. Witnessing the battle for the kingdom between Revolutionary Army leader Dorag and the new king Lu Kusu, Xiao Hao could not help but marvel. Seeing the scene, even if one were to beat Xiao Hao, he would not believe that Lu Kusu had not accepted the Revolutionary Army as assistance, nor had he secretly trained and cultivated his direct lineage, waiting for this day to arrive. Boss, are you saying all this was planned? All? Ashigin Kirid, tilting his head. Yes, it was all planned. I just do not know how many years it took to arrange. True to the future title of the world's most ferocious man, the D family indeed has no honest members. Xiao Hao nodded, squinting toward the high platform. Almost simultaneously, Dorag's gaze turned toward him. As expected, he can see me, Xiao Hao grinned. As a strong individual, possessing advanced Kinbunchika haki was quite normal. So he was not particularly surprised by this. The Hao Tian pirate crew? Captain Xiao Hao had once interned with the Pirate King Roger's crew. Indeed, they are a group yearning for freedom, heedless of constraints. On the platform, Dorag murmured to himself. A few hours earlier, Lindbergh had sent news mentioning the circumstances of the Hao Tian pirate crew. Although Dorag was surprised by their appearance in this kingdom, he was more concerned about Xiao Hao's stance. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berry is not someone to be trifled with. Should a great battle ensue, this coup might very well end in failure, as the Navy's main force was already on its way. Dorag could not afford to gamble. This was the outcome of 2.5 years of painstaking efforts by the Revolutionary Army. The fledgling Revolutionary Army desperately needed a significant victory unlike any before. This transformation could not afford to fail. Most importantly, the Hao Tian pirate crew bore no hostility. In fact, they had assisted the Revolutionary Army numerous times, albeit in exchange for mutual benefit. This was their first meeting. Although they were separated by 1,800 meters, Dorag felt they would meet again in the future. Time returned to the present, as Xiao Hao and his crew hurriedly made their way toward the Hao Tian ship. with Meng Shan directly shouldering a massive treasure chest filled to the brim with gold and jewels. This was the bounty of the second-in-command of the Fei Li Si Yida Kingdom. After deducting the collective expenses of the Hao Tian pirate crew, Xiao Hao's system account swelled by an additional 800 million berry. Indeed, wealth is often acquired through seizing the fruits of others' labor. It is one of the quickest ways to amass treasure. Half an hour later, the Hao Tian ship departed swiftly from this land of turmoil, setting sail for new adventures. In the New World, at the Holy Land Mariehua, the Revolutionary Army, unexpectedly growing to such an extent in a short time, is truly a headache. It is hard to believe that in just 2.5 years, they could orchestrate the downfall of a kingdom. Have we discovered the identity of the Revolutionary Army leader yet? Not yet. The information is too sparse. And even the CP organization is at a loss. We must ascertain his identity as soon as possible. Their ideology is too dangerous. The commoners of this world do not require such noble concepts of freedom. Inform Sengoku and order the Navy to eliminate the Revolutionary Army at all costs. I do not wish to see a repeat of this incident. Mobilize CP9 as well. All evil must be crushed in its infancy. The 5 elders of the world government were utterly enraged by the Revolutionary Army's coup. In a flash, the Navy and the world government's intelligence organizations sprang into action, intent on capturing the Revolutionary Army. However, they could not have anticipated that after Fei Li Si Lu Kusu completed the coronation ceremony, he vanished under Dorag's leadership, as if he had never existed at all. On the boundless sea, the members of the Hao Tian pirate crew returned to their leisurely lives, each engaging in their preferred activities. Similarly, Xiao Hao, reclining a lounge chair, opened the system panel to indulge in his favorite lottery endeavors. The 2 shocking actions of the Fei Li Si Yida Kingdom had granted Xiao Hao 500 points in the secondary dimension. Although there were many people present at the time, the feeble and weak crowd did not contribute any points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Jin Zhong Zhao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Taibu Shan. Jin Zhong Zhao and Taibu Shan? Why were they given separately? Could they not be combined into one? Xiao Hao rubbed his forehead in exasperation, realizing that the system had become increasingly mischievous lately. Rewards that could clearly be given all at once were instead split into 2. How irritating. Ding! The host's reasonable suggestion has been acknowledged. Skill fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Jin Zhong Zhao Taibu Shan. Xiao Hao exclaimed in frustration, unable to contain his irritation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the superhuman shield fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the immortal body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Beastmaster. Oh, the immortal body, how splendid. In light of the immortal body, I shall refrain from scolding you. Really, you could have just presented it all at once. Oof. Xiao Hao quickly clicked to use the skills, and in an instant, a warm current flowed through his body, causing him to involuntarily hum in delight. Refreshing. By the way, there is also a Beastmaster skill. I wonder how powerful it is. Speaking of which, do animal-type devil fruit users count as beasts? Xiao Hao pondered, stroking his chin. If they do, then it would be like a cow flying in the sky. Quite impressive indeed. I must seize the opportunity to try it out. Who knows what might happen? Xiao Hao thought excitedly, before gradually drifting into a dream. 2.5 hours later, a clear and melodious voice echoed through the Hao Tian ship. Dinner is served. Here it comes. On the first, Sister Mena. A shadow swiftly darted past as Xing cheerfully sat at the dining table, calling out. Meng Shan and Dita T also emerged from their respective rooms. Fortunately, the Hao Tian ship was spacious enough, and Meng Shan did not possess entirely giant genes. Otherwise, there would be no place to sleep. Xiao Hao, wake up for dinner. Mena gently nudged the sleeping Xiao Hao, her delicate hand pushing against his well-defined abs. But unexpectedly, Xiao Hao turned and pinned her hand beneath him, rendering it immovable. Feeling the firmness of Xiao Hao's abs, Mena's face flushed, and she unconsciously scratched her hand. At that moment, her charming face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she thought shyly, am I being indecent? However, it feels so good. Boss, get up for dinner. We're just waiting for you. A Xing's penetrating voice resonated throughout the Hao Tian ship, instantly waking Xia Hao from his slumber. He looked at the few people seated at the dining table and slowly made his way over. Eat, eat, eat. One day you'll become a glutton. Xia Hao glanced at a Xing and the large bowl before him. Hey, glutton? That will never happen. I have a body that never gains weight. No matter how much I eat, a Xing proudly exclaimed, beaming with delight. This is delicious. Tomorrow I want to eat the shimmering golden fish, 2 of them. Sister Mena, a Xing said as he devoured his meal, addressing Mena, who was serving the food. All right. But if others find out you're treating the shimmering golden fish as a staple food, they might go crazy. This is truly a precious treasure of the sea. Mena chuckled, shaking her head. Only the Hao Tian pirate crew would dare to eat such delicacies. She recalled the first time she boarded the ship and saw nearly 100 shimmering golden fish in the massive aquarium. She was nearly left speechless. But considering Xia Hao's monstrous strength, it all seemed quite reasonable. An hour later, the members of the Hao Tian pirate crew lay on the deck, rubbing their round bellies with satisfied expressions, reveling in the moment. Suddenly, a fierce, beastly roar erupted from a distance, and Xia Hao and the others sensed the ferocious power contained within the sound. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as a Xing raised his hand and unleashed a powerful wind blade toward the mist ahead, dispersing it to reveal a lush island with towering trees. This intriguing island boasted a greater quantity and quality of fierce beasts than the Gaskas Islands where Meng Shan and a Xing had previously trained, even housing 2 formidable auras reminiscent of legendary beasts. Xia Hao sprang upright from the deck, and his once round belly visibly shrank back to a normal size, a manifestation of his newly awakened ability, life restoration. What? Boss, how did you suddenly return to your normal state? You were just as plump as me, a Xing exclaimed, his expression one of innocent confusion as he gazed at Xia Hao's slender form, causing Xia Hao's heart to flutter under a Xing's eager gaze. All right, I will teach you when the opportunity arises, but this skill is not something everyone can learn, Xia Hao replied, having anticipated a Xing's eagerness to learn. The island is home to numerous powerful beasts. We must proceed with caution. Mena and Didati should remain on the ship to familiarize themselves with the abilities of their chosen devil fruits. Okay, stay safe, Xia Hao. Mena called out to the retreating figures of Xia Hao and the others, waving her delicate hand. Sister Mena, I will also go into seclusion to study new bomb techniques. Didati saider nestli, glancing ati Mena. Go ahead. Mena waved her hand. I will work hard, harder, and even harder. Who says women are inferior to men? Who says a chef cannot be a warrior? Mena tightened her small fist, unsheathing her beloved sword, Hanbing. She gazed out at the endless sea, swinging her arm with determination as a terrifying chill emerged, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature by several degrees. The ocean's surface was graced by a massive frozen dragon, its thick ice extending downwards for dozens of meters, resembling an ice island. Incredible, Mena exclaimed, her face glowing with joy as she admired her sword, Hanbing, thrilled by the immense power it wielded. Meanwhile, Xia Hao and his companions swiftly ventured deep into the forest, encountering a fierce battle scene. 3 saber-toothed tigers, towering over 4 meters, were attacking a gigantic elephant. However, the actual damage inflicted was minimal. The elephant's massive size granted its skin as tough as rock. What a colossal elephant! A Xing shielded his eyes, looking up in astonishment. Even before reaching the island's core, they had encountered a creature that could be deemed the king of beasts, leaving them curious about the formidable entities that lay deeper within. Indeed impressive. I wonder how many punches it can withstand. Meng Shan rubbed his hands together, excitement glimmering in his eyes as his intense battle spirit surged forth, causing the saber-toothed tigers to pause in their hunt. They finally spotted Xia Hao and his companions, lowering their heads and emitting low growls of warning. What a bunch of stubborn creatures. Meng Shan, it's your turn, Xia Hao commanded, observing the tigers in their hunting stance. Rest assured, boss, battling beasts is my specialty. Meng Shan confidently thumped his iron-like skin, producing a resonant sound. Just incapacitate them. I have use for them alive. Understood, boss. I want to let them die. Meng Shan replied earnestly, turning to Xia Hao. As the imposing figure of Meng Shan approached, the saber-toothed tigers felt an unprecedented pressure. Instinctively, they encircled Meng Shan, growling menacingly. Lei Shanqian, Zhongji, Meng Shan shouted as he swiftly raised his right hand to counter the attacking saber-toothed tigers. As the saber-toothed tiger was about to sink its fangs into Meng Shan's chest, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down with astonishing speed. A resounding thud echoed as Meng Shan's fist made intimate contact with the tiger's body. 3 minutes later, the 3 saber-toothed tigers lay obediently on the ground, paralyzed by the lingering agony of their recent beating, not daring to move. With a fearful gaze, the 3 massive saber-toothed tigers remained submissively prostrate on the ground, their expressions reflecting their terror. The recent brutal pain had blurred their perception of who the true beast was. Saber-toothed tigers? They appeared rather formidable. Meng Shan mused as he looked down at the fully subjugated trio, recalling that he seemingly possessed a beast-taming skill. He randomly opened the system panel. Beast taming. As Meng Shan's calm voice resonated, a golden halo enveloped the heads of the saber-toothed tigers, with shimmering rays cascading over their powerful forms. Feeling a warm aura, the 3 tigers could not help but stretch lazily, emitting soft sounds. Rise and become the pets of the Haotian pirate crew, Meng Shan whispered. Upon hearing his words, the trio of saber-toothed tigers sensed the oppressive pressure dissipate and nudged their heads against Meng Shan, signaling their submission. Let's go. Lead me into the depths of the island. Meng Shan patted the head of the lead tiger, indicating for it to take the lead. What's going on? A Xing inquired, observing the timid demeanor of the tigers, perplexed. Even after their recent defeat against Meng Shan, they had not displayed such fear. Rest assured, with us here, everything will be fine, Meng Shan reassured, smiling as he patted the lead tiger's head. Despite their strength, these ferocious beasts were still merely beasts, insignificant compared to the monsters of the New World. Through his haki, he sensed an overwhelming aura, yet it was merely formidable when compared to ordinary beings. Hearing Meng Shan's affirmation, the lead tiger, with eyes as large as lanterns, turned towards the depths of the island and began to stride forward with a newfound confidence. Half an hour later, the trio of humans and tigers gazed upon a monstrous creature towering 15 to 16 meters and stretching over 40 meters long. Their expressions varied. The once inflated bravado of the 3 tigers deflated like punctured balloons, replaced by sheer terror. A Xing, filled with curiosity, pondered whether such a colossal beast would taste delightful if transformed into a meal by Mei Na. Meanwhile, Meng Shan wore a serious yet excited expression, eager for a thrilling encounter, as this was the first time he had seen such a creature. How intriguing, Meng Shan thought, astonished by the existence of such exotic beings in this world. However, recalling the gigantic elephant lord of the island, towering over 10,000 meters, he felt unfazed. Furthermore, the ocean housed colossal sea kings, capable of dragging even the Ark of Noah. The battle intent and powerful aura emanating from Meng Shan caused the 2-headed Tiger King to turn its head, its human-sized eyes mesmerizing. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a tempest, filling the air with a foul stench, while its sharp teeth glinted like the scythes of death, exuding a murderous atmosphere. Impressive power. You shall become the first adorable pet of the Haotian pirate crew. Meng Shan nodded in appraisal. WoodRelease, 4-pillar prison. WoodRelease, tree-binding funeral. With a clap of his hands, the ground around the 2-headed Tiger King cracked open, and towering wooden walls surged forth from the earth, swiftly enclosing the beast within. Subsequently, thick tree roots began to grow rapidly, entwining around the 2-headed Tiger King. The sudden attack caused the Tiger King's expression to shift dramatically. It swiftly swung its sharp claws to sever the encroaching roots. Yet, the sheer number of roots overwhelmed it. After attaining the sage body, Meng Shan's mastery of WoodRelease had reached an astounding 88%, rendering his chakra virtually inexhaustible. The natural energy flowed into him incessantly, akin to a relentless water pump. WoodRelease, Wood Golem technique. As Meng Shan clapped his hands once more, a robust wooden giant began to materialize on the thick wooden walls, shouldering a dragon. exuding an air of majesty. The moment the wooden giant appeared, the two-headed Tiger King spotted it and opened its mouth to bite. However, it soon realized that its massive jaws were ensnared by the very roots that had emerged. In the instant of its daze, the wooden giant advanced, its powerful arms prying the Tiger King's mouth open. The immense strength threatened to shatter the Tiger King's jaw, rendering any struggle futile. WoodRelease, Deathbind. Countless vines surged from the ground, writhing like serpents to ensnare the two-headed Tiger King, transforming it into a colossal dumpling. Two-headed Tiger King. I haven't even made a move. And it ends like this? Under normal circumstances, even Mengshan would find it challenging to defeat the two-headed Tiger King in a short span. However, the Tiger King was met with Mengshan, whose formidable WoodRelease left it with no means of resistance. The enhancement of his WoodRelease mastery significantly augmented the strength and resilience of his wooden creations. Submission or death? Mengshan inquired, observing the still struggling Tiger King. His conqueror's haki surged forth, striking the Tiger King's psyche, swiftly overwhelming it. The haughty Tiger King lowered its head, fully aware that it was no match for Mengshan. Defiance would only lead to a feast of tiger meat hot pot. Ah, very well. Those who recognize the situation are the true talents. Follow me from now on, Mengshan declared, activating his beast-taming skill. A light yellow halo enveloped the Tiger King's head, transforming its once fearsome gaze into one of utter gentleness. WoodRelease, release. As the vines and wooden giant vanished, the two-headed Tiger King collapsed onto the ground, its massive form stirring up a cloud of dust. From now on, you shall be known as the Two. Mengshan observed the Tiger King thoughtfully before stating. The Two? Ashing sighed, gazing at his leader in exasperation. What a terrible name. Lacking any grandeur. Roar. Bang. Thus it was settled. As the Two protested, Mengshan employed a gentle form of education to ensure compliance, truly demonstrating the power of strength. Now that's more like it. Mengshan chuckled, seeing the Two's two heads cease their objections. The Two coughed, boss, my size is rather large. How will we set sail? It seems the Haotian ship cannot accommodate me. With the naming issue resolved, Ashing contemplated the Two's mountainous form and inquired. Let me check, Mengshan said, accessing the system panel, recalling a card related to upgrading the Haotian ship. Found it, but 10 billion berries. How outrageous. Mengshan frowned at the price, feeling it was a blatant ripoff. Ding. This system never cheats. Please review the introduction carefully. Introduction? ISNT. It's just about making the Haotian ship a bit larger. Mengshan muttered, yet still clicked for more details. 1 minute later, what the hell? Certainly, I acknowledge that my voice was somewhat elevated earlier. I apologize. The ship upgrade card. Upon activation, it will enlarge the ship's dimensions 100-fold, enhance its automatic defense systems, install 2 laser cannons, augment its underwater navigation capabilities, expand the cabin to 5 compartments, and include 3 standard vessels. Let us proceed. A solution has been discovered. Really? Ashing, slightly incredulous, scratched his head, unable to believe that his captain could devise a solution so swiftly. Certainly, let us go, but do not blink. Xiahao smiled, and in a flash, he appeared atop the colossal head of the Xuantou Huang. With a rumbling sound, upon receiving Xiaohao's command, the massive form of the Two swiftly ran, its speed akin to that of a gust of wind. Clouds swirled like dragons, and tigers danced in the breeze, leaving one to ponder whether treasures existed that could grant the Two special powers. Perhaps it could consume a devil fruit? Xiaohao shook his head, dismissing the thought. It would be wise to wait for a potentially better approach. On the Hao Tian ship, Mano was preparing lunch when a cacophony of rumbling sounds erupted from the island. As numerous trees were uprooted and clouds of dust formed a chaotic scene, it seemed as if a behemoth were charging toward the Hao Tian ship, perhaps out of instinct. The Two, newly arrived at the shore, let out a mighty roar directed at the ship. The resounding tiger's roar caused Maina's expression to change dramatically. Even Dai Daitai, who had been engrossed in studying explosive artistry, emerged from the laboratory, his expression serious as he raised a hand, preparing to unleash an air cannon to test its efficacy. Be quiet. We will all be family in the future, you know. Xiaohao's calm voice sounded as he lifted the Two's right head, earnestly advising him. The two, observing Xia Hao's serious demeanor, nodded vigorously and turned his large eyes toward Mena and Dai, seemingly committing their faces to memory. Xia Hao, what is happening? Mena finally spotted the small figure atop the two's head, her face a mask of astonishment. Oh, this is my newly acquired pet, the king of this island. Named the two. The two, Mena exclaimed in exasperation. You named such a gigantic tiger to two. By size alone, it could rival a dinosaur. This creature truly lives up to its grand stature. It runs remarkably fast. A Xing's figure appeared from above, marveling at the two's enormous physique. A minute later, Meng Shan and Dahu emerged from the forest behind them. Upon learning that the king of the island was now a pet of Xia Hao, Dahu approached the two with a friendly expression, emitting a soft growl to indicate their newfound camaraderie. The two, hearing the several beastly roars from beneath, slowly lowered its massive head to gaze at Dahu and the others with disdain. Once, they had dared not venture into the island's central region, and now they stood on equal footing with him. With a swift motion, the two raised a paw and batted Dahu and the others away, demonstrating the might of the king of beasts before the monarch of all beasts, rendering them powerless like children being bullied by adults. Enough of this. From now on, they will be your subordinates. You must also protect them in times of danger, Xia Hao reminded the two, who wore a disdainful expression. Roar. The two acknowledged with a vigorous nod. Captain, let's begin. I can already smell the delicious food that Sister Mena is preparing. A Xing flew over to Xia Hao, expressing his eagerness. Ah, yes, indeed. Mena and Dai, please descend. I shall perform a marvelous magic trick for you. Xia Hao gestured with his hand. Magic! Mena and Dai exchanged glances but chose to trust their captain, promptly leaping down from the Hao Tian ship. Now, let us commence the use of the ship upgrade card. Ding! The item card is now in use, with an estimated upgrade time of 10 seconds. Captain, there seems to be no change. Do not speak, simply watch. Oh, what is this? No way, this cannot be the Hao Tian ship. It appears magnificent. Now the two can surely be accommodated comfortably. Gaping at the newly transformed Hao Tian ship, which now spanned 5 kilometers in length and 2 kilometers in width with 5 stories. A Xing and the others were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide and speechless. Truly a product of the system, it is astounding. Even Xia Hao, who had been mentally prepared, was taken aback by the sheer impact of the reality before him. Wait, Captain, what about the food that Sister Mena made? It hasn't vanished, has it? Just as everyone was marveling at the excitement of the Hao Tian ship's upgrade, a Xing's question caused Xia Hao's expression to shift. It should still be there, right? 5 minutes later, as Xia Hao and the others beheld the dining area, now more than 30 times larger than before, their smiles remained unyielding. Especially as they caught a whiff of the delectable aromas wafting from the kitchen, their joy intensified. Let us eat. Afterward, we shall familiarize ourselves with the new Hao Tian ship. By the way, everyone should register at the information authentication station. The new Hao Tian ship possesses an automatic defense system. Without proper identification, one cannot gain entry. Any unauthorized attempts will provoke a counterattack from the automatic defense system. Xia Hao succinctly explained the new features of the Hao Tian ship, leaving a Xing and the others awestruck, their mouths agape. This was a pirate ship of a version they had never encountered. Remarkable. I adore you, Captain. Indeed, while it may not rival my explosive artistry, it is still an exquisite masterpiece. This kitchen is splendid. It is everything I have ever dreamed of. Mena's voice resonated from the kitchen as she beamed at the brand new energy-efficient cooking appliances. Finally, I can sleep comfortably, Meng Shan said shyly, as previously. The Hao Tian ship had been too small, forcing him to make do with a tent on the deck. Outside, the two, happily consuming a fish-like sea creature, echoed a joyful roar. Indeed, brother is right. Brother speaks wisely. The three Dahu echoed in agreement at the two's feet. Ahoy, everyone! Set sail. Xia Hao's figure flickered as he took his position at the bow of the ship, shouting. Receiving the command, the Hao Tian ship prepared to embark. Please set the sailing speed and destination. Normal sailing speed, random destination, Xia Hao declared as he glanced at the indicators in the control room. The Hao Tian ship's autopilot function possessed the same capabilities as the indicators. automatically navigating after accumulating sufficient magnetic energy and creating a map based on the magnetic conditions of each island, marking it for future reference. Henceforth, one could simply search for marked points to automatically proceed to their destination. Xiao dubbed it the New World Yud map. 5 days later, in a certain maritime area of the New World, Captain, I have gathered intelligence. This group claims that the Whitebeard pirate crew is resting on the island ahead. We should reach them in time, Xing said, having incapacitated a pirate beneath his foot before reporting to Xiao Hao. What are we waiting for? Let us set forth. The colossal Hao Tian ship surged toward the island where the Whitebeard pirate crew was located, its rapid speed rendering it akin to a swiftly moving island. The towering structure stood resolutely against the sea breeze, an unyielding presence amidst the boundless ocean, akin to a magnificent beast charging forth unrestrained, an unstoppable force. Simultaneously, the defeated pirates, having exhausted their strength, managed to contact a snail phone, and a voice on the other end inquired with confusion, "What has transpired?" "Xiaolu, Captain Ma just now, a band of pirates defeated us and seized the map, now heading towards Mobadike, reportedly to challenge Old Man." Pirate Xiao Liu recounted the recent events, coughing intermittently. "Challenge Old Man. How many are there?" Ma continued to inquire. Although this sea is now known as the era of Whitebeard, being cautious, he felt the need to ask for specifics. As a ship's doctor, Ma was acutely aware of Old Man's deteriorating health. Previously, he had been at his peak, with hidden ailments yet to surface. However, as time passed and the power of the Gura Nomi was utilized, the damage to his body grew increasingly severe. A few years ago, after Roger's execution, the Whitebeard pirates engaged in a fierce battle against the Beast pirates, led by Kadu, to protect Wano from harm due to Xia Hao's intelligence. Although Old Man ultimately emerged victorious, the formidable regenerative abilities of Kadu's Zoan-type devil fruit, comparable to that of a terrifying beast, also inflicted injuries on the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, while the Whitebeard pirates were not afraid of anyone, they understood the need for caution and meticulous planning. I wonder how Itsong is doing now. 2 years ago, during the battle between Komatsu Yoda and Korizumi Orochi in Wano, one of the calamities of the Beast Pirates, Droughtjack, assisted in combat and was promptly dealt with by Ka and Itsong, who had returned home to visit. They taught him a lesson and cast him into the sea, subsequently driving Korizumi Orochi out of Wano with their formidable strength and the prestige of the Whitebeard pirates. However, the situation was far from resolved, as Wano's isolationist policies made the locals wary of outsiders, coupled with Korizumi Orochi's relentless dissemination of false information. Accusing Komatsu Yoda of treason and disrespecting ancestral traditions, Maruku eventually felt compelled to leave Wano, while Itsong remained behind. "I hope all is well," Maruka sighed, as he had an inkling that the boisterous Yoda might face difficulties. Although they had only met briefly, Maruka sensed the malevolence and cunning of the Korizumi clan. "Captain Maruka, quickly look over there." Just as Maruka was lost in thought, a lookout from the Whitebeard pirates exclaimed. Immediately, Maruka turned his gaze in the indicated direction, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld an enormous pirate ship sailing across the sea. "No way, a pirate ship? Could it be that they are here to challenge Old Man?" Maruka recalled the information relayed by the Den Mushi, deducing that the approaching vessel was indeed a colossal pirate ship. If fully manned, one could scarcely imagine how many pirates it might carry. Hundreds, if not thousands. "Alert everyone. Level 1 alert. Prepare for battle at any moment. I will go find Old Man." Maruka promptly organized the crew, then fixed his determined gaze towards the rear and hurried off. "Old Man, enemies are approaching. Given the size of the pirate ship, this will undoubtedly be a fierce battle." Maruka exclaimed as he reached the center of the island, where Whitebeard, Newgate, was enjoying a drink. "Huh? Gulalala. Challenge me? It has been quite some time since I last took action." The jovial Whitebeard, Newgate, laughed heartily upon hearing the news, draining the entirety of a barrel of liquor in one go. "Old Man, a massive pirate ship has docked." An urgent voice called out from a short distance away, as a member of the Whitebeard pirates rushed over. After all, the Hao Tian is so large that anyone unfamiliar would assume there were thousands aboard. on the coast. The Hao Tian was securely anchored. Utilizing Kinbunchika haki, Xia Hao sensed the general distribution of formidable enemies on the island. Hey, this is the territory of the White-Beard pirates. You need to leave immediately. Upon disembarking, Xia Hao was stopped by members of the White-Beard pirates, showing no signs of fear. Regardless of how strong their opponents might be, they knew they were protected by the world's strongest man behind them. Wait here, I will be back shortly. Xia Hao waved dismissively, striding forward with purpose. This visit was merely to reminisce with Whitebeard Newgate and perhaps engage in a friendly spar. Although his power and strength had been steadily increasing, the foes he encountered were hardly a match for him. Hence, Xia Hao's gaze settled upon Whitebeard Newgate, a man who had fought on equal footing with the Pirate King, Roger. Halt, or we will open fire. Make way, this isn't about fighting you. Xia Hao slowly raised his head and surveyed the area, as his conqueror's haki enveloped a radius of 100 meters. The first to be affected, members of the Whitebeard pirates rolled their eyes and collapsed, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure that no ordinary pirate could endure. Thud, thud. Xia Hao continued forward, disregarding the fallen pirates, his figure accelerating as he employed the sotan, shave, technique to traverse the forest with great speed. Buzz. It was as if an endless wave of conqueror's haki spread across several miles, exuding dominance, authority, terror, and heavy pressure with every step Xia Hao took, his piercing gaze seemingly enveloping the entire island. Conqueror's haki, that familiar sensation. Who dares to unleash such audacious haki? Whitebeard Newgate paused mid-drink, slowly setting down his cup and squinting ahead. Whoosh! A gust of wind heralded Xia Hao's arrival before the Whitebeard pirates. Yo, Saxy Bulata, Uncle Whitebeard. My apologies for causing a bit of intimidation upon arriving on this island. Ha! Xia Hao grinned at the middle-aged members of the Whitebeard pirates. No wonder the conqueror's haki felt so familiar. Is indeed you, little brat, who has grown stronger. Whitebeard Newgate remarked, observing Xia Hao's robust demeanor with admiration. In just a few short years, the reputation of the Hao Tian pirates had spread throughout the New World. After Roger's death, it seemed only Xia Hao remained so active among Roger's crew. Ha, indeed. Thus, I wish to challenge you, Uncle Whitebeard. Xia Hao's gaze was resolute as he faced Whitebeard Newgate, an aura of formidable strength radiating from him, causing Whitebeard Newgate to furrow his brow. Is this little brat here to stir trouble? Gulalala, you little rascal, are you certain? Whitebeard Newgate regarded Xia Hao's earnest expression, feeling the atmosphere shift. Of course. After all, since Captain Roger's passing, the strongest man in the New World is none other than you, Whitebeard Newgate. A subtle smile graced Xia Hao's lips, and in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of conqueror's haki erupted forth. The powerful aura, akin to that of deities, enveloped the entire island, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept through the vicinity, causing the members of the Whitebeard pirates to instinctively shield themselves from the oncoming force. Gulalala, you're quite something. Observing Xia Hao make the first move, Whitebeard Newgate realized that a confrontation was inevitable. Otherwise, his reputation would suffer. Extending his hand, he firmly grasped the blade, Songyun Xie, resting by his side, and unleashed his own conqueror's haki. Black-red lightning crackled ominously as it intertwined with Songyun Xie, sizing up the unyielding Xia Hao before him. And glancing at his sons, struggling against the haki's pressure, he let out a soft sigh. Boom! Songyun Xie descended rapidly, causing the surrounding space to tremble. As the attack approached, Xia Hao decisively swung his Bongtian Huaji to meet it, and the two titanic forces of Conqueror's haki collided, yet neither weapon struck the other, resulting in a stalemate. As Marco observed the fierce battle unfolding before him, his expression grew grave. Though they were both mere interns, he could not fathom why his opponent had become so formidable. Watching Xia Hao, who was of a similar age, Marco fell into a long silence, his fists clenched tightly, even to the point where his nails pierced his skin without him registering the pain. He gazed at the battlefield where Whitebeard Newgate stood, filled with self-reproach for allowing the old man to confront the enemy himself. Marco, what's wrong? Why do you look so distressed? Diamond Jozu, noticing Marco's unusual demeanor, hurried over to inquire. It's nothing. I just feel utterly powerless, as if everything requires old man's intervention. Is it truly impossible for some to catch up? I wish to assist him. Marco lamented. Are you referring to Xiahao? Zhou sighed softly, observing Marco's unwavering gaze fixed on the battlefield. Did Marco not wish to share the burden with the old man? Yet, witnessing Xiahao, who was comparable to the old man in strength, Zhou felt a shadow of despair. Sometimes, talent truly held significant weight. Just like the Conqueror's haki, which appeared only once in a million. Only those with kingly qualities could maintain the pinnacle. The disparity between Conqueror's haki and ordinary armament haki was vast. We must not surrender. The utilization of devil fruit abilities is not without its drawbacks. No matter how resilient a human body may be, it cannot withstand the terrifying force of natural disasters. The old man's body is already plagued with many hidden ailments. Marco spoke with deep concern, recalling how Xiahao had once imparted this knowledge to him. Although he was reluctant to admit it at the time, during a grand battle, he had discovered Whitebeard's concealed injuries while treating him. The healing powers granted by the Phoenix were insufficient to eradicate the diseases entirely. Indeed, he was truly the strongest man. What a monster! Xiahao observed the formidable Whitebeard, his expression turning serious. How could he, endowed with strength rivaling that of the giants, fail to gain the upper hand? Xiahao recalled Kaido's assessment of Whitebeard as an absurdly strong old man. Suddenly, the clash of two overwhelming conquerors' haki erupted, shattering the previously serene sky into chaos. As countless clouds rolled away as if the heavens themselves had split, as the violent shock waves dissipated, the collision of their formidable energies culminated in a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating the thick clouds above, revealing a vast expanse of clear sky. WoodRelease, Vine Entanglement. With the trial of haki concluded, Xiahao clapped his hands, causing the ground to fracture violently. Vines erupted from the earth, twisting and turning as they launched toward Whitebeard, aiming to ensnare him. Boom! Crack! Crack! Smash! Observing the oncoming vines, Whitebeard effortlessly cleaved them apart with his weapon, striking fiercely into the void on either side. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed as the vibrations obliterated the attacking vines, uprooting the earth around them and creating a pit over 10 meters deep. Huh! It seems this 1T work, Xiahao remarked, shrugging at the easily shattered attack. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared behind Whitebeard, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. His speed was such that even Whitebeard, who was perpetually attuned to the observation haki, failed to perceive him at first. Xiahao grinned, a smirk of triumph adorning his face. Thunder half-moon slash. Damn it, he dodged it, Xiahao exclaimed, astonished as he witnessed Whitebeard crouching slightly, successfully evading the attack. The prolonged combat had honed Whitebeard's instincts, allowing him to react with remarkable agility. What a cunning little brat, Whitebeard mused, though he had evaded the attack. He was deeply astonished by the speed that surpassed even observation haki, something he had never encountered before. Is this a devil fruit ability? Whitebeard pondered, shaking his head to dismiss the thought. He had never heard of a devil fruit that could simultaneously teleport and summon plants. Indeed, he is the strongest man, Whitebeard declared. Now I must get serious. Demon God possession. Xiaohao's eyes flared open, embodying a palpable aura of pressure as he surged toward Whitebeard like a beam of light. His Fong Tianhua Ji once again enveloped in potent conqueror's haki, his muscles bulging as his strength surged anew. Slash! Feeling the immense weight of the pressure from above, Whitebeard's expression turned grave. The tremors from the quake fruit coalesced into a transparent sphere at the edge of his blade, rapidly compressing. Boom! The Fong Tianhua Ji collided forcefully with the blade of the quake fruit, unleashing a force comparable to a mountain as the two powers clashed violently, causing the space around them to crack and splinter like a spider's web. Gurura, is this the end, Xiahao? Whitebeard laughed heartily, questioning the retreating Xiahao. Of course not. I'm not that fragile, Xiahao replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips as flames ignited from his arm, transforming his otherwise ordinary Fong Tianhua Ji into an ominous and fiery weapon. Dragon Slayer magic, Crimson Lotus Flame Blade. The ferocious flames coalesced rapidly atop the weapon, the surrounding temperature soaring nearly to 100 degrees as the air warped under the heat. Flames? What is happening? How can Xia Hao unleash flames? Could it be flames? What sort of devil fruit user is this? Marco pondered, resting his chin in his hand, observing Xia Hao in the combat zone, murmuring to himself. From the moment they first met, Xia Hao had fought tirelessly against Kazuki Odin for days without showing signs of fatigue, resembling a terrifying creature that knew no exhaustion. Initially, Marco thought he might be a special Zoan-type devil fruit user, but as time passed, he realized it was not so. What is he? Marco questioned, watching Xia Hao stand against the old man, clenching his fists in frustration at his own inadequacy in assisting. Damn it, that bastard has grown stronger again. In a shadowy corner of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach, missing a front tooth, glimmered with cold light in his eyes, though it quickly faded as he understood the necessity of patience until he attained his desires, even if it meant enduring a lifetime of restraint. He was willing to choose between living boldly or leading a mundane existence. Possessing the terrifying ambition of a tyrant, Teach refused to live an unremarkable life devoid of meaning. So he awaited the arrival of his destined era. On the battlefield, witnessing the scorching flames barreling toward him, Whitebeard furrowed his brow as the quake fruit spun rapidly in his hand. With a powerful single-handed sweep, he deflected the assault, and as he observed the residual flames on the blade, Whitebeard inhaled deeply before exhaling forcefully, extinguishing the remaining embers like a mighty gust of wind. The old man with the white beard, Newgate, wore a displeased expression as he looked at Xia Hao, vaguely sensing that he had been used as a mere tool for testing Xia Hao's power. How could this be? I have always approached battle with utmost seriousness. Xia Hao smirked, swiftly spinning the Fong Tian Hua Ji in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight of the crowd, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he moved at breathtaking speed, quickly searching for a flaw in Newgate's defenses, poised to strike. Such incredible speed. The youth is indeed brimming with vitality, but I have caught you now. Newgate unleashed his Ken Bunchika haki, enveloping the entire space in his awareness. In the brief moment Xia Hao hesitated, the power of the Gura no Mi surged forth, and, as he beheld the fist the size of a sandbag, Xia Hao's expression changed drastically as he attempted to block the impending attack. However, he was struck squarely, the force of the blow causing him to be propelled backward like a cannonball. Upon witnessing Xia Hao being sent flying, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates erupted in cheers, believing his defeat to be inevitable. Yet only Newgate on the battlefield wore a grave expression, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed, though he could not pinpoint any anomalies. What a terrifying battle instinct. However, the advantage lies with me this time. As Xia Hao soared through the air, he transformed into a cloud of white mist with a loud bang, and in an instant, his figure reappeared behind Newgate, the flying thunder god technique demonstrating its might once again. Prepare to receive my strike. Lusan, Senglong Ba. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. This young lad employs exceptionally cunning techniques. You truly do not resemble the offspring of that scoundrel Roger. Gazing at the Fong Tian Hua Ji from below, even the world's strongest man, Newgate, broke into a cold sweat. He swiftly swung his Song Yun Xia to intercept at a crucial point, channeling all his strength to counter Xia Hao's assault. Cough. In battle, one must naturally adapt with agility. After all, it is the victors who remain the true champions. Noticing Newgate's perplexed gaze, Xia Hao coughed lightly, resolutely refusing to admit that his previous actions had been merely for amusement. With lessons learned from prior encounters, Newgate took the initiative to attack this time, his Conqueror's haki wrapping around Song Yun Xia as he unleashed a furious onslaught against Xia Hao, combined with the powers of the Gura no Mi. In an instant, Xia Hao found himself under relentless pressure from Newgate, relying on his superhuman speed to evade the barrage of attacks. Ding! Sensing the host's formidable fighting spirit and will, the integration of WoodRelease began to escalate, rising to 88, 89, 90. The voice resonating in his mind brought joy to Xia Hao's countenance. as he felt an unceasing surge of power and cellular vitality within him. In that moment, his strength surged rapidly, and the WoodRelease integration surpassed 90, marking a qualitative leap. Let this world behold my latest ability. With the power of WoodRelease fully at his command, Xiahao planted the Fong Tian Hua Ji firmly in the ground, and for the first time, rapidly formed hand seals. A striking array of mystical lines appeared on his handsome visage, as the energies of nature surged violently into his being. The Sage mode officially commenced. Sage Art, True Thousand Hands. As Xiaohao's voice echoed, the entire island began to tremble violently. The ground beneath his feet fractured instantaneously, creating deep ravines that extended for hundreds of meters, a rolling cloud of dust enveloping the vicinity. Behind Xiahao, a colossal statue of a 1,000-armed guanyin, towering at 300 meters, emerged akin to a mountain. Ah, indeed, my lack of experience shows. It is so small and feeble. Xiahao looked up at the true 1,000 hands he had summoned, reminiscing about the memory of the colossal form that had once obscured the sun. Each hand, comparable to a small mountain, heaved a slight sigh. However, what Xiahao failed to notice was the ensuing chaos engulfing the Whitebeard pirates. The crew members gaped in astonishment at the sight of the 1,000 hands guanyin summoned by Xiahao, rendered utterly speechless. A monster! This fellow is unequivocally a monster. Am I still dreaming? Is it truly possible for a human to summon such a gigantic entity? I refuse to believe it. Damn it, surely Dad can handle this. For the first time, a crew member from the Whitebeard pirates spoke with uncertainty. Fear not, Dad will never lose. It's just a big piece of wood. Although Marco felt a deep sense of worry, he attempted to bolster morale with his words. Looks like it's time to get serious. Newgate, equally astonished by the 1,000 hands guanyin summoned by Xiahao, gaped but felt no fear. Instead, a surge of battle fervor ignited within him, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. What a terrifying youth. Roger, you lucky bastard. Newgate could not help but exclaim internally, as he gazed at the hand larger than the Moby Dick. Gripping Tsongyun Chia tightly, he unleashed a powerful slash, the terrifying sword energy swiftly cleaving through the air towards the descending hand. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated through the skies, as the attack, imbued with haki, severed the palm of the 1,000 hands guanyin. The massive wooden hand fell as if a sunken ship, the sound of rushing wind echoing from above, while the tremendous wind pressure forced the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates to squint against the onslaught. Boom! How solid! As the wooden hand descended, Bisto wielded his twin swords with all his might, striking fervently. Yet without haki, he merely left a faint white mark. The shockwave reverberating through his body caused Bista to shudder involuntarily. Rose dance slash. Bista fixed his gaze determinately upon the descending wooden palm, hastily wrapping his swords with haki, a powerful aura radiating around him. He charged forward, executing a forceful strike. Duong. The hand crafted from WoodRelease was cleaved in two, the 10-meter-long fingers plummeting to the side. The sheer girth of the wooden appendage left Marco and his companions in astonishment. Is this the difference? Bista, expending all his strength to grasp his swords, spoke with a tinge of dissatisfaction as he beheld the smooth cut on the wrist. It became clear just how immense the disparity between him and Dad truly was. Simultaneously, the arm that could only be severed with utmost effort filled Bista with despair as he gazed at Xiahao. Should he be caught, there would be no escape. The thousands of hands descending like a dark cloud would crush even the mightiest sea kings into pulp. Forget it. Let us not compare ourselves to that monster. Marco chimed in to console him. At this moment, within the battlefield, an incredulous roar erupted. What an absurd ability. Has this lad awakened the powers of his devil fruit? Newgate laughed heartily, gazing at Xiahao standing atop the 1,000 hands guanyin, deep in thought. Here it comes. 1,000 hands dance. Observing Newgate scrutinizing him from below, Xiahao took the initiative to launch his attack, countless hands raining down from the heavens, a cacophony of thunderous howls echoing. Newgate's expression grew serious. Seismic star, Newgate uttered calmly, and simultaneously, an aura of terrifying intensity emanated from him. The massive and robust figure was surrounded by the sound of space shattering, reminiscent of glass breaking. As he advanced step by step, the domain of his Gura no Mi expanded rapidly, with enormous arms the size of ships hurtling downwards. Yet, upon entering the realm of Newgate's power, the overwhelming tearing force obliterated the oncoming thousand hands Guanin's arms, as if finding a fulcrum, causing an increasing number of wooden arms to explode. Before long, the multitude of arms had dwindled to a mere 100, and the sage mode began to fade at that moment. However, the relentless use of the devil fruit abilities had taken a toll on the formidable Whitebeard, Newgate, leading to a rapid depletion of his strength, causing the tremors of the Gura no Mi to swiftly dissipate. A sense of dissatisfaction washed over Xia Hao as sage mode waned. Had it persisted a bit longer, perhaps he would have emerged as the victor. Nevertheless, Whitebeard, Newgate, truly lived up to his title as the strongest man in the world. Xia Hao sensed that continuing this battle, even for 3 days and nights, would likely yield no decisive outcome, unless he unleashed the true, complete version of the Thousand Hands in a moment of explosive power. Truly a formidable opponent. I nearly faced defeat today. Whitebeard, Newgate, regarded Xia Hao, who sat on the ground in disarray, and with a slight grimace, his gaze turned serious. In that instant, the pirate world, which held strength in the highest regard, compelled Whitebeard to acknowledge Xia Hao, captain of the Haotian pirates, as an equal, rather than merely an intern of the RogerPirates. Enough, let us call it quits, Whitebeard. The next time we meet, victory shall surely be mine, Xia Hao declared earnestly while gazing at the cerulean sky and fluffy clouds. Little brat, if you wish to surpass me, you'll need to train for over a decade. Whitebeard, Newgate, responded with a serious demeanor despite his reluctance to admit that, judging by Xia Hao's previous growth, he would likely surpass him in just a few years. Keeping stubborn, then, ultimately, the sparring match between Xia Hao and Whitebeard, Newgate, concluded in a stalemate amid their banter. An hour later, the entire Haotian pirates' crew arrived on the island, commencing a grand banquet with the Whitebeard pirates. The instigator of the celebration was none other than Xia Hao himself. Perhaps influenced by Roger, he had developed an affinity for hosting banquets, relishing the lively atmosphere. Xia Hao, I need your assistance. During the festivities, Marco approached Xia Hao with a grave expression, earnestly requesting his help. If it weren't for dire circumstances, Marco would never humble himself before a rival pirate crew in such a manner. Assistance? What do you need? You are one of the mightiest pirate crews on the seas, Marco, Xia Hao exclaimed, his mouth full of chicken leg. To cure Father's hidden ailment. Hidden ailment? Xia Hao's gaze remained neutral as he contemplated Marco's words. After all, they were competitors. The fact that Whitebeard was so powerful despite harboring such an ailment was concerning. Without this burden, his strength could potentially rise to even greater heights. No problem, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. The medical fee is 10 billion berries. 10 billion berries. Are you trying to extort me? Marco's expression darkened. Had he not been at a disadvantage against Xia Hao, he would have certainly taught him a lesson on the value of money. Extortion? Not all, it's not that easy. Xia Hao shrugged with a grin. I'll find a way for the medical fee, but you must ensure Father is treated first. After pondering for a moment, Marco ultimately conceded. All right, I trust your character. However, you must personally discuss this with Whitebeard. In a sense, we are rival pirate crews, especially after our recent battle. Also, this treatment must remain a secret known only to the three of us. No one else can be informed. No problem. Let us go. I'll convince Father. Despite his reservations, Marco nodded in agreement with Xia Hao's suggestion. In the cabin of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, Newgate, lay on the table with a reluctant expression, sulking. When Marco mentioned Xia Hao treating his hidden ailment, he was initially resistant, only agreeing after Marco, the ship's doctor and steward, argued with him for quite some time. Father, as long as you are here, the Whitebeard pirates will remain the true Whitebeard pirates. As family, I hope nothing unfortunate befalls you. Marco expressed his heartfelt sentiments to Whitebeard, Newgate, a little over 10 minutes prior. 2 days later, Xia Hao had successfully cured Whitebeard's hidden ailment. The formidable vitality and regenerative capabilities of the Mokuton allowed the lifeless cells within Whitebeard to revive, now bursting with renewed vigor far beyond their original state. Xiao Hao, thank you so much, Marco said with a beaming smile as he expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. The medical fee is 10 billion berries. Pay up. Xiao Hao extended his hand straightforwardly. The budding camaraderie dissipated instantly. That greedy scoundrel. Marco's expression darkened as he watched Xiao Hao angrily turn away. After taking a few steps, he called out, "Follow me, I'll give you everything, you greedy fiend." Hee, it's all you, Marco. Mengshan, come along. Xiao Hao snapped his fingers, signaling Mengshan to join him. After all, 10 billion berries was no trivial sum. If it was gold, it would be manageable, but if it were paper currency, he would need Mengshan's assistance. Oh, I'm coming. Upon hearing Xiao Hao's call, Mengshan's massive form sprang up, stomping towards him, causing the ground to tremor with each step. 10 minutes later, Xiao Hao and Mengshan emerged from a cave on the island, laden with bags, while Marco trailed behind with a look of helplessness and sorrow. He watched Xiao Hao's retreating figure, silently gritting his teeth, vowing to strengthen his training, and, at their next encounter, join forces with his father to defeat him and seize the treasures of the Haotian pirates. What malice is this? Xiao Hao furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings but finding no one else in sight. He scratched the back of his head, utterly perplexed. After all, as a friendly and charming young man, he believed no one could possibly harbor ill will towards him. Who would resent a kind-hearted individual? After stowing away the 10 billion berries, which he had reasonably acquired from Marco, in the Haotian ship's treasure vault, Xiao Hao enjoyed a simple lunch. Subsequently, the crew of the Haotian ship commenced their respective training exercises, as the self-navigating vessel did not require manual operation. Thus, the Haotian ship swiftly sailed across the boundless sea along the optimal route determined by its automatic navigation system, heading towards the next island. 2.5 hours later, Xiao Hao, who had been napping, was awakened by the sound of cannon fire as shells rained down upon the Haotian ship. Fortunately, they were all intercepted by the protective barrier activated by the automatic defense system. Damn it, that reckless fool dares to ambush me. A Xing stormed out of the cabin, casting a fierce glare toward the incoming cannonballs. What is this? It seems to be the fleet of the world government, Mena remarked as she peered through her telescope at the attacking vessels. During their journey, Mena had taken great pleasure in reading, seeking to understand the diverse cultures and cuisines of the world while gaining insight into the major powers that shaped it. She had also developed a profound understanding of the world government, which ruled over much of the world. The fleet of the world government? That aligns with their tyrannical nature. However, the fleets of the world government typically do not attack pirate ships without cause, as they maintain peace at sea, leaving the extermination of pirates to the Marines, with the world government personnel acting as mere lackeys for the celestial dragons. Unless ordered by the Gorosei, they would not engage in capturing pirates. Moreover, given the Haotian pirates' rising reputation, it was nearly impossible for them to be unaware of it. Xiao Hao contemplated, stroking his chin. Regardless of the reason, since they dare to aim their cannons at me, they must be prepared for a life-or-death duel. Bring the ship closer. I wish to see who is so reckless. Xiao Hao gazed into the distance with an expression of calmness. With a mere gesture, the Haotian ship activated its defense system and surged towards the fleet of 3 vessels belonging to the world government. The air was pierced by the sounds of breaking waves, and its momentum was unstoppable. The powerful impact caused the surrounding waters to churn violently. Could it be that we would be directly shattered by this colossal monstrosity? The speed was too great, and the shells could not be locked on. What should we do? We must intercept them. We cannot allow St. Morgan Ross to be harmed in any way, or we shall all perish. At that moment, the leader of the world government officials for this operation spoke with resolute seriousness. The celestial dragons were under attack, regardless of the eventual fate of the assailants. Any world government personnel who failed to protect the celestial dragons would surely face brutal punishment, suffering worse than death, and might even be reduced to slavery. Thus, as soon as the world government official finished speaking, a nearby warship accelerated, initiating its bombardment while charging forward, intending to use its entire vessel to block the advance of the Haotian ship. a mayfly shaking a tree. Since war has been chosen, we are prepared for death. Prepared to fire, obliterate it. Xiao Hao coldly regarded the advancing world government warship and proclaimed, "Watch closely, boss. This shall be a magnificent work of art." Dadadi's lips curled into a slight smile as he flashed into the control room, adjusting the enormous cannon of the Haotian ship. As the world government warship approached within 100 meters, a brilliant white beam, laced with lightning, erupted forth, illuminating the entire sea. The terrifying energy beam sliced through the water, parting it as waves rolled violently to either side. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the ocean, and the once formidable and fearless world government warship was swallowed by the brilliance. As the aftershock dissipated, the sea roiled, and the massive vessel vanished, leaving behind a vast pit several dozen meters deep that took a long time to stabilize. Fearless? They succeeded, leaving not even a trace behind. What was that? One shot obliterated a warship? Am I dreaming? We must flee. They are coming. Curse it. Hurry and protect St. Morgan Ross. This band of pirates has gone mad. Gazing at the empty space where the ship had been, and at the imposing Haotian ship charging towards them like a ferocious beast, despair engulfed all members of the world government. Hey, what is happening? Why is it so loud? At that moment, the celestial dragon, grotesque in appearance with a bubble helmet and a runny nose, emerged from the cabin riding a slave. The slave, tall and clad in attire befitting a pirate captain, bore numerous wounds and appeared on the verge of collapse. St. Morgan Ross, please leave here quickly. This mad pirate crew intends to attack this ship. One world government official said urgently. A mad pirate crew? The celestial dragon, Morgan Ross, felt no fear, believing that no one in this world would dare lay a hand on a descendant of the gods. Furthermore, the world government's action against the Haotian ship was his command. After all, the Haotian ship was grand and magnificent, yet he was not. You go and tell them to surrender and become my slaves. I might consider sparing their lives. Morgan Ross declared haughtily. You go and tell them to disembark and surrender, obediently handing over the ship to me, or let them suffer a fate worse than death. Hearing their master's words, the world government officials broke into a sweat, realizing the pirate crew across from them was truly reckless. Moreover, as desperate outlaws, most pirates would not yield unless they were defeated and captured, although pirates would not proactively attack celestial dragons to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fearing capture by the world government as admirals, they would fight fiercely if their lives were in danger. Thinking back to the chaotic rocks era over 30 years ago, the world government officials could not help but tremble, for even celestial dragons were treated as mere livestock. Though ultimately eradicated by the naval hero Garp in God Valley, the crew of rocks now consisted of formidable pirates wreaking havoc across the new world. Hurry! Do you wish to defy the commands of a celestial dragon? Morgan Ross raised his pistol, aiming it at the head of the world government official. Should any dissent arise, a bullet would follow. Although merely a weak celestial dragon, the official dared not resist, for their lives were in the hands of the world government. Even their families were under the watchful gaze of the government. To oppose a celestial dragon? What a laughable notion. It was a grand joke in the eyes of the world government officials. They once happened upon a member of the celestial dragon's Holy Knight Brigade, and though few in number, the pressure emanating from each was akin to that of a monster emerging from a sea of corpses, each one as powerful as a naval admiral. The world government, having ruled for 800 years, could not be toppled by any single individual. Stop the ship. This is the fleet of the celestial dragons. Do you wish to die? Striving to calm his inner turmoil, the world government official stepped forward, grasping a megaphone, and began to shout with all his might. Celestial dragons? Ha! Even the King of Heaven cannot do so. How dare you fire cannons at us? I trust you all are prepared for death. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ashing appeared in his fully beastified form above the world government warship, his massive wings unfurled, casting a shadow of despair over all aboard the vessel. A user of the devil fruit, and evidently not an ordinary one. The world government official's expression darkened as a fellow member rushed to his side, panting heavily and filled with terror as he opened several bounty notices. The Haotian pirate crew, Captain Xia Hao has a bounty of 1 billion berries. We're doomed. We're doomed. He truly stirred a hornet's nest. No wonder the name Haotian pirate crew sounded so familiar earlier. But what is this pirate ship all about? The world government official sighed heavily, realizing that this situation could not be resolved easily. Looking up at Xing in the sky, he immediately ordered battle stations for all. The Haotian pirate crew. According to intelligence, Captain Xia Hao was once an intern of the RogerPirate crew, had previously appeared during the Buster Call at O'Hara, and had battled the great pirate Big Mom to a standstill. Glancing at the information in his hands, the world government official steeled himself for a desperate struggle. Under no circumstances could they allow any harm to come to the Celestial Dragons. Captain Xia Hao, do you truly intend to attack the Celestial Dragons? Taking a deep breath, the world government official resolved to make one last stand. Attack the Celestial Dragons? How absurd. Does a high-ranking official of the world government only know how to deflect blame? I was peacefully sleeping, and you lot had the audacity to wake me. Therefore, I shall merely teach you a lesson to quell my morning ire. As for the Celestial Dragons, I see nothing. Xia Hao appeared at the bow of the Haotian ship, his gaze cool and indifferent as he regarded the world government officials before him. Engage. Leave none alive. Xia Hao observed the unique insignia of this world government fleet, recognizing it as a special vessel akin to that which had once seized gold from the heavens. Unconsciously, Drool threatened to escape. After all, Xia Hao was in dire need of funds. Although the Haotian pirate crew aimed for an elite path with a limited number of core crew members when the opportunity arose, Xia Hao would still recruit many subordinates and affiliated pirate crews, for he too aspired to contend for the title of Pirate Emperor. As for whether the final outcome will be 4 or 5 emperors, that is not something Xia Hao needs to ponder. How infuriating. Protect Morgan Ross Saint. Everyone mobilize. Morgan Ross Saint, please return to the cabin. Fire, fire. Upon hearing Xia Hao's last command, the Xing dove down from above, his rapid descent creating a sonic boom, distorting the very air around him. Observing the impulsive actions of the Haotian pirates, the world government personnel could only passively defend themselves as a hailstorm of bullets was unleashed upon Xing. However, at a distance of merely 1 meter from his form, the whirlwind generated by the Fengshen Elong form effortlessly deflected all the bullets, which plummeted from the sky like hailstones. TCH, those bullets were utterly ineffective. Now, it's my turn. Fengshen Yunjian. A ferocious whirlwind continuously coalesced around the claws of the Fengshen Elong, forming a terrifying blade of wind that swiftly took shape. The previously tranquil sea within a radius of several kilometers became tumultuous under Xing's command of the wind element, with towering waves of over 10 meters relentlessly crashing against the ships, causing the world government warships to sway precariously. The wind blade struck with blinding speed, and the personnel of the world government, lacking advanced combat capabilities, could not withstand it. With expressions of terror and confusion, they looked up with widened eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. A deafening crash erupted as the razor-sharp wind blade cleaved a world government warship in two, the anguished screams resonating from below as torrents of seawater surged in. In mere moments, the entire vessel vanished beneath the waves. As for the Celestial Dragons, though they narrowly escaped death, they were left drenched and humiliated. If not for the intervention of the world government personnel, they might have plunged to the ocean's depths. This was not a power possessed by mere mortals. Were the Haotian pirates truly monsters? The disparity between humans was overwhelmingly vast. The world government officials wore grim expressions but fought desperately to shield the Celestial Dragons. Foolish lower beings, how dare you attack the Celestial Dragons? You are doomed. Though falling into the sea left Morgan Ross Saint in disbelief and dread, he soon regained his arrogance upon remembering his identity as a Celestial Dragon. The world government members murmured, "It seems survival is no longer an option." They could not fathom the sheer stupidity of this Celestial Dragon, failing to grasp the current situation. They were the ones destined for slaughter. Hey, you must have reported to the Gorasei using a Den Mushi, right? If so, ask again. How much is a Celestial Dragon's head worth? Xia Hao remarked with a grin at the world government officials in the water. 10 minutes without a satisfactory answer. and you all will perish. Not far away, another warship-s voices, Meng Shan and Mei Na, reached him. Xiao Hao, this is a slave ship, Mei Na exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock as the ship's cabin opened, and hundreds of slaves emerged. Humans, fishmen, and even young giants. What is this? The pirate empress? What a coincidence. Xiao Hao observed the slaves aboard the warship, spotting the future pirate Empress Hancock and her two sisters among the crowd. At Mary Geos, the Gorasiai's expressions darkened upon hearing the Den Mushi's report. The situation was dire. The Haotian pirates had obliterated 3 world government warships, capturing slaves. All personnel had been captured. The slaves had been freed by Xiao Hao, and he demanded to inquire of the Gorasiai, asking how much Morgan Ross-Saint's head was worth. The world government official spoke in a hushed, fearful tone. As a longtime member of the world government, he was acutely aware of the storm that awaited him from the Gorasiai. If he survived, he intended to resign and return home, if only he could. What did you say? The slave ship was hijacked, and Morgan Ross-Saint was captured? The Haotian pirates? What does that scoundrel Xiao Hao intend to do? Those damn pirates. How to handle this? It had been over 30 years since a celestial dragon had been captured by pirates. The last time was during the reign of that Rogrox. Let Sengoku deal with it. If one admiral isn't enough, send 2. We cannot allow these pirates to continue their rampage. I concur. We must not let the Haotian pirates grow even more arrogant. This time, we must teach them a lesson. What about Morgan Ross-Saint? That little brat Xiao Hao is a madman. If we take a hard stance, Morgan Ross-Saint could meet with misfortune, and the Morgan family will certainly have objections. Let us first observe Xiao Hao's attitude. I hope he doesn't overstep. The world government is the true ruler of this world, and the celestial dragons are its rightful sovereigns. Within Mary Geos, the Gorasiai's furious voices echoed throughout the castle, causing the world government guards outside to tremble in fear of inadvertently inviting disaster upon themselves, striving to diminish their presence, expressionless as if they were mere watchdogs. For them, survival was the best future. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, in the Marshal's office. Their ISNTA moment s peace. Marine Marshal Sengoku sighed as he set down the Den Mushi, a look of helplessness crossing his face. The recent call from the Gorasiai had filled Sengoku with pressure. The Haotian pirates, though few in number, should not be underestimated. Doing so would surely lead to great misfortune. Especially with the recent news spreading across the Grand Line that Xiao Hao had faced off against formidable foes like the great pirate Big Mom and Whitebeard Newgate without defeat. He felt that the mere bounty of 1 billion berries no longer reflected Xiao Hao's current strength. Yet, for the sake of stability and peace, Sengoku chose not to raise the bounty. Sometimes, an excessively high bounty could prove detrimental to the Marines, as it might encourage the Haotian pirates to attract numerous subordinate pirate crews, swiftly expanding their influence and jeopardizing the world government's dominion and the Marines' efforts to maintain peace in the New World. However, now the Gorasiai informed Sengoku that a slave ship had been seized by the Haotian pirates and that celestial dragon Morgan Ross-Saint had been captured, creating pure chaos. Sengoku, ever since you became marshal, your face has been wrinkled like a bun. Cheer up. Things will resolve themselves. On the sofa in the marshal's office sat a burly man in slippers, munching on senbei, occasionally picking his nose, and, under Sengoku's furious gaze, wiping it on the sofa. Kapu, you scoundrel! Sengoku, exasperated from his daily grind, felt his chest tighten at the sight of Kapu's carefree laughter. He quickly approached Kapu, snatching the senbei from his hands and devouring it in one go. Kapu! Sengoku, my senbei! Not a crumb left, Sengoku scoffed, holding up the now empty packaging. And seeing Kapu's disgruntled expression instantly lifted his mood. TCH, if I give it to you, it's yours. Kapu pouted, pulling out a large bag from behind him and happily resuming his feast. Sengoku, I'm done with you. This old rascal, Kapu the Gorasiai just called. The slave ship was hijacked, and the celestial dragon was captured. They are in imminent danger, and they ordered us Marines to rescue them. I plan to send you as well. Me? No way. Just some trash. Let them die, Kapu replied dismissively. Shut your mouth. How dare you say such things? Sengoku shouted furiously. Sorry, what I just said doesn't count. Kapu shrugged, appearing unconcerned. With a celestial dragon being captured, protocol dictates that an admiral should be dispatched for rescue. Let the likes of Fujitora handle it. I'm too busy. Sengoku, I need to take a leave and head to the East Blue. As Carp munched on a crispy rice cracker, he exclaimed, a leave of absence. Pondering the time and realizing that his eldest grandson was about to be born, he laughed heartily, declaring his intention to train the child to become the strongest marine warrior in history. With exuberance, he animatedly shared his plans with Sengoku. Go on, go on. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return. I hear there has been some unrest with the buggy pirates recently in the East Blue. It might be worth checking out, Sengoku remarked, seemingly recalling something. Understood, we can discuss it later. The East Blue is known as the weakest sea among all pirates. With that time, you should focus on other seas, Carp retorted, rising slowly and casting a disdainful glance at Sengoku. Get lost. Hey, one can't even speak the truth anymore. Carp quipped sarcastically, echoing through the office and hallways. That old rascal. Notify General Fuyun and General Juyin to join me. This time, we must ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. Sengoku ordered the communications officer with a serious expression. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. In a new world, the slave ship had been liberated by Xia Hao, and most of the people aboard had escaped in the world government's lifeboats. They understood that attacking the celestial dragons was a capital offense. If they did not leave, they would never escape. After expressing their gratitude to Xia Hao and his companions, they hurriedly departed. Xia Hao waved them off, urging them to leave quickly. Aren't you going? The Marine Admirals will be here soon. We won't leave, Lord Xia Hao. We are pirates at heart. Our original crew has been destroyed, so we wish to pledge our allegiance to you. A burly man stated. Yes, we all intend to follow you. Please accept us. More than 30 fearsome-looking pirates knelt earnestly before Xia Hao, pleading for him to take them in. Very well, Ashing. Show them the rules of our Haotian pirate crew. Understood, Captain. Ashing glanced at Xia Hao and immediately comprehended that a few days prior, when Xia Hao had planned to expand the crew and recruit affiliated pirate groups, he had already established the regulations. Anyone belonging to the Haotian pirate crew must embody unity and camaraderie. Attacks on comrades are strictly prohibited. Violators will face the wrath of the entire crew and must not oppress civilians. Ashing began to instill these principles, allowing them to take root in the minds of the newly allied pirates. What about you? Why aren't you leaving? Xia Hao's gaze shifted to Hancock and her two sisters. It must be said that the young pirate empress was extraordinarily charming in her youth, with her alluring figure and waist-length hair cascading like a dark waterfall. She emanated a unique beauty. We did not know the way home. We were secretly captured by slave traders, and just a few days ago, the celestial dragons forced us to consume 3 bizarre fruits. We are unsure if they are poison, Hancock said, her expression sorrowful. Fear not, for they are not poison. Rather, they will bestow upon you formidable powers. They are known as the devil fruits, the curse of the sea, Xia Hao explained. However, I cannot send you back just yet, as there are matters still to be addressed. After this incident concludes, I will have Xing escort you to Amazon Lily. Really? Brother Xia Hao, the timid Boa Marigold, who had not yet transformed into the plump young woman, spoke softly. Of course, trust me. I have some connections to Amazon Lily, Xia Hao shrugged, recalling his relationship with the captain of the WoodRelease, Boa Hancock, and Uncle Rayleigh. Wonderful, we could finally go home. The most robust among the 3 sisters, Boa Sandersonia, with her vibrant green hair, danced with joy, her spirited demeanor evident. Thank you, Brother Xia Hao. Hancock's dark eyes shimmered with admiration, influenced by the atmosphere of reverence for strength on Amazon Lily. She developed a subtle affection for Xia Hao, who had rescued her and instilled fear in the world government officials. Though Amazon Lily was notoriously averse to men, the young Hancock, enamored and captivated by Xia Hao's commanding presence, clenched her delicate hands tightly, vowing to become stronger in the future and seize her own destiny. If it weren't for the Haotian pirate crew destroying the slave ship, she might never have returned. Go rest for now. Mena, please take them to their quarters. Xia Hao instructed, turning to Mena. Okay, I'll leave the outside to you. Mena nodded, fully aware of her current capabilities. Though she was significantly stronger than before, she realized she could not participate in the upcoming battles. A day later, the survivors of the world government and the celestial dragon Morgan Rose Saint, having soaked in the sea for an entire day and night, felt utterly weakened. They glared at the Haotian crew feasting on board, their eyes filled with hatred. Especially Morgan Rose Saint, who had lived in luxury without ever experiencing hunger. But now a group of vile, lowly pirates had left him to languish in the sea without a morsel of food. Initially, he had been enraged, but the cold, menacing stares he received in return had silenced him. Truly, celestial dragons are resilient against hunger. If the world government does not arrange for a ransom soon, I will lose my patience, Xia Hao commented coldly, crouched at the ship's bow, looking down at the celestial dragon in the sea. You scoundrel, I will not let you get away with this. Morgan Rose Saint roared with the last of his strength, his earlier calmness reignited by fury. Oof. It seems you have not grasped your situation. A Xing appeared beside Xia Hao, holding several small black spheres, his tone dripping with mockery. Allow me to present you with a treasure. A Xing shook the small spheres in his hand and hurled them toward the cluster of people. Small balls? What on earth? I don't know, but I have a bad feeling about this. Quick, get away, do not approach them. As the first panicked world government personnel began to swim away from the landing spot of the black spheres, the others grew frantic, fully aware that pirates held no compassion for them. With a resounding boom, as the spheres struck the surface of the sea, blinding light erupted, and the shockwave from the explosion sent surrounding waters churning. Though the bombs were small, their power far exceeded that of ordinary cannonballs, and the overwhelming shockwave relentlessly battered the once proud celestial dragons. Without the support of the other world government members, they might have sunk to the depths. As a Xing tossed the explosives with glee, a thunderous sound pierced the air from afar. Raising his gaze, he saw a fiery object racing toward them, seemingly aimed at the Haotian pirate crew. A fellow devil fruit user who could fly? How intriguing. I shall engage you. A Xing's wings unfurled, showcasing his striking appearance as he descended slightly, soaring toward the fiery mass in the sky. Wind blade slash. Before he even arrived, a Xing unleashed a flurry of wind blades toward the approaching flames, their curved forms carving graceful arcs through the sky as they converged from both sides. What a boisterous band of pirates they are. As Feng Yin remarked, every member of the Haotian pirate crew operates without regard for decorum. High above, gazing at the incoming gusts of wind, the Marine Admiral Jiu Yin let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he surveyed the colossal Haotian pirate crew on the sea below. As a Zoan-type mythical beast user in the form of a fire phoenix, Jiu Yin's temperament is exceedingly fiery, fueled by an unwavering commitment to fervent justice. He yearns to convert all pirates with the flames of righteousness. Fiery frenzy. Flames rapidly coalesced around his body, distorting the very space surrounding him. As the scorching inferno erupted forth, obliterating all the incoming wind blades. Hey, let's not rush into battle just yet. I am here primarily to inform you to release the celestial dragon. Otherwise, the Haotian pirate crew shall face the wrath of the world government. This is your final ultimatum. Silverbos. Our captain has already stated, bring the ransom, and we can discuss matters. Otherwise, even a celestial dragon, should misfortune befall him, may find himself in a dire predicament. Hurry, show me the ransom. Let me see how much a celestial dragon is worth in the eyes of the world government. A Xing, observing the halted Admiral Jiu Yin, spread his wings and approached him, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene. Ransom? You wish for the world government to pay a ransom for your rescue? Truly a band of madmen. No wonder they are intent on annihilating the Haotian pirate crew. Even without the protection of Mariehua, Jiu Yin mused silently, though he dismissed the thought. For not far from the Haotian, 5 warships led by Admiral Feng Yun had assembled. Hey, that fat pig of a celestial dragon. Did you hear that? The world government does not care for you. So why not just perish? A Xing sneered as he noticed Jiu Yan's words, lowering his head mockingly. Damn it. Morgan Ross, the celestial dragon, furiously slapped the water surface. His expression contorted with rage as he thought, when I return, these people shall become my slaves. Ha ha ha, how laughable. It seems the world government and the five elders wish for you to meet your demise. How pathetic that a celestial dragon is destined to perish like this. What a pity. A Xing taunted, observing the darkened expression of the enraged celestial dragon, Morgan Ross, whose fury seemed ready to erupt. Then let us first send a gift to the world government, said Xia Hao, his tone icy as he gazed at the approaching marine warships. A Xing, present them with an arm. Hee, I have been eagerly awaiting this, Captain. A Xing grinned widely as a fierce gale surged forth, lifting the celestial dragon into the air. A dull, ripping sound echoed as the once furious celestial dragon's expression shifted dramatically, a searing pain flooding his senses, his anguished cries resonating throughout the seas. It hurts. It hurts. I'm going to die. You marine scum, worthless lowlifes. Hurry and save me. Once I am free, I shall make you all my slaves. You scoundrels. Morgan Ross shouted, clutching his bleeding arm, directing his furious gaze toward the marine warships, the arrogance of the celestial dragon resurfacing as he unleashed a torrent of crude insults. On the marine warship, the expression of Admiral Jiao Yin remained grim as he cast his gaze downward, his hands gripping his weapon tightly, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Were it not for the unbearable consequences, he would have longed to raise his firearm and end the celestial dragon's life. Truly, as ever, they remained so high and mighty. Jiao Yin squinted his eyes, remaining silent. Having long safeguarded the perimeter of Mariawa, he was intimately aware of the celestial dragon's nature. Arrogant and dismissive, looking down upon all. As descendants of the 20 royal families that established the world government, they often claim to be the progeny of creators and deities. However, as righteous marines, it is their duty to rescue the celestial dragons. This is their obligation, an execution of the highest command from the world government. Haotian pirate crew, do you truly wish to engage in battle with the world government? You dare to harm a celestial dragon. Jiao Yan's voice was firm and authoritative as he addressed everyone aboard the Haotian. Engage in battle? No, no, no. We're merely a small pirate crew. How can we possibly oppose the world government? I reiterate, we can deliver a celestial dragon, but only in exchange for treasure. Thus, I ask once more, how much is a celestial dragon worth? If the ransom is satisfactory, we can deliver him. This fellow is as unsightly as a pig. Xiahao remarked disdainfully as he regarded the unconscious celestial dragon, Morgan Ross, waving his hand dismissively. You really only desire a ransom? Of course. I have stated this numerous times. You provide the treasure, and we shall release him. Very well. I must report this to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After pondering for a moment, Admiral Jiao Yin recalled Admiral Fingyun's previous assessment of Xia Hao. If war could be avoided, it would be preferable. Otherwise, he could not guarantee the celestial dragon's safety. You have 1 minute. All right. With a deep glance at Xia Hao, Admiral Jiao Yin initiated communication with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who was anxiously awaiting news at Marine headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we may be able to rescue the celestial dragon without bloodshed, but what? At Marine headquarters, upon hearing the call, Sengoku furrowed his brow and inquired urgently. The Haotian pirate crew demands a ransom for the celestial dragon's release. Admiral Jiao Yin stated solemnly. A ransom? The Marines paying a ransom to rescue a celestial dragon from pirates. Where shall we place our dignity? Sengoku's face turned ashen as he growled in fury, his powerful hands gripping the table's edge with enough force to splinter the wood. Has Xia Hao mentioned the amount of the ransom? Not a specific figure. Rather, he inquired as to the worth of a celestial dragon. In the eyes of the world government and Marine headquarters, Admiral Jiao Yin sighed as he relayed the clattering sounds from the other end of the line. 100 million berries. Let us test the waters. Understood. But the world government will require you to withstand the pressure. The strength of the Haotian pirate crew may greatly exceed previous assessments. If war does break out, even with the combined forces of myself and Feng Yun, we may not be able to defeat them. What? 2 admirals and 5 marine warships cannot subdue them? Jiao Yin, do you comprehend what this implies? Hearing the voice through the transponder snail, even Sengoku felt a tremor of apprehension. He had assumed that deploying 2 of the Marines' highest combat powers would secure the situation. only to discover that Admiral Jiu Yan held such a grave assessment of the Haotian pirate crew. It is true. I suspect that a Xing from the Haotian pirate crew is also a Zoan-type mythical beast user, merely contending based on devil fruit abilities. I do not possess an overwhelming advantage. Admiral Jiu Yan responded with a bitter smile as he heard Sengoku's astonished voice. Understood. I will withstand the pressure from the five elders, Sengoku replied, shaking his head in resignation. Hey, have you reached a conclusion? We lack the patience to wait for you Marines to complete your encirclement. A Xing interjected, unable to restrain himself as he observed Admiral Jiu Yan's incessant chatter aboard the Marine warship. The powerful elemental winds quickly coalesced around his wings, and his attack was once again aimed at the Celestial Dragon. Celestial Dragon, not my concern. I have remained silent. A Xing, irrelevant. I simply find you displeasing. What will you do about it? Ten sighed, expressing his weariness. Enough. Do not save me. Let us perish together. 100 million berries. I will procure the Tenryu people. Major Jiu Yan's gaze met Xia Hao's profound eyes as he proclaimed loudly. 100 million berries? Ha ha! The esteemed Tenryu are worth merely 100 million berries. Hey, Navy, if that is the case, I shall offer 1 billion berries to capture 10 Tenryu for me. Upon hearing Major Jiu Yan's response, Xia Hao unabashedly ridiculed him, and his derisive laughter echoed across the vast sea. On the Hungtian ship, Meng Shan and Dai Dai Tai also erupted in laughter. Kik, I never expected the Tenryu to be so inexpensive. 100 million berries, you have me in stitches. In the sky, a Xing spun around in midair, clutching his belly, as whirlwinds danced and collided with the Navy's warships. In that case, let us forego this 100 million berries. A Xing, eliminate him. The laughter abruptly ceased as Xia Hao regarded Major Jiu Yan with an utterly indifferent tone, glancing at a Xing to issue his command. No problem, boss, always ready. A Xing remarked, unable to restrain his disdain as he observed the Tenryu, now unconscious in the sea below. What a pity that the lofty Tenryu are valued at merely 100 million berries. It seems the world government and the Navy have abandoned you, you snot-nosed fat fool. He taunted. No, how could these bastards abandon me? How dare they? I have wealth. Morgan Ross Saint gazed at a Xing, who was preparing to unleash a deadly wind blade upon him, and his mental defenses crumbled. In that moment, he realized that these pirates were indeed a fearless band of madmen, truly intent on silencing him. His identity as a Tenryu held no weight here. Stop! No! Major Jiu Yan's face darkened as he hastily called for a halt, fearing that a Tenryu might perish before his eyes, which would spell disaster. The ransom is negotiable. Or how much do you demand for his release? Let us keep it simple with 100 billion berries. After all, Tenryu are never sure treasures. Xia Hao replied casually. 100 billion berries? That is a lion's share Hungtian pirates. 100 billion could nearly buy 2 pirate kings like Roger. What we do? 100 billion. We in the Navy are utterly broke. Frustratingly, a mere band of 10 pirates had rendered 2 admirals helpless. The Fengyuan admiral's warship has arrived. Can we not launch a direct assault before these wicked pirates kill the Tenryu? Observing Major Jiu Yan's grim countenance, the Navy personnel on deck engaged in hushed discussions, casting their gazes towards the imposing figure ahead, voicing their thoughts. Silence. Major Jiu Yan growled, and the cacophony of voices dissipated instantly, as all Navy soldiers stood tall. 5 minutes later, the Navy warships surrounded the Hungtian ship. Yet, not a single vessel or individual dared to move freely during this time. A world government official attempted to sneak the Tenryu away, only to be obliterated by Dai Dai Tai's cannon fire, staining the sea crimson, quickly spreading through the waters. 1 billion berries. This is the result of our discussions, Captain Xia Hao. There is no need to position yourself directly against the world government. If possible, the world government wishes to invite you to become a Shichibukai. Major Jiu Yan looked at Xia Hao with a calm demeanor. This was the outcome of discussions between Admiral Sengoku and the Gorosei, and it represented their greatest concession. If that is still unacceptable, then this incident will conclude with the Tenryu brutally slain by the Hungtian pirates and the Navy headquarters dispatching 2 admirals in a desperate pursuit. All responsibility will fall upon the Hungtian pirates. This way, both the Navy and the Tenryu will have a resolution, even if some Tenryu may find it intolerable. The world government is the supreme authority ruling the world and cannot be repeatedly threatened by a pirate crew. Thus, upon receiving orders, Major Jiu Yin and Admiral Feng Yun secretly began preparing their soldiers for battle. 1 billion berries. Let's begrudgingly accept. Will the ransom be delivered? Tell your Navy that my patience is limited. After feigning contemplation, Xia Hao nodded in agreement. Why yes, we agree. Major Jiu Yin and Admiral Feng Yun exchanged a glance, sharing a resigned smile, realizing they had been duped. However, I do not wish to join the Shichibukai. I am accustomed to the free-spirited life of a pirate and do not wish to be bound or become a pawn of the world government. So, let others pursue the Shichibukai position as they please. As expected, Xia Hao, Admiral Feng Yun shrugged, thinking to himself that a man wielding conqueror's haki would never submit. Such individuals are rare, and it is impossible for them to bow their heads low. By the way, you must hasten to deliver the ransom, as the Tenryu cannot endure much longer. Should any misfortune befall him during this process, there will be no returns. Xia Hao glanced at the Tenryu, now submerged in a flotation device, his complexion pale, eyes bloodshot, on the brink of collapse, and in imminent danger of death. This fellow is truly infuriating. Major Jiu Yin struggled to contain his rising anger, speaking in a low voice. Originally hot-tempered, Major Jiu Yin was compelled to suppress his fury due to the Tenryu, fearful that a moment of rage might lead to the Hongtian pirates eliminating him first. 3 hours later, a Navy warship dispatched from the nearest base delivered 1 billion berries to Major Jiu Yin, ensuring a handover of payment for delivery. Throughout the exchange, neither the Hongtian pirates nor the Navy attempted any sudden assaults, as the aftermath of battle could very well result in the death of the Tenryu. Once the Tenryu was aboard Major Jiu Yin's naval warship, he, who had previously remained silent, suddenly regained consciousness, looking at the colossal Hongtian ship, his expression contorting. Kill them. I want them as my lifelong slaves. Morgan Ross Saint bellowed, his voice filled with uncontainable malice as he glared at Xia Hao with an insatiable desire for vengeance. However, this mission was to rescue you, Morgan Ross Saint. Now that the task is complete, it is time to return. Engaging in a melee with pirates could jeopardize your safety. A world government official stated solemnly. Get lost, you bastard. With the protection of the Navy Admiral, Morgan Ross Saint grew arrogant once more, kicking the world government official away with force, his demeanor fierce and domineering. A cold huff echoed in Morgan Ross Saint's ears like thunder. The moment he glanced at Xia Hao, his body trembled uncontrollably, akin to a quaking leaf. Kill them. Terrified by Xia Hao's mere gaze, the Tenryu raised his hand, trembling as he commanded. Let us act, Jiu Yin. Unleash chaos, and I shall personally protect Morgan Ross Saint. Admiral Feng Yun pondered for a moment, observing the Hongtian ship surrounded in the midst of the naval vessels before speaking. Very well. I have long wished to see how formidable this young pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries truly is. Fiery flames erupted rapidly from his body, and the terrifying heat instantly caused steam to rise from the surrounding sea for several kilometers, rapidly elevating the temperature of the air. Commence battle? Ha. You may entertain yourselves. I do not wish to waste any more time. Xia Hao laughed heartily as the Hongtian ship swiftly deployed a transparent barrier and activated its automatic defense system. Then, to the astonishment of all, it charged forward in a specific direction, the overwhelming force shattering the Navy warships into fragments, scattering debris across the ocean. The Hongtian ship sailed away, leaving behind a group of stunned Navy personnel. 2 days hence, the ubiquitous seagulls above the vast ocean dropped newspapers and bounty notices from the sky. Aboard the Hao Yin, all the crew members awaited with eager curiosity for Xia Hao to announce the latest intelligence and new bounties. This time, the news was closely entwined with the Hao Yin pirates, involving the capture of the celestial dragons and extorting 1 billion berries from the world government, stirring up a tumultuous wave across a previously tranquil world. The infamy of the Hao Yin pirates once again resonated throughout the seas. What a restless little rascal, causing such an uproar again, chuckled Whitebeard Newgate, shaking his head as he perused the news on the paper in his hands. One could only say that the vitality of youth is indeed formidable. Given Xia Hao's current immense strength, there was hardly anyone capable of defeating him alone. Unconsciously, the former intern of Roger's crew had now subtly reached a level where he could stand toe-to-toe with me. Time indeed flies. Roger, it has already been 5 long years since you departed. Gazing at the boundless sea before him, Whitebeard Newgate felt a surge of nostalgia as he recalled the battles fought with old friends across these waters, exhaling deeply. 1,500,000,000 berries. That scoundrel Xia Hao's bounty has risen yet again. Marco gritted his teeth as he read the information on the bounty notice, realizing that his desire to once again confront Xia Hao had become even more remote. From today onward, I shall double my training. Marco glanced at Whitebeard Newgate, clenching his fists and silently vowing. The Haotian pirates' actions in the New World, involving the abduction of the celestial dragons, had come to the attention of various major powers across the globe, eliciting a spectrum of reactions. Some rejoiced, some remained indifferent, and others were furious. In the East Blue, in a certain maritime area, a pirate with a red nose was gleefully laughing at the bounty notice in his hands. As expected of you, Xia Hao, a bounty of 1,500,000,000 berries. I believe it won't be long before you catch up to that old man Whitebeard, Buggy mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he reminisced about the days spent with Xia Hao and Shanks and Roger's crew. Shaking his head, he dismissed the memories. Now was not the time for him to set sail. Moreover, compared to seeking supremacy, Buggy preferred the pursuit of treasure. Over the past 5 years of low-key development in the East Blue, Buggy had amassed a fortune totaling 500,000,000 berries, instilling fear in other pirates with his formidable strength and the terrifying abilities of the chop-chop fruit. However, Buggy had recently heard that Carp was returning home. Thus, he led his entire pirate crew to set sail towards a desolate and remote island. Buggy was acutely aware of how terrifying this man, who had once cornered Roger multiple times, truly was, even with the enhanced capabilities of the chop-chop fruit developed with Xia Hao's assistance. Buggy still lacked the confidence to confront the marine hero Carp. Furthermore, avoiding unnecessary conflict was wise. Combat was not the sole solution to every problem. If he could remain hidden until Carp set sail again, it would be ideal. This interval could be spent studying the recently acquired treasure map in preparation for the next treasure venture. In the New World, aboard the Haotian, Xia Hao commenced the announcement of the bounties for all members of the Haotian pirates. Aixing, bounty of 500,000,000 berries. Dai, bounty of 100,000,000 berries. Mungshan, bounty of 200,000,000 berries. Maina, bounty of 50,000,000 berries. Wow, 500,000,000 berries. Hee, as expected of me, humph. I can now consider myself a grand pirate, Aixing exclaimed as he took the bounty notice from Xia Hao, admiring it with a gleeful smile, secretly resolving to hang these notices in his room to admire daily, for they were a testament to his renown across the globe. By the way, Captain, let me see your bounty. Aixing quickly rummaged through the notices and soon spotted Xia Hao's striking and domineering portrait. After confirming the bounty amount several times, Aixing exclaimed in astonishment, 10, 15 billion berries? No way, is it really that little? Captain, the world government must have made a mistake. There was no mistake. After all, 15 billion berries was already substantial. Moreover, bounty amounts do not signify everything. Possessing true strength is paramount. Furthermore, both the world government and the marine headquarters assess bounties based on influence. Currently, the Haotian pirates were not numerous, hence the bounty was not excessively outrageous. However, once they stabilized and expanded their ranks, the world government and the Marines would naturally adjust the bounty according to their new influence. At that time, they would stand shoulder to shoulder with today's grand pirates. Observing Aixing's disgruntled expression, Xia Hao clarified, before Captain Roger became the Pirate King, his bounty was significantly lower than that of Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki the Golden Lion, due to the lesser number of pirates and the extent of their threat to the world. Truly a case of unrecognized talent. Captain, let us swiftly find a suitable island to establish our territory. Aixing huffed, his gaze eagerly fixed on Xia Hao. Let us continue our adventures. If a suitable island exists, We shall discuss it further, Xiao Hao responded contemplatively. For safety's sake, he preferred a sparsely populated island with perilous terrain, inaccessible to outsiders. This way, they would have ample time to defend against enemy assaults. If only the island could also be mobile. Very well, Aixing pouted, somewhat unwilling. Cheer up. Today is a joyous occasion. Gather everyone together for introductions. After all, we shall be living aboard this pirate ship from now on, Xiao Hao remarked, patting Aixing's shoulder while directing his gaze towards Dai Daitai. I'll go call everyone out. Dai Daitai nodded and walked towards the outer living quarters of the Hao Yin, where the newly joined pirates were temporarily residing. 5 minutes later, observing the deck of the Hao Yin bustling with 50 to 60 people, Xiao Hao felt the ship was unusually lively for the first time. He raised his hand, and the ship fell silent. The newly joined members of the Hao Yin pirates gazed at Xiao Hao with fervent eyes. This world was indeed complex yet straightforward. For pirates, strength is invincible, and with formidable power, a mere wave of the arm would attract countless followers. Ahoy! Welcome to the Hao Yin pirates. Let us commence a feast. Hooray! A feast has begun. Feast, feast. Let us celebrate. Long live Captain Xiao Hao. The Hancock sisters joined the crowd, energetically shouting along. The song Bink Sake resounded aboard the Hao Yin, joyful melodies echoing throughout. Soon, Aixing and the others became familiar with the newly joined pirates, engaging in jovial banter and drinking games. The following morning, with the sun shining brightly and the sky clear, the deck of the Hao Yin was filled with the sounds of snoring as dozens of men lay sprawled across the deck. Ah, another beautiful day. Xiao Hao stretched lazily, exhaling deeply as he began his training for the day. The spacious Hao Yin provided him with a comfortable place to train. However, upon surveying the disarray on the deck, he frowned. Being somewhat of a neat freak, he found the environment rather unsettling. He quickly approached Aixing. Hey, what are you doing? Aixing waved his hand and rolled over, continuing to sleep, clearly still inebriated. Just as Xiao Hao contemplated his next move, Mena stormed out of her room, her face flushed with anger, wielding a gong. Then, with a loud clang, the resounding clang of gongs reverberated throughout the entire Hao Yin ship, rousing Aixing and his companions from their slumber. Hey, who is it? It's way too early for this, Mena. What brings you here at such an hour? Aixing, visibly irate, sprang to his feet, initially intending to teach the culprit a lesson. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Mena. Instantly, his anger dissipated, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor. This sudden change in attitude left the newly inducted members of the pirate crew astounded. What on earth was happening? What were you about to say, Aixing? Mena inquired with a beaming smile. Yet in that moment, Aixing found himself paralyzed by the presence of Mena, the sole female aboard the ship and the esteemed cook who commanded the vessel. She was regarded as the beloved darling of all, and even when angering the captain, it was prudent to avoid provoking her. After all, incurring the captain's wrath would only result in a beating from Xiao Hao. But angering Mena might provoke the collective ire of the entire crew. I wasn't saying anything, he replied with a sheepish grin. Good. Look at you all. You were far too indulgent last night and left a shipload of garbage. How do you propose to handle this? Am I meant to clean it all by myself? Yeah. No, we'll take care of it ourselves. What are you all waiting for? Get moving. Honestly, you're all so lazy. Aixing turned, casting a disdainful glance at the other members. The crew gasped in disbelief. But those who had just joined the Hao Yin pirate crew quickly grasped the hierarchy aboard the ship. Apart from Captain Xiao Hao, daily matters were typically overseen by Mena, while significant events were seldom her concern. Even Xiao Hao, on many occasions, would not dare to defy Mena's wishes. Understanding their positions, the crew scattered, fervently addressing the cleanliness of the Hao Yin ship. This works well. Xiao Hao observed the situation being efficiently managed and smiled before retreating to the lounge. 10 minutes later, Xiao Hao meticulously placed a letter he had been writing into an envelope and called out, Aixing, come in here. What is up, Captain? What do you need? I have a task for you. Deliver this letter to Mr. Rayleigh and escort the Hancock sisters to Sabaody Archipelago. At that point, Mr. Rayleigh will know what to do. Xiao Hao glanced at Aixing's hands, now dirty from cleaning, and chuckled. Delivering people. Ashing's previously excited expression faded as he assumed he would be entrusted with something worthwhile, only to find himself tasked with escorting younger girls. Make haste and return swiftly. After all, you're the only one in the Hao-Ian pirate crew with the ability to fly. Once you deliver them to their destination, you'll be able to return quickly. This is a task only you can undertake. No one else is capable. Xia Hao continued, offering encouragement. Right? It's true. I'm the only one in the Hao-Ian pirate crew who can fly for extended periods, Ashing proclaimed, puffing up his chest with pride. His earlier disappointment now transformed into joy. Off you go, the sooner the better. Understood, Captain. Ashing made an okay gesture and dashed out. Really? We can go home? That's wonderful. Can we truly go home? Sister. Yes, we can go home. The two sisters embraced joyfully, and Hancock, observing her excited siblings, also displayed a sweet smile. However, her clear eyes inadvertently drifted toward the lounge, her neck flushing a delicate crimson, and her beautiful face grew somewhat bashful. Safe travels, Hancock, until fate brings us together again. Mena approached, bidding farewell to the three sisters, her heart filled with sympathy for their experiences. After all, Mena understood all too well the brutality and cruelty of the celestial dragons, and the horrific treatment and dehumanizing punishment that awaited those who became slaves. Fortunately, they had encountered Xia Hao and the Hao-Ian pirate crew, which changed everything. Goodbye, Hancock. Goodbye, Sandersonia. Goodbye, Marigold. You're always welcome to visit us. The crew aboard the Hao-Ian waved their arms in farewell, feeling deep compassion for the young Hancock sisters. Everyone, we will definitely return to see you. Sandersonia, the vivacious second sister, exclaimed, waving her little hand with all her might. I will strive to grow stronger. One day, I will catch up to you, Hancock vowed silently, clenching her small fists as she noticed Xia Hao was absent from the crowd. Let us go, little sisters. We are setting off. Ashing, watching the farewells unfold, shrugged and ultimately broke the enchanting moment. At that point, he was piloting a smaller version of the Hao-Ian ship, approximately 2/3 the size of the previous vessel. It was equipped with all necessary functionalities and boasted greater speed, specifically designed for pursuing enemies or making swift escapes. 5 days later, at a tavern on Sabeti Archipelago, Rayleigh perused the contents of the letter in his hand and glanced at the Hancock sisters. He quickly understood Xia Hao's intentions. He was being treated as a mere tool. Still as laid back as ever, that's Xia Hao, Rayleigh remarked as he set the letter ablaze, then turned his gaze toward Ashing. Now that you've delivered them, you may take your leave. Your captain awaits your return to sea. By the way, the letter mentioned you should leave the ship behind and fly back. Fly back? Captain, you've truly put me in a bind. Ashing's expression fell. No wonder he was told to prepare for flight before coming here. Now it all made sense. In a certain region of the New World, the Hao-Ian ship glided through the boundless ocean. With the addition of new crew members, many tasks no longer required the direct involvement of the original members. The newly inducted pirates were eager to demonstrate their value, for they knew their survival depended on the Hao-Ian pirate crew. As former slaves captured by the world government, they found no space to exist outside, with the watchful eyes of the world government everywhere. Master Xia Hao, we're just 50 nautical miles from the next island. A robust newcomer from the Hao-Ian pirate crew reported earnestly. Increase speed, Ulinan. Yes, Master Xia Hao. Ulinan tightened his fists, excitement radiating from him. He was thrilled that Xia Hao remembered his name. It was an immense honor, and he would boast about it all night long. With a rumble, the Hao-Ian ship accelerated under Ulinan's command, swiftly moving like an island-sized pirate vessel. The surrounding waters churned as waves soared over 10 meters high, crashing against the ship. Approximately 10 nautical miles from the Hao-Ian ship, 3 pirate ships with identical flags gazed hungrily at the grand, yet sparsely crewed Hao-Ian ship. The warlord pirate crew, having long dominated the nearby islands, harbored a daring idea. Let us rob it. Take the Hao-Ian ship. Brother, the crew is ready. We can act at any moment, said Fortis, the vice captain of the warlord pirate crew and a Zoan-type ancient species user, licking his lips with excitement. With nearly 100 nautical miles of territory under their control, the warlord pirate crew had instilled fear in many smaller pirate crews who dared not approach them. Only some oblivious or lost passenger ships would venture into their territory, only to be seized by the warlord pirate crew. As for the renowned pirates of the world, they regarded them with disdain. Thus, the mid-tier warlord pirate crew felt confident in this impending operation. Thus, the offensive commenced. After a moment of contemplation, Rikier, the captain and leader of the Zhanlong Heizhechuan, who possessed the formidable ability of the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, the ironclad sword dragon, waved his hand, issuing commands. Although a foreboding aura subtly pervaded the entire space, Rikier remained undaunted, relying on the terrifying regenerative powers bestowed by his Zoan-type devil fruit. Even a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries could contend with him. In this era of transition, a bounty of 500 million berries signified a formidable presence at the upper tier. 3 pirate ships surged fiercely towards the Haotian ship, their fervent cries reverberating across the sea, excitement palpable in their roars. Lord Xiahao, pirates are attacking. A lookout atop the Haotian ship quickly reported upon spotting the Zhanlong Heizhechuan. Eager to demonstrate valor in the face of their first adversary since joining the Haotian pirate crew. Prepare for battle. Observing the aggressive approach of the Zhanlong Heizhechuan, Xiahao similarly instructed his crew to brace for combat. After all, to expand and strengthen his faction, it was essential to recruit more followers. And the most expedient way to gain subordinates among pirates was to defeat them. Do not disappoint me. It would be ideal if we could capture a few. Xiahao smiled slightly, his lips curling into a knowing grin as he regarded the fully prepared Haotian crew. Should their capabilities prove adequate, Xiahao intended to subjugate them, incorporating them as a subsidiary pirate crew of the Haotian faction, of course, contingent upon his successful evaluation. With a thunderous crash, the Zhanlong Heizhechuan vessels collided violently with the outer walls of the Haotian ship, the automatic defense system flawlessly intercepting the assault. As the 2 pirate ships drew closer, Xiahao voluntarily deactivated the identification defense system, allowing the members of the Zhanlong Heizhechuan to board unhindered. Otherwise, the defense system alone would have rendered these pirates powerless. As they boarded, the crew of the Zhanlong Heizhechuan gazed upon the splendid Haotian ship with wide-eyed curiosity, akin to Lu Laolao exploring the Grandview Garden. However, their expressions soon transformed into exultation, for from this day forth, this pirate vessel would belong to them. Charge! Annihilate these foes! The Haotian ship erupted with deafening shouts as the crew, led by Nanan, sounded the horn of counterattack, resulting in a fierce clash where victory remained uncertain. As the battle raged on, the tide began to shift subtly upon the entrance of Fortis, the second-in-command of the Zhanlong Heizhechuan. The ordinary crew members of the Haotian ship began to retreat, unable to withstand the overwhelming power exhibited by Fortis in his Zoan form, as several were sent flying by the force of his strikes. Mengshan, go meet him. Seeing his subordinates falter, Xiahao furrowed his brow and gestured towards Mengshan. Hey, just watch. Boss. As an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user, Fortis embodies the might of terrestrial dinosaurs. I've never had the chance to test my strength against him, Mengshan replied eagerly, his muscles bulging as his robust frame surged into the fray like a heavy tank, effortlessly tossing Zhanlong crew members aside as if they were mere toys. A giant race? Intriguing. Hey, you must be the captain of this ship, big guy, Fortis exclaimed, having sent a member of the Haotian crew flying before transforming into his hammer dragon form and charging directly at Mengshan. Come at me. Mengshan prepared himself, lowering his stance and spreading his arms in a defensive posture. In that moment, feeling the formidable, beastly aura radiating from Fortis, he was transported back to the days of solitary training on the island. Crack Mountain Fist, heavy strike. A resounding explosion echoed across the sea as Fortis's spiked tail, akin to steel, clashed with Mengshan's colossal hands, the piercing sound of their collision reverberating as invisible shockwaves radiated outward, bending the small trees planted on the Haotian ship. Ha! As expected from a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Impressive strength, indeed. But this ends here, Mengshan declared, his arms enveloped in Busashoka haki, launching himself towards Fortis with a mighty downward strike. In an instant, a fierce gale swept over the Haotian ship, emanating an overwhelming pressure from Mengshan. as a shadowy, beastly figure loomed ominously behind him. Tiger emerges from the mountain. With a thunderous roar, Mengshan unleashed a punch the size of a sandbag from above. The ferocious sound of a tiger's roar captivating all. Fortis, in that fleeting moment, perceived a monstrous tiger, massive as a small mountain, baring its fangs. And the sheer force of its presence sent a tremor through him, revealing that he was no match for this creature. The overwhelming might of Mengshan's fist unleashed cataclysmic power. As his fist descended, Rakir, the leader of the Zhanlong Heizhechuan, reacted swiftly, transforming into his fully beastified, ironclad sword dragon form to block the attack. Although the assault was thwarted, the terrifying force of Mengshan sent Rakir hurtling backward. The massive ironclad sword dragon tumbling across the Haotian ship until it collided heavily with the iron railing, leaving an imprint resembling a dinosaur, vividly etched into the structure. Impressive. We've encountered a formidable opponent, Fortis. We must find a way to escape. Rakir whispered urgently to Fortis, who bore a grim expression. With just one strike, Rakir realized that Mengshan was far beyond his capacity to contend with, and continuing the fight could lead to their demise. After all, this was the chaotic new world, where the weak and the vanquished possessed no rights. No, brother, I cannot abandon you to escape alone. We are brothers. After all, even in death, we shall remain together. With our combined strength, not even a giant race can best us. We shall retreat together. Fortis surveyed the battlefield, ultimately concluding that Mengshan was indeed the captain of the Haotian ship, for only a giant could construct such a vast vessel. Thus, he believed their combined efforts would guarantee victory, or, at the very least, a safe escape from the Haotian ship. Yet, something tells me there are even more terrifying beings aboard this vessel. We must leave at once, or it may be too late. One of us must survive, Rakir insisted, his brow furrowed with seriousness. More terrifying beings? Impossible. Brother, do not deceive yourself. We are the Zhanlong Heizhechuan. You are still a formidable pirate with a bounty of 450 million berries. Fortis vehemently rejected Rakir's suggestion, gripping his hammers tightly. His face contorted with rage as he charged at Mengshan once more. Having merely underestimated him before, he was determined to reclaim his pride. Stop! Rakir shouted in alarm, attempting to intervene, but Fortis had already closed the distance to Mengshan. Crack mountain fist, heavy strike. Observing the semi-beast form of Fortis, Mengshan remained unperturbed, his demeanor unwavering. To him, Fortis, having fallen behind in their initial encounter, posed no challenge. As the powerful punch descended, a thunderous sound erupted from the void, and upon witnessing the approaching fist, Fortis swung his hammers in a desperate attempt to defend himself. However, the moment they collided, he was met with excruciating pain and an overwhelming weight, as if his body were being crushed, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, the Haotian ship was fortified by a robust system. Otherwise, the deck would have shattered under the immense force. The situation has become increasingly disobedient. Lakir gazed at his brother Fortes, who was being mercilessly beaten, shook his head, and let out a heavy sigh. Yet, in the next moment, he charged towards Mengshan, for he had vowed to protect his brother at all costs. It was his solemn promise to always shield his sibling from harm. Just as Lakir prepared to engage in a two-on-one confrontation, Xiaohao's figure suddenly appeared beside him, lifting his right leg and sending Lakir flying with a single, powerful kick. The immense force caused Lakir, even in his half-beast form, to feel a sweet pang in his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wiping it away, Lakir scrutinized Xiaohao. Indeed, you are the true captain of this pirate ship, Lakir slowly remarked. This was merely a misunderstanding. I hope you, esteemed sir, will overlook our offense and spare us. If you allow my brother and me to live, we will willingly offer up all the treasures we have amassed over the years. Lakir gently touched his chest, still feeling the lingering pressure, and gazed at Xiaohao's remarkably indifferent expression, ultimately unable to restrain his plea. For living brings hope. Huh, spare you? Xiaohao responded, if we lacked strength, I believe the entire Haotian ship would have been seized by you. At that time, who would heed reason? The only paths before you now are submission or death. Ignoring Lakir's entreaty, Xiao Hao presented him with a life-or-death choice. Lake Ear hesitated momentarily, but just then, a shadow flew past him, crashing onto the deck. The robust figure immediately made Lake Ear recognize the newcomer. "Fortress!" Lake Ear exclaimed, witnessing his brother lying motionless on the ground. Drenched in blood, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. This was the sorrow of the weak. Lake Ear hurried over to lift Fortes, examining his injuries. It was astonishing to witness someone capable of rendering an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user unable to recover in such a brief time. However, this only underscored the fact that unless Xiao Hao consented, the Zanlong pirate crew had no chance of escaping the Haotian ship. "Have you made your decision?" Xiao Hao inquired, observing Lake Ear's sorrowful expression. "I choose to live. From this day forth, the Zanlong pirate crew will serve at your command." Upon uttering those words, the weight that had burdened Lake Ear's heart lifted, and the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them vanished. "Ah, welcome aboard. You are now the first affiliated crew of the Haotian pirate crew." A smile graced Xiao Hao's face as he welcomed Lake Ear's declaration. "Now, my comrades, let us commence the feast and celebrate our new ally." Xiao Hao raised his right hand, his lips curving into a cheerful smile. "Long live the captain. The feast has begun." "Hee, brother. That move you just pulled was impressive. Teach me sometime." "Sure, no problem. We are family now. Your Black Tiger heart-picking technique is quite formidable as well. Let's find time to spar." The lively atmosphere aboard the Haotian ship was filled with the sounds of Bink Sake as the joyous melodies resonated across the sea. The world of pirates is indeed simple and tumultuous. Following their submission to the Haotian pirate crew, the Zanlong pirate crew began to integrate into their new environment. During the feast, Xiao Hao learned more about Lake Ear and Fortes' devil fruit abilities. What a splendid beginning! 2 days later, the Haotian pirate fleet, led by the Haotian ship, commenced its voyage across the New World seas, with the 3 vessels of the Zanlong pirate crew appearing diminutive alongside the island-sized Haotian ship, akin to 3 small trinkets. "Xing has returned. Did you all miss me?" A peculiar call echoed over the Haotian ship on a bright morning. Recognizing the annoying yet familiar voice, Mengshan looked up to see the enormous shadow soaring above. "Xing, you rascal, you've finally returned," Mengshan exclaimed joyfully, having longed for a worthy sparring partner. Although Lake Ear and Fortes had engaged in combat with him over the past 2 days, they were far too weak to challenge him fully, fearing they might knock them unconscious. After all, they were now family, and injury was undesirable. "Ha ha ha, Mengshan, you are the best. Take this. 9 heavens and 10 earths. I am unrivaled. Wind God Claw." Xing shouted with a broad grin, then vanished from sight, launching a powerful blow towards Mengshan. "Hee. Xing is indeed amusing. Mountain Splitter Punch, Meteor." Mengshan's body sank slightly as he readied his colossal fist, the surrounding air swirling furiously, a terrifying aura radiating outward. The crew members of the Zanlong pirate crew, drawn by the noise, quickly raised their arms as a violent storm brewed, the sea around them churning into massive waves that relentlessly battered the Haotian ship. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, and 2 overwhelming forces collided with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire Haotian ship. In that moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. "What is this?" Lake Ear murmured, glancing towards Xing's direction. He had thought Mengshan was formidable, yet he had not anticipated the presence of another equally powerful individual. Were all members of the Haotian pirate crew monsters? "Oh, that is Lord Xing, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with a bounty of 500 million berries." An old crew member of the Haotian ship explained, his black eyes gleaming with excitement and desire. In this world where strength was revered, who wouldn't wish to become even more powerful? 500 million berries. Fortes exclaimed in astonishment. With such strength, he could hardly fathom the reasoning behind the world government's assessment of bounties. Had they lost their minds? Yet, upon recalling Mengshan, who had a bounty of only 200 million berries and had relentlessly pursued him in Lake Ear, he could only shrug in disbelief. Bounty does not necessarily equate to strength. One must not entirely trust it, lest they be deceived. The sparring between Mengshan and Xing continued. The ferocious battle leaving the newly joined members of the Zanlong pirate crew agape in awe. Could such terrifying power truly belong to mere mortals? Even the notorious pirates of the New World could not compare, Lakier mused, having once witnessed the battles of the Seven Warlords, feeling that this was not far off. As he contemplated, Lakier's gaze drifted towards the quarters of the Haotian ship. How terrifying must Captain Xia Hao be? 2 hours later, the sparring ended in a stalemate, and Mengshan and Ah Xing stood on the deck, faces beaming with delight. Mengshan began to introduce the newly joined members of the Zanlong pirate crew. Wow, I didn't expect our Haotian pirate crew to boast over 100 members, and many of them are Zoan-type devil fruit users. We must find time to spar. Upon hearing Mengshan's introduction, Ah Xing enthusiastically proposed to Lakier and Fortes. Lakier chuckled while Fortes muttered, "I'll live a bit longer." Neither dared to respond affirmatively, merely exchanging silly smiles and nods. Spow! The brothers had witnessed the intensity of the recent battle. Ah Xing's ferocity was unrivaled and perhaps even more terrifying than Mengshan's. Even if Zoan-type devil fruit users possessed extraordinary recovery abilities, who would willingly endure such punishment? By the way, where's the captain? Ah Xing inquired, looking at Mengshan. After finishing his training, he should be fishing at this hour, Mengshan replied thoughtfully. Fishing? Is it true? Ah Xing scratched his head. Trailing behind Mengshan, as they approached the stern of the Haotian ship, before his eyes lay a massive fish over 10 meters long, which Xia Hao had caught with a fishing rod and swiftly dispatched with a single punch, tossing it onto the deck. Behind him, 5 or 6 robust members of the Haotian pirate crew hurriedly lifted the catch into the ship's expansive cold storage. Having developed a passion for fishing, Xia Hao dedicated 2 hours each day to the craft after his training, employing his Kinbunchika haki. Now, the colossal fish tank and cold storage aboard the Haotian were overflowing, even hosting 2 large sharks in one of the tanks. Boss, I'm back. Oh, good to have you back. Boss, did you know? On my way back, I discovered an intriguing island. Haven't we always sought a suitable territory? I believe this one is exceptional. A wondrous island that floats in midair. If it weren't for the need to charge the record pointer, I would have returned sooner. Ah Xing pulled a record pointer from his pocket, excitedly describing the unique island he had found. An air island? It doesn't seem to be one. It's an island that floats due to a special magnetic field. Quite interesting. Xia Hao smiled upon hearing Ah Xing's vivid description. Then our next destination shall be Murphy Island. If it proves suitable, we shall establish it as a fixed territory in the New World. Xia Hao stored his fishing rod, casually tossing it behind him where a subordinate promptly caught it, and the group moved towards the bow of the ship. Set sail. At Xia Hao's command, jubilant cheers erupted from the Haotian, marking the crew's first collective action since their reunion. If Murphy Island was indeed, as Ah Xing described, difficult to breach, with the main island suspended 300 meters above the sea and 4 subordinate islands positioned in the cardinal directions, surrounded by a windless sea, then it would be an ideal location for the Haotian pirate crew's expansion. In the New World, within a kingdom rife with oppression, the flag of the Revolutionary Army fluttered throughout the royal capital. Under the leadership of Commander Dorag, the tyrannical king was overthrown, replaced by a new ruler chosen by the common people and the royal army. Amidst the cheers, the Revolutionary Army withdrew, and the ideals of peace, liberation, and resistance against injustice began to quietly spread throughout the kingdom. The actions of the Revolutionary Army enraged officials of the world government, with the elders increasing Dorag's bounty to 2 billion berry, labeling him the most notorious criminal in the world. Unbeknownst to the elders, today marked the birth of the world's most infamous criminal's son, who would be named Monkey D. Luffy. In a small village in the East Sea, Carp gazed at the cradle holding baby Luffy, a broad smile spreading across his face, his laughter resonating throughout the village. "Ha ha, I have a grandson. I shall train you to be the strongest marine warrior, Luffy." 3 days later, the Haotian finally reached the location indicated by Ah Xing's record pointer. The 3 ships of the Dragon Battle Pirate crew had temporarily docked within the Haotian's vast dry dock due to their inability to navigate the windless zone. There truly is an island in the sky. How marvelous! Is this to be the future base of the Haotian pirate crew? It's simply incredible. A base? Everything hinges on Lord Xia Hao's decision. However, I believe this island is exceptionally suitable. In the future, Lord Xia Hao and his crew shall reside on this floating island, while our dragon battle pirate crew occupies one of the islands on the sea to ensure its safety. Indeed, I feel the same. Boss, what do you think? Hearing the crowd's affirmations, Xing turned to Xia Hao with a beaming smile, eagerly inquiring. Let's take a look. If it proves suitable, we shall designate it as the headquarters of the Hao Tian pirate crew in the New World. However, our adventures at sea shall not cease. It is not yet time for rest. We must not stagnate, at least not until we have circumnavigated the Grand Line, Xia Hao stated seriously, gazing up at Murphy Island. Xia Hao's notion of circumnavigating the Grand Line did not imply reaching the final island, Raftel, but rather sailing through the four seas, east, west, south, and north. After all, this world is vast, and Xia Hao yearned to witness it firsthand aboard his ship, the Hao Tian. He indeed. Boss, you know me. I cannot tolerate remaining stagnant in one place. Xing grinned at Xia Hao's words. Me too. Meng Shan nodded in agreement. I have only recently set sail, and there are so many delectable ingredients awaiting my discovery. I recently read about a mythical ocean, a convergence of all seas known as All Blue, which contains food, fish, and vegetables from around the world, Mena said, her brow slightly furrowed as she spoke earnestly. Wherever you go, I shall follow, as it will not hinder my pursuit of the ultimate explosive artistry. Moreover, during our voyage, I can seek out many fresh inspirations, Daidatai shrugged nonchalantly, driven by different aspirations. Let's head up and take a look. Xia Hao smiled slightly, then clapped his hands. A massive wooden staircase materialized from thin air, extending for hundreds of meters. With 500 or 600 steps, ascending until it connected to Murphy Island in the sky. Is this Lord Xia Hao's power? Hey, is he really creating objects out of thin air and growing wood to such heights? Truly monstrous strength. Terrifying. The wood is as resilient as steel. Even with the formidable might of a dinosaur, striking it merely left a faint scratch, Foster remarked, secretly testing the wooden staircase with his claws. The wood showed no signs of damage. Instead, his arm throbbed painfully, and he gazed at Xia Hao with newfound reverence. 10 minutes later, Xia Hao and his companions ascended the wooden staircase to Murphy Island, where a lush green meadow greeted their eyes. Scanning the area, they found no animals present, and at the center of the island stood a colossal tree stump, atop which lay a large animal nest, now deserted. Standing at the island's edge, Xia Hao looked down at the sea, enjoying a clear view of the vastness below, where the immense Hao Tian appeared to have shrunk significantly. Let us designate Murphy Island as the residence of the Hao Tian pirate crew. However, the island is too barren and requires transformation. Xia Hao pondered momentarily, activating the system shop in his mind. Seeing the luxurious building card priced at 200 million berry, he purchased it without hesitation. Step aside, everyone. Let me show you something extraordinary. Xia Hao waved his hand, signaling the others to stay back, and then, utilizing his speed skill, he found himself at the center of the island in an instant. Manifesting building card, naming it Hao Tian Palace. Upon clicking the card, a magnificent shadow emerged from Murphy Island, flickering several times before a grand, opulent palace materialized at the island's center. Its red walls and yellow tiles dazzled brightly, with two majestic golden dragons playing with pearls atop the palace. The intricate carvings and lively sculptures adorned its eaves, while two imposing stone lions flanked the main entrance, glaring fiercely at the onlookers. What a miracle! To conjure such a vast and splendid palace from nothing. Can this truly be the work of a human? Lord Xia Hao is incredibly powerful, able to create such a vividly depicted palace in an instant, truly a worthy adversary of the great pirate Whitebeard Newgate. How is this possible? Is it an illusion? No, it cannot be. No one can create from nothing unless they are a deity. Ah, boss, you are exceedingly handsome. I wish to learn too. Xing let out an unusual cry, gazing at Xia Hao with yearning. You cannot learn this. It is the power of a devil fruit user, Xia Hao replied, shaking his head and conjuring a reasonably plausible explanation. After all, he could not disclose that it was merely the strength granted by the system's external enhancement. Fine, Xing pouted, a look of disappointment crossing his face. If only I had chosen a paramecia-type devil fruit back then. With the main structures in place, Xiahao contemplated the need for ordinary living quarters. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, surveying the layout of Mo Fei Island, before clapping his hands decisively. Mokutan, multiple house construction technique. The ground of Mo Fei Island cracked rapidly, fissures appearing as countless wooden walls surged from beneath the earth. In an instant, houses sprang up, intertwining under Xiaohao's formidable control. Hundreds of wooden homes emerged before their eyes with such astonishing speed that everyone was left in awe, their gazes towards Xiahao filled with resolve. Well, it seemed satisfactory. If only it could transform into a different shape, Xiahao mused, nodding. He then raised his hand to manipulate the nearest wooden house, reshaping it into the adorable form of a standing rabbit. "So cute," exclaimed Maina, her smile beaming at the sight of the charming wooden rabbit house. "Boss, I want one too. I desire a grand wooden house in the shape of a wind god pterodactyl." Xing raised his hand high, declaring loudly. "Heh, I also want a wooden house, preferably larger, with many more." Meng Shan chimed in, and thus the house construction gathering commenced. On the 5th day at Mo Fei Island, the Haotian pirate crew witnessed a remarkable transformation as Xiahao maximized the auxiliary capabilities of Mokutan. The main island and its 4 subsidiaries underwent a significant renovation, turning the once desolate island into a vibrant locale. Towers constructed for Mokutan adorned the island, with every member of the Haotian pirate crew enthusiastically participating in the bustling construction. "Astonishing. Who would have imagined that just 5 days ago this was an uninhabited isle?" exclaimed a crew member. "Lord Xiahao, your prowess is unparalleled. Even the infamous Whitebeard would pale in comparison. Indeed, one day, the Haotian pirate crew shall eclipse all others and become the mightiest force in the world. I believe the next pirate king will undoubtedly be Lord Xiahao." The crew whispered among themselves, their excitement and admiration for Xiahao reaching new heights. At that moment, even if Xiahao commanded them to attack the world government, they would not hesitate to lay down their lives in loyalty. "Boss, the island feels too spacious. The Haotian pirate crew is still too few in number. We need fresh blood to invigorate it," Xing suggested, gazing at Xiahao from his seat. Under Xiaohao's guidance, Mo Fei Island had been connected to its subsidiaries via 4 stairways, each supported by towering trees with thick roots entrenched deep within the island. The formidable Mokutan staircases possessed incredible vitality and would continue to grow. Thus, safety was assured, and even if damaged, they would regenerate. Moreover, the Mokutan creations served as a second set of eyes, overseeing every corner of the island. Should Xiahao wish to strike, he could transform them into deadly weapons. Any intruder seeking trouble would find no escape and meet a grim fate. "Very well, let us recruit new members," Xiahao decided. "Xing, you and the others shall accompany the Zhanlong pirate crew to subdue all nearby pirate crews within a radius of 500 nautical miles. Henceforth, the Haotian pirate crew will rule this domain." After contemplating for a moment, Xiahao outlined his battle plan. "Within 3 days, we shall expand our allied pirate crew to 1,000 members. For now, I shall leave the management of this place to the Zhanlong pirate crew." He then addressed Rakiel, presenting him with 5 animal-type devil fruits. "Take these. Without them, I cannot entrust you with the sea. After all, it will take years to navigate the Grand Line." "Devil fruits?" Rakiel gasped in shock. Having once acquired 2 devil fruits, he and his brother Fortis had dominated a small sea region. Now, Xiahao had casually produced 5? Is it truly as simple as picking cabbages? He thought, concluding that Xiaohao's power was truly astonishing, rendering the acquisition of a few devil fruits inconsequential. "I will protect Mo Fei Island with my life. They shall not set foot upon it unless they tread over my corpse," Rakiel declared solemnly. "There is no need for such bravado. If you encounter an overwhelming foe, your life is paramount. Retreat and preserve yourself. Remember, you are part of the Haotian pirate crew. If you face an insurmountable problem, report it via the Den Den Mushi. I will personally address the source of any issues, regardless of who it may be." Xiahao smiled at the serious expressions on the faces of Rakiel and his brother. After spending over 10 days together, he had grown confident in their loyalty, not fearing betrayal. As long as Xiahao remained strong, no one would wish to leave the Haotian pirate crew, except perhaps if he were to disband it like Captain Roger. Now, go. Act swiftly. The more personnel, the better. Xiahao waved his hand, and Rakiel and his brother hurriedly departed. Rest assured, boss, with me around, we will surely fortify the Haotian pirate crew. Mengshan clenched his fist, nodding earnestly. Boss, await good news. I have recently developed a new type of art bomb that has yet to be tested, Daidatai said, a sly smile playing on his lips, prompting Xing and Mengshan to instinctively step back. Daidatai's eccentricity often made Xing wonder if he would one day concoct a bomb capable of obliterating the Red Line. The potential of paramecia-type devil fruits was limitless, theoretically. With sufficient imagination and deeper development, one could wield powers surpassing even those of Logia-type fruits. The thought of Daidatai creating such a world-ending bomb sent shivers down one's spine. Such power would be insurmountable. Even the so-called strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, would not stand a chance. 50 nautical miles east of Mo Fei Island. A tremendous explosion echoed as a large pirate ship was obliterated, sending 50 pirates plummeting into the sea, drenched and disheveled. Watching from a Zhanlong No. 1 pirate ship, Daidatai instilled fear and dread in the hearts of the Black Mountain pirate crew, including their captain, as they swallowed hard in anticipation of their impending judgment. After all, as the vanquished, they had no voice in this matter. All treasures are yours. We shall depart the new world immediately and never return. The captain of the Black Mountain pirate crew, Heishan, uttered in a hushed tone, having scarcely entered the new world. Who could have anticipated encountering someone as formidable as Daidatai? Before the battle commenced, several pirates stealthily submerged beneath the waters to affix numerous explosives to the hull of the Heishan ship. Had it not been for Xiaohao's desire to expand the pirate crew and his insistence on capturing foes alive, none would have survived. This leniency was further attributed to Daidatai, who had drastically reduced the explosive's power. Depart? It is not so simple. This is the new world, a realm where one cannot simply come and go as they please. Do you think this is a child's play? Fortis gazed at the Heishan with a serious expression and reprimanded, "Seize them all. If they refuse to surrender, we will hand them over to the Navy for a bounty. I have acquaintances at the nearest naval base." With a grin, Fortis waved his hand, and the pirates aboard the Zhanlong No. 1 began to cheer as they bound their captives from the sea. "Behave yourselves, or you shall learn why flowers bloom red today." Silence. Bang. If you provoke me again, do not blame my gun for being indiscriminate. Under a barrage of admonitions and physical discipline, the Heishan pirate crew grew subdued, their heads bowed as they walked step by step. Meanwhile, Xing moved alone, observing a pirate ship adorned with a skull and crossbones shaped like a hammer, which appeared decrepit and creaked ominously under the sea breeze, as if it might collapse at any moment. On the deck stood two remarkably similar twins, eyeing Xing with seriousness and hostility. The elder wielded a long sword, revealing himself as a swordsman, while the younger brandished a massive iron hammer, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities. He withstood Xing's powerful claw strike, sustaining merely a faint scratch on his skin, from which a trickle of blood emerged. Interesting. Perhaps a devil fruit that enhances defensive abilities? Xing squinted, gazing at the twin brothers on the pirate ship, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Their formidable strength made the prospect of recruiting them all the more enticing, as it would better protect Mafei Island during the core members' adventurous journeys with the Haotian pirate crew. On the pirate ship, the Steel pirate crew brothers exchanged glances, both registering shock in each other's eyes. Particularly the elder, Mo Dong, understood well that his younger brother, Mo Shi, was a paramecia-type pippy fruit user, with skin tougher than ordinary steel. Even a sword's attack would leave no trace upon him. Yet just moments ago, Mo Shi had been scratched by a claw strike, blood seeping from his skin, and as he looked at Xing hovering above, his gaze turned resolute and serious. This was going to be an unprecedented battle. Is it true? Lord Mo Shi has been injured. What a terrifying individual. Merely a glance nearly made my legs buckle. Why does he attack us? We have done nothing to provoke him, and we do not even know who he is. Quiet down. The most crucial aspect of this battle is whether Lord Mo, Shi, and Lord Mo Dong can emerge victorious. Everything else pales in comparison. Furthermore, this is the new world where pirate skirmishes are commonplace. Just recently, did we not eliminate a pirate crew with a bounty of 100 million berries? An elder from the Steel Pirate crew, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, intently focused on the battle ahead, shook his head and spoke. But there are no buts. In the new world, strength reigns supreme. We can only pray that the two captains are the ultimate victors. Otherwise, peril awaits us. Go, Lord Mo Dong. Go, Lord Mo Shi. Brother, are you all right? Hearing the encouraging cheers from the crew behind him, Mo Dong looked at his younger brother, who was gripping his hammer tightly and glaring fiercely at Shing, and inquired with concern. I'm fine, but this guy is incredibly strong. We must give it our all. Otherwise, we may very well perish here. Montauk Elf responded, a foolish grin breaking across his face at his brother's concern. Feng Shun Guizhan, a swirling blade of wind, descended from the heavens. Before Mo, she could finish his words. The enormous wind blade struck with terrifying sharpness, leaving no room for discussion between the brothers. In an instant, both Mo Dong and Mo Shi retreated rapidly, the ferocious wind blade cleaving through the ship's mast with the ease of slicing through tofu. Shave, finger gun, wind god finger. As the brothers sought to evade, a Shing vanished and reappeared behind Mo Dong, unleashing a barrage of attacks in the span of a second. His hard, sharp finger guns pierced Mo Dong's chest, blood gushing forth like a small pump, quickly staining the deck in crimson. Brother, how dare you harm my elder brother? Damn it. If you have the guts, come down here. I will kill you, you scoundrel. Mo, she shouted, witnessing his elder brother's injury. His hands trembling even as he gripped his sword. His eyes blazed with fury, and his previously dark skin flushed a vivid red. Wisps of white smoke emanating from his body. Come down, as you wish, but if you lose, you must agree to one condition. A Shing calmly replied, observing Montauk Elf's rage. I accept, but should you lose, I shall toss you into the sea to be fed to the fish. Montauk Elf sneered, tightening his grip on the hammer and launching himself at a Shing, his body hurtling through the air like a cannonball, generating waves of white air as he sped forward. Breaking hammer. Come on, let me see if your true strength is up to par. Wind god break. In his beast-human form, a Shing raised his hand slightly, the surrounding wind elements coalescing rapidly into a basketball-sized sphere that spun at high speed, a fierce gale rushing toward Mo Shi's iron hammer. The clash resounded like thunder as the powerful wind sphere collided with Mo Shi's hammer, its immense rotational force twisting the weapon with ease. The overwhelming power caused the once mighty Mo Shi to falter, his robust frame sent flying, while the howling wind continued to batter his seemingly impenetrable skin. As a Paramecia-type Pippi fruit user, he possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and he had never known defeat until today, when he faced the monstrous A Shing. It seems I have emerged victorious, a Shing remarked with a beaming smile. Watching Mo, she struggled to rise from the deck. Do as you will. In that case, you two shall join the Haotian pirate crew as affiliated pirates. Join the Haotian pirate crew, the one that swindled 1 billion berries from the world government. Is this for real? So, the reason you attacked us was actually to recruit us into the Haotian pirate crew. Indeed, a Shing coughed lightly and explained. I encountered other pirate crews along the way, but they were all too weak. Many of their members couldn't even withstand a wind blade attack, and they were sent to the depths of the sea with their ships. For a Shing to become an affiliated crew of the Haotian pirate crew, one must possess considerable strength. In just a few days, the population on Mafe Island had multiplied exponentially, observing the lively scene of pirates drinking and reveling on the island. Xiaohao's subtle smile. Simultaneously, the Haotian pirate crew's significant recruitment efforts caught the attention of the Navy headquarters. However, due to a complete lack of errors, there was no intelligence indicating that Xiaohao and his companions were behind it all. Instead, The frequently active Zhanlong pirate crew became the focus of the Navy headquarters, and the bounty for the Lakier brothers inexplicably doubled. At the naval headquarters in Marineford, within the marshal's office, the Zhanlong pirate crew, led by the two brothers, Captain Lakier, are formidable users of the Zoan-type devil fruit, specifically the rare ancient species. Their bounty stands at an astonishing 450 million berries. Until recently, they maintained a stable presence in their territory, but for reasons unknown, they have begun to aggressively attack neighboring pirate crews. Utilizing their overwhelming strength, they have amalgamated 7 or 8 pirate crews within a mere 3 to 4 days. Currently, the Zhanlong pirate crew boasts no fewer than 1,000 members. Marshal Sengoku, with a grave and serious demeanor, proposed that the Zhanlong pirate crew's expansion must be curtailed. Should their rampage continue, the Calm Belt could transform into a lawless haven for chaos-ridden pirates. A lieutenant commander from the intelligence division suggested dispatching a rear admiral to caution the Zhanlong pirate crew against overstepping their bounds and to remain compliant within the New World. Failure to heed this warning would compel the Navy to eradicate them at all costs. Sengoku contemplated the situation, tapping his fingers on the table, aware that a pirate crew of over 1,000 members is not something the Navy can simply dismantle at will. Moreover, he sensed something amiss. This sudden aggression contradicts the Zhanlong pirate crew's typical conduct. Their audacity is alarming, especially with a crew among the captured pirates carrying a bounty of 300 million berries. Do they not fear betrayal? Meanwhile, Sengoku's focus has been entirely consumed by the Revolutionary Army, which has successfully incited rebellions in numerous kingdoms, leaving them in unprecedented turmoil. Many kingdoms have reached out to the world government's 5 elders, pleading for the Navy's protection. However, such assistance is not rendered without cost. And due to personnel shortages within the Navy, Sengoku has been tirelessly occupied. On the other hand, on Mafu Island, Xiahao is orchestrating tasks as the core members of the Haotian pirate crew prepare for further voyages, leaving matters in the hands of the Zhanlong pirate crew. The devil fruit merely enhances strength. Henceforth, aside from developing their devil fruit abilities, the 6 styles of the Navy and hockey are essential disciplines for everyone, necessitating at least 2 hours of training daily. Xiahao addressed Lakier with a serious tone, entrusting him with oversight during his absence. Rest assured, Lord Xiahao, I will personally supervise them and lead all subordinate crews in training. I guarantee that upon our next reunion, everyone will be revitalized, Lakier pledged earnestly, thumping his chest. I have faith in you. Do your best. Xiahao encouraged, patting Lakier's shoulder, his confidence in Lakier's leadership bolstered by their recent developments. An hour later, the Haotian ship prepared to set sail from Mafu Island's number 1 sub-island. A throng of excited onlookers gathered along the shores, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they beheld Xiahao and his entourage. After spending time together, they understood precisely who they were aligning with, the rapidly ascending supernova, who not only seized the celestial dragon's treasures, but also remained undefeated against formidable foes like the notorious pirates Big Moam and Whitebeard, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Everyone, we are departing. The construction and security of Mafu Island now rest in your capable hands, Xiahao declared, smiling at the newly joined subordinate crews. With the Zhanlong pirate crew, the Steel pirate crew, the Black Mountain pirate crew, and several others totaling over 1,200 members, an overwhelming cheer erupted, echoing throughout the Mafu Islands. The burgeoning semblance of a large pirate crew is taking root, with the Haotian pirate crew establishing its foundations in the New World. Lord Xiahao, you can rest assured, we will protect Mafu Island, they proclaimed, vowing that even the smallest intruder would be reported in advance. Have a pleasant journey. Lord Xiahao, amidst the fervent goodbyes, they expressed gratitude for the culinary skills of Mena and the martial prowess they were eager to learn from Montishan, while others aspired to witness the evolution of the Zhanlong pirate crew into the most powerful dinosaur form. As the Haotian ship set sail into the deep sea, its massive structure gained speed, gradually disappearing from Lakier and the other's sight. Brothers, let's train. When we meet again, we will astonish Lord Xiahao, Lakier proclaimed, rallying the subordinate crews, his fists raised high in excitement. As the appointed leader of the subordinate pirate crews, his authority reigned supreme during the corps members' absence. Let's begin training. Haha, brother, shall we test our strength once more? This time, I will surely defeat you. Who fears whom? Victory shall be mine. The Steel Pirate Crew's captain, Mo Dong, turned to the formidable Black Mountain, his tone calm yet earnest. Indeed, let's have a friendly duel. The reputation of the sword master, Mo Dong, precedes him. Black Mountain replied, understanding that the fastest way to enhance his skills is through combat with equally matched or superior swordsmen. Likewise, the name of Black Mountain, the sword master, resonates throughout the New World. Mo Dong smiled in agreement. Artistic bomb, here I come. The culinary masterpieces from the chef's paradise, Mena, shall inspire me to create delectable dishes. I will strive to meet your standards, pushing myself to excel. Meanwhile, at a nearby naval base, a warship sped towards Mafu Island, with Rear Admiral Merk personally leading the mission to fulfill Sengoku's orders. Unbeknownst to Lakier and the others, Xia Hao and his crew had already ventured 100 nautical miles away from Mafu Island. On the deck, they joyfully sang pirate songs, their melodies resonant and uplifting. Look, what is that? Is it a bird? But it's far too large. What kind of bird is so enormous? Lord Xia Hao, come quickly. We've discovered a peculiar creature. Hearing the puzzled calls from the lookout tower, Xia Hao, who had been fishing, swiftly appeared at the bow, gazing ahead. Bring the ship closer. With a wave of his hand, the Haotian ship surged towards the mysterious flying creature. As they drew nearer, a bizarre giant bird, its wingspan exceeding 30 meters, came into view. Its feathers gleamed a brilliant blue, adorned with a rooster-like head and two long, fleshy appendages dangling at its sides. Its sharp claws glistened in the water's reflection. As the waves rocked the creature, which initially seemed lifeless, it suddenly stirred, fervently flapping its wings against the water, attempting to rise. However, its wings, drenched and weighed down, could not lift it into the air. A cacophony of frightened cries echoed through the air as the colossal Haotian ship loomed in the distance, transforming the creature's gaze into that of a monstrous beast, one that devours its prey without a trace. Since its birth, it had never encountered such a terrifying entity. The creature lamented its fate, reflecting on the perilous consequences of its first playful venture. Despair and sorrow filled its small eyes as it chirped incessantly. With a sense of empathy towards the emotional creature, Xia Hao activated his ability to listen to the voices of all beings. Enhanced by the system's upgraded version, he could now comprehend the thoughts of sentient animals. The creature's frantic chirps morphed into intelligible words. Meng Shan, capture it. At Xia Hao's command, Meng Shan extended his arm, seizing a large fishing net and skillfully casting it towards the creature, ensnaring it with precision. Let me go. Release me, vile human. The creature squawked, its panic palpable as it struggled against its binds. Xia Hao approached the creature, which had been unceremoniously thrown onto the ship. What do you want from me? It whimpered, shrinking under Xia Hao's imposing presence, its massive form quivering in trepidation. Silence, or I shall stew you. Xia Hao's figure flickered, appearing mere inches from the creature, exuding a faint but intimidating aura of dominance that rendered it momentarily paralyzed. He raised his fist and struck the creature's head with a forceful blow. I won't stew you. Just tell me where you hail from. You are clearly not a species of the Grand Line, he inquired softly. Can this human understand my words? The creature pondered, tilting its head in confusion. I wonder if I can ever return home, it lamented, gazing skyward in hope. Release it, Meng Shan, Xia Hao said, gently patting the creature's head. Ah, what a pity. This is a rare delicacy I have never encountered before, Mina interjected, brandishing a knife and fork, her presence instilling a primal dread within the creature, which sensed a multitude of far more formidable presences surrounding her. With the net removed, the creature cautiously observed Xia Hao and his companions. It took several tentative steps backward, shaking off the water from its feathers, stretching its wings, and gradually lifting off the ground. Run, it screeched, flapping its wings vigorously and ascending into the sky, a fleeting blue silhouette against the clouds. With heightened perception, Xia Hao discerned the creature's continued ascent into the heavens. Xing, follow it. We may have discovered an intriguing location, an extraordinary island above the clouds, the Sky Island. Xiahao mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Understood, boss. A Xing responded, his confidence radiating as he transformed into his beastly form. Powerful wings propelling him in pursuit of the creature. 2 hours later, the telephone worm conveyed a Xing's exhilarated voice. Boss, there truly is an island in the sky. I took a quick look around and found it teeming with ferocious beasts, scarcely a place suitable for human habitation. Oh wait, I spotted a stone tablet inscribed with the name of this Sky Island, fromGarp Island. Is that so? Wait for us. We are on our way. Xiahao exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. The Sky Island was a rare find indeed. During his time with the RogerPirates, he had only visited the land of gold in the Sky Island. With a deep breath, Xiahao activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting the Haotian ship to fromGarp Island. There, the previously unscathed creature chattered excitedly about its encounters in the Grand Line, basking in the admiration of its kin, who listened with awe. However, before it could finish its tale, the creature suddenly vanished from sight, as did the Haotian ship. In that instant, the marked creature and the ship underwent a spatial transformation, leaving the creature bewildered as it gazed upon the vast, azure expanse of the ocean. Why am I back here? I was just boasting to my kin, it mused, recalling the adoring gazes of the fair maiden. Instinctively, it flapped its wings and soared toward the sky. With a resounding crash, the Haotian ship descended upon fromGarp Island, its massive presence altering the island's natural ambience. In the nearby forest, a multitude of crimson eyes fixated on the ship, a heavy and oppressive aura enveloping the atmosphere. Xiaohao's black eyes glimmered with a hint of red as he unleashed his observation haki, assessing the strength of the hostile entities within a several-kilometer radius. Insignificant foes, hardly worth fearing, he declared. They're coming. Xiaohao spoke softly, perceiving the encroaching oppressive presence. A cacophony of shrill sounds erupted as an ever-increasing number of crimson eyes emerged from the forest, followed by the rustling of leaves. A horde of colossal rodents, resembling rolling black tides, charged toward the Haotian ship. Is this really a rat? Why is it so enormous? What should we do? There are too many of them. Shall I blow them up? I've just developed a new type of air bomb. A Xing exclaimed. Just a swarm of foot soldiers. Give me a moment. Xiaohao replied, narrowing his eyes with a faint smile as he observed the advancing tide of rodents. He stepped forward, his previously tranquil aura suddenly becoming overwhelmingly heavy. A violent and terrifying pressure emanated from him, and with a swift motion, he unleashed his Conqueror's haki, enveloping the surrounding area. Dark red, lightning crackled through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the rodent horde halted in its tracks. A powerful shock wave swept through, causing countless rodents to collapse. Their tiny legs stretched out as they succumbed to unconsciousness. The lower-level application of Conqueror's haki served perfectly to clear the minions. Wow, Master Xiahao is so cool. Even I, a grown man, find myself enamored. What? I never noticed you were such a freak. Keep your distance. Humph, what are you thinking? No one would ever like someone as weak as you coal ball, though not the first time witnessing it. Each display of Xiaohao's Conqueror's haki stirred excitement within the onlookers, a rush of hormones igniting their senses. A Xing gazed at Xiaohao's figure with admiration, recognizing him as the figure he wished to follow for a lifetime. Unfortunately, Conqueror's haki was an exceedingly rare gift, and he wondered if he possessed such potential at 18. So, this is Conqueror's haki? I've never seen it before. No wonder it is regarded as the passport to the pinnacle of combat. Truly terrifying. Meina, with her cherry-like lips, had not closed them for quite some time. Although Xiahao did not target her, the oppressive aura he exuded left her in a daze, especially when she attempted to sense Xiahao using her newly learned observation haki. It felt as if a colossal monster was fixated on her. All right, let's go. After the miscellaneous soldiers were cleared, Xiahao led the way into the depths of the island. Perhaps due to the nearby territory of the rats and the recent rat tide, there were no other creatures within several kilometers. As time passed, the Haotian pirates gradually approached the island's core area. Suddenly, a vast expanse of white clouds obstructed the path of the Haotian pirates. Xiao Hao's dark eyes fixated on the cloud sea as he activated his observation hockey. At that moment, a massive shadow swiftly emerged from the clouds, and a thick, slimy tentacle shot out towards the members of the WoodRelease. Wow, how thick! Wow, how big! Wow, so slippery! Shaking his head, Xiao Hao retrieved the famous sword Qiufeng from his system backpack and gently swung it forward. The previously calm air was instantly transformed into a raging storm. With a flourish of the sword Qiufeng, several razor-sharp wind blades swiftly sliced through the attacking tentacle, producing a cacophony of sounds, and leaving behind a dozen writhing tentacles on the ground. Is this the tentacle of an octopus? But why does such a colossal octopus monster exist? The air on the Sky Island must be exceptional. Mena expressed her confusion. Perhaps it truly is. Xiao Hao shrugged, recalling the enormous azure serpent from the Golden Land on another Sky Island, which had grown to unimaginable proportions. A sword? When did you start using a sword, boss? Xing's attention was fixated on the famous sword Qiufeng in Xiao Hao's hand, excitement evident in his inquiry. Swordsmanship? It's as simple as wielding a sword. A mere sword qi slash is akin to the strike of Fangtian Huaji, easily learned. Xiao Hao executed a graceful flourish with Qiufeng, expertly sheathing the blade while speaking in a calm tone. There's no other way. This is talent that ordinary people cannot replicate. With a thunderous impact, Xiao Hao severed the enormous octopus's claw in two, causing it to writhe in agony. The once tranquil cloud sea became turbulent, and the deafening roar of the monstrous octopus echoed from within. Soon after, a black, aberrant octopus, towering over 100 meters, emerged from the cloud sea, charging fiercely towards the WoodRelease. The tentacles that Xiao Hao had severed began to regenerate slowly. When it was 100 meters away from the WoodRelease, its massive body changed color, and black venom erupted from its body, cascading down like a violent water column. WoodRelease, wood block wall. Xiao Hao clapped his hands, summoning a wall of wood from the ground, effectively intercepting the toxic liquid. The sound of sizzling echoed as the incredibly sturdy wooden wall was eroded by the venom, losing a third of its thickness, highlighting the terrifying nature of the colossal octopus. Now that you have arrived, do not depart. WoodRelease, tree binding. As the venom was halted by the wooden wall, the octopus attempted to retreat back into the cloud sea. However, Xiao Hao refused to let it escape easily. Cracks appeared on the ground, and countless branches sprang forth, rapidly launching towards the octopus. It was as though a swarm of living wooden serpents was attacking and entwining the creature. Bound by the branches, the giant octopus struggled violently. But each tentacle was firmly anchored to the ground, rendering its efforts futile. Its black body quivered incessantly, soon filled with purple toxins, which began to spray indiscriminately. Before long, the space around was saturated with dense toxic gas, drifting towards the WoodRelease. What a potent toxin! However, it poses no threat to me. Xiao Hao smiled slightly as he observed the surrounding objects corroding rapidly. Possessing the dragon slayer magic of toxins, he could easily consume the poison as sustenance. Nevertheless, glancing at the massive octopus in its grotesque form, he sighed softly. What a shame, but I have no fondness for your toxins. I shall grant you a swift end. Xiao Hao instructed Xing to unleash a powerful gale, dispersing the toxic mist. After all, lacking an antidote, he did not wish to risk the safety of his crew. Stop. Do not kill it. The Calamity Octopus is the rarest beast on this Sky Island. At that moment, a panicked voice echoed from nearby. A plump little boy with tiny wings hurried towards Xiao Hao, anxiety etched on his face. Ah, there are actually inhabitants on this Sky Island. I thought it was merely home to bizarre beasts, Xing remarked, astonished at the sight of the little boy shielding the Calamity Octopus behind him. Wings? Are they mere decorations or genuine? Mena curiously observed the wings behind the little boy, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch them. Kid, step aside. No matter how precious a beast may be, it is still just a beast. When it attacks us, the defeated must pay with their life. Xiao Hao said sternly to the little boy, who stood resolutely protecting the Calamity Octopus. No, spare it. If you let it go, I will grant you any request. The little boy implored. My name is Tara, and I have lived on this sky island since childhood. I am quite familiar with it. If you need my assistance, feel free to ask. Tara patted his chest earnestly. Any request. Your promise holds little value, and this alone is insufficient to sway me. Xiahao replied, Must it truly be slain? Can it not be given a chance at life? Can it be entrusted to me? I have a way to ensure it won't harm anyone. You have a method? Show me. Xiaohao's interest piqued at Tara's words. After all, having nothing to do could yield an interesting performance. Really, watch me. Tara exclaimed gleefully. Yes, let me see your abilities. Xiaohao encouraged. All right, observe closely. With excitement, Tara hopped over to the Calamity Octopus, completely unfazed by its wild demeanor. He knelt down slowly, extending his chubby, fair hand to touch one of the octopus's tentacles. Be good, listen now, Tara murmured softly as he squatted beside the Calamity Octopus. An invisible, special energy marked the creature, forming a circular energy ring within it. In that instant, the once ferocious Calamity Octopus fell silent, its bloodthirsty eyes calming, and its robust tentacles gently brushed against Tara's small hand. Just then, a bird's call echoed from above, prompting the WoodRelease to look up in unison. A gigantic bird flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing a powerful storm that pushed back some of the weaker individuals. Kong, what brings you here? Hearing the familiar bird call, Tara burst into joyous laughter, waving his small hand. The large mutated sea eagle swooped down from above, leaving deep gouges in the ground that stretched for several meters before finally landing in front of the little boy Tara. Let me introduce you to my first pet and dear friend, Kong. Tara cheerfully introduced his companion to Xiahao and the others. Is it a devil fruit user? It appears to be so, yet the exact nature of the ability remains unclear. After making contact with animals, the ability to control them, could it be a power of the Superman type? Xiahao cast a glance at the colossal sea eagle, Kong, and the Calamity Octopus, then turned his gaze to Tala, and everything suddenly became clear. However, he wondered if this effect would also apply to fully beastified users of the animal-type devil fruit. If so, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinarily sharp weapon. Tala, would you like to go out and play? This world is vast and magnificent. The Sky Island is merely a small fragment of it. Beneath the Sky Island lies an endless ocean, teeming with a diverse array of ferocious beasts. Xiahao gazed deeply at Tala and began to recount the beauty of this world and the fascinating adventures along the Grand Line. Experiences that would forever elude the Sky Island. Really? So many animals I have never heard of. Unlike the Sky Island, where only a scant few fierce creatures exist, Tala exclaimed, eyes squinting with curiosity and admiration as she listened to Xiaohao's vivid tales. Of course, didn't you say you would promise me a request? Then it is to join the WoodRelease pirate crew and embark on adventures along the Grand Line with me. Oh, really? I can go on adventures along the Grand Line? That's wonderful. Tala's eyes widened to the size of saucers, sparkling with excitement. Yes, of course. That's not a problem. However, before we depart, make sure to say a proper farewell to your family. Well, Brother Xiahao, I have no family. I have been alone since I can remember. So, let's set off directly. On this island, I only have Kong as a good friend. Now, I also have a new friend. I'm sorry, Tala. I was unaware of this situation. However, from now on, we'll be a family. And all these people will be your family, Xiahao declared, extending his arm to affectionately ruffle Tala's small head, his tone growing more serious. It's all right. I'm used to it. Tala beamed, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. In fact, upon hearing Xiahao refer to them as family, genuine joy lit up her face, and tears of emotion welled up in her eyes. An hour later, at the edge of WoodRelease Island, the WoodRelease ship lay anchored securely. Oh wow, what a magnificent pirate ship. Brother Xiahao, is this our ship? It's truly enormous. Tala exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at the ship, which resembled a small island. Yes, from now on, this will be your home. Xiahao smiled and said, Maina, please take Tala to familiarize her with the WoodRelease ship. All right, come along. Little brother Tala's sister will show you around the WoodRelease. I promise it will amaze you, Maina said, extending her arm to grasp La's chubby little hand as they headed towards the ship's garden. Watching Mena and La gradually fade from view, Xiaohao's figure flickered as he arrived at the bow of the ship. He slowly closed his eyes, beginning to sense the position of the nearest flying thunder god technique mark. After 3 minutes of silence, he abruptly opened his eyes, a wild grin spreading across his face. Flying thunder god technique, he uttered softly, and the colossal Hao Tian ship vanished from its location. Simultaneously, in the new world, a massive shadow descended from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as ferocious waves crashed on either side. New world, we have returned. With a resounding crash, the Hao Tian ship, immense and heavy, plunged into the sea, sending towering waves soaring to dozens of meters high, the sound of impact echoing. Just as Xiahao prepared to set sail again for their next adventure, his kin Bunchiko Haki suddenly sensed a wave of menacing auras. Looking up, he spotted hollow gun barrels aimed at the Hao Tian pirate ship. A naval base? What terrible luck! Xiahao surveyed the surroundings, taking in the fluttering seagull flag and the armed naval soldiers on the surrounding walls, and he sighed in resignation. Who would have thought that a random teleportation from the Sky Island would land him in a naval base? However, after some contemplation, Xiahao found solace in the idea. After all, it was only natural for the wooden board marked by the flying thunder god to drift with the current, albeit unfortunate. Boss, are we surrounded by the Navy? Xing rubbed his eyes in surprise. However, upon sensing the enemies surrounding them, his expression quickly returned to calm. Thanks to his kin Bunchiko Haki, he discerned that only 2 individuals posed a threat, while the rest were merely foot soldiers. Armed solely with firearms, they could not inflict harm upon Xing. His physical defense, akin to that of a wind god, could easily withstand their attacks. Indeed, they are not to be feared. All right, my crew, charge forth. Xiahao nodded, then grinned as he issued the command under the heavy gaze of Marine Major Watherland. Yeah, no problem, boss. Just a bunch of weaklings. Watch me. Upon hearing Xiaohao's order, Xing leaped high into the air, instantly shifting into his half-beast form, soaring through the skies. The howling winds accompanied him as razor-sharp wind blades began to indiscriminately assault the defenses of the naval base. At that moment, on the walls of the naval base, thousands of naval soldiers raised their rifles, aiming at Xing soaring above, incessantly firing in an attempt to bring him down. Meanwhile, Marine Major Watherland's expression darkened as he listened to his subordinate's report. Are you serious? This ship bears the insignia of the Hao Tian pirate crew. Yes, Major Watherland. This ship indeed belongs to the Hao Tian pirate crew, the latest vessel, and through the telescope. We have confirmed that the individuals aboard are none other than the formidable Xiahao, the captain of the new generation, with a bounty of 1.5 billion. The naval lieutenant reported solemnly, oblivious to the tears that had begun to trickle down his cheeks, hitting the ground as he tensed up, filled with anxiety. This was the awe that arose when facing a powerful adversary, a force comparable to a natural disaster, beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Even pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million would be a headache to capture. Damn it, why is such a person appearing in the South Sea? Wasn't the intelligence organization saying that the Hao Tian pirate crew was still causing chaos in the New World? The Marine Headquarters Admiral Sengoku was furious about it. Major Watherland sighed heavily, feeling a lack of confidence in overcoming such a terrifying force. If the East Sea is considered the weakest of the 4 seas, then the South Sea ranks as the second weakest. It lies in the first half of the Grand Line, devoid of any formidable pirate factions. After all, the New World is the true arena for vying for supremacy, where countless pirates converge. Therefore, Major Watherland's strength could easily maintain peace and stability in this jurisdiction. However, the sudden appearance of the Hao Tian pirate crew today completely shattered that stability. As for exterminating them all, Major Watherland dared not even think of it, for he was acutely aware of the disparity in combat power. If a battle were to erupt, the outcome would inevitably lead to the total annihilation of the naval base in the South Sea. The Hao Tian pirate crew, capable of standing on par with admirals and even the legendary pirate Whitebeard, was truly akin to a natural disaster. For Major Watherland, It seemed nearly insurmountable. Nevertheless, as a righteous marine, he could not stand idly by as the Hautian pirate crew made their escape. A thunderous crash reverberated from the naval base, as the once impenetrable defensive walls were shattered by the immense power of the Hautian ship, and the gates of the naval base crumbled to the ground. In that instant, a barrage of bullets from numerous naval soldiers rained down upon all aboard the Hautian ship. Regardless of the circumstances, they must do their utmost. WoodRelease, wooden block wall. The formidable wooden walls, as hard as steel, rose from the ground, effectively blocking all incoming bullets. The resounding clang of metal echoed continuously, and the terrifying defensive power left only shallow white marks on the surface of the walls, mere traces of accidental intrusion. Are you intent on exterminating us, Navy? Aishing glanced down, witnessing an unrelenting barrage of bullets raining down from the Hautian ship. The ricocheting bullets created a multitude of craters on the already sturdy city walls. Windblade, dance of chaos. Aishing, observing the Navy's intent to trap the Hautian pirates, furrowed his brow. The immense power of the wind coalesced on his wings, and with a mighty flap of the wind god Wyvern's wings, he unleashed a flurry of elongated wind blades, indiscriminately striking all personnel at the Navy base from above. As the wind blades descended like razor-sharp tempests, the once confident Navy soldiers were engulfed in terror, scrambling to evade the onslaught. Yet the dense barrage left them with no refuge. And soon, the surviving individuals on the ground bore wounds all over their bodies, blood seeping from their injuries, turning the earth beneath them a deep crimson. Damn it! He possesses the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, a creature of the animal kingdom. This is truly troublesome. Rear Admiral Waddling's face darkened as he regarded Aishing, who was not an easy foe. The rare flying devil fruit user was indeed difficult to confront on the boundless sea. Moreover, Aishing was a formidable pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, making it nearly impossible to catch him off guard. Rear Admiral, what should we do? Arrange the warships to encircle the surrounding waters. We only need to hold them off for 3 hours. I have already reported the situation regarding the Hautian pirates to Admiral Sengoku. The nearest general, Jiu Yin, will personally lead the warships to apprehend them. Rear Admiral Waddling, his brow furrowed, issued the command with utmost seriousness. Although the Hautian pirates were an insurmountable presence, Waddling harbored his own sense of justice, which compelled him not to allow Xia Hao and his crew to escape. Furthermore, having just communicated with Admiral Sengoku, Waddling was aware that General Jiu Yin was vacationing in nearby waters. Even if he brought all the warships from the adjacent Navy base, it would still be challenging to capture the Hautian pirates. In Waddling's mind, each of the Navy headquarters' top-tier admirals was a true monster. Thus, the most pressing task at hand was to delay the Hautian pirates, preventing them from leaving the Navy base and buying time. Captain, these fellows are attempting to encircle us for a complete annihilation. Observing the naval vessels' formations below, Aishing activated the Din Mushi in his pocket and scoffed. Surround us? How utterly ridiculous. They are truly unaware of their own limitations. Let the Hautian ship break through their ranks. Let them witness what a true monster is. Hearing Aishing's voice, Xia Hao looked up, noticing several naval ships blocking the exit of the base, their thick, long cannons aimed squarely at the Hautian ship, seemingly poised for an attack at Rear Admiral Waddling's command. Charge out! As Xia Hao's command resonated, the helmsman of the Hautian pirates swiftly set the course, propelling the ship toward the exit with increasing speed. The colossal Hautian ship transformed into an unstoppable behemoth. What is that thing? No way. It's charging straight towards us at such speed. If it doesn't stop, we will be crushed into pulp. Retreat, change course. Yet, the Rear Admiral's orders were to contain the Hautian pirates for 3 hours. If they fled, the crew would surely escape. What to do? Our lives are at stake. Run. On the Navy warship at the entrance, the soldiers gazed at the fearsome Hautian ship with despair. The cacophony of voices filled the air, each face reflecting a different emotion. Retreat. This mission has failed. I will take full responsibility. On a Navy warship aligned with the Hautian ship, the captain looked at the youthful faces around him and sighed heavily, feeling a pang of reluctance. In the face of the Hautian ship, akin to a small island. No vessel in these waters could rival its might. The Navy warships, in comparison, were utterly insignificant. If they did not retreat, they would be mercilessly crushed by the Haotian ship, sinking forever into the depths of the sea. The Haotian ship swiftly approached the entrance, unimpeded by the Navy vessels, and confidently sailed out of the Navy base. Damn it! Watching the Haotian ship escape so effortlessly from the Navy base, Rear Admiral Waddling inexplicably let out a sigh of relief, the tension in his nerves easing at that moment. His gaze followed the retreating silhouette of the Haotian ship, pondering its implications. 3 hours later, within the Navy base of the South Sea, in the office of the Rear Admiral, Waddling bowed his head to report the situation. What? They escaped. Damn it, when did that guy even show up in the South Sea? Why was there no prior notice? Infuriating. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku's veins bulged as he slammed his fist on the table, then shook his head with a heavy sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. What were the casualties? Admiral, 150 of our men were injured, but there were no fatalities. None? Are you certain? Of course, Admiral. You may find it hard to believe, but the Haotian pirates descended from the sky. Rear Admiral Waddling coughed lightly, cautiously glancing at General Jiao Yin beside him, and spoke with utmost seriousness. It seems they stumbled into the Navy base and had no intention of fighting, which is why there were no deaths. From the sky? What are you talking about, Waddling? How could a ship possibly do that? Are you implying that Xia Hao came down from an aerial island? Just as Sengoku was about to reprimand Waddling for his absurd thoughts, a memory surfaced in his mind, recalling the existence of sky islands. If that were the case, it could indeed explain the presence of the Haotian ship in the South Sea, as many sky islands were known to drift unpredictably between the New World and the Grand Line. Sengoku stroked his chin, formulating a relatively plausible explanation. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Haotian pirates. This individual is a certified lunatic, and the peace and stability of the South Sea rely on your vigilance. Yes, Admiral, I will ensure the task is accomplished. I am a man of justice and will not allow the wicked pirates to run rampant, Waddling replied, his body tense. Jiao Yin, thank you for making this trip, Sengoku said after a moment of silence, contemplating. It's no trouble, but my vacation has been cut short by half a day. General Jiao Yin spoke with a hint of grievance. Ahem, let us extend a vacation by 2 days, Sengoku said helplessly, as he was well aware of his old comrade's nature. After a lengthy voyage, near an uncharted island in the South Sea, the Haotian ship gradually docked along the coast. Watching the chaotic town before him, Xia Hao furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying instability in the air. Nevertheless, in the face of absolute power, all monstrous entities would fade into oblivion. The recording pointer estimated a 2-day period for magnetic storage, during which everyone was free to roam. However, they must adhere to the rules of the Haotian pirates and refrain from attempting to break them. Otherwise, no matter where one flees, they will inevitably face the relentless pursuit of the Haotian pirate crew. Observing the exhilarating expressions of those around him, Xia Hao could not help but smile. However, he still felt the need to offer a serious reminder. Hooray! I can smell the fragrance of coconut milk, my favorite. Boss, I'm off. As soon as Xia Hao finished speaking, a Xing appeared before him with a beaming smile, uttering a brief farewell before vanishing from sight in a flash. I shall join as well. I wonder if it will inspire some artistic creativity, Dita T mused as he made his way toward the town. Hoping to encounter some rare ingredients or dishes, Mei-Na adjusted her attire and, along with her trio of chef companions, headed toward the town. Mengshan, what about you? Aren't you coming? Xia Hao inquired, turning to the still figure of Mengshan. Not going, boss. I still need to practice my punches. I'll wait for you here. After all, we need someone to guard this place, Mengshan replied, scratching the back of his head with a goofy grin. All right then, keep the fort. Watching the excited demeanor of the Haotian pirate crew ahead, Xia Hao shook his head with a smile. It seemed they were quite bored on the Sky Island. The vibrant life of the Grand Line was what every pirate truly desired. Terra, let's go explore, Xia Hao said, glancing down at his new companion with a smile. Yes. I've never been to such a bustling place before. Besides, I can smell delicious food, a fragrance I've never encountered. Terra exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. his little nose twitching as he inhaled the scent he adored. 10 minutes later, the duo found themselves in a ramen shop, where 2 large bowls of steaming ramen awaited them. Wow, it smells amazing. Boss, look at this noodle, so thick and wide. Slurp, slurp, it's delicious, Tara exclaimed, lifting a long, thick noodle with his chopsticks, opening his mouth wide and devouring it in a frenzy, the aroma tantalizing his taste buds. For Tara, who had never tasted noodles before, it was a heavenly delight. Clang, clang. In no time, Tara polished off a large bowl of ramen, then stared wide-eyed at the other enormous bowl in front of Xia Hao, drooling uncontrollably. Ahem, another bowl? Sure, sure. Actually, my appetite is quite small. I just couldn't resist this delicious food. Hee hee, Tara replied bashfully. No worries, being able to eat is a blessing. Boss, another bowl of ramen, please. Xia Hao gestured for another bowl. Just a moment, it will be ready soon. 5 minutes later, boss, another bowl of ramen. Half an hour later, boss. One last bowl of ramen. Xia Hao looked at Tara with uncertainty, glancing at the towering pile of bowls beside him. Incredulous that he had recruited a gluttonous crew member, he reached into his pocket, feeling the flatness of his berry coins, wondering if it was too late to return this deal. Is this truly the last bowl? Are you certain? Before Tara could respond, the shop owner approached him, gripping a rolling pin tightly, his tone serious. Although he relished the profits, serving over 30 bowls in rapid succession had nearly wrecked his back. Thus, he felt a mix of affection and frustration toward the chubby boy before him. Had it not been for the principle that the customer is always right, he would have long since given up. Ahem, yes, yes, truly the last bowl. It's all due to your superb skills, uncle. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to eat so much. Hee hee, Tara affirmed quickly, sensing the peculiar atmosphere and the shop owner's scrutinizing gaze. Just a moment. It will be ready soon. With Tara's confirmation, the shop owner let out a sigh of relief. He could finally take a breather. After so many years in the business, this was the first time he was troubled by the prospect of earning too much. 15 minutes later, Tara patted his round little belly, unable to suppress a satisfied burp, stretching luxuriously with a contented sigh. Today was so enjoyable. Thank you, boss, for treating me to ramen, Tara said cheerfully to Xia Hao. All right, let us go check out the goods district for any daily necessities, Xia Hao said as he slowly rose, settled the bill, and walked away without looking back, leaving the dining area behind. Finally safe. Boss, slow down. The little chubby Tara puffed as he hurried after him. Was that a teleportation just now? Boss, teleportation? No, just a simple technique known as one of the Marine 6 styles, Soru. Xia Hao explained. Wow, that's impressive. Boss, can I learn it too? Tara asked excitedly. Of course. If you wish to learn, I will teach you. Xia Hao smiled and nodded. Striving to grow stronger is always commendable. Acquiring new skills adds to one's chances of victory in future battles. However, for now, it is best to focus on training and building a solid foundation. At such a young age, Tara was still quite naive. Tara pouted, feeling a bit wronged. It was merely because he couldn't see his feet when looking down. Being plump is also a blessing. Some people can eat endlessly and never gain weight. Xia Hao remarked, such blessings are hardly necessary. Bang! Stop right there, little brat. Do you dare to defy me? Do you know who I am? Hand over your treasures, or neither of you will leave here intact. Just as Xia Hao and Tara made their way down the street, a furious voice erupted, followed by the sounds of clashing objects. In your dreams. We earned this money through hard work. In a narrow alley, a small red-haired boy stood defiantly against a group of over a dozen burly, menacing men. Why should I? Ha ha, this little brat dares to ask why. Just because my fists are bigger and my strength is greater. You wouldn't want your brother to lose a leg, would you? As the notorious gang leader of the island, he had the brothers under control. After all, a mere 4-year-old child could hardly turn the tide. Damn it. Kid furrowed his brow, his small hands tightly clenched into fists as nearby iron objects began to tremble, seemingly under an invisible force. Hey, what a cute little kid. Threatening others all the time is not the behavior of a true man. Just as Kid was preparing to strike back, Xia Hao's calm, yet mocking voice rang out in the alley. Who? The gang leader's coarse face contorted in anger. His fierce eyes turned towards Xia Hao and Tara. Kid, are you sure you want a medal? The gang leader glanced at Xia Hao, whose slender figure appeared unimposing, furrowing his brow in disbelief that someone dared to interfere. After all, it was merely a tall youth accompanied by a chubby child, hardly a cause for concern. It's just a case of standing up against injustice. Bullying a child is meaningless. Let me have some fun with you. As soon as Xia Hao finished speaking, he vanished from sight, reappearing with a fist the size of a sandbag, which landed brutally on the gang leader's grotesque face, sending him flying against the wall of the alley like a ball. With just one strike, their leader had been knocked away, instilling fear in the hearts of the onlookers. They were accustomed to bullying ordinary people, but the figure before them was clearly not ordinary. "Run!" someone shouted, and the once menacing gang members turned and fled without a backward glance. As for the thug who fainted and crashed in the wall due to gravity, no one paid him any mind. After all, they had an abundance of such figures. Losing one was inconsequential, as they could easily find another the following day. "Thank you," murmured Kira, who had been hiding behind Kid, his golden hair obscuring half his face, still somewhat timid at that moment. "Ha-ha, no need for thanks," Xiahao chuckled, placing his large hands on the heads of the two little ones, causing Kira to shrink back shyly. Kid, on the other hand, puffed up his chest defiantly, clearly disliking anyone touching his head. He, a spirited little rascal indeed, but mere personality without strength. A reckless fool cannot protect his brother. Furthermore, your control over your devil fruit ability is rather weak, Xiahao remarked, glancing at the disgruntled Kid, his tone nonchalant. "How do you know I possess a devil fruit?" Kid retorted, defensive. "Because I, too, could be considered someone with special abilities," Xiahao replied, snapping his fingers as a sturdy branch erupted from the ground, instantly growing to a height of 3 to 5 meters. "Duong, Duong, so solid," Kid exclaimed, tapping it with his fists, his face reddening with frustration as he glared at Xiahao. "Little brat, your attacks can't break my defense," Xiahao teased. Simultaneously, he glanced at the perfected abilities of the Magu no Mi, breaking into a broad smile. "What are you laughing at? I challenge you." Kid's anger flared as he perceived Xiaohao's joyous expression as mockery of his weakness. Clenching his small fists tightly, he resolved to confront Xiaohao. "Challenge me? Are you certain, lad?" Xiaohao surveyed his surroundings before finding a clean chair to sit on, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Kid, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Of course, even though you just helped us, I still wish to challenge you." "Bring it on." Xiaohao beckoned, igniting Kid's fighting spirit instantly. It mattered not that Xiaohao was an adult. Kid was determined to become a figure feared by all, destined to be the next great pirate. "Take this punch," Kid declared, his eyes filled with determination as he swung his small hand towards Xiaohao. Concurrently, two steel pipes appeared at Kid's sides, glinting menacingly as they shot towards Xiaohao with remarkable speed. Not bad for such a young age. Developing a unique technique with your devil fruit ability, Xiaohao mused, observing Kid's petite figure with a hint of admiration. The frontal assault, coupled with a side attack, indicated that he was not merely a reckless fool. However, the attack lacked power. As the iron rods approached, Xiaohao effortlessly raised his hand, pinching them between his fingers with slight pressure. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the iron rods flying, piercing through the nearby wall. The force of the impact left a myriad of spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. The terrifying display of strength momentarily stunned Kid, who gaped at the wall that had just been breached. Shaking his head to regain focus, he firmly locked his gaze on Xiaohao, summoning one of the iron rods back into his hand. Meanwhile, Xiaohao's figure vanished from sight, prompting Kid to halt his forward rush, surveying his surroundings with a serious expression. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed from above, leaving Kid bewildered as he failed to locate his foe. The iron rod he had intended to use as a weapon was effortlessly swatted away by Xiaohao. Bam! Another strike landed, darkening Kid's complexion, as he realized that his confident challenge had turned into a humiliating jest. Anger ignited within him, and at that moment, the power of the Magu no Mi surged, causing objects imbued with magnetism to coalesce and float around him, rapidly transforming into a colossal sword. "Impressive, yet merely superficial," Xiaohao remarked, observing the weapon formed by Kid's manipulation of the Magu no Mi. A subtle smile playing on his lips. He slowly bent down to retrieve a small iron ball controlled by the magnetic field. Miniature electromagnetic cannon, Xiahao exclaimed, hurling the seemingly mundane iron ball with great force. It rocketed forward, traversing the surrounding magnetic field, crackling with energy, and unleashing a thunderous brilliance that collided with Kid's painstakingly constructed giant sword, creating a massive breach. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the formidable sword shattered before Kid's astonished gaze, scattering metal debris across the ground. Subsequently, with a casual snap of his fingers, all iron objects within the alley began to tremble, enveloped by the magnetic field Xiahao had unleashed. In an instant, a weapon composed of iron that dwarfed Kid appeared between them, its size 5 or 6 times greater than Kid himself. The reason for its size was due to the limited objects in the narrow alley. Xiahao remarked, "I merely exerted a fraction of my power, and this is the limit of this alley. How can you possess such abilities?" Kid exclaimed, astonished, as he beheld the massive sword-like weapon towering over him. His once unyielding pride had been shattered. He was no match for Xiahao, the entire encounter akin to an adult toying with a child. "He wish to learn?" Xiahao responded, shaking his head, avoiding a direct answer, instead posing a counter-question. Such matters of enhancement could not be openly discussed, for others would surely doubt their validity. "Yes," Kid replied eagerly, his eyes wide with determination as he glanced at Xiahao and then at Kira, who was joyfully enjoying a lollipop behind Terra. Regardless of the motivation, be it for himself or for Kira, Kid was resolute in his desire to learn new skills from Xiahao. Only through this could he grow stronger, possessing the power to intimidate foes with a mere glance. He longed for strength, to live freely without fear of ridicule. Most importantly, Xiaohao's electromagnetic cannon technique had been undeniably impressive and stylish, embodying the essence of a true high-seas pirate in Kid's eyes. "Very well, let us begin. Release all your power without hesitation. I shall now describe the technique of the electromagnetic cannon and its usage. Do not rush. Follow me step by step." Xiahao began to explain, knowing that utilizing magnetic forces was an intricate endeavor. 3 hours later, by the seaside, Xiahao, Terra, and little Kira happily feasted beneath a colossal tree created by WoodRelease. Meanwhile, Kid was out in the glaring sun, diligently trying to control the small iron ball in his hand, repeatedly striking the wooden barrier ahead. Sweat streamed down his face. But due to his tender age and a lack of mastery over the Magu no Mi, he had yet to succeed in leaving even a single mark on the tall wooden wall. Nonetheless, Kid refused to back down, tirelessly practicing the techniques of the electromagnetic cannon. The power Xiahao had effortlessly displayed hours earlier ignited a burning aspiration within him. "I will become stronger." Kid clenched his fists tightly, casting a glance at Xiahao and the others enjoying their meal in the shade. Though he yearned to join them, his pride forbade him from yielding. "Brother Kid, take a break and have a chicken leg." As Kid attempted to divert his gaze, trying to resist the allure of the food, Kira dashed towards him with a large chicken leg in hand. I, with a slurping sound, asked what was happening. "Kira, come back quickly." Kid said that if you don't learn this move, you won't be able to eat. "How can you disturb him, right, Kid?" A teasing voice from Xiahao interrupted, causing Kid, who had just reached out, to retract his hand abruptly, his expression turning serious. "Kira, I'm not hungry. You should go play." "Really? Then I will eat by myself," Kira responded, completely convinced by Kid's words, for his brother had never lied to him. Thus, he opened his small mouth wide and began to eat voraciously in front of Kid, his lips smeared with grease, oblivious to the distorted expression on Kid's face. "Kid, you really are something. I said I'm not eating, but you won't stop stuffing my mouth." "Silly, ududu," Kira exclaimed. "Are you kidding me? You said you weren't hungry." Time passed minute by minute, and soon the sky darkened as the sun dipped below the horizon. Xiahao and the 2 others lay comfortably on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze and dozing off, utterly at ease. "Haha, I did it! I did it! Kira, look, I succeeded." Kid's excited voice broke the tranquility, making Kira roll over and continue sleeping. "Therefore, love will disappear, right?" Xiahao, sensing Kid's slight melancholy, spoke softly. His figure flickered, appearing before the wooden wall, observing the marks left by the attack. gazing at the iron ball embedded in the wooden wall, which barely reached half of his height. And then at the countless iron balls scattered on the ground, he felt a surge of admiration for Kid. Though often hot-headed and reckless, one couldn't deny his dedication. Perhaps it was due to a lack of protagonist aura and background that he became a foil to Luffy in this new era. What if I guide Kid's development of the magnet fruit in an unprecedented direction? The future could change dramatically. A man capable of controlling magnetic fields is indeed formidable. Controlling regional magnetic fields could allow for flight and enhance both reaction speed and endurance. Utilizing electromagnetic induction could even activate cellular vitality and heal injuries. It can be said that as long as the imagination is vast enough, the possibilities of a paramecia-type devil fruit are limitless. If one day, the magnet fruit reaches its zenith, controlling the world's magnetic field, then this pirate world, navigating through magnetic fields, would be within Kid's grasp. He could even rectify the chaotic magnetic zones of the Grand Line, restoring them to normalcy. The future holds great promise, little one. Xiahao patted Kid's small head, which elicited a wave of dissatisfaction and resistance, but Xiahao swiftly subdued him. All right, you've practiced enough for the day. Let us go treat you to a feast. Xiahao glanced at Terra, instructing him to wake the sleeping Kira, and the four of them cheerfully headed towards a lavish restaurant in town. Wow, this place is enormous. It's my first time here. Upon entering, Kira was awestruck by the opulence of the restaurant, having never dined in such a grand establishment before. Kid, though silent, exhibited his excitement through his expressions, his gaze towards Xiahao reflecting a subtle change, his big eyes swirling with thoughts. An hour later, the dining table was piled high with food. Kid and Kira, having never tasted such delightful cuisine before, relentlessly shoveled the delectable dishes into their mouths, their little bellies quickly becoming round and full. They only stopped when they could eat no more. Don't eat too much at once. Be careful your stomach can't take it, Xiahao remarked with a hint of exasperation as he observed the two little ones. I got too excited. It's my first time eating such delicious food, so I couldn't help but eat a bit more, Kira replied weakly. This is nothing. If I could eat freely, I could easily devour 3 bowls of rice. Kid retorted proudly. What a glutton. You little brat. Anger solves nothing. You're too weak. I shall take you as my disciple. Master, please accept my bow. In response to Xiaohao's teasing, Kid surprisingly did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and, looking at Xiahao, knelt down seriously and began to pay his respects. You want to be my disciple? Kid, you must be joking. The sudden turn of events left Xiahao somewhat bewildered. However, seeing the serious expression on Kid's face, he furrowed his brow. Accepting him as a disciple? It wasn't out of the question. It was merely an investment of fate. Much like Shanks betting on Luffy in the future. Kid lacked a protagonist halo, but as long as he could be taught to become strong, interesting things would undoubtedly unfold. Fine, but you can only be an officially registered disciple for now, as you're too weak. It would be embarrassing to say otherwise, Xiahao said, scrutinizing Kid with a hint of disdain. Really? I have a master now. I finally have a master. Kid laughed joyfully, even though Xiahao often teased him. Kid was well aware of Xiaohao's fearsome strength. Having aspired to be a pirate since childhood, he longed to grow stronger. Don't celebrate too early. I am quite strict. Kid, from now on, I will rigorously train you, and you will have no rest period, Xiahao remarked, drenching Kid's excitement with a splash of cold water. The first lesson in training, to temper Kid's reckless and proud personality, due to the sudden decision to take on an apprentice. Xiahao instructed Terra to return ahead of them, relaying the news to the rest of the WoodRelease and extending their stay on the island for a few more days, postponing their adventure. As for the departure date, Xiahao intended to observe Kid's aptitude first. A day later, aboard the WoodRelease ship, Terra recounted everything that had transpired recently. What? The captain has taken on a disciple? Is that true? Ashing asked incredulously, his gaze fixed on Terra, seemingly seeking confirmation of the news' authenticity. Indeed, I confirm it. Moreover, he is a devil fruit user capable of controlling magnetism. Terra nodded vigorously, affirming the truth of the matter, as he had witnessed it firsthand. Hey, I must meet him someday. I wonder how powerful the talent of someone chosen by the captain is. Ashing mused. A disciple, huh? Time flies. The captain has even taken on a disciple. Perhaps I should find one too, someone to practice martial arts with. Meng Shan stroked his chin, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Practicing alone was rather dull, as aside from Xia Hao, no one on the Houghton could truly compete in strength, rendering sparring impossible. The captain's disciple? I should prepare an interesting gift for him when we part ways. Daida T commented casually, lifting his gaze slightly. 5 days later, in a tranquil grove, Xia Hao nodded as he observed the numerous hollow marks on the wooden wall. One must admit that Kid's talent and comprehension abilities were quite commendable. Kid, come here. Xia Hao beckoned with a wave of his hand, having taught all that needed to be taught these past few days. The foundational issues and the hypothetical direction for the magnet fruit had been established. As for how far it could be developed, that depended on the user's own ingenuity. Master. Hearing Xia Hao's call, Kid immediately halted his attacks, turned, and ran over quickly. The days spent together had fostered in Kid an unending admiration for Xia Hao, akin to a river flowing without ceasing. At this moment, Kid was willing to do anything Xia Hao instructed. During his leisure time, Xia Hao would also train and provide guidance to Kira. Due to his proficiency in swordsmanship, Xia Hao found it effortless to impart knowledge to a young child. He had taught everything necessary, but the journey ahead was one that Kid must traverse on his own. The Hautian pirate crew had lingered here for far too long. Continuing to stay could likely attract the attention of the Navy. Observing Kid, who stood before him with his head bowed in silence, Xia Hao decided to speak plainly and bid farewell. Ah, we're leaving today, Kid exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face, suddenly feeling a pang of reluctance. Having come to regard Xia Hao as true family during their time together. Well, you must protect Kira well. A man must endure without shedding tears, Xia Hao advised. Yes, I will, Master. Kid nodded vigorously in affirmation, for Kira was his younger brother, and he would not allow him to suffer. 2.5 hours later, in the vicinity where the Hautian ship was docked, Xia Hao appeared with Kid and Kira not far away. Upon encountering such a colossal pirate ship for the first time, both Kid and Kira stood in astonishment, their eyes wide and unblinking as they gazed at the Hautian ship. Is this really a ship? Kid asked, his mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg, his tone tinged with uncertainty due to its enormity. Indeed, this is the Hautian, my vessel. Xia Hao replied with a nod. Come, let me show you around, and then we shall set sail. As Xia Hao led Kid and Kira on a tour, they were akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, filled with curiosity, exploring every nook and cranny, their laughter echoing throughout the ship. Here, a token of our first meeting, a gift for you. And remember to train diligently. Do not bring shame upon the captain. Didati emerged from the laboratory during their excursion, glancing at Kid as he presented him with the newly developed destruction water cannon, briefly explaining its usage before retreating back to the lab. Another 2.5 hours passed, and on the shore, Kid vigorously waved his small hand alongside Kira, bidding farewell to the members of the Hautian pirate crew as they set sail. Kid, when we meet next, do not disappoint me. I hope to see a confident and formidable version of you, Xia Hao said with a smile from the bow of the Hautian. I will strive to do my best. Master, Kid replied earnestly. 3 days later, in an uncharted expanse of the South Sea, the Hautian sailed merrily, its massive hull stirring up waves. Not far from the Hautian, 3 large vessels drifted without a clear course. Captain, we have spotted a peculiar ship ahead. Shall we make a move? A Xing sprinted over to Xia Hao on the deck, excitement evident in his demeanor. A peculiar ship? Xia Hao furrowed his brow, having never encountered one before. Yes, it is what Da Hei mentioned. Apparently, it belongs to a king of the dark world. He indicated that it bears the emblem of the king of loan sharks, who controls over 90% of the world's usury, a fortune rivaling that of nations. A Xing relayed all he knew after a moment's reflection. The king of loan sharks. Duffield, intriguing indeed. Since he is one of the dark world's monarchs, he must possess great wealth. Let us take a little to alleviate our pressing needs. Xia Hao mused, stroking his chin, a smirk forming as a glint of crimson flickered in his black eyes. Bring the ship closer, with a commanding wave of his hand. The Hautian swiftly altered its course, speeding towards the drifting fleet of the king of loan sharks. The rapid approach of the Haotian generated a series of sonic booms across the sea, startling the crew of the loan shark's fleet from their rest, who rushed to the deck, gazing anxiously into the distance. When they beheld the Haotian, their faces drained of color. How could they possibly resist such a monstrous vessel? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Before they could react, the Dadi's cannonballs had already been launched, piercing through the once mighty ship and creating a gaping hole. Subsequently, a terrifying energy erupted from within, and the overwhelming force obliterated the ship, which rapidly succumbed to the sea's embrace, sinking into the depths. "Sir, this is bad. We need to flee." This is the ship of the notorious Haotian pirate crew, led by Captain Xia Hao, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. "We cannot contend with them," one crew member exclaimed. "Is it true?" They responded, recognizing the gravity of their situation. "What a stroke of bad luck," informed Lord Duffield. "We have done our utmost." As the leader of this fleet, he was merely a bounty hunter of 300 million berries, hired by the king of loan sharks. And facing the Haotian pirate crew was beyond his capabilities. He could forfeit the escort fee if necessary. What a pity fulbun. So easily robbed of their treasures. A Shing transformed into his half-beast form, soaring above Duffield's fleet, preparing to unleash a wind blade attack. However, he found all the escort personnel had fled, leaving only a handful of core members struggling to hold their ground. With a dismissive smirk, a Shing dove down, snapping the mast of the ship below. "Kill him. He is but one man." Charid, a formidable enforcer in Duffield's service, had previously slain a pirate with a bounty of 350 million berries. Confident in his abilities, he believed the strength of the Haotian pirate crew resided solely in Xia Hao, while the others were insignificant. Even if he could not emerge victorious, he could retreat unscathed. The treasure chest in his possession must not be lost. Otherwise, he knew Duffield would not spare him. The memories of dark, cruel dungeons and torture sent shivers down his spine. Above him, the king of loan sharks, Duffield, had a trump card, having once single-handedly destroyed a pirate crew with a bounty of 630 million berries. Ranking among the top 3 fearsome figures in the assassin realm of the dark world, led by Picro. Fools, unaware of their impending demise. A Shing observed the defiant crowd below, his brow furrowed slightly as a cruel smile crept onto his lips. Wind blades coalesced with fervor on his wings, distorting the surrounding space with powerful energy, forming a crescent moon blade over 10 meters long. With a sweep of his wings, he sent it arcing toward the last remaining ship. Help! Why does the attack curve? How long will this chase continue? Woe is me! Why must it only pursue me? The crew cried out in despair. Before the enemies vanish, I shall not cease. A Shing reveled in his creation, a smile gracing his lips as he finally unleashed his developed technique without restraint. After all, they were enemies, and there was no need for mercy. Watching the unrestrained slaughter unfold, Charid's expression darkened. Especially as the Haotian drew ever closer, he could no longer hold back. If he did not strike back at a Shing, once Xia Hao and his crew arrived, escape would be impossible. "I will risk it." Charid gripped the treasure chest tightly, his demeanor grim as he focused on a Shing's back, his right hand transforming into a drill. As a user of the superhuman drill fruit, he possessed immense destructive power, capable of breaching nearly any defense. Thus, a successful sneak attack could injure a Shing, allowing him a quick getaway. However, a Shing, having mastered his observation hockey, sensed a potent threat in an instant, retreating swiftly to evade the drill attack aimed at him. As he gazed at the fleeting figure of a Shing, Charlie's complexion changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that his repeated ambushes would ultimately fail. As he watched the impending collision of the Haotian pirate ship with the vessel beneath him, his face turned ashen. The power granted by the devil fruit was formidable. It also came with the disadvantage of being unable to swim. Thus, he found himself utterly incapable of plunging into the sea to escape. "Cunning, how dare you ambush me?" A Shing shouted furiously at Charlie, who was below him. His brows furrowed tightly, and a slender blade of wind descended from the heavens, ruthlessly striking towards Charlie with a speed that the naked eye could scarcely perceive. The terrifying wind blade surged forth with the undulation of space, arriving in an instant. With the threat looming ahead, Charlie raised his arm to defend himself. His drill-like arm, as hard as steel, was mercilessly assaulted by the wind blade. The tremendous force propelled him backward repeatedly, sparks flying from his arm as metallic sounds echoed in the air. "Ah, not bad, but can you withstand the onslaught that follows?" Ashing nodded in acknowledgement as he observed Charlie fend off the wind blade. Then his enormous wings began to flap wildly, unleashing a dense barrage of wind blades that descended from the sky like a fishing net. "Now, let us see how you handle this." "Damn, this guy is truly inhuman." Charlie, unable to escape, gazed up at Ashing with a pale face, perceiving him as a grotesque being with an unsettling penchant for cruelty. Boom! The ship beneath him began to slowly collapse under the assault of the wind blades, with seawater rapidly flooding into the cabin. As the water appeared on the deck, Charlie hurriedly retreated a few steps. Simultaneously, the Hautian pirate crew surged forward with the ferocity of a monstrous beast, their powerful impact utterly destroying the vessel. Witnessing this, Charlie steeled his resolve, his legs slightly bending as he leapt towards the Hautian ship, its massive structure providing ample opportunity for his maneuvering. Perhaps there was still a chance to survive. However, all his hopes were too optimistic. Just as Charlie leapt high, intending to land, Meng Shan advanced with great strides. The armed hockey instantly enveloped his tremendously muscular arms, the sound of whistling wind resonating in his ears. A fist, the size of a sandbag, swung swiftly towards him. Charlie felt a blur before his eyes as the colossal fist, imbued with terrifying strength, made intimate contact with his head, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, what kind of monstrous strength is this? Charlie spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing up at Meng Shan's imposing figure, his mind in a daze. Is this a giant? 10 minutes later, Charlie was unceremoniously tossed into the sea by Ashing. Meanwhile, the treasure he possessed was left behind, revealing a treasure map that would entice even the rulers of the dark underworld. 3 days later, within a magnificent palace somewhere along the Grand Line, the Dark World Emperor Du Feier heard reports from his trembling subordinates below, his expression darkening ominously. Just a mere brat dares to steal from me? Damn it! Issue a dark bounty. Whoever can capture a member of the Hautian pirate crew alive will be rewarded handsomely. I will make the world witness the consequences of provoking me. Du Feier tendeur d'Angrédy. Across the Grand Line, the incident of treasure being snatched from the Dark World Emperor Du Feier rapidly escalated, sweeping through the seas like a tempest. Coupled with Du Feier's exorbitant bounty on the Hautian pirate crew, countless inexperienced pirates began to stir with excitement. Even with the substantial bounty, and despite being renowned in the New World, many pirates in the South Sea believed that by uniting, they could achieve ultimate victory due to their overwhelming numbers. They thought that by doing so, they would secure immense wealth, unaware of the vast power disparity that existed. At this moment, dozens of pirate crews in the South Sea were conspiring on a small island, plotting to encircle and attack the Hautian pirate crew. In the waters of the South Sea aboard the Hautian ship, the crew gathered around a massive treasure map spread across the table. Ha, a treasure map. Boss, I wonder what kind of treasure it leads to. Ashing grinned as he gazed at the map. Who knows? Let's go see for ourselves. After all, there's nothing to lose. It must be something of great value, especially if it has caught the attention of the Dark World Emperor. Xiao Hao contemplated before speaking in a deep voice. Right? What are we waiting for? Let's set sail along the map's path. Upon hearing Xiao Hao's analysis, Ashing seized the treasure map and dashed toward the helm, instructing the helmsman of the Hautian to navigate according to the new course. Accelerate forward. Ashing joyfully waved his arms, laughing heartily on the deck, feeling the gentle sea breeze as memories of his first voyage flooded back, bringing him unprecedented joy. All aboard the Hautian were immersed in the delight of acquiring the treasure map, completely oblivious to the fact that they were being targeted by dozens of pirate ships, and that the Lone Shark King Du Feier bore a grudge against them, offering an exorbitant bounty. However, even if the crew of the Hautian were to learn of this, it likely would not alter their course. As free-spirited pirates, they felt no need to be constrained by external forces. After all, they were merely a group of lowly pirates, hardly worth concerning themselves with. The weak travel in packs, while the strong stand alone. The Haotian pirate crew did not require alliances with external powers. A day later, the Haotian sailed gracefully across the ocean, even with its massive frame capable of drifting on the surface. At a moderate speed, the ship produced a series of sonic booms, the waves crashing behind it. Boss, we are just 50 nautical miles from the treasure map's location. 50 nautical miles? That's ample time, Xiao Hao murmured to himself upon hearing A Xing's words. Ample time? What do you mean? Some trash has caught up with us, and we need to clear them out. Otherwise, it could spoil our good mood, Xiao Hao said, his figure flashing as he appeared at the bow of the ship. With his observation hockey, he had already discerned the hostile intent emanating from the nearby pirate ship and assessed the strength of its crew. Trash? A Xing, upon hearing Xiao Hao's words, turned his gaze towards the distance. In the form of the animal-type wind god pterodactyl devil fruit, his vision was greatly enhanced, allowing him to see clearly within a kilometer radius. As his gaze swept across the distant waters, he finally discerned dozens of small black dots swiftly approaching the Haotian. Boss has become even stronger. A Xing gazed at Xiao Hao with deep admiration, feeling a renewed sense of awe. His boss, who constantly grew more powerful, was truly impressive. He wondered when he might become as formidable as Xiao Hao. Prepare for battle. Xiao Hao raised his arm decisively, rousing the previously resting crew of the Haotian from their slumber as they quickly assembled on the deck. Observing Xiao Hao's serious demeanor directed towards the sea, they exchanged puzzled glances, questioning what had transpired. Hehe, a group of clueless lowly pirates dares to snatch the treasure map? The boss is angry. Let's see how we handle this. A Xing explained to the rest of the Haotian crew. Attempting to seize the treasure map? We shall see if they possess the strength to do so. My fists are itching for a fight. Recently, a new martial arts technique has been developed, and it would be prudent to put it to the test. As Mengshan gazed at the distant pirate fleet gradually taking shape, his expression turned serious, his fists, as large as sandbags, clenched tightly, exuding an aura of intimidation. Art is an explosion, he declared. Coincidentally, the new underwater ordnance had just been successfully crafted. Soon, I shall invite you all to witness a fireworks display. With a casual motion, Dai Tai tossed several bombs into the sea, allowing them to drift with the waves. All under Dai Tai's meticulous control, heading towards the approaching pirate fleet. A battle? I shall abstain. I have recently devised a new dish, and once you achieve victory, I will prepare it for everyone. Mena contemplated, glancing at the formidable presence and confidence radiating from Axing and the others, before shaking her head. Although she yearned for combat, her primary identity remained that of a chef. Such specialized tasks were best left to the professionals, and Axing and his companions fit the bill perfectly. Zizai, you should assist as well, but be cautious of Dai Tai's bombs, Tra, from behind, instructed as he pulled out the Calamity Octopus. Chirp, chirp, upon hearing Tra's command. The Calamity Octopus leaped into the ocean, swiftly making its way towards the distant pirate ship. As its massive form gradually submerged, it transformed into a terrifying sea monster. Aboard the Haotian ship, every member showcased their unique skills, demonstrating to the encroaching pirate fleet the formidable nature of the Haotian pirate crew. Captain, it seems something is drifting towards us. Due to the generous bounty offered by the infamous loan shark, Duffeld, 31 ordinary pirate crews from the South Sea formed an alliance, with the tank pirate crew positioned centrally among them, led by a pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries, a user of the tank devil fruit. Isn't it normal for various objects to drift across the sea? One crew member remarked. However, I heard a peculiar sound earlier, and I cannot shake the feeling that something significant is about to unfold. Captain, perhaps we should turn back? Turn back? Are you jesting? Who do you think I am? We are merely a pirate crew. What is there to fear? The captain of the tank pirate crew replied dismissively. But I have heard that those who can establish themselves in the new world are truly formidable beings. Boss, silence. Boom! With a furious roar from the captain of the tank pirate crew, Dai Tai's bombs arrived, swiftly clinging to the ship's hull, followed by a deafening explosion that left a gaping hole in a neighboring pirate vessel. The resounding blasts echoed throughout the ocean, as Daidatai unleashed 10 special tracking bombs, which drifted beneath the attacking pirate ships and detonated in unison, causing the calm sea to churn violently. The powerful shockwave pushed the surrounding pirate ships, and the Alliance, attempting to besiege the Haotian pirate crew, found themselves decimated before even making contact, gazing in silence at the massive Haotian ship, which loomed like an island. A sense of inexplicable fear enveloped them. Could they truly conquer such a terrifying foe? Fear not. All ships maintain a safe distance. I refuse to believe he can produce bombs of such magnitude indefinitely. The captain of the tank pirate crew, observing the anxious expressions of the Alliance, shouted with conviction, his booming voice gradually instilling determination in the previously terrified pirates. Indeed, such an attack must be a hidden tactic. Let's charge forth. If we can board the Haotian ship, our numbers, 600 against 30, grant us the advantage. Exactly. Consider the high bounty offered by the loan shark. What is there to fear? Let us gamble. We can visit the Black Rose Tavern daily. Yes, together. Aside from Xia Hao, the rest pose little threat. With bounties exceeding 1 billion, we are formidable too. Fire. Let us suppress them with our artillery. I refuse to believe they can withstand the bombardment from over 10 ships. Indeed, such a massive vessel is a perfect target. Charge! Let the pirates of the New World witness the terror of South Sea pirates. Whoosh, 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 cannonballs were launched from the Alliance's pirate ships. A relentless barrage resembling a multitude of jelly beans, hurtling towards the formidable Haotian vessel. I shall test my abilities, just as Xia Hao prepared to activate his wooden defense. Mayna's voice rang out beside him. With a graceful sway, she positioned herself at the bow, her delicate hands resting gently upon the ship's edge, and a transparent defensive shield materialized, enveloping the front half of the Haotian ship. Shield defense. The thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted, and within their line of sight, it appeared as if all cannonballs detonated mid-air, the immense force generated by the projectiles having no effect on the Haotian ship, failing to budge it even slightly. No, this cannot be. What sorcery is this? Are the cannonballs being deflected? Damn it, what just transpired? What should we do? The cannonballs are ineffective. How can we launch an assault? That individual in the sky is exceedingly bothersome. Merely resisting the wind blades is taxing. The once confident alliance of pirates, witnessing the destruction of their vessels, began to waver. They had lost half their combat capability even before engaging the enemy in close quarters. What were they to do? They struggled to comprehend. Were all pirates in the New World this fearsome? Commence the attack. Observing the hesitant alliance, Xia Hao let out a cold smirk. Waving his right hand gently, the Haotian ship surged forward like an unparalleled beast, charging towards the fleet. Since they wished to approach the island, how could he deny them? Yet, whether they would survive was left to fortune. As the enormous shadow of the Haotian ship drew nearer, the remaining members of the alliance were gripped by fear, their mouths agape in panic as they sought to flee. However, the supersonic Haotian ship closed in instantaneously, colliding with the alliance's vessels as though they were made of paper, shattering them effortlessly. Curse it! I refuse to accept this. The captain of the tank pirate crew, witnessing the towering Haotian ship, remained resolute, his arms transforming into colossal cannons as he fired shot after shot at the Haotian vessel. But alas, it bore no fruit. The Haotian ship, shielded by Mayna, remained invincible. Mere cannonballs could not breach its defenses. The Haotian ship continued its relentless advance, crushing the tank pirate crew's ships beneath it. The once exuberant captain of the tank pirate crew was sent flying by the impact, transformed into a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. How dull, so weak. I expected a grand battle. Observing the remnants of the scattered ships drifting upon the sea, Axing descended gracefully from above, landing on the deck with a discontented expression. Suddenly, a series of ringing sounds emanated from the sea, and upon closer inspection, Axing noticed a voice coming from the deck of a pirate ship. He promptly waved his hand, sending a wooden branch flying towards the source of the sound, which morphed into a small wooden box to retrieve the phone bug. Click! Axing connected the call. Hello, Tank Captain. How is the situation progressing? A man's voice emerged from the phone bug, cold and indifferent, causing Axing to furrow his brow. Who are you? Axing was the first to respond. Who are you? On the other end of the telephone worm, within a serene tavern, the king of loan sharks, Du Feared, was reveling in a joyful banquet when an unfamiliar voice interrupted him. Ah, how forgetful the esteemed are. Just moments ago, you offered a generous bounty to dispatch 1,000 pirates against us, and now you seem to have forgotten, Mr. Du Feared. The cold voice of Xiao Hao resonated, causing Du Feared's countenance to shift dramatically. He had presumed that dealing with a mere novice pirate crew could be easily managed, and he intended to demonstrate the dire consequences of provoking him to the world. However, the unexpected defeat, seemingly leading to the complete annihilation of his forces, left him fully exposed to the gaze of the Haotian pirate crew. Haha, I would assert this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Du Feared depose de momentarily, attempting to convey a semblance of mirth as he elaborated. Misunderstanding? No. Whether it is a misunderstanding has become irrelevant. Since you dared to oppose the Haotian pirate crew, prepare for retribution. It is time to reallocate the dominions of the dark world that have remained stable for so long. I'm certain there will be those who are quite intrigued, Xiao Hao stated with a slight smirk, his tone gravely serious. As time elapsed, a full minute passed before Du Feared's voice emerged from the telephone worm. Alas, I concede defeat. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall offer 2 billion berries to resolve this misunderstanding. I implore Captain Xiao Hao to accept. Du Feared's voice was tinged with a somber gravity. 3 days. I shall remain in this sea for 3 days, and I hope you will honor your word. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hao realized his earlier threats were merely a means of intimidation, and he had not anticipated such compensation. Indeed, it was no wonder Du Feared was among the wealthiest in the dark world. 3 days later, the Haotian pirate ship remained anchored, unmoving, patiently awaiting the loan shark's compensation. In the meantime, to stave off boredom, the crew, under Xiao Hao's guidance, transformed into avid fishermen, catching so much fish that they nearly suffered from a nervous breakdown from the monotony of their meals. Seriously, Captain, this is the 3rd day. Not a single ship has passed. That scoundrel can't possibly be deceiving us, can he? Damn it. Gazing at the desolate sea, Xing's expression grew increasingly grim. Suspecting a plot by Du Feared and preparing to confront him violently. Stay calm. Until the outcome is certain, do not jump to conclusions. Xiao Hao shook his head, recognizing Xing's impulsive nature. As seconds ticked by, just as the sky began to darken, a massive transport ship appeared on the horizon, swiftly approaching the Haotian pirate crew within mere meters. See, it has arrived, Xiao Hao exclaimed cheerfully, and Xing's face broke into a smile, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Captain Xiao Hao, I apologize for the delay. We encountered minor troubles en route, but they have been resolved, and we rushed here post-haste. No one defies the orders of Lord Du Feared. The steward, Vasily, remarked with a keen curiosity towards the band of pirates before him, pondering what could have led them to willingly submit and seek camaraderie. After all, it was an achievement even the notorious pirates of the New World had not managed to accomplish, performed by a mere newcomer who had only ventured out to sea for a few years. Quite remarkable. Indeed, there are exceptions to every rule, are there not? Even the Emperor of the Dark World cannot cover the entirety of the sky with one hand, Xiao Hao replied with a smile, dismissing Vasily's words. He regarded the ruler of the Dark World as nothing more than a transient obstacle, capable of vanishing at his whim. Quite right, Vasily mused, casting a deep glance at Xiao Hao before departing aboard the transport vessel. Meanwhile, the crew beamed at the dazzling treasures on the deck, particularly Xiao Hao, who had earmarked several system items during this period but lacked the funds to procure them. With 2 billion berries now at his disposal, he was eager to make substantial purchases. 5 days later, in a tumultuous sea, waves surged higher and higher, and the immense Haotian ship found itself half submerged in the chaotic waters, while the other half floated serenely on the calm surface just meters away. A stark contrast in the environment. Are you certain the record pointer is directing us correctly? Xing inquired skeptically, casting a doubtful glance at the helmsman within the cockpit. Yes, Lord Xing. The record pointer is accurate. "We are proceeding as designated," the helmsman quickly assured, sensing Xing's dissatisfaction. "Then, let us proceed. I am eager to discover what lies ahead," Xiao Hao declared as he began to utilize his observation haki to sense the atmosphere ahead. However, he found nothing. Gazing at the swirling vortex of water, he felt an irresistible allure towards the depths of the storm, sensing that this journey would yield abundant rewards. "Understood, Lord Xiao Hao. Since the captain has issued a command, we shall give it our all." The crew in the cockpit responded promptly. They activated the defensive status of the Haotian ship, which then surged forth with astonishing speed, the air crackling with explosive sounds as the vessel navigated through the tumultuous waters, dodging swirling whirlpools and breaking through layer upon layer of obstacles until they finally exited the turbulent zone. Boom! The massive Haotian ship gradually reduced its speed, causing the surrounding waters to churn and roll, waves crashing against its hull incessantly. I never anticipated that the center of the stormy, turbulent waters would reveal an island. Daidai's voice echoed across the deck, and as his words fell, the crew followed his gaze to behold a strangely shaped island coming into view. From a distance, the island resembled a spoon, with a large, somewhat withered tree at its center, casting a shadow over much of the land beneath its expansive canopy. "Prepare to disembark, crew." The Haotian ship slowly approached the island's shore, and at Xiao Hao's command, everyone leaped onto the island's terrain. As soon as they landed, a gentle breeze wafted from within the island, carrying peculiar scents that instinctively compelled the crew to inhale deeply. After 2.5 minutes, the ordinary crew members of the Haotian pirate crew began to sway unsteadily, their eyes clouded with illusions, and soon, after traversing a short distance, they could no longer withstand the effects and collapsed one after another onto the ground. "Captain, that earlier scent was problematic. It seems we have been poisoned." Daidai struggled to keep his eyes open as he addressed Xiao Hao, revealing that among the official members of the Haotian pirate crew, he possessed the weakest physique. Even younger, Turla surpassed him, and now he was unable to endure any longer. Poisoned? It doesn't appear to be so. This seems more akin to a sedative, though whether it is a natural occurrence of the island or a deliberate act remains uncertain. Though Xiao Hao had also inhaled the peculiar air, his body, enhanced by the Shenren and WoodRelease abilities, rendered him largely unaffected by typical narcotic mists. Even if he absorbed it, his formidable power would purify it from within. Half an hour later, a dense fog enveloped the island, and as the breeze carried it forth, Xiao Hao detected the same scent as before. He glanced at the snoring Montan beside him and shrugged in resignation. It seems that danger lurks everywhere. There remains a considerable distance to traverse before truly embarking upon the path of invincibility. Xiao Hao let out a lengthy sigh. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. He glanced at Xing, who was on the verge of slumber, yet steadfastly keeping his eyes open through sheer willpower. Without hesitation, Xiao Hao delivered a swift blow, rendering Xing unconscious, and then he too succumbed to the ground. Before long, a girl of ample stature, approximately 1.70 meters tall and adorned in a doctor's attire, approached with graceful steps. Observing the sight of Xiao Hao and his companions sprawled unconscious, she shook her head, retrieving a small vial from her chest and administering drops of the liquid into the nostrils of each member of the Haotian pirate crew. "This is the Forbidden Island. Once you awaken, you must depart swiftly, for this place does not welcome outsiders." "The Forbidden Island, is it? Quite intriguing. It appears akin to Wano Kuni, a secluded land unwelcoming to foreigners." With his eyes still closed, Xiao Hao utilized his Kenbunchika haki to sense the beautiful doctor moving further away. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and slowly sat up. Xiao Hao held the healing potion left behind in his palm, employing Mokutan to absorb and discern its effects, discovering its properties of cleansing the spirit and calming the heart. He then cast a glance at his comrades of the Haotian pirate crew, who were in deep slumber, and couldn't help but show a hint of exasperation as he raised his foot and delivered a gentle kick. 10 seconds later, Xing and Meng Shan were the first to awaken, scratching their heads and rear ends in bewilderment, questioning why they felt pain after merely taking a nap. "Quickly, rouse the others. We must vacate this area at once. Remember, never underestimate anyone. Had the inhabitants here harbored ill intentions, you might have found yourselves sold without a clue. There are myriad ways to achieve victory. It is not solely through brute force that one emerges triumphant. Xiahao spoke with a serious tone, observing the bewildered expressions of Xing and Meng Shan. After another 10 minutes, thanks to the effects of the healing potion, everyone awakened at their swiftest. Xiahao began to recount the events that had transpired. Had it not been for his formidable Shen and Mo-Katan, it is likely that all would have fallen victim. Do you understand? No one should ever be underestimated, or else you may suffer dire consequences, Xiahao emphasized, noting the grim expressions of his companions. Understood, boss. We will ensure that such a situation never arises again, never again. The mist? It is a peculiar art that captivates the senses. If only it could be combined with explosives. D seemed to have an epiphany, murmuring to himself. The others remarked, "Damn, D has become increasingly bizarre. He nearly lost his life moments ago, and yet still desires to covet the mist's powers. The deeper we venture, the denser the mist becomes. Boss, it appears that the only option is to rely on the wind field we create to shield ourselves from the mist," Xing remarked. Glancing around at the blinding white expanse, his brow furrowed. The healing potion seems only to support our journey towards the shore, as the mist concentration diminishes closer to the coast, resulting in a reduced likelihood of fainting. However, entering the depths of the island, one glance at the impenetrable fog makes it evident that we would hardly manage to advance even 100 meters. Then, in that case, you all should return. Xing and I can proceed alone. After all, none can predict what may transpire in this misty realm. Having too many individuals will not yield significant benefits. Xiahao stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before speaking. His unique physique enables him to purify the mist's fainting properties, while Xing can create a special zone to facilitate his own breathing through his wind field. Even in the event of an unexpected battle, it would pose little issue. As for the others, they currently lack any means of self-defense. Just moments ago, Mei Na had utilized her shield fruit ability to create a protective barrier. Although it can fend off some of the mist's encroachment, its effectiveness is limited due to the nature of the devil fruit. It seems we have no other choice. You all should return to the Hao Yan, Xing declared proudly, particularly regarding Meng Shan. His excitement palpable as he relished the fact that he had triumphed over their previously evenly matched encounters. Bored, Meng Shan rolled his eyes dramatically and turned away, heading towards the Hao Yan, denying Xing the opportunity to continue boasting. Having spent considerable time together, Meng Shan knew all too well that engaging with Xing would lead to endless, fervent bragging. "TCH, you're just jealous. Enough, let us set forth," Xiahao said with a shrug, exasperated by the childlike bickering between the two. Here we come, boss." Upon hearing Xiaohao's call, Xing immediately transformed his demeanor, playfully trailing behind Xiahao as they headed towards the island's core. The Forbidden Nation surely harbors secrets unknown to the outside world. Xiahao walked briskly ahead, his acute sense of direction guiding him unwaveringly forward, without a hint of disorientation. After half an hour, Xiahao and Xing finally arrived at the island's core. Here, the thick mist dissipated, revealing a brilliantly illuminated area. Raising their eyes, they beheld a colossal, somewhat withered tree before them, its gnarled roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, casting a shadow over a 1-kilometer radius. Xiahao and Xing exchanged astonished glances at the massive tree, which seemed to require more than a dozen individuals to encircle. "It is enormous. This tree, I wonder how many years it took to grow to such a size," Xing marveled. "Indeed, it is quite substantial, yet its vitality appears to be waning, as if approaching its end. If no one intervenes, it may soon perish, completely withering away." Xiahao observed the magnificent tree with a professional eye, murmuring softly, "Is that true? Boss, will this tree die? How unfortunate, considering it has survived for so long." Xing's expression darkened slightly, his discontent apparent. "Well, there are ways to ensure its survival, though it may involve some complications." Xiahao furrowed his brow and spoke in a neutral tone. "Cough, can you truly revive the legacy tree, young friend?" At that moment, an ancient voice emerged from nearby. Turning towards the source, an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, was being supported by a tall, voluptuous doctor as he emerged slowly from the mist, his expression filled with excitement as he gazed at Xia Hao. "Oh, so there are indeed people living on this island?" Xing exclaimed in surprise. "Did you not just witness it with your own eyes?" Xia Hao's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he replied, "Young friend, please inform this old man whether this tree can indeed survive." The elder implored, observing the hushed conversation between the two. "It can be saved. I possess the means to heal it. However, what incentive do I have to do so? What can you offer in return?" Xia Hao smiled softly and continued, "A price? Haha, I have heard that those from the outside world are fond of glittering treasures. If you revive the legacy tree, everything shall belong to you. Deal." Xia Hao's figure flickered as he reached the roots of the legacy tree, gently placing his arm upon it. A verdant glow emanated, enveloping the entire tree as the energy coursed through Xia Hao's arm, rapidly merging with the great roots. An overwhelming surge of life flooded into the tree, and as Xia Hao infused it with vitality, the previously withered and yellowing branches began to regain their verdant hue, the scent of impending death dissipating in that instant. The once coiled branches swiftly unfurling. "It lives. Look, it has revived. It has truly come back to life. This is incredible. This is wonderful. The legacy tree represents hope for us all. If the legacy tree were to perish, it would be a devastating loss for me. Alas, this is a divine intervention sent to rescue us." I had nearly succumbed to despair, yet unexpectedly, the tree of inheritance has been restored. Ah. This time there can be no mistake. I shall undoubtedly pass the physician's assessment. How delightful. I can now extend my life a little longer. A cacophony of voices erupted around me as the previously desolate area became crowded with individuals, each adorned in the attire of a healer, leaving Xing astonished by the sheer number of people on this island. For a full half-hour, all the withered leaves of the tree of inheritance vanished, replaced by a lush canopy of vibrant green foliage. In mere minutes, the intertwining branches grew denser, their vitality causing them to thicken visibly. Yes, the healing is complete. Xia Hao clapped his hands and cast a confident smile towards the elder at the forefront. "Thank you, young friend. Thank you," the elder exclaimed, visibly exhilarated, then took a few tentative steps forward, extending his frail, bony hand to gently caress the tree of inheritance. To witness the tree in its prime during my lifetime, I have no regrets. Hurry. This is our best opportunity. Gather the essence of life." The elder suddenly turned to the dazed crowd nearby, his voice resonating powerfully across the area. The previously motionless individuals swiftly began to frantically retrieve their gathering tools, moving towards the tree of inheritance to collect the crystalline droplets falling from its leaves. "What is this?" Xia Hao furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at the elder in inquiry. Ha. This is the essence of life, vital to the vitality of everyone on our island. Thanks to your efforts in reviving the tree of inheritance, you have saved us all." The elder chuckled joyously, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he gazed at Xia Hao. "I am Mo Xian, the chieftain of this island. I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace. Should you ask, I will spare no effort to fulfill your request. Greetings. I am Xia Hao, a pirate who fortuitously passed through this maritime region and inadvertently landed from the coastline." Xia Hao began to recount his and Xing's experiences, causing Mo Xian to frown deeply. No wonder he is so formidable. He is indeed a pirate. Many years ago, Mo Xian encountered a band of pirates, each possessing monstrous and cataclysmic powers. However, he later heard that, for certain reasons, they were forced to disband and cease to be heard from. "Sir Mo Xian, what do you mean by saving the lives of all your people?" Xia Hao pondered for a moment before finally inquiring, for the essence of life could not possibly bear such a powerful name without reason. "I knew you would ask. This tale is lengthy. In fact, everyone on this island is both a patient and a healer. A century ago, a group of young individuals, gravely ill, embarked on a ship in search of the legendary tree of life that cures all ailments. Ultimately, they arrived at this island and discovered that the crystalline droplets from the tree of inheritance could heal diseases and significantly delay the onset of suffering, granting the dying patients a chance at life. Thus, they settled here. However, on a moonless night, this tree, which embodied the hopes of all, transformed into a harbinger of death, releasing a mist that rendered everyone unconscious, and most never awoke again, forever trapped in a slumber. Mo Xian began to shake his head, lamenting the historical events of the island's residents. Now, everyone on this island suffers from hereditary diseases, living as long as fate allows, relying daily on the crystalline droplets from the tree of inheritance for sustenance. However, 6 months ago, the tree unexpectedly faltered, a vast number of leaves withered, and even the roots began to rot. The yield of crystalline droplets plummeted from dozens of liters a day to half, dwindling further with each passing day. In an instant, everyone lost their luster, until today, when you, young friend Xia Hao, arrived. A tree that embodies both life and death is indeed intriguing. It seems every venture carries its risks, Xia Hao mused, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had initially sought a qualified ship's doctor, yet what he found were all short-lived souls. Moreover, leaving this island without the support of the tree's crystalline droplets left uncertainty as to how long anyone could endure. Alas, it is a pity that a lineage of healers spanning centuries has produced no one capable of sailing alongside him. Young friend, do you require a physician? Montak Xuan, who had remained silent until now, lifted his gaze to Xia Hao, then turned to his granddaughter, Kuli, who looked on with eager eyes. His expression suddenly firmed as he spoke. Indeed, although I have never been ill, a pirate crew is vast, and it is unlikely that none will fall ill. Thus, a competent ship's doctor is of utmost importance, especially during prolonged adventures, Xia Hao replied earnestly. In that case, let Kuli accompany you on your voyage. Huh? She is coming with us? Kuli protested, her chest heaving in indignation. I am Mo Xian's most exceptional student. No one among my peers can rival my medical skills. Are you dismissing me? I am not questioning your skills. Merely suggesting that without the crystalline droplets from the tree of inheritance, you might find it difficult to remain at sea for long, Xia Hao clarified. Fred not. Young friend Xia Hao, Kuli is a remarkable anomaly on this island. 3 years ago, she ventured to the coast and stumbled upon a bizarre fruit. What you call a devil fruit. Upon consumption, she gained the ability to control viruses, and her hereditary illness vanished due to the fruit's miraculous powers. Therefore, Kuli will not be affected. How fascinating. So, dear lady, would you care to join me on my ship for an adventure on the Grand Line? Xia Hao promptly extended an invitation. Well, considering my grandfather Mo Xian's favorable attitude towards you, I shall agree, Kuli declared, lifting her neck gracefully like a swan, her demeanor brimming with pride. Such a proud little girl. However, at long last, the Haotian pirate crew has acquired a qualified ship's doctor, Xia Hao remarked, shaking his head as he observed Kuli bobbing her head in excitement. A day later, Kuli finally completed her packing. As Xia Hao gazed at the towering stack of medical texts, he felt a mix of emotions. In that short span, Xia Hao learned from the elder Mo Xian of Ku Li's ambition to become the world's most skilled physician, traveling the globe to devise a special remedy for the hereditary diseases plaguing Mosalia Island. Young Xia Hao, you must take great care of Kuli, otherwise, I swear upon my life that I shall not spare you, Mo Xian said solemnly, gazing intently at Xia Hao. After all, Kuli, raised under his watchful eye, was like a granddaughter to him, never having faced any hardship. This journey could very well be years before they would meet again. Who knows what changes time may bring? Life is unpredictable, after all. Rest assured, Mr. Mo Xian, the entire Haotian pirate crew is a close-knit family, and we shall ensure that Kuli is never wronged. After all, she is our precious ship's doctor, Xia Hao replied earnestly, acknowledging the elder's heartfelt concern. Ibelievinho, Montak Suan Chakut, patting Xia Hao's broad shoulder. A genuine smile finally graced his face, as though he had truly found peace in letting go. After all, as children grow older, they inevitably develop their own thoughts. The world is vast, and venturing out to explore can be beneficial, perhaps even unraveling the long-standing knots in Kelly's heart. If one day the peculiar hereditary illness on the island can be alleviated, he will have the opportunity, a century later, to descend into the depths and share this good news with his old companions. Ashing, it's up to you. Awaiting Kelly's beaming arrival, Xiaohao turned his gaze towards Ashing and spoke in a calm tone. No, please. Kyukinoue, hurry up. Ashing, feeling exasperated by Xiaohao's unwavering gaze, sighed and rubbed his forehead in resignation. Ultimately, he submitted, and in a magnificent display, the Fengshan Yilong transformed into its fully beastly form. A colossal flying dinosaur with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters. The overwhelming presence of this apex predator sent shivers down the spines of all the residents of Mausolei AO, who gazed in awe at the sudden appearance of this gigantic creature. Is this the same young man from earlier? Elder Mo Xian stammered, pointing at Ashing with trembling fingers, speaking cautiously. Indeed, just like Kelly, he is a user of a devil fruit. However, Ashing has consumed the Zoan-type devil fruit that grants him the form of the Fengshan Yilong, which is more oriented towards combat, Xiaohao explained with a smile, observing the terrified crowd. I see. The outside world is truly wondrous, Elder Mo Xian remarked, astonished as he gazed at Ashing, then mustered the courage to reach out and touch Ashing's impressively muscular thigh. This young man is quite strong, reminiscent of my youth. Xiaohao, Ashing, Kelly. Hey, this old man is quite the character. Ahem, Mr. Mo Xian, farewell. Xiaohao pretended to cough twice, then patted Ashing's sturdy back. Instantly, a fierce storm erupted as Ashing soared skyward, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a coughing Elder Mo Xian, who watched the trio become a distant speck in the sky with a blend of amusement and sorrow. These little rascals have no respect for their elders. Elder Mo Xian chuckled, his laughter turning to tears as he sighed softly, watching the trio fade away. 10 minutes later, a massive shadow loomed over the sky above the Haotian ship, revealing the trio. Seeing the crowd eagerly waiting below, Ashing couldn't help but let out a resounding roar, while Xiaohao waved cheerily. With a whoosh, Ashing landed on the expansive deck of the Haotian ship, leaving the crew in astonishment at the unexpected addition. Captain, who is this? Tara inquired, gazing curiously at Kelly. This is our new crew member, Kelly, an exceptionally skilled doctor who will serve as our ship's physician. Additionally, Daidatai, if you wish to elevate your artistic bomb-making to new heights, you might seek Kelly's assistance. She possesses the powers of a paramecia-type virus fruit, which, while unable to create the unique mist found on the island, can generate other potent toxins. However, whether Kelly will cooperate depends on your sincerity. Xiaohao introduced Kelly to the crew, emphasizing their shared journey ahead. Hello, my name is Mena, the ship's cook, Mena said, eyeing Kelly with a mix of jealousy and admiration, wondering how such a young girl could be so well endowed. Hello, Sister Kelly. I am Tara, a combatant and part-time pet caretaker aboard this ship. Tara greeted with a cheerful smile. Greetings, I am Meng Shan. I am Daidatai, a man passionate about exploring explosive artistry. Recently, I have become enamored with new types of gas bombs. I look forward to working with you. Greetings, esteemed Kelly. My name is Datu, the ship's navigator. Greetings, Ged. I am a lookout, and my greatest passion is observing distant landscapes. One by one, everyone aboard the Haotian ship introduced themselves. Kelly, initially apprehensive, found her nerves settling amidst the warm reception, and she proceeded to provide a detailed account of her journey in the medical field. After 2.5 hours, as the sky began to darken, Mena announced, Everyone, to celebrate Kelly's joining us, I have decided that tonight's dinner will feature the splendid starlight fish set meal. Really? Hooray for Mena. Finally, we get to savor this delicacy again, Tara exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and nearly drooling at the thought. The last time he had tasted starlight fish was when he first joined the WoodRelease. Starlight fish, what a long-forgotten delicious name. I want to, Mena, Ashing declared, raising 2 fingers in enthusiasm. Hee, it is the finest of foods. I would call it the most formidable culinary delight in the realm of gastronomy. It is a magnificent artistic dish, Daidatai praised earnestly. Given your enthusiasm, I must indulge in to myself, Kelly chimed in, her eyes sparkling with delight as she observed the excitement of the others. "Ha ha, you must savor it well. This fish is a rare treasure, residing in the depths of special sea regions, and is quite challenging to catch," Xiaohao remarked, glancing wearily at the crew's fervent expressions. "It's just a fish. Why the obsession? It's rather frightening. By the way, Captain, where are we headed next?" "To the East Sea. I have something to attend to," Xiaohao replied, his gaze fixed on the direction of the East Sea, a serious expression on his face. "The East Sea? The weakest sea?" Terra exclaimed in surprise. Over time, having originated from Sky Island, he had come to understand the hierarchy of pirate powers along the Grand Line, with the East Sea often labeled as the weakest. Even the legendary pirate King Roger was referred to in such a manner. "The weakest sea?" Kelly echoed, puzzled. "Indeed, the so-called weakest sea. There are many rumors surrounding this label, but I believe it mainly stems from its position in the first half of the Grand Line, where pirates generally possess lower strengths, compounded by the presence of an exceedingly powerful naval officer who often returns home. Thus, there are hardly any large pirate crews. For even the former pirate King Roger would not engage in a feudal battle here." Xiaohao sighed as he explained to Kelly, who appeared bewildered. It's merely a label. What the weakest sea? It is the birthplace of the great pirate King Roger, who ushered in the age of piracy. One day, I too shall become a man of such world-shattering renown." A Xing huffed, disliking the notion of the East Sea being considered weak, as he held a deep pride in his origins. All right, for ordinary folk, the label of the weakest sea is embraced. It symbolizes peace. To the outside world, we pirates are seen as evil, and there is nothing wrong with being called the weakest sea. The opinions of outsiders matter little. What truly counts is our strength, which will silence all. Xiaohao spoke calmly, addressing a Xing's fervent demeanor. "I understand now, Captain. Now, everyone, let us proceed with our tasks. After dinner, we shall set sail for the East Sea." Xiaohao waved his hand, dispelling the heavy atmosphere, then picked up a fishing rod from the side and made his way to the bow of the Haotian ship, his means of passing the time during moments of boredom. "Wait, Captain, I want to join you. I have yet to catch a sea king. This time I will surely succeed," Terra exclaimed, excitedly trailing behind Xiaohao. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. The East Sea, once a tranquil expanse, now finds itself shrouded in ominous dark clouds. The oppressive atmosphere looms as the imposing silhouette of the Haotian approaches swiftly. "Master Xiaohao, we have arrived at the East Sea." A joyful exclamation jolts Xiaohao from his meditative state. In an instant, he materializes at the bow of the colossal vessel, gazing at the serene and undisturbed surface of the sea. A smile graces his lips, evoking a long-lost sense of nostalgia. At this moment, a Xing emerges from the cabin, hastily joining him at the bow, excitedly declaring, "Let us proceed. This is not my destination. Having savored the scenery, it is time to move on." "Understood, Master Xiaohao. Just watch. We will arrive without delay." The two nods vigorously before swiftly retreating to the helm of the Haotian, setting sail once more according to the new coordinates provided by Xiaohao. After an hour of sailing, a lookout calls out from the mast, "Master Xiaohao, 30 nautical miles ahead. We have spotted a pirate ship, and the captain seems to possess a peculiar large red nose." "Red nose? Are you certain?" Alarmed by his subordinate's words, Xiaohao hastens to the front of the Haotian, employing his telescope to peer into the distance. In a moment, he recognizes a familiar figure, a joyous smile breaking across his once impassive face. "Ayo, bring the ship closer." A mischievous impulse surges within him as he commands, and the Haotian, previously gliding steadily, accelerates towards the pirate crew. Simultaneously, aboard the ship of the Buggy pirates, Buggy, a former apprentice of Captain Roger, gazes enthusiastically at the treasure map in his hands, his latest masterpiece, snatched from a formidable pirate crew. "Treasure, here I come," he muses with satisfaction. "Captain Buggy, trouble is brewing. A pirate ship is charging towards us." Just as Buggy contemplates how to amass the impending treasures, an urgent voice calls from below. "A pirate ship? Do they not know my standing in the East Sea?" Buggy dismisses the warning with a scoff, unperturbed. But what? Kabaji and Machi, You two handle this nuisance. Buggy interrupts, waving his hand dismissively and silencing his subordinate. Humph, Captain Buggy, we'll be back in no time. Kabaji retorts. Never thought there would be someone unaware of the buggy pirates in these waters. Unforgivable. 3 minutes later, Kabaji, Machi, and the lion-like Ricky gaze at the enormous Haotian, which towers over them like a small mountain. Their expressions contorted in distress as they glance at their pirate crew with dismay. Curse it, why didn't you say anything sooner? Kabaji bellows. Captain Buggy, we must flee. This is no ordinary pirate crew. It's enormous, like an island. Machi rushes into Buggy's quarters, breathless. What? Are you joking? Such a pirate ship cannot exist. I refuse to believe it. Buggy glares at Machi, his face darkening, before angrily concealing the treasure map within his chest and striding onto the deck. Seizing the lookout's telescope, he peers through it himself. How terrifying. Ayo, everyone. Full speed retreat. Buggy commands without hesitation, instructing his crew to escape as swiftly as possible. Observing the buggy pirates abruptly changing course to flee, Xia Hao's smile broadens. As expected of you, Buggy, ever so nimble. However, after so many years apart, I cannot allow you to escape. Xia Hao watches the buggy ship ahead, his frame lowering slightly as he raises his hand, harnessing the magnetic force under his command. Gradually, he ascends, floating in midair before unleashing a burst of speed. A streak of light racing towards the buggy pirate's vessel. 3 seconds later, aboard the buggy pirate's ship, Xia Hao beams down at Buggy, exclaiming, Buggy, Sasi Buni Dana, Sasi Buni Dana. Buggy, hearing the familiar voice, looks up and immediately spots Xia Hao, his handsome visage merging with the memories he holds dear. However, is that truly a ship in the distance? Why does it resemble a small island? Xia Hao, how did you end up in the EC? Buggy inquires, excitement tinged with confusion. I had matters to attend to and thought I would check on you. It seems you have been doing quite well over the years. Xia Hao observes the ship's decorations and interior with a smile, utilizing his Kinbunchika haki. Buggy's strength appears commendable, significantly enhanced since their separation, though still slightly inferior to Xia Hao. Of course, you should know that in this region of the EC, I am the one in charge. Buggy boasts, puffing out his chest, clearly relishing his prosperous life these past years. Ha ha, it's evident, though your prowess seems to have plateaued, and those 2 subordinates of yours appear somewhat lacking. Xia Hao teases, unabashedly critiquing Buggy's crew. Cough, cough. You think everyone can be as monstrous as you? Their strength, under my tutelage, has become formidable in these waters. Buggy replies, his expression a mix of exasperation and resignation, reflecting on Xia Hao's recent exploits in the New World. Thinking back to their days in the RogerPirates, he recalls that among the 3 apprentices, Xia Hao has garnered the most attention and boasts the highest bounty, while Shank seems to have faded into the background. With no significant incidents recently. You speak the truth. I am indeed powerful, ha ha ha. Xia Hao jovially agrees with Buggy's assessment, determined to carve a path of invincibility as the strongest man. Boss, you're moving too fast. You don't wait for us. A Xing's voice rings out just then, as the colossal Haotian casts a massive shadow over the buggy pirate ship, making the 2 vessels appear as contrasting generations. Ha! It's only natural to be a bit excited upon reuniting with old friends. Xia Hao gestures amiably. That ship is truly immense, Xia Hao. It's terrifying. Buggy marvels at the imposing vessel before him, his mind momentarily dazed. Shall we go for a tour? Absolutely. Show me around. Buggy exclaims, his delight evident as he suddenly separates, his upper body soaring towards the Haotian. What is this? A Xing gasps, eyes wide in astonishment at the dismembered Buggy, recognizing that he is indeed a formidable ally of their captain. Ah, Captain Buggy has lost his lower half again. Kabaji sighs, shrugging as he watches Buggy's upper body land on the Haotian, before leaping aboard, only to be awestruck by the lavish spectacle before him. Is this truly a pirate ship, or a luxury cruise vessel? Meanwhile, Machi, who had just leaped aboard, stands agape, as if he could fit a basketball in his mouth. Welcome, esteemed members of the Buggy Pirates, to our humble abode. Xia Hao walked at the forefront, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Mena, I must trouble you once again today. Please prepare a grand feast on the ship. When friends gather, a banquet is essential. Ha ha. Maina, the captain, looked at the hundreds of pirates before her and shrugged helplessly. Thankfully, the kitchen was bustling with helpers, allowing her to focus primarily on the core members' meals. Otherwise, she would surely be exhausted by the incessant celebrations. The treasures amassed by the Haotian pirate crew, aside from the majority that Xia Hao kept for himself, were largely spent on feasting. Hey, you've worked hard. A banquet, you say? The last one was during the captain's farewell. How swiftly time has flown. It's been 4 or 5 years. Buggy, reminiscing about the spirited Xia Hao, spoke softly. Indeed, time passes quickly. We each pursued our dreams aboard our respective pirate ships. Xia Hao nodded in agreement with Buggy's sentiment. Let us keep our spirits high, Buggy. Stay well on the Grand Line. Perhaps the future will bring you surprises beyond your wildest dreams, Xia Hao said, a faint smile tugging at his lips, his tone casual. Surprises? Have you obtained Captain John's treasure map? Buggy pondered for a moment, his once dim eyes suddenly igniting with an unprecedented brilliance as he looked at Xia Hao with excitement. Not quite. Xia Hao shrugged, chuckling. Only you could think of a treasure map in this context. Perhaps you might stumble upon it in some corner of the future. Xia Hao patted Buggy's shoulder. However, the treasure map is most likely in the New World. Are you really not planning to return there? It's not yet time. You know my strength is still lacking. Just a glimpse at the monsters of the New World like Whitebeard. There was a time I boasted about dyeing his beard red. I fear facing him in the New World would lead to a beating, Buggy replied, his tone somewhat somber. Although Xia Hao's guidance and training had significantly developed his abilities, he still felt inadequate for the New World. Buggy never engaged in battles without confidence. Not yet time? I seem to have hit a bottleneck. Once I break through, I believe I can leap to the forefront of combat strength. And then, naturally, I will head to the New World. Buggy spoke earnestly, extending his hand, causing the previously calm space to crackle with a glass-like shattering sound. Yet Xia Hao could sense that the power was not formidable if directed at him. He could easily withstand it with mere physical strength, not even needing hockey. Haha. Well then, I wish you luck. But Buggy, if you remain in the East Blue, in one day, a certain someone wearing a straw hat appears in your territory. Remember to... Really? Xia Hao. Ha. Rest assured I will. But have you developed observation hockey to the extent of predicting the future? What a freak you are. Buggy, shocked by Xia Hao's words, realized that he was falling behind. Predicting the future? Even Captain Roger seemed unable to do that. Unbeknownst to Xia Hao, Buggy had already elevated him to the status of the world's strongest. Come on, Buggy. Let me treat you to some delicacies I've salvaged from the deep sea. These are treasures that most cannot taste. Xia Hao, oblivious to Buggy's inflated perceptions, led him toward the table, drawn by the smoke and fragrant aromas wafting from the kitchen. Really? I must savor it. By the way, you really know how to indulge. I could use a chef on my ship. I'll definitely hire one tomorrow. Buggy inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma, though he remained unaware of the implications behind his words. Xia Hao shook his head. Knowing Buggy, it was likely that a restaurant on a nearby island would face misfortune the following day. An hour later, nearly 100 pirates on the expansive deck of the Haotian were joyfully feasting, the pirate song Bink Sake resonating across the sea. In the distance, several passenger ships, spotting the vivid pirate flag, hastily retreated, spreading the news that resulted in no ships venturing out for over 10 days. However, neither the Haotian pirate crew nor Buggy's crew were aware of this development, nor did they seek to understand it, for even if they did, Xia Hao would not care. The banquet continued for a full day and night, with Xia Hao and Buggy reminiscing about their time as interns in the Roger Pirate crew, sharing laughter and moments of silence. The name Shanks frequently surfaced in their conversation, indicating that Buggy had always held him in high regard. Let us strive together, Buggy, for our dreams. Xia Hao raised his cup, clinking it fiercely against Buggy's, the crimson wine sparkling in the sunlight, resembling a beautiful painting. At that moment, both Xia Hao and Buggy wore genuine smiles, celebrating a long-awaited reunion with an old friend and cherishing the memories of their time in the Roger Pirate crew. For our dreams, cheers. Buggy glanced at his cup and downed it in one gulp. If you venture to the New World, You will surely pass through Sabati Archipelago. Be sure to visit Mr. Rayleigh. He is now a renowned coding master on the island. Xiaohao recalled Rayleigh's figure, recounting the bizarre incidents involving the world-famous Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, such as when he sold himself. Ha! That's Mr. Rayleigh for you. He truly can pull off such peculiar antics. It brings back fond memories. Buggy laughed heartily, seemingly recalling amusing moments. A day later, standing aboard the Hao Yin, Xiaohao smiled down at Buggy aboard his ship, raising his right hand vigorously. Buggy, see you in the New World. Yes, see you in the New World, Xiaohao. As he watched the Hao Yin sail further away, Buggy sighed deeply, his demeanor returning to normal as he turned to Kabaji and Moshi, speaking earnestly. From today onward, everyone must intensify their training and strive to become stronger. I shall make a grand entrance into the New World. The New World? I've longed to go. Rest assured. Captain Buggy, I will do my utmost. I once dreamed of becoming a great swordsman. Kabaji tossed aside his unicycle, his eyes blazing as he gazed at his sword, speaking with utmost seriousness. Me too, Captain Buggy. I will become a stronger beastmaster. I'll definitely catch a couple of sea kings to pull your ship. Moshi patted his chest, assuring him, Yaha, with you two as my hidden talents, I am so pleased. Just wait. New World, Buggy shall return. Buggy excitedly waved his pirate flag, looking down at his eager crew, calling out fervently, Hooray! Long live Captain Buggy! Let us break into the New World and show those great pirates that Captain Buggy is the strongest. As soon as Buggy finished speaking, the pirates below erupted into fervent cheers, their voices rising in excitement. Unaware that Captain Buggy not only knew the influential figures of the New World, but was also friends with them. Due to the quiet nature of their conversations, the members of the Buggy pirate crew were oblivious to Buggy and Xiaohao's shared history as interns in the Roger pirate crew, believing instead that Buggy had made friends during his travels. Nevertheless, this was enough to send the entire Buggy pirate crew into a frenzy of jubilation. Due to the formidable reputation of the Haotian pirate crew, on the deck of the Haotian ship, Xiaohao reclined on a lounge chair, eyes closed, savoring the gentle caress of the sea breeze on his face, his mood exceedingly cheerful. Unbeknownst to him, he sensed that he was absorbing the natural energy from the air at an accelerated pace. Accelerate, accelerate. We must reach Donghai Liming Island's windmill village before dusk. Within the cockpit, a Xing was idly directing the helmsman, as the monotony of prolonged sailing had become unbearable. This speed is already quite swift, a Xing, but if we wish to enhance it further, we require Master Xiaohao to personally unlock the permissions. Otherwise, I am truly powerless. The helmsman shrugged helplessly, glancing at a Xing. There's no need for that. This speed suffices, a Xing remarked, casting a glance at the napping Xiaohao, an inexplicable shiver running down his spine. Should he awaken the slumbering Xiaohao? A Xing had attempted this once before, and that memory haunted him. For even in slumber, Xiaohao could unleash devastating attacks. And without his control, the power was utterly unpredictable, nearly leading to a Xing's demise at the hands of the poison dragon annihilation spell. Each recollection filled him with dread. In a Xing's mind, Xiaohao was an unfathomably powerful man. As time trickled by, the Haotian ship at breakneck speed finally arrived near Liming Island. After a brief inquiry, they set their course for Windmill Village. 3 hours later, at the coastal edge of Liming Island, the Haotian ship glided leisurely toward the shore, powerful waves continuously crashing against the coastline. Xiaohao gazed at the quaint village before him, a smile spreading across his face as he prepared to step into Windmill Village. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the sea, as a massive creature resembling an oversized loach emerged before him. With its gaping maw, it lunged toward Xiaohao, but just as its foul breath was about to reach him, a sharp wooden spear pierced its body, blood dripping into the ocean, staining the waters crimson. Let's have a feast. Tonight's dinner will be roasted nearshore king, Xiaohao declared, surveying the now lifeless nearshore king. He conjured wooden skewers from his powers and expertly prepared the creature for cooking, tossing it onto the deck where it lay in wait for Mayna's culinary expertise. Yay, I absolutely adore barbecues, Tara exclaimed, bouncing with joy upon hearing Xiaohao's words. Since arriving in the Grand Line, Tara had been completely captivated by the local cuisine, far surpassing the monotonous flavors of Sky Island. Nearshore King? What an odd title, considering this week's sea beast. A Shing murmured, observing Xiaohao's bustling activity, confusion etched on his face. In a Shing's understanding, anything referred to as a king must possess extraordinary strength, much like the Pirate King. Yet the creature before him was laughably weak, easily dispatched in one blow. Ha ha ha. Don't take it to heart. A Shing trust your judgment. As for that title, it's merely a jest, Xiaohao responded with a smile, having overheard a Shing's incredulity. The Nearshore King is just a playful moniker. In the future, it will be the one to bite off a limb of the red-haired Shanks, marking the beginning of the stakes in the new world. Oh, I see. You startled me there. I thought my judgment was flawed. A Shing chuckled, turning his attention back to the Nearshore King, eagerly awaiting the meal. Why don't you all dock along the shore? I will explore the island alone and return before dinner. Xiaohao instructed the members of the Haotian pirate crew. With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing on the streets of Windmill Village, where the bustling market was alive with the sounds of vendors. Curious about the location of Galbo Mountain, Xiaohao needed to ask the locals for directions. After all, he only possessed a general sense of its whereabouts from memory. Galbo Mountain? What do you want to go there for? There are terrifying mountain bandits who eat people and spit out bones. Young man, are you courting death? A ramen shop owner warned, his expression changing upon hearing Xiaohao's inquiry. Just curious. Could you point me in the right direction? Well, let's take a look from the outside, Xiaohao replied with a resigned smile. Young people these days never heed advice. Just keep walking straight after a kilometer, turn right for 500 meters, then continue forward for 3 kilometers, the ramen shop owner instructed, causing Xiaohao's head to spin with the convoluted directions. Climbing a mountain shouldn't be this complicated. Did you understand? Perhaps you could provide a rough direction instead, just a straight line. Just keep heading toward that mountain in the right front direction, and you will reach it. Is it really that simple? You should have said so earlier, Xiaohao thought, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He then set off toward Galbo Mountain, but after walking only a few dozen meters, he heard the ramen uncle mumble quietly. This kid, so young yet so dim-witted, is it not just 56 sharp turns and 49 gentle bends? How can he not understand such a clear route? Thank you for your detailed directions. Meanwhile, in a kingdom somewhere in the Grand Line, a treacherous conspiracy was unfolding. A group of reckless pirates brazenly attacked the capital city, imprisoning all the soldiers and threatening the king with their lives to demand the throne. Since the onset of the Great Pirate Era, these pirates, brimming with ambition, had flocked to the Grand Line, pursuing the wealth, fame, and power left behind by the pirate King Roger before his death. However, they faced a harsh reality as the monstrous beings of the New World instilled despair within them. After witnessing Whitebeard Newgate shatter a pirate ship with a single punch, triggering a catastrophic tsunami that swept across dozens of kilometers, they realized that the title of Pirate King was far removed from their grasp. Tangible wealth seemed more attainable. Thus, they set their sights on a small kingdom within the Grand Line, plotting and biding their time for 2.5 years, finally finding an opportunity to strike. The entire pirate crew sprang into action, using deceit to capture 500 soldiers of the kingdom, thereby threatening the king. Everything progressed smoothly until the king's resolve began to falter, contemplating capitulation. Suddenly, a shadow darted in from afar, a breeze rustling as one pirate felt a cold chill at his neck, followed by a spray of blood that erupted several meters away as he collapsed. Unwilling to accept his fate, iron block steel, a youthful voice rang out amidst the chaos as a brash pirate fell, blood gushing forth, transforming the ground into a crimson sea, glistening wickedly under the sun. Who goes there? The captain of the scheming pirate crew bellowed, halting the carnage. Emerging from the shadows was a young boy, his expression cold and unyielding, gazing at the pirate captain with an aura of terror akin to an abyss. All the pirates trembled, paralyzed by the boy's overwhelming killing intent, resembling that of a demon. Humph. You must be the support sent by that old king from the world government. Leave at once. I have 500 soldiers in my grasp. Otherwise, these individuals are destined to perish. and the world government certainly does not wish for the news of soldiers being slain to reach the entire world. Does it? Ha ha ha. The captain of the pirate crew brazenly threatened, but in the next moment, he witnessed an unimaginable scene. Uft, uft. You scoundrel. As a member of the world government, you dare to kill the soldiers of the kingdom. Insane. This fellow is a veritable killing machine. Captain, what shall we do? All the pirates gazed at the white-clad youth, who was rampantly slaughtering, their bodies trembling in shock and their eyes wide in disbelief. A member of the world government killing soldiers of the kingdom? Can you believe it? The king suffers. And this group of useless wretches has failed to take their own lives, instead becoming a burden. Such uselessness must be eliminated. The white-clad youth was none other than Rob Lucci, the most formidable intern of CP9 under the world government. Now it is your turn. Rob Lucci smirked, observing the pirates before him, who had lost most of their fighting spirit. His figure flickered and appeared amidst the crowd, delivering a lethal strike with his finger gun, killing one. 3 hours later, before the palace of the kingdom's capital, rivers of blood flowed. Both pirates and soldiers of the kingdom lay slaughtered. Thus, the pirate coup d'etat was quelled. As for the significant event caused by Rob Lucci in the Grand Line, Xia Hao, who was climbing a mountain, remained blissfully unaware and, even if informed, would not care. After all, a genius cannot compare to a mere cheat. I sense two weak yet tenacious auras. Suddenly, Xia Hao halted his steps, directing his gaze towards the mountaintop, where his kin Bunchikahaki detected two feeble auras clashing. It appeared they were engaged in a sparring match. Swift as the wind, Xia Hao said softly, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the summit. In an instant, he reappeared atop a lush tree, concealing his presence while observing the two young lads below, who were exchanging blows. Ace and Sabo, both of whom would one day be renowned representatives of youth across the globe. Ha ha, Ace, receive my technique. Monkey steals the peach. Sabo suddenly burst into laughter, his delicate hand executing a seemingly treacherous move. Ace, you rascal, employing such underhanded tactics. The unexpected attack startled Ace, who jumped aside in sheer terror. You bastard, Sabo. Take this. Invincible fire wheel. Ace swiftly spun the pipe in his hand, creating a whirling vortex that echoed through the surrounding space, appearing immensely powerful as it hurtled towards Sabo. Impressive. Ace has secretly devised such a formidable technique behind my back. Sabo's expression turned grave as he prepared to counter Ace's assault, gripping his pipe tightly, determined to retaliate fiercely and refuse to be a passive target. Dragon emerges from the hole. Boom! The clash of their attacks produced a powerful shockwave, causing the metal pipe to emit sparks. Under the force of their collision, both were hurled backward by the residual energy. 10 seconds later, Ace stood panting heavily, while Sabo lay unabashedly on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Unbelievable! Ace, you've defeated me once more, Sabo exclaimed, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. I won again, how delightful. Ha ha ha. Observing Sabo's vexed demeanor, Ace chuckled heartily, as their battles often resulted in Ace's victories. TCH, next time I'll definitely devise an even more powerful technique to defeat you. Sabo retorted defiantly. I await your challenge, Sabo, but victory shall belong to me in the end. Sooner or later, I will surpass that man and become the strongest in the world, Ace proclaimed, his gaze unwavering against the breeze. The strongest in the world? Ha ha ha, young lad, how audacious. Observing Ace's prideful expression, Xia Hao finally spoke up, mocking him. Who? The sudden voice thrust Ace and Sabo into a combat stance. It must be said, both possessed an innate combat instinct. How could one aspire to be the strongest in the world without even knowing when I arrived? To even think of surpassing that man. Ace, you truly are bold. Who are you? How do you know my name? Ace inquired warily, scrutinizing Xia Hao's unfamiliar face, his mind racing with conjectures, wondering if this person was an enemy of his father. Is it not quite normal to know your name? After all, I saw you the moment you were born, on a small island in the South Blue, your mother's homeland. In fact, I am the one who ensured your safe arrival into this world, Xia Hao said, rolling his eyes at Ace's hostile demeanor. I don't believe you. Although Ace felt a flicker of belief, he still retorted. Do you not believe me? Very well. Let me recount my past and our connection, Xiahao replied nonchalantly, plopping down onto the ground and beginning to narrate his story. Ace, why not listen to what he has to say? Sabo suggested, eager to learn more about Ace, whom he regarded as a friend. Although he had been stunned for an entire day and night upon discovering Ace was the son of Pirate King Roger, who wouldn't enjoy a free story. Well then, let me begin recounting my tale. Xiahao smiled at Ace, his calm voice resonating through the forest, starting with the moment he was rescued by Roger. Time passed unnoticed, and before long, 3 hours had elapsed, darkness enveloping the sky. Ace, who had initially been indifferent, now found himself utterly astounded, struggling to believe the narrative Xiahao wove, an account he had never contemplated or dared to imagine. Is it true? Ace asked, his gaze fixed on Xiaohao's earnest and serious expression, his tone faltering. Indeed, however, Old Man Garp's intention in making you a Marine was for your own good. Because aside from the two of us, no, now 3, there is no 4th person in the world who knows you are Roger's child. Thus, becoming a Marine serves as a form of protection. In time, once you become a new Marine hero, even if the world government discovers the truth, they will not act rashly. You old coot, really? Ace's eyes involuntarily welled with tears as he absorbed Xiaohao's conjectures. After 3 hours of Xiaohao's memoir, Ace gradually began to believe his words. Therefore, being a Marine could be quite advantageous. No, even if I misunderstood my scoundrel of father, I still wish to become a pirate. I want to witness the scenery he saw in the New World and discover the ultimate treasure that drives this world to madness. Ace sniffed, resolutely rejecting the notion. Being a pirate is a perilous path. One misstep could cost you your life. Xiahao shook his head, realizing that many things are indeed fated. I fear not death, Ace retorted, turning his head away defiantly. In that case, during my time on Dawn Island, I shall teach you combat techniques. Observing Ace's firm resolve to become a pirate, Xiahao responded earnestly, having already devised a training plan for either path. Really? Ace exclaimed with excitement. Yes, absolutely. You both can come at me together. Let me witness your prowess. Xiahao beckoned with a smile. You better be careful. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, their camaraderie evident as they began to encircle Xiahao from both sides, the pipes in their hands spinning once more. This time against a single opponent. Swish, swish, bang, bang. 3 seconds later, Ace and Sabo were writhing on the ground, clutching their heads in agony, tears uncontrollably streaming from their eyes. Ouch, it hurts so much. Why are your punches so painful, just like that old geezer? Ace screamed in despair. Ha ha, these are love-filled punches, little ones. Xiahao laughed heartily. Watching the 2 youngsters roll around in pain brought back memories of his days in the RogerPirates, where there was a fellow who aspired to be the strongest and challenged Captain Roger daily, only to be thoroughly defeated each time. That fellow was probably honing his skills madly in the depths of Impel Down now, the descendant of the devil, Douglas Bullet. 10 minutes later, Ace and Sabo, sporting large bumps on their heads, looked at Xiahao with resentment, nearly giving him goosebumps. Cough, what kind of eyes are those? This is merely to test your true abilities. Xiahao coughed, slightly sheepish. I think you did that on purpose. Sabo scoffed, rolling his eyes at Xiahao, clearly unconvinced by his words. After all, he and Ace were already 5 years old, not mere toddlers. No, it was just preschool education. Now that the test is over, let's officially begin our training. I will teach you a martial art derived from the Navy's powerful techniques, known as the 6 styles of the Navy, which consists of 6 techniques: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger pistol. Xiahao smirked and then shifted the topic to combat. Both Ace and Sabo had an innate passion for fighting. All right, Ace and Sabo, seeing Xiaohao's serious demeanor, sat cross-legged, attentively watching him with wide eyes, clenching their fists and memorizing every word. Let's start with shave, a technique that enhances speed. By rapidly stomping on the ground with both feet, you create explosive reactive force for high-speed movement. As Xiahao spoke, his figure swiftly vanished from Ace and Sabo's sight, moving so quickly that it seemed he had disappeared. Wow, did he just vanish? Ace and Sabo gasped, eyes wide with shock, rubbing their eyes to confirm they were not imagining things. Yet when they opened their eyes again, he was truly gone from view. "Brother Hao, I want to learn that. Teach me," Sabo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his face flushed. "Want to learn? Of course. I will teach you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you," Xiao Hao replied with a smile. "Ace, what about you? If you don't learn, you will have no chance against Sabo in future sparring." "I want to learn too. Xiao Hao, please teach me." Ace glanced at Xiao Hao and Sabo, unable to resist the temptation, even though he was only 5 years old. "I can teach you, but you must call me Brother Hao first," Xiao Hao said with a playful grin. "Brother Hao," Ace said softly. "Ha, good." Xiao Hao laughed joyfully, patting Ace's head, which prompted a cute protest from him. "Now, let the training begin." With that, Xiao Hao's figure disappeared once more, and he lunged towards the two boys, the powerful thrust causing the surrounding air to whoosh. Smack! Smack! The two boys, wide-eyed and astonished, were sent flying by Xiao Hao's strikes, crashing heavily against a nearby tree, with the immense impact causing them to cough uncontrollably. "Brother Hao, what was that for?" Sabo asked, bewildered. "Skill teaching," Xiao Hao replied. "Cough, Brother Hao, are you sure? Can we really learn that?" Sabo, though inexperienced in teaching others, was greatly impressed by Xiao Hao's method. "Of course, I believe you both have great talent," Xiao Hao said with a slight smile, his tone serious. "Don't lose focus. Truly feel the essence of shave. Whoever learns it first will be rewarded with a feast, guaranteed to be a delicacy like you have never tasted. And you'll get to learn the next skill ahead of time." His enticing offer drew Ace and Sabo's attention. Their determination instantly solidified as they focused intently on him. Now that is more like it. Let us continue training." After 2.5 hours, night had completely fallen. Yet Ace and Sabo had still not grasped the essence of the technique, only vaguely sensing something, but unable to break through. "All right, let's take a break. Mastering the 6 styles of the Navy is not something that can be accomplished in a day. Come, I'll take you for a feast." Xiao Hao observed the two still diligently practicing, then grabbed the napes of their necks and lowered his body slightly. With a loud crash, the ground shattered, creating a deep pit of over 10 meters, with cracks spreading out like a spider web for nearly 100 meters. Xiao Hao then propelled the two boys forward, soaring towards the direction of the Hao Tian ship, their faces contorted with astonishment as they struggled to keep their eyes open against the rushing wind, both exhilarated and amazed. Sabo thought to himself, "If only I could become this strong one day." As for Ace, he clenched his small fists, determinedly gazing at Xiao Hao's striking visage, silently vowing to one day catch up and surpass him, becoming a renowned pirate across the seas. As Xiao Hao hurried along, he was oblivious to their thoughts, his gaze fixed on the vast ocean ahead, where the Hao Tian ship was rapidly enlarging in his sight. With a solid landing, Xiao Hao touched down on the deck of the Hao Tian ship, while Ace and Sabo, feeling dizzy, staggered toward the trash bin, unable to contain their nausea any longer. "You two are so weak, getting dizzy from this little speed. It seems we need to enhance your training," Xiao Hao teased, looking at the two collapsed on the ground. "What a devil." Upon hearing Xiao Hao's voice, Ace and Sabo rolled their eyes, mentally complaining. "Boss, what is this?" A Xing inquired, glancing at the two little ones Xiao Hao had brought. "Oh, these two should be considered my new semi-apprentices," Xiao Hao contemplated, stroking his chin before speaking nonchalantly. "Semi-apprentices?" A Xing scratched his head in confusion, but he knew the boss had his reasons, and it was not for him to question. "Wake up, or the feast will be gone." Xiao Hao approached Ace and Sabo, patting their little heads. "A feast? It smells so good. Wow, Sabo, I'm going first." Upon hearing of the delicious food, Ace and Sabo, who initially planned to take a break, suddenly opened their eyes wide, inhaling the delightful aroma before sprinting towards the dining table. The scene left a Xing and the others dumbfounded. The power of food lovers was indeed unbeatable. So delicious, so delicious. At the dining table, Ace and Sabo could no longer resist, patting their flat bellies as they voraciously devoured the enticing dishes, their mouths full of food, making indistinct sounds. "Ah, so delicious. When I set sail, I must find a chef like Sister Mina, who can make all kinds of delicacies," Sabo exclaimed, biting into a large chicken leg with satisfaction. With a hearty laugh, Sabo expressed his agreement, stating that the essence of being a pirate lies in the joy it brings, with delectable cuisine being an indispensable part of the experience. Mina, the chef he had painstakingly invited, was a testament to this. Xiaohao beamed with pride as he spoke. Ace, seated nearby, remained silent, yet his slowed, eating pace betrayed his eagerness to listen in. Half an hour later, Ace and Sabo reclined contentedly on their loungers, patting their bellies in sheer delight. This was undoubtedly the finest meal they had ever enjoyed, even for Sabo, who hailed from a noble background. For over 10 consecutive days. After each training session, the duo would flock to the Hoshinheo to indulge in food and drink. Initially guided by Xiaohao, they had progressed to racing each other, and under the rigors of training, they had begun to grasp the subtleties of the moonwalk technique. With another month of practice, both Ace and Sabo felt confident in mastering this skill. At Galbo Mountain, Ace and Sabo engaged in their usual sparring. As their training advanced, their speed had improved remarkably, with the rudimentary form of the Navy's Six Powers technique, shave, taking shape. Their diminutive figures flickered through the woods, punctuated by the sound of their clashes reverberating around them. As their battle grew more intense, they fought their way from one side of the mountain to the other. Unbeknownst to them, danger was quietly approaching. A pirate ship, coincidentally passing by, anchored at the shore, and a throng of 30 to 40 fierce-looking men descended from the vessel. Leading them was Captain WoodRelease, whose rugged, scout de visage beau à malicieux grand. Men, rest up quickly. We set sail at night to plunder this island of all its culinary delights and treasures. WoodRelease declared ominously. Long live Captain. The pirates cheered. We can't wait to seize everything on the island. Their brazen chatter indicated that this was not their first raid. Their practice coordination was seamless. However, as the pirates awaited the cover of darkness, the innocent cries of children drew their attention. WoodRelease's cold, emotionless gaze shifted towards the source of the sound, revealing Ace and Sabo tumbling down the hillside, heading straight for the pirate crew. With a thunderous crash, Ace and Sabo halted, their dark eyes surveying the menacing group of pirates before them. Cough, cough, Ace, it seems we stumbled into trouble, Sabo whispered, glancing at Ace. Who would have thought pirates would lurk in such a place? Ace gripped the pipe in his hand tightly, his expression tense, overwhelmed by the sheer number of adversaries. What should we do? Sabo inquired. Let us give it our all. It's the perfect opportunity to test our newly learned techniques, Ace steadied himself, his eyes glinting with determination as he prepared for battle. I'll stand by you, Sabo declared, shaking his head. Though apprehensive, he refused to let Ace face the danger alone, stepping forward with resolve in his gaze. Where do these brats come from? Are they asking for trouble? Get lost. A pirate sneered. They must be the island's primitive residents. Let us capture them and sell them for a profit. That's a splendid idea. Little brats, don't resist. This will be over soon. The pirates grinned cruelly as a burly man approached Ace, seemingly intent on teaching him a lesson. Just as the giant hand was about to seize Ace, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the brute. The pipe in his hand spun rapidly, then struck the pirate's head with a force that echoed through the air. A resounding "ding" rang out as the once formidable pirate collapsed, eyes blank and lifeless. Pathetic, too weak, Ace remarked, licking his lips, savoring the thrill of victory. Curse that little brat. Everyone, seize him. We'll teach him a lesson. Captain WoodRelease seethed, anger boiling over as he signaled his crew to attack. Seeing the horde of adversaries advance, Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, intent on retreating to the mountain, for Xiaohao was their anchor. Think you can escape that easily? A pirate exclaimed, raising his weapon to fire at the retreating duo. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of dread swept through the area, akin to the scent of death itself. The pirate, poised to shoot, suddenly collapsed, lifeless. One by one, the fearsome pirates fell under the oppressive weight of the conqueror's haki, leaving only Captain WoodRelease, who stared in horror at the figure approaching. My apprentice needs no education from scum like you, Xiaohao declared coldly, materializing before WoodRelease. With a swift motion, Xiaohao delivered a powerful kick to WoodRelease, sending him crashing like a cannonball. 2 hours later, aboard the Hoshinheo, Xiaohao convened a brief meeting. The following day, under the leadership of a Xing, the crew initiated a large-scale sweep, instilling terror among all pirate crews within hundreds of kilometers. The Hoshin-Heyo, leveraging its formidable strength, executed a thorough cleansing of the waters surrounding Dawn Island, with numerous pirate crews either perishing or fleeing. For an entire week, all pirates within a 300-mile radius fled in fear, marking the area as forbidden territory they dared not revisit. They recognized that this sea was overshadowed by a fearsome pirate crew returning from the New World, whose monstrous strength was beyond that of ordinary pirates. Furthermore, the island was governed by a powerful officer who frequently returned home. Although indifferent to the children, one could never be too cautious. Should he ever feel displeased and lead the Navy in a large-scale assault, all pirate crews would face dire consequences. Such strength, Mengshan. You destroyed a pirate ship with a single punch, and you even have 8-pack abs. Let me touch them. Sabo exclaimed with delight as he approached the impressively muscular Mengshan aboard the Hoshin-Heyo. Hey, with diligent training, you can achieve it too, Sabo. Mengshan chuckled warmly, lightly ruffling Sabo's hair. I will work hard, even harder, Sabo declared, shaking his tiny fist with unwavering determination. During this time, with the Xing and the others, his combat prowess had soared, and he and Ace had gradually mastered the shave technique from the Navy's 6 powers. They were now preparing to learn new skills, pondering whether this was the true power of pirates in a new world. Every individual possesses a strength as fearsome as that of a monstrous creature, particularly the enigmatic Xia Hao. Once a member of the notorious Old Bastard's crew, he now commands a legion of monsters. Just how terrifying must he be? Sitting upon the deck, Ace's gaze flitted back and forth among the members of the Haotian pirates. The recent voyage had unveiled to him the brutality and terror inherent in the pirate world. The reality that Ace found difficult to accept, yet was compelled to acknowledge, was that he, with his currently frail physique, could not conquer even a single pirate with a considerable bounty. The only method available for Ace to rapidly enhance his own prowess was to diligently learn from Xia Hao and fortify himself. Xiao, brother Hao, I yearn to grow stronger. Please, teach me. Though his request may seem somewhat greedy, Ace was eager to acquire abilities beyond the 6 styles of the Navy. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage to approach Xia Hao, speaking with unwavering sincerity. Very well, but there is one condition. You must master all 6 styles of the Navy within a month. Otherwise, I shall not instruct you, Xia Hao replied, observing the earnest expression on Ace's youthful face. I shall succeed, Ace declared, his fists clenched tightly, radiating determination. Ha ha ha, I await your success. Complete it within a month, and I will teach you how to wield the power that leads to the pinnacle of the world. Xia Hao encouraged, his voice booming with enthusiasm. I want to learn too. I want to learn too, Sabo exclaimed, scampering over with his short legs, exuberantly shouting. A month later, Xia Hao beamed with satisfaction as he watched the 2 small figures darting about the forest. Truly, they were the bloodline of a captain, possessing an extraordinary capacity for learning. It took only a month for them to fully grasp the Navy's 6 styles. If Carp were to discover such talent aspiring to become a pirate, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Ha! Shave! Finger pistol! Iron block! Ace and Sabo shouted in unison, their hardened fingers striking each other's abdomens, producing a resounding clash. The powerful impact forced both to stagger back 3 or 4 steps, leaving the outcome of their contest undetermined. Sabo, I have triumphed. You retreated a full 3.5 meters, while I only stepped back 3.3 meters. This marks our 365th match. With the final score standing at 185 to 180, Ace proclaimed, measuring the distance with a serious expression before breaking into a joyful smile. TCH, it was merely luck, Sabo retorted, his pride stung as he turned his head away defiantly. Luck? That is pure skill. It was luck. Skill. Luck. Skill. The two, initially exuding the aura of formidable warriors, devolved into bickering children, shoving one another and playfully pinching each other's faces. Their camaraderie resulting in a delightful tussle that soon left them both covered in dirt. Ahem, enough. You are no longer 3 years old. You are already 5. How childish. I intended to impart knowledge of powers suitable for adults, but it appears that may be premature. Xiahao observed the disheveled duo, shaking his head. As soon as his words fell, Ace and Sabo, who had previously been at odds, instantly ceased their quarrel. Utilizing one of the 6 styles, shave, they swiftly appeared before Xiahao, standing at attention and gazing at him with admiration. All right, enough of those looks. The abilities I am about to teach you are not something that can be mastered in a short time. I have never heard of anyone mastering them at the tender age of 5. Thus, you must first remember how to harness this power, so that even if I am not here, you can continue to learn and cultivate yourselves. Xiahao spoke sternly to Ace and Sabo, as he aimed to teach them the essence of Haki. This power is known as Haki, a latent force within all humanity, an innate ability akin to instinct. Yet, many individuals go their entire lives without mastering it. Haki is divided into 3 categories: Kinbunchika Haki, Busashoka Haki, and the Rare Conqueror's Haki, which awakens in merely 1 in 100,000 souls. Deep within the forest, there lurked a small tiger, perfect for experimentation. Ace and Sabo, stay close and observe attentively. Xiahao commanded, using Kinbunchika Haki to sense the presence of the king of beasts in the Gobo Mountain, and swiftly made his way in that direction, his speed increasing as Ace and Sabo struggled to keep up. 10 minutes later, Ace and Sabo, panting heavily, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. They looked at Xiahao, who appeared completely unfazed, and inwardly exclaimed, "Whoa, Brother Hao is indeed a monstrous being." A thunderous roar echoed throughout the forest. The powerful sound wave and the ferocious aura emitted by the tiger heightened Ace and Sabo's alertness as they fixed their gaze on the source of the noise. That tiger is enormous. Ace and Sabo swallowed hard, watching the formidable creature charge towards them. Roar-a-woo. The tiger, sensing only Xiahao as a threat, lifted its massive paw and lunged at his head. "Brother Hao, be careful. Fear not. Observe closely and learn well," Xiahao replied calmly, never turning to face the approaching menace. As the tiger's paw descended upon him, he merely tilted his head slightly, evading the strike with ease. Enraged, the tiger let out a furious roar and continued to swipe its paw downwards, increasing in speed, leaving afterimages in its wake. Yet, as if foreseeing each attack, Xiahao deftly evaded every single one. This spectacle left Ace and Sabo in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration and longing as they gazed at Xiahao, their faces flushed with excitement. "How impressive! He can evade all attacks without even looking," Sabo exclaimed, his eyes wide with exhilaration. "Truly remarkable. I wish to learn." Ace looked at Xiahao with a calm confidence that steadied his previously tumultuous heart. Unbeknownst to him, he too aspired to embody Xiaohao's self-assured demeanor. This is Kinbunchika Haki, which allows one to perceive an opponent's next move and sense the strength of their life force, enabling one to anticipate and evade attacks. However, to wield Kinbunchika Haki effectively, the user must maintain a tranquil mind to unleash its full potential, Xiahao explained as he dodged the tiger's strikes. The tiger, frustrated by its failed attacks, could no longer contain itself. It opened its massive jaws, aiming to bite down on Xiaohao's head, its razor-sharp teeth glistening ominously in the sunlight. "Busashoku," Xiahao declared, wrapping his arms in an intangible layer of Busashoku Haki. He then turned sharply, continuing his explanation. "This is Busashoku Haki. Unlike Iron Block, one of the 6 styles of the Navy, which primarily serves a defensive purpose, Busashoku Haki enhances offensive capabilities and allows one to interact with the elemental forms of Logia-type Devil Fruit users. It is vital in battles within the New World, and the strength of Busashoku Haki depends on the user's ability to transcend their physical limits, evolving towards greater power." As he spoke, Xiahao raised his arm, seemingly preparing to block the tiger's jaws. Just as Ace and Sabo were filled with disbelief and fear, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Crack! Ace and Sabo's eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the tiger's teeth scattered on the ground, having been shattered by Xiaohao's arm. It was noteworthy that this was a creature capable of snapping trees as thick as a man's embrace. The anguished roar of the tiger echoed continuously as its teeth shattered, its gaze towards Xiahao transforming into a blend of fear and ferocity. Since its birth, it had never endured such humiliation. Enraged, the tiger resolved to unleash its most formidable attack in a desperate struggle. Ultimately, it was the conqueror's haki I had previously mentioned, a rare trait found in only one among millions, bestowing upon its possessor the potential to ascend to the pinnacle, making them the most likely candidate to become the next pirate king. As Xiahao spoke, his previously mild aura suddenly morphed into something terrifying and oppressive. Akin to an abyss, a domineering and weighty presence radiated from him, sending powerful shockwaves that swept across several kilometers. The once ferocious tiger, poised to deliver its final blow, suddenly broke into a cold sweat, its once commanding aura now diminished to a timid demeanor. After being struck by the conqueror's haki, its hurried steps gradually came to a halt, its massive body starting to sway. After a few more faltering steps, the colossal head of the tiger turned ashen, before it collapsed heavily onto the ground, losing consciousness. Was it really unconscious? So powerful, the conqueror's haki? I wonder if I possess such strength too. Ace gazed at Xiahao with fervent eyes, silently clenching his fists, pondering to himself. This is the fundamental application of haki. As for deeper cultivation, you must progress step by step. Now, Ace and Sabo, you must strive diligently. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. By the coastline, Ace and Sabo looked with reluctance at Xiahao and the members of the Haotian pirate crew aboard the Haotian ship. After a year of companionship, Ace and Sabo had completely integrated into the Haotian pirate crew, and everyone on the ship had developed deep feelings for the two young boys, one a chatterbox and the other aloof. Most importantly, their displayed combat talents astonished everyone, as they learned any skill or technique with remarkable speed. Particularly in their practice of haki, many had initially held reservations due to their young age of 5, believing their development to be insufficient to wield such abilities that even adults could not master. However, Ace and Sabo still learned, and after a year of training, they became adept, able to utilize it at will, albeit for a very brief duration. Yet, it was enough to astound the world. Mastering both observation haki and armament haki at 5 years old was simply phenomenal. Siye, haha, cheer up, it's not like there won't be another chance to meet. You two work hard and one day you'll have your own pirate ship, and then we will meet again on the vast sea, Xiahao said seriously, patting the tearful Sabo on the head. Throughout the year, Xiahao had conducted a special version of intensive training for Ace and Sabo, transforming the exceptionally gifted young men into formidable forces. They not only mastered the Navy's 6 styles and developed their own techniques, but also learned to use the basic forms of observation haki and armament haki. It can be said that Xiahao's arrival allowed Ace and Sabo to grasp haki ahead of time, slightly altering the course of history, and perhaps changing everything in the future. Ace, Sabo, may fate allow us to meet again. Xiahao waved goodbye, with the Xing and the others by his side also waving farewell, their eyes glistening with tears filled with reluctance. However, when it was time to part, Xiahao decisively commanded the Haotian ship to set sail, and the grand vessel swiftly ventured into the depths of the sea. Xiao Gu, thank you for this past year. Ace exhaled deeply as he watched the Haotian ship moving further into the ocean, then cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted with all his might, his small face reddening from the effort. Hearing Ace's earnest call from shore, Xiahao smiled slightly, knowing he had done all he could. With Ace mastering haki and excelling in martial arts, it was not difficult to envision the upheaval that would ensue when he set sail over a decade later. A formidable new star was rising. Perhaps due to Xiahao's intervention, many events would undergo unprecedented changes. Xiahao raised his right hand and waved gently, bidding farewell to Ace and Sabo. If all went well, their next meeting would likely be more than a decade away. As the Haotian ship grew distant from the island, it quickly became a mere dot before disappearing from Ace and Sabo's sight. Boss, will we still see Ace and Sabo again in the future? A Xing asked, gazing at the island that had already vanished from view, his voice tinged with concern, accustomed to the playful antics of the two boys over the past year. Certainly, we will meet again, Xiahao replied firmly, observing the eager and anxious expressions of those around him. Let's focus. We have our own journey to embark upon. In the future, Ace and Sabo will also set sail, and perhaps they will astonish you. Astonish us? Ha ha, I look forward to it. Ace has always wanted to defeat me and then challenge you, boss. Xing laughed heartily, his joyous laughter resonating across the sea. Over the past year, Ace had dedicated his free time to challenging Xing to validate his daily progress, making Xing acutely aware of Ace's monstrous speed of growth. In the East Sea, a small boat sailed slowly across the ocean, where a man with red hair appeared at the edge of a small island. This man was none other than red-haired Shanks. Oh, a small boat? Is someone traveling? How peculiar. At that moment, a muscular man sat idly on the shore, gazing at the approaching Shanks with curiosity. Hello, I have come seeking a man named Jesus Burgess. I am Shanks, a pirate, planning to form a pirate crew and wish to invite him to sail with me. Shanks addressed the man before him. After years of silence, Shanks finally began recruiting his core partners, preparing to venture into the new world, as if he had been preparing all along. A pirate. The muscular man on the shore glanced at Shanks, his previously relaxed demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. As he began to scrutinize Shanks, after a moment, he spoke, I am Jesus Burgess. Becoming a pirate is indeed an intriguing choice. So, Captain Shanks, I look forward to working together. Upon hearing Shanks' words, the previously subdued heart of Jesus Burgess filled with passion and vitality. He stood up, briefly explained his reasons to Shanks, then turned to go home to pack his belongings, bidding farewell to his wife and son, Usopp. As for why he made such a choice, perhaps in this era, no man yearning for freedom could resist the call of the pirate flag. All right, I will wait for you on the shore. Shanks, pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the invitation had gone, recalled a saying from Xia Hao, contemplating whether he could navigate the seas merely through his charisma and capability. Shanks shook his head, memories of Xia Hao and Buggy surfacing in his mind. News of Xia Hao was spreading like wildfire, and he was certain they would meet again once he entered the new world. With his immense strength, he need not worry. As for Buggy, he had heard that he was still searching for treasure somewhere in the East Sea, curious about when they would meet again. It seemed that Buggy still held some grievances against him. Shanks shook his head, offering a wry smile before dismissing his chaotic thoughts. Shanks had his own considerations and plans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent these years quietly amassing power, all in anticipation of the future that Captain Roger had spoken of. An hour later, Yisubu packed his belongings and appeared before Xiang Kasi, armed and ready for departure. Veuillez abort, Yisubu. Xiang Kasi greeted with a smile, extending his hand. From now on, I shall be at your service, Captain Xiang Kasi. Yisubu's hearty laughter echoed along the coastline, for he recognized at first glance that the man before him was no ordinary individual, possessing a power that could only be described as monstrous. The red-haired pirates were in their infancy, and under Xiang Kusi's leadership, they set sail toward the new world. At this moment, Xia Hao remained oblivious to the brewing storm, for a significant event orchestrated by the red-haired Xiang Kasi was still on the horizon. On the Red Soil continent, at the holy land of Ma Li Chiaoya, a serene day was shattered by the escape of a slave. Soldiers under the world government began a frantic search for a fishman slave who had fled from his cell, now missing without a trace. Meanwhile, within the halls of Pangdu City, the 5 elders gathered, their expressions darkening upon hearing the report from their subordinates. Incompetent fools! How could you let a mere slave, who can scarcely feed himself, escape under your watch? One elder exclaimed, fury evident in his voice. The officials responsible for guarding this batch of slaves will be executed. Such a ludicrous event has never occurred in the 800 years of the world government's existence. It is a profound disgrace. What if the celestial dragons are implicated? They will surely create a scene. With a sigh of exasperation, another elder lamented, times are tumultuous. Everyone seems unsettled. Ever since Roger's demise, pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and even certain kingdoms have grown restless. Do they truly believe that a mere band of miscreants can shake the foundations of an 800-year-old regime? Thus began a discussion among the 5 elders on how to handle this slave escape incident. We must contain the information. Do we want the world to know of this humiliation? One elder insisted with a serious tone. Agreed, as the elders reached a consensus. The news of Fisher Tiger's escape from Mali Chiaoya was suppressed, leaving no ripples beyond its borders. However, deep beneath the ocean at Fishman Island, the return of Fisher Tiger stirred a tempest, as the escape of someone from the Holy Land was unprecedented. His appearance galvanized the ruffians of Fishman Street. And within the underwater palace, King Neptune met with Fisher Tiger. After an earnest exchange, a monumental decision emerged from Fisher Tiger's lips: to liberate all slaves from the Holy Land of Mali Chiaoya. Are you certain? That is the domain of the celestial dragons. It is already a stroke of luck that you escaped, Mr. Tiger. Are you truly resolved to proceed? Neptune asked, astonished, looking at this kind-hearted yet formidable human. Yes, I have made up my mind. Once I recover from my injuries at Fishman Island, I shall set forth. Fisher Tiger replied, resolute in his determination. Their conversation was overheard by Jean Bei, the commander of Neptune's forces, who silently resolved to support this daring venture. Since you are steadfast in your decision, then, Mr. Tiger, I wish you good fortune, Neptune said with a slight sigh, raising his glass in a toast to Fisher Tiger, his expression a blend of complexity and hope. Fortune? I believe my luck is quite favorable. Otherwise, I would not have escaped. Your Majesty Neptune, this world should not bear such grievous oppression. The world government, having ruled for 8 centuries, would never have fathomed the darkness that exists if I had not been captured. Slaves? They are merely unfortunate souls. This time, I shall be thoroughly prepared to rescue the entire Fishman race. They shall regain their freedom, and I will ensure that the world knows just how dark the world government, which professes justice and peace, truly is. Fisher Tiger declared passionately, his fists clenched in determination. At the Marine headquarters, in a gathering room, Vice Admiral Carp, engrossed in breaking records for donut consumption, had his expression shift from jovial to somber upon receiving information from his aide, Bogart. The news of the Hautian pirates docking at Dawn Island ignited a flicker of fury in Carp, his mouth abruptly closing around the donut he had been about to eat. That little rascal! How dare he venture into my hometown? He is utterly oblivious. Carp seethed, his forehead veins bulging with anger. Only he understood the true implications behind this news. Bang! Carp stormed out, his demeanor serious, heading straight for the Admiral's office. What's happening, Bogart? Newly promoted Rear Admiral Jaji inquired, puzzled, for he had always seen Carp as carefree and jovial, rarely angered by anything. Yet, each time Carp was genuinely enraged. It invariably pertained to a world-shattering event. The appearance of the Hautian pirates near Dawn Island, wreaking havoc among nearby pirate crews, was particularly alarming, especially since Carp's hometown lay within that region. Bogart, sharing the information with Jaji, knew it would soon be common knowledge. Is it true? The Hautian pirates? The reckless crew that dares to teach the celestial dragons a lesson, rapidly rising in recent years. Jaji exclaimed, astonished. How can this be? The Hautian pirates are supposed to be in the New World. Why have they surfaced in the East Blue? Are they seeking revenge against Vice Admiral Carp? Rear Admiral Huashao Shan furrowed his brow, voicing his suspicions. After all, it was well known that Xia Hao had once been an intern in the RogerPirates, making it reasonable for Carp to face retribution for the capture of Roger. Pirates were notorious for their lawlessness and villainy. Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Navy's chief of staff, murmured to herself. Based on her understanding of Carp, the news from Bogart would hardly rouse him to such a degree. Neither his hometown nor his family was mentioned in the report, implying there was no immediate danger. Nonetheless, Carp was agitated, suggesting that other matters concerning him were at play on Dawn Island. Outside the Admiral's office, Carp rushed in, addressing Sengoku, who was busy coordinating action plans. Sengoku, I need to take a month off to return home, Carp stated casually. A month off? I cannot agree to that. The New World is in chaos, and the Navy needs you. Sengoku's expression darkened upon hearing Carp's request, contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor. Having grown busier since becoming admiral, Sengoku found it increasingly frustrating to see Carp lounging about, and sometimes he couldn't help but envy Carp's carefree lifestyle. Disagree? Sengoku, I am merely informing you. Your opinion is inconsequential. I am leaving. Carp shot Sengoku a glance and turned away without allowing him to respond. "You scoundrel, Carp! How dare you disregard my authority as admiral?" Sengoku shouted, his face flushed with anger, and his voice reverberated throughout the Marine headquarters of Marineford. In the corridor, the echoes of the admiral's furious outburst sent shivers through the ranks of naval officers, who quickly distanced themselves, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Regarding the commotion between Carp and Sengoku, it is quite normal, and the entire Marine headquarters has grown accustomed to their interactions. Meanwhile, Carp has arrived at the docking port. Gazing upon the colossal ship, the Doghead No. 1, a multitude of memories flit through his mind, accompanied by the incessant appearance of that man's infuriating grin. Set sail for Dawn Island. Shaking his head to dispel the phantoms haunting him, Carp leaps aboard the Doghead battleship, waving his hand, prompting the ship to swiftly set sail. 15 days later, in a remote corner of the East Sea, a group of unfortunate pirates encounters Carp, who is returning home to visit family, and they immediately flee. However, in a fit of rage, upon hearing of the pirates' presence, Carp's dark eyes glimmer with a hint of red. "Quick, bring all the cannonballs on board." With a commanding gesture, the Marines promptly begin preparing the explosives, and a dozen carts laden with cannonballs appear behind Carp. Meteor shower of fist. Carp juggles a cannonball in his hand, glaring at the panicked pirates fleeing before him and the fluttering pirate flags in the wind, his fury intensifying. With bulging veins in his muscular arms, he hurls cannonballs toward the direction of the pirate crew, one after another, as they descend like raindrops upon the pirate ship, raining terror upon the already distraught crew. Boom! Boom! Damn it! Why is the legendary Marine appearing in the East Sea? Why do we have to encounter them? The unfortunate pirate captain, witnessing the deluge of cannonballs in the sky, collapses to the ground, lamenting the fate that has befallen them. Their crew was annihilated before even leaving the East Sea. 10 minutes later, gazing at the splintered remains of the ship, the captured pirate captain feels a deep ache in his heart. Yet, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to spend many years in prison. Having completed his task, Carp shakes his wrist and bursts in a hearty laughter, the anger he felt due to Xia Hao's unscrupulous tactics and the theft of Ace dissipating by a fraction. "What is it that you truly desire, Xia Hao?" Carp murmurs, casting his gaze toward Dawn Island, for he finds Xia Hao inscrutable. Once, he believed Xia Hao's sudden appearance and rescue of Ace's mother, Roger's wife, Lu Jiu, was merely a means of safeguarding Roger's widow and descendants, given that it is rumored Xia Hao was once saved by Roger himself. Yet after all these years, he has reemerged from the New World and sought out Ace in the East Sea. Carp suspects that everything may have been premeditated, and perhaps the situation is far more complex than he initially perceived. "I hope it is not as I fear. Ace, becoming a Marine is your best choice," Carp muses, as the Doghead battleship draws ever closer to Dawn Island's windmill village. Should Ace truly be taken by Xia Hao, then this sea, which had only just begun to find tranquility, would once again be stirred into a tempest, potentially giving rise to an unprecedented upheaval. The world government and the Marines, adhering to the principle of better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one escape, are determined not to allow Roger's bloodline to persist. After all, the pirate king Roger may have bequeathed the grand treasure, One Piece, to his offspring or left the location of the final island, Raftel, through some obscure means to his descendants. Thus, any potential future threat or calamity posed to the world government is justification for their merciless eradication of anything related to Roger. Simultaneously, atop Gorbo Mountain, Ace and Sabo are diligently training in the Marines' 6 styles and hockey, wholly unaware of Carp's furious approach. In a remote expanse of the East Sea, the Haotian ship sails swiftly, departing from Dawn Island and charting a new course along the Grand Line, guided by the treasure map's recorded location, which lies near the kingdom of Alabasta. Thus, a new adventure begins. "Captain, it seems a brutal battle has occurred ahead. Horrific in nature. Nearly all the common people on the island have been slaughtered and the buildings destroyed." A Shing descend from the sky, pointing toward the distant island shrouded in thick smoke, his expression grave, despite his usually aloof demeanor. Witnessing the island's tragic scene profoundly affects him. "Is there any sign of who did this?" Xiao sighs upon hearing A Xing's account, realizing that this world is far from the idyllic portrayals within books. The formidable beings born from such dire circumstances can be ruthlessly savage. The compassionate cannot hope to survive until the end. A group of soldiers. I captured one of their prisoners, a general from the Laburicate kingdom, who leads the slaughter of his own people. The reason for the massacre is that the impoverished populace could not pay their dues to the kingdom. Enraged, the king ordered the capture and sale of strong, middle-aged men to slave traders. However, the oppressed islanders, pushed to their limits, rose in rebellion. The outcome, however, was disastrous. Unarmed civilians faced well-equipped soldiers and were swiftly vanquished. After nearly 30% of the island's population was killed, the survivors lost their will to resist and were all captured. This is the first time A Xing has conveyed such heavy emotions while gathering intelligence. Although he has been a warrior in the past, once the local gang leader, he has never engaged in mindless slaughter. Furthermore, the act of slaughtering one's own people is akin to a tyrannical, selfish leader indiscriminately killing his own subordinates, an act that few would dare commit, leading only to a loss of public trust and ultimately self-destruction. How could the king of his kingdom be so cruel? These are his own subjects. A tyrant, devoid of humanity, this kingdom will surely meet its demise. Captain, what should we do? Captain, perhaps we should find another king? Let me orchestrate an artistic explosion in the capital, and everything will be reset. Observing the furious crew of the WoodRelease, Xiao feels a similar rage boiling within. A kingdom that does not regard its own citizens as human beings has no right to exist any longer. Thus, Xiao resolves to undertake a significant endeavor to transform this kingdom. As a pirate, a seeker of unbounded freedom, he intends to act as he sees fit. First, we eliminate these scoundrels, and then we shall pay a visit to the kingdom's capital. If all hope is lost, we shall find a more suitable candidate. Xiao addresses the crew of the WoodRelease with a serious tone. Captain is magnificent. Indeed, this is the course of action. These bastards must pay the price. Once again, we shall seize the heavenly gold. Captain, this year we must strike again. A Xing licks his lips, revealing a cruel smile. Last time, merely escorting a heavenly gold-laden world government warship had filled the WoodRelease coffers. If this time they were to seize the heavenly gold from one or several kingdoms under the Tenryubido's forced taxation, the riches would be unimaginable, a sum beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. Certainly, this is a far quicker method of acquiring wealth than treasure hunting. Xiao smiles at the thought. Lord Xiao, the Haotian ship has docked. Yes, understood. Xiao nods, then turns his gaze toward the war-torn island's interior, proclaiming, blood debts must be repaid, leaving none alive. I can hardly wait to rid the world of these trash. A Xing instantaneously transformed, embodying a fearsome beastly form. This shall be a magnificent explosion of artistry. D retrieved several green bombs from his pocket, each adorned with the emblem of perilous origins. This time, I shall join the fray as well. Han Bing, let us together cleanse the world of its detritus. May Na gently caress the blade of Ming Dao Han Bing, her beautiful eyes flashing with a glimmer of cold light. I will obliterate them all with my fists. Meng Shan glared with eyes as large as a bull's, his voice resonating with a deep timbre. We feel the same, Master Xiao. The ordinary members of the Haotian pirate crew raised their hands in unison, signaling their resolve. Let's depart. With a wave of his hand, Xiao led the entire Haotian pirate crew swiftly towards the heart of the island. Each face bore an expression of fury, unrestrained and unabashed, releasing the aura within them like a pack of ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, at the center of the island, the brutal royal army continued to besiege the defenseless islanders. Those who dared to lead a rebellion were met with cruel punishment, publicly hanged from trees and relentlessly whipped with thorny lashes, the excruciating pain inducing agonized cries from the condemned. Witnessing their fellow islanders, who usually coexisted like family, being tormented ignited the flames of outrage in everyone. Yet, upon glimpsing the armed, fearsome soldiers surrounding them, the courage that had just ignited dissipated, replaced by profound dread and resentment. They yearned to resist, but met with deadly suppression. Not everyone possessed the resolve to sacrifice themselves. Many deemed survival a preferable fate. A bunch of lowly peasants daring to defy His Majesty's orders. If they weren't of some use, I would have them all executed. The commander of the La Bulacate kingdom, Latte C, glared menacingly at the trembling islanders. His expression, one of cold indifference. Commander Latte C, all the prisoners have been gathered and await your latest orders. A nervous soldier of the royal army approached, reporting with trepidation. Very well, let us proceed and connect with the slave traders. His Majesty cannot wait. Upon hearing this, Kasite immediately commanded, as the celestial dragons were currently dispatching envoys to the kingdom to collect the heavenly gold. Therefore, this time frame must not permit any unforeseen events. However, unbeknownst to Kasite, merely 100 meters away in the forest, Xiahao observed the scene before him with an increasingly dark expression. Though he had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand fueled his anger. These individuals were unworthy of being called soldiers of honor. Such vile actions could only be eradicated by death. Brother Hao, what shall we do now? Should we strike immediately? Meng Shan's gaze was fixed on the royal army, preparing to board their vessel. His massive arms bulging with tension, and his lantern-sized eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Hearing Meng Shan's words, Xiahao averted his gaze, his expression frosty, and addressed all members of the Hao Tian pirate crew. Commence action, but take care not to harm the innocents. The crew responded in unison. Subsequently, Xiahao, accompanied by a few comrades, strode forward, their footsteps resonating alongside Meng Shan's imposing figure, making it difficult for Kasite to overlook them. Who goes there? Kasite barked sternly. Commander Kasite, it appears to be members of the Hao Tian pirate crew. As Xiahao and his companions neared the vessels escorting the islanders, a nearby royal soldier recognized their faces and exclaimed in astonishment. What did you say? The Hao Tian pirate crew, that notoriously restless band of pirates? But why are they here? This is intolerable. The expression of Kasite shifted dramatically as he observed the approaching Hao Tian pirate crew, an ominous feeling rising within him. He was aware of the crew's reputation for being unruly and lawless, hoping that no unpleasantness would ensue. Kill! As he beheld the stunned commander of the royal army, Xiahao uttered no further words nor awaited an explanation, responding with icy resolve. As his voice faded, A Xing, who had been poised in the sky for orders, transformed into a streak of light and plunged downward, targeting the densely packed area of the royal army, as a wolf would a flock of sheep. In the face of the ensuing massacre, cries of terror erupted. Fire! Fire! The moment the Hao Tian pirate crew launched their attack, Commander Tela Si was the first to react, retreating behind his men while issuing loud commands. Firearms? Alas, they are of no consequence to me. Unable even to breach my defenses. Windblade, ninefold typhoon slash. A Xing, feeling the bullets striking his body, bore a thrill-laden smile. A ferocious tempest descended from the heavens, the savage gales tracing an eerie arc as they barreled toward the royal soldiers below. No. Save me. Save me. How dare the Hao Tian pirate crew attack us? This is terrifying. Why does this wine blade pursue us so relentlessly? Doomed. A Xing's overwhelming prowess instilled fear in nearly 1,000 royal soldiers, halting their steps as they faced the insurmountable threat before them, retreating in panic. Boom! Boom! Just as the royal soldiers stood in stunned silence, green bombs rained down from above. Upon contact with the ground, they erupted with a thunderous roar, releasing tendrils of green smoke that engulfed the soldiers. 3 seconds later, as a cacophony of thuds echoed the sounds of bodies hitting the ground, the remaining soldiers, faces marked by terror, retreated frantically, fearing contact with the noxious vapors. Taste my fist, Lai Shan. Meng Shan exhaled deeply, his colossal fists poised for attack. And with fierce determination, he charged at the remaining royal soldiers. The sheer force of his blows unleashed a devastating shockwave, sweeping away everything in its path, sending dozens of soldiers flying, their heads lolling as they succumbed to unconsciousness. The battle persisted for 2.5 hours, during which the Hao Tian pirate crew, with their monstrous combat capabilities, systematically crushed the nearly 1,000-strong royal army, liberating the islanders who had been destined for sale to slave traders. 2 days later, in the holy land of Mariewa, at Pangu City, the 5 elders wore grim expressions, akin to the bottom of a pot. 2 days prior, nearly 1,000 souls had been slaughtered by the Hautian pirate crew on an ordinary island of the Labu Lakate kingdom, and the heavenly gold that had been prepared vanished without a trace. What do you think? Another incident involving the Hautian pirate crew. That Xiahao truly cannot remain still for even a day. In my opinion, since they are wicked pirates, they should all be exterminated. If one admiral is insufficient, then 2 or even 3 must be dispatched. We cannot allow them to continue their rampage, lest the dignity of the world government be tarnished. The Navy cannot deploy all its admirals at once, as doing so would incite global panic. This matter requires careful deliberation. Indeed, all of this stems from the heavenly gold. If word spreads that a kingdom resorts to selling its citizens into slavery for wealth, the negative repercussions for the world government would be monumental. I believe this situation necessitates containment. Within the confines of Pangu City, several representatives of the Wulao Xing began to voice their opinions, with some advocating for war, others for peace, and one remaining neutral. The discussion continued, unbeknownst to Xia Hao and his companions, who would find it inconsequential, as the impending actions of the Hautian pirate crew would incite further frenzy and wrath from the world government and navy. In a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, the Hautian pirate crew was swiftly navigating toward the kingdom of Labulacat. In their fury, the crew transformed into righteous knights, intent on overthrowing this chaotic and brutal kingdom. Indeed, Xiahao planned to seize the royal capital by force and appoint a suitable new king. Time slipped away, and in the span of a fortnight, on Fishman Island beneath the sea, Fisher Tiger was bidding farewell to his numerous fishman subordinates on Fisherman Street. Today, he was set to embark on a monumental endeavor, one unprecedented in history. 2.5 hours later, Fisher Tiger glanced at the towering red soil continent, steeling himself as memories of his oppressed fishman kin flooded his mind, filling him with a surge of strength, his hormones surging. For the sake of his people, he must succeed. Clenching his fists, he motivated himself. Thus, a man with crimson skin began to climb upward. Meanwhile, the celestial dragons in Mariehua remained oblivious, indulging in their revelries, behaving as they always did, heedless of the chaos brewing below. For the act of climbing the red soil continent was something no one had ever attempted, nor dared to conceive. Ordinary folk, aware of the celestial dragon's affairs, would do their utmost to avoid entanglement, fearing the wrath of the Navy, which would dispatch its most formidable admirals to quell any disturbance. Aside from a few elite pirate crews, most would shun such insurmountable troubles. As time flew, Fisher Tiger utilized his hoe to dig resting holes along the midsection of the red soil continent, regaining sufficient stamina before continuing his ascent. Eventually, after an unknown duration, he raised his gaze toward the sun above and the visible edge of the red soil continent, a joyous smile breaking across his face. At last, he had reached the summit, and excitement welled within him, though he exerted immense self-control to suppress his elation, fearing that a minor slip could undo all his efforts, one he could never forgive himself for. As dusk descended and darkness enveloped the sky, Fisher Tiger exhaled deeply, then crawled onto the red soil continent, nervously surveying his surroundings before sprinting towards the prison where the slaves were held, guided by the memories etched in his mind. As he drew closer to the prison, his heart raced with anticipation, his footsteps lightening until he reached the edge of the cell, waiting patiently for the guards to rotate shifts. Each shift lasted 5 hours, presenting the greatest opportunity. With caution, he could rescue many. Time ticked away, and finally, the moment arrived for the new shift of world government soldiers to take over. Hey, Lao Wang, it's time to switch. Hurry home to your wife, or you might find someone else has taken your place. What nonsense are you spouting? With my abilities, how could my wife ever look elsewhere? It's always her begging for mercy. I don't believe it. Neither do I. Just get going, brother Lao Wang. Leave the second half of the night to us. All right, I'm off. Anyway, there's nothing pressing. You two should rest well tonight. I've heard the higher-ups are furious about the Hautian pirates. Be extra careful, or you might end up in trouble. Understood, Brother Lao Wang. Fisher Tiger observed as the guards rotated shifts. The new guard patrolled the cell, then locked the door before retreating to the duty room for a nap. Completely relaxed, for no one ever imagined that chaos could erupt in Mariewa. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The world underestimated a man's resolve, especially one from the fishman race, whose strength surpassed that of ordinary humans. Fisher Tiger quietly approached the dozing guard at the post. With a decisive heart, he swung his hoe, plunging it into the guard's heart. A muffled sound echoed as blood gushed forth, the guard unable to utter a cry before succumbing. At that moment, another guard, returning from the restroom, was caught off guard. Upon seeing his lifeless comrade, he was met with a bloody hoe descending upon him, fear enveloping him as Fisher Tiger's strike landed on his head. Splattering a chaotic mix of fluids, a final memory of his wife's grace flooding his mind before he fell, unnoticed. Excellent. Fisher Tiger sighed in relief and quickly retrieved the keys from the fallen guards. He made his way to the cell where he had once been imprisoned. With a click, the door creaked open, and all the slaves within the room opened their eyes in shock, trembling in fear. For at this hour, the opening of a cell door often heralded misfortune, marking the arrival of the celestial dragon's whims. However, as the prisoners beheld the face of their liberator, disbelief washed over them, especially among the fishermen's slaves. One whispered, "Brother Tiger, is that really you? Are you a ghost?" "Of course it's me. Enough chatter. Let us go. I'm here to rescue you. We have ample time. Everyone can escape." Fisher Tiger spoke with urgency, briefly explaining how he had ascended. "Oh, Brother Tiger, you're truly remarkable. I knew you wouldn't forget us. Brother Tiger, let us hurry. I know where the other brothers are imprisoned. I will lead the way." "All right, but do stay vigilant. This is the territory of the celestial dragons. If we attract the attention of the Divine Guard, we will all be doomed," Fisher Tiger warned, his expression darkening with realization. "We understand, Brother Tiger." 2.5 hours later, all the fishmen were freed. Fisher Tiger's gaze drifted towards the imprisoned humans, a turmoil brewing within him. The relationship between fishmen and humans was exceedingly intricate. "Sigh, perhaps it is simply a matter of compassion. You all go ahead. I will release the human slaves as well. They are but a group of unfortunate souls. Brother Tiger, humans are not friendly towards us. Most of us were captured by human traffickers." One fishman protested angrily. "Exactly. Brother Tiger, humans are treacherous. They cannot be saved." Despite the dissent from his kin, Fisher Tiger remained resolute, waving his hand to urge the fishmen to flee while he approached the cell housing the human slaves, unlocking the door. With a series of clicks, the doors swung open, and chaos erupted as the vast throng of liberated slaves rushed to escape, creating a cacophony that startled the world government guards. Alarms blared, and the guards quickly arrived, weapons drawn, prepared to suppress the uprising. Yet, the sheer number of slaves overwhelmed them. Fisher Tiger distributed keys to those with companions and families, and through their collective efforts, nearly all the slaves were freed. A dense crowd surged forth, making it impossible for the world government soldiers to regain control in the short term. However, some unfortunate individuals who were slow to flee were tragically struck down by stray bullets, collapsing to the ground in anguish, their faces etched with despair. They had finally received a chance to start anew, only to see it squandered. Nevertheless, in contrast to the average person, a select few among the enslaved, nourished by the malevolent whims of the Tenryubito with the power of the devil fruits, mounted a formidable resistance against their oppressors. The diverse array of abilities wielded by these individuals posed significant challenges to the soldiers of the world government. The slaves had escaped. As cries of alarm resonated across the red soil continent, chaos engulfed the entirety of Mariewa. The Tenryubito, who were on the verge of slumber, sprang into a panicked state, glancing at the tightly guarded entrance and regaining their composure. For the haughty Tenryubito did not believe that these slaves would dare to raise a hand against them. As the night waned, the 5 elders cast somber glances upon the disarrayed holy land of Mariewa, their expressions grim. Their fury intensified upon hearing that Fisher Tiger had ascended from the depths of the Red Soil continent, inch by inch. The edges of the Red Soil continent had never been fortified, and no one had ever considered it a viable route to invade Mariewa. How audacious that a mere fishman had scaled the holy land of Mariewa with his bare hands and freed all the slaves. This was nothing short of a provocation against the world government. They resolved to execute the negligent soldiers responsible for this lapse in security and demote their superiors, for such humiliation had not befallen the world government in 8 centuries. The immediate priority was to minimize the incident's repercussions. Otherwise, the world government's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. It was already too late. The intelligence department had reported that news of the slave escape from Mariewa had spread, and they could only strive to contain the ensuing dissemination. Spread already? Could it be that Morgan's fellow? Indeed, it was a pity that this individual could not be utilized by them. No one had ever seen his true visage, and CP9 could not track down those around him through this information. Moreover, this person was exceedingly cunning and would never place himself in perilous situations. Truly, it was an autumn of troubles, one after another, leaving no respite. A decision had to be made, lest the dignity of the world government be compromised. Once again, the 5 elders convened, their recent meetings growing more frequent than in the previous month, each gathering culminating in frustration and anger. As time passed, news of the slave escape from Mariewa spread throughout the New World. In the land of the Amazon lily, the 3 sisters of Hancock observed the headlines. Memories of Xia Hao and the Haotian pirates flooding their minds. Without Xia Hao and his companions, it was unimaginable what calamities they would have faced. Even if they managed to escape, what then? The shadow of the flying dragon's hoof would remain a lifelong disgrace. How tragic it is, sister, that a quarter of the slaves were slain. Indeed, it is dreadful. If we were to be captured, who knows if we could escape safely? It is said that the world government and the Navy have recently been waging a vigorous campaign to capture fleeing slaves, resulting in more unfortunate souls being killed. Yes, I must repay Brother Xia Hao when the opportunity arises. In the Grand Line, at the coastal shores of the Leburicate Kingdom, the Haotian ship was securely docked. The crew of the Haotian pirates gazed upon the opulent and extravagant royal city, their previously dissipated anger reigniting from the depths of their hearts. A terrifying aura emanating from their beings. Indeed, this was a tyrant of unparalleled luxury and absurdity, one whose continued existence was unnecessary. The kings would take turns. Tomorrow, it would be another's turn. Today, let me accomplish something monumental. The notion of seizing control was one I had never contemplated before. Xia Hao murmured as he gazed towards the royal city, his pace quickening as Xing and the others followed closely behind. Hours later, within the royal capital of the Leburicate Kingdom, all royal soldiers confronted the imposing presence of the Haotian pirates. Their expressions grave as they reported the breach of their city walls. Merely half an hour had passed, and they had swept through effortlessly, none proving to be their match. What is happening? Why has a notorious pirate from the New World appeared here? Quickly, summon the admirals from Navy headquarters. The king of the Leburicate Kingdom, hearing the cacophony of commotion and gunfire outside, turned pale, resembling a person utterly drained of vitality. The once vibrant hall now echoed with silence, as no one dared speak. A thunderous crash resounded as the thick doors were shattered by a single punch from Meng Shan, and amid the terrified expressions of all present, the entire crew of the Haotian pirates, led by Xia Hao, made their entrance. In the next moment, Xia Hao vanished, reappearing with one hand grasping the king of the kingdom. Speak. Life or death, choose. This kingdom is no longer suited for you. It requires a new ruler. Xia Hao impatiently patted the head of the Leburicate Kingdom's king, his tone devoid of warmth. Life, life, life. I wish to live. In that case, abdicate, former king. So, your majesty, swiftly decree the abdication ceremony. Do not entertain any tricks. Even if the admirals from Navy headquarters come, should I desire it, you will still meet your end. As he observed the hesitant king of the Leburicate Kingdom, Xia Hao spoke once more, resolutely. I understand what to do, pirate lord. The Leburicate Kingdom bowed its once proud head, for the figure before them was a ruthless pirate, unflinching in his violence. one who had dared to confront even the Tenryubito. 2.5 days later, news of the former king's abdication and the ascension of the new king spread throughout the nation. The populace was astounded upon learning the name of the new king, for it was not that of the previous monarch's heir. Instead, it was the name of a rebel leader who had long sought to amass strength in preparation for revolt. A man who yearned for the welfare of all in the kingdom. The Laburikit kingdom rejoiced, for they glimpsed a new future ahead. At the very least, they would no longer endure the hardships of living day to day, destitute and without sustenance. How unexpected it is that a pirate could accomplish such a noble deed. I truly am remarkable. A Shing, poised to depart from the Laburikit kingdom's coastal waters, stood upon the deck of the Haotian ship, exuding self-satisfaction. Indeed, it is you, a Shing, with your unabashed self-admiration. Meng Shan covered his face, pretending not to recognize him. As an honest man, Meng Shan never spoke untruths. Exactly, brother A. Shing. Your self-love is excessive. Tai La, cradling a variant sea eagle, stuck out his tongue. Although the others remained silent, their synchronized eye rolls spoke volumes about their disbelief. You all are merely envious of me. Had it not been for my uncovering of the kingdom's secrets, would we have seen a benevolent king ascend? Would the ordinary folk have been able to display genuine smiles? A Shing pouted, unbothered by the retorts from Meng Shan and the others. Instead, he cast a pitiful glance at Xia Hao. Boss, do you not think I deserve some credit? Ahem. Yes. This time you're the one to be credited. Xia Hao, gazing at Shing's somewhat resentful expression, involuntarily shuddered. This fellow is becoming increasingly peculiar. Could it be he has been in secret communication with D-Deity? Hee. You're the best, boss. You guys are all just envious of me, Humph. A Shing, with a proud tilt of his head, turned and sauntered towards the cabin. This fellow, the others could only helplessly shrug. Let us continue our adventures, my comrades, as we sail towards the destination marked on the treasure map. Xia Hao stood upon the deck, addressing the crew of the Haotian pirates with a smile. Adventure, my favorite. The treasure map, oh. I wonder how many treasures lie ahead. Let us embark at once, Captain. My anticipation knows no bounds. The destination of the treasure map? Surely it is guarded by fearsome creatures. I hope my fists are strong enough to withstand them. Upon hearing Xia Hao's words, the members of the Haotian pirate crew erupted in joyous cheer. Who does not cherish treasure? Who remains indifferent to it? At the very least, within this assembly of ordinary individuals comprising the Haotian pirate crew, that sentiment holds true. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the marshal's office, a resounding bang echoed. Damn it! That scoundrel Xia Hao dares to extend his hand into a kingdom and instigate a change of regime? His ambition knows no bounds. The 5 elders were thoroughly incensed this time, commanding the Marines to teach the Haotian pirate crew a severe lesson at all costs. Fengyan Admiral, you shall lead this operation. I will ensure that the strongest young talents of this Marine generation accompany you. With that, Marine Marshal Sengoku hung up the transponder snail and spoke with a grim expression. Are you implying that Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino will join forces? Fengyan Admiral inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. These 3 were indeed the pillars of the future Marine Corps, already possessing the strength of prospective admirals, and each wielding formidable and rare Logia devil fruit powers. Their combat abilities even surpassing the norm. Indeed, we cannot allow the Haotian pirate crew to continue their reckless ways. Otherwise, the Marines' reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Sengoku sighed deeply, feeling the weight of his burdens. With the dawn of the great pirate era, the number of pirates had surged exponentially, and the strength of emerging talents was enough to make even the Marine headquarters take notice. Ultimately, the 7 warlord system was introduced, selecting 7 powerful and recently renowned pirates to serve. Yet, even now, the ranks remain unfilled. Only Crocodile, Moonlight Mariah, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the great swordsman Dracul Mihawk have been appointed. Crocodile was once invited by the world government after challenging the undefeated Devil Fruit user, while Moonlight Mariah had previously battled the monstrous Kaido of the beasts. Although he was defeated, his formidable strength is undeniable, far surpassing that of ordinary pirates. As for Don Quixote Doflamingo, He secured his position among the 7 warlords through coercive means and his unique background, while the great swordsman Dracul Mihawk gained his title purely through strength and his solitary nature, prompting the Marines to seek a truce in their relationship with him. After all, known as the Marine Hunter, he has proven to be a significant headache for the Marine headquarters. Previous attempts to capture him with naval ships were futile, as his terrifying swordsmanship could effortlessly cleave warships in half, sending them to the depths of the sea. Over time, the Marines had no choice but to concede. In the Grand Line, amidst an unknown sea area, a massive whirlpool continuously devoured everything around it. Countless shattered vessels were drawn into the ocean's depths, and the terrifying gravitational force sought to consume the Hautian ship. However, the Hautian ship, resembling an island and equipped with a unique propulsion system, remained steadfast upon the surface of the sea, immovable despite the raging currents. "Captain, there is an island across the whirlpool, but no signs of human habitation are evident. However, it is teeming with enormous and ferocious beasts. Just a glance reveals over 10 towering red elephants, standing 50 to 60 meters tall, engaged in a fierce battle with a pride of lions, their presence exuding an aura of terror. If we were to engage in one-on-one combat, only 3.5 members of the Hautian pirate crew would stand a chance," a Shing, descending from the sky, said sternly as he regarded Xia Hao and the others. "Really? This could serve as an excellent training ground, but only 3.5 fighters? How did you arrive at that calculation?" Xia Hao chuckled in response. "Ahem. Well, D rarely confronts foes head-on. If he were to rely solely on his devil fruit abilities to create a powerful bomb, victory would come easily. However, in close combat, he may not fare well." A Shing coughed lightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he glanced towards D.I's direction, wary of any mishaps with his explosive devices. Close combat, indeed. I must strive to improve. There are many formidable opponents in the New World, and my physical prowess and hockey cannot be too weak. After all, the devil fruit is not without its flaws, Xia Hao said earnestly, regarding D with a serious expression, appreciating a Shing suggestion. "I will do my best, Captain. After all, this is part of my journey towards artistic perfection." D nodded in agreement, his gaze steady upon Xia Hao. "Then, let us set foot on the island. Let us venture forth to the island." Xia Hao raised his arm in rallying call, and the Hautian ship surged forward towards the island beyond the whirlpool. At full speed, the Hautian ship surpassed the speed of sound, and the lions and elephants engaged in battle on the unknown island merely felt a thunderous roar erupting in the distance. The entire island trembled, and the combat ceased instantaneously. From afar, a colossal entity raced toward them, a terrifying shockwave sweeping through the area, uprooting trees and sending the 2 beast factions flying in panic, as they cast fearful glances at the Hautian ship before hastily fleeing from the shore. Meanwhile, the immense hull of the Hautian ship crashed onto the massive island, firmly anchoring itself there, appearing as a natural extension of the land, impervious to the relentless waves. What a resource-rich island! Xia Hao's gaze swept towards the horizon, a smile gracing his lips. Through the observation of his Kenbunchiko haki, he discerned nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts, with only 3 individuals, Xia Hao, a Shing, and Meng Shan, lacking the ability to engage in close combat successfully. Moreover, 10 fearsome beasts matched in might to Meng Shan and a Shing were present. This place is indeed a superb training ground. I have decided that the entire Hautian pirate crew shall rest here until we achieve satisfactory results. As Xia Hao's declaration resonated, the Hautian ship swiftly generated a transparent protective barrier, isolating all external entities from the crew. How delightful! I wonder if the beasts on this island would make for delicious kebabs, a Shing remarked cheerfully, eyeing the imposing creatures ahead, a hint of drool escaping his lips. "Let's capture one. I've been itching to unleash my strength lately," Meng Shan replied earnestly, clenching his fists. Due to his giant heritage, his appetite often outstripped that of 5 or 6 members of the Hautian pirate crew. He frequently indulged in private feasts, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. However, on this island, brimming with massive beasts, concerns about food were non-existent. Thus, Meng Shan was eager to seize a beast and sample its flavor. Indeed, let's go take a look. It would be a wonderful opportunity to hone our combat techniques and abilities. Xiaohao nodded in agreement with Meng Shan's proposal, striding forward with purpose. What towering trees! I cannot see the tops, Kelly exclaimed joyfully as she skipped alongside Mena, her curiosity piqued by the wonders of the outside world, having never ventured far from home. However, her attention was soon captured by the herbs on the ground, transforming her into a little herbal princess, tirelessly gathering plants. Before long, her backpack was brimming with medicinal materials. Just as the members of the Haotian pirate crew advanced towards the island's center, a fierce roar resonated, shaking the very earth beneath them. A terrifying presence emanated from the depths of the forest, causing the previously raucous beasts to fall silent, not a sound escaping their lips. The low growl of a tiger grew closer, and before the Haotian pirate crew stood a massive, intimidating white-eyed tiger, its sharp teeth glinting in the sunlight, emanating an icy gleam. Even beneath the blazing sun, a sudden chill enveloped the air, and it was indeed fortuitous that an opportunity presented itself. Xiaohao gazed at the ferocious tiger before him, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. I leave it to you all. Consider this the first trial of landing on the island. No problem, boss. Just watch. As Shing's words echoed, he transformed into his half-beast form, powerful wind blades swirling around him. With determination, he charged towards the formidable tiger, eschewing the powers of the devil fruit. He engaged solely using haki and martial arts, which was the very purpose of his training for Xiaohao, to eliminate the dross and strive for excellence, allowing every member of the Haotian pirate crew to develop their abilities to the fullest. Roar! The swift approach of Shing compelled the giant tiger to adopt a defensive stance. Just as Shing was about to strike, the massive creature tilted its head slightly and then raised its right paw, colliding fiercely with Shing's fist. The clash unleashed a terrifying force, sending shockwaves that recklessly disturbed everything in their vicinity. So strong, Shing murmured as he observed the unwavering tiger. I'll assist you. Meng Shan grinned widely, his right fist gathering strength rapidly, creating a powerful shockwave that formed a small whirlwind. He then leaped high into the air, attacking the Bai Yi Diao Jing, who, as if it were a falling meteor. Roar! The giant tiger let out a furious roar, withstanding Meng Shan's mighty punch. The overwhelming force sent its massive body flying, crashing through several enormous trees before colliding heavily against a massive rock. The sheer power left spiderweb-like cracks on the stone surface. Shaking its colossal head, the Bai Yi Diao Jing who became alert. It glanced at Xiaohao, who had remained passive, and its initial desire to attack diminished. After a deep gaze, it attempted to flee. However, Xiaohao would not allow it to escape. Mokudu multi-binding technique. Clapping his hands together, Xiaohao formed a seal. Suddenly, countless tree roots erupted from the ground before the Bai Yi Diao Jing who, writhing and clawing towards the giant tiger. In an instant, the branches twisted and coiled around the creature, tightening with every struggle until the once mighty tiger appeared as docile as a pet, its expression pitiful. Such a large piece of tiger meat. I have never tasted anything like it. Indeed, but soon we shall savor it. Boss, could we avoid killing it? I would like to see if I can tame it. Tara's gentle voice broke through, her wide eyes earnestly fixed on Xiaohao. Tame it? Are you certain? Yes, I want to try. Didn't you say that the Paramecia-type devil fruits have no limits? I believe there is potential to grow even stronger. If I successfully tame this Tiger King, our crew's combat power will significantly increase, Tara stated confidently. With a delicate gesture, an invisible energy, soul ring radiated from Tara's hand, slowly drifting towards the Bai Yi Diao Jing whose head. Meow. Tara gently pushed with both hands, allowing the transparent soul ring to settle atop the tiger's head, merging seamlessly with its massive cranium. Sensing the anomaly, the Bai Yi Diao Jing who could not help but emit a tiger's roar meow. Huh, a tiger meowing? Huh, Tara, you haven't actually transformed this fierce beast species, have you? Did you just use a devil fruit power? It seems to be a force capable of controlling the souls of living beings. I wonder if there are any range limitations, Xiaohao pondered, narrowing his eyes at Tara. The only powers he knew that could penetrate the soul's essence were Bigmum's Soul fruit and Brooke's Revive fruit. If Terra's ability were similar, her future growth would undoubtedly be impressive. Haha, little Jin, these individuals are my companions. Henceforth, we are family. Feeling the success of her devil fruit ability, Terra hurried to the side of the saber-toothed tiger, gently caressing its cheek with unrestrained joy. With this new pet, Terra truly possessed a triad of capabilities: land, sea, and air. Her combat ability had increased several-fold, providing a beast that could withstand the assaults of a Xing and Meng Shan, with room for further growth. It seems our fortune is indeed favorable. Upon landing on the island, we have acquired a powerful companion. However, Terra, how many more pets do you think you can tame? This island is abundant with ferocious beasts, and the Haotian ship has ample territory. Forming a beast squad would be quite beneficial, Xiahao inquired, his tone nonchalant. I'm not sure. Currently, I don't sense any limitations to my abilities. However, the stronger the creature, the greater the physical and mental exertion required. For instance, the soul ring I just placed on little Jian will take 5 days to fully recover, Terra explained, glancing at the curious expressions of the others around her. In that case, it's settled. The beast squad will be established. Every member of the Haotian pirate crew will undergo training here. And the ultimate task is for each person to capture a beast of equal rank to the saber-toothed Tiger King for Terra to tame. Let's bolster the strength of our Haotian pirate crew, Xiahao declared, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Capture a beast? Ha, an excellent task. Boss, just watch me complete it in a day. A Xing was the first to respond, as capturing a beast was not a challenge for him. It merely required some time. However, to heighten the challenge, he opted for the most formidable ancient giant elephant as his target. Me too. Capturing a beast? I wonder if I can manage it alone. Mena tightly gripped her renowned sword, Han Bing, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement. After a long exhale, she glanced at Xiahao and the others, reassuring herself that she had companions by her side. Brother Xiahao, as the ship's doctor, must I also fight? Kelly's timid voice resonated from behind, prompting everyone to turn around. Typically, ship doctors and chefs are considered support roles, seldom engaging in direct combat. Of course, every member of the Haotian pirate crew must become a formidable force in the future. Ship doctors can be powerful, just like Marco, the first division commander of the White-Beard Pirates, who is also a ship doctor. Moreover, Kelly, your devil fruit ability, if developed properly, could be incredibly formidable, rivaling even the powers of Logia-type users. The Paramecia virus fruit is not only useful for healing, but also for combat, Xiahao said, casting a serious gaze at Kelly. While kindness is commendable, Xiahao does not wish for Kelly to become a saint, nor does he want her to lack self-defense capabilities. After all, the foe Xiahao would face in the future would grow increasingly fearsome, should the day come when he stands against the world's overlords. He hopes that every member of the Haotian pirate crew will be his strength, not his weakness. I understand, Brother Xiahao. I will definitely learn combat skills diligently, Kelly vowed, clenching her small fist against her chest, inspired by Xiaohao's serious demeanor. Boss, no need to look at me. I have no issues either. I actually want to capture a beast as a mount to save time walking and focus on my research of explosive arts. Hence, I will personally select a robust and imposing creature, D. Dady stated, raising his hand in affirmation as he continued to sketch and explore new artistic bombs. As time marched on, the sheer magnitude of the explosive power was no longer sufficient for Dai. When Xiahao inadvertently mentioned that fireworks could manifest various texts and patterns during their detonation, Dai was utterly consumed by a frenzy of creativity, determined to develop a unique form of artistic expression. Thus, the journey of Yalu began. Xiahao observed the enthusiastic agreement of the crowd with a subtle smile, raising his hand to signal an attack. Hee boss, I'm off, a Xing exclaimed, instantly transforming into his wind god-dragon form and soaring towards the most formidable beast detected by his kin Bunchiko Haki. The terrifying speed generated a powerful gust of wind, causing the remaining members to glare in indignation. I'm going too, boss, Meng Shan declared, witnessing a Xing's unprincipled use of flight to seize an advantage. and then sprinting forward like a humanoid tank, also targeting a fearsome beast, seemingly eager for competition. "We shall join you, Captain." A year later, the most formidable 10 beasts on this unknown island were entirely tamed by the Hautian pirate crew. Concurrently, the soul rings crafted by Terra firmly ensnared the spirits of all beasts as a secondary layer of assurance. Among the 10 beasts, Terra acquired the saber-toothed Tiger King and the ancient mammoth, while Maina and Kelly each obtained a flying dragon. Daidati received a bizarrely shaped, exceptionally swift giant tortoise. Mengshan secured a massive and robust gorilla, and Xing obtained a rare western dragon capable of spewing flames. The remaining 3 were marked by Terra as soul rings and subsequently allowed to roam freely. Since the core members of the Hautian pirate crew were limited in number, Xia Hao, for the time being, had no inclination to keep pets. After a hearty meal, having left behind a colossal beast skeleton by the shore, the Hautian ship set sail, embarking on a new adventure. Shortly after distancing themselves from the coastline, the ferocious roars of the island's beasts filled the air. For the gods of death had finally departed. Had they lingered for another year, the beasts on this island might have faced starvation. 3 days later, the Hautian ship returned to the official route of the Grand Line, spotting a pirate vessel fleeing rapidly, its flag a peculiar yet familiar sight, with 5 Navy warships hot on its heels. As the pirate ship drew nearer, familiar faces emerged before Xia Hao. "The Sun Pirates?" he exclaimed in recognition. Memories flooded back of this crew, renowned adventurers who had liberated the Fishman race from the world government stronghold at Mary Geos, led by the heroic Fisher Tiger. "Quickly, the Navy is on our tail," cried Fisher Tiger aboard the Sun Pirates ship, taken aback by the sight of the enormous Hautian ship, which dwarfed even the legendary vessel Atom of Fishman Island. Despite his astonishment at the size of the pirate ship, his inherent kindness compelled him to urgently warn of the pursuing navy. The naval force was formidable, led by the Logia-type magma devil fruit user, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. In their first encounter, the searing magma nearly obliterated him. The reason for this pursuit was not solely due to Fisher Tiger being labeled an evil criminal for liberating slaves, but also because a year ago, the Hautian pirate crew, whose actions had incited the wrath of the 5 elders, had vanished from the seas, leaving the Navy without a trace. Consequently, the Navy and the world government turned their ire towards the pirate crews of the Grand Line. Over the year, the number of captured pirate crews had doubled, with rumors suggesting that the underwater impel-down prison was nearing full capacity. The Hautian pirate crew had become a target of disdain for the world government, the Navy, and pirates alike. "Brother Tiger, this pirate flag seems to belong to the Hautian pirate crew," remarked Jinbei, his eyes widening in surprise as he gazed at the Hautian ship. "What? The Hautian pirate crew, the one that has enraged the world government for a year without yielding any results?" Fisher Tiger responded, equally astonished. "Indeed, this flag cannot be mistaken. How infuriating! Are these ruffians the reason we've been pursued by the Navy for an entire year?" A cold, furious voice interrupted, belonging to a young fishman named Arlong. At that moment, was still a subordinate within the Sun Pirates. "Arlong, keep your voice down. The bounty on the Hautian pirate crew far exceeds that of the Sun Pirates. Do you wish to invite unnecessary trouble and endanger our comrades?" Jinbei admonished, although he too felt frustration over being pursued by the Navy for a year. Nevertheless, as a mature individual, he considered the implications more deeply. "Captain Jinbei," Arlong exclaimed, his face darkened with discontent, wounded by Jinbei's dismissal. In Arlong's heart, Fisher Tiger was the person he respected most, followed closely by Jinbei. "Arlong, Jinbei speaks the truth," Fisher Tiger interjected with a sigh, attempting to quell the escalating argument. Meanwhile, the Hautian ship and the Sun Pirates vessel drew within 100 meters of each other, gazing at one another from afar. "Fisher Tiger, it is an honor to finally meet you." Xia Hao felt a profound admiration for the fishman hero who had bravely opposed the institution of slavery, striving to liberate his kin. Regrettably, his noble efforts were ultimately thwarted by human greed, leading to his demise from excessive blood loss due to an ambush. Tiger's death significantly deepened the rift between humans and Fishman Island. "Humph!" Arlong scoffed upon hearing Xia Hao's words, his displeasure evident as he glared at the Haotian crew. A renowned figure? Not at all. Captain Xiahao is the true celebrity of the world. I am merely a pitiful soul forced into circumstances beyond my control. Fisher Tiger humbly dismissed Xiaohao's praise, yet a flicker of goodwill towards the captain began to form within him. As he sensed a sincerity in Xiaohao's words that was absent in the usual demeanor of notorious pirates. "Brother Tiger, let us depart. The Navy is closing in," Arlong urged, unable to contain his anxiety as the warships approached. "What do you mean? The true main character has appeared? Are you referring to us?" Arlong, filled with indignation, confronted Xiahao, recalling how, a year prior, they had overthrown a kingdom and installed a king, inciting the fury of the world government's 5 elders. The Navy had dispatched 2 admirals and 3 vice admirals to pursue them, only for the entire pirate crew to vanish, leaving the Sun Pirates to bear the consequences. "If it weren't for the ocean, we would not know how many of us would remain. Is that so? Then I sincerely apologize," Xiahao replied, scratching his head sheepishly, taken aback by the unexpected coincidence. "Since our actions have led to your pursuit by the Navy, allow the Haotian pirate crew to confront them this time. Please, feel free to depart first. Is that so? Let us go, Brother Tiger. A mere vice admiral is hardly a challenge. Can the world-renowned Haotian pirate crew possibly falter?" Arlong taunted, observing Tiger's hesitance. In contrast, Xiahao simply smiled, unperturbed. However, Ashing could not restrain himself. Had it not been for Xiaohao's shaking head, he would have already soared over to deliver a resounding thrashing. Not far away, the naval battleship pursuing the Taiyang pirates gazed upon the colossal figure before them, a shiver coursing through their hearts. The familiar pirate flag fluttering from the ship only served to heighten the unease among the naval officers. It is the flag of the Haotian pirates. The crew that vanished for a year has re-emerged. Lieutenant Sakazuki's stern and rugged face betrayed a hint of cold indifference as he listened to the urgent report from the lookout, who hastily descended from the crow's nest. "The Haotian pirates? Humph. After disappearing for a year, they dare to show themselves." Upon hearing the report, Sakazuki's expression darkened, his hands instantly enveloped in surging magma, the intense heat causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise dramatically in an instant. As a steadfast believer in absolute justice, Sakazuki could not permit the existence of such lawless individuals as the Haotian pirates. What an overwhelming aura! It seems an extraordinary Navy officer has arrived. On the Haotian ship, Ashing remarked in astonishment as he sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the naval vessel nearby. "It's scorching. The temperature is rising too rapidly." Mena wiped the fragrant sweat from her brow and glanced up at the sun, which did not appear to be particularly hot. The newcomer is undoubtedly a formidable being, a user of the magma fruit, a candidate for admiral, and one of the strongest among the new generation of the Navy, Sakazuki, who harbors a deep disdain for pirates and believes in absolute justice. Hearing the exchange between Ashing, Mena, and others, Xiahao shrugged nonchalantly. "Candidate for admiral? That does indeed indicate some level of strength." Ashing nodded in agreement. Although he was now capable of engaging in battle with a naval admiral, he ultimately fell short in a life-and-death confrontation, still needing to bridge the gap to the pinnacle of combat power. However, the unique abilities possessed by the Zoan-type devil fruits, when properly developed, can rival those of the Logia type. There are no worthless devil fruit abilities, only those who lack the skill to wield them. For instance, Don Quixote Doflamingo, known as the Heavenly Demon, maximized the potential of a single thread, creating a birdcage that even Admiral Fujitora could not sever. The Haotian pirates? It seems there is an unexpected delight in store. Surrender now. The undersea impelled down is your destined home. Sakazuki glared at Xiahao and his crew, his calm demeanor igniting a surge of fury within him. How could a mere pirate stand before the Navy without fleeing? This was the utmost affront to justice. He would not allow such defiance to persist, and today, the entire Haotian pirates' crew must be apprehended. Surrender? Ha ha ha, Lieutenant Sakazuki, do you possess the strength to demand that? Xiahao smirked, a hint of derision in his tone as he responded to Sakazuki's proclamation. Scoundrel, A mere collection of sea-refused dares to challenge the righteous navy. Sakazuki's anger reached its zenith, the molten magma swirling violently, the cigar at the corner of his mouth visibly shortening as the Navy's symbolic cloak billowed in the breeze. Great fire blast! The roiling magma coalesced on his arm, and in the next moment, a colossal magma fist, akin to a volcanic eruption, hurtled toward the Hautian ship. Resembling a miniature sun, the terrifying heat evaporated the seawater, creating thick clouds of steam, a testament to the astonishing power of the Logia-type devil fruit. However, the WoodRelease's fire resistance and defensive capabilities were no trifling matter. WoodRelease, super strong wooden wall. As the magma fist drew near, Xiahao clapped his hands, and a wooden barrier materialized above the Hautian ship, forming an exceptionally sturdy shield to protect everyone on board. Wood? How arrogant! Can you truly withstand the searing heat of magma reaching several hundred degrees? Sakazuki sneered, looking disdainfully at the wooden wall that Xiahao had conjured. Such flimsy wood will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Is that so? Then you best watch closely. With a thunderous crash, the scalding magma, imbued with tremendous force, descended from above, striking the wooden wall. Witnessing this, the naval soldiers aboard the battleship broke into excited smiles, for Sakazuki's attacks were feared even by admirals. The power of the Logia type was indeed formidable. Yet, as a minute passed, the once mighty magma fist began to lose its force. After penetrating the wooden wall by a few meters, it came to a halt, unable to advance any further. In stark contrast, the wooden barrier remained unwavering. It was blocked. How is that possible? Has Sakazuki's magma failed? Jinbei of the Fishman Pirates looked on in shock as the magma was firmly held in place by the wooden barrier. Previously, the Fishman Pirates had battled against Sakazuki, using the ocean's advantages and Fishman karate to withstand his attacks, for water can extinguish fire. But wood? If memory serves, does it not act as fuel? Or could it be that the wooden barrier created by Xiahao is infused with water? Meanwhile, the naval soldiers aboard the battleship were left agape, their earlier excitement extinguished. This was the first time they had witnessed Sakazuki's attack being thwarted head-on by an enemy. WoodRelease, thousand-step technique. WoodRelease, wooden man technique. As everyone remained in stunned silence, Xiahao shouted several incantations, and a series of wooden stairs ascended from the ocean surface. Following this, towering wooden figures, each over 50 meters tall and adorned with dragon-like features, emerged from the staircase, brandishing wooden weapons as they charged toward the naval battleship. What in the world is that? A devil fruit ability? The sheer size of the wooden giants dwarfed even that of the giants. How infuriating! There are so many of them. What do we do? The naval soldiers fell into disarray, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons as they faced the approaching behemoths. Remain calm. Do not panic. They are merely animated wood. Sakazuki scoffed, his powerful aura radiating outward, instantly calming the previously tense Navy soldiers, who now focused their attention on him, their steadfast anchor. Indeed, we still have Lieutenant Sakazuki. They rallied, emboldened by his presence. It is just a bunch of wood. Open fire. Open fire. I refuse to believe we cannot defeat them. With Sakazuki's unwavering support, the Navy regained their confidence, swiftly repositioning their cannons to bombard the advancing wooden giants, unleashing a relentless onslaught of cannonballs. The booming sounds of cannon fire fill the air, as a torrent of projectiles rained down upon the wooden figures. The force of the explosions momentarily slowed their charge, yet they remained largely unscathed. This is infuriating. Is it truly wood? How resilient it is! Is this the notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 billion berries? Truly formidable. The naval soldiers stared in disbelief at the unharmed wooden giants, their morale wavering in confusion and astonishment. Yet, for the sake of their sense of justice, none retreated. As elite soldiers of the naval headquarters, they possessed combat prowess vastly superior to that of ordinary Navy personnel. Canine bite Red Lotus. As the wooden giants drew ever closer, Sakazuki's expression darkened further. His right arm rapidly transformed into magma, and a massive molten canine head extended forth, sinking its teeth into the shoulder of one of the wooden giants. With a powerful swing of his arm, he hurled the enormous wooden figure into the sea. Two of the wooden giants fell in an instant, and just as Sakazuki prepared to unleash his previous technique on another, the wooden dragon coiled upon the shoulder of the fallen giant lunged forward, biting down on the incoming magma canine head, resulting in a fierce standoff. Meanwhile, the wooden figure, which initially appeared to be cumbersome, suddenly leaped into the air, vaulting over the preceding wooden figure and charging directly onto the naval warship. In the next instant, a colossal spike club descended with terrifying force, the sheer impact sending dozens of naval soldiers sprawling. Bastard! Observing the two wooden figures effortlessly dismantling his soldiers, Sakazuki's fury surged. Were it not for the vastness of the ocean, he might have fully transformed into his elemental form. Alas, the boundless sea posed a peril. Should he unleash magma at several hundred degrees to obliterate the naval vessel, he too might not survive. Great fire, like a volcanic eruption. Scalding magma erupted from his left hand, its overwhelming presence propelling the wooden figures off the wooden staircase. The force shattering the steps and sending the wooden figures plummeting into the sea. Sakazuki turned his gaze toward the two wooden figures rampaging aboard the naval warship. In an instant, he dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to one of the wooden figures' heads, obliterating it, while the intense heat incinerated the remaining body, creating a gaping hole. Just as Sakazuki prepared to annihilate the final wooden figure, it abruptly vanished. Simultaneously, Xiaohao's figure aboard the Haotian ship also disappeared. While summoning the wooden figures, Xiaohao had marked them with the indelible flying thunder god technique, intending for this very moment to practice against a future naval admiral. When Sakazuki momentarily froze at the sight of Xiaohao reappearing before him, he swung his magma-infused fist downwards with even greater force, aiming for a lethal strike. Dragon Slayer Magic, Crimson Lotus Explosive Flame Blade. As Xiaohao observed the approaching magma fist, a slight smile graced his lips, and fiery red flames erupted around him. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohao transformed into a figure of flames, the towering inferno morphing into a massive curved blade, colliding fiercely with the incoming magma fist. The question of which was superior, fire or magma, was subject to individual interpretation. However, to Xiaohao, there was no strongest force, only stronger ones. As he unleashed his full power, the temperature of his flames surged, forcing the surrounding naval soldiers to leap into the sea to escape the unbearable heat. Remarkably, the naval warship, forged from a special alloy capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, began to melt under the intense heat. This was a vessel unique to Sakazuki, designed precisely to prevent disaster in such circumstances, as ordinary ships could never endure the onslaught of magma. Yet now, everyone witnessed the unimaginable scene. The warship was melting, and the cause was not Sakazuki, but Xiaohao, who had been thought to wield only the powers of wood. Both the Navy and the Fishman pirates were rocked by an unprecedented paradigm shift. One could only acquire the ability of a single devil fruit in a lifetime. This was a widely accepted truth. But what did the current spectacle signify? Was Xiaohao not human? Otherwise, how could he wield two distinct powers? Or was it possible that he possessed a special Zoan-type devil fruit ability akin to Kaido of the Beasts? For only mythical Zoan types could bestow such extraordinary powers. Compared to the former, most individuals leaned toward the latter hypothesis, as it was somewhat easier to accept. The mastery of fire. Sakazuki's brow furrowed as he beheld the billowing flames, astonished by the intense heat that caused the surrounding space to emit faint sounds, as if on the brink of rupture. Fire Fist. Without granting Sakazuki an opportunity to counter, Xiaohao lunged forward, unleashing a punch from which crimson flames surged forth, a rolling heat wave enveloping the entire naval warship. The first to bear the brunt was Sakazuki, who found himself engulfed in flames. Truly, he was a monster. Yet, was he so foolish as to believe that mere flames could inflict real harm upon him? A cold, merciless voice emerged from the inferno, followed by a towering shadow stepping forth. As the heavy footsteps drew nearer, Xiaohao's brow furrowed. Was it truly the case that flames could not harm magma? Or was the temperature insufficient? Otherwise, everything would burn, including magma. Dog bite Crimson Lotus. Sakazuki vanished in an instant, and Xiahao sensed a dangerous aura behind him. In the next moment, a magma fist hurtled toward him with blinding speed. Yet, just as Sakazuki believed he was about to succeed, the space around Xiahao distorted slightly, and he vanished. Simultaneously, the magma fist, imbued with devastating force, struck the deck of the naval warship, creating a colossal void on its surface. The vessel, already strained, was now overwhelmed. What a fierce naval officer! Xiahao reappeared behind Sakazuki, glancing down at the ruined ship, smirking as he extended his hand. Armament haki enveloped his entire arm, and he executed one of the Navy's 6 forms, Suru, creating afterimages in the surrounding space. Invincible heavy strike. As Xiaohao's voice echoed, massive fist-shaped phantoms surged forth, a fierce aura emanating from them. Sakazuki, witnessing the oncoming fists, responded with his own punch, the seething magma bubbling violently. Xiaohao's armament haki-coated fist met Sakazuki in his natural elemental form, the overwhelming force driving Sakazuki back several paces, while Xiahao remained firmly rooted in place. Demon God Possession. Taking a deep breath, Xiahao summoned his Fong Tian Hua Ji, spinning it vigorously before fixing his gaze upon the unarmed Sakazuki. Slightly bending his legs, he launched himself like a cannonball into close combat, his speed, strength, and defense amplified several-fold in this state. What is this? Sakazuki stared at Xiahao, who radiated a domineering and formidable aura reminiscent of a demon god, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Thunderclap, half-moon slash. As Xiahao swung his Fong Tian Hua Ji, a sweeping strike spanning over 100 meters appeared before Sakazuki. Recognizing the terrifying power emanating from the strike, Sakazuki made a decision. With the current forces at his disposal, he could not apprehend all the pirates. Moreover, the naval warship capable of unleashing his full potential had been utterly destroyed. Therefore, though reluctant, Sakazuki resolved to retreat. In the instant the strike descended, he vanished, appearing aboard another ordinary naval warship. With a resounding crash, the warship, already partially melted, was cleaved in two by the strike, sinking into the depths of the sea. Ha ha ha! Is this the so-called naval vice admiral with extraordinary destructive power? Pathetically weak. Observing the warship succumbing to the ocean, a Xing mockingly clutched his stomach, his derisive tone causing Sakazuki's expression to darken immediately. Were it not for the limited space on the sea, he would have unleashed his full power without concern for mutual destruction. How could he have only exhibited 70% of his strength? Let's depart. Sakazuki cast a deep glance at Xiahao, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Should they meet again, he would pursue the entire Haoyan pirate crew to an island before engaging them in combat. This way, he could unleash his full might without restraint. Even with their Zoan-type flying capabilities, the Haoyan crew would not escape. In this regard, Sakazuki exuded confidence. Recently, the temperamental Admiral Jiao Yen had pursued the formidable pirate Kaido of the Beasts, suffering significant losses in strength. The Marine headquarters is currently in the process of nominating a new admiral, and he is among the top 3 candidates for the position. As the naval warships departed, cheers of excitement erupted from both the Haoyan pirate crew and the Fishman pirate crew. Particularly, the members of the Fishman pirate crew, having witnessed the formidable natural-type Marine Vice Admiral Sakazuki being repelled by Xiahao, harbored unwavering faith in Xiaohao's abilities. Their eyes filled with respect, a reflection of the pirate world's reverence for the powerful. Farewell, Fishman pirate crew. Until we meet again. Xiahao noticed the gazes from the Fishman crew and smiled as he spoke. Until we meet again, responded Fisher Tiger and Jean Bei, also smiling, while in the corner, the Fishman Arlong fixated his gaze on Xiahao. Despite his inherent disdain for humans, Arlong felt an admiration for Xiaohao's immense strength. He yearned for the day when he could attain such power. At that time, leveraging the innate advantages of the Fishman race, he would unleash a frenzied vengeance upon the world government, the Marines, and pirates alike, making all humans taste the bitterness of being sold into slavery. However, at that moment, Arlong felt an inexplicable, terrifying pressure enveloping him. Following the direction of this sensation, His gaze met Xia Hao's bland expression. In an instant, it felt as if a weight of 1,000 pounds pressed upon him, akin to standing before a legendary beast, causing cold sweat to bead upon Arlong's brow. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought emerged in Arlong's mind. Could Xia Hao see through the thoughts of others? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter how powerful a human may be, such terror transcended mortal abilities. The Haotian ship continued its steady course across the sea. As the pirate ships receded into the distance, the once overbearing pressure gradually dissipated. Released from its grip, Arlong gasped for breath, inhaling the fresh air as if reborn. Arlong, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? Jinbei noticed Arlong's pale complexion and inquired with concern. To Jinbei, Arlong was merely a disobedient and somewhat rebellious younger brother, one who, with proper guidance, could become a great asset to the Fishman pirate crew. It's nothing, Jinbei, Arlong replied, warmth flooding his heart at Jinbei's concern. Despite often being called a fool, Jinbei would always be his good brother. That's good to hear. Fisher Tiger, let us hurry and leave. The current Fishman pirate crew is not a match for the powerful Marines. Jinbei sighed in relief upon hearing Arlong's voice and then looked towards Fisher Tiger, who was gazing into the distance from the bow of the ship. Indeed, Jinbei, it is time for us to depart. Reflecting on the past, I realize I may have taken things for granted. Peace and liberation cannot simply be spoken into existence. Without formidable strength to back it, it is utterly unattainable. Fisher Tiger nodded, speaking in a tone tinged with melancholy as he gazed at the now invisible Haotian pirate crew, as if having made an important decision within his heart. 5 days later, the Haotian ship sailed steadily across the ocean. Looking ahead, a dense fog enveloped the sea, obscuring visibility. Xia Hao, should we turn back? Mina's voice trembled as she gazed at the ominous fog, for her love of reading adventure tales had made her aware of this place's reputation. Turn back? Ha! Mina. Do you truly believe there are ghosts lurking within? Xia Hao shrugged, bemused by Mina's anxious demeanor. It was surprising to see her, usually fearless, exhibit fear of the supernatural. Rest assured, those are mere rumors. The Bermuda Triangle merely results from thick fog obscuring navigational paths, leading to shipwrecks. The Haotian ship possesses automatic navigation capabilities. Moreover, even if we were to collide with other vessels, do you think the size and sturdiness of the Haotian ship would be affected? Xia Hao continued to explain. Xia Hao, you know about this place? Upon hearing Xia Hao's reassurances, Mina's anxiety began to dissipate. However, beside them, Kelly's bright eyes sparkled with a hidden excitement at the mere mention of ghosts. I heard ghosts do not feel pain. If only I could capture one for experimentation. Then I could confidently pursue the research of a panacea in the future. While Kelly's thoughts remained unknown to others, they would ultimately lead to disappointment. As this island harbored no ghosts, at most, perhaps a perverse skeleton. Onward, according to the treasure map's indicated location, we are 3 nautical miles away, Xia Hao stated, his gaze fixed on the destination marked on the map. Considering the countless shipwrecks in the Bermuda Triangle, it might also conceal boundless treasures, a splendid opportunity to recommend a buggy. Thank you so much, Xia Hao. You are truly a good person, Buggy exclaimed. As the Haotian ship continued its journey, it delved deeper into the fog, which thickened around them. Nevertheless, the ship remained brightly lit within its defensive shield, unaffected by the surrounding gloom, resembling a colossal beacon navigating through the mist. Suddenly, eerie sounds echoed around them, the creaking of wood resonating before a tremendous crash occurred as a dilapidated pirate ship collided with the side of the Haotian ship. Yet, to the Haotian ship, it was akin to an ant shaking an elephant, an inconsequential impact. That scared me. Just now, several dark figures sped past. I thought it was a ghost ship, Mina exclaimed, dramatically clutching her chest. A ghost ship? Impossible. It was merely a drifting pirate vessel. Xia Hao shrugged in response. Is that so? Thank goodness. I knew there couldn't possibly be ghosts in this world. Mina's fear subsided upon hearing Xia Hao's words. Conversely, Kelly, upon hearing that ghosts were merely a fabrication, displayed a look of disappointment. The Haotian ship continued onward, and 10 minutes later, land came into view, mere kilometers away from the treasure's destination. Xiao Hao glanced at the map and leaped onto the fog-enshrouded island. Mina, if you're scared, you can stay on the ship. Meng Shan, you should remain as well. The rest can choose to follow. Xiao Hao turned to address the remaining crew aboard the Haotian ship, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Yes, I'll stay on the ship. I'm not going anywhere. Mina quickly raised her hand and dashed into the Haotian ship's resting quarters, striving to calm her fear by reading, believing that out of sight meant out of mind. With the Haotian ship's defensive systems and the imposing presence of Meng Shan, there was little to fear. Xiao Hao, I want to go see. Kelly eagerly raised her small hand, waving it excitedly. You want to go too? Fine. But you must stay with the group and not wander off alone. No one knows what strange creatures may inhabit this island. Xiao Hao raised an eyebrow at Kelly's eager expression, thinking to himself that this child was remarkably bold, truly a promising candidate for a future doctor. 10 minutes later, Xiao Hao, Xing, Kelly, and Tara embarked on their treasure-hunting quest, while Dai Daitai remained aboard the Haotian ship, inspired by the fog for new artistic creations. The four swiftly moved along the designated route toward the treasure's location, but as they traversed merely 100 meters, the ground around them suddenly erupted with rustling sounds. Immediately, one after another, grotesquely disfigured zombies, their bodies swathed in an intricate network of bandages, crawled out from the nearby pit, clawing and grasping as they swiftly approached Xiao Hao and his companions, their hands poised to seize him. Zombies! Kelly gasped at the bizarre foes before her, unable to suppress her astonishment. After the initial shock, her gaze shifted to scrutinize the approaching horde of zombies. With a series of resounding thuds and swishes, Xiao Hao observed the zombie that was about to grasp his ankle. In an instant, he conjured a robust, oversized wooden club, reminiscent of a baseball bat. And with a powerful swing, he unleashed a barrage of explosive sounds as he decimated the formidable zombie brigade, their heads bursting forth like balls propelled into the air. Zombies, wait, I am a zombie. Aren't you afraid? At that moment, the zombies were taken aback, their eyes reflecting disbelief as they perceived their own bodies drifting further away. It wasn't until their severed heads collided heavily against a massive boulder, producing a thunderous impact, that silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving the zombies in a dizzying state. Zombies. How extraordinary that our heads can fly away, and yet we continue to exist without them. Mena, observing the resilient zombies, her eyes sparkling with excitement, approached Xiao Hao and whispered, "Why not keep one in the Hang Tian ship's warehouse for experiments? It could be quite useful." "No way, little girl. Keeping something like this is utterly revolting," Xiao Hao retorted with a frown, outright rejecting the idea of harboring a zombie, especially one so grotesquely malformed. However, the emergence of zombies suggested that one of the 7 warlords, Moonlight Moria, had undoubtedly made his presence known on this island. It remained unclear whether he was alone or commanded a full legion of zombies. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Hao shook his head, realizing he had fallen into a misconception. For the Hang Tian pirates, Moria was no more significant than a mere individual, and his feeble strength posed no threat. Another 10 minutes passed, and Xiao Hao and his companions finally arrived at the treasure map's destination. They dug fervently into the ground and unearthed a small box. Upon opening it, they discovered yet another treasure map, which could be pieced together with the one already in Xiao Hao's possession. Royal Navy Ship Treasure Map. As the words emerged, a slight smile crept across Xiao Hao's face. An adventure treasure from a kingdom. Surely it would be bountiful, especially being from centuries past. Let's head back. The true treasure point is not here. After confirming the endpoint, Xiao Hao slowly rose, preparing to depart with Xing and the others. Just then, a rustling noise echoed nearby, and a dark mass drew closer. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a horde of zombies, varied in form and wielding an array of weapons, charging towards Xiao Hao with fervent determination. Among them were 2 giant zombies, towering nearly 10 meters high. After 2.5 years of effort to gather and create this zombie army, I cannot let them leave unscathed. The figure of Moonlight Moria gradually came into view, his cold voice resonating across the island, laced with murderous intent. Before long, The zombie army surrounded Xia Hao and his companions. Strange, eerie shrieks emanated from the zombies as, at Moria's command, they charged recklessly towards Xia Hao's group. Everyone be cautious. Though this fellow's strength is mediocre, he possesses the powers of the Paramecia type shadow fruit, which allows him to sever other shadows and attach them to corpses, granting them the formidable abilities and techniques of their original forms. Xia Hao regarded the arrogant Moria with a slight frown, perplexed by his misplaced confidence. Since his defeat against Kaido of the 100 Beasts, Moria had lost faith in his own strength and resorted to external means, with his zombie army being a manifestation of his insecurity. However, this was not a true undead army. They were vulnerable to fire and salt. Understood, boss. I'll make him understand why flowers are so red. A Xing clenched his fists, the sound of his bones cracking echoing as he transformed into his half-beast form, dashing into the horde of zombies. Not afraid of death. Vuntedi, let us see if you can revive after being sliced into pieces by wind blades. Little sword, attack him, Tella urged, gesturing towards the zombies as a Xing engaged the enemy lines. With a thunderous roar, a mighty tiger's roar erupted, causing the formidable zombie army to momentarily falter. Then, a massive axe came crashing down, dispatching the foes with ease, as if swatting flies. Damn it, is this a mockery of me? Moria seethed, witnessing Xia Hao's calm demeanor, which he interpreted as derision. All of you attack. Kill them, Moria commanded, his expression darkening as he surveyed the battlefield. Although those possessed by shadows were impervious to ordinary cuts, being torn apart by a tempest would render them irretrievable. Thus, Moria summoned his trump card, the renowned swordsman Shimatsuki Ryuma, 2 giant bloodline warriors, and his loyal subordinate Absalom, a user of the transparent fruit who had been lurking in the shadows since the onset of battle. A powerful wave of sword energy sliced through the air from Ryuma's blade, aimed directly at a Xing, who was wreaking havoc among the zombies. Sensing the threat, a Xing swiftly evaded the attack. However, the zombie that had intended to ambush him was cleaved in two by the oncoming sword energy, collapsing in a daze. Simultaneously, Little Sword found himself besieged by 2 giant warriors wielding spiked clubs. Yet, their lack of original strength rendered them ineffective against him. Having absorbed 2 blows, the suppressed wildness within him surged forth. Among the Hang Tian pirates, all were monsters, and no single individual could stand against him. Thus, the mere presence of a small giant was a provocation he would not endure. Even in his half-dead form, he would not cower. Years passed. A small team of 5 giant warriors had sought to train against the fierce beasts on this very island, only to be annihilated by a united force of predators. Now, over 2 decades had elapsed, and the grass on their graves had long since grown high. With a resounding crash, the 3 titans collided, a clash of raw power. Yet, the giants, towering over 10 meters, paled in comparison to Little Sword's imposing stature, who dominated the encounter. His claws struck with ferocity, sending the 2 giant zombies retreating, one stumbling and falling due to its unsteady legs. Seizing the opportunity, Little Sword lunged, his fearsome jaws tearing through the giant's head, effortlessly splitting it in 2. Yet, thanks to the shadow's influence, both halves continued to thrash about, with one headless zombie rising to wave its weapon aimlessly. As the zombie army faced impending annihilation, Moonlight Moria clenched his fists in fury, the sheer force driving his nails into flesh, blood oozing forth without a hint of pain. Absalom, it's up to you now, Moria thought resolutely. At the same time, Absalom cautiously approached Xia Hao, utilizing the ability of the transparent fruit. Clutched in his arm was a dagger glistening with venom, intent on capturing the king by striking down Xia Hao. Once he was gone, the rest would surely fall apart. However, was it truly that simple? Over the years, Xia Hao had honed his domineering haki, continually pushing beyond his limits. Whether it was Kinbunshika haki, Busashika haki, or the Conqueror's haki, each had significantly strengthened since his departure from the RogerPirates years ago. Fire Fist, just as Absalom reached a mere 10 meters from Xia Hao. A smirk crept across Xia Hao's lips as he unleashed a ferocious Fire Fist attack. The searing flames warped the very fabric of space around them. Witnessing the inferno materializing before him, Absalom turned tail and fled, his transparent form vanishing in fear. "Who is that?" Kelly gasped, surprised by Absalom's panicked retreat. The despicable and lecherous pervert, often employing the transparent fruit to spy on women in the bathhouse. Xiahao gritted his teeth in disdain. The transparent fruit, a power every man dreams of. How could it be? Why could you detect me? Absalom, singed by the flames, stared at Xiahao in terror, unable to fathom how he had been discovered, for his transparent fruit had always guaranteed his victories alongside Captain Moria. Take a guess. Xiaohao's lips curled into a slight smile, and in an instant he vanished. Just as Absalom attempted to cloak himself in invisibility, Xiaohao's fist, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, struck with lightning speed, landing a devastating blow to Absalom's abdomen. The immense force, combined with the Conqueror's Haki, inflicted real damage, nearly causing Absalom's eyes to pop from their sockets. The excruciating pain forced a heart-wrenching scream from him, veins bulging on his forehead. In an instant, his face turned deathly pale, and he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Absalom, damn you, you scoundrel! Moria, witnessing his most loyal subordinate gravely injured by Xiaohao's punch, could not contain his rage. His entire form transformed into a swarm of flying black bats. Speeding towards Xiaohao, Dragon Slayer magic, pursuit-style Crimson Lotus Flame Blade. As the bats swarmed through the air, Xiaohao's expression remained indifferent. He raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of Dragon Slayer magic flames from within, instantly heating the surrounding kilometers to an unbearable degree. In the next moment, countless flaming crescent blades traced elegant arcs in the air, slicing through the shadowy bats, severing them in half, and sending them plummeting to the ground. Truly, they are weak beyond measure. It is astonishing how far they have fallen since being defeated by Kaido of the 100 Beasts. No wonder they would eventually be bested by a mere child. It is a disgrace among the 7 warlords, Xiahao mused, shaking his head in merciless derision. He then activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing behind Moria, as red-black lightning surged around his fist, enveloping it with Conqueror's Haki before it collided with Moria's rotund belly. The sheer impact forced Moria's body to bend like a shrimp, his eyes bulging as he struggled to suppress the bile rising in his throat. His robust form traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing into a withered tree, the tremendous force nearly causing him to faint. Fear crept into his gaze as he looked at Xiahao. In that moment of confrontation, he found himself utterly powerless. Even his prized creation, the undead army, proved ineffective, further shattering his confidence. As Xiahao approached, Moria's heart brimmed with resentment. Once, he too had been compelled by a dying utterance from the pirate king Roger to plunge into this tumultuous and unpredictable new world. He had been a notorious pirate, feared across the seas. Who could have imagined he would fall to such depths? Has the intern from the RogerPirates transformed into something so formidable? Moria whispered to himself, a melancholic expression clouding his features. Just as he thought escape was impossible, a smoke bomb suddenly appeared before him, and in the next moment, he was touched by the invisible Absalom, who swiftly fled into the distance. Escaped? How utterly dull. Observing the retreating Moria, Xiahao shook his head, feeling no inclination to pursue, for he found them too feeble to merit his interest. On another front of the battlefield, Shuang Yuelongma and the giant zombie had been dispatched by Xing and Shao Jian, who then retrieved Longma's sword, Qiu Shui, for Xiahao had once remarked upon its quality. Excellent, let us depart. Indeed, the famed sword Qiu Shui, the weapon of Shuang Yuelongma, a dragon-slaying warrior from Wano, is quite remarkable. Xiahao smiled as he grasped the sword handed to him by Xing, relishing its heft. Let us go. We've gathered the treasure maps. It's time to claim the treasure. With determined strides, Xiahao headed toward the coast, and as Xing, Terra, and Kelly exchanged glances before following suit. Not far away, as they observed Xiahao and his party retreating into the distance, Absalom and Moria finally exhaled in relief. It had been perilously close, narrowly avoiding death at Xiaohao's hands. How Tian pirates! Wait for us. I shall return. Moria vowed, glaring at Xiaohao's retreating figure. his mind racing with plans he had long devised. The next time they met, he would exact revenge and ensure that such a humiliating event would never occur again. Aboard the Hao Tian, Meng Shan waved enthusiastically at the approaching figures, a broad smile lighting up his rugged face. Although Xia Hao and Xing were present, he still worried about potential unforeseen circumstances, remaining vigilant at the bow. Boss, how did it go? Quite well. We found another fragment of the treasure map and have pinpointed the final location. Now we just need to reach that point to obtain the treasure. Really? That is fantastic, Meng Shan exclaimed, beaming with joy, for who does not relish a treasure hunt? The Hao Tian sailed steadily toward the Devil's Triangle Sea, guided by the treasure map. After an hour of arduous searching, they finally located the marked spot. However, gazing at the vast expanse of ocean surrounding them, Xia Hao's brow furrowed slightly in disbelief. The final treasure lay deep beneath the sea? Surely not in the ocean? Xing's earlier excitement vanished as he heard Xia Hao's words. If the treasure was submerged, he would feel utterly excluded from the adventure. When Xia Hao first acquired the treasure map, Xing had been elated for quite some time. But the whims of fate had turned the situation on its head. Where is Mena? Surely she isn't hiding in her room? Xia Hao scanned the area, noticing Mena's absence. Boss, Mena said she was in her room reading magazines. Meng Shan scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. Very well. Xia Hao shook his head. It was worth noting that in the vicinity of the Devil's Triangle, the one closest to an inhuman state was none other than the illustrious musician Brook. However, Xia Hao had not encountered him, and Brook had not been captured by Moria, continuing to survive by lurking in the shadows. Now, Brook was probably drifting aimlessly in this region, for a solitary individual could no longer navigate the shattered pirate ship. Meng Shan, come with me. Let us dive down. Xia Hao glanced at the treasure map before addressing Meng Shan. Among the entire Hao Tian crew, the best swimmers were Xia Hao and Meng Shan. The most significant point is that the others are all devil fruit users, a group of individuals incapable of swimming. No problem, boss. Meng Shan nodded happily and proudly glanced at Xing, his expression unmistakably conveying his thoughts. You scoundrel, how dare you? Xing glared at the boastful Meng Shan, gritting his teeth in frustration. However, he felt helpless. The major drawback of possessing the formidable powers granted by the devil fruits was the inability to swim. Xing had once attempted to overcome his weakness in the sea, but he had failed every time. 10 minutes later, Xia Hao and Meng Shan began their descent, moving with remarkable speed. With the skill of turtle breathing, Xia Hao was able to swim freely in the water, unaffected by any lack of oxygen, while Meng Shan, possessing the bloodline of the fishmen, faced no such issues. Boss, look, a sunken ship, Meng Shan exclaimed, pointing towards a massive skeletal structure on the ocean floor. Let's take a look. Xia Hao surged ahead, swimming rapidly toward the wreck, confident that the treasure marked on the map would be found there. What is this? Upon reaching the periphery of the sunken ship, they discovered numerous wooden chests, a faint smile spreading across Xia Hao's face. Indeed, hard work pays off. The treasure was finally within his grasp. Let's bring it all up. Xia Hao gestured upwards, and the two began swimming towards the surface. Just then, a lurking sea monster, its red eyes glinting, surged forth, an enormous underwater octopus. Its massive tentacles shot out, aiming to ensnare Xia Hao and Meng Shan as they attempted to escape. Nevertheless, even underwater, Xia Hao and Meng Shan remained remarkably agile, akin to loaches. What a nuisance! Can't you just stay in your lair? Xia Hao sighed in exasperation as he beheld the aggressive octopus, reluctantly placing the treasure chest into Meng Shan's arms. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind the octopus, and with a fierce grip, he struck the creature's soft body with immense power, sending it soaring towards the surface, trailing a multitude of bubbles. With a deafening sound, the water erupted, and the colossal octopus breached the sea, arcing beautifully before crashing onto the deck of the Hao Tian. Half an hour later, Xia Hao and Meng Shan returned to the Hao Tian's deck, their arms laden with treasure chests, satisfaction evident on their faces. Open the chests. At Xia Hao's command, the members of the Hao Tian pirate crew began to sort through the chests. As they opened them, gleaming treasures nearly blinded Xia Hao, soon filling the deck with riches. With a creak, Xiahao examined the final, lavishly locked chest in his hands, took a deep breath, and opened it. An oddly shaped devil fruit appeared before his eyes. What is this? Seems like luck is on my side. Indeed, fortune smiled upon him. It was an animal-type mythical Zoan devil fruit. Staring at the fruit, Xiahao recalled the system's description, disbelief washing over him as his mouth fell agape. Could such a devil fruit truly exist? Surely it must be a jest. This is the mythical Zoan cat fruit. Model, Swordsman Tom. Xiahao was both astonished and shocked by the special devil fruit identified by the system, questioning whether the system had fabricated such a ludicrous name. This system is a paragon of honesty from the realm of the system. I do not deceive, it assured. Perhaps it was merely a mutation. A mutation? Xiahao furrowed his brow, glancing at the now murky waters, feeling increasingly troubled, as if this sea had become utterly repugnant. Could it be that the celestial dragons had dumped waste again? He hastily gestured for the Hao Tion's helmsman to chart a new course. With the treasure secured, there was no need to linger. 5 days later, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow as he reviewed the naval intelligence before him. The Hao Tion pirate crew had once again made a move. This time, their target was none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government, Moonlight Moria. Although Sengoku held no fondness for pirates, the 7 warlord system was a method devised by the world government and the Navy to counter the ever-expanding pirate threat in the New World. He had contemplated revoking their titles, but upon realizing that the instigator was Xiahao, he dismissed the thought. The 7 warlord system is a heavy responsibility. Can a group of lawless scoundrels truly cooperate with the Navy to balance the monstrous pirates of the New World? Sengoku rubbed his forehead in exasperation, reflecting on the current composition of the 7 warlords, which only added to his woes. The legendary swordsman Dracul Mihawk had once been a naval hunter, seeking peace. He chose to become an eccentric 7 warlord, as no swordsman had proven to be his match in the vast ocean. Crocodile, the sand alligator, became a 7 warlord due to his enmity with the great pirate Whitebeard and his status as a powerful Logia devil fruit user. Sengoku was well aware that this individual was equally ambitious and unscrupulous. He sighed, pondering the need for new candidates in the New World, as the 7 warlords system still required 4 additional members. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. The officer from the intelligence division responded. All right then, you may leave, Sengoku waved dismissively, turning his gaze to the lethargic Kuzan nearby. Recently, Akainu had encountered the Hao Tion pirate crew and failed to capture them. Moreover, a specialized naval warship had been sunk by Xiahao. Indeed, Captain Xiahao of the Hao Tion pirate crew was suspected to possess the power of an animal-type mythical Zoan devil fruit, enabling him to manipulate plants and flames, though the exact nature of the fruit remained unclear. Kazan, upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, shed his previous indolence, adopting a grave demeanor as he recounted the intelligence he had acquired. At this juncture, the ideological divide between Kazan and Akainu was not severe. Most importantly, the temperature of the flames Xiahao unleashed was reportedly even higher than Akainu's magma, showcasing even greater potency. Furthermore, Akainu suspected that Xiahao had awakened and mastered the Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki? Currently, only Admiral Sengoku and that dapper old man possess it, an ability that exists in only 1 in a million, transcending all others. It can be said that only those with Conqueror's Haki have limitless potential. What a troublesome individual. Roger, what kind of monster have you raised? Sengoku lamented, helplessly attributing the situation to Roger, considering Xiahao's prior association with the RogerPirates. Meanwhile, buried in the soil, Roger thought, I truly wonder. I want to know too. Simultaneously, on the eastern side of Beihai's Haiyan Island, at Minion Island, 2 figures, one large and one small, were indulging in a hearty meal within a wooden cabin. The middle-aged man, draped in black feathers and adorned with clown makeup, smoked a cigarette while wearing a shirt covered in pink hearts. This was Don Quixote Rosinante, the brother of Don Quixote Doflamingo, the 2nd generation of the Don Quixote family, currently acting as an undercover agent monitoring Doflamingo under Admiral Sengoku's directive. Beside him, A pale young boy wearing a black spotted cap was none other than Trafalgar Law, one of the future infamous pirates of the new era. Due to the brutal murder of his family by the world government, the current Trafalgar Law is consumed by thoughts of vengeance. However, under the influence of Rosinante Coruscant, he has begun to develop a flicker of warmth in his heart, albeit only towards Rosinante. Law, I have gathered information. The Op no Mi is located on this island. If you consume this devil fruit before your family arrives, you will be healed of your affliction. Rosinante gently smiled, stroking Law's small head as he spoke earnestly. But I have heard that the Op no Mi is in the possession of a group of formidable pirates. The young Trafalgar Law said with concern, "Do not underestimate me. I am quite strong myself. A mere group of pirates poses no threat." Coruscant replied with a light-hearted tone, seemingly unconcerned. Yet, he alone understood that his own strength was not formidable. His plan to acquire the Op no Mi relied heavily on his devil fruit ability, the Shirku no Mi, which allows him to steal silently. This information about the Op no Mi that he obtained concerning the pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo was also acquired through eavesdropping. Diaz Barrels, a former Marine officer and student of Admiral Zephyr, is the father of the notorious pirate Drake from the New World. He intends to sell the Op no Mi to the world government and the Navy for a staggering 50 billion berries, as they plan to ambush Doflamingo's pirate crew. Thus, this moment presents Rosinante with a golden opportunity to seize the Op no Mi and alleviate Law's suffering from illness. Exhausted from the long journey, the frail Trafalgar Law succumbed to slumber. Observing the peacefully sleeping Law, Rosinante smiled faintly, glanced towards the distant town, and with a gentle snap of his fingers, enveloped the space around Law in the silence of his devil fruit's power before quietly departing the room. The task of obtaining the Op no Mi would be perilous, and Rosinante could not allow the young Law to accompany him. "Wait for me. Your illness will surely be cured." He softly closed the door behind him, inhaled deeply, and then set off towards the location of the pirates he had gathered intelligence on. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room, the pirates led by Diaz Barrels were merrily consuming food and drink, completely oblivious to the outside situation. They were entranced by the immense profit promised by the Op no Mi. Off 50 billion berries. This is an astronomical sum. Once this mission is complete, we can all return home. After years of being pirates, we stand to gain more from this devil fruit than from any other venture, boasted a burly pirate, eagerly gnawing on a chicken leg. Indeed, with such wealth, who would want to continue being a pirate? Another pirate added with a mocking laugh. No. For us rough men, it may hold little value. However, for a doctor, the power of the Op no Mi could enable them to address all significant diseases in the world. It is said that previous users of the Op no Mi have indeed been doctors. Barrels explained, holding the heart-shaped Op no Mi. As a former Marine officer, he was acutely aware of the internal dynamics of the Navy. While the pirates fantasized about exchanging the Op no Mi for immense wealth, Rosinante utilized the powers of the Shirku no Mi to stealthily approach the door. As the sky darkened, he subtly released a field of silence and raised his pistol, pulling the trigger towards the light bulb in the room. Pew pew pew. Several rapid shots shattered the bulb, plunging the room into darkness, followed by the sound of a window breaking. Seizing the moment, Rosinante dashed into the room, snatched the Op no Mi, and forcefully knocked Barrels aside before leaping through the shattered window. His movements were fluid and practiced, as he had meticulously planned this operation for countless days. Upon exiting the window, Rosinante retrieved a grenade and threw it back as a parting gift. With the exhilaration of a child, he sprinted back to the house where Trafalgar Law was waiting, for a true man never looks back at explosions. Thanks to the silence granted by his devil fruit, the sound of the grenade's detonation did not reach anyone outside. Nevertheless, Barrels and his pirate comrades were left in disarray, the explosive force rendering many unconscious or worse. Rosinante's speed increased, remaining undetected due to the effects of the Shirku no Mi. However, fortune turned as he slipped on the icy ground, tumbling several times before landing at the feet of Barrel's subordinates. In an instant, several guns were drawn, aimed directly at Rosanandi's head. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he realized he had made a fatal mistake. Capture him. Do not let him escape. The Op no Mi is in his possession, the pursuing pirates shouted. This exclamation momentarily stunned the pirates in front of Rosanandi, providing him a fleeting opportunity. He fought back valiantly, but due to his inferior strength, although victorious in the end, he sustained 2 gunshot wounds. Yet, Rosanandi remained unfazed. Merely minor wounds. They are inconsequential. The priority is to return with the Op no Mi. Once I give it to Law, not only will he heal, but regardless of what happens to me, Law will thrive thanks to the uniqueness of the Op no Mi. The joyful smile of Trafalgar Law echoed in Rosanandi's mind, reinvigorating him as he pressed onward, clutching his wounds as he dashed towards the nearby town. Simultaneously, the Navy, led by Rear Admiral Tsuru, completed their encirclement around the periphery of Heian Island and Minion Island. Whether to obtain the Op no Mi or to ambush Doflamingo's Don Quixote family, both objectives were part of the Navy's strategy. If this mission succeeded, one less calamity would plague the seas. Rear Admiral Tsuru, the encirclement is complete. All Navy soldiers are in position, awaiting further orders. Rear Admiral Tsuru. According to the latest intelligence, Doflamingo's ship is less than 100 nautical miles from Heian Island, expected to arrive in 3 hours. As Tsuru listened to the reports from her female soldiers, her demeanor became increasingly calm. Years of pursuit had taught her just how cunning Doflamingo was. Otherwise, he would not have eluded her grasp so many times. Continue the pursuit. You are all aware of Doflamingo's cunning. This mission must succeed. Yes, Rear Admiral Tsuru. As she gazed at Heian Island in the distance, Tsuru crossed her arms, her mind drifting back to the pre-departure strategies laid out by Admiral Sengoku. A slight frown creased her forehead as she pondered how Sengoku had obtained such intelligence to allow for these early preparations. On the island of Minion, Corazon, dragging his injured body, returned to the room where Trafalgar Law was. Upon opening the door and seeing the small figure of Law, Corazon did not hesitate to lift him up. He then forcefully placed the surgery fruit into Law's mouth, causing Law to roll his eyes and nearly choke. However, he ultimately managed to consume the fruit, and in an instant, the miraculous powers of the devil fruit began to take effect within him. His entire body trembled violently as excruciating pain surged through him. The wondrous power of the surgery fruit began to alleviate Trafalgar Law's illness, and his previously frail body began to slowly regain its strength. Corazon, you are injured. Law, gradually regaining consciousness, noticed Corazon's bloodied form, his tone filled with anxiety and concern. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Don't worry. Once this ordeal is over, I will take you to a peaceful island where we can spend the rest of our days in tranquility. Corazon replied with a gentle smile, his tone sincere. Yes, yes, Mr. Corazon, you will surely recover. We will live quietly together then. By the way, I just acquired the ability of the surgery fruit that can cure all ailments. I can heal your wounds, heal. Law exclaimed, his small hands pressed against Corazon's weakening body, tears streaming down his face as he cried out. It was as if he hoped for a miracle. Yet freshly endowed with the powers of the surgery fruit, Law was still unable to wield its miraculous effects. Law, listen to me. Deliver this information to the Navy outside Minion Island. They will not harm you. Just stay alive. Corazon, gazing at the anxious and caring Trafalgar Law, smiled from the depths of his heart, transforming a boy once consumed by hatred into one capable of love and friendship. Corazon felt that his life was worthwhile, and all he had done during this time was not in vain. The Navy. Law paused at Corazon's words, but then remembered that Corazon had once made a call to someone, likely a member of the Navy. However, none of that mattered. What mattered was that this person could save Corazon for a few more days. In that moment, for Corazon's sake, Law's hatred for the Navy and the world government lessened slightly. I will go find them, Mr. Corazon. Wait for me. You will be all right, Law said seriously, glancing at the increasingly frail Corazon before grasping the information tightly and swiftly making his way toward the island's perimeter, diligently evading the pirate search parties along the way. Watching Law's figure fade into the distance, Corazon's willpower finally gave way to drowsiness, and he closed his eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Law, wiping away his tears, cautiously sought out the Navy, his small figure trudging through the snow, his eyes scanning his surroundings with urgency. After all, Corazon's injuries were severe, and if medical attention was not timely, it would not be long before Doflamingo discovered the situation, leading to excessive blood loss and death. Mr. Corazon, I will definitely find someone to save you. Trafalgar Law clenched his small fist, determination shining in his eyes as he pressed onward, his short legs brimming with resolve. At the same time, WoodRelease crawled up from the explosion-ravaged room, bloodied and surrounded by his subordinates, who had been boasting and reveling just moments ago, now lying lifeless or gravely injured from the grenade blast. Damn thieves, they dare take my surgery fruit. I will tear you apart. WoodRelease growled as he rose, shaking his dazed head, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. However, he was completely unaware that the surgery fruit had already been consumed by Trafalgar Law. Even if he were to capture Law, he would have no chance of retrieving the original surgery fruit. Master WoodRelease, you are grievously injured and need to rest, one of his subordinates advised, propping up WoodRelease's hefty frame. At this, the furious WoodRelease lost his temper, shoving his subordinate away. Get lost. That is 50 billion berries. How dare that little thief take it? Gather everyone and ensure we find it before the Navy hears of its loss. Move. Yes, yes, Master WoodRelease. His terrified subordinate exclaimed as he rushed out, and soon all the pirate members began searching along the footprints. However, during this process, they could not avoid encountering the concealed Navy forces on the island. Lord Xiahao, we are approaching Minion Island, but our scouts have spotted 2 Navy warships hiding near the cliff. A member of the Haotian pirates hurriedly reported to Xiahao. Although Xiahao had never shown anger toward them, his subordinates regarded him with utmost reverence, believing his authority to be absolute. Even when facing the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, they felt no fear. For them, Xiahao was a figure of fervent belief and respect, seen as the most likely candidate to become the next pirate king, due to his past with the RogerPirates and his formidable strength. This is the will of the captain. Should Xiahao learn their thoughts, he would feel somewhat embarrassed. He could even empathize with the audacious demeanor of Roxdy Zebek when he faced Whitebeard, unafraid and demanding respect. Do you think everyone is like Shanks, willing to give you face? Understood. Let the Haotian ship remain hidden here, submerged to 100 meters below the surface, and await further orders. A Xing, who will accompany me to explore the island. Xiahao nodded at the report, beginning to arrange the next steps. The surgery fruit, said to grant the ability to perform the surgery of immortality, was incredibly powerful. Xiahao even believed that him, the ruler of the Holy Land of Mariewa, had lived to this day through the powers of a user of the surgery fruit. Immortality, indeed intriguing. Yet living as an old monster is hardly appealing, Xiahao thought, shaking his head to clear his chaotic thoughts. His gaze turned calm as he focused on the depths of Minion Island. In the snow of Minion Island, Trafalgar Law cautiously evaded the pirate searches, finally spotting a soldier clad in Navy attire. Summoning his courage, he called out to the nearby Navy. You're the Navy, right? Someone is injured and urgently needs a doctor. Please, help him and take him to a physician. Here is a letter that proves my identity to the Navy. Trafalgar Law said, racing up to a robust Navy soldier, urgency etched on his face. Is that so? What is going on, little boy? Tell me, a Navy officer replied, turning around to gaze at Law's youthful face, signaling the other soldiers to stand down. Well, this is a letter for the Navy. Law recounted the events regarding Corazon, oblivious to the world's malice, and pulled out a distinctive letter to present to the officer. This officer's name was Virgo, the first generation of the Don Quixote family, and the previous Corazon. It appears that the injuries are quite severe. Allow me to carry you as we seek him out. Weirgu revealed an enigmatic smile before hoisting Trafalgar Luo onto his back and making his way towards Corazon's location. Everything seemed so beautiful. A benevolent and just Navy officer responding to the plea of a child to rescue a gravely wounded individual. The tall figure gradually vanished into the snowy landscape. On Minion Island, by the coast, Xiahao, accompanied by a Xing and Kuli, embarked on a snowy path, gazing at the Haotian ship. which had activated its diving mode and was slowly descending nearly 100 meters beneath the sea surface. This journey was driven by Xia Hao's desire for change. Hence, a small group sufficed, as the combined strength of Xia Hao and a Xing would be ample. As the trio progressed along the path, they soon encountered a group of furious pirates, all brandishing weapons and searching for the thief of the Op Nomi. After all, it was a staggering 50 billion berries that had been stolen right under their noses. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Moreover, the captain, Balei Lu Si, had already delineated the distribution of wealth for this operation, ensuring that both officers and ordinary crew members would receive a substantial share. However, that fortune was now lost. Stop right there. An enraged shout echoed as the bewildered pirates, upon spotting Xia Hao and his companions, found a target for their frustration. They brandished their firearms and rushed towards the trio, their eyes scrutinizing every individual, convinced that they were the thieves of the Op Nomi. "We want," a Xing scoffed, raising his head defiantly at the surrounding pirates. "What do you mean? You three look suspicious. You must be the thieves. Search them. I won't believe otherwise." A pirate squad leader bellowed, his gaze growing increasingly hostile toward a Xing. "Search me? With a gun pointed at my head? This is no jest. The moment a man raises a firearm can signify a life-and-death duel. Are you certain about this?" Xia Hao stated calmly, yet earnestly, his dark eyes fixed intently on the pirate before him. Who do you think you're scaring?" "I'll tell you I am, bang. Bang." Before the pirate could finish his brash proclamation, a Xing swiftly raised his pistol and shot him dead. In an instant, he vanished, a whirlwind of sharp gusts slicing through the necks of the surrounding pirates, all of them collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. How foolish not to heed warnings. Firearms are perilous instruments not meant for such rabble to wield. "Let us go, Xing," Xia Hao remarked, a hint of exasperation crossing his face as he strode forward with purpose. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Luo, brimming with joy, guided Wei Ergu to the spot where Corazon lay unconscious. Upon seeing the slumbering figure of Corazon, Luo excitedly exclaimed, "Mr. Corazon, reinforcements have arrived. This Navy officer has come to take you back, so I brought him along." Hearing the commotion, Corazon blinked open his hazy eyes, straining to lift his heavy head to see the man before him. He intended to explain himself to the Navy officer, but upon raising his gaze, he was left utterly bewildered. It was as if fate had played a cruel trick, bringing Luo to find this man as a savior. Truly an unpredictable turn of events, marking what seemed to be a dismal day. "Vaya gay, it's you." Corazon's voice trembled slightly as he recalled the terrifying strength of Wei Ergu, a man capable of hardening his entire body with armament hockey. Most alarmingly, he was known for his ruthlessness in achieving his goals without hesitation. "Corazon, you actually spoke?" Wei Ergu responded with surprise at Corazon's sudden utterance. Yet, upon remembering the small child behind him and the intelligence in his possession, a glimmer of cold malice flashed in his eyes. "Yamaro." Corazon struggled to raise his arm in a futile attempt to intervene, but even in perfect health, he would stand no chance against the man before him. "Rip." Wei Ergu opened the intelligence report in his hand, scrutinizing it with an increasingly dangerous gaze. A surge of force knocked Luo to the ground. "Huh. I never expected to meet you under such circumstances, Luo Si Nandi. You have betrayed Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. I frequently compile intelligence, and this document contains dangerously sensitive information detailing the family's operations and plans over the years. Luo Si Nandi. If this intelligence were to fall into the Navy's hands, all our careful plotting would be rendered null, and the future of the family would be obliterated." Wei Ergu's fierce eyes bore into Corazon, signaling his intense anger. Betraying the family was utterly intolerable to Wei Ergu. He had chosen the young Doflamingo as their leader precisely because of his awakened conqueror's hockey and formidable ambition. In their eyes, the future pirate king was destined to be Doflamingo. "Vaya gay." The terrified expression on Luo's face mirrored the recollections of Corazon's past tales. Second-generation Corazon. Wei Ergu's forehead bulged with veins, his entire body enveloped in armament hockey as he delivered a brutal kick to Corazon's abdomen. The terrifying force, combined with the hockey, sent Corazon reeling, blood spewing forth as he bent over, his eyes wide with agony. The intense pain engulfed him in despair, and he glanced towards Luo, desperately gesturing for him to flee. Yet, witnessing his surrogate family member, Mr. Corazon, being mercilessly assaulted, blood gushing forth, the young Luo could no longer contain his fury. He began to swing his small fists at Wei Ergu's body, but to no avail. He was easily seized by the throat and hurled away. Wei Ergu then resumed his brutal onslaught on the incapacitated Corazon, blood gushing forth, staining the pristine white snow a deep crimson, a truly tragic sight. As he beheld the grievously injured Mr. Corazon being mercilessly beaten, Luo's eyes filled with terror and rage. He yearned to intervene, but only found himself knocked aside once more, tears streaming down his face, feeling helpless and insignificant. "You devil! Release Mr. Corazon. Is there no one to save us? Oh, young one, do you require assistance?" Just as Luo descended into despair, three figures suddenly appeared behind him, having passed by none other than Xia Hao and his companions. "Please, save Mr. Corazon," Luo pleaded with Xia Hao, no longer caring who stood before him, provided they could rescue Mr. Corazon from his dire fate. After all, nothing could be worse than the current predicament. "Very well. However, young one, you owe me a favor, one that must be repaid in the future." "Yes, yes. As long as you save Mr. Corazon, I will repay any favor." "Then, Xing, let us act," Xia Hao declared, his lips parting slightly as he gestured towards Wei Ergu. "Understood, boss. Understood, boss." Upon hearing Xia Hao's command, Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. In an instant, he vanished, appearing behind Wei Ergu and delivering a powerful kick. Boom! Aware of his adversary's presence, Wei Ergu utilized his observation haki to brace for impact, then rose to confront Xing, along with Xia Hao and Kuli, his heart racing. As an undercover agent and intelligence officer, he was acutely aware of the formidable forces and terrifying powers that roamed the seas. And here stood Captain Xia Hao of the Hao Tian Pirates. Why was the Hao Tian Pirates crew present here? This was intolerable. Wei Erg clenched his fist tightly. The staggering bounty of 1.5 billion berries imposed an unprecedented pressure on the confident and arrogant Wei Erg. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Xia Hao. Even the formidable Xing before him was not someone he could defeat in a short time. Yet, Wei Erg felt a flicker of confidence, believing he could hold his own against Xing. However, what truly preoccupied Wei Erg were the news reports about Xia Hao, which indicated that he had faced a monstrous big Amoam and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Newgate, without defeat, a testament to Xia Hao's unparalleled combat prowess. "Captain Xia Hao, I'm a member of the Don Quixote family. We can coexist peacefully. I implore you to refrain from interfering in this matter," Wei Erg said hastily, eyeing Xing, who was glaring menacingly at him. "Give you face." "Huh? What is your face worth?" Before Xia Hao could respond, Xing scoffed and unleashed his terrifying speed and strength, engaging Wei Erg in a fierce battle. The two figures moved with increasing rapidity, leaving behind mere afterimages, while the sound of colossal impacts reverberated through the surrounding space. "Gad, please attend to Corazon." Xia Hao turned to Kelly, observing Corazon, who was struggling for breath. "Of course, Brother Xia Hao," Kelly replied, immediately rushing to Corazon's side and retrieving various surgical instruments from her medical kit. With a gentle snap of his fingers, Xia Hao conjured a small wooden cabin that rose from the ground, providing shelter for Kelly and the others. After all, the wintry weather posed a risk of illness, and the residual shock waves from the battle between Xing and Corazon were formidable. Xia Hao did not wish for Corazon, who was in the midst of surgery to extract a bullet, to be swept away by the gales. "What is this?" Luo exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the wooden cabin, which also provided warmth to her previously shivering form. "Yes, much like you. It is a manifestation of Brother Xia Hao's devil fruit ability." Kelly pondered briefly before responding. "A devil fruit? I wonder if I too can become so powerful." "Mr. Corazon, you protect me now, and when I grow up, I will protect you," Luo declared with unwavering determination as she gazed at Corazon, who was succumbing to the anesthetic. "Yeah, fully armored haki," "You're impressive, K-Guy." A Xing's audacious voice echoed from outside the cabin. He observed the evenly matched confrontation with Wei Urge and felt intrigued, swiftly transforming into his half-beast form, his lips curling into a slight smile of excitement. Bang! An explosive sound erupted as a Xing vanished in an instant, his speed so formidable that even Wei Urge, utilizing Kinbunchika haki, found it challenging to track him. Suddenly, a Xing's claw, enveloped in armed haki, reached out from behind Wei Urge, aiming for his head. The sharp claws of the wind, god-winged dragon gleamed ominously, and the terrifying aura sent tremors through Wei Urge's mind, leaving him with no room for complacency. "Block it!" Wei Urge shouted, raising both hands in defense. The overwhelming force carved a long trench beneath his feet, forcing him to retreat, his gaze toward the Xing now filled with trepidation. The intel in Wei Urge's mind recalled the Navy's reports on a Xing, a suspected Zoan-type devil fruit user who had battled Navy admirals for dozens of rounds without defeat. A formidable pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. It was worth noting that Doflamingo's bounty was merely 340 million berries, awarded due to his cruel and terrifying actions. The members of the WoodRelease, this is merely a family matter. Do you truly wish to interfere? Wei Urge wiped the blood from his mouth, which had resulted from a powerful impact, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Hao, who stood a short distance away with an expression of amusement. Why waste words? If a man is to fight, then fight. Stop being so wishy-washy, a Xing remarked, visibly irritated by Wei Urge's apparent hesitation. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent covered in armed haki, and despite Wei Urge's commendable strength, he was eager to test his skills. Moreover, a Xing had observed Kelly already attending to the clownish man clad in black fur. Realizing this was a directive from their captain. The ability of a surgical fruit user was rumored to possess an extraordinarily perverse legend: immortality. Though the truth of this claim was uncertain, it was enough to inspire both yearning and madness in everyone. Wei Urge's anxiety escalated as he noticed Xia Hao's indifferent demeanor and a Xing's claws advancing towards him. His expression morphed into one of desperation. If reasoning failed, he would resort to desperation. He had to eliminate Corazon. After all, as a traitor, if he relayed information about the Don Quixote family to the Navy, it would culminate in utter ruin, and he, Wei Urge, would become the family's greatest sinner. Shave. Wei Urge's figure flickered as he dashed towards Corazon. If he could just take Corazon's life, everything would end. At that point, whether he was killed by the WoodRelease or captured by the Navy would be inconsequential. "Oomph. You think you alone can do this?" A Xing smirked, employing the same Navy 6 technique, shave, to pursue Wei Urge, even outpacing him. After all, this was the result of the intense training he had undergone under Xia Hao, forged through countless battles with the ferocious beasts of the Beast Island. How is this possible? So fast. Wei Urge was struck with disbelief, not only astonished by a Xing's mastery of Navy 6, but also the fact that his proficiency surpassed his own. Wind God Winged Dragon Seal. The powerful armed haki swirled fiercely around a Xing's claws as a terrifying aura surged forth, wreaking havoc in its vicinity. Just as Wei Urge was about to reach the wooden cabin where Corazon and Kelly were, a Xing delivered a kick that sent him flying. The immense force caused Wei Urge to tumble through the air several times before crashing violently against a massive rock. In that instant, it felt as though his internal organs had shattered, his body suffering severe tremors from the impact, leading to a tangible internal injury. He began to cough incessantly, blood spewing forth, staining the snow a vivid crimson. "So strong, Doflamingo. It appears I have no hope of completing my final task. However, WoodRelease, don't think you can leave unscathed. Lurking here is the Navy's Vice Admiral, Tsu." Wei Urge retrieved a signal flare from his pocket and launched it into the air, simultaneously activating a transponder snail to report to the Navy about the surgical fruit being concealed by the WoodRelease. Seeking death. A Xing. Witnessing Wei Urge's seamless execution of such actions in mere seconds was filled with rage. He advanced, pummeling Wei Urge with relentless fists until, at last, Wei Urge lay motionless, devoid of life. It seems history is about to change once more. Xia Hao observed the scene without a hint of intervention, stroking his chin in contemplation. On the coast of Minion Island, Doflamingo and his entourage disembarked with an air of arrogance. Suddenly, they noticed a signal flare rising from the center of the island's town, causing a jolt of realization. The flare bore the distinctive emblem of the Don Quixote family, a signal utilized only in the face of insurmountable foes. Moreover, this unique mark, reminiscent of the Navy's signal flares, belonged solely to one individual, the undercover agent within the Navy, the first generation of the Heart Corazon, WoodRelease. Something has gone awry, Doflamingo. A middle-aged man draped in a red cloak, his face adorned with tribal markings, spoke with a serious expression. This was Diamante, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, a user of the Paramecia type flowing fruit ability, known for his ruthlessness and unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo, whom he believed to be a natural-born destroyer. WoodRelease. Doflamingo raised his gaze towards the signal flare emanating from the island's interior, his brow furrowed and his tone grave. We must locate barrels and inquire about the whereabouts of the surgical fruit. Doflamingo contemplated for a long moment before ultimately deciding on the course of action most beneficial for the family, acquiring the surgical fruit. Understood, young master. Under the leadership of Doflamingo, a group swiftly apprehended several pirates, and through amicable dialogue, they obtained information regarding the theft of the Ope Nomi Balilu Si. You fool. How could you lose the Ope Nomi? Doflamingo soon located Balilu Si, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. The fierce glare from Doflamingo instilled a sense of despair in Balilu Si. He had heard of the notorious Don Quixote family, and had even collaborated with them in the past. It was precisely this reputation that led him to believe that his demise was inevitable. However, in a bid to survive, Balilu Si lowered his head. A bunch of fools. Let them fend for themselves. No one shall escape. With a disdainful snort, Doflamingo conjured a replica using the powers of the Ito no Mi. Slender yet immensely resilient threads soaring upwards before descending, forming a tightly woven cage that enveloped the entire island. Concurrently, countless fine threads cascaded from the sky, binding Balilu Si and his companions. As Doflamingo's fingers danced, the group, like marionettes, was manipulated at will, their faces contorted in terror as they began to turn their weapons against each other. The scene in the snowy expanse became chaotic, with blood spilling continuously, painting the surroundings crimson. Balilu Si, filled with rage and confusion, watched helplessly as his once brotherly subordinates fell one by one, leaving him utterly alone. Just when he thought Doflamingo would honor his word and spare him, a transparent thread sliced through his neck, blood gushing forth. Clutching his throat, Balilu Si gazed at Doflamingo in disbelief and terror, an overwhelming sense of regret flooding his heart. Pirates were indeed a band of unreasonable scoundrels. Had he not betrayed the Navy, he might have lived out his days in peace. Drake lived well in the final moments of his life. Memories of his young son flashed through Balilu Si's mind as he reluctantly closed his eyes. Continue the pursuit. Whoever has taken the Ope Nomi must pay the price. Doflamingo, cold and indifferent, stared into the vast expanse of white snow, determined to eradicate all enemies on this island, for he could not afford to remain ignorant of the whereabouts of the Ope Nomi. He held absolute confidence in the cage he had unleashed. Meanwhile, under the skilled medical care of Kuli, Colasong's perilously waning life force began to revive. Slowly, he opened his eyes, immediately inquiring about Trafalgar Law, for all his sacrifices were made to ensure Law's survival. Colasong, you're all right. Upon hearing Colasong's voice, a drowsy Luo abruptly widened his eyes, hurriedly rushing to Colasong's side, tightly grasping his hand, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks. Colasong! It was Big Brother and the others who saved us. Virgo has been defeated. Law joyfully recounted the events that had transpired. Defeated Virgo? Colasong exclaimed in astonishment, straining to raise his head towards Xia Hao, struggling to express his gratitude. A wounded man should rest. What are you trying to prove? If you were to perish, this little one would be heartbroken, Xia Hao remarked with a shrug, expressing his exasperation toward Colasong. Moreover, rescuing you comes with conditions. The little one has acquired the Ope Nomi's powers and has promised to owe us a favor. Any request within reason must not be refused, Xiaohao stated. His gaze steady on Kolasong. Alas, I have dragged you into this, Luo. Kolasong lamented. Hee. You have no objections? Aixing inquired, perplexed by Kolasong's demeanor. Considering that their captain's actions, though reasonable, had been executed under duress while Ko Li was administering treatment. Objections? Even if I had them, you wouldn't agree, would you? Captain Xiaohao of the Haotian Pirates, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Is it worthwhile to argue? Kolasong replied with a bitter smile upon hearing Aixing's question. Oh, you actually know us? Captain, it seems our reputation has spread across the world. Aixing exclaimed with excitement, pumping his fist in the air. Reputation? Aixing, isn't the notoriety of pirates predominantly negative? Kali interjected, unable to restrain herself. Even bad reputations reflect a form of renown. Aixing retorted defiantly. All right, enough bickering. A formidable enemy approaches. Look to the sky. Xiaohao coughed lightly before continuing. Enemy? Where? Where? Upon hearing this, Aixing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he rolled up his sleeves, eager for a confrontation. That is a birdcage. Kolasong's expression soured as he gazed at the intricate threads woven into the sky, fully aware of Dofolengmingyi's capabilities. Captain Xiaohao, the night demon Dofolengmingyi has arrived. Yes, I'm aware, merely a paramecia-type user of the Edo no Mi. To develop such abilities to this extent is indeed monstrous, Xiaohao acknowledged with a nod. Aixing, you go test the waters. All right, Captain. Watch me make them all vanish. Aixing eagerly transformed into his hybrid form, the wind god wyvern, soaring into the sky, using Kinbunchika haki to navigate toward the island's edge. Is that all right? Kolasong expressed his concerns, surprised. Although Dofolengmingyi's bounty was not overwhelmingly frightening, the thought of his family officers being a band of monsters led Kolasong to believe that Aixing alone could not handle them. Rest assured, once I send you out, I will provide assistance. Xiaohao reassured Kolasong, sensing his apprehension. Send us out? Kolasong was taken aback, for in his understanding, the threads forming the birdcage were indestructible. A testament to Dofolengmingyi's confidence. What? Do you doubt me? Is it that you believe the birdcage created by the Edo no Mi is unbreakable? Worry not. I have my methods, Xiaohao replied nonchalantly, shrugging off Kolasong's concerns. Dofolengmingyi was merely a trivial matter. Xiaohao held no fear. The power of haki reigned supreme over all. Furthermore, since his advanced conqueror's haki had evolved, Xiaohao had acquired new strength, perfectly poised for experimentation. Who goes there? With a high-pitched voice, at that moment, Aixing flew above the Don Quixote family, his overwhelming aura eliciting a shout from Paika. In an instant, all gazes turned skyward toward Aixing. Who just spoke? It couldn't be you giant, could it? What a ridiculous laugh. Aixing scanned the surroundings, finally fixating on the burly Paika, who was blushing with either embarrassment or rage, prompting Aixing to double over in laughter. You bastard! Paika could no longer contain his fury at Aixing's unabashed laughter. He activated his devil fruit ability, merging with the stone beneath him, transforming into a colossal stone giant, and conjured a stone weapon to hurl at Aixing in an attempt to bring him down. Jieja, it appears that the wrath of the formidable has been provoked. Truly a testament to the grandeur of the great rout, leaving me utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that a rugged man could emit such a sound? Nevertheless, this trivial attack cannot possibly defeat me. Aixing let out a hearty laugh, subsequently channeling a terrifying wind blade that cleaved the stone spear in two, scattering it into countless fragments that fell freely from the sky. Observing the cacophony of stones plummeting to the ground, he glanced back at Aixing, causing Doflamingo's forehead to bulge with veins, intricate patterns resembling a spider's web. Suddenly, he raised a finger, and a slender, transparent thread descended from above, aiming to ensnare Aixing. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of impact resonated as the thread struck Aixing's figure, only to find that his armament haki had enveloped his entire wing. It is worth noting that such extensive application of armament haki was inspired by Virgo. Virgo, he truly is a good man, killing my people while employing my techniques? Failed. The inability to bind A-Shing on the first attempt caused Doflamingo's expression to darken. The ability to fly belongs not to Whitebeard's Marco, but to the notorious Mad Dragon A-Shing, the first subordinate of the recently infamous Haotian pirates, led by Xia Hao. This was the title inscribed on the bounty notice issued by the Navy, as A-Shing in battle resembled a frenzied demon, wielding the abilities of a Zoan-type pteranodon. Simultaneously, on the shores of Minion Island, Corazon and Law were seized by Xia Hao. Under Corazon's expression of fear and unease, they approached the birdcage. "No, please. We'll be sliced in half." Corazon desperately clawed at the air, attempting to halt Xia Hao's advance, yet his efforts were in vain. "Do not worry. It is merely a birdcage," Xia Hao replied dismissively, striding forward with unwavering confidence. In the next instant, a terrifying and domineering conqueror's haki emanated from Xia Hao, transforming the very atmosphere. The once tranquil sea was suddenly engulfed by towering waves, while the thick clouds above erupted violently. Centered around Xia Hao, the conqueror's haki materialized into a tangible conical domain, thrusting forward and expanding within the cramped confines of the birdcage, forcefully prying it apart. With a calm demeanor, Xia Hao proceeded forward, having attained a unique ability from his enhanced conqueror's haki, which granted him absolute dominion within this special space. Fortified by an unparalleled defensive power akin to an impenetrable shield. Thus, under the influence of this conqueror's haki domain, Xia Hao effortlessly breached the so-called indestructible birdcage. Returning to the heart of the island, A-Shing faced off against the Don Quixote family. "Since you are here, the Op no Mi must have been acquired by the Haotian pirates. Kindly return it to its rightful owner. It originally belonged to our young master," exclaimed a disheveled man with a runny nose and a distinctive palm-shaped hand, his tone resolute as he addressed A-Shing. "Your young master's possession? Ha, how audacious! A mere wretch with celestial dragon blood, truly arrogant." A mocking voice echoed through the air, and in the next moment, a figure appeared before the Don Quixote family. It was Xia Hao. "Xia Hao." Doflamingo's demeanor shifted to one of tension upon seeing the sudden appearance of Xia Hao, a man known for his undefeated encounters with monstrous foes like Whitebeard. Even he felt an innate fear, as this was the era renowned as Whitebeard's age. Since Roger's execution, the prestige of the Whitebeard pirates had surged to unprecedented heights. Indeed, in the eyes of many, Whitebeard Newgate was the one most likely to ascend as the next pirate king. "Are you aware of who I am? Then you must also comprehend my capabilities." Will the Night Typhoon, Doflamingo, truly not retreat? Xia Hao's gaze remained indifferent as he regarded Doflamingo. Is that a threat? No matter the rumors spread by the outside world, one must witness to believe. Otherwise, retreating in such a manner would leave me unsatisfied. Doflamingo let out a unique laugh before gesturing for the Don Quixote family members to encircle Xia Hao and A-Shing. 9 against 2, an evident advantage in their favor. "Commence the attack," Doflamingo commanded in a chilling tone, his hand waving as the cadre members swiftly formed a surrounding circle, their eyes fixed hungrily upon Xia Hao and A-Shing. "Ha! It seems my strength is being questioned." A-Shing. "Step back. I shall demonstrate my prowess." Upon hearing Doflamingo's brazen proclamation, Xia Hao raised a hand, halting A-Shing, who was seething with indignation at the prospect of retaliating. "Boss, rest assured, what could possibly transpire? I wish to see just how formidable the Night Typhoon Doflamingo truly is." Xia Hao responded calmly, turning to A-Shing. "Very well, boss." A-Shing acquiesced, recognizing Xia Hao's steadfast resolve. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, prepared to charge in without hesitation should any unforeseen circumstance arise. Indeed, a man with a bounty of 1.5 billion is undeniably confident. Doflamingo chuckled, his expression growing serious as he regarded Xia Hao. In his heart, he could not fathom how such a young man could possibly rival the might of Whitebeard Newgate. A monstrous figure. It must be noted that even Kaido, that untouchable beast, would hesitate to challenge Whitebeard in battle. This era, since Roger's demise, has been dubbed the pirate era of Whitebeard by the outside world. An arrogant man. Pika observed Xia Hao, who showed no regard for the Don Quixote family members. Suddenly, he vanished into the ground, and the next moment, a colossal rock giant materialized behind Xiao Hao. In an instant, the giant's massive rocky arm lunged toward Xiao Hao, generating powerful winds that caused the ground beneath him to fracture, creating a web-like pattern of cracks that extended for hundreds of meters. The wind is strong. Xiao Hao observed the rapidly enlarging rocky fist before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. From the fissures in the ground below, a tree of considerable girth emerged, its branches forming a gigantic hand that collided with the rock giant's fist, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that reverberated violently around them. Is he manipulating the power of trees? A user of a paramecia-type devil fruit? Doflamingo murmured to himself, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Hao, lost in thought. Let's all join forces. How strong can one man's power truly be? Torbol suggested upon witnessing Pika's attack being effortlessly dismantled by Xiao Hao. Indeed, even a beast like Kaido could not easily defeat us, Diamante concurred. Baby 5, let's assist as well, Bartolomeo exclaimed, waddling over to Baby 5, excitement evident in his voice. Since joining the Don Quixote family, Bartolomeo had experienced newfound confidence and prestige, reveling in this reckless sensation. As the propeller on his neck spun rapidly, Baby 5's cheeks flushed with color, realizing Bartolomeo had requested her assistance. The sensation of being needed stirred within her, rendering her small frame somewhat bashful. How delightful it is to feel valued. Baby 5 nodded eagerly in agreement, her petite form leaping onto the robust physique of Buffalo, her arms transforming into dainty machine guns. The sound of relentless gunfire echoed through the air as an endless barrage of bullets swiftly enveloped a radius of several hundred meters around Xiao Haofeng, leaving him with no refuge. Well done, Baby 5. Bullets? He mused, observing the oncoming projectiles without employing his observation hockey. The densely packed bullets clanged against his body. Yet mere centimeters from him, they were halted, unable to penetrate further. A nearly invisible golden bell enveloped Xiao Haofeng, a manifestation of the skill he had acquired. Jin Zhong Zhaotai Bushan. Blocked? No, he remained completely unharmed, as Buffalo's eyes widened in shock and fear, unable to comprehend the scene before him. At that moment, Xiao Haofeng, located at the center of the encirclement, suddenly vanished, reappearing behind the suspended Buffalo, delivering a malicious kick. With a resounding thud, Buffalo and Baby 5 were forcefully propelled through the air, tumbling towards Don Quixote Doflamingo. Observing the duo being flung away, Doflamingo's brow furrowed, and he raised a hand, weaving a soft net to catch them. Is this little brat seeking death? Xiao Haofeng uttered coldly, before vanishing once more. This time, he employed the flying thunder god technique, appearing above Buffalo, flames erupting from his arm. The scorching inferno surged skyward, instantly raising the temperature of the surrounding area to staggering heights, evaporating the snow covering the island within a 10-kilometer radius. The surging flames distorted the space around them, severing the net that held Buffalo, who then fell to the ground with a thud. Controlling the power of fire. Doflamingo's expression grew increasingly grave as he regarded Xiao Haofeng. Although they had yet to engage directly, the sheer might of these two abilities was enough to cast a shadow over the Don Quixote family. Hey, don't lose focus during battle. A fist enveloped in armament hockey struck Diamante with such swiftness that he couldn't even utilize his devil fruit ability. The force of the punch, bolstered by the overwhelming strength of a giant, sent Diamante reeling, agony shooting through his body. Are you all right, Diamante? Toripol inquired with concern. Cough. I'm Fine. Be cautious. This guy's bounty of 1.5 billion berries is no joke, and it's not merely due to his status as a trainee of the RogerPirates. Diamante coughed up blood, his expression stern as he watched Xiao Haofeng. I understand now. As long as we can restrain this extraordinary speed, the outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, Doflamingo has yet to make a move. Toripol unleashed a barrage of viscous blobs that resembled mucus, aiming to ensnare Xiao Haofeng. While lacking in tangible harm, the substance was exceedingly adhesive. What a truly repugnant ability, Xiao Haofeng thought, nearly retching at the sight of the green goo. Such a devil fruit power emanating from that source was indeed extraordinary. The flying thunder god technique was not merely a matter of speed. Such commonplace attacks would hold no effect. Once again, Xia Haofeng vanished, causing immediate tension among the Don Quixote family. Even Doflamingo refrained from making any hasty movements. Sudden poison needle, his finger as hard as a sword, pierced Toripole's body, the formidable armament Haki merging with the toxins of the poison dragon slayer magic, infiltrating his system. The black venom wreaked havoc within him. Poison? Toripole exclaimed incredulously. Hearing Toripole's voice, coupled with the sudden purple hue of his face, the expressions of the Don Quixote family turned to disbelief, shocked that the world-renowned pirate would resort to such lowly tactics. Doflamingo's fury ignited, veins bulging on his forehead, threads swirling around him like frenzied demons, as he swiftly approached Xia Haofeng. For these individuals were his family. None could mock or defile them without facing the consequences. Finally stepping into the fray, Xia Haofeng remarked with a slight smirk, laced with mockery. Meanwhile, outside Minion Island, Vice Admiral Tsuru led the Navy to encircle the entire island. On the naval warship, a grave expression adorned Tsuru's face. Reports from the Navy station on the island relayed troubling news. The captain of the Haotian pirates, Xia Haofeng, was also present on the island. What a troublesome fellow. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku's expression soured upon hearing Tsuru's serious tone through the den mushi. What? You cannot be jesting, Tsuru. Sengoku's face darkened as he comprehended the implications of Xia Haofeng's presence on Minion Island, indicating that the Haotian pirates were nearby. While the naval forces deployed could manage against Doflamingo, they were uncertain of their chances against Xia Haofeng. Despite Tsuru's exceptional combat prowess, her strategic mind could not match the peculiar strength of Xia Haofeng. From previous reports by Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Sakazuki, it was evident that Xia Haofeng possessed at least the strength of an admiral, if not greater, as Sengoku was acutely aware of the terrifying power of Conqueror's Haki. Throughout history, from the Rocks Pirates era to the age of Roger, Whitebeard, and Big Mom, every formidable figure wielded Conqueror's Haki. It could be said that it was a necessary condition to ascend to the pinnacle of strength. Tsuru, cancel the operation to capture the Don Quixote family. You may decide the next course of action, but exercise caution. Xia Haofeng is no ordinary foe. Sengoku rubbed his forehead in frustration and anger. Why did this rascal always appear in such pivotal moments? The trade of the surgery fruit was notoriously clandestine, known only to a select few. The more Sengoku pondered, the more incensed he became, casting a glance at the nonchalant carp, who was indulging in snacks in the office, his irritation mounting. What is the matter, Sengoku? There is only this one pack of donuts left. Don't be so dramatic, Carp remarked, sensing Sengoku's fiery gaze. Carp, amid such chaos at sea, you still choose to slack off? Get out, Sengoku admonished angrily. TCH, such a temper. It's my day off. I can do as I please. Carp retorted nonchalantly, entirely unfazed by Sengoku's fury. Day off. Tsuru has encountered Xia Haofeng during the ambush on Doflamingo. Sengoku rushed over, snatching the donut from Carp's hand and stuffing it into his mouth, glaring at him with indignation. What? Tsuru encountered Xia Haofeng. I hope nothing went awry. Carp's expression shifted to seriousness, his concern evident as he fixed his gaze on Sengoku. Not yet. But what is most surprising is how the Haotian pirates came to be on Minion Island. The news of the surgery fruit has never been leaked. Sengoku expressed his worry. Should I personally go? Carp inquired earnestly. Time is of the essence. I have entrusted the new battle plan entirely to Xiao He, hoping that the Haotian pirate crew does not escalate the situation. Zhanghua let out a deep sigh. For some reason, he had suddenly grown weary of the vibrant youth. Why not settle down in the new world like that formidable fellow, Whitebeard Newgate, finding a territory to call home? That way, everyone could enjoy a peaceful existence. Very well. Carp nodded in response to Zhanggua's arrangement, but his mind drifted back to the last time he visited home. Ace, that young rascal, was practicing the Marine's 6 styles, a technique he had never been taught, leaving Carp to attribute it all to Xia Hao. Yet, How could a pirate learn the Marine's 6 styles? It was utterly incomprehensible. Even during Roger's time, there were no reports of him wielding such techniques. Xiao Hao smirked. Guess how I learned it? On Minion Island. Xiao Hao looked down from above at the battered members of the Don Quixote family, stepping closer to Doflamingo. Is this all they have? Unable to even breach my defenses? He couldn't help but express his disappointment, a slight smile gracing his lips. In contrast, the Don Quixote family no longer exhibited their initial arrogance. Their faces now etched with fear as they gazed at the approaching Xiao Hao, hunched over and coughing, the ground soaked in blood. Cough, cough. Is this truly a power that humans can possess? Doflamingo pondered, glancing at his fractured right hand, the pain radiating through his body. In a recent battle, Xiao Hao had faced the Don Quixote family like a war god, enduring their onslaught with sheer physical strength. Neither Torbel's sticky explosions nor Diamante's colossal steel sword could inflict harm. Even an injury to Xiao Hao seemed impossible. It is worth noting that even Marine admirals had never encountered such a dire situation. Half of the subordinates he had brought were severely injured, while the remainder were battered. Only he retained a modicum of strength due to the peculiarities of the Edo no Mi. However, that strength was dwindling, and with the encircling Marines closing in, Doflamingo reluctantly retracted his birdcage, opting for defense instead of offense. Doflamingo! Toribol exclaimed in astonishment. This was not the Doflamingo he knew, the one who acted with impunity, who had never displayed such restraint even when facing the beast Kaido. I have misjudged this situation. Doflamingo sighed heavily. Let's leave, Ashing, Xiao Hao said to Ashing, casting a glance at the demoralized Doflamingo, feeling a twinge of disappointment yet resigned. With his Kinbunshiku haki, he sensed a large contingent of Marines tightening their encirclement and turned to Ashing, instructing him to depart. Understood. Ashing transformed into his complete wind god form, taking to the skies with Xiao Hao, soaring away with ease. Is that creature actually leaving? Buffalo marveled at the departing Xiao Hao, his chubby face displaying surprise. Fool, is it not better to be alive? Do you wish for him to return and finish you off? My apologies, Mr. Diamante. As the Don Quixote family basked in their narrow escape, the sound of marching footsteps echoed around them. The Marines, led by Vice Admiral Tsuru, surrounded them completely. Doflamingo, surrender, Tsuru stated with cold seriousness. Hiv, surrender. Is Vice Admiral Tsuru jesting? Doflamingo forced himself to stand, his gaze fierce as he stared at Tsuru. Then let us settle this through strength. With those words, the Marines and the Don Quixote family engaged in a fierce battle. The once formidable subordinates of Doflamingo found their strength waning due to Xiao Hao's intervention, forced into a defensive stance. Doflamingo, leave. Do not concern yourself with us, Toribol urged, his tone grave as he used a sticky attack to pull Doflamingo back. Yes, young master, do not mind us. As long as you remain free, there's hope for rebuilding. Young master, please, you must go. As the encirclement grew tighter, the gravely injured members of the Don Quixote family pleaded, for in their hearts, as long as Doflamingo retained his freedom, there remained a chance. Fine, I understand. Doflamingo thought hard as he saw the desperate expressions of his family. He snapped his fingers, ensnaring the clouds above with his strings, and swiftly took flight, escaping the Marines' attack range in the blink of an eye. As for Buffalo, due to his weakness, he had been captured early on, lacking the opportunity to flee. How ruthless, sacrificing the pawn to protect the king. Vice Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brow at this scene. Yet she had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of Doflamingo, since none of the Marine encirclement could fly. Alas, if only Borisolino were here today. Tsuru shrugged helplessly. But this time, the Don Quixote family had suffered substantial losses, likely ensuring a prolonged period of quietude. However, Doflamingo's escape was indeed a significant dilemma. The Marines had long sought to uncover the forces behind Doflamingo and his actions, yet to no avail. In the sky, Doflamingo, amidst his anger and bitterness, flew through the clouds, pulling at his strings, his face darkening with resentment. This matter shall not conclude here, Xiao Hao, he bellowed, clutching his injured abdomen, departing without a backward glance. Meanwhile, 30 nautical miles away on the Haotian ship, Corazon looked at Luo with heartfelt gratitude, regardless of Xia Hao's true intentions for coming. Had it not been for Xia Hao's timely intervention, Corazon would have undoubtedly perished. "Thank you, Xia Hao," Trafalgar Luo said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Xia Hao, his small face adorned with sincerity. Corazon represented everything for Luo, the young boy filled with revenge. It was Corazon who had rekindled his feelings of warmth and connection. "No need for thanks. This is merely a transaction of interests," Xia Hao replied calmly, patting Luo on the head. For him, it was merely an effortless act. "Let's go, the two of you. Choose an island on the way, and I shall escort you." "Thank you." Corazon expressed his gratitude once more. Recalling Zhang evaluation of Xia Hao, a man shrouded in mystery. Ever since departing from the RogerPirates, he seemed to have completely liberated himself. The Haotian ship continued its journey through the Grand Line, with Coley and Mina delightfully showing Luo around, who, during every moment of astonishment, took 3 days to complete the tour. "Isn't this amazing? This gigantic ship can even dive?" Trafalgar Luo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he learned that the Haotian pirate crew possessed a submersible mode. The idea of submerging in the ocean without being detected by the Marines left a profound impression on the young Luo. "This is an ultimate escape tool. Once I grow up, I must also create a ship like this to sail," Trafalgar Luo declared earnestly, gripping his delicate hands tightly. "Indeed, you must grow up quickly." Mina smiled, not taking it to heart, for after all, he was just a child. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, 3 Navy warships bearing the Seagull flag sped through the waters, showing no inclination to engage even the passing pirate vessels. On a naval warship, a man towering over 3 meters, adorned with a pair of sharp horns and a red mask that revealed only his piercing yellow eyes, clad in a striking red suit, was joyfully engaging in a card game with his subordinates around table. This naval vessel was under the command of Fusif, a member of the CP9 organization and a master of the Navy's 6 powers, entrusted with the transport of a certain item. On the table rested an exquisite box containing a seemingly ordinary paramecia-type devil fruit. However, Fusif was perplexed as to why the highest authority of the world government, the 5 elders, had specifically requested it, even dispatching a well-equipped naval battalion for its escort. Nonetheless, recognizing the absolute nature of the world government's commands and desiring to maintain his position, Fusif took the mission seriously. However, after a smooth journey, his vigilance waned, and with a surge of excitement from his gambling addiction, he gazed at the calm sea and the pirate crews that chose to avoid confrontation. Fusif felt elated. Indeed, aside from a few reckless individuals, ordinary pirate crews would not dare to provoke the Navy. Thus, he summoned his men to partake in gambling, engrossing everyone's attention in the game, oblivious to a massive pirate ship swiftly approaching. "Captain, I've heard that this naval warship is personally escorting CP9 members. It must hold a treasure trove," exclaimed Le Crew, taking a hearty bite from his large chicken leg and patting his round belly with delight. "If it's treasure, that would be splendid. It's been ages since we had a feast." Jesus Boo said, resting his spear on his shoulder, his tone filled with yearning. "Captain, are we truly going to strike?" Ben Beckman, standing beside Shanks, asked earnestly after releasing a cloud of smoke. "Of course, it's just a mere naval warship. Besides, compared to that fellow, I've set sail too late. The simplest way for a pirate to enhance their renown is to challenge formidable foes." Shanks thought of Xia Hao's visage, narrowing his eyes at the naval warship. Along their journey, news of the Haotian pirate crew had brought a smile to Shanks' lips. He believed that one day they would meet at the pinnacle. With Shanks' command, the Red Force surged towards the naval warship. As they approached within 100 or 200 meters, Fusif, who had been reveling in his winnings, finally sensed the danger. "What is this?" Fusif exclaimed in fury, astonished that a pirate crew would dare to assault a ship of the naval headquarters, a blatant provocation. "Damn it, they've come too close. Fire!" Fusif shouted, ordering the cannons to target the Red Force as a barrage of cannonballs flew forth. Boom! 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 Unfazed by the incoming projectiles, Shanks remained composed while Jesus Boo stepped forward, raising his spear to retaliate. In an instant, all the bombs were obliterated mid-air. the powerful shockwaves causing the sea to churn violently. "Charge!" Lakiru shouted, leading the charge like a nimble figure onto the naval warship. In a moment, it was as if they had entered a realm devoid of opposition, swiftly taking down the elite naval soldiers. "Are you seeking death?" Fusif roared in anger, realizing that failure to complete the 5 elders' orders would result in a dire fate. Thus, he resolved to confront the formidable red-haired Shanks, for he considered himself the most gifted among CP0. Transforming into a saber-toothed tiger via the Zoan-type cat-cat fruit, he lunged at Shanks with gaping jaws. Yet at that moment, as the beast leapt, Shanks unsheathed his sword, proclaiming divine escape. Observing Fusif in his saber-toothed tiger form, Shanks maintained an unperturbed demeanor, gripping his sword at his waist and swiftly unleashing a slash imbued with Conqueror's haki, which struck Fusif's colossal form. The terrifying true damage from the Conqueror's haki sent Fusif flying backward, crashing into the sea, where he struggled momentarily before slowly sinking beneath the waves. How is this possible? Why is this man so terrifying? Was that Conqueror's haki? Fusif pondered as he descended into the depths, recalling the moment. He had not anticipated that a pirate crew, having only set sail a few years prior, would possess such fearsome strength. Upon seeing Shanks, Fusif recognized him as the man the world government and Navy headquarters had notably mentioned in the past 2 or 3 years, red-haired Shanks. Consequently, Fusif did not underestimate him, but instead summoned his utmost power to retaliate. Yet he could not fathom the vast difference in their capabilities, as he was defeated in a single blow. "Red-haired Shanks!" Fusif roared in unwillingness before succumbing to the encroaching waters. On board the naval warship, the red-haired pirates had vanquished all naval forces and were fervently looting the treasures from the fleet. After a thorough search, they discovered only the box containing the devil fruit. "Captain, we only found this," Lakiru said, approaching with the box containing the rubber fruit and placing it on the table. "A devil fruit, is it?" Shanks mused, gently opening the box and examining its unique patterns, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What type of devil fruit is this? Why was it so heavily guarded by the naval warship?" Jesus Boo inquired curiously, leaning closer to inspect the fruit. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the Paramecia-type rubber fruit, with nothing particularly special about it. What is the Navy up to?" Shanks contemplated for a moment, his expression a mix of surprise and intrigue as he studied the appearance of the rubber fruit. "Let us go. It's still a game of sorts. We'll surely uncover the secrets behind this in the future," Shanks remarked, focusing on the rubber fruit for a while. The red-haired pirates returned to the Red Force with their spoils, and Shanks placed the devil fruit in his quarters. The massive pirate ship set sail along the Grand Line, seemingly heading towards the East Sea. At Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Sengoku was engaged in a conversation with his superior, the 5 elders. He expressed his fury over the theft of the surgery fruit and the rubber fruit, deeming the Navy's failure to heed the world government's directives as the cause of such significant losses and repercussions. Click. After hearing the sound of the transponder snail being disconnected, Sengoku let out a long sigh, his countenance grave. Regardless of the circumstances, these 2 incidents represented the Navy's incompetence, overshadowed by the pirates. Xiahao Shanks. Who would have thought that both of them were apprentices of the RogerPirates? It's truly astonishing that 2 prodigies emerged from the same ship. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless, for according to intelligence, Fusif, regarded as one of the strongest users of the 6 powers within CP9, had been defeated by Shanks in a single strike. Moreover, based on accounts from surviving naval personnel, Sengoku could ascertain that the skill Shanks employed was none other than the divine escape, once wielded by Roger, another user of Conqueror's haki. Sengoku sighed, his mind drifting back to the era of Roger, where merely the terrifying presence of Conqueror's haki had dominated the seas, allowing him to become the pirate king without a formidable devil fruit. Now, as time passed, Sengoku found it hard to believe that a single pirate ship could harbor at least 5 users of Conqueror's haki. Was the Roger Pirates truly a gathering of monsters? To comprehend the prowess of the Conqueror's haki, one must recognize that it is a rare gift possessed by but a handful of individuals, perhaps only 1 in a million. who have the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of strength. As of now, fewer than 20 known individuals wield this formidable power across the vast expanse of the Grand Line, with the RogerPirates alone accounting for at least 5. Roger, you truly have left an enormous dilemma for us, even in death. Sengoku pondered deeply as he gazed at the 2 bounty notices in his hand. Action must be taken regarding Xia Hao and Shanks. Otherwise, will anyone be able to halt their reckless advancement? After all, compared to the titans of the Roger era like Whitebeard and Newgate, these 2 are remarkably youthful. Kong, cease your passive observation. This time, you must take action, Sengoku exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration at Kong's indifference. Kong, who had grown complacent in the office of the Admiral, needed to be spurred into action, especially in his prime. Even the formidable generals, Feng Yun and Jian, dared not underestimate Kong, for they were all contemporaries of the Navy and understood the terror he embodied. A box of donuts, Kong exclaimed, raising a finger and speaking lightly, oblivious to Sengoku's simmering ire. Why not steal some? Sengoku retorted. Steal? What do you mean this is about? If we fail to capture one of them, do not expect to return home to see your grandchildren. Kong, all vacations will be canceled. Facing Kong's nonchalant demeanor, Sengoku utilized his authority as Admiral to issue a stern warning. What a devious fellow he is. Defeated, I concede. Tell me their location, and I shall go immediately. Upon hearing Sengoku threaten to revoke his holiday, Kong realized the gravity of the situation. Without a break, how could he nurture Luffy into the strongest Navy warrior? A month later, in Donghai's Fengche village, the ship Red Force appeared on the outskirts of the quaint village, attracting the attention of numerous villagers. Such a grand pirate ship was a sight unseen by most, prompting all to come and witness. However, one elderly man furrowed his brow as he gazed at the ship anchored nearby. The East Sea has long been a bastion of peace, largely due to Kong's frequent visits home, leading to a sense of security in Fengche village, with few pirates daring to intrude. Let's hope these ruffians do not cause trouble, the village chief thought, observing the members of the red-haired pirates as they disembarked. He tapped his cane and found a spot to sit, his gaze unwavering. Hey, Captain, this village is rather charming, and I can see a tavern. As soon as they landed, Lucky Lu began surveying the streets, spotting a small tavern and exclaiming with delight. Oh, ho ho, fortune smiles upon us. Inform the crew. We shall rest here, Shanks declared. Remember, do not cause any trouble. The East Sea has a formidable governor, Shanks advised, recalling something important. Yes, Captain, we are not the sort to create chaos. The crew of Shanks made their way to the tavern, where they were greeted by Makino, who was tidying up the tables. She remained unflustered despite the imposing presence of the pirates. May I offer you something to drink? Beer. Bring a bottle for everyone, Shanks commanded, taking a seat at the counter with grandiosity. Such generosity from the captain. Lucky Lu and the others cheered excitedly as they entered the tavern in an orderly manner. After all, they were polite pirates. Outside the tavern, the village chief shook his head at the peaceful scene, leaning on his cane as he departed, hoping simply for these visitors to remain untroublesome. Are you pirates? At that moment, a small child in a t-shirt dashed in like a whirlwind, his eyes wide in earnestness as he regarded Shanks, the child being none other than Luffy, still a tearful little boy. Yes, I want to be a pirate too. Take me with you, Luffy pleaded with wide-eyed eagerness, excitement and nervousness evident in his expression. Ha! Where did this little brat come from? Pirate? This isn't a game of pretend. Shanks laughed heartily at Luffy's serious demeanor. Luffy, Makino rushed over to the boy, pulling him aside. If your grandfather finds out you want to be a pirate, he'll spank you hard. Oof. I don't want to be a Navy officer. I want to be a pirate. It's my dream. Luffy pouted defiantly, though Makino's mention of Kong's authority persuaded her to escort him out of the tavern. However, Luffy was obstinate and returned the next day, repeatedly rebuffed, but never disheartened. Time flew, and a month passed. Shanks, please take me with you to sea. I'm a great swimmer. Luffy, now familiar with the red-haired pirates, casually sat across from Shanks, continuing his request. No, Luffy, being a pirate is not as simple as being a good swimmer. You are still too young. Jesus Bougie interjected, voicing the reality of the situation. I can fight too. I'm strong. My punches are as powerful as a gun, Luffy protested, climbing onto a chair to showcase his strength by throwing punches in the air. Is that so? Shanks remarked casually, his words landing like thunder in Luffy's mind, causing an explosion of frustration. How dare you, Shanks? What do you mean by that? Luffy shouted indignantly, his mouth agape and fury radiating from him. Cough, cough, Luffy. To put it simply, you are still too young. The Grand Line harbors various dangers unsuitable for you. Locky Lou bit into a chicken leg, sharing his honest opinion. Luffy, grow up well on this island. You're the same age as my boy. Jesus Burgess added in agreement. I'm not a 3-year-old. I'm 7, Luffy exclaimed, pounding the table in anger. All right, don't be upset, Luffy, have some juice. Shanks offered a glass of juice, his tone softening. Thank you. Luffy accepted the juice, quickly downing it with both hands. You say you're not a little brat, yet a glass of juice wins you over. Shanks laughed heartily, slapping the table, creating an amusing atmosphere. Shanks, you are so despicable. Luffy huffed, turning his head away in a pout, while Shanks paid him no mind, thinking of him merely as a small child who could be easily appeased with a piece of candy. At that moment, the legendary Mountain Bandit King, who had famously defeated 2 of the 4 emperors, burst through the tavern door, a group of fearsome bandits following in his wake. So, these are the so-called pirates? They seem to be a bunch of dullards. We are mountain bandits, but we are not here to cause trouble. Prepare 10 barrels of wine for us. The Mountain Bandit King, Shiga, swaggered in, casting a disdainful glance at the red-haired pirates before striding to the counter, addressing Makino. Apologies, but we have run out of liquor. Run out? Then what are these pirates drinking? Shiga retorted angrily, disregarding Makino as his gaze fell upon Shanks, who was enjoying his meal. The wine has been poured for us, and if you don't mind, I shall offer you this unopened bottle. Sensing a wave of hostility, Zyankasi extended the bottle towards a mountain bandit, Shiga. However, to everyone's astonishment, Shiga smashed the wine glass, spilling its contents all over Zyankasi. TCH, is this what pirates are like? Alas, what a mess. Despite facing such humiliation, Zyankasi brushed it off and knelt down to clean up the mess. Do you fancy cleanliness? Shiga observed Zyankasi's indifference, his brow furrowing, before drawing his sword and shattering all the bottles and tableware, clattering to the ground. Is this what pirates are? Just a bunch of cowards. I'm a man with a bounty of 8 million berries. Shiga swaggered away. Puff, ha, ha ha ha. The captain is truly in a predicament. After Zyankasi let out his first laugh, the entire red-haired pirate's crew joined in, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating into thin air. Laugh. You can still laugh after that. Why? Why not retaliate? Even if the opponent seems somewhat formidable, one shouldn't be afraid to resist. Luffy, observing the disheveled Zyankasi amidst the laughter filling the tavern, shouted in anger. The young Luffy could not comprehend why Zyankasi tolerated such treatment, feeling that not fighting back against bullying was utterly shameful. Luffy, I understand your feelings, but simply a splash of water. It's nothing to fret over, Zyankasi gently explained, noticing Luffy's genuine anger. I want to talk to you. Luffy huffed, turning away, his body restless as he sought something to eat to alleviate his frustration. He soon spotted an open box on the table and took a bite. Perhaps guided by fate, Zyankasi, glancing at the munching Luffy, suddenly changed expression and leapt to his feet. Luffy, what did you just eat? Did you consume what was in that box? Spit it out quickly. Zyankasi flipped Luffy over, shaking him vigorously in an attempt to make him regurgitate the fruit he had just swallowed. Unfortunately, it had already been swallowed. With a sudden jolt, Luffy found himself face to face with the ground. Luffy, do you realize what you just ingested? That was a gum fruit. Once consumed, you can never swim again. Zyankasi bellowed, for those from the Roger Pirates had never relied heavily on devil fruits. No, please no. Well, don't say that. Upon hearing he could never swim again, Luffy's small head was overwhelmed with despair, akin to a thunderclap resonating in his mind. Is this fate? Observing the irretrievable Luffy, Zyankasi sighed. Zyankasi? Luffy's small figure crouched on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. All the swimming he had diligently practiced would now be in vain. All right. Not being able to swim is a drawback, but if the devil fruit is developed properly, one can become very strong. Zyankasi patted Luffy's little head and began to explain some information about the devil fruit. Is that so? Luffy, hearing Zyankasi's explanation, felt a renewed glimmer in his dark eyes, vigorously wiping away his tears and regaining his optimistic spirit. Of course, a day later, on the outskirts of a small village, a small figure was sent flying. Bang! Just when the drinking was going well, what is this little brat doing? Shiga glared at Luffy, who had crashed into a wooden barrel, his expression fierce as he stepped closer to Luffy, his intent to threaten palpable. Damn you, you scoundrel, apologize to Zyankasi this instant. Luffy shouted defiantly, only to receive a heavy kick in response. Thankfully, having consumed the gum-gum fruit, his resilience was formidable. Otherwise, such force would be unbearable for a child. As Shiga prepared to teach Luffy an unforgettable lesson, the village chief and Makino rushed over, their expressions grave as they beheld the subdued Luffy. Please spare him. He is but a child. If he has offended in any way, I am willing to offer treasures as recompense. The chief pleaded on his knees, witnessing Luffy in peril. Truly an astute elder. However, this brat has crossed me, so he shall receive a thorough lesson. Shiga glanced at the chief before unsheathing his sword, poised to execute Luffy. At that moment, the red-haired pirates appeared behind the chief, noticing the absence of patrons in the tavern. I thought something had happened. Isn't that the mountain bandit from before? Zyankasi observed Luffy being held at sword point by Shiga, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by seriousness. Pirates? Are they still here? Have they been cleaning the tavern all this time? Shiga scoffed, his brow furrowing as he glared at Zyankasi. Luffy, isn't your fist as powerful as a pistol? Zyankasi ignored Shiga and stepped forward, focusing on Luffy's struggle. Stop your prattling, Zyankasi, Luffy retorted angrily. I don't know what you're all doing here, but if you get any closer, I'll turn your head into a beehive, you cowardly pirates. Shiga's threatening voice rang out, a bandit raising a pistol and aiming it at Zyankasi's head. I told you not to come closer, pirate. Mind your head. Are you serious? A man lifting a pistol is wagering his life. Zyankasi, unperturbed by the gun pointed at him, turned to the bandit with a question. What are you talking about? The bandit was perplexed, unsure of Zyankasi's meaning. I mean, if you're pulling a gun, you must be wagering your life. This is no child's play. Zyankasi pointed seriously at the pistol. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out as Locky, munching on a chicken leg, pointed his weapon at the bandit's head and pulled the trigger, a life extinguished due to ignorance. Everyone present was left agape, shock etched across their faces. They attacked suddenly? How despicable! Despicable? Yasubu scoffed disdainfully. Stop with such naive talk. Do you think your enemies are all saints? Ben Beckman gazed calmly at the bandits. Before you stand a pirate, Zyankasi declared resolutely. Damn it, this has nothing to do with you. A bandit exclaimed in fury. Listen, bandits. Whether you splash wine on me or spit at me, those are but fleeting moments of laughter. However, no matter your reasoning, I shall not permit you to lay a hand on my friends. Zyankasi's fury reached its peak. You want to forgive me? With you pirates? What a joke. Brothers, take them down. Shiga laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned, for his perception had been flawed from the outset. Kill them. The bandits roared with excitement, brandishing their swords as they charged towards the red-haired pirates. One is enough for me. Ben Beckman, observing the advancing bandits, gripped his spear tightly and stepped forward. Boom! 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 Upon engagement, all the bandits were swiftly felled to the ground. To Ben Beckman, they were mere trifles, easily dispatched with a flick of his hand. However, this scene struck the mountain bandit Shiga like a bolt from the blue. He never expected that the seemingly weak pirate from the tavern could possess such formidable strength. If you wish to confront us, at the very least, send a warship, Beckman stated with a grave tone. Damn it, Shiga exclaimed in shock, stealthily retrieving a smoke bomb from his pocket. Suddenly, bang! A thick cloud of darkness enveloped the area for hundreds of meters, and taking advantage of the chaos, Shiga fled with Luffy. What to do? What to do? Luffy has been taken away. Don't worry, Captain. We'll search together and surely bring Luffy back, Laki said helplessly. In the nearby waters, Shiga, aboard a small boat, held the diminutive Luffy, reveling in his clever escape. "Let me go, you filthy monkey," Luffy protested, throwing punches and kicks, yet failing to land a single blow. "Keek, worry about yourself, little brat." Shiga sneered at Luffy before flinging him into the sea. "Ha ha ha." Shiga laughed maniacally, but just then, a colossal head emerged from the depths of the ocean and, with a terrifying expression, swallowed him whole. "Help, help!" Luffy cried in desperation as he watched the fate of the mountain bandit turn upon him. Just as the monstrous jaws descended towards Luffy, Shanks appeared and swiftly embraced him, though his own arm was bitten off by the Sea King. "Get lost!" Shanks glared at the Sea King, whose intent to attack was thwarted by Shanks' fierce haki, sending it fleeing in terror back into the depths. "Shanks!" Luffy wept upon witnessing Shanks' severed arm. Days later, the red-haired pirates prepare to set sail for the New World, with Shanks declaring, "I will no longer allow you to come with us. I have decided to become a pirate on my own." "A pirate? You?" Luffy shouted. "Don't underestimate me, Shanks. I will find companions who are as formidable as your crew, discover the greatest treasure in the world, surpass you all, and become the Pirate King." Shanks reflected for a moment before placing his treasured straw hat atop Luffy's head, solemnly instructing him to care for it, and then departed on the pirate ship, leaving Luffy in tears. The departure of the red-haired pirates left Windmill Village unchanged, returning to its former tranquility, with Luffy no longer playing like a child but diligently training and studying the powers of the Goma Goma fruit. For they had promised to meet at the pinnacle. This was the vow between Luffy and Shanks. On the Grand Line, the calm waters of the North Sea saw the pirate ship Haotian sailing smoothly. On the open-air balcony of the three-story ship, Xiahao savored a delightful dish crafted by Mena, a broad smile on his face. "Delicious." Mena's culinary skills have become increasingly exquisite, Xiahao exclaimed, finishing his breakfast in hearty bites, and casually picked up the latest news report along with a bounty notice for the red-haired pirates. "Shanks is finally making his move," Xiahao mused, observing the now mature Shanks in the notice, a slight smile forming on his lips. "Shanks, boss, isn't he the intern on Roger's ship?" A Shing leaned in, examining the bounty notice. "It doesn't seem particularly special. Is he really that strong?" "Of course. Right now, you're nowhere near his level," Xiahao replied, shaking his head. "The power of the devil fruit may catch others off guard, but as Roger's chosen disciple, Shanks' haki is exceptionally pronounced, a terrifying force always on the verge of activation, capable of manifesting as a tangible attack, rendering even seasoned pirates unable to confront him directly." "Is he really that powerful?" Shing's face fell in disbelief. "Yes, I would say I have the upper hand at 60-40. Although Shanks is exceptionally gifted and has grown rapidly, I no longer feel that I would lose. Years of experience have allowed Xiaohao's physique to surpass the defenses of many ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit users, coupled with the passive abilities of his WoodRelease. In essence, he is nearly invincible. Moreover, since beginning his training in the three types of haki, he has not neglected his practice and may have surpassed many predecessors. His Conqueror's haki has even developed into a domain-like power unmatched by most." 60-40? Shing gasped in surprise. "Indeed, I at 60, he at 40. Though Shanks is exceptionally talented and rapidly maturing, I am confident in my abilities," Xiahao stated thoughtfully. "Well, you must train diligently. That guy next to Shanks is nearly his equal in strength. If you encounter him in the New World, be sure to stop him," Xiahao encouraged, patting a Shing on the shoulder with a smile. Filled with trust, a Shing felt invigorated, and after dinner, he dragged Ming Shan to practice on the deck. 5 hours later, as the sun radiated its brilliant light across the sky, Xiahao, reclining in a lounge chair, suddenly opened his deep-set eyes, a flash of crimson light crossing them. Under the heightened perception of his Kenbunchiko haki, he sensed a mysterious killing intent and threat emanating from a distant island. "Alert! Target detected on the island to the southeast." Xiahao rose, his voice booming across the Haotian, and in an instant, the supersonic Haotian transformed into a massive shadow, racing towards the island, the surrounding air crackling with sound. Meanwhile, on the island towards which the Haotian sped, a man wielding a firearm changed his expression drastically, pulling a din mushy from his pocket to report the situation. A pirate ship is approaching the island? Is that the flag of the Black Tiger Pirates? The voice on the other end trembled with fear. No, it's not the Black Tiger Pirates flag. It's a crew we've never seen before. The elderly man sighed helplessly, clearly distressed. Shunsha Island, remote and untouched for decades, had seen a change since villagers rescued a pirate from drowning days ago. Instead of gratitude, the pirate, having been healed, became greedy for the island's treasures. After killing a villager, he escaped on a small boat and returned 3 days later with 300 to 500 pirates to seize the golden statue crafted by the ancestors of Shunsha Island. An enormous treasure. However, the villagers of Shunsha Island were not to be trifled with. Each was a born sharpshooter, mastering the use of bows and firearms with speed and accuracy far beyond the norm. At the cost of 100 villagers, they managed to repel the Black Tiger Pirates. Yet, the captain of the Black Tiger Pirates left with a threat. I will return. You better watch yourselves. The ominous warning from the Black Tiger Pirates captain was taken seriously by everyone on the island. Thus, a self-defense force was assembled, with personnel assigned to patrol every direction of the island daily. Everyone stood ready for combat, for whether or not they were confronted by the Heihu Heisechuan. They could not afford to be complacent. The elder reiterated through the din mushy. Yes, village chief. Upon hearing the chief's command, the personnel from various positions quickly converged, their hearts quaking as they gazed at the imposing vessel, the Hao Ian Hao, drawing ever closer to the island. Having never ventured out to sea, the islanders had never witnessed such a spectacle. The Hao Ian Hao loomed like a colossal iron beast, crashing towards the island's shores. Zhang San, what is this pirate ship resembling a small island? The captain of the Shansha Island Self-Defense Force fell silent as he stared at the Hao Ian Hao and turned to the first person who had spotted it. I don't know, I just saw it through the telescope moments ago. Its immense and resplendent appearance captivated my attention, and then it charged over. Zhang San shrugged, bewildered. Could it be that you were caught peeping? Impossible. That pirate ship was 2 or 3 nautical miles away just now. How could it have spotted me? Zhang San retorted, adamantly refusing to believe that anyone could see so far. Similarly, the other villagers of Shansha Island were skeptical of such an occurrence, dismissing the arrival of the Hao Ian Hao as a mere coincidence. Wow, what a towering tree. Boss, did someone really spy on the Hao Ian Hao? A Xing inquired, gazing at the gigantic, cloud-piercing trees atop Shunsha Island. Of course, my Kinbunchika hockey cannot be mistaken, Xia Hao asserted confidently, waving his hand. I just said it. A Xing chuckled at Xia Hao's earnestness before transforming into his half-beast, Fengshen Yilong form, soaring into the sky above Shunsha Island for reconnaissance. A strategy devised by Xia Hao after extensive deliberation. Before any action, a Xing would conduct an information search to ascertain the precise location of the enemy. A mere 10 minutes later, a Xing returned from the skies above Shunsha Island to the Hao Ian Hao, relaying the intelligence he had gathered. Are there ambushers? Kelly gasped at a Xing's words, her eyes wide with surprise. Realizing she had spoken too loudly, she scanned the surrounding jungle, hiding behind Xia Hao, leaving only her little head visible. Ambushers? Perhaps it is simply an island that does not welcome outsiders. After all, this location is quite remote, and historically, few have passed through. A Xing, let's take a look. If we cannot stay, we will have to store the magnetic pointer on the Hao Ian Hao and set off again. For Xia Hao, this voyage was an endeavor to enhance his strength and expand his influence. Thus, barring any extraordinary incidents, he intended to navigate the Grand Line, island by island. In contrast to the relatively peaceful East Blue, the North Sea was tumultuous and chaotic, offering better prospects for finding formidable allies. After all, not everyone could stumble upon a complimentary novice gift package. At least, Xia Hao felt he lacked such fortune. Who goes there? Halt, or we shall open fire. As Xia Hao and a Xing landed on Shunsha Island, heading along a path towards the island center, more than a dozen armed individuals appeared before them, their demeanor stern and unyielding. We are passing adventurers from a pirate crew. Xia Hao responded candidly. Shunsha Island does not welcome outsiders. Please leave at once. The captain of the guard, Budenlin, spoke coldly, all weapons aimed at the heads of Xia Hao and Xing, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the air. Just as they reached an impasse, a bloodied islander rushed toward them in a state of distress. Breathless as he exclaimed, "Captain Butenlin, we have been attacked by the Heihu Heizhechuan on the other side of the island. It appears they have mobilized their entire crew, and our people are fighting back. However, this time, a peculiar individual from the Heihu Heizhechuan has arrived, and ordinary bullets seem ineffective against him." Impossible. How could bullets be ineffective? Butenlin immediately countered upon hearing this. "All personnel, unite to eliminate the Heihu Heizhechuan." After a moment of contemplation, Butenlin shouted decisively. He refused to accept that there was no solution. Then, casting a glance at Xia Hao and Xing, he instructed several members of the guard, "Keep a close watch on these two." "Yes." Butenlin cast a long, scrutinizing glance at the Haotian Hao before swiftly leading his subordinates towards the battle. As for Xia Hao and the others, Butenlin currently sensed no imminent danger. And with the formidable foe approaching, he had to make a difficult decision. 3 minutes later, Xia Hao and Xing, each grasping a member of the guard, dashed through the forest, their speed increasing rapidly until they beheld the fierce clash between the native residents of Shunsha Island and the Heihu Heizhechuan. Surrender, weaklings. I, the new vice-captain of the Heihu Heizhechuan, possess the powers of the steel fruit. Ordinary bullets cannot even breach my defenses. Harlock swaggered towards the defensive positions of the islanders. What should we do? Damn it, a devil fruit? Isn't that a cursed item of the sea? How could one wield such formidable power? The tension grew palpable as the islanders exchanged panicked glances. Where is Captain Butenlin? They fretted, watching Harlock draw ever closer. Yet one individual refused to surrender, aiming their firearm at the pirate Harlock's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet raced towards Harlock's head. But instead of the anticipated scene of demise, the destructive bullet lodged itself within his skull, failing to penetrate any further. "Who? Come out! What are you sneaking around for? Have the guts to attack head-on!" Harlock roared in fury, touching the indentation on his forehead before waving his hand, sending 100 pirates rushing towards the location of the recent gunfire. "Damn it, Breezer has failed. He is the strongest sniper of our young generation. Oh no, I never expected things to escalate to this extent. What should we do? Do we truly have to flee?" The crowd, once brimming with confidence, now cowered in fear as they murmured, disheartened by Breezer's failure. "We hit him right in the head, yet the devil fruit powers thwarted us. How frustrating." As Butenlin galloped towards the chaos, he noticed some members of the Heihu Heizhechuan had already crossed significant distance, his expression darkening. Particularly upon hearing the reports of bullets failing to penetrate, he let out a resigned sigh. "Hey, do you need assistance? I can help you drive these people away, on the condition that you allow us to land on the island." At that moment, Xia Hao's voice resonated from behind the islanders, causing Butenlin and the others to turn in unison. "You, rest assured, we harbor no hostility. And surely you do not believe that a mere pair of individuals can contain me?" Xia Hao nodded affirmatively. "All right, I believe you." Butenlin squinted at Xia Hao, and after a pause of over 10 seconds, he reluctantly nodded, realizing he had no other option. Yeah, are you trying to be a hero? Poochie." Before Harlock's arrogant words could finish, Xia Hao's figure suddenly materialized behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his head. Harlock's robust form was sent flying by Xia Hao's overwhelming strength, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless and lifeless. "Is there anyone stronger? What about the captain of the Black Tiger Pirates?" Xia Hao stepped forward and inquired. The captain of the Haotian Pirates, Xia Hao, a figure of such prominence. How could he possibly be found in such a desolate place? The Black Tiger Pirates felt a sense of familiarity upon Xia Hao's arrival. While searching for information, a newly recruited subordinate was swiftly taken out with a single punch. It was then that he discovered the bounty notice for Xia Hao. "Run." The captain of the Black Tiger Pirates, in a state of bewilderment among his subordinates, dashed towards the pirate ship in the sea, making a hasty escape into the depths of the ocean. "Boss, I haven't even boarded yet. We're running away. They've really escaped." The ordinary members of the Black Tiger Pirates were astounded that their crew had fled without a trace. Who exactly was this man that could send the captain of the Black Tiger Pirates fleeing with just a glance? As the Black Tiger Pirates retreated in chaos, the residents of the Shunshot Island were filled with curiosity, while the guard team member Budenlin regarded Xia Hao with a thoughtful expression. Having witnessed the immense size of the Haotian ship, he knew Xia Hao was a pirate capable of making the Black Tiger Pirates flee for their lives. It was evident that the pirate crew led by this man was exceptionally formidable beyond imagination. Thank you for your assistance. My name is Budenlin, the captain of the guard team on this Shunshot Island. Hello, I am Xia Hao, captain of the Haotian Pirates, and this is my companion, Ashing. With a friendly demeanor, Budenlin's face lit up as Xia Hao smiled in return. For the 3 minutes prior to Xia Hao's intervention, he and Ashing had been observing the battlefield, searching for an exceptional sniper. After all, it was said that everyone on this island was a sharpshooter, hence its name, Shunshot Island. Yet, even among the gifted, disparities exist. Xia Hao sought a man who could accompany him to the pinnacle of success, not just anyone. The Haotian Pirates. I can't believe the notorious Xia Hao, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, is standing right before me. This cannot be a dream. Budenlin's companion, the tall and robust WoodRelease, gazed at Xia Hao with excitement, his voice trembling as if he were a devoted fan meeting his idol. Oh, you know me? Xia Hao smiled at WoodRelease and asked. Of course. Ever since the Haotian Pirates were first issued a bounty, I have been following you. I think you are truly magnificent. Since then, I have collected every bounty notice and newspaper featuring you, WoodRelease proudly declared, as if he had accomplished a great feat. Xia Hao shrugged, surprised that the sniper he had chosen to join him in battle happened to be a devoted admirer. Fate, it seemed, was indeed remarkable. It appeared that this recruitment would proceed smoothly. No wonder we were unaware of the Haotian Pirates news. It turns out you've been hiding, Budenlin remarked. The bounty of 1.5 billion berries was well known even in the isolated nation of Shunshot Island, especially considering that the vice captain of the Black Tiger Pirates had only a meager bounty of 100 million berries, while the captain had merely 300 million. They ruled the seas without fear, and although the Navy had attempted to capture them several times, each effort had ended in failure. It was unfathomable just how terrifying the Haotian Pirates must be, surely a notable name on the Grand Line. Is that so? Then, WoodRelease, would you like to set sail? Xia Hao inquired, noticing the excitement on his face. Set sail? With you? Indeed, of course. I am willing, WoodRelease exclaimed, his face flushed with exhilaration, having never before lost his composure in such a manner. Wait, are we really going to set sail? Budenlin cautioned, though he knew he should not deter a man from pursuing his dreams. However, the Grand Line was perilous, and a single misstep could lead to a watery grave. Don't worry, Uncle Budenlin. If I ever meet my end at sea, it would simply mean I was not a man of great worth. I will never regret it. A man's decision must be fulfilled, even at the cost of scars or one's life, WoodRelease stated earnestly, clenching his fist. If that is your resolve, so be it. Budenlin nodded in acknowledgement of WoodRelease's determination. Prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly, Xia Hao said with a slight smile at WoodRelease's eagerness. Meanwhile, at the coast of Shunshot Island, the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, was leading a young girl by the hand as they disembarked from their massive pirate ship, heading towards the small town. This was the hometown of the girl, Clara. Brother Tiger, we want to accompany you. The fisherman Arlong called out from the Sun Pirates crew, watching Fisher Tiger, who had not gone far. No, it's better with fewer people, and it's just a simple drop-off for Clara. There shouldn't be any issues. Fisher Tiger waved dismissively and strode forward. All right then, the sooner we leave, the sooner we return, Brother Tiger. Arlong nodded, reasoning that it was merely a relatively impoverished island. However, unbeknownst to the Sun Pirates, as Fisher Tiger walked through the small town, he caught the attention of the island's residents. His bounty was substantial, and to these naive islanders, wealth was everything. Clara, let's move a bit quicker, Fisher Tiger said, sensing the malicious gazes around them. Meanwhile, Fisher Tiger was unaware that the islanders had confirmed his identity and reported him via a din mushy. What? Are you sure the information is accurate? Fisher Tiger, captain of the Fishman Pirates, has appeared on Shunshot Island? Understood. Ensure you detain him. A naval warship will arrive in 10 minutes. A naval rear admiral instructed sternly from the other end of the Den Mushi. Following a series of urgent and orderly arrangements, Rear Admiral Stolberry donned his naval cloak and marched towards the exit. Fisher Tiger, the infamous liberator of slaves from Mariewa, was a figure that caused countless headaches for the authorities. A multitude of naval soldiers began to assemble, and under the leadership of Rear Admiral Stolberry, they swiftly boarded the naval warship bound for Foshard Island. Simultaneously, they reported their plan to capture Fisher Tiger to Admiral Sengoku at naval headquarters. Marineford, have we truly located him? Sengoku inquired as the news from the Den Mushi reached him, his previously gloomy spirits lifting considerably. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. In that case, proceed with full force. This time we must succeed. As the naval warships set sail, Admiral Sengoku began outlining the necessary precautions for the operation. 20 minutes later, Fisher Tiger, glancing at the pitiful Clara, made a resolute decision to leave. However, as he reached the middle of the town, a glint of steel flashed, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Although tense, Fisher Tiger was prepared to evade the attack. Yet, no one anticipated the Navy would strike without hesitation. Fisher Tiger, surrender at once, Stolberry declared, drawing two massive swords, their blades glinting dangerously as he observed Fisher Tiger's puzzled expression, ready to explain the situation. What? I am betrayed by the very humans of this place. As Fei Shi Airtai Gu heard this, a shadow fell upon his countenance, and an inexplicable gloom enveloped his spirit. Gazing at the encroaching naval soldiers who were steadily surrounding him, the last remnants of his hope lay utterly shattered. For years, Fei Shi Airtai Gu had nurtured a dream that humanity could coexist peacefully with the fishmen. Yet, the harsh truth was that such aspirations were far ahead of their time. Despite years of effort, he had never succeeded. Betrayed? Merely a band of nefarious pirates. What right do they have to utter such words? Filth should remain quietly in the refuse. Chafe, dual-wielding, cleaving wind and waves. Major General C. Tuol Luo Bailey, noticing Fei Shi Airtai Ji's troubled expression, seized the opportunity to strike. The blade grazed his skin, blood spattering incessantly. Fei Shi Airtai Gu, who relied not on brute force, found himself at a disadvantage, his expression darkening as he beheld the blade embedded in his chest. His gaze darted around. He could not perish. He must devise a means to escape this dire predicament. The members of the Sun Pirates were languidly seated on the deck, joyfully awaiting the arrival of Fei Shi Airtai Gu, yet no sign of him emerged. Suddenly, 3 naval warships approached the coastline, and without hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, seemingly intent on annihilating them all. The Navy? How could this be? How did they know we were here? Fishman Arlong exclaimed in astonishment. Their movements had been casual, having altered their course solely to escort Claw home. Prepare for battle, Jinbei called out, casting a glance at the Sun Pirates. As the second in command of the crew, he bore the weight of responsibility. Under Jinbei's leadership, all the fishmen began to retaliate, with many leaping into the sea to assault the naval ships from below, taking advantage of their natural prowess. However, at that moment, Fei Shi Airtai Gu, isolated in the island town, felt utterly helpless and overwhelmed. Watching the seemingly invincible naval soldiers, despair settled within him. Surrender. Fei Shi Airtai Gu, accept the judgment of justice. Justice? Huh, what a jest. If this were true justice, why did you not appear when the accursed celestial dragons hunted down civilians as slaves? Why are the celestial dragons never apprehended for their crimes? Why is your notion of justice so hypocritical? Or is it that the so-called justice of the Navy is merely a facade? Clutching his chest, which was bleeding profusely due to his agitation, Fei Shi Airtai Gu could no longer contain his fury as he berated Major General Luo Bailey. Obstinate fool. Luo Bailey sneered at Fei Shi Airtai Ji's outburst, then swung his blades, disappearing from view only to reappear behind Fei Shi Airtai Gu. In a ferocious flurry of dual-wielding strikes, he sent Fei Shi Airtai Gu crashing to the ground, bloodied and sprawled. What a nuisance! Luo Bailey frowned. Prepare to regroup. The mission is complete, and we shall retreat. He gestured to the nearby naval soldiers to escort the incapacitated Fei Shi Air Taigu. Yet at that moment, a cacophony of noise and hurried footsteps erupted nearby. Brother Taigu, after repelling the encircling naval ships, the crew of the Sun Pirates sensed something amiss. Their captain had been on the island for far too long without any sign. Thus, under the leadership of Jinbei and Arlong, they made their way toward the island center, only to witness the scene before them. "You scoundrel, I shall slay you." Fishman Arlong, seeing Fei Shi Air Taigu bloodied and pale on the brink of death, felt rage ignite within him. Brandishing his sword, he charged forward, followed closely by the furious members of the Fishman Pirates. In an instant, the small town was filled with shattered walls and the thunderous sounds of battle, as confrontations intensified. Ultimately, it was Jinbei's formidable combat prowess that allowed them to rescue Fei Shi Air Taigu from the naval ship. However, due to excessive blood loss, he fell unconscious. Arlong paced anxiously aboard the Sun Pirates ship, filled with concern. "Jinbei, what shall we do? Brother Taigu needs a blood transfusion, but none among us are suitable. We must use human blood." Coincidentally, this commandeered naval ship possessed human blood? Arlong slapped his forehead and turned to Jinbei. "It must be done. I just wonder how Brother Taigu will choose." Jinbei sighed, well aware of the profound impact this incident would have on Fei Shi Air Taigu. "No, I do not need human blood. I refuse." As Jinbei and Arlong deliberated on how to procure blood for Fei Shi Air Taigu, he gradually opened his eyes. Summoning all his strength to decline, images of humanity's grotesque visages haunting his mind, deepening his sorrow. Since the establishment of the Sun Pirates, Fei Shi Air Taigu had instructed everyone to avoid unjustly harming humans, even those of opposing forces. His dream was one of liberation and peace. "Brother Taigu, if we do not transfuse blood soon, you will truly perish," Jinbei and the others implored. "No, absolutely not." Fei Shi Air Taigu's voice rang with conviction. And then he slipped into unconsciousness once more. Hours later, having refused the blood transfusion, Fei Shi Air Taigu lost his life. On the deck, tears flowed freely from every member of the Sun Pirates, their hearts shattered. Among the crowd, Arlong kept his head bowed, though a glimmer of red light flickered in his eyes. "Brother Taigu, I will ensure that those filthy, despicable humans are punished." In the Grand Line, significant news emerged. To strengthen the world government's control over the seas, the Navy headquarters had invited the pirate Empress Hancock, the queen of the Amazon Lily, to join the Shichibukai. Additionally, a special report indicated that the former Admiral Zifa, while leading new recruits in training, had been ambushed by pirates, resulting in the loss of his arm. All but 2 of his crew perished, annihilating an entire naval ship, once the future of the Navy. Time flowed like a swift current, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years passed. During this time, the Haotian pirates sailed along the Grand Line, their renown growing ever stronger. Gradually, 3 affiliated pirate crews joined, all secretly transported by Xiahao to their new world base for construction activities unknown to outsiders. Outwardly, the Haotian pirates remained a crew of merely 30. Though powerful, they were not enough to shake the foundations of the world government and the Navy. On a day marked by gentle winds and bright sunshine, a colossal pirate ship sailed swiftly along the Grand Line. This was the Haotian ship. On board, the crew engaged in their usual training and practice, while Xiahao rested on the second-floor balcony. At that moment, the cry of seagulls echoed from above. Xiahao slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the seagull perched on the railing. After paying 50 berries, he retrieved a newspaper from its satchel and waved his hand, prompting the seagull to take flight towards a distant island. "What is this? Has it happened again?" "The great tragedy in naval history," Xiahao muttered, furrowing his brow as he perused the contents of the newspaper. The former Admiral Zifa had suffered an attack by pirates during training with new recruits, resulting in the loss of his arm, and only 2 of his crew survived. The fate of an entire naval ship had been sealed. This was the Navy's future. Thus, without formidable strength, one cannot survive in this world. Even a slight disturbance can drown countless lives. Indeed, age does affect strength. Otherwise, A former admiral would not meet such a dire fate, even if he could still wield the power of his youth. However, the persistence of the situation is undeniably diminished compared to the past. Regardless of one's abilities, physical strength remains fundamental. It is regrettable that the Navy may soon cultivate a formidable adversary of their own. Xiao Hao shook his head, placing the newspaper on the table, and continued to rest. After all, the affairs of the Navy hold little relevance to him as a pirate. In stark contrast to Xiao Hao's calm demeanor, the Navy headquarters was on the brink of chaos. Compared to Carp and Sengoku, Black Arm Zephyr has been tirelessly nurturing a new generation of Navy personnel since his dismissal as an admiral, having trained countless successors from the initial cohorts of Kizaru, Kazan, to Akainu. It could be said that nearly all Navy officers are students of Zephyr. Within the conference room adjacent to the Marshal's office at Marineford, an air of immense tension permeated the atmosphere. At this moment, Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Kuzan, Kizu, Akainu, and others were present. "What are your thoughts on the recent attack on Zephyr?" Sengoku inquired, scanning the room with a piercing gaze. Merely a worthless pirate." "Marshal Sengoku, arrange a naval warship for me. I assure you I can capture him," Akainu declared, breaking the heavy silence. To him, any evil pirate deserved to be obliterated by any means necessary. "Capture, you say? We have considered it. Yet according to intelligence, this pirate operates alone, and following this incident, he has vanished from the seas, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain his location." Vice Admiral Tsuru replied, her voice serious yet calm, concealing her inner frustration. As a veteran Navy warrior, did she not yearn for revenge against Zephyr? "Indeed, we have done our utmost. This meeting primarily aims to discuss the constraints on pirates in the New World. Perhaps the Navy has been too low-key and stable in recent years, emboldening certain individuals to entertain grandiose ideas. Therefore, we must take action. Within a week, we shall commence a cleansing operation, coordinating with the Shichibukai for a large-scale sweep." Sengoku asserted grimly, his resolve unwavering. This time, whether for public or private reasons, Sengoku was determined to act. As a result of this incident, the once tranquil seas were stirred into turmoil once again. Pirate crews harboring ambitious dreams of seizing the greatest treasure were swiftly apprehended by the vigilant Navy upon entering the New World. Meanwhile, those stubbornly resisting faced cannon fire without mercy. In an instant, chaos erupted, and the underwater prison for commoners witnessed an unprecedented influx of detainees. Amidst the cacophony of curses from countless pirates, the previously desolate cells became overcrowded, reverberating with shouts, only to be met with brutal punishment. In a certain maritime region of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, gazed at the newspaper in his hand, lost in contemplation. The unpredictability of life is astounding. Who could have foreseen that the once indomitable man would have his arms severed by the very pirate he held in contempt? Across the Grand Line, seagulls soared, and the incident involving former Admiral Zephyr became a topic of conversation for all. As for those disseminating the news, Sengoku had previously ordered strict measures against them. Yet Morgans, the influential figure in the underworld who aspired to be the foremost journalist, flatly refused. Sengoku's fury escalated over this matter, yet ultimately, it amounted to nothing. On the island of Cry Kafana, the once lively streets had transformed into ruins. The opulent buildings of the former kingdom lay in tatters, and a group of burly guerrillas meticulously scoured for weapons. At that moment, a diminutive vessel gracefully docked along the shore, and a tall, muscular man exuding an air of authority stepped onto the island. His eagle-like, piercing gaze surveyed the distance, as though seeking to penetrate the very essence of the island. This man was the legendary swordsman Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. At that instant, the indigenous guerrillas noticed the newcomer, brandishing their weapons and charging toward Mihawk. Whoosh! Mihawk unsheathed his black blade, Yoru, and with a mere flick of his wrist, unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy that felled all who opposed him. A chorus of wails erupted, yet no guerrilla dared to obstruct his path. In a chaotic kingdom somewhere in the Grand Line, the sound of gunfire echoed through the air as the royal army clashed with the rebel forces in a protracted battle. However, the rebels, comprised of desperate commoners, soon found themselves overwhelmed by the armed royal military, leaving the once hopeful citizens disheartened. Just then, a group of individuals clad in black cloaks emerged, standing firm against the advancing royal troops, shielding the ordinary people behind them. Stand azide. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you, roared a general of the royal army upon sighting the silent figures in black. His fury flared, yet he would never have spoken so had he not noticed the black-clad individuals, equally armed and aiming their long rifles at him. Is this truly the army of this nation? How cruelly they slaughter their own citizens. It is truly lamentable. But we have arrived, and this nation shall welcome a new dawn of rebirth and peace. A cold and serious voice resonated from the forefront of the black-clad figures. Simultaneously, the sky, which had previously been clear, became shrouded in ominous clouds, and a fierce wind swept through, causing everyone to squint against the gusts. What does this mean? The general of the royal army, contemplating the presence of the cloaked figures, felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. His countenance darkened, for if his suspicions were correct, today would not end well. The old regime has been tyrannical and unfeeling, leaving the common people to suffer for far too long. Therefore, we have come to ensure true equality and peace in this world. The old order must be overthrown. The black-clad figures stepped forward, their eyes widening with intensity, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority that rapidly enveloped the area. The once formidable royal army trembled before this oppressive presence, and many within the ranks succumbed to unconsciousness from the sheer force of the conqueror's haki. In an instant, the strength of the royal army was drastically diminished, leaving only the general barely able to maintain his composure. Yet, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread, retreating in disbelief. The Revolutionary Army. Are you the Revolutionary Army? The general of the royal army pondered for a moment before fixing his gaze on the cloaked figure and shouting, "Have you recognized us? It matters not. This kingdom cannot continue in its current state, and it is time for the Revolutionary Army to step into the global spotlight," the figure replied, illuminated by a brilliant light that revealed their tall stature and the distinctive red line patterns on their face. It was none other than Dracul Myhawk, the founder and leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, the son of the Navy hero Carp. In the ensuing moments, under the guidance of the Revolutionary Army, the rebel forces surged forward toward the capital of the kingdom. On this day, they aimed to instigate a change of regime, marking the Revolutionary Army's first endeavor to align with a world government. Dragon understood that following this incident, the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly become the focus of the world government and the Navy, viewed as a thorn in their side. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Having witnessed the duality of good and evil in this world, Dragon nurtured his own dream to transform the entire world into a realm of fairness, justice, and enduring peace. At Mariehua, yet another world conference was convened, with various kingdoms responding to the invitation and hastening to attend. On this day, the relatively quiet, sacred Marijoa transformed into a bustling hub. However, everyone treaded carefully, fearful of making a misstep, for this was the lair of the celestial dragons, where a single error could prove fatal. Within the Pangu city, the five elders scrutinized the intelligence in their hands. Their expressions varied. It was quite rare for the allied nations across the world to unite against a common enemy. The major kingdoms jointly petitioned for the annihilation of the Revolutionary Army. It seemed that recent incidents of state subversion had instilled a profound sense of dread among the kingdoms. Over the past year, 5 kingdoms had already succumbed to the Revolutionary Army, witnessing the rise of new rulers, while the latest incident of state theft involved one of the allied nations. As for the Revolutionary Army, had their identities still not been uncovered? No, infiltrating the world government proved exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, the newly joined members of the Revolutionary Army had yet to encounter their leader, failing to penetrate the core. Additionally, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army remained shrouded in mystery. Apart from the core personnel, others were entirely oblivious, rendering total annihilation impossible. Regardless, since the major kingdoms had implored the world government for protection, it was only humane to respond. Thus, Arrangements were made for Zhangguo to deploy the navy for reconnaissance. It was the only course of action left. The Revolutionary Army could no longer be allowed to act with impunity, or the world government would lose face. The five elders, alarmed by the responses from the allied nations, took the Revolutionary Army incident very seriously and grew increasingly curious about the true identity of Dorag. How could such a powerful and astute man have remained inconspicuous until now? Aboard the pirate ship Haotian on the Grand Line, Xiao Hao perused the newspaper in hand, occasionally shaking his head or nodding in agreement. Particularly, upon noticing the world government's grave concern regarding the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dorag, who was even offered a bounty rivaling that of the great pirates of the New World. A slight, enigmatic smile graced his lips. Should he incite a little chaos? Xiao Hao pondered, reflecting that the more troubles he could create for the world government, the less attention they would pay to his actions, as all eyes would be fixated on the Revolutionary Army. How could he ensure a flawless execution of his plans? Xiao Hao mused. For as long as his enemies were discontent, he would find joy throughout his day. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Zhangguo also held a news report concerning the significant events surrounding the Revolutionary Army, repeatedly massaging his forehead with a troubled expression. As a command from the five elders had just arrived, annihilate the Revolutionary Army. Hearing this order from the five elders made Zhangguo's head spin. The whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army had long been elusive, and it was rumored that their combat capabilities were formidable. A rash action would only lead to unbearable consequences. Kapu, you only think of food. Can't you assist in gathering information on the Revolutionary Army? Just as Zhangguo was grappling with his frustration, he heard rustling from the nearby sofa. He looked up to find Kapu happily munching on a donut, entirely indifferent to other matters. Huh, Zhangguo, would you like one? The latest donuts are exquisite, Kapu exclaimed, turning to Zhangguo with a puzzled expression, reluctantly offering him a donut. Eat your nonsense. Look at you. Zhangguo's anger surged as he stood abruptly, snatching Kapu's snack bag and, in one swift motion, devoured the entire contents of donuts. My donuts. I haven't even broken my record yet. You scoundrel, Zhangguo. Kapu's furious voice echoed through the Admiral's office. The meeting regarding the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dorag, continued, with the kings of various kingdoms voting on how to address the Revolutionary Army. Their vision and ideology posed a significant threat to the rule of both the kingdoms and the world government. The five elders concurred and commanded Zhangguo to lead the navy in pursuit and extermination. However, at that moment, the entire Revolutionary Army mysteriously vanished. Despite everyone's efforts to locate them, there was no trace, as if they had never existed. Yet, the anxiety did not dissipate among the five elders and others. Instead, it grew. No one knew what the Revolutionary Army's next move would be. Recent years of state subversion demonstrated that the threat posed by the Revolutionary Army far surpassed that of pirates. After all, to the world government, most pirates engaged merely in petty theft and looting, often steering clear of the Navy and the world government's warships, avoiding unnecessary conflict. In contrast, the Revolutionary Army targeted the very foundation, disseminating ideologies that opposed the world government. In no time, news of the Revolutionary Army spread across the globe. As time passed, a month swiftly elapsed. The kings of the major kingdoms, now riddled with fear, returned to their respective realms and immediately bolstered the defenses of their capitals. In the kingdom of Dressrosa on the Grand Line, a grand conspiracy unfolded. The knight Yasha, Don Quixote da Flamingo, led the Don Quixote family into the capital, confronting the reigning King Riku with demands for vast sums of wealth under the pretext of waging war against the kingdom, desiring to spare his people from harm. King Riku had no choice but to rally his citizens to surrender their possessions, hoping to exchange riches for peace. Unbeknownst to him, this was all part of Doflamingo's sinister plot. The previous night, the benevolent King Riku, known for his compassion, sought to reconcile with Doflamingo, only to fall victim to his string fruit abilities, which compelled him to commit murder in the streets. This act resulted in the deaths of countless innocent civilians and sparked a catastrophic fire, creating immense chaos, exacerbated by the Don Quixote family's intervention and propaganda. In an instant, King Riku became a tyrant despised by all. At this moment, the Don Quixote family appeared as champions of justice, and Doflamingo intervened to halt the bloodshed caused by the tearful King Riku. Coupled with their propaganda and the fact that the Don Quixote family were once royal blood, the citizens soon came to accept Doflamingo, leading to a new king's ascendance, while King Riku and his royal lineage were hunted down and eradicated. In this turmoil, King Riku realized that everything was a scheme orchestrated by Doflamingo against his kingdom. However, witnessing the overwhelming might of the Don Quixote family, he could only seethe in silence and depart in disgrace. Survival was paramount, for there was a future to consider, and King Riku had many family members whose fates remained unknown. He did not wish to be separated from them by death. He. The kingdom of Dressrosa had finally returned to the hands of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo stood atop the city walls, gazing down at the bustling town below, a smile of excitement creeping across his face. Doflamingo, everything is prepared. At that moment, Toribol approached, wiping his nose. Feeling elated to see the young master he had watched grow into a formidable figure. Let us commence. Hearing this, Doflamingo nodded in agreement. As an individual with an insatiable desire for control, Doflamingo was eager to reshape the capital into his envisioned realm, and now was his opportunity. Any reforms could easily be blamed on the former King Riku. Thus began a dark hunt. The once peaceful and tranquil kingdom of Dressrosa plunged into chaos with Doflamingo's arrival, as many were captured and turned into toys, losing their freedom. Those who did not become toys were subjected to intense brainwashing, causing them to forget their pasts. An unprecedented act of state theft unfolded. In comparison to the Hautian pirate crew's forceful overthrow of a kingdom and the installation of a new ruler, Doflamingo exhibited a far more professional approach. The news of the succession of the throne in the kingdom of Dressrosa has also caught the attention of the world government and the naval headquarters. However, due to the peculiar identity and actions of Doflamingo, both the world government and the navy did not pay much heed. A month later, 100 nautical miles off the coast of the kingdom of Dressrosa, the Hautian pirates were firmly anchored. Not far from the Hautian ship, a massive pirate vessel approached rapidly, its bow adorned with the imposing figure of a mammoth, exuding an aura of dominance, strength, and intimidation. On the deck of the mammoth figure's pirate ship stood a burly man, his copper-sized eyes fixed intently on the Hautian ship. Lord Jack, that pirate ship ahead seems to belong to the Hautian pirates. Are we really going to engage with them? Lord Kaido instructed us to merely exchange arms with the Tianyacha and avoid unnecessary conflict. A pirate cautioned, glancing nervously at Jack. One of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates. Are you trying to instruct me? Jack's rugged face displayed his discontent as he shot a sidelong glance at his subordinate and bellowed. If it weren't for the special circumstances today, I would have tossed you into the sea to feed the fish. A mere Hautian pirates cannot compare to the Beast pirates. They're just a small crew of 10 or so. Today, Jack, the drought, intends to test the capabilities of the bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Xiao, after all, he has toiled in the New World for years to amass a bounty of only 1 billion berries. As the Hautian ship drew nearer, a Xing furrowed his brow and instantly transformed into his half-beast form, readying himself for battle. Interesting. As expected from the king of ships, they are quite confident. It seems they do not regard us as a threat. Drought Jack, Xiao Hao murmured, his gaze sweeping over the pirate vessel that was now just 500 meters away. Prepare for battle, my crew, Xiao Hao shouted, causing everyone to halt their work and look towards the direction he pointed. Prepare for confrontation, Xiao Hao commanded, adopting a defensive stance as he eyed the aggressive Drought Jack. Just as the Hautian ship collided with Jack's mammoth ship, a fleet flying the Flamingo pirate flag halted its advance 2 nautical miles away. Damn it, why is the Hautian pirates appearing here? Torpal's heart sank as he recognized the flag on the Hautian ship, memories of being defeated by Xiao Hao on that island flooding back, making his heart race. What should we do? Should we report this to Doflamingo? After all, if the Hautian pirates do not leave and engage with the Beast pirates, the arms we just sold could be seized, and we cannot afford Kaido's wrath. Diamante also frowned, speaking seriously. It seems we have no choice. I will report the situation here. Tory Pole snuffled and then retrieved a din mushy from his pocket. In the royal palace of the capital of the kingdom of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, who was swimming, heard the din mushy ring and swam towards the edge of the pool. Raising his hand, the young baby 5 quickly jogged over and handed the din mushy to Doflamingo before bouncing away with a satisfied expression. Is it confirmed that it is the Hautian pirates? Doflamingo inquired immediately upon hearing Torpal's anxious voice. Yes, I would recognize them even if they turned to ash. The Hautian pirates are currently engaged with Drought Jack. Torpal's tone was fierce, recalling the humiliation of the past. Let us observe the developments, Doflamingo finally declared after much contemplation. Now, he had become a pivotal figure in the dark world, engaging in extensive arms trading, and the Beast Pirates were a significant trading partner and ally. However, Doflamingo lacked confidence in seeking revenge against the Hautian pirates. The domineering and terrifying presence of Xiao Hao from 3 years ago still loomed large in his mind. This time, however, Doflamingo did not expect Drought Jack to take action. Regardless of the outcome, the Hautian pirates would inevitably offend the Beast Pirates, leading to an unavoidable confrontation. If the Hautian pirates could provoke that monster Kaido into action, perhaps they could eliminate Xiao Hao without effort, achieving their revenge. To Doflamingo, Kaido, at the peak of his power, possessed a monstrous physique that no ordinary person could contend with. With a resounding crash, the mammoth ship, under Drought Jack's command, collided with the Hautian ship. Yet, it was akin to an ant striking an elephant, having no effect whatsoever. However, Jack's eyes gleamed with excitement. The more formidable the Hautian ship, the more he desired it. If he could seize this pirate vessel for transporting arms, Kaido would surely commend him. A smile crept across Jack's dark face as he recalled being praised by his 3 older brothers. Hey, if you don't wish to die, hurry and leave. Surrender this ship to the Beast Pirates, and I won't kill you. Drought Jack commanded imperiously, glaring at Xiao Hao and his crew, who appeared unfazed. Although Xiao Hao had risen to prominence in recent years, in Jack's eyes, a mere bounty of 1.5 billion berries was insignificant compared to Kaido. Huh? Hand it over to you? Fatty, who do you think you are? A Shing, in his half-beast form, could not help but scoff, feeling that anyone could now trample the Hautian pirates. For a Shing, whether it was the beasts or any other crew, it was irrelevant, for in his heart, Xiao Hao was the strongest. Fatty, Drought Jack, ready to unleash his fury, was instantly provoked by the insult. He glared at the Hautian pirates, brandishing his curved blades as he charged forward with fierce intent directed at a Shing Wow, such a swift blade. A Shing observed Jack's rapid advance and swiftly retreated, evading the attack. He then powered forward, fanning his wings and launching a fierce assault with his claws, imbued with armed haki, striking heavily against Jack's curved blade, forcing Jack to stagger backward from the tremendous force. This guy, after stabilizing himself, Drought Jack fixed a serious gaze on a Shing, feeling an overwhelming pressure. He had expected this battle to proceed smoothly, but he was taken aback by the formidable presence of a single member of the Hautian pirates. Realizing that this operation might have been reckless, Jack sensed that even if he refrained from attacking, the arms would not be successfully transported. The reason behind this feeling eluded him. Windfall kill. A Shing initiated his assault, with intense wind blades swirling around his wind god dragon claws, appearing exceptionally sharp. Block this. As the fierce attack approached, Jack's gaze sharpened, raising his 2 curved blades to defend. However, the blades merely intercepted the wind god dragon claws while the wind blades continued to spin and slice. Even an animal-based devil fruit user could not withstand the slicing of the wind blades with mere flesh. Blood streaked across Jack's body as he felt severe pain, his brows knitting in distress. He attempted to retreat, only to realize that he had been surrounded by the Hautian pirates without knowing how. What do you intend to do? Drought Disaster Jack surveyed the members of his Hautian pirate crew, who looked at him with predatory intensity. For the first time, he felt a pang of fear, a sense of inexplicable danger enveloping him. What to do? Of course, it was to send you home. Xiao Hao regarded the imposing figure of Drought Disaster Jack before him and spoke in a tone that was calm yet serious. In an instant, his figure vanished. only to reappear right before Jack. Like a meteor crashing down, a fearsome fist struck Jack, sending him hurtling through the air. He traced a graceful arc before plummeting into the ocean, slowly beginning to sink. Aboard the Mammoth, the crew watched in shock as their captain was defeated. Panic ensued, and they hastily relayed the news back to the Beast Pirates via snail phone. Only Kaido could rescue Captain Jack and them. In the New World, high above a certain sea area within Onigashima Castle, a tall man clad in black with wings ablaze received the message, his expression grave. He abruptly hung up the snail phone and strode toward Kaido's chamber. What? Jack was attacked by the Hautian pirate crew while retrieving arms and has now fallen into the sea? Yes, Mr. Kaido. Damn it. Does that brat Xiahao want to die? Kaido's furious voice echoed across the skies of Onigashima, causing the overcast skies to erupt, dispersing the clouds and revealing a clear blue expanse. Kaido's roar shattered the clouds, unleashing a terrifying conqueror's haki that swept through everything around him, causing weaker members of the Beast Pirates to faint, their eyes rolling back in shock from the violent shockwave. Jean, go retrieve that brute Jack. Kaido downed a jug of alcohol and turned to his trusted aide, the cool-headed Inazuma, who was wearing a mask. Understood, Mr. Kaido. Inazuma nodded, unfurling his massive wings that spanned over 10 meters, then soared high into the sky toward Dressrosa. Jack remains as reckless as ever. As Inazuma flew, he recalled the message from the Mammoth, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Among the three disasters, only Drought Disaster Jack acted like a little brother, obedient yet exceedingly rash. In the coastal area near Dressrosa, Xiaohao's strike had sent Drought Disaster Jack flying into the depths of the sea. Instantly, the pirates aboard the Mammoth were gripped by terror, retreating in disbelief as their captain, who they had regarded as a monstrous figure, was dispatched in an instant. Do not come any closer. We are members of the Beast Pirates. If you lay a hand on us, Lord Kaido will not spare you. Yes, yes. Have you heard of the Beast Pirates? They are one of the dominant pirate crews in the New World. The pirates aboard the Mammoth trembled as they shouted towards Xiahao, invoking the names of the Beast Pirates and Kaido in an attempt to intimidate him. But they had mistaken their opponent. The Beast Pirates? Ah, imisoskarat. Let that Kaido come. I'll give him a proper beating. A Shing scoffed at the fearful pirates before him. I give you two choices. Either jump into the sea willingly or sink with this pirate ship. Xiahao stepped forward, his voice icy, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, causing the pirates aboard the Mammoth to swallow hard, their faces pale with fear. Yet, faced with the predatory gazes of the Hautian pirate crew, they had no choice but to jump into the sea. After all, it offered a glimmer of hope for survival, whereas sinking with the ship meant certain death. Plop, plop, plop. One by one, the pirates aboard the Mammoth leapt into the ocean, disregarding the arms aboard. Surviving was their only concern. Indeed, let us salvage what we can. Watching the scene unfold, Xiaohao's lips curled into a subtle smile. Captain, there is so much weaponry, various firearms, and even 2 devil fruits. Just then, cheers erupted from Shing and the others aboard the Mammoth. And Xiahao teleported behind them, his gaze falling upon the ship brimming with weaponry, elated at the sight. With such an abundance of weapons, Xiahao intended to expand the ranks of the Hautian pirate crew's auxiliary pirate groups, although a small force was of little use in a top-tier battlefield. The number of personnel could reflect the strength of a pirate crew. After all, ordinary people still made up the majority in this world. Xiahao was confident in elevating the overall strength of his subordinates. As long as they were loyal and reliable, he could bolster their combat capabilities using devil fruits. Over the years, Xiahao had acquired over 100 ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits, and more than a dozen Paramecia-type ones through various means, primarily through the system. With these at his disposal, a formidable army of devil fruit users could be established. In time, under Xiaohao's banner, this force would dominate the seas of the New World. Captain, are you saying we should expand our numbers? Shing exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Xiaohao's suggestion. After all, the powerful pirate crews in the New World often numbered in the thousands, while the Hautian pirate crew only boasted around 300 members. Most importantly, if the Hautian pirate crew expanded, Shing would have the chance to lead a contingent of hundreds or even thousands. Just the thought thrilled him, awakening his inner ambitions. I'm on board. Whatever the captain decides is good. Hee hee. Meng Shan scratched the back of his head, grinning. As for leading troops in the future, he didn't mind, as long as he could train like everyone else. Really? Captain, if we expand, I'll need a few scientists, preferably scholars familiar with explosives. D. said earnestly, expressing his desire for not just brawlers, but a group of academics specializing in explosive studies. In that case, let's all share our thoughts. Discuss the types and characteristics of the various divisions in the expanded Haotian pirate crew. Xiao Hao's eyes gleamed at D's suggestion. With an increasing number of personnel, it would be essential to distinguish between leaders and division heads. Otherwise, it would be too unrefined for him to handle everything personally. I shall establish a sniper team, responsible for long-range attacks and support, Bulei Zhe proposed, reflecting on his past experiences on Sniper Island. I will manage a medical team. No matter how grievous your injuries may be, I will ensure everyone is saved, Kelly declared, patting her chest with sincerity as a professional doctor. It was her area of expertise. I wish to form a beast team, where each member tames a flying beast to provide aerial support. Tara grinned as he petted Coco and Koken beside him. Everyone articulated their respective specializations, and Xia Hao nodded in satisfaction as the entire Haotian pirate crew spent 5 hours meticulously planning for their future development, filled with confidence and dreams. With that settled, let us reach out to Captain Rakiel of the Dragon Pirates to dispatch a ship to transport all the weapons back. Discussion concluded, Xia Hao glanced at Ashing, signaling him to relay this message to Rakiel. Understood, Captain. Ashing promptly retrieved a snail phone branded with the Haotian pirate crew's insignia and initiated the call. For a full 10 minutes, Ashing animatedly communicated with Rakiel. Rest assured, Lord Ashing, we will accomplish the task. On the island of Mo Fei in the New World, Rikur, who was diligently training, was taken aback by Ashing's command and the imminent reward. With a firm expression, he patted his chest and assured, very well, I shall select 3 of my most trusted subordinates. The boss has promised to reward you with 3 devil fruits as a token of appreciation for this period of effort. Ashing, hearing the tremor of excitement in Rakir's voice, let a slight smile grace his lips as he continued. After all, having followed the boss for so long, I have learned a thing or two about drawing incentives. To get the horse to run, one must provide it with fodder. The boss has already informed Rakir. Based on calculations, we should arrive near the kingdom of Dressrosa in about 10 days. We have agreed to meet at the island of Balala. After hanging up the phone bug, Ashing briskly approached Xia Hao, joyfully announcing, well done indeed. Xia Hao nodded in approval, satisfied with Ashing's communication. Deeming him a competent cadre, 3 days swiftly passed, and the Haotian ship was moving further away from the kingdom of Dressrosa, arriving at an island resembling an energy bar. In the center of the island was a lake that sparkled under the sun, reminiscent of an energy sphere. The environment was delightful, and Xia Hao decided to dock the Haotian here. He appeared atop a massive tree on Balala Island, surveying the surroundings, and spoke in a calm tone. Above the royal capital of Dressrosa, a colossal shadow enveloped the palace of Don Quixote da Flamingo. A terrifying pressure recklessly surged around, and fierce winds swept everything in their path, sending countless tables and chairs flying. Da Flamingo, who had been resting within the palace, was startled awake. Through his pink eyes, he caught sight of an unwelcome figure. T.I. Jin, one of the 3 calamities of the beast pirates, a man of terrifying strength akin to a true monster. Da Flamingo, N.T.I. Jin swooped down, hovering 5 or 6 meters above the ground, looking down at Da Flamingo and the Don Quixote family with an arrogant tone. N.T.I. Jin. Da Flamingo squinted at him, his voice flat. Faced with one of the 3 calamities, Da Flamingo abandoned his usual bravado. After all, he knew he could not match him in combat. And behind him loomed an immortal monster, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Tell me the whereabouts of the Haotian pirates. Do not feign ignorance, N.T.I. Jin demanded. Da Flamingo remained unperturbed by Jin's arrogant demeanor. He understood the nature of the man before him. Furthermore, to cope with such a situation and the possible arrival of Kaido, Da Flamingo had long arranged for personnel to track the Haotian ship from a distance, knowing that the entire Haotian crew was stationed on Balala Island, 100 nautical miles southeast, at a place called Balala Island. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they are surely within. Doflamingo spoke earnestly. Upon receiving the desired information, Nti Jin's gaze was cold as he surveyed the area before him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards the direction of Balala Island. As for Jack the Drought, Jin was aware of his unique circumstances. He would not drown and had likely been rescued by his subordinates by now. 2 hours later, Nti Jin hovered above Balala Island, his gaze fixed on the colossal Haotian ship. Deep within his calm eyes flickered a hint of surprise, though he had heard tales of the ship's immense size. Witnessing it firsthand was truly breathtaking. In that moment, Nti Jin comprehended why Jack the Drought, his reckless brother, would covet the Haotian. Such a magnificent pirate ship would undoubtedly entice anyone to claim it as their own. At that moment, the Haotian pirates, joyously camping on Balala Island, were celebrating around a bonfire. Suddenly, as Xiahao was about to sip his milk, his expression hardened. Through his Kinbunchika haki, he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching, radiating hostility, a clear sign of impending trouble. How leisurely it seems, esteemed members of the Haotian pirates, Nti Jin remarked coldly, observing the rising smoke from the island and the genuine cheers of the crew. This figure seems familiar, Xiahao mused, staring intently at Nti Jin and the black wings behind him. I recall now. Nti Jin, one of Kaido's 3 calamities. I wonder what brings you here? Xiahao inquired, his expression unperturbed. What brings me here? You have pilfered our munitions from the beast pirates. Captain Xiahao, do you intend to feign ignorance? Nti Jin's voice was icy, and the flames behind him flared higher, his gaze toward Xiahao growing increasingly fierce. Jin sensed that Xiahao regarded him with a dismissive air and had no intention of returning the stolen arms. Thus, it seemed that only combat could resolve this predicament. What do you wish to know? Xiahao responded. It is clear that conversing with you is futile. If words fail, let us resolve this with strength. Beneath his mask, Nti Jin bore a striking yet indifferent visage, opting to take flight into the sky. Reaching a sufficient altitude, he executed a swift dive, the intense wind pressure extinguishing the bonfire on the island. A powerful gust enveloped the Haotian pirates, shattering their previously joyous gathering. Scoundrel! A Xing glared at Nti Jin, who was brazenly unleashing wind pressure from above, his dark eyes glinting with determination. Instantly, a Xing transformed into his hybrid form, his legs sinking slightly as he harnessed immense power to launch himself directly in front of Nti Jin. The 2 aerial titans, the Toothless Wyvern and the Wind God Wyvern, engaged in a fierce confrontation. Nti Jin, taken aback by a Xing's sudden appearance in his hybrid form, realized that he was not merely facing an ordinary Zoan Devil Fruit user, but rather someone wielding an ancient Zoan ability. Flame Emperor, Nti Jin declared, raising a hand as mysterious flames morphed into a small fireball that hurtled toward Xing. The intense heat prompted a Xing to furrow his brow. Tempest. In response to Jin's initial assault, a Xing did not evade but instead concentrated the violent wind elements in his hand, forming a spiraling sphere. As the fireball approached, he released the wind sphere, dispersing the flames and allowing the wind elements to dissipate. The initial exchange ended in a stalemate. The blazing fireball was extinguished by the tempestuous wind sphere, and witnessing this, Nti Jin grew more serious, focusing his gaze on Xiahao below, who maintained a calm demeanor. Nti Jin began to suspect that embarking on this solo venture may have been somewhat rash. The strength of the Haotian pirates far exceeded his expectations. The man before him was undoubtedly more formidable than a mere bounty of 500 million berries suggested. However, the die was cast, and retreat was not an option. Defeating the adversary before him was the only path to confront Xiahao directly. Do not lose focus when battling me. A Xing's exuberant voice resonated through the air as a slender wind blade sliced through the void, targeting Nti Jin with astonishing speed. Even with Kinbunchiko haki, it was challenging to track its trajectory. Just as the wind blade was about to strike, Ti Jin's flames abruptly extinguished. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing several hundred meters away, having evaded the attack. What remarkable speed! Is this what the boss referred to as a racial trait? Indeed, it is quite impressive. A Xing gazed at the swiftly moving Yin Zaijin, his eyes narrowing slightly. As he approached Yin Zaijin, he found the flames surprisingly comforting, as if he would not be harmed even if engulfed by them. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Now was not the time for such contemplations. Although the captain had once mentioned that he might belong to a rare lineage, Windrope, a Xing directed his gaze towards Yin Zaijin, fervently flapping his wings. Two thick ropes of wind surged toward the flames, enveloping the surrounding space in an instant. In the next moment, all the wind ropes sprang into action, attempting to bind Yin Zaijin's wings. After all, wind is not afraid of fire. It can even extinguish it. Fire Dragon King. As the wind ropes drew closer, Yin Zaijin's flames surged, creating an overwhelming inferno. The surrounding space seemed to warp, and a torrent of flames coalesced into the shape of a dragon, fiercely charging towards the wind ropes, dispersing them in an instant. Not only that, the fire dragon continued its relentless pursuit of a Xing, seeking to strike him down. The temperature was unbearable. Was this the innate talent of the Linelia clan? Regrettably, even with such strength, they had been driven from their homeland, becoming lost souls, with their bloodline dwindling. As a Xing felt the fire dragon nearing, a flicker of sorrow washed over him, as if it were his own plight. Just as a Xing was lost in thought, the fire dragon engulfed him. Witnessing this scene from afar, Xiahao furrowed his brow, his deep black eyes seemingly piercing through the flames to locate a Xing. Although the Zoan-type devil fruit possessed formidable regenerative abilities, severe injuries would still require extensive time for recovery. Meng Shan, prepare yourself. If a Xing cannot continue fighting, ensure his safe return. I will deal with Yin Zaijin personally. Xiahao turned to Meng Shan, who bore a serious expression, and spoke earnestly. I hope a Xing can surprise me. Did it hit? In the sky, Yin Zaijin found it hard to believe that a Xing had been struck by the fire dragon. After all, if such an attack could not be withstood, it would be too weak. He could only conclude he had misjudged. Enveloped in the searing flames, a Xing initially thought he would rely on the resilient life force granted by the Zoan-type devil fruit to withstand the attack, but to his astonishment, he was unscathed. He raised his hand gently, and the flames danced in response, with some even entering his body. In an instant, an indescribable sensation of comfort coursed through him, his entire being warmed as if submerged in a sea of soothing liquid. His bones crackled, not from breaking, but as if they were being fortified. Clenching his fist, a Xing felt his strength magnifying. Flames? I can actually control flames? A Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he released a small flame from within himself. Although it was diminutive, it undeniably emanated from him. Contemplating further, a Xing attempted to unleash flames once more, and a fireball the size of a basketball erupted from his palm. Boom! A Xing's wings flapped vigorously, dispersing the surrounding flames. Moreover, a blaze erupted from his back, mirroring Yin Zaijin's flames perfectly. So this is the Linelia clan. Xiahao smiled upon witnessing a Xing's transformation, having sensed something special about him from the beginning, only to discover he was indeed of the Linelia lineage. However, it seemed he required the flames of other clan members to awaken, indicating his bloodline was not entirely pure. Unlike Yin Zaijin, who is inherently gifted, how is this possible? You. The most astonished of all was Yin Zaijin, who had spent years searching, believing he was the last of the Linelia clan. Now, not only had he found another kin, but it was also his adversary. This is utterly absurd. Are you surprised? I am as well. I never expected to share a lineage with you. A Xing shrugged, gazing at the astonished Yin Zaijin, feeling equally helpless. Who would have thought that a battle would reveal a fellow clansman? Nevertheless, the conflict must persist despite differing allegiances. What a twist of fate. Since we are of the same clan, join the 100 Beast pirate crew. I assure you that Captain Kaido will be pleased. He is destined to change this world. Yin Zaijin hovered midair, extending a sincere invitation to a Xing were it not for the Lunalia lineage. The aloof Yin Zai Jin would never have spoken so much. No, the Haotian pirate crew is my home. A Xing firmly rejected the offer. Without Captain Xia Hao, he would still be a mere street thug, unaware of the vast and magnificent world before him. As for the significance of the Lunalia bloodline, it mattered little. Growing up as an orphan, a Xing had no knowledge of his parents, and lineage held no importance. It was Captain Xia Hao who had given him a new lease on life. He would not serve two masters. A Xing was not a man who would forget his benefactor. In a Xing's eyes, Xia Hao was the one destined to transform this world. The 100 Beasts and Kaido were unfamiliar to him. What a pity. It appears I must resort to force to make you yield. A hint of resignation crossed Yin Zai Jin's handsome face beneath his mask, the flames around him intensifying. Huh, you think you can conquer me by force? Give it a try. Upon hearing Yin Zai Jin's words, a Xing's expression turned serious. Raising his hand, he fused the searing flames with the raging winds, amplifying their power. Wind Fire Dragon God Blast. A colossal whirlwind of fire formed between the two, and with a gentle push from a Xing, the world changed colors. The once calm sea became turbulent, with waves surging higher and higher, relentlessly crashing against Balala Island, uprooting trees and scattering debris. As the fiery tornado approached with alarming speed, Yin Zai Jin's expression shifted dramatically, the terrifying pull threatening to tear him apart. Just as the fire tornado was about to engulf him, a formidable flame descended from above, striking the tempest of a Xing's creation. Heat breath. Heat breath. A torrent of flames spanning miles surged forth, swiftly countering a Xing's once mighty fiery whirlwind. The two immense forces clashed violently, ultimately resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, and Yin Zai Jin, positioned closest, was sent flying by the blast. He flapped his wings vigorously in midair, managing to stabilize himself after several attempts. Simultaneously, witnessing the familiar and terrifying attack brought Yin Zai Jin immense joy. For the source of this heat breath was none other than Captain Kaido of the 100 Beasts pirate crew. Whoa, excellent power. Kaido's booming laughter echoed through the sky as a long, azure dragon silhouette flickered among the clouds. With a resounding thunderclap, the fully beastified form of Kaido emerged before all. Not far from Balala Island, at a distance of several nautical miles, the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo, observed the battle between Yin Zai Jin and a Xing, initially planning to take advantage of their conflict to reclaim lost military supplies. Little did they expect that Kaido himself would make an appearance. Doflamingo felt an innate fear towards the monster that was Kaido. Having witnessed his power, he harbored little desire to resist. Kaido has come in person. It seems the Haotian pirate crew is doomed this time. Duofeng gazed at the colossal figure in the sky, his voice resonating with a low timbre. In his eyes, Xia Hao stood no chance whatsoever. Currently, Kaido was at the pinnacle of his power, surpassing even the aged Whitebeard, Newgate. Young master, does this battle hold no suspense? Torpal inquired softly, nearly overwhelmed by the mere presence of Kaido. I do not foresee any unexpected developments, unless... Unless what? Unless the rumors of Xia Hao having once challenged Whitebeard are indeed true, then there exists a faint chance for survival. With narrowed eyes, Dofo contemplated staying to witness the unfolding battle, having initially intended to depart. On Barala Island, Xia Hao, upon witnessing Kaido's appearance, felt a surge of astonishment. The creature known as the strongest being across land, sea, and air, Xia Hao had long yearned for an encounter to gauge his strength, albeit without prior opportunity. Today, fate had granted him this moment. Eager to unleash his own formidable powers, Xia Hao believed that battling Kaido would elevate his own haki to new heights. You are Kaido? In the sky, witnessing his newly devised powerful attack being effortlessly dispelled by Kaido, a Xing expressed his discontent audibly. Ohat do, lito barat. Do I not appear as such? Kaido's massive form rolled amidst the clouds, his enormous dragon head fixating on a Xing with wide eyes. In the next instant, a heavy and domineering wave of conqueror's haki surged toward a Xing. the forceful shockwave battering against his half-beast form. Such overwhelming haki rivaled that of his boss. With just one haki impact, a Shing realized that he was no match for Kaido, with no hope of victory. "Hey, Kaido, are you bullying my comrades in front of me?" At that moment, Xiaohao's voice resonated in a Shing's ears. Xiaohao had made his move, countering with his own Conqueror's haki. This was his first full exertion of haki since its enhancement, as crimson-black lightning flickered in the surrounding void. The two forces of Conqueror's haki clashed violently, illuminating the entire space as the previously tranquil sea roiled once more. Centered around Xiaohao and Kaido, the ocean beneath was forcefully depressed by the overwhelming haki, forming a deep pit, while the clouds above swirled as if the sky were tearing apart. The shockwave generated by the Conqueror's haki expanded in a circular motion, causing a Shing and Yin Zaijin, who were watching nearby, to squint against the overwhelming power, their figures being pushed back. Without their formidable strength, they might have been knocked unconscious and plunged into the sea. Impressive. Aside from the old man Whitebeard, this is the first time I've witnessed someone withstand the boss's Conqueror's haki. On Barala Island, Meng Shan clenched his fists instinctively, recognizing the caliber of these top-tier fighters, knowing that he currently lacked the qualification to engage. "Boss, give it your all and defeat that foul dragon," Terra exclaimed, enthusiastically waving his arms in support. "Go Xiaohao!" Mena fervently waved her spatula, her heart brimming with confidence. In that moment, the entire Xiaohao pirate crew rallied with earnest encouragement. Regardless of their formidable adversaries, they steadfastly believed that their captain would emerge victorious. In the sky, feeling the fervent cheers from below, Xiaohao glanced back momentarily before signaling a Shing and the others to retreat from Barala Island, which would soon become the battlefield between Kaido and himself. "Come fort, guide." With a sweeping gesture, the Fong Tianhua Ji manifested in his grasp, enveloped in a terrifying aura that made Kaido's expression shift. "Oh hot thaw. Let me see the RogerPirates in turn, the one whom Whitebeard himself praised. How formidable you truly are." Kaido raised his dragon head, grinning excitedly, before unleashing a torrent of flames from his massive form, transforming into a bolt of lightning that charged directly at Xiaohao. Fire Dragon's Great Torch, Dragon Slayer Magic, Crimson Lotus Flame Blade. As Kaido hurtled toward him at breakneck speed, Xiaohao remained undaunted, conjuring a magical array beneath him. The Dragon Slayer magic took form as a flame-imbued scimitar launched erratically toward Kaido, aiming to strike true. The violent clash produced a cacophony of explosive sounds, as the searing flames evaporated the ocean water beneath them, generating temperatures so extreme that the surrounding space began to warp. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky, crashing into the sea and creating thick plumes of smoke. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku received word of the clash between the Beast Kaido and Xiaohao. Enraged, he ordered troops to apprehend the two, but upon learning that it was merely a duel between two individuals on an uninhabited island, he sank back into his chair, exhaling deeply as the tension within him dissipated. After all, stability and peace were paramount for the Marines, and a battle between two top pirate crews was not a cause for alarm. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the pirate ship was sailing slowly when the previously bored Marco received a newspaper from Seagull. The article detailed the battle between Xiaohao and Kaido. As for who could broadcast such news in real time, it was none other than Morgans, the king of the underworld and a prominent figure in journalism, renowned for his passion for uncovering significant news. "Old man, the newspaper claims that Xiaohao is battling Kaido near Barala Island, close to Dressrosa," Marco exclaimed, jogging to hand the paper to Whitebeard Newgate, astonished by the revelation. "Gwahaha, that kid Xiaohao truly cannot remain still for a single day. That rascal Kaido is not an easy opponent." Whitebeard recalled their previous encounters with a shake of his head. As a fellow member of the RogerPirates, he had witnessed Kaido's rise. However, their paths diverged, and they had their own ambitions, which ultimately led to the disbandment of the RogerPirates and their easy defeat by the Marines. "Indeed, but I believe Xiaohao will not be easily defeated," Marco nodded. He had seen Kaido in battle against his father, a true monster whose terrifying regenerative capabilities rendered him nearly immortal, with a body of steel that few could hope to pierce. Yet, regarding Xia Hao, Marco felt a twinge of reluctance. Due to their similar ages, Xia Hao's strength had already reached a level comparable to that of Whitebeard, and during their brief sparring session, Marco had even perceived echoes of the Pirate King, Roger, in Xia Hao. Thus, this would become a battle capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Wahaha, let's await the outcome. Whitebeard raised his cup, downing his drink heartily, his boisterous laughter echoing across the vast sea. Simultaneously, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marine Headquarters in Mariehua, upon receiving the news, he promptly convened a meeting, ordering the nearest Marine fleet to Dressrosa to observe the duel. Additionally, the Marine Headquarters dispatched Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, 3 Marine admirals, to the scene, as unusual occurrences had transpired within the world government, compounded by the aging of the previous Marine admiral, who had since resigned to protect the celestial dragons in Mariehua during his remaining years. Thus, it is said that these 3 candidates for the position of admiral may soon be officially appointed as the new naval commanders. In the New World, on a beautifully scenic island, the red-haired pirates are gathered for a feast. Summer Hao and 100 Beast Kaido are engaged in a fierce battle. How amusing it is to ponder how much stronger Summer Hao, that formidable individual, has become over the years. Red-haired Shanks gazes at the news printed on the paper in his hands, his lips curling into a slight smile. He is confident that when they meet again, his power will undoubtedly astonish Summer Hao. Summer Hao, it seems there are not many who would dare to label him as peculiar. Shanks, is he truly that formidable? How does he compare to you? A deep voice interjects beside Shanks. If any outsiders were to witness this, they would surely be astonished. For the speaker is none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Is he strong, you ask? Remove the last word, and you will find that even in his days as an intern, he could hold his own against that monster Barrett. In less than a year and a half afterward, he could even vaguely overpower him. Would you not call that strong? Shanks rolls his eyes, shrugging his shoulders in resignation as he explains. Moreover, it is rumored that before Captain Roger departed, Summer Hao had a private sparring session with him, returning unscathed. After a pause, Shanks continues, is that truly so? This time, it is Mihawk who is taken aback. While he considers himself the foremost swordsman in the world, he acknowledges that his overall strength pales in comparison to the current strongest man, Whitebeard, and thus naturally falls short against Pirate King Roger. The most significant aspect is that Roger's haki was extraordinarily powerful, and his swordsmanship was of the highest caliber, undoubtedly at the level of a great swordsman. Indeed, in my understanding, Summer Hao excels in both haki and weaponry. Mihawk remarks earnestly, swirling the wine glass in his hand. He eagerly anticipates their meeting. Unbeknownst to Summer Hao, the turmoil brewing outside is of little concern to him, for he is fully engaged with 100 Beast Kaido. After exchanging blows dozens of times, neither side has gained the upper hand. Oh, Summer Hao, no wonder you are a product of the RogerPirates. Your strength is impressive. Kaido, in his hybrid form, hefts the Kanabo, assessing Summer Hao with an expression of indifference. You're not lacking either, Kaido. However, that does not give you the right to covet my weaponry. Furthermore, you even tossed Jack into the sea. You have crossed the line. Summer Hao, crossed the line? Kaido, had it not been for that reckless Jack attempting to seize the Hao Ian, I would not have bothered with this fool. When one errs, they must face the consequences, Kaido. Perhaps you should manage your subordinates before pointing fingers. Summer Hao retorts sharply. Humph, if that is the case, then there is nothing left to discuss. Thunderbagwa, Kaido, seeing that Summer Hao is not yielding, feels his anger surge. Today, he aims to discover just how strong Summer Hao, rumored to rival Whitebeard, truly is. Come at me then. Do you think I fear you? Shinju, Summer Hao, unfazed by the swiftly approaching Kanabo, firmly grips his Fong Tianhua Ji. His biceps bulge as he enters the mode of the demon god, an overwhelming power surging within him, and his conqueror's haki radiates freely, causing the very air to tremble. The clash of their weapons reverberates, unleashing a powerful shockwave that recklessly devastates everything around them. A cacophonous explosion erupts, causing the ocean's waters to recede in waves, forming a colossal whirlpool beneath their duel, which grows increasingly vast, soon becoming a deep abyss. Shinju. Kaido's expression falters upon recognizing this familiar and domineering technique. He recalls having witnessed Roger employ it during his clash with the RogerPirates, astonished that Summer has mastered it. Ping ping pang pang. The two figures flicker in the air, their speed escalating. Due to their initial collision, Summer marked Kaido with a flying thunder god technique, allowing him to appear before Kaido in an instant, ruthlessly bringing down his Fong Tian Hua Ji toward Kaido's chest. As time progresses, Summer and Kaido seem tireless, battling from day into night and back, each sustaining injuries, yet relying on their formidable recovery and defense to endure. Hoo. Arororo. Summer, I acknowledge your strength. Kaido breathes heavily, his eyes wide as he fixes his gaze on Summer, finally speaking. Hoo, you truly are the being hailed as the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky. Kaido, you are commendable as well. Summer replies, observing the panting Kaido, even with the extraordinary recovery abilities granted by his WoodRelease. The intensity of their battle has left Summer mentally fatigued. Indeed, standing among the world's elite is not an easy feat. Do we continue fighting, Kaido? If we press on, there will be no fruitful outcome. Summer states flatly, as this encounter has solely been a contest of physical prowess and hockey, without resorting to WoodRelease or the Eight Gates. Oh, Arororo, Summer, the Navy is approaching. I will spare you this time. You should find a way to escape. Kaido, spotting the densely packed Navy fleet in the distance, snorts coldly and takes flight, transforming. The Navy, you say? How intriguing. Do they wish to reap the benefits? However, I shall not allow that to happen. Summer, noticing the encroaching Navy fleet poised to encircle them, smirks slightly, his expression calm as he speaks. Xing, activate submarine mode on the Hao-Ian immediately. It is not yet time to confront the Navy. Summer instructs Xing, who stands fervently by his side. We're not fighting, boss. Of course not. There are over a dozen Navy vessels, and since they are aware of my confrontation with Kaido, they are certainly not led by ordinary personnel. Even if you can fight, what about the others? Summer rolls his eyes. Though the Hao-Ian pirates have gained considerable renown, only Xing and Mengshan can be considered high-tier combatants. The rest must hone their skills further and currently cannot match the world's top-tier powers. And why is the Navy viewed as the embodiment of justice? Is it due to their benevolence? No, it is because the Navy is the strongest organization in this world. Neither Whitebeard nor Kaido could secure victory in a one-on-one confrontation. The world government has maintained dominion over the world for 8 centuries, compelling kingdoms to submit and demanding protection fees, all because they wield the power to obliterate the world. Off the coast of Balala Island, the Hao-Ian has successfully transitioned to submarine mode. At Summer command, the massive Hao-Ian pirate ship plunges swiftly beneath the waves, soon reaching depths of 500 meters below the surface. Half an hour later, a fleet of Navy warships, led by Akainu, advances with great momentum, yet they find nothing. Gazing at the empty sea's surface, Akainu's expression darkens. While 100 B's Kaido could utilize his devil fruit abilities to escape, what the Hao-Ian pirates? According to intelligence, the Hao-Ian pirate ship is as large as a small island. How could it simply vanish without a trace? Damn it, how does CP9 gather intelligence? Akainu bellows furiously, molten magma beginning to seep from his body as if a volcano were on the verge of erupting. Observing Sakaski's grim visage, which seemed ready to drip with disdain, all the Marines remained silent, fully aware that this acting admiral upheld an unwavering sense of absolute justice. No one wished to provoke misfortune at such a precarious moment. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the Marshal's office, the latest intelligence from Balala Island was received, eliciting a resigned sigh from Marshal Sengoku. It was evident that capturing Xiahao would not be an easy feat. What's wrong, Sengoku? You Haven-T apprehended Xiahao. Carp, munching on a donut, glanced at Sengoku, whose countenance was clouded with frustration. Indeed, not only have we failed to capture him, but we haven't even caught a glimpse of him. Sengoku replied with a bitter smile. attempting to explain the situation to Carp. Impossible. I've seen the Hotion ship, a colossal vessel akin to an island. How can it simply vanish? Carp expressed disbelief, for it had been years since he encountered such an extraordinary event. It is indeed true. I suspect the Hotion ship possesses the ability to submerge. Sengoku remarked, tapping his forehead, revealing a hypothesis he was reluctant to entertain. If the Hotion ship could indeed navigate underwater, the threat posed by the Hotion pirates would escalate to a terrifying level, distinct from the brazen ambitions of the once mighty Shiki. To this day, Sengoku remained perplexed by Xiaohao's true intentions. Enough. Let us cease discussing this matter. Sengoku sighed, acknowledging the failure of their plans. 5 days later, in the latter half of the Grand Line, news erupted from the New World, plunging the globe into turmoil. The Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, the Bigmum pirates, the Red-haired pirates, and the Hotion pirates were collectively dubbed the Five Emperors. The inclusion of the Hotion pirates was attributed to the recent discovery by the world government's intelligence agency, which revealed a pirate force of 5,000 on Murphy Island, nearly causing a fainting spell. The revelation rattled the highest authorities, the Gorosei, and Marshal Sengoku, who were taken aback. No one anticipated that the immensely powerful Xiaohao was, in fact, a cunning strategist. On the surface, a mere 30-plus individuals were adventuring across the world, yet covertly, they had amassed a force of considerable magnitude that could not be overlooked. More critically, the affiliated pirate crews of the Hotion pirates were formidable in their own right, with each captain boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, the highest reaching 450 million berries. The Five Emperors. This group is increasingly giving me a headache, Sengoku lamented, his expression darkening as he gazed at the flooding newspapers. The 5 major pirate factions had now carved up the latter half of the Grand Line, leaving other pirate crews to survive in the interstices. The emergence of the title Five Emperors signified a tripartite balance of power among the Marines, the Five Emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea. On Murphy Island, the Hotion ship rested at the shore, with cheers of excitement resonating from the island. Boss, have you become the Emperor of the Seas? The title of Five Emperors is truly remarkable, Ashing exclaimed, his hands tightly gripping the newspaper. I too find it quite commendable. Xiaohao nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips, for his involvement had significantly altered the course of history. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard Newgate's thunderous laughter echoed across the waters. Subsequently, resting his chin on his hand, he gazed towards the distant sea, where waves rolled in with increasing vigor, his lips curling into a contemplative smile. The Five Emperors? I find this title quite appealing. Within a lavish palace on Onigashima, Kaido scowled as he perused the newspaper. He felt that Xiaohao's rise to the status of Five Emperors was merely a maneuver to exploit his own ascendance. Equally shocking was the revelation that the Hotion pirates had amassed a following of 5,000. This cunning little brat. How dare he use me as a stepping stone? Kaido's enraged roars reverberated through the room, his voice infused with conqueror's haki, knocking out unfortunate pirates patrolling Onigashima, leaving them dazed and trembling. Have I been outplayed? Or does Xiaohao know something we do not? NTI observed, narrowing his eyes at the information regarding the 5 emperors in the newspaper, lost in thought. The outside world had presumed Xiaohao was following the elite path akin to the former RogerPirates. Little did they know he had secretly gathered 5,000 followers. Murphy Island? That chaotic region of the New World? It is a place that is both easy to defend and difficult to attack. The turbulent currents alone can deter 90% of pirate ships from entering. This was premeditated. Similarly, at Wano Country, Big Mom furrowed her brows upon learning of the 5 Emperors' announcement, visibly displeased. The sight of Xiaohao's handsome yet domineering face reminded her of that fateful day when he stealthily infiltrated her castle, injuring Katakuri and seizing a piece of history. Xiaohao. Big Mom's large, stout hands clenched the newspaper tightly, prompting Prometheus to swiftly fly over and snatch it away, as it was far more cunning than the naive Zeus. On a picturesque island, the red-haired pirates continued their revelry, laughter and joy resounding throughout the coastal area. A jubilant red-haired crewmate rushed toward Shanks. Captain, big news. You have become one of the 5 emperors. 5 emperors? What are you talking about, Locksta? Shanks inquired, having been preoccupied with recent festivities and rather oblivious to the outside world. The Whitebeard pirates, the Bigmum pirates, the Beast pirates, the Hotion pirates, and our red-haired pirates have been collectively named the 5 emperors, signifying the 5 great pirate emperors ruling the latter half of the Grand Line. Locksta exclaimed with palpable excitement, foreseeing enhanced prestige for the red-haired pirates. Yaha, I like this title. Shanks grinned, nodding appreciatively before taking the newspaper from Locksta as hands to peruse its contents. 5,000 members in the Hotion pirates. Surely this is no jest. The usually calm Shanks widened his eyes, fixated on the news regarding the Hotion pirates. 5,000? Impossible. For years, it was rumored that the Hotion pirates had a large ship but few crew members. Indeed. I heard they only had around 30 members. It seems everyone underestimated Xia Hao. 5,000 is certainly not a number that could be assembled overnight. Ben Beckman took the newspaper from Shanks, lost in contemplation. Truly, it is you, Xia Hao. You always seem to anticipate several steps ahead. It appears the time has come to pay you a visit, my brother. Shanks tightened his grip on the bottle, facing the sea breeze, a smile gracing his lips. To establish contact with the Hotion pirates? Shanks, the timing is far too sensitive. The world government and the Marines would prefer that the 2 5 emperors do not forge a close bond. Beckman cautioned upon hearing Shanks' intentions. Perhaps later. There is indeed no need to challenge the authority of the world government and the Marines at this moment. I would rather avoid unnecessary complications. Let's drink. Shanks exclaimed, slapping his forehead, dismissing the thought and urging his crew to continue their revelry. Beckman shrugged, resigned to his captain's whimsical nature. In the East Blue, upon a tranquil sea, a pirate ship adorned with a clown emblem anchored steadily, as a large-nosed pirate loudly commanded his crew to dive into the depths to salvage treasures. This large-nosed pirate was Buggy, who, after acquiring numerous treasure maps, had embarked on a grand treasure-hunting endeavor. Just then, a news bird soared overhead, delivering a newspaper that accurately landed on Buggy's face, darkening his expression as he angrily prepared to tear the paper away. However, his gaze inadvertently glanced at the content above, particularly the names of the Whitebeard pirates, the Hotion pirates, and the red-haired pirates, causing Baji to instantly adopt a serious demeanor. The 5 emperors. Damn, these 2 rascals are developing remarkably fast, actually standing shoulder to shoulder with that old man Whitebeard. How outrageous. Baji grimaced, visibly displeased, yet he understood internally. Although he had been guided by Xia Hao in developing the fragmented abilities of the devil fruit, he still felt a significant disparity in strength compared to the monstrous capabilities of Xia Hao and Shanks. After all, as a member of the RogerPirates, Baji was acutely aware of how terrifying the power of hockey could be. Both Captain Roger and Mr. Rayleigh were formidable without any devil fruit powers. Yet they remained at the pinnacle of the world. Sigh. It seems that now is not the time to venture into the new world. Baji let out a slight sigh, and as he slightly opened his right hand, the surrounding space emitted a cracking sound, albeit a limited range of only about 1 meter. In the chaotic waters of a new world, Murphy Island, now declared by Xia Hao as the capital of the Hotion Empire, was at the center of the action. With the 4 subsidiary islands of Murphy Island as the core, Ashing led all the pirate crews to swiftly encompass dozens of nearby islands into the territory of the Hotion Empire, establishing a dominion of nearly 100 nautical miles in just 1 day. Near the coast, a small warship flying the flag of the world government anchored a few nautical miles away. On the deck of the warship stood 3 individuals clad in white robes, each adorned with peculiar masks. Behind them, hundreds of world government soldiers stood at the ready, tightly gripping their firearms, their expressions tense as they surveyed the surroundings. Ku. Members of the world government's CP0 have personally mobilized. It seems our leader was correct. You have come for negotiations, haven't you? Ashing, in his half-beast form, hovered in midair, his gaze brazenly scrutinizing everyone below as if attempting to see through them. Indeed, Captain Xia Hao has accurately discerned our intentions. We have come at the behest of the esteemed individuals of the world government to discuss constraints and agreements between the world government and the 5 Emperors pirate crews. Rest assured, it is merely a simple cooperation agreement for mutual benefit, the squad leader of CP0 stated, producing a document and explaining in a calm tone. VR. After all, wicked pirates, the righteous world government wishes to collaborate with us. A Xing scoffed, as the leader said, in this world, both justice and evil are defined by man. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one can even alter history. I used to be skeptical, but now I believe. Of course, for the esteemed individuals, pirates are also their subjects. As long as there are sufficient benefits, cooperation with pirates is not out of the question. Our leader has agreed to this. We will not provoke the world government and navy without cause. However, please inform the high-ranking officials of the navy and the world government not to meddle with our Haotian pirates, nor to send navy and world government vessels into the waters of the Haotian Empire, or the consequences will be dire. Upon hearing CP0's explanation, a Xing snorted coldly, reiterating Xia Hao's message. Whether they would truly oppose the navy and world government in the future would entirely depend on their mood. When the time comes, any excuse would suffice. For instance, if a core member of the Haotian pirates were to suddenly disappear within the navy's jurisdiction, it would undoubtedly be the navy's doing. If they were to seek the navy for release and no one was found, well, then it would be unfortunate. Just one word: fight. I will report this to the esteemed individuals. I hope you will keep your word. Otherwise, even the 5 emperors, the world government, and the navy possess the power to eliminate you. The expression of the CP0 members behind the masks turned grim upon hearing A Xing's proposition. They did not expect the Haotian pirates to be so difficult to negotiate with, and they had not even met Xia Hao himself, being directly intercepted at the door for negotiations. This left the members of CP0, who belonged to the highest intelligence organization of the world government, quite displeased. However, facing the 5 emperors, they could only swallow their dissatisfaction, for they were unable to contend with them, especially on another's turf. Safe travels. A Xing looked down at the individuals on the Navy warship, speaking in a frigid tone. Since the task assigned by the leader was complete, it was time to bid farewell. After all, pirates and the world government were adversaries. The world government warship turned its bow, activating maximum power to sail away. As they gazed at Murphy Island, situated at the center of the chaotic waters, and the Grand Haotian ship anchored steadily nearby, the expression of CP0 darkened. Such terrifying sea currents. Even if one day the Haotian pirates were to sever ties with the world government and reach a point of irreconcilable conflict, merely relying on the natural currents would be enough to defend against most Navy warships. It is easier to defend than to attack. One could only wonder how the Haotian pirate ships could remain anchored steadily in such tumultuous seas. Regarding the myriad thoughts that surfaced in the minds of CP0, Xia Hao and the Xing remained unaware, and even if they did know, Xia Hao would not be concerned. After all, this was all thanks to the advantages they had. As long as there was treasure, they could purchase several exquisite pirate ships produced by the system. On Murphy Island, a Xing reported the details of the recent negotiations to Xia Hao and then quietly stood by, awaiting further instructions. A Xing, you did well. As long as we are sufficiently powerful, even the Navy and the world government would not dare to act recklessly. A smile graced Xia Hao's face as he spoke. Gather everyone for a meeting in the conference room regarding the future development of the Haotian pirates. I have devised a plan that requires everyone's cooperation. Xia Hao indicated towards a Xing understood, boss. A Xing patted his chest in assurance, then turned and dashed out, promptly conveying Xia Hao's intentions to others, who immediately set aside their tasks and hurried towards the conference palace on Murphy Island. After all, Xia Hao had previously stated that when the Haotian Empire was established, everyone could become a squad leader, leading hundreds of individuals, doing what they loved. In the East Sea, Windmill Village, near the coastline, hundreds of villagers stood at the shore, their eyes fixed on Ace, who was already rowing a small wooden boat into the ocean. Luffy, head back. Remember to practice hard. I will set sail first. Ace waved his hands from the small boat, while on the shore, a boy wearing a straw hat, none other than Monkey D. Luffy waved back excitedly. Once a child who mistakenly consumed the rubber fruit snatched from Shanks, he now beamed with joy. Yes, Ace, wait for me. In 2 years, I will come find you. Luffy watched his brother, who was finally ready to set sail, filled with happiness and a longing to grow up quickly so he could also venture out to sea. Ace paddled his small boat, riding the waves further and further away, until he finally faded into a tiny black dot in Luffy's deep-set eyes. As Luffy bid farewell to Ace behind a building on the outskirts of Windmill Village, the mountain bandits led by Dayton were secretly observing everything to avoid disturbing the villagers. After Ace's figure vanished into the distant sea, tears unwittingly flowed from Dayton's eyes. Boss, if you care about Ace, why didn't you show up to bid farewell just now? Who cares about him? It's just the wind and sand blowing into my eyes, Dayton retorted, turning her large head to the side, her eyes inadvertently drifting elsewhere. Remaining silent, seeing their boss's stubborn demeanor, the other mountain bandits exchanged skeptical glances, knowing full well that for many years, Dayton had played both father and mother roles. Now, after finally raising the child, he was about to set sail alone. How could a parent not feel heartbroken? At the naval headquarters in Marinvondo, Carp was diligently attempting to break the record for consuming donuts. Just as he was on the verge of surpassing the previous record, his body suddenly trembled slightly, causing the donut in his hand to fall to the ground, abruptly ending his challenge. What could have transpired? Carp sighed lightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. After much contemplation, he could not pinpoint the source of his inner turmoil and merely shook his head in resignation. On the Grand Line, Ace gazed out at the boundless sea, releasing a shout that echoed through the heavens. As he observed the sun descending on the horizon, he exerted himself, swiftly maneuvering his small boat. The ocean was fraught with danger, and he needed to find a safe island before nightfall. 3 months later, a new pirate crew named the Black Spade Pirates emerged on the Grand Line, gaining notoriety for their formidable combat prowess. Their captain, Portgasty Ace, a user of the Mera Mera no Mi, possessed immense strength, and they triumphed over numerous pirate crews along their journey, leaving no victors in their wake. Consequently, the reputation of the Black Spade Pirates caught the attention of both the Navy and the world government. Recognizing the potential threat posed by such a young and powerful crew, the Navy sent envoys to negotiate with the Black Spade Pirates, hoping to recruit them into the warlords of the sea. However, Ace resolutely declined their offer. Brrr. The cold north wind howled as Ace led his crew up the snowy peaks of a small island. Are you really going to do this? Our current strength is nowhere near enough to challenge the Yonko, especially the enigmatic red-haired Shanks. A masked man beside Ace inquired. Challenge red-haired Shanks? Certainly not. My purpose here is to express my gratitude, not to incite conflict, Ace explained with a smile as he turned to his crew. Although Ace was confident in his abilities, the memory of a monstrous figure lingered in his mind, prompting him to reconsider his immediate desire to confront the most formidable pirate crew on the sea. He knew he needed further honing. Is that so? You scare me there, Captain. That crew is known as the Five Emperors. I've heard each crew member has a bounty exceeding 100 million, each as powerful as a monster, the crew expressed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and concern. The Black Spade Pirates had relied on Ace's strength to navigate the latter part of the Grand Line, and the rest of the crew felt inadequate against truly formidable foes. What are you all talking about? As your captain, it is my responsibility to ensure your safety. Power cannot be gained overnight. If we wish to grow stronger, everyone must train with me daily, Ace declared, observing the sheepish expressions of his crew. To him, finding like-minded companions to sail with was paramount. Even if his crew lacked strength, he believed that as long as he remained powerful, he could protect them, ensuring that no one dared to provoke them. Ace, you truly move me. Captain Ace is the best in the world. The crew, moved to tears, rushed toward Ace, embracing him in a group hug, leaving him both amused and bewildered by their sentimentality. All right, let us continue our journey to the snow-capped mountains. Wipe away those tears, otherwise people might think we were frightened by the red-haired pirates. Ace teased as the crew composed themselves. Ha. We cannot disgrace Captain Ace. In a cave at the summit of the snowy mountain, the red-haired pirates gathered around a bonfire, enjoying drinks and camaraderie. Suddenly, a young pirate, rushed in with a serious expression. Just as he was about to report, Shanks tossed him a cup of drink, saying, "Take a sip to warm yourself." "Thank you, Captain." "Captain, the rising star of the seas, Black Spade Pirates Fire Fist Ace, has come to pay a visit," the young pirate cautiously announced. "Black Spade Pirates? Fire Fist Ace. Let him in," Shanks responded after a moment of thought. Before long, Ace and his crew stood before Shanks, and the atmosphere grew tense. The red-haired pirates scrutinized the Black Spade Pirates, the weight of their presence causing the latter to tremble in apprehension. "What does this formidable newcomer seek? A challenge?" Shanks asked, his gaze fixed on Ace, an invisible aura of power emanating from him, pressing down on Ace. Yet, Ace remained unfazed. No, I'm not here to challenge you. I merely came to convey my brother Luffy's gratitude. He constantly speaks your name, saying he wants to set sail and find you when he grows up," Ace explained, waving his hand dismissively. "Luffy, you say?" Upon hearing the familiar name, Shanks' serious demeanor was replaced with a broad smile, dissipating the heavy pressure in the air. The members of the Black Spade Pirates exhaled in relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity. This encounter starkly highlighted the vast chasm between them and the world's top pirate crew, almost insurmountable. They understood that if a battle ensued, none could assist Ace in withstanding the pressure. Simultaneously, upon learning that Luffy was Ace's brother, Shanks and his crew exchanged knowing smiles, reminiscing fondly about the boy with the distinctive straw hat, whom they had all taken a liking to, especially since their captain had high hopes for him. Cool me. Sit down, drink with me. Tell me about Luffy's adventures over the years." Shanks cheerfully invited Ace to join the festivities, and the atmosphere brightened with joy. The Black Spade Pirates, including Ace, were taken aback by the warmth of the red-haired pirates, and after a flurry of inviting gestures, the gathering commenced. Before long, they were embracing one another as brothers, while Ace and Shanks shared drinks, discussing Luffy's exploits. "Oh, so Luffy is still adamantly proclaiming his dream of becoming the Pirate King?" Shanks inquired with a smile. "Indeed, he has not wavered for a moment. However, I assure you, the one who will ultimately become the Pirate King will be me. Even if Luffy is my brother, I will not concede," Ace declared, clenching his fist with determination. "Is that so? What do you plan to do? To become the Pirate King, you must confront the 5 Emperors. Indeed, the Sea's Emperors are undeniably powerful. But I aim to take a bold step forward and challenge the man known as the world's strongest, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. If I can defeat him, the Black Spade Pirates will gain worldwide renown, allowing us to join the race for the grand treasure." Ace's face flushed with excitement as he animatedly described his plans, seemingly forgetting the identity of the man before him. Ha. If you have such a detailed plan, then I wish you the best of luck," Shanks replied with a smile. Though he knew that Ace's ambition to challenge Whitebeard was, at this moment, an insurmountable task, fully aware of the terrifying power the man possessed. "Yaha, I will surely succeed," Azu, in a state of confusion, uttered softly, revealing the wooden bracelet on his wrist. "What is this?" Shanks, sensing a familiar aura, recalled the figure of Xiaohao, whose robust vitality emanated from the wood, coupled with a sense of familiar domineering power, leaving Shanks certain of his feelings. Thus, what connection could there be between Ace and Xiaohao? Shanks fell into contemplation. On the following morning, the sun shone brightly as a slumbering Ace awoke, surveying the empty cave with a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Fortunately, the red-haired pirates were not enemies. Otherwise, given his deep slumber, he might have been sold off without a clue. It seemed he needed to be more vigilant in this chaotic new world. Rubbing his aching head, Ace began calling out to his crew. 2.5 minutes later, all members of the Black Spade Pirates awoke, sheepishly scratching the backs of their heads. "Let us set off. The new world awaits our exploration." Ace waved his hand, and the crew erupted in enthusiastic cheers. This encounter with the red-haired pirates had instilled in them an unprecedented sense of pressure, even in the face of the 4 Emperors. Yet, for the sake of Captain Ace's dream, the Black Spade Pirates resolved to strive harder. Embarking on a new journey, Ace found his path smoother than the historical trajectory, thanks to Xiaohao's early teachings on hockey. Furthermore, the fame of the Black Spade Pirates, led by Fire Fist Ace, soared. with his bounty reaching an astonishing 500 million berries, even before joining the Whitebeard pirates. At the heart of Murphy Island, within a vast palace designated as the operations room, a massive map of the New World adorned the wall. It detailed the positions and information of the world government, the navy, pirates, the 7 warlords, and various kingdoms. This intelligence had taken Xiahao a year to compile through his subordinates in the Haotian pirates. On the left wall, Xiahao had marked the relationships between the world government and navy figures, starting with the 5 elders. On the right wall, the latest bounties of the world's notorious pirates, led by Whitebeard, Newgate, and the 4 emperors, covered an entire wall meticulously detailed, with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Before Xiahao lay the bounty notices of the entire Black Spade pirates, with Firefist Ace bounty at 500 million berries and Vice Captain Dias at 130 million berries. Indeed, there was a deviation, but it's not a major issue. Xiahao regarded the bounty amounts with an expression of indifference. After all, the power of Haki was vital in navigating the myriad of bizarre devil fruit abilities in the New World. Given Ace's talent and lineage, his mastery of Haki was undoubtedly significant. Axing informed the crew that this year we shall close our doors to guests and, unless absolutely necessary, remain within the territory of the Haotian Empire. We must enhance each member's strength by a level. The plan will proceed as discussed. The strongest in the Haotian arena each month will earn the chance to select a devil fruit and a fine weapon. The second place will get a chance at a fine weapon, and the third place. Understood? Xiahao concluded his plan, turning his gaze to Axing. Understood, boss. Rest assured, anyone who defies orders will find themselves expelled from the Haotian pirates. Axing replied earnestly, thumping his sturdy chest. Good. Go and attend to your duties. Xiahao waved him off, returning to scrutinize the information on the walls as he contemplated the next course of action. 3 days later, marking the 4 cardinal directions of Murphy Island and the center of its 4 subordinate islands, Xiahao employed the Flying Thunder God technique to establish markers. Represented by the striking skull emblem of the Haotian pirates, flanked by a halberd and a long sword. Xiahao named it the Flying Thunder God formation, allowing him to transport the 5 islands surrounding Murphy Island at will. Moreover, due to the advantages of his abilities, every time he activated Kinbunchika Haki, a map with marked red dots appeared in his mind, indicating all locations he had marked, spanning from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World. I must seize the opportunity to stealthily mark the Holy Land Mariewa and the Navy headquarters at Marineford with a Flying Thunder God marker. When the time comes, I can go wherever I please, and no one can stop me, Xiahao thought, his lips curving into a broad smile. On the 4 subordinate islands of Murphy, under Xiao's orders and Axing's supervision, all pirates began intense training, aspiring to become the champions of the tournament, to earn a devil fruit and join the Haotian Pirates Devil Fruit Guardian Squad. Membership in this elite group conferred significant authority, even surpassing that of the captains of subordinate pirate crews, granting the ability to command crews of up to 100 members. Axing, witnessing this competition and its rewards makes me want to join in, lamented Rakiel, captain of the Dragon War Pirates, gazing earnestly at Axing. Ahem, I can't decide that. It's all the boss's orders. Perhaps you should ask him yourself? Axing replied, taking a cautious step back at Rakiel's pleading gaze. Well, look, I hope he doesn't do anything strange. Rakiel mused, ultimately deciding to remain content as a captain, recalling Xiao's words that even members of the Guardian Squad could only command regular members of the Haotian Pirates. Only those stronger than us can command us. Otherwise, it's all about the mood. Rakiel shook his head, dismissing Axing's suggestion. Each encounter with Xiahao left Rakiel increasingly awed. The overwhelming presence of his Haki felt like facing an abyss or a mythical beast, rendering him almost paralyzed with caution. It was as though the Haki itself was a tangible force, suppressing everything around it. A year after Xiao's decree for closed-door training, the Devil Fruit Guardian Squad of the Haotian Pirates was officially established, now comprising 15 members, excluding the monthly tournament's champion. The remaining 3 had already possessed Devil Fruits and passed the necessary evaluations to join. Throughout the year, Xiahao refined the structure of the Haotian Pirates, assuming the roles of both captain and king of the Haotian Empire. He held the highest authority, while Axing and others were designated as top officials, beginning to form their core teams and recruit from various subordinate pirate crews. Xiahao also generously rewarded the captains of subordinate crews, starting with Rakiel of the Dragon War Pirates, providing multiple rewards and teachings on hockey. Those who performed admirably received opportunities to select a devil fruit as a reward for their subordinates, thereby enhancing their overall combat capabilities. During this year, Xiahao exchanged all acquired treasures, purchasing an array of powerful devil fruits and weapons from the system store, placing them in the treasure vault of the Haotian Empire's capital, Murphy Island. Each member of the Haotian Pirates had the chance to exchange treasures or internal contribution points for these items, fueling their ambitions and desires for the treasures within the vault. In an instant, everyone was filled with vigor, yearning for the day they could become core members of the Haotian Pirates, renowned across the world. In the kingdom of Alabasta, a man with a gloomy expression and squinting eyes gazed coldly at the royal capital, taking a deep drag from his cigar and exhaling a cloud of smoke. His gaze was fixed on the distance, silently awaiting something. This man was none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a man driven by great ambition. Beside him stood a striking black-skinned beauty clad in purple attire, none other than Nico Robin from the Scholar's Holy Land. For reasons unknown, the two had forged a pact. Crocodile offered Robin sanctuary, while she, in return, would decipher the ancient texts of history to uncover the ancient weapon Pluton hidden deep within the kingdom of Alabasta. The kingdom of Alabasta had long struggled against the scourge of drought. As temperatures soared, the few remaining oases within the kingdom began to evaporate. Crocodile, having a keen understanding of Alabasta's air conditions, discovered a unique substance known as dance powder, which, when ignited, could attract dark clouds and induce rainfall. However, this substance bore a fatal flaw. Areas downwind of its use would face drought, leading to potential conflict with neighboring kingdoms, prompting the world government to ban its use. Yet, as a pirate and a warlord, Crocodile had his means to procure dance powder. Thus, a nefarious scheme began to unfold. Within the assassin organization Baroque Works, established by Crocodile, there was an assassin with the power of the clone fruit, capable of mimicking the appearance of others. This ability was pivotal to Crocodile's plan. On a dark and stormy night, Crocodile commanded all members of Baroque Works to mobilize, abducting the king of Alabasta and positioning the clone user, Mr. 2, in a town named Canola Flower. There, he proclaimed himself to be King Cobra of Alabasta, claiming he had ordered the theft of the region's water using dance powder. Furthermore, he exploited Cobra's identity to command the royal army to fire upon the rebel leader, Cora. Consequently, Crocodile successfully incited an internal rebellion within the kingdom, all while the outside world remained oblivious, perceiving him merely as an ordinary tavern owner. The incident in Canola Flower plunged the kingdom of Alabasta into unprecedented chaos, as the once peaceful realm faced increasing hardship due to the tyrannical actions of the false king. Meanwhile, in a new world, on an expansive sandy beach, the Spade Pirates, led by Ace, encountered a fishman, the warlord Jinbi. Having joined the 7 warlords 7 or 8 years prior, Jinbi carried a bounty of 438 million berries even then. "Get out of the way, blue fatty. I want to see Whitebeard," Ace declared, preparing for a fight, sensing Jinbi's formidable strength through his observation hockey. "Impossible. I cannot allow a bloodthirsty brat to seek out Pops." Jinbi firmly refused, as he held great affection for the Whitebeard pirates. Due to certain events, relations between the world government and Fishman Island had deteriorated, and the Fishmen had become the target of the aristocrats' greed. With all ships passing through Fishman Island to enter the New World, human traffickers became increasingly rampant, plunging the island into chaos and despair, despite the royal army's relentless patrols. Until one day, the world's strongest man arrived, declaring Fishman Island as his territory. From that moment on, the audacious traffickers ceased their operations. Recognizing the threat posed by the Whitebeard pirates, who were fiercely protective of their territory, especially under the aegis of such a formidable figure. "Captain, this man is Jinbi, the warlord. One of the Spade Pirates exclaimed as Ace and Jimby locked eyes. "Oh, warlord!" Ace furrowed his brow, though he remained unfazed, as the world government had once extended an invitation for him to join their ranks. However, the comfortable life of a warlord was not his aspiration. He aimed to become the Pirate King. "I may not be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but out of respect, I will do my utmost to stop you." "Fire fist, Ace." Jimby assumed a combat stance, his gaze intensely fixed on Ace. "It seems I must defeat you first." Ace twirled his wrist, his presence suddenly brimming with intensity as flames ignited behind him. In the next moment, Ace leaped high and swung his fist down, shouting, "Fire fist." The ensuing clash of fishman karate against Ace's flames erupted into a cacophony of explosions, creating a powerful shockwave that swept across the battlefield. The members of the Spade Pirates, witnessing the fierce confrontation, instinctively stepped back. Such a terrifying battle was beyond their capacity to engage. It was evident that Ace stood as the sole high-level combatant within the Spade Pirates. The others, while considerably stronger than ordinary pirates, still paled in comparison in the New World. Both parties recognized each other's general strength, and neither held back as they unleashed their full power in combat. The fierce techniques collided repeatedly, fire against water, hockey against hockey, generating a massive crater that spanned hundreds of meters. The earth split apart, and the resulting shockwaves churned the ocean, sending towering waves crashing toward the horizon. At that moment, the members of the Spade Pirates were utterly astonished. Never had anyone compelled Captain Ace to fight with such fervor. Yet, this also instilled a deep concern within them. If one warlord was so formidable, how terrifying must the Pirate Emperor, the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, truly be? Faced with the infamous pirate who had contended with the Pirate King Roger for supremacy, did the Spade Pirates truly possess the qualifications to challenge them? As the vice captain and ship's doctor, Dias fell into contemplation. As one of the earliest members to join the Spade Pirates, Dias understood Ace's intentions all too well. Yet, precisely because of this understanding, he felt a sense of unease. The opponents they faced were growing stronger, and without Ace's protection, would the rest of the Spade Pirates truly be able to stand on their own against the forthcoming challenges? In a monster-infested new world where powerful adversaries abounded, if they could not become stronger, the Spade Pirates would inevitably confront grave peril. On an outlying island of Murphy Island, atop a towering lookout, an observer of the Halcyon Pirates peered through a telescope and spotted a massive pirate crew approaching. As the ship drew nearer, the pirate flag became increasingly clear. However, upon recognizing the flag, the lookout's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hurriedly descended the tower. "Captain Rakiel, we have a problem. A serious one. Calm down. What is the issue? No need to panic." Rakiel frowned at his sweating subordinate, reminding him, "We are dealing with the 5 emperors of the pirate world. Who would dare to provoke them? The red-haired pirates are here, just beyond the island, in the East Blue." "What did you say? The red-haired pirates? Are you certain?" Rakiel's countenance changed as he urgently sought confirmation. "Yes, indeed. We are all trained under Lord A. Shing. We cannot mistake the flags of such powerful pirate crews. Moreover, as a member of the red-haired pirates, who are also recognized as one of the 5 emperors, the lookout nodded and remarked, 'You may doubt his strength, but you cannot question his professionalism, not even if it is our own captain.' Understood. I will continue to observe and report to Lord Xiaohao," Rikiru quickly stated, retrieving a din-din mushy from his pocket to contact the palace on Mafe Island. "Bururu, Bururu. Moshi Moshi, this is a Shing. A Shing, this is Rikiru. Is Lord Xiaohao available? There is an urgent matter to report." Rikiru directly addressed the matter with a serious tone. The captain is currently exercising." "What is it?" A Shing replied, glancing at Xiaohao, who was running. "The lookout has just reported that the red-haired pirate ship has appeared near the island. We need to decide our next steps. Should we activate the defense system and prepare for battle?" Rikiru cautiously inquired, his voice heavy with concern. After all, a confrontation between 2 pirate crews recognized as the 5 emperors would undoubtedly be a cataclysmic event, with the resulting shockwaves potentially capable of obliterating Mafe Island. "The red-haired pirates? I understand. Rikiru, do not act impolitely. The captain and I will be there immediately." A Xing commanded decisively upon hearing the familiar name, leading to a swift decision in his mind. Yes, Lord A. Xing. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea 3 nautical miles from Qinglong Island, the Red Force was slowly advancing towards its destination. The chaotic waters made navigation increasingly challenging. Captain, we can't proceed any further. The conditions here are too complex. Advancing blindly could inflict irreparable damage to our ship. Rikiru voiced his concern while holding a chicken leg, standing behind the red-haired Shanks. All right, let us halt. We've already been detected. Shanks responded, withdrawing his gaze from the distance upon hearing Rikiru's voice. At that moment, the lookout on the Qinglong Island Tower, who had been monitoring the red-haired pirates, was drenched in sweat, as if he had just endured a great horror. Trembling hands gripped the telescope as he muttered in disbelief. This is terrifying. We are 3 nautical miles away. How could they possibly spot me? This area is like a natural defense. No matter how many naval warships there are, they cannot exert their full power here, and they could easily be swept away by the chaotic currents. I never expected Xiahao to be this cautious. Beckman took a drag from his cigarette, analyzing the terrifying whirlpools before him with a serious tone. Haha, Xiahao has always been like this. He never engages in battles without assurance and never places himself in danger. He always acts after careful consideration. It's quite formidable. Shanks chuckled, reflecting on his time with the RogerPirates. This trip to the territory of the Haotian pirates was merely for reminiscing. Is that so? I never knew you viewed me in such a light, Shanks. Sussy Bewley Dana. Suddenly, Xiaohao's voice echoed above the sea, and a figure appeared in the once clear sky. When did he arrive? The members of the red-haired pirates were taken aback, as their Kinbunchikahaki had failed to sense Xiaohao's presence, making him seem as though he had materialized from thin air. In that moment, a great wave of dread surged within them, as a terrifying, oppressive aura emanated from Xiahao, whose unintentional Haushika haki enveloped several kilometers of the sea, calming the previously tumultuous waters. Sussy Bewley Dana, Xiahao, you have grown stronger. Shanks remarked with a hint of resignation as he gazed at Xiahao in the sky. Ha ha, after all these years, I cannot afford to stagnate. Xiaohao's hearty laughter resonated as he abruptly appeared on the deck of the Red Force, opening his arms to embrace the formidable Shanks. Cool, I shall take you on a tour of my empire. It has been too long. Let us indulge ourselves. A Xing, swiftly prepare the banquet and drinks. Today, everyone is off duty. Certainly, Captain. A Xing responded eagerly, spreading his large wings and flying towards Mafe Island. Everyone, are you ready? We are about to depart. Xiahao marked the Red Force with a technique akin to the Flying Thunder God, then smiled. Ready, ready. Beckman and the others looked puzzled, unsure of what Xiahao meant by preparation. They turned their gazes towards Shanks, only to find him at the mast, gripping a rope. Captain, what is happening? Do not speak. Hold on tight, and do not let go. Shanks, recalling something, shouted earnestly. Hearing the seriousness in Shanks' voice, the crew of the red-haired pirates sprang into action, as they had never witnessed such gravity from their captain, even in the face of formidable foes. Just as they were engulfed in their thoughts, the massive Red Force surged forward. In an instant, they felt dizzy, as if they were flying at incredible speed, the powerful air pressure slamming into them, causing a sensation of tearing. Then, in a flash, all negative sensations vanished, and, as they opened their eyes, they discovered the Red Force had arrived at a grand harbor in a vast town, the tranquil waters indicating they had left the chaotic seas behind. Where is this? Welcome to the Haotian Empire. This is the inner part of Qinglong Island. Xiahao greeted them with a broad smile. The inner part of Qinglong Island. What just happened? Did we just teleport? Is this Xiaohao's ability? Beckman pondered, contemplating how to face Xiahao should he become an adversary. After all, as a laid-back captain, he bore the responsibility as the vice captain and strategist for everyone, still as terrifying as ever. Shanks remarked, observing Xiahao, lost in thought. Even with his Kinbunchikahaki at its peak, he could not discern anything unusual. It remained as unfathomable as in the past. Gulme, Shanks, allow me to show you my empire. This is Qinglong Island, primarily known for weapon production. 2 days later, near the coastline of Qinglong Island, Xiahao waved goodbye to the red-haired pirates, watching as the red force gradually shrank into a tiny black dot. He then retracted his gaze, his figure flickering as he appeared on Mafe Island. Captain, the red-haired pirates are incredibly strong. If it comes to a life-and-death battle, victory will not come easily. Especially that vice-captain. He is formidable. Xing and his companions approached Xiahao with serious expressions, their voices heavy. Ha ha! Feeling the pressure, are we? Then, let us continue to strive. Beckman's strength is nearly on par with that of Shank's. In some respects, he could even contend with the dual emperors. Xiahao chuckled, responding to Xing's gloomy demeanor. Rest assured, Captain, I will surpass them all and ensure the world knows that the Haotian pirates are the strongest, Xing declared resolutely, clenching his fists. Behind him, Mengshan and others nodded in agreement, having felt a profound pressure from the red-haired pirates, a sensation they had never encountered since becoming one of the five emperors. Indeed, the aura of the five emperors had instilled within them a sense of inflated pride. I have faith in you, Xiahao nodded, then added, I need to step out for a while. For the time being, Xing will oversee the affairs of the Haotian Empire. Boss, where are you going? Xing began to inquire, but before he could finish, Xiaohao's figure vanished into thin air, the surrounding space rippling, and in an instant, he had exited the confines of Mafe Island. Off again for some secret escapade. Xing pouted, visibly displeased. The boss has changed. He used to take me along for his outings. Xiahao replied, next time for sure, next time. On the Moby Dick, in the New World, the renowned Whitebeard Newgate, who was enjoying a drink, suddenly fixed his gaze intently on a vacant spot on the deck. An inexplicable aura of pressure enveloped the entire ship, causing those around him, including Marco, who were previously engaged in revelry, to halt their actions. They rushed to Whitebeard's side, confusion etched on their faces as they queried, Old man, what is it? Someone is coming. Someone? Where? Marco frowned, perplexed. Just then, the space before them warped, and a powerful gravitational force heightened Marco's wariness, compelling him to watch the deck with utmost caution from a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Hello, everyone. Sussy, Bewley Dana. Xiaohao's figure materialized on the deck of the Moby Dick. Noticing the multitude of curious gazes, he waved with a smile, greeting them. Xiahao. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates gasped in astonishment, having never anticipated his arrival, especially in such an outrageous manner. Ahem, kid, I must say, I am quite displeased with your entrance, Whitebeard Newgate remarked, maintaining a serious demeanor despite his inner surprise. Having cultivated an unflappable attitude over his 60 years of adventures in the New World. Apologies, Uncle Whitebeard. I was in a hurry and only brought you 2 bottles of fine wine. Xiahao chuckled, disregarding the indignant stares of the others, and casually plopped down 3 to 5 meters away from Whitebeard. Well, what brings me here? Whitebeard Newgate, observing Xiaohao's nonchalant demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation. The man hailed as the Emperor of the Sea was acting so casually, a testament to the influence of Roger, the man who had trained him. This matter requires a private discussion, Xiahao stated, shrugging slightly. Private? What are you up to? Whitebeard Newgate's brow furrowed in confusion. Rest assured, you are Whitebeard. I wouldn't dare do anything to you. Cut the provocations. Marco, take them away for a moment, Whitebeard Newgate huffed, waving his hand to signal the others to exit. Marco can stay. He should be in the know, as you might find it hard to accept. Uncle Whitebeard. I can stay. Marco pointed at himself, bewildered. Yes, because I fear your father might take offense and want to eliminate me. Marco replied, is there really anything you fear? Well then, regardless of whether you believe it or not, please listen to me before making any decisions. The reason behind this is simply my admiration for you, Uncle Whitebeard. This concerns one of your pirates, one who joined your crew over 20 years ago. For an entire hour, Xiahao meticulously articulated the ambitions of a certain member of the Whitebeard pirates, utilizing his prophetic abilities to recount events that would unfold. And that's the situation, whether you believe it or not. Here, essay picture of the devil fruit for you, Marco. Xiahao concluded, vanishing before Whitebeard could react. Marco, this matter remains between us. It cannot be divulged. As for Xiaohao's prophecy, just keep an eye out. Whitebeard Newgate rubbed his temples, reluctant to accept Xiaohao's words. yet refraining from countering them, for each statement resonated with reality, often revealing deeper insights than he himself possessed regarding the crew member in question. Understood, Dad. I'll be vigilant about the crew's activities. Marco nodded earnestly, though internally skeptical of Xiao's predictions. However, he understood the gravity of the situation. Should any harm come to his comrades due to the power of the devil fruit, he would never forgive himself. I hope he doesn't bring misfortune upon himself and violates the rules of the White-Beard Pirates. Otherwise, he shall not escape, no matter where he hides. A day had passed since Xiao's visit to the White-Beard Pirates. Heeding Xiao's warning, Marco began to check in on every crew member, keenly observing their behaviors. Particularly the individual Xiao had mentioned, placing even greater importance on him. For Marco, the White-Beard Pirates constituted his family, a sanctuary for those scorned by the world, allowing them to thrive under the illustrious name of White-Beard Newgate as they ventured boldly through the New World. Dad, there are rampant rumors that the rising supernova pirate, Fire Fist Ace, has clashed with Jinbei, claiming he wants to defeat you. An ordinary member of the White-Beard Pirates rushed to Whitebeard, urgency lacing his voice. Fire Fist Ace? Marco exclaimed, startled, recalling recent intelligence regarding the Spade Pirates, a man who had never tasted defeat since his debut at sea. Gulalala, a challenge? These young punks are so disrespectful to an old man, always seeking to defeat me. Marco, prepare yourself. I must personally confront this reckless kid, Whitebeard Newgate declared, a peculiar thought brewing within him as he perused the newspaper's details. Before long, the Moby Dick was set to sail, the Whitebeard Pirates awaiting their captain's command. Set sail, Whitebeard Newgate exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he surveyed the bustling deck, for this was the essence of the family he had always desired. 3 days later, in the New World, at the site where the Spade Pirates and Jinbei met, searing flames scorched the earth, and the devastating power of their clashing techniques fractured the once smooth sands, leaving cracks in their wake. How many days had it been? 5 days and nights of relentless battle. If this continued, both combatants would meet their demise. Captain Ace, what should we do? Should we intervene? The members of the Spade Pirates anxiously observed the fierce duel between Ace and Jinbei, feeling helpless due to their limited strength. On the battlefield, Ace and Jinbei exchanged blows once more, the tremendous impact forcing them to stagger back, gasping for breath, their unwavering gazes locked onto one another, neither willing to yield. Bang! Jinbei, watching Ace struggle to maintain his footing, felt a moment of disorientation. After 5 days and nights of combat, he could endure no longer. Weakness and dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed. On the other side, seeing the fallen Jinbei, a smile crept across Ace's lips. He realized he had secured victory, but soon his vision dimmed, and fatigue overtook him. This was Ace, driven by an indomitable spirit that had fueled his final triumph. Captain Ace, the members of the Spade Pirates rushed forward, desperate to assist their fallen captain. At that moment, a resounding roar emanated from the vast ocean as a colossal shadow emerged. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Haitao Pirates turned their heads in unison, their eyes falling upon the magnificent Moby Dick. As it drew nearer, the figures of the Whitebeard Pirates became fully visible. The Whitebeard Pirates? Could it be? One of the Yonko, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Newgate. Fear gripped the hearts of the Haitao Pirates upon seeing their formidable adversary. Yet, instinctively, they positioned themselves in front of Ace, attempting to avert the impending calamity. I can handle this alone. From the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard Newgate addressed Marco and the others before leaping down, his towering figure striking the ground and raising a cloud of dust, the impact creating a crater in the earth. Protect the captain. The Haitao Pirates, witnessing Newgate's steady approach, clenched their weapons tightly, steeling themselves as they charged at him. However, as they closed in to within 5 or 6 meters of Newgate, an overwhelming wave of hockey erupted, sending them all crashing to the ground. Everyone, how could this be? Ace, struggling against his weakened state, appeared before his crew. Flame prison. He raised his arm, conjuring a massive, terrifying net of flames to isolate his crew, declaring, "Let them go." As a condition, I will stay behind. Ace's gaze bore into Whitebeard Newgate with unwavering intensity, his tone resolute. Ha ha ha, that won't do, my boy. How can I maintain my dignity if they leave unscathed? Newgate's voice boomed. In that case, I must defeat you, Whitebeard. Upon hearing Newgate's words, an immense and terrifying power surged within Ace. His body enveloped in black and crimson lightning as the overwhelming Conqueror's haki emanated from him, relentlessly crashing against Newgate. Conqueror's haki. Quite intriguing, young one. Newgate observed Ace's display of haki, a smirk gracing his lips as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Ace. Smack! The swift blow struck Ace in the back, the weight of it driving him into the ground, creating a human-shaped dent in the earth. Ace lay there, rage and disbelief etched across his features, grappling with the realization of the vast disparity in their strengths. Is this the man who contends with that guy? Ace murmured bitterly. Ah, you requite impressive. Kid, come be my son and roam this sea bearing my name. Whitebeard Newgate extended his arm towards the prostrate Ace, sincerity radiating from his expression. What? Are you joking? Ace's handsome visage flushed with anger upon hearing Newgate's words. Gathering all his strength, he encased his fist in searing red flames and launched it directly at Newgate. With a resounding thud, Ace was knocked unconscious by a single punch from Newgate. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Marco descended from the Moby Dick, scooping Ace up and soaring back to the pirate ship. Meanwhile, the Haitao pirates were locked in a fierce battle against a squad led by Marshal D. Teach, yet they were utterly outmatched, swiftly resulting in their total defeat and capture. 2 days later, Ace awoke from his slumber, opening the door to step onto the deck of the Moby Dick. His gaze drifted over the boundless sea, his heart heavy with despondency. Although Ace understood the gap in strength between himself and the Yonko, he had not anticipated such a terrifying chasm. They were simply on different levels. Ah, you're awake. Greetings, I am Sachi, the chef of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Why am I not shackled? Are you not afraid I might do something dangerous? Ha ha ha, there is no need for that. This is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, young lad. Sachi laughed heartily, pride evident in his tone. How could this be? Ace's handsome face flushed with embarrassment. The power of the Mera Mera no Mi transformed him into a small fireball as he pondered the audacity of those words. They conveyed a straightforward message. Everyone believed Ace posed no threat to Whitebeard. That night, upon hearing the sound of snoring from the room, Ace stealthily approached, his eyes narrowing with malice as he raised his weapon to strike Whitebeard Newgate while he slept. However, with a resounding crash, Ace was sent flying, his face bloodied from a punch delivered in the midst of slumber. A single failure did not deter Ace. On the contrary, it fueled his determination. He sought every opportunity to ambush Newgate, yet each attempt ended in defeat, sending him sprawling away without even grazing Newgate's hair. Hey, hasn't this guy challenged Old Man 100 times already? Definitely. I've lost count of how many times it's been. What a persistent fellow. Give it up, kid. You're 100 years too early to defeat Old Man. Indeed, while you're not bad, you're nowhere near his level. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates observed Ace being flung away yet again, shaking their heads in exasperation. The title of the world's strongest man was not given lightly. Even Kaido, who was deemed the strongest creature, refrained from opposing Whitebeard, referring to him as the old man of great strength, clearly having faced defeat before. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Ace leaned against the wooden ship's wall, silent and introspective, his fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. Throughout his life, he had never felt so powerless, save for the time he faced Xiahou. Now, Newgate loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, an opponent he could not hope to overcome. How about some food? Just as Ace was lost in thought, a bowl of rice appeared before him, accompanied by Marco's voice echoing in his mind. Why do you all call him Old Man? Because he calls us sons, so we call him Old Man. Ha ha, isn't that strange? We are all outcasts in the world, having no family since childhood. When we were at our most helpless, Old Man appeared and allowed us to live freely and happily under his flag. Thus, the Whitebeard Pirates are our family, and Old Man remains our patriarch. Marco's face lit up with nostalgia and happiness, recalling a deeply etched memory. Ace, it is time to make a decision. Do you wish to continue this way? Will you set sail again with the Hatal pirates, or will you stay and choose this path? Marco observed Ace's bewildered expression, sighing gently before speaking. I understand. As Marco's footsteps grew distant, Ace whispered softly. After a tumultuous internal struggle, the confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced by a resolute determination. 3 hours later, the Moby Dick echoed with the triumphant laughter of Whitebeard Newgate, for Ace had just declared his intention to join the Whitebeard pirates and recognize him as his father. Whitebeard Newgate proclaimed, I told you, no one can resist my charm. Come, be my son. A grand and jubilant pirate feast commenced, with Ace taking center stage as the guest of honor. As he beheld the sumptuous spread before him, he could not resist swallowing hard. Grasping a piece of meat with one hand, he devoured it voraciously, inciting the appetites of those around him. Slow down, Ace. No one is competing with you, Marco exclaimed, bemused as he witnessed Ace nearly choke, hastily offering him a bottle of water. Hee. The cool liquid coursed down Ace's throat, bringing a refreshing sense of revival. Gulalala. This lad's manner of eating reminds me of a dear old friend. Whitebeard Newgate chuckled softly. The Whitebeard pirates erupted with laughter and cheer following Ace's induction. A month swiftly passed, and news of Firefist Ace joining the Whitebeard pirates, along with his fearsome strength that subdued neighboring pirate crews, spread throughout the world. The shocking revelation of this extraordinary newcomer astounded all, and as the crew's influence expanded, the Whitebeard pirates came to be regarded as the most formidable among the Yonko. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow as he perused the information in the newspaper. However, he did not dwell too long on it, for after all, it was merely a capable pirate who had caught the eye of Whitebeard Newgate. Yet, Sengoku was oblivious to the dark expression on Carp's face nearby. His iron fist clenched tightly, lost in his own thoughts. Carp had envisioned a bright future for Ace, one where he would become the mightiest marine warrior. However, a few years prior, that scoundrel Xiahao had infiltrated their ranks, teaching Ace the art of hockey. Now, with Ace joining the Whitebeard pirates, Carp felt as if everything had spiraled beyond his control. Roger, you rogue, leaving me with such a mess, he lamented, hoping Ace would refrain from committing any heinous acts. Otherwise, he would personally ensure his capture and imprisonment. In a certain corner of the New World, a group of pirates gazed in shock at the news of Firefist Ace, their mouths agape at the staggering bounty. They all understood that the New World would no longer be tranquil. At the very least, in the near future, they should avoid the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Damn it, why is this young man so powerful? They lamented. It seems the domain of the Whitebeard pirates is off limits for now. Indeed, the price of offending the Whitebeard pirates is one we cannot afford. They agreed. Firefist Ace seems to have become yet another potential powerhouse within the Whitebeard pirates. By the way, everyone, I suggest we all stay on the islands and refrain from venturing out. Rumor has it that the Haotian pirates are also expanding. Led by that monstrous mad dragon Ashing compared to Firefist Ace, he is even more ruthless, leaving no remnants of his enemies. Really? I heard the Haotian pirates offer great benefits. My uncle's second cousin's sister-in-law's nephew is part of a subordinate crew of the Haotian pirates. I heard that those who perform well are directly rewarded with a devil fruit. Devil fruit? The surrounding pirates gasped in astonishment, then quickly covered their mouths, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty before hastily departing. A year later, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, a group of crew members gathered to inspect the spoils from a recent battle. At that moment, Sachi pulled a devil fruit from his pocket, its peculiar shape drawing the attention of everyone present. However, they did not dwell on it, as the varieties of devil fruits were countless and their appearances bizarre. Aside from a few renowned varieties, most could only reveal their powers once consumed. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Marshal D. Teach, who was indulging in a cherry pie, gazed fixedly at the devil fruit in Sachi's hand, his beloved food losing all appeal as he stared with longing. However, desire is fleeting. During the past year, Teach had noticed Marco watching him closely, his enthusiasm ablaze, far from his previously indifferent demeanor. Thus, Teach spent the year doing little more than eating and accompanying various divisions on their voyages to conquer pirate crews. Even during his candidacy for the position of 2nd Division Captain, he had directly recommended Ace. After all, from an outsider's perspective, having been part of the Whitebeard Pirates for over 20 years, he exhibited no ambition or desire, merely wishing to live freely. Naturally, Teach shared this sentiment. Had this devil fruit not presented itself, he could have spent a lifetime within the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet now, the long-awaited devil fruit had appeared, and he was determined to seize it. However, an opportune moment was essential. Otherwise, escape would be impossible, having endured for so many years. Could he not withstand a mere 3 to 5 days longer? Day after day passed, until on the 5th night, dark and tempestuous, Marshal D. Teach found his opportunity. Whitebeard Newgate was away on business, and Firefist Ace and the other captains were preoccupied with expanding their territories. Even Marco had been subtly diverted and had yet to return. Bang! What do you intend to do, Teach? Just as Marshal D. Teach prepared to eliminate Sachi and seize the dark fruit, the slumbering Sachi's eyes unexpectedly fluttered open. While Sachi was no match for him in a real fight, this was the Whitebeard Pirates. If discovered, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, Teach's expression darkened as he swung a knife towards Sachi's arm, then swiftly retrieved a bomb from his pocket and hurled it at Sachi. Grabbing the dark fruit, he fled the Moby Dick without looking back, boarding a speedboat he had prepared in advance and escaping at breakneck speed. The thunderous explosion of the grenade roused all members of the Whitebeard Pirates, who rushed to the explosion site and found Sachi crawling out of the bedroom, bloodied and battered. Teach has defected, Sachi uttered weakly before losing consciousness. 2 hours later, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard Newgate sat at the helm, casting a steely gaze upon the faint Sachi, his expression dark and foreboding. He had never anticipated that Marshal D. Teach would truly betray them for a devil fruit. Old man, it's my fault. I should have protected Sachi better. I let that traitor succeed. Marco lamented, looking at Sachi, who had lost an arm and a leg, as he pounded the deck in remorse. A year earlier, Xiahao had warned both the old man and Marco about the terrifying ambitions of Marshal D. Teach, suggesting that his rebellious nature might lead to actions harmful to the Whitebeard Pirates. However, Marco had not believed him, thinking Xiahao was merely sowing discord. Yet, due to Whitebeard's orders and his own desire to prevent any misfortunes to their family, he had kept a close watch on Teach for over a year. However, that scoundrel had shown not a single flaw, appearing to be merely average in strength, spending his days solely indulging in food. Marco's vigilance gradually waned, and now, upon reflection, he realized that everything had been an act by Teach. Hidden for nearly 30 years, Teach was indeed a true, ruthless individual. Let this matter end here, and do not inform Ace. With his temperament, he may act recklessly. Whitebeard Newgate clenched his fists, his tone filled with anger and self-reproach. Sachi, you won't blame me for not avenging you, will you? No, old man. Teach has always concealed his true strength. Although I'm not a main combatant, I believe my abilities to be sufficient. Yet, I was unable to withstand even 5 of his strikes. If I had rashly engaged him, it could have resulted in unforeseen consequences. Sachi shook his head and responded. Moreover, had it not been for Marco's timely reminder to safeguard myself before his departure, I might have met my untimely demise this very night. Therefore, I must express my gratitude to you, Marco, Sachi remarked with an optimistic smile. For merely surviving is indeed the greatest fortune. On this day, the atmosphere within the Whitebeard Pirates was notably somber. The laughter that once filled the air had vanished. The betrayal of Teach had dealt a severe blow to the crew, which had always championed the values of family. The most heartbroken of all was Whitebeard, Newgate himself, who sat in silence within his chamber, lost in thought, unaware of what consumed his mind. In the New World on Murphy Island, Xiahao listened intently as the telephone bug transmitted Marco's heavy voice, hinting at a troubling realization. Teach has betrayed us. Indeed, he absconded with the devil fruit. This is my fault. Had I adhered to your plan, perhaps Sachi would not have lost a leg. Marco sighed deeply. What has happened is beyond our control. We must now contemplate ways to rectify this situation. It remains imperative to exercise caution with Marshal Teach. His ambitions bear a striking resemblance to those of the infamous Rocks. Xiahao pondered before speaking. Rocks. Marco's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing Xiaohao's conjecture, and simultaneously, the telephone bug before Xiahao mirrored Marco's incredulity. Though I share your disdain for this individual, it cannot be denied that Teach is a ruthless character willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. One might even dub him tyrant. Thus, I deduce that Teach likely harbors ambitions akin to those of Rocks, desiring dominion over the world. Xiahao began to analyze the situation further. By the way, Marco, keep a close watch on Ace. He must not venture alone to confront Teach, for it could lead to grave complications. Understood. Father has insisted that this matter must remain concealed from him. Marco nodded and replied. At that moment, aboard the Moby Dick, Ace's furious voice broke through the tension, evidently having discovered something troubling. Sachi, what has happened to you? Where are your arms and legs? Father, speak up. Who dares to harm a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? Ace anxiously turned to Sachi. For his gentle nature, as the crew's cook had fostered a particularly close bond between them. Ace, cease this foolishness. This matter does not concern you. Enough is enough. Whitebeard gazed sternly at the enraged Ace, exhaling deeply before firmly intervening. Father, are we not the Whitebeard Pirates? When did we become so cowardly? Is it the world government? Or the celestial dragons? Ace, Whitebeard Newgate bellowed, unleashing his powerful conqueror's haki, which sent Ace crashing to the ground. The overwhelming pressure rendering him momentarily incapacitated before he turned away. How dare you? Ace slammed his fists into the ground in frustration. 2 days later, a startled shout echoed from the Moby Dick as Marco rushed out of his room, a small note clutched in his hand, his expression one of shock. Curse be it, who revealed Sachi's condition to Ace. Marco exclaimed angrily, casting a fierce glance around the room. The rest of the Whitebeard Pirates lowered their heads, for it was the first time they had witnessed their captain so enraged. Marco, what has transpired? Whitebeard Newgate emerged from his quarters, looking down at Marco with concern. Ace has gone off alone, claiming he will pursue Teach and bring him back to face justice. Marco Saif Hevidi. What a reckless young fool. Whitebeard Newgate gazed skyward. Weariness etched upon his face, silently hoping that Ace would remain safe. In the East Blue, Windmill Village welcomed a new generation of pirates 3 years later with a send-off party at the docks. Alboivering ostro hot waved vigorously, bidding farewell to those on the shore. His name was Monkey D. Luffy, a dreamer who daily proclaimed his desire to become the Pirate King. Everyone, please return home. Luffy called out to the crowd, waving his hand with a beaming smile, then turning his gaze towards the vast ocean, filled with excitement at the prospect of finally setting sail. Ace, Shanks, I am coming for the Grand Line. Luffy raised a hand to adjust his straw hat, his dark eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Boom! Roar! Just as Luffy prepared to embark on his small vessel, a tremendous splash echoed through the waters as the Sea King emerged. Upon spotting Luffy, it opened its gaping maw and lunged towards him, the stench of blood wafting through the air. A Sea King, you say? I fear you not. Luffy grinned, clenching his fists tightly as he faced the oncoming beast. With a mighty punch, enhanced by his gum-gum powers, he struck the Sea King's massive head with a resounding thud. With powerful force, the Sea King's skull shattered, blood pouring forth and staining the surrounding waters crimson. The colossal creature, measuring several dozen meters in length, was sent flying before crashing heavily into the ocean, disappearing from sight. Observing the effortlessly defeated Sea King, Luffy smiled, memories of Shanks saving him flooding back. He was no longer the helpless child he once was. In the new world, aboard the Moby Dick, the atmosphere was thick with gloom, the joyful laughter of the past replaced by a palpable tension. Teach's betrayal and Ace's reckless pursuit of him left the entire crew with an unprecedented sense of urgency and apprehension. Father, the red-haired pirates have come to pay a visit. The Red Force ship has been spotted offshore. A lookout from the Whitebeard Pirates rushed to inform Whitebeard Newgate, urgency evident in his tone. Red-haired Shanks. What would he possibly want? Upon hearing the report, Marco's previously sullen expression transformed into one of surprise, as the timing of this visit was notably peculiar. Marco rose from his seat and turned his gaze towards the ship's stern, where the Red Force slowly approached the Moby Dick. Shanks, dragging a barrel of sake, ascended the stairs step by step. An invisible pressure began to coalesce in the surrounding space. Newcomers, quickly leave this area and stand back. Marco Kemandiv. His voice grave as he observed Shanks's arrival. What? Why? Captain Marco, I wish to witness the might of another emperor. No time for chatter, move now. Before Marco could finish, the newcomers were overwhelmed by the residual conqueror's haki emanating from Shanks, rendering them unconscious as he drew nearer to Whitebeard Newgate. The very air seemed to crack under the weight of Shanks's overwhelming presence. Alas, too late, Marco thought, feeling a sense of despair. Are all members of Roger's crew monsters? First Xiahao, and now Shanks. For the first time, Marco felt the weight of insurmountable pressure. In the past, when confronted with insolvable issues, he would instinctively seek his father's guidance. Yet he seemed to have forgotten that his father was now advancing in age. Observing the former trainees, Xiahao and Shanks, Marco clenched his fists tightly, feeling the pain as his nails dug into his flesh. Taking a deep breath, Marco looked at Shanks and asked, "Red-haired, what brings you here?" "Ah, Marco, would you care to join me?" Shanks turned at the sound of Marco's voice, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "I shall not." Marco firmly declined. "You impudent young lad, recruiting under my nose." Whitebeard glared at Shanks, his eyelids drooping, his tone laced with irritation. "Haha, it was just a jest. This time, I wish to discuss a matter concerning a certain pirate." Shanks chuckled, then his expression turned serious as he addressed the Whitebeard pirates with earnestness. "Marco, please take the others aside for a moment." Upon hearing Shanks's words, Whitebeard, Newgate, furrowed his brow and turned to Marco, saying, "Old man, let's go." Marco raised a hand to halt the inquiries of his companions. After casting a deep glance at Shanks, he led all the pirates aboard the Moby Dick away to a nearby, subordinate ship. Gulalala, who would have thought that the once small child of the RogerPirates has now become a renowned figure worldwide? Time truly flies. Speaking of which, having battled the RogerPirates numerous times, I instinctively remember Xiahao along with that red-nosed brat. Whitebeard gazed at the imposing figure of Shanks before him, his mind drifting back over 20 years to when the RogerPirates and the Whitebeard pirates often clashed fiercely over treasure. Though the outcomes were mostly evenly matched, Whitebeard had taken note of the three little ones during their encounters, particularly Xiahao, who single-handedly held off Kazuki Odin, a feat that had left him quite astonished. It was impossible not to remember. "Ha, are you referring to Buggy? It has indeed been a long time, but I heard he is currently in the East Blue." A few years ago, Xiahao passed through the East Blue and shared a drink with him. Shanks said with a reminiscent smile, his voice softening. "Is that so? It seems you three still keep in touch." Whitebeard remarked with a smile upon hearing Shanks's response. "Yes, we do keep in contact. However, to get to the point, I have come to discuss the individual known as Marshal D. Teach. The scar on my face was not a mere accident from a large battle, but rather a wound I received during a one-on-one confrontation with that fellow. Thus, we must retrieve Port Gas D. Ace, or else unforeseen consequences may arise." Shanks began to speak earnestly about the three scars on his face, his dark eyes glinting with a fierce light. Prior to his confrontation with Teach, Xiahao had specifically warned him, yet he still sustained injury. "Kid, are you lecturing me today?" Xiahao retorted, "What do you take me for?" Whitebeard's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Although Xiahao had come to warn him, he had not fully trusted Xiahao because Teach was his son and family. He had merely instructed Marco to keep a close watch on Teach, which ultimately led to family injuries, with Sachi losing an arm and a leg. However, as a senior and a proud maritime overlord, Whitebeard could not endure being lectured by a mere child. His anger surged forth in an instant, and he swiftly drew his supreme blade, Kong Yun Xie, slashing towards Shanks with a mighty stroke. Boom! As the massive blade approached with formidable speed, Shanks instantly unsheathed his sword from his waist, raising it to collide heavily with Kong Yun Xie. The terrifying force clashed, and black-red lightning flickered incessantly, illuminating the Moby Dick with a dazzling display. What is that red-haired rascal trying to do? A menacing aura enveloped the scene, startling the members of the Whitebeard pirates, who instinctively sought to rush back to the Moby Dick to fight and protect their father. Calm down. Shanks is not a reckless individual. There's no need for concern. Although Marco felt a surge of anxiety, he understood that Shanks was not there to brawl today. He surmised that the matter must pertain to Teach and Ace. Look, the sky is splitting apart. At that moment, a panicked cry from a pirate drew Marco and the others' eyes skyward, where they beheld the clouds swirling and parting ominously. Everyone was awestruck, realizing that Shanks's powers seemed to rival those of their father. After a brief clash lasting a minute or two, Whitebeard, observing Shanks's exceedingly grave expression, could not help but smirk. He sheathed Kong Yun Chia, firmly planting it on the ground, then sat down heavily in his main seat, abandoning any thoughts of continuing the fight. Noticing Whitebeard's lack of combat intent, Shanks continued to relay his speculations, speaking for a full half-hour. Upon concluding, Shanks simply departed. The necessary warnings had been conveyed. Whether or not they were believed was a matter of fate. On the New World, on Mafe Island, Xiao Hao sat at the head of the table, surveying the densely packed room of 50 or 60 people. A smile crept onto his face. With the expansion of the Haotian pirates, the number of new personnel had surged, and many capable individuals had joined, allowing internal meetings to grow from a mere handful to the present assembly. Boss, are you serious? The Haotian pirates are intervening in the dark underworld? Ashing gazed intently at Xia Hao, questioning him. Indeed, as a Yonko pirate crew, we must establish a legitimate and enduring source of wealth. As pirates, stepping into the dark underworld is the most effective approach. Therefore, I intend to venture into the transportation industry and compete with Omid, one of the dark underworld's kings, for business. Boss. I say we should just go and take Omid out directly. That way, we can swiftly take over his forces and make the transportation industry a source of income for the Haotian pirates. Ashing immediately proposed upon hearing Xia Hao's intentions. Now is not the time. Moreover, the dark underworld kings who have dominated the New World for so many years are not so easily dispatched. Xia Hao shook his head, rejecting Ashing's suggestion. At present, the Haotian pirates had not yet initiated their transportation business. Eliminating the strongest transportation magnate in the New World would lead to chaos, as many would vie for a piece of the pie. However, with Omid alive, all transportation would have to pass through him, and he would seek to protect it. The Haotian pirates would not need to provoke a Yonko pirate crew for a full 2.5 hours. Xiao Hao outlined future plans and the purpose of this operation, feeling both satisfied and elated. All members of the Haotian pirates gazed at Xiao Hao with increasing admiration and respect. He was their captain, their backbone. Everyone disperse. The shipbuilding matters will be led by Dai Tai. Ashing will be responsible for external task arrangements. Remember our motto, Haotian Express, mission accomplished. Pay extra, and we deliver even to the Holy Land. Understood, boss. Shipbuilding? A fine challenge indeed. Boss, may I equip several armed systems on the ship? Dai Tai nodded and looked expectantly at Xiao Hao. Of course, that is perfectly fine. I'm counting on you, Dai Tai. Rest assured, I will complete the task. 1 month had passed since the meeting on Mafe Island. Under Dai Tai's leadership, the Haotian pirates constructed over 100 large transport ships of a unified model. All materials were derived from the incredibly tough wood produced by Xiao Hao's WoodRelease, comparable to steel. After manufacturing the first transport ship, Dai Tai personally tested it. Even under cannon fire, it remained unscathed, ultimately only sustaining a superficial crack due to the exertion of his devil fruit powers. In that month, from external skepticism to now, following Ashing's persuasive efforts, all cargo transport passing through the territory of the Haotian pirates in the New World was handled by them. Otherwise, safety was not guaranteed. After all, the New World was rife with pirates. If an oblivious individual were to rob a transport ship, to whom could one appeal for justice? However, entrusting the transport to the Haotian pirates made all the difference. As a Yonko pirate crew, the Hautian pirates wielded an overwhelming aura of intimidation, deterring all manner of pirate crews from daring to act recklessly. This is professionalism in a new world, within the confines of the Wano Kingdom and the general's residence. A heavy atmosphere of oppression pervades the air. At the forefront stands Kazuki Odin, a man whose historical fate was altered by Xia Hao and who continues to live. Beside him, a youth resembling Odin in his younger days bows his head in terror, rendered speechless. Lord Odin, the young Prince Momonosuke, is still quite young. He acted out of momentary folly, so we should bear the punishment. After all, this is our failure. Still young, he is already 26. At that age, I was capable of hunting tigers alone, and he, to draw his sword against the civilians of Flower Capital over a courtesan. What is more, he was easily defeated by another. Now, rumors are rampant throughout Wano that the future heir is weak and incompetent, with a capricious and lascivious nature. Kazuki Odin gazes at the distressed Momonosuke and the 9 red scabbards, unable to suppress a sigh. More than 20 years ago, had it not been for Xia Hao's counsel and the intervention of the Whitebeard pirates, Wano might have long succumbed to the clutches of Kaido. Yet even so, the Kaido family, once intimidated by the Whitebeard pirates, has not ceased its schemes against Wano, with countless uprisings linked to them. With the support of the Beast Pirates, they seized the Rabbit Bowl region, which is now transformed into a quarry, extracting large quantities of sea prism stone that Kaido trades with them, plunging the once peaceful and harmonious Wano into turmoil and despair. As the general of Wano for many years, Odin has tempered his once free-spirited nature. Thus, he understands that military force cannot resolve the underlying crisis. The vicious Beast Pirates may very well target civilians, leaving Odin in a quandary as he strives to mend the fractures within this nation. However, today, Momonosuke has brazenly committed murder for the sake of a courtesan. Without a moment's hesitation, Odin declares 1 year of house arrest, confined to the general's residence, no pleas for mercy. Kinemon, this matter falls to you. Odin's tone is grave as he addresses everyone present, his voice unwavering. Understood, Lord Odin. Come along, Prince Momonosuke, Kinemon responds, observing the fury etched upon Odin's face with a heavy sigh. This time, indeed, Prince Momonosuke has gone too far. 3 days later, news of riots erupting in the 6 major regions surrounding the main island of Wano reaches the general's residence. As Odin reads the information, his head spins. It is evident that Kaido is orchestrating these events. Yet, the root of this incident lies with his own son. Had he not acted impulsively, he would not have provided Kaido with leverage. What a tumultuous season. Odin gazes skyward, his heart in turmoil. It seems his character still falls short of that of a competent general. He finds himself reminiscing about the days of piracy when one could act freely without concern. Kinemon, Denjiro, Reizo, you 3 must personally lead the men to quell the rebellion. Remember, do not resort to slaughter. Only eliminate the instigators, Odin instructs, rubbing his temples in exasperation. In the opulent palace of Rabbit Bowl, surrounded by beauty, the grotesque and toothless Kaido grins lecherously, his voice echoing through the halls. Beside him stands a brooding middle-aged man named Kurizumi Semimu, the son of the deceased Kurizumi Mushi, who had lived abroad until summoned back to replace his parents in their positions, advising Kaido on schemes. It can be said that all the treachery in Wano originates from his hand. Gwahaha, Lord Odin has a fine son. Otherwise, we would not find such an opportunity. Semimaru, we must ensure Odin suffers greatly. Only I am fit to be the general of Wano. 1 Rabbit Bowl is insufficient. Our territory is still too small. Kaido declares with a sinister smile, embracing his beauties as he turns to Semimaru. Rest assured, Lord Kaido, this time, White Dance will surely be ours. However, to prevent Odin from using military force to handle this incident, we need to seek the assistance of the Beast Pirates, Semimaru replies, waving his feather fan as he thoughtfully analyzes the current situation. Gwahaha, no problem. I will personally speak with Kaido, Kaido confidently asserts. His inability to see his own shortcomings and his arrogance are among his greatest flaws, as he mistakenly positions himself on par with Kaido. Were it not for his utility in assisting the Beast Pirates with the production of sea prism stones, he would have long been discarded. On Onigashima, Kaido answers a call from Kaido's snail, furrowing his brow but ultimately acquiescing to the request. After all, the Beast Pirates need Kaido as their representative in Wano to serve their interests. Should the Beast Pirates act rashly, they risk inciting the wrath of Whitebeard. So Kaido has been waiting for an opportunity. The incident involving Marshal D. Teach's defection from the Whitebeard Pirates is now widely known, a significant blow to Whitebeard's reputation. For years, the Whitebeard Pirates have been renowned for their fierce protection of their own, and few pirates have dared to provoke them. For they cannot withstand the wrath of the world's strongest man. In a small town within the Alabasta Kingdom on the Grand Line, the Straw Hat Pirates cautiously procure supplies while evading the rebel forces in the pursuit of Baroque works. Amidst their careful movements, the exuberant antics of Luffy attract the attention of Smoker, the Smoke Man, who is in hot pursuit. Although Ace, due to Xiaohao's intervention, learned to use haki early and later taught Luffy the method, Luffy's mastery of haki was still in its infancy, having trained for a brief time. As a user of the Smoke fruit, equipped with weapons made from sea prism stone, Luffy finds himself at a disadvantage against Smoker, who, as a contemporary of the current Marine admirals, possesses a complete understanding of haki and considerable strength. In a moment of difficult choice, Luffy recalls the day the Straw Hat Pirates were formed. He had spoken of haki's effects, piquing the interest of Zoro and Sanji, who eagerly sought to learn. However, Luffy is not a competent teacher, and thus the results of his instruction have been mediocre, relying solely on the innate talents of Zoro and Sanji. Consequently, they have never been able to use haki freely. Faced with the formidable Smoker, Luffy finds it challenging to achieve any real effect, as only haki stronger than a devil fruit ability can inflict genuine harm. Straw Hat Kid, surrender. You cannot escape, Smoker declares sternly, taking a deep drag from the cigar in his mouth as he gazes at Luffy. Although he is unaware of who taught Luffy haki, the declaration made in Logtown convinces Smoker that Luffy cannot be allowed to live. At that moment, the formidable appearance of Buggy's crew leads Smoker to feel that the East Blue is no longer the familiar sea he once knew, as haki and Buggy's ability to sever all things becomes apparent. Even in the New World, such power is rare. Ultimately, it was the arrival of the Revolutionary Army's Drago that brought an end to the chaos in Logtown, and Buggy's crew vanished at that time. Yet, Smoker believes that the strength demonstrated by the Clown Buggy is more than sufficient to easily annihilate the Straw Hat crew. However, one cannot help but question why the newspaper released by the Navy reported the defeat of Baji at the hands of the Straw Hat Kid. Even more absurd is the bounty placed upon the clown, Baji, which amounts to a mere 15 million berries. How can a man who wields haki and possesses a powerful Paramecia-type devil fruit command such a paltry sum? This left Smoker wondering if intelligence organizations were simply slacking off. Consequently, Smoker promptly reported this intelligence to Aokiji. After all, it is not a trivial matter to have such a formidable pirate in the East Blue. Although the Baji pirates have not caused significant destruction, it is precisely this lack of chaos that makes Smoker regard the clown as quite terrifying. If there were no ulterior motives or ambitions, why would he remain so quietly in the East Blue? The East Blue, Cloud Bazi, at the Marine headquarters, Carp, upon hearing the voice transmitted through Aokiji's den mushi while indulging in donuts, slowed his hand, revealing a contemplative expression. Mr. Carp, are you interested in this pirate? No, but I've been quite irritable lately and was about to head home, so I will take care of this matter. Carp decisively rejected the notion, but indicated he would take action against Clown Baji. That's splendid. With your involvement, success is assured. Aokiji chuckled. Meanwhile, Baji, who was engaged in treasure hunting activities near the East Blue in the Grand Line, suddenly felt a shiver run through him, an inexplicable chill rising from his core. Bewildered, he looked up at the sky, wondering what had just transpired. Could it be that someone was thinking of him? Baji? Surely it couldn't be that fellow Xiaohao. I have followed his plan diligently. If we meet again and he does not provide a satisfactory explanation, I will not let him off easily. What should I ask for? Perhaps 3 or 5 treasure maps would suffice. As Baji envisioned his next encounter with Xiaohao, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Unbeknownst to Baji, He was currently being watched by an enraged and frustrated old man. On the streets of Alabasta, Smoker led the Navy in surrounding the Straw Hat Pirates. Faced with an overwhelming force of over 100 naval soldiers, Luffy and his companions felt a sense of dread. Smoke Fist. Smoker unleashed his full power, enveloping the entire street in smoke as massive smoke fists hurtled towards Luffy and his crew. Fire Fist. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed through the street as a colossal flaming fist descended from above, dispersing the smoke. The intense heat caused Smoker's previously confident expression to falter, evoking memories of a certain individual. "Ace, oh my, why are you here?" Luffy exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he spotted the man who had intervened. "Luffy, Sashi, and Dana, you all go ahead. I will hold off the Navy for you. See you soon." Ace glanced back at Luffy, offering a fond smile and a gesture for the crew to leave first. "Hurry." Upon hearing Ace's words, Luffy turned and ran, and as he did, he began to run backward, his gaze fixed on Ace, a goofy grin plastered on his face, filled with joy. "Luffy, is this your brother? Why is he here in the Grand Line?" Zoro inquired, perplexed by Luffy's childlike glee. "Oh, it's because Ace is also a pirate. He set sail 3 years before me in search of the great treasure," Luffy explained earnestly. The Straw Hat crew nodded in understanding. Whitebeard Pirates, 2nd Division Commander. "Fire Fist Ace, why are you helping the Straw Hat Kid?" Smoker questioned sternly. "What can I say? I'm Luffy's brother, and when you have a headstrong sibling, you can only indulge them." Ace shrugged with a smile. "Brother?" Smoker furrowed his brow in confusion, as their surnames differed. Indeed, the Navy cannot distinguish between fire and smoke in a short time. Let us end this here. If this battle continues, your Navy behind you cannot guarantee their safety," Ace remarked, looking at Smoker with a calm demeanor while glancing at the tense Navy soldiers behind him. "Farewell, Navy." With that, Ace turned and departed, showing no concern for a potential ambush from Smoker. Watching Fire Fist Ace retreat, Smoker felt as if the cigar in his mouth had lost its flavor. A perfect opportunity to resolve the issue had slipped away. "Colonel Smoker, are you not going to pursue?" Dasky tightly gripped her sword, asking. "Forget it." Smoker sighed heavily. Ace's appearance had disrupted his plans, and continuing the pursuit would yield no results. Moreover, if a life-and-death struggle ensued, he was certain to be the one defeated. If memory served correctly, Fire Fist Ace's bounty had reached a staggering 730 million berries, making him a true pirate of the seas. "Let's go. If we continue to fight, I cannot guarantee your safety." Smoker spoke with a hint of melancholy, acknowledging the harsh reality that the weak have no choice in this chaotic world. He then led the way in the opposite direction. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates were bound for the New World, and there would be future opportunities for encounters. Next time, he would ensure their capture. In the New World, within the territory of the Hautian Empire, 100 nautical miles from Murphy Island, a colossal world government warship was being escorted by 2 naval vessels, each manned by 200 naval soldiers. Indeed, this was a vessel escorting the Celestial Gold. It was that time of year again when the Celestial Dragons collected the Celestial Gold, and the ship's speed was hastened to swiftly depart the area. On the world government ship, an official wore a worried expression, sensing an ominous premonition from deep within, convinced that something significant was about to unfold. "Yes, sir." The 3 warships immediately prepared to increase their speed and depart. Just then, the calm sea suddenly erupted with towering waves and with a resounding pop of bubbles. 5 pirate ships emerged around the warships, encircling them. Leading the charge was the captain of the Dragon War Pirates, Locky Air. As for why they were there, it was because the Hautian Empire was in dire need of funds. Over time, as stability and development progressed, Xiaohao's financial resources had dwindled, nearly all converted into devil fruits and valuable weapons to bolster the overall strength of the Hautian Pirates. Dragonball Pirates? No, it should be the Hautian Pirates. Damn it, why have these terrifying individuals shown up here? The world government official seethed with anger and unease as he gazed at the massive pirate ships and the throngs of pirates on board. Clenching his fists tightly, he commanded the Navy to safeguard the Celestial Gold with all their might and push through. "Yes, sir." On the other side, Vice Admiral Weasel surveyed the approaching pirate ships with a heavy heart. After all, the Dragon War Pirates were now affiliated with the Five Emperors, the Haotian Pirates. Such audacious attempts to seize the celestial gold were unlikely to be executed without the Five Emperors Xiao Hao's directive. This was a dire predicament for the celestial gold escort mission. Vice Admiral Weasel gripped his sword tightly, then turned to the tense Navy soldiers behind him, speaking with a serious tone. Everyone, stay alert. We are not facing ordinary pirates. The man known as the Five Emperors, Xiao Hao, does not play by the rules. He warned, in addition to the Dragon War Pirates. Everyone must be cautious of surprise attacks. Yes, Vice Admiral. The naval soldiers stood tall and proud, looking at Vice Admiral Weasel with respect, fully recognizing his composed and steady demeanor. Ah, why the haste to depart, esteemed friends from the world government and the Navy? The pirate crew passing through the Haotian Empire is leaving in such a flurry that it may lead outsiders to believe our hospitality is lacking. Rakiel, leading the pirate ship, began to constrict the encirclement, gradually approaching the warship tasked with escorting the Tianshang. His dark eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Tianshang, what a fortunate coincidence. I had wished to alleviate Lord Xiao Hao's burdens, but lacked the opportunity. Now that treasure has emerged, how could I let this chance slip away? It is best that the esteemed members of the Haotian Empire refrain from getting too close, as the world government and the pirates are adversaries. Kindly make way for our fleet. The world government officials regarded Rakiel with grave expressions, their tone imbued with seriousness and tension, for they were perilously close to Haotian territory. Alas, it is truly regrettable. Very well, let the esteemed guest depart. Rakiel shrugged helplessly, raising a hand to signal their release. Witnessing this scene, both the world government officials and Rear Admiral Wushu were incredulous. When did pirates become so accommodating? Furthermore, this was an affiliated crew of the Yonko. Wait, what does this mean? Were we not told to leave? Just as the order to set sail was given, they observed the surrounding Zhanlong pirate crew remaining motionless, showing no signs of yielding. Indeed, you may depart, but these vessels and their cargo shall not. Rakiel, hearing the world government officials' inquiries, extended a finger and shook his head gently, resolutely refusing. You scoundrel, are you mocking me? Damn you, filthy pirates! The world government officials' faces flushed with indignation upon hearing Rakiel's words, their fury boiling over as they realized their efforts had yielded naught. How uncouth! I never imagined the world government officials could be so boorish. It is utterly disappointing. You have 5 minutes to contemplate your options. Rakiel raised a hand, and the cannons aboard the surrounding pirate ships simultaneously elevated their barrels, all aimed at the warship escorting the Tianshang. How dare you? Such audacity! The world government officials furiously cursed, casting a deep glance at Rakiel before retrieving a specialized den mushi from their pocket. Lord Gorosei, the warship transporting the Tianshang has been intercepted by pirates while passing the outskirts of Lord Xiao Hao's territory, and they are now demanding treasure. Abba? At Mary Gios, the Gorosei's expression darkened, their face shadowed with an ominous frown. Once again, Xiao Hao is stirring up trouble. Tianshang, has this scoundrel become addicted to plundering? What shall we do? Shall we declare war? The Haotian Empire possesses 5,000 elite naval forces. Recklessly engaging in battle would lead to significant complications. Damn it. Shall we do nothing? Where are the envoys for negotiations? Have they not reached an accord yet? Even Kaido and Big Mom have consented to this agreement. Could it be that Xiao Hao is impervious to persuasion? Let them destroy the ships. As for Tianshang, let Xiao Hao retrieve it himself from the depths. That is a splendid idea. Give the order. After deliberating, the Gorosei began instructing the world government officials transporting Tianshang in a new world to take action, asserting that it would be better to destroy it than to hand it over to Xiao Hao. Yes, Lord Gorosei. Upon hearing the orders transmitted through the den mushi, the world government officials' expressions shifted to seriousness as they summoned a soldier, quietly issuing commands. Commander, are we truly to proceed with this? The soldier, taken aback and trembling with disbelief, questioned the world government official, for such an act had never occurred before. The world government is to voluntarily destroy Tianshang. Indeed, commence action immediately. Hurry. the world government official urged with an urgent tone. Meanwhile, Zhanlong pirate crew's first mate, Foster, observed the murmuring world government personnel, furrowing his brow, sensing that their actions were peculiar and decidedly abnormal. Brother, do you think the world government is up to something? What are they mumbling about? Why not just attack? It is merely 200 Navy personnel. It would be an excellent opportunity to test the training of the younger crew members. Yes, you are right. After all, the 5 minutes are nearly up. Rakiel waved his hand, and 5 pirate ships simultaneously opened fire, unleashing a hail of cannonballs upon the warship escorting the Tianshang. How infuriating! These pirates are not honoring their word. What happened to the 5 minutes? The world government officials, witnessing the ominous cannonballs with a sense of impending doom, began to curse vehemently. Soru. At that critical juncture, Rear Admiral Wushu aboard the Navy warship made his move, his figure flashing to appear above the world government warship. Drawing his sword from his waist, he unleashed a flurry of sword chi, severing all cannonballs mid-flight, which then exploded as they veered off to the sides. The tremendous shockwave sent towering waves crashing against the surrounding vessels, causing many to struggle to maintain their balance, grasping the edges of their ships. Ah, this is rather interesting. Rear Admiral Wushu of the Navy headquarters, a master swordsman, thought it an opportune moment to engage in a duel. Rakiel, observing the interception of cannonballs by Rear Admiral Wushu, activated his Zoan-type iron-armored dragon form, emanating a terrifying and powerful aura that enveloped the surrounding sea for hundreds of meters. The invisible pressure weighed heavily on the faces of the world government personnel and Navy members, as such formidable energy could only be countered by Rear Admiral Wushu. The rest were utterly powerless. Ah, crew, bring the ships closer, charge. Rakiel's deep gaze radiated excitement as he shouted, "Charge! Charge! We are seizing the Tianshang. This is my first time undertaking such a grand endeavor. Haha, what is there to fear? We have the backing of Lord Xia Hao. Yes, indeed. We are people of stature. Haha, brothers. Allow me to transform into a golden fighting chicken for everyone. Haha, if you wish to play that way, I shall join you. I will become a Zoan-type golden wolverine." Oh, a chorus of Zoan-type devil fruit users began to transform, their howls resonating across the vast sea, a savage aura surging towards the world government fleet. What on earth is this? Am I seeing things? A ship full of devil fruit users. How could this be? How to fight against this monstrous legion of Zoan-type devil fruit users? I had heard that the 100 Beast pirate crew had been engaged in such endeavors. Yet I did not expect that the Haotian pirate crew had already completed it ahead of time. Rear Admiral Wushu appeared astonished, realizing the vast intelligence gap within the Navy. This escort mission for Tianshang was destined to fail. Being distracted during battle is a cardinal sin, Navy. Rakiel's calm voice resonated beside Rear Admiral Wushu. As a razor-sharp blade swiftly descended, Wushu felt an overwhelming aura rush toward him, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He quickly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Rakiel. Such speed, Rear Admiral Wushu was taken aback, scrutinizing Rakiel, realizing he was indeed a swordsman. Oh, not bad. You managed to react. Rakiel nodded in acknowledgement of Rear Admiral Wushu's prowess. An evenly matched battle commenced, the powerful waves of combat rippling outward, creating a vast clearing around them. Meanwhile, the Haotian pirate crew's legion of devil fruit users surged forth as if in a realm devoid of opposition. Neither the world government soldiers nor the elite Navy personnel could withstand a single onslaught, and amid the chaotic dance of beasts, the morale of the Haotian pirate crew soared, swiftly overwhelming a Navy warship, casting all Navy members overboard. 2 hours later, apart from General Westmouse, who was desperately holding on, all the personnel escorting the Tianshang fell into the sea, with only their heads above water, watching the 2 combatants aboard the world government warship. Rakiel, hasten your battle. Do you intend to keep the boss waiting? A voice echoed from above, just as Rakiel was engaged in a fierce struggle with General Westmouse. A stern voice emerged from the sky. Upon hearing the newcomer, Rakiel's heart trembled. He was about to explain when he saw a Xing appear between the two with a swift motion, unleashing a powerful wind blade that ensnared Westmouse and launched an attack. A loud explosion reverberated as the terrifying force sent General Wussmouse flying. In the next moment, the violent wind blade shattered a nearby naval warship, creating a deep vortex in the sea that drew the ship's fragments into its depths. Lord A. Xing. Rakiel gazed at the defeated Wussmouse and respectfully addressed a Xing, his tone filled with reverence. Such was the prowess of the cadre of the 5 Emperor's pirate crew. Let's depart. A Xing nodded, watching as the pirate crew returned to their original ship, then raised his hand again, destroying another naval warship. Witnessing the Haoyan pirate crew not only commandeering the ship, escorting the Tianshan Jin, but also obliterating the remaining naval vessels. All naval and world government personnel were left with bitter expressions. Yet, they could only watch as the Haoyan pirate crew departed, for the weak possessed no power of choice. On Mafu Island, Xiahao observed the returning Rakiel and his crew with a slight smile. Soon, after allocating 40% of the treasures to Rakiel, the remaining 60% was deposited into the Haoyan Empire's treasury. Watching a substantial amount of treasures being stored, Xiahao waved his hand, transferring everything into the system, and subsequently purchased 3 animal-type devil fruits and 2 paramecia-type devil fruits, spending a total of 1 billion berries. Ding! Host has achieved a spending milestone of 100 billion. The system is commencing an upgrade. Estimated time, 7 days, countdown begins. Is it finally upgrading? Xiahao murmured to himself upon hearing the system's notification. He felt as if his strength was being confined, making it difficult to achieve qualitative improvements without the upgrade. 7 days. I hope it brings a pleasant surprise. A week later, at Sabedi Archipelago. Oh wow, what a marvelous island. It's all bubbles. So beautiful. Are these all made of tree roots? Truly the Grand Line. It's becoming increasingly fascinating. Sabedi Archipelago? Luffy, once we cross this, we will enter the monster-laden New World, Zoro remarked, gazing at the enchanting island. Indeed, the New World. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, a faint smile gracing his lips. After such a long journey at sea, they had taken another step closer to the great treasure. Luffy, everyone, I won't be joining you and Xiaoba. The others on this island do not welcome us. A sweet voice rang out from the straw hat ship, belonging to a mermaid named Cammy, whom Luffy's crew had rescued from a sea beast. Why? Luffy inquired, perplexed. Because there are many human traffickers on this island, and mermaids are their prime targets for trafficking. If I am exposed, it will attract a multitude of traffickers seeking to capture me. A small starfish interjected earnestly. Is that so? What should we do? Perhaps disguise her? As long as others do not realize Cammy is a mermaid, it should be fine. Papagu, rest assured, we will protect Cammy. Nami suggested, a brilliant idea flashing her mind. Really? I can go on the island? I've heard there are many fun things there. I've never been. Cammy said, her head lowered, her fingers entwined nervously, yet her tone was cheerful. Of course, Cammy-san, I will protect you, Sanji proclaimed, flailing around excitedly, promising to keep Cammy safe. Thank you, Mr. Sanji. Hey, Mina, hurry and help Cammy with the disguise. Let us set off quickly, Luffy said eagerly, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Mina, causing him to pout and blow a whistle while squatting down to draw circles on the ground. Half an hour later, Cammy's disguise was complete, and the Straw Hat crew happily advanced towards the center of Sabedi Archipelago, completely unaware of a sinister-looking man lurking in a shadowy corner, intently watching them. Meanwhile, in the chaotic area of Sabedi Archipelago, a gathering of pirates convened, a haven for criminals, where newcomers to the era of notorious pirates, known as supernovas alongside Luffy, awaited the opportune moment to enter the New World. At the Sabedi Archipelago amusement park, Cammy joyfully bounced around, eagerly eyeing the beautiful attractions. As a gentleman, Sanji decided to purchase 2 tickets. However, shortly after he left, 2 burly men carrying sacks appeared behind Cammy, scanning the area before swiftly covering her with the sack and making off with her. As for Papagu, a mere starfish, it was kicked away effortlessly, leaving it helplessly watching Cammy being abducted. Gummy, what is happening? Where's Miss Cammy? Sanji returned, having completed his ticket purchase, only to find Cammy missing and Papagu sobbing. His expression darkened, and a dreadful suspicion formed in his mind. Cammy had been captured. Woe is me. It's all my fault. I failed to protect her. Papagu cried, tears streaming down. Enough. We must quickly find where Cammy was taken and rescue her, Sanji said solemnly, furrowing his brow. He then pulled out a din-din mushie from his pocket, relaying the information to Luffy and the others. Soon, everyone gathered at Sanji's location. Cammy has been taken. It must be those vile traffickers. What do we do? So many of them. How can we find Cammy? Chopper, can you sniff out Cammy's scent? Yes, but it's faint. I'm not sure if I can track it. Chopper nodded vigorously, responding. Let S move. Cammy has definitely been taken by the traffickers. If we delay, she may be sold as cargo. Hearing this, the Straw Hat crew felt a jolt of urgency and immediately began searching for Cammy. At that moment, Cammy was already being transported to the auction house on Sabaody Archipelago by the traffickers. On Mafu Island in the New World, Xiahao watched the system's countdown with eager anticipation, waiting for the upgrade to conclude as it would provide him the opportunity to elevate his strength further. Ding! System update complete. Would you like to open the upgrade gift package? Open it. Xiahao rubbed his hands together, staring intently at the gift box, hoping for fortune to smile upon him today. Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired the flowing blade of fire. Ding! Congratulations! Host has obtained the Void Cannon 5. Ding! Congratulations! Host has received the Nature-type Earth Fruit. Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired the skill Lightning 5/. The series of notifications brought a radiant smile to Xiaohao's face. Especially upon hearing the rewards, he was nearly ecstatic, thrilled by the system's generosity, as these were indeed valuable items. Liuren Ruohua, capable of unleashing a tempest of flames to incinerate adversaries, and likely to cause an explosion that could obliterate foes, was precisely the weapon that Xiahao had long sought. The emergence of Liu Rinruahua filled this void in his arsenal. As for the Shu Kong Pao, its description indicated that it could be mounted on a platform in the void, allowing for omnidirectional attacks by harnessing the energy of the void itself to form an energy cannon capable of striking enemies with immense power. If unleashed fully, it could even devastate a mountain. This was fortuitous. A solitary island could be equipped with one. Xiahao nodded with delight, then glanced at the skill card in his hand, activated it, and a new sword technique blossomed in his mind. He promptly stowed away the natural-type devil fruit, leaving its use to the whims of fate within the Hao Tian Pirates. Having collected all the upgrade items, Xiahao turned his gaze towards the system shop page, only to find no new functions had emerged. However, a progress bar in the lower right corner indicated his consumption progress. If he accumulated 100 billion berries through spending, he would unlock a new upgrade reward. The shop had also added a plethora of new merchandise, including various blueprints for warships, cannons, devil fruits, and weapons, all at exorbitant prices. Xiahao shrugged, unperturbed, aware that acquiring 100 billion berries was no trivial feat, unless he were to seize a treasure from the holy land of the celestial dragons. It would be unclear how long it would take to achieve an upgrade through mere tolls and minor treasures. On the Shangbodi Islands, after a tense search, Luffy and his companions finally discovered the location of Kaimi's capture, the auction house. Initially, they intended to rescue her by force, but Name intervened, as they had gathered ample intelligence during their time on the island. Due to the island's unique geographical position, it was divided into several areas, some of which were even garrisoned by naval troops to maintain stability. Most crucially, this was a site where the celestial dragons frequently descended to participate in auctions. Name, do not impede me. I shall rescue Kaimi, Luffy declared loudly. No, the power dynamics on this island are intricate. An impulsive action would only invite the naval force's scrutiny and pursuit. Since it is an auction house, we must speak the language of money, Name reasoned, having accumulated a modest fortune during their journey. Thinking to herself, it is just one person. How much could she possibly fetch at auction? An auction? Let us hurry. At auction house number 1, all attendees had taken their seats, just as the auction seemed poised to commence. The host on the stage turned with a mysterious and respectful demeanor towards the entrance. At that moment, 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, dressed in white and sporting bubble-like hairstyles, entered. They were the celestial dragons, strutting arrogantly as they descended the stairs, led to the most prestigious location at the front of the auction house. The appearance of the celestial dragons rendered the gathered nobles from various kingdoms utterly silent. Many noble women, fearful, sought refuge in the arms of the men beside them, terrified of any potential whims from the celestial dragons. After all, the celestial dragons, regarded as descendants of the creators, could demand anything, and no one would dare refuse them. To provoke them meant standing against the world government and the navy, inviting the highest-ranking admirals to pursue them personally. "Lords, shall we commence?" The auction house owner inquired with obsequiousness. The celestial dragon, Raozuwade nodded, granting permission to begin. Thus, the auction formally commenced, with item after item presented, ranging from jewels to slaves. The onlookers gazed at the treasures on display, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Initially hesitant to bid due to the presence of the celestial dragons, they soon realized the disdain the dragons held for competition, prompting a flurry of bids from the crowd. "Now, behold the most precious item of this auction," the auctioneer exclaimed excitedly, signaling for several guards to bring forth a massive object draped in red cloth. In the eager gaze of the audience, he swiftly unveiled it, revealing a large fish tank containing the mermaid Kaimi. The sight of the mermaid sent the auction house into a frenzy, for she was a rare treasure indeed. "Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid is 10 million. Please place your bids." Upon hearing the auctioneer's call, Name gripped her bidding paddle tightly, her heart racing with apprehension. Prepare to bid. Having witnessed Kaimi's appearance and the frenzy it inspired, she felt overwhelmed by the presence of the nobility surrounding her. Yet for the sake of her friend, Name was willing to deplete her entire savings. Just as she prepared to raise her bid, the celestial dragon at the front spoke up. 500 million. A thunderous shockwave echoed in the minds of all present. 500 million. Such an outrageous sum, so casually declared for a mere mermaid. What extravagant wealth. 500 million. The Straw Hat Pirates and their companions fell into a stunned silence, realizing that even if they sold the entirety of the Straw Hat crew, they might not reach such a sum. Damn it, wealth affords them arrogance. "I shall rescue Kaimi right now," Luffy declared, rolling up his sleeves, but was restrained by the fishman Xiaoba. "You cannot go. That is a celestial dragon," Xiaoba urged, fully aware of the dire consequences of opposing them. However, in a fit of rage, Luffy disregarded Xiaoba's warning, forcefully pushing past him. In the chaos, Xiaoba stumbled, and in an unfortunate moment, his tentacles emerged from his clothing, causing a stir among the crowd. "What is that? Damn it, a filthy fishman. How'd he end up here? Get out, fishman. Get out." Hearing the crowd's derisive comments, Xiaoba bowed his head, too intimidated to retort, focused solely on rescuing Kaimi and escaping. A fishman? At that moment, the rotund celestial dragon Kalawose Shing stood up from his seat, approached Xiaoba, and raised his pistol, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A thunderous gunshot rang out, and blood spattered as Xiaoba collapsed to the ground. The surrounding crowd, rather than showing compassion for the gravely injured Xiaoba, erupted in cruel laughter, some even covering their noses in disdain, fearful of contagion. "Xiaoba!" Luffy's fury ignited as he stepped forward, urgency etched on his face. Yet Kalawose Shing remained unfazed by Luffy's wrath, raising his pistol to threaten him away. "Damn it!" Luffy glared at Kalawose Shing, closing the distance with clenched fists. "You lowly scoundrel, what is this contemptuous gaze?" Kalawose Shing, startled by Luffy's fierce glare, was momentarily taken aback. However, his rage quickly surged, and he fired his weapon, unwilling to tolerate such insolence. But before he could pull the trigger, Luffy lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow that sent the plump celestial dragon crashing to the ground, breathless. The celestial dragon had been struck. All present were seized with dread, for they knew that an attack on a celestial dragon would summon the Navy's mightiest forces in retribution. This fellow is indeed as rumored, a true brute. In the back rows of the auction house, Trafalgar Law spoke calmly. Yes, even though his trajectory changed during his youth, Trafalgar Law ultimately set sail. An intriguing character. Kid cast a deep glance at Luffy and then remarked. In an instant, the auction house was plunged into unprecedented chaos. The auction house on Sabaody Archipelago was engulfed in turmoil and frenzy as the Straw Hat Kid Luffy sent a celestial dragon flying. This immediately thrust the island into danger. As the news spread like wildfire, an attack on a celestial dragon. Both the world government and the Navy headquarters were left in shock, and in Sabeti Archipelago, which housed a naval base, Admiral Sengoku promptly dispatched Admiral Kizaru to lead the troops. This time, a satisfactory explanation had to be provided to the world government. Otherwise, the celestial dragons would become an insufferable nuisance. One Sengoku could hardly bear the burden alone. Monkey D. Luffy's unabashed character truly mirrors that of his rogue grandfather. Carp, how can you still find time to frolic? Sengoku rubbed his forehead, exuding a sense of helplessness. Yet, as a principled Navy officer who upholds absolute justice, he would not allow personal feelings to interfere. Since one chooses to become a pirate, one must shoulder the corresponding consequences. On the east blue of the Grand Line, aboard the doghead warship Carp, indulging in donuts, instinctively sneezed, rubbed his nose, and frowned, thinking that it was that rascal mumbling about him again. On the deck of the doghead warship, the entire crew of the Buggy Pirates, led by Buggy, was captured by Carp. Upon seeing Carp, Buggy, devoid of any will to resist, sought only to flee. However, a cannonball from Carp shattered the pirate ship, leading to Buggy's immediate surrender. A war? It was impossible to wage war. Although Buggy's dismembered form could cause the surrounding space to collapse, thereby splitting an entire ship, he lacked confidence in the face of Carp. Moreover, should a conflict arise, his true strength would be revealed, likely resulting in his imprisonment in the lower levels of Impel Down, which was far from Buggy's desire. Conversely, throughout the years, the Buggy Pirates had primarily focused on treasure hunting and map searching at sea, seldom engaging in acts of plunder and pillage. Hence, even if imprisoned, due to his low bounty, he would be confined only in the first level of Impel Down, where notorious powers and monsters of the New World were held. What a stroke of misfortune. Why is the Navy hero Carp appearing here? Buggy was utterly speechless. He never anticipated that his low profile would still attract attention. Fortunately, Carp seemed to have forgotten that he was once an intern in the RogerPirates. Thus, there remained a chance for redemption, as long as he utilized his devil fruit powers to escape during a moment of lax vigilance. He had now mastered the art of disintegration to an incredibly minute degree. On Sabeti Archipelago, the Admiral Kizaru, dissatisfied with the slow warship, had already arrived using his devil fruit powers. Upon reaching the destination, he found the supernovas gathered, the magician Hawkins, the bizarre monk Urich, the soundman Apu, and the red flag Drake, among others. Unexpectedly, upon landing on the island, he encountered so many formidable individuals. Kizaru exclaimed dramatically as he surveyed the supernovas before him. Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru's sudden appearance startled Hawkins and the others, elevating the pressure they felt. After all, this was the strongest force in the Navy, and they were uncertain if they could survive this encounter. An admiral? How interesting. Allow me to test my strength. The bizarre monk Urich cracked his neck and flexed his wrists, then charged towards Kizaru with the bulk of a small tank, aiming a massive fist directly at Kizaru's cheek. However, Kizaru was light itself. Urich, before even making contact, was swiftly sent flying by a side kick at the speed of light, crashing violently against a nearby building, the tremendous force causing him to spit blood. You dare not evade? Do you underestimate me? After repelling Urich, Kizaru swiftly appeared before the magician Hawkins, who remained calm, fiddling with his magic cards. Kizaru frowned, then raised his shimmering right foot and struck down with a swift kick. Similarly, Hawkins, unable to withstand the heavy blow, was sent soaring through the air. Kizaru then reappeared before the recovering Hawkins, gently raising a finger, where immense light energy gathered at its tip. In an instant, a terrifying laser beam shot forth, piercing Hawkins' body. Just as Kizaru was about to turn to face the other supernovas, a scarecrow tumbled out of Hawkins' body, leaving his crew in shock at the sight of their comrades. Suddenly, one pirate clutched his chest and collapsed, succumbing to death. A devil fruit ability, how intriguing. Kizaru observed Hawkins with interest, then continued to unleash laser beams upon him, each strike causing more scarecrows to emerge from Hawkins' body. Meanwhile, Hawkins' crew watched in horror as their captain was attacked. Soon, Over 10 of them lay sprawled on the ground, all having perished while shielding Hawkins from harm. Just as Kizaru prepared to continue his assault, Drake transformed into his fully beastly form, lunging at Kizaru with his gaping maw. Yet, he found nothing but light. The brilliant light coalesced into humanoid form once more, and then a whip-like kick struck Drake, who, feeling the immense force, crashed into a nearby building, creating a massive hole. Here we go. Just as Kizaru was about to launch another attack, a voice from the rooftop interrupted him. Kizaru turned in confusion to see Apu. At that moment, a sudden explosion resounded, and Kizaru's tall figure was abruptly cleaved by the blast, his body toppled by the shockwave. Seeing the attack had taken effect, Apu leaped and ran across the rooftop. After all, he was acutely aware that the Navy's strongest force could not be thwarted by a mere explosion. He only wished to buy some time for his fellow supernovas. If all were captured, he would have no way to escape either. However, at the instant Kizaru's body fell, his lower half transformed into a myriad of light particles, which quickly reassembled into his complete form. The next second, Kizaru vanished, reappearing beside the fleeing Apu. Boy, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Speed is power. Kizaru's voice rang calmly in Apu's ear, seemingly unfazed by the astonished expression that could fit a duck egg. Apu was swiftly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. In no time, Hawkins and the other 3 supernovas were all eliminated. At that moment, a phone bug buzzed in Kizaru's pocket. He rummaged through his small pocket and finally retrieved a proper phone bug. "Hello, old man. We've spotted the Straw Hat crew here. The pacifists are conducting a capture operation." A loud voice from the phone bug resonated, prompting Kizaru to instinctively cup his ear. "Understood, I'm on my way," Kizaru responded, glancing at the surrounding Navy personnel, signaling them to capture the supernovas before vanishing in a flash of light. His destination remained the location of the Straw Hat crew, for this operation was indeed a consequence of the incident involving the Celestial Dragon. "Luffy!" Sanji exclaimed as he saw Luffy being blocked by a rotund figure. Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming pressure enveloped the scene. The formidable Luffy, capable of wielding Busashoka Haki, stood as the trump card of the Straw Hat Pirates, with him currently restrained. The remaining crew faced an insurmountable threat posed by the fierce pacifists. Just one of these pacifists was enough to render the collective efforts of the others futile. The terrifying rays of energy emanating from his palm instilled a paralyzing fear in everyone, marking the greatest challenge they had encountered since setting sail. "Everyone disperse," Luffy commanded, his expression grave as he regarded the man before him, an equal in strength. He had not anticipated that, as they ventured closer to the new world, Haki would become a prerequisite for all. However, before Luffy's orders could fully resonate, a brilliant light burst forth from above, heralding the arrival of Admiral Kizaru, who surveyed the battlefield with an all-encompassing gaze. His attention was drawn to the fierce battle waged by pirate hunter Zoro and the formidable Sanji against the pacifists. In an instant, Kizaru materialized behind the duo, a palpable sense of danger igniting Zoro and Sanji's instincts, prompting them to retreat in unison. Simultaneously, Kizaru unleashed a beam of light that obliterated a distant hill into countless fragments, scattering debris in all directions. A cold sweat trickled down Zoro's and Sanji's faces as they narrowly escaped the clutches of death. When they turned to face Kizaru, his disconcerting demeanor sent shivers down their spines, the depth of his aura leaving them apprehensive. Exchanging a resolute glance, they knew they had to make a stand. If they could not triumph, the rest would be of no consequence. As comrades, it was their duty to protect the weaker members of their crew. "Three-sword style, on a Jirai," Zoro declared, unleashing a powerful attack with his 3 swords. With heightened focus, he also harnessed Busashoka Haki. Kizaru, sensing the shift, regarded Zoro with a contemplative expression, as few in the first half of the Grand Line possessed knowledge of Haki. "Intriguing," Kizaru remarked, a hint of seriousness breaking through his otherwise indifferent facade. With a swift motion, Kizaru raised his leg, his Haki-infused limb colliding with Zoro's swords, overwhelming him with an immense force that sent him crashing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, as if his very insides were being rearranged. "Green-haired idiot," Sanji shouted, fury igniting within him at the sight of Zoro's defeat. He spun rapidly, a fiery aura enveloping his leg, and charged at Kizaru, who was poised to deliver a final blow to Zoro. However, his flaming kick passed harmlessly through Kizaru's form, failing to inflict any damage. "Damn it!" Sanji exclaimed, desperation etched on his face. Without Haki, he was powerless to harm the Admiral. In that moment, the Straw Hat Pirates found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. Under Kizaru's command, the pacifists relentlessly pressured the crew, compelling them to fight with every ounce of strength they possessed. Just as despair began to settle over them, an elderly figure with a shock of white hair appeared, brandishing a long sword that he swung downwards. Recognizing the threat, Kizaru evaporated to evade the attack, his apprehension evident at the arrival of this formidable individual. "Rayleigh, the Dark King," Kizaru acknowledged, his brow furrowing in confusion at the unexpected intervention of a retired veteran. Yet, with this development, certain matters could now be clarified. Meanwhile, the injured Zoro was hastily evacuated by Sanji and the others. If they could repel the pacifists, the Straw Hat Pirates might escape this island. Elsewhere on the Grand Line, on a remote island, a monumental battle was about to unfold as Fire Fist Ace confronted the traitor of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach. Following a brief exchange, negotiations collapsed. Undeterred by the overwhelming numbers of the Blackbeard Pirates, Ace summoned a blazing inferno that radiated from him, the intense heat causing Teach and his crew to grimace. Suddenly, a bullet fired from the Blackbeard Pirate sniper struck Ace. However, thanks to his Kinbunchika Haki and the elemental powers of his Logia fruit, the projectile passed harmlessly through him, leaving no mark. "Fire Fist!" Ace bellowed, conjuring a colossal flaming fist that surged toward the Blackbeard Pirates, engulfing Teach in flames. The air was filled with anguished cries as his crew attempted to escape the inferno, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The clash was imminent as the fiery might of Ace's Mera Mera no Mi collided with the dark domain of Teach's Yami Yami no Mi, creating a cataclysmic energy surge that forced the Blackbeard Pirates to stagger back. Excitement radiated from the onlookers, for they were a band of ruthless and bloodthirsty marauders. With Ace having mastered Haki, he faced Teach's formidable powers with a steely resolve, prepared to engage in battle. Thus, this fierce conflict raged on for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, the Blackbeard Pirates, at a significant cost of 2 commanders sustaining grievous injuries, managed to capture Ace. A week later, news of Fire Fist Ace's capture spread across the world like wildfire. An invisible storm began to brew, as the stoic visage of Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, betrayed a flicker of fury and helplessness. If he had been more forceful, Ace would never have set sail. If Ace had not ventured out, he would not have been seized by the Navy. What? Fire Fist Ace has been captured and will be publicly executed in 7 days at Marineford. The pirates of the New World reacted with varied expressions upon reading the headlines. On Mufei Island, Xiahao listened in shock to Marco's voice emanating from the Den Den Mushi. He had not anticipated that, despite the twists of fate, history would remain unchanged. Even with Ace mastering Haki, the outcome was the same. Was fate truly immutable? Xiahao shook his head, believing that as a youth of the new era, he was the architect of his own destiny. With Ace's capture, it seemed the war at the summit was destined to unfold. Returning to the days leading up to Ace's capture and Marine headquarters in Marineford, a meeting convened under the leadership of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The discussion revolved around maintaining the balance among the world's 3 great powers, particularly in light of the vacancy created by the defeat of Shichibukai Crocodile at the hands of the Straw Hat Brat, Luffy. In the conference room, a bored naval officer suddenly approached another, seizing him by the throat with a grip that tightened inexorably. The assaulted officer's face flushed red as he protested. "Hey, what are you doing? This is a conference room, not a place for games. Let go, this isn't the time for jokes. And no, it's not me. My hands are out of control, believe me." The attacking officer struggled to deny his actions, even as he fought against an unseen force that compelled him to continue. As the 2 individuals continued their playful antics, the Shichibukai made their entrance. At that moment, the attacking navy suddenly remembered something and looked towards Shichibukai Don Quixote da Flamingo, exclaiming loudly, "Doflamingo, is this your doing? Let me go. Hey, let's get this tedious meeting started." Doflamingo raised his hand and swiftly flicked his fingers twice. The previously unarmed Navy officer suddenly drew his sword from his waist and attacked another Navy member. Witnessing this scene, the targeted officer hurriedly raised his weapon to defend himself. The clamor grew louder, and the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Tsuru, glanced up at the unfolding chaos with a look of exasperation. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from the entrance, as a robust and formidable man appeared before everyone. "Enough. Are you here for a meeting or a brawl? Honestly, I haven't even had the chance to greet you, you scoundrels of the sea." Sengoku halted the farce and turned to Doflamingo, stating, "Hee, I shall take that as a compliment, Admiral Sengoku." Doflamingo responded with a disinterested smile. "I never expected 2 of the 6 Shichibukai to actually show up. What an astonishing attendance rate. If it weren't for the successful development of my island, I wouldn't have had the time to come today." "Oh, congratulations then. However, the better your pirate enterprises do, the more trouble we, the Navy, will face." Sengoku replied bluntly upon hearing Doflamingo's words. The existence of the Shichibukai system can be said to provide these powerful pirates with a facade of protection, fostering a cooperative relationship with the Navy. "It seems no one else will be joining us. Let us commence," Sengoku remarked, glancing at Doflamingo and Bartholomew Kuma with a neutral tone. Just as Sengoku finished speaking, footsteps echoed at the door. After listening to all this nonsense, I almost doubted I had come to the wrong place. If the Navy headquarters and the Shichibukai remain adversarial, then this meeting is unnecessary. "Dracula, a Navy officer exclaimed in astonishment within the conference room. After all, the title of the world's greatest swordsman was indeed terrifying. No way. I can't believe the one person I thought would never come has appeared." Doflamingo was equally shocked at Mihawk's presence, recognizing him as a truly unique and powerful individual. "I can't believe you came too." Sengoku expressed his surprise as well. "I'm merely here as an observer, as I have a keen interest in a particular pirate you are discussing," Mihawk stated calmly at the conference table. "Is that so? Then let us proceed with the meeting," Sengoku replied, showing a moment of contemplation before continuing to lead the discussion. Half an hour passed, yet there remained no suitable candidate for the new Shichibukai. Few powerful pirates were willing to collaborate with the Navy, creating an unnecessary constraint. "Everyone, since we have deliberated for quite some time without finding an appropriate candidate, I have a suggestion. Our captain, Blackbeard Teach, is more than capable of fulfilling this role." A cold voice resonated from the window. The sudden appearance of this individual caused Sengoku and the others to furrow their brows, surprised that someone had so easily infiltrated the Navy headquarters. Clearly, there was a need to enhance security measures. "Rafiat," a Navy officer exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh, what an honor it is to be remembered by someone. The notorious governor from the West Sea, exiled for his violent enforcement of the law, had now appeared." "Blackbeard Teach? I haven't heard of this name." Sengoku shook his head, as Teach currently lacked renown, recognizing that an unknown figure could hardly intimidate other pirates. "Ha! Our captain may not have a formidable reputation now, but that will soon change. Moreover, should the Navy headquarters agree to allow our captain to become a Shichibukai, the Blackbeard Pirates will present a grand gift. We have a detailed plan. Please grant us a little time," Rafiat said with a confident smile, his cane spinning rapidly behind him. This is intriguing. Admiral Sengoku, why not let him give it a try?" Doflamingo suggested, clearly fascinated by Rafiat's brazen demeanor. "Very well, but there won't be much time." Sengoku pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow before consenting to the request. "Thank you." Rafiat bowed slightly, and then left with an expression of indifference. Throughout the encounter, he maintained a demeanor of neither servitude nor arrogance in the presence of Sengoku and the other renowned strongmen of the world, embodying the essence of a man. Returning to the present, the Navy headquarters was in turmoil due to the successful capture of Ace by the Blackbeard Pirates. As per the previously agreed conditions, the new Shichibukai was also claimed by Blackbeard Teach. The news of Ace's capture sent the Whitebeard Pirates into a frenzy. At this moment, Whitebeard Newgate was fervently gathering all available forces aboard the Moby Dick. No one should harm his family. That was the creed of the Whitebeard pirates. Dad, all the captains of the subordinate pirate crews have arrived, and everyone agrees to rescue Ace. Marco quietly informed his somewhat somber father, Whitebeard Newgate. Understood, Newgate replied. Public execution? Sengoku, even after all these years, you remain so cunning. However, even in the jaws of danger, I, Whitebeard Newgate, shall dare to venture forth. For you have captured my beloved son, and the Navy headquarters will pay the price for that. Whitebeard Newgate gazed up at the clouds, reminiscing about the moments of the past few years, firmly believing that Ace would one day inherit his will, even finding the One Piece to become the next pirate king. But now, with Ace captured, the raging fire within him could not be contained. Feeling the surge of power within him, Whitebeard Newgate was grateful that he had sought treatment from that lad, Xia Hao. Otherwise, facing Sengoku and Garp in his injured state would have been exceedingly difficult. Indeed, this was a rescue mission. Whitebeard Newgate never believed he alone could obliterate the Navy headquarters. Such an idea was unrealistic, but as long as he could save Ace, it would be deemed a success. For Whitebeard Newgate, Ace represented the future. Marco, contact that lad, Xia Hao, and tell him I have a favor to ask. After a moment of contemplation, Whitebeard Newgate spoke to Marco, lowering his proud head for the first time in his life for Ace. Dad, Marco looked at Whitebeard in surprise, his mouth agape, as if wanting to say something. Hurry up. Every second counts. Do not waste time. I know what you want to say, but my pride is nothing compared to your lives. Whitebeard Newgate interrupted Marco's forthcoming words, waving him off to act swiftly. Understood, Dad. A warm current flowed through Marco's heart. This was the man they followed, their father, Whitebeard Newgate, a man willing to sacrifice everything for his family. On Mafe Island, Xia Hao, deep in thought regarding Ace's capture, heard the ringing of the den mushi beside him and raised his hand to answer it. Xia Hao, this is Marco. Oh, Marco, what a rare caller. What brings you to call? Are you looking to join the WoodRelease? Xia Hao replied in a calm tone upon hearing Marco's voice. On the other end of the line, Marco wore a speechless expression, wondering why both Shanks and Xia Hao enjoyed recruiting people. He is the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. I want to go. Oh dear, what a pity. Ahem, Xia Hao. This call is not merely a nostalgic chat. I have a request to make. Therefore, I need to trouble you to come here in person. Marco spoke with a tone of utmost seriousness and respect, marking the first time he had ever spoken in such a manner since setting sail. Oh, I understand. Uncle Whitebeard needs my assistance, so that is certainly no problem. I will be there shortly, Xia Hao replied, before hanging up the phone. Shortly? Marco glanced at Whitebeard, who was eavesdropping nearby, and shrugged. Murphy Island is quite far from the Whitebeard Pirates' territory, and even with a steady sail, it would take 3 days. However, just as Marco was filled with doubt, on Murphy Island, Xia Hao took 3 minutes to briefly outline the events expected to unfold and the preparations required by the Haotian pirates. Then his figure vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind amidst a ripple in the void. Is Ace captured? It seems the new world is about to get lively, Ashing exclaimed excitedly, as only amidst chaos could the Haotian pirates swiftly develop, reclaiming or driving away nearby pirates. This is indeed a tumultuous time. We must enhance our vigilance. If the Whitebeard pirates truly go to war with the Navy, the captain will undoubtedly assist them. Let's not forget, Ace is like a half-disciple to him. Mengshan cast a sidelong glance at Ashing, pouting. Ahem, Mengshan, what kind of look is that? I have a good relationship with Ace too, but mobilizing 2 Yonko pirate crews would throw the world into utter chaos. Moreover, I believe that even if he helps, the captain would not personally intervene, Ashing said, unable to withstand Mengshan's gaze. Well, it's good that you know. I still quite like that kid, Ace. Mengshan nodded earnestly. Rest assured, the captain just instructed me to expedite the production of controllable bombs. He must intend to support the Whitebeard pirates. It seems I'll be working overtime these days, Daidatai remarked at that moment. It seems that way. Mengshan and Ashing exchanged glances, nodding. Well then, during this time, I shall also research some special medicines. Just right, Brother Xia Hao provided me with a new research direction I have been eager to try, Kelly said with a smile. Are you saying the captain's cells? Ashing seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "Yes, how splendid to have new progress. Let us verify the efficacy of the medicine through this war." Kelly nodded enthusiastically, deeply fascinated by this new research direction, especially after witnessing the extraordinary vitality of Xiaohao's cells. She felt her captain was an indestructible being. Previously, she had injected the cells into a mouse, and within an hour, the mouse grew 5 to 6 times its original size, with terrifying combat and recovery abilities. However, it was unable to withstand the onslaught of Xiaohao's cells and transformed into a small sapling, which is now planted in the small garden behind her room. On the Moby Dick, Marco, who had just hung up the phone and was preparing to deploy the battle plan, suddenly sensed a terrifying and domineering power rushing towards him. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohao appeared directly in front of him. "Xiaohao!" Marco gasped, taken aback, and beside him, Whitebeard's expression turned serious as well. Xiaohao's speed had been astonishing, as if he had emerged from the void. "Hey, Marco, why the wide-open mouth? Are you going to eat someone?" Xiaohao waved his hand at the astonished Marco. "How did you arrive so quickly?" "Quick. It's decent. But as a man, I dislike being labeled as fast." "Ahem. You rascal." Marco understood immediately, a hint of a blush appearing on his cheeks. All right. I know you are enduring, Xiaohao. I need to ask for your help this time." Whitebeard interjected, redirecting the conversation. "I can help, but payment is required. You are still as money-minded as ever. Money is not an issue. Furthermore, I heard from Ace that his hockey was taught by you. Therefore, I refuse to believe you are unaware of his identity. As the son of that man, you must contribute as well, for you once claimed that your life was saved by him." Whitebeard gazed at Xiaohao, who appeared greedy, immediately agreeing, but then played the emotional card. "Xiaohao, you cannot refuse this favor." Whitebeard smiled at Xiaohao, for over the years of battles and clashes, he had grown quite familiar with Xiaohao as character. He valued deep emotions and camaraderie, and his gratitude was evident. It was hard to fathom such qualities in a pirate, yet they undeniably manifested in the anomaly that is Xiaohao. This was one of the reasons Whitebeard could lower his stature and seek Xiaohao's assistance, for they were quite alike. "All right, you win." Truly, Xiaohao looked at the man known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, with a helpless expression. Whether it was Roger or Whitebeard, they were viewed by the outside world as formidable and domineering figures. Yet, in the presence of those familiar with them, they could occasionally let loose and engage in humorous antics like common folk. "Well then, I have heard that the Haotian pirates have a bomb maker whose creations far exceed ordinary power. I need not many, just 1,000 or 1,800 will suffice. Also, about those wooden hearts from the last treatment, I would like 100 or so. I won't mind if it's few." Whitebeard pondered, counting the items known to be produced by the Haotian pirates. While not typically necessary, they would be essential for waging war, a potent tool against regular Navy soldiers. "Ahem, Uncle Whitebeard, what are you thinking? There aren't that many in stock. In just a few days, even if my crew worked themselves to death, it wouldn't be feasible. The maximum for bombs is 500, and for wooden hearts at most 10. Creating those is no easy task." Xiaohao rolled his eyes at Whitebeard's overreaching demands. Who said this old man was proud? Just look at how he is acting now, a veritable money grubber. "Deal." Whitebeard immediately agreed upon hearing Xiaohao as response, fearing he might change his mind. Though they jested, the reality was that everyone knew this war was initiated by the Navy headquarters targeting the Whitebeard pirates. After all, ever since Captain Roger ignited the Great Pirate Era, the seas had been flooded with pirates, each running amok, resulting in dire security for the seas. To the common folk, pirates had become synonymous with evil. If they could leverage Ace's public execution to establish authority, it would significantly diminish the pirate menace for a long time. Thus, rescuing Ace was justified, but meticulous planning and caution were paramount. If feasible, after rescuing Ace, they must swiftly depart from Marineford. Xiaohao observed Whitebeard and Marco, articulating much. As for the possibility of Whitebeard being betrayed by his son, Xiaohao refrained from mentioning it. It was merely a minor wound, and even if Whitebeard were injured, the wooden heart could fully heal him. Most importantly, while Xiaohao enjoyed a good relationship with Whitebeard, he knew better than to speak ill of his son, for Whitebeard would not tolerate it. Nonetheless, this matter could be brought up with Marco, as he was wholly devoted to Whitebeard, and informing him might avert any potential betrayal. In 4 days, I will arrange for someone to deliver it. Everything will be ready in time. Xiahao slowly rose, addressing Whitebeard. After all, the news released by the world government and the Navy indicated that Ace's execution was scheduled for a week later. Understood. During their next encounter, let us share a drink. Old man with a white beard. Xiahao waved his hand and approached Marco, patting him on the shoulder before discreetly slipping a small note into his pocket. With that, he vanished completely from the Moby Dick. Observing Xiaohao's covert action, Marco stuffed his right hand into his pocket and felt the small note. Retreating to a corner, he pulled it out, and the words that met his gaze caused his pupils to dilate in shock, disbelief washing over him. This cannot be real, Marco murmured to himself. Yet he could not dismiss the matter from his mind. He recalled a few years earlier when Xiahao had warned him, a caution he failed to heed, which ultimately led to that scoundrel-teached betrayal. Had he only remained resolute back then, Ace might not have been captured, and the war could have been averted. This time, I will not allow any unforeseen events to transpire. Marco clenched his fists, his resolve unwavering as he spoke. In the new world, on the island of Jiushi, Xiaohao's unexpected intrusion spared Hancock from being branded as a slave to the celestial dragons, leaving no mark on her back. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had been flung away by Bartholomew Kuma on Sabedi Archipelago, did not receive his usual treatment. However, during a fierce battle, he managed to save Hancock's sister, preventing any murderous intent towards him. Yet, Luffy's current strength was insufficient to defeat Hancock, and at that moment, he found himself imprisoned, starving after a day without food. Who goes there? Hancock, seated upon her throne, suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura approaching. A frown creased her flawless visage as a flicker of anger flashed across her face. She gazed into the distance, astonished to see the once delicate and charming young girl transformed into the domineering empress of the sea on Jiushi Island. Xiaohao's figure materialized from the void, appearing approximately 10 meters from Hancock, his expression calm as he regarded the now stunningly beautiful Hancock. Xiahao Gij. Upon hearing her sister's astonished and excited voice, Sandasonia and Marigorud turned, equally stunned as they beheld the tall, imposing figure of the man before them. Their eyes sparkled as they scrutinized Xiaohao's features. Xiahao Gij, confirming that the person before them was indeed Xiahao. The sisters hurriedly approached him, their smiles radiant with joy at his visit. It has been quite some time, Sandasonia, Marigorud. Xiahao chuckled, looking at the two sisters who had grown stronger than him. He vaguely remembered that the third sister had been quite beautiful in their childhood, but time had not been kind. Xiahao Gij, we never expected you would come see us. Had it not been for his intervention, the three sisters would have gathered around, chattering away, while the formerly aloof pirate empress now appeared as an endearing younger sister. It was merely a small act, no need for undue concern. This visit is for a man, Xiahao remarked, waving his hand dismissively, his tone unassuming, not at all elevated due to his rescue of the sisters. A man? You mean the Straw Hat Kid? Does Xiahao Gij know him? Not yet, but I am quite familiar with his brother. In fact, the initial power of that lad is entirely due to my influence. Xiahao pondered before speaking. Feel free to voice any requests. Hancock, she said earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. It concerns the world government and Navy's execution invitation regarding Fire Fist Ace. I need your assistance, Xiahao stated. 10 minutes later, Hancock regarded Xiahao with a peculiar expression but ultimately acquiesced to his plan, agreeing to help the Straw Hat Kid infiltrate Impel Down. Hancock signaled Marigorud to execute the first step, inadvertently delivering a newspaper to Luffy. Before long, the sound of Luffy's astonished and frantic voice echoed from the prison, as he pounded against the bars, shouting, "Let me out! Hurry, let me out! Calm down! Behave yourself! If you anger Lady Hancock, your life will be forfeit. Let me go! I need to save Ace. The Navy has captured him. Open the cell door. Release him." Hancock's cold voice rang out, prompting the crew of the WoodRelease to step forward and free Luffy. "Thank you. Could you please arrange for a small boat? I need to set sail." Luffy gazed at Hancock with urgency, his tone somewhat pleading. After all, Ace was his brother, and with one the trio already lost, he could not afford to lose another. or he would be left alone in his solitude. Set sail? Do you know where Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, is? Can you navigate? Even if you reach your destination, with your current meager strength, can you truly infiltrate? Fire Fist Ace is to be executed in a week, and you simply won't make it. Hancock posed a series of questions that rendered Luffy, who had initially been frantic, momentarily dazed. He stumbled back a few steps before collapsing onto the ground, feeling lost and uncertain. Rest assured, I know where Fire Fist Ace is currently imprisoned, and I can take you inside. Consider a compensation for the time you refrained from harming my sister during your duel, Hancock reassured him. Really? Thank you. Luffy's anxious expression brightened with a hint of a smile as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Notify the Navy outside that I will participate in the upcoming battle against the Whitebeard pirates, but I have one condition. I wish to see the person being executed. Hancock instructed her subordinate, gesturing for him to convey the message to the Navy. 10 minutes later, the Navy consented to Hancock's request, though the reasons were unclear. It was a crucial time leading up to a major conflict, and as a powerful warlord of the sea, the Navy was reluctant to offend her. Xiahao Gij, everything is prepared as you instructed. In the palace of the Daughter Kingdom on Jiushi Island, Hancock gazed at Xiahao with a gentle expression. Watching her act like a bashful young girl, Xiahao felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that his earlier act of saving her had caused Hancock to become infatuated with him. Well done, Hancock. Xiahao Gij called my name. Upon hearing his words, Hancock's face flushed crimson, transforming her into a flustered maiden, hiding behind her pet snake while peeking shyly at Xiahao. The two sisters looked at their elder sister's behavior, bewildered, wondering what had transpired. Had she fallen ill? Only WoodRelease, standing nearby, sighed softly, fully aware of the situation. It appeared yet another empress of the Daughter Kingdom had succumbed to the charms of a man. Was this fate unavoidable for every empress? However, more than this, WoodRelease was taken aback by Xiaohao's identity as one of the 5 emperors. She never imagined the pirate emperor ruling the second half of the seas would have such connections with Hancock and her sisters. It seemed that no pirate would dare trouble the Daughter Kingdom now that they had a formidable ally. Hancock's decision to join the warlords of the sea had merely been an attempt to ensure the peaceful development of the Daughter Kingdom. An hour later, having completed the arrangements, Hancock set sail with the Navy's warship, heading towards the underwater prison of Impel Down. What about me? You said you would take me with you. Luffy shouted anxiously as he watched the Navy ship disappear from view. Rest assured, as soon as my sister reaches Impel Down, someone will take you there. Don't worry. Maragorud reassured the impatient Luffy, though she was uncertain how Xiahao planned to reach Impel Down in such a short time. Still, she believed in Xiaohao's capabilities, for he was the one who had rescued the 3 sisters. Really? Luffy looked at Maragorud, who seemed sincere, seeking confirmation once more. Yes, trust me. Xiahao observed that everything proceeded according to plan. With a flicker of his figure, he departed from Jiushi Island and reappeared on an unknown small island. In the center of the isle stood a towering tree that reached the heavens, its peak obscured from sight. History is inscribed by the victors. Much like how justice is never destined to fail, for it is only the conquerors who embody righteousness. After years of silence, he hoped that nothing had gone awry. Otherwise, this time Summit War would still lead to a tragic outcome. Arriving beneath the great tree, an imposing aura of dominance surged around him. Beasts that attempted to attack Xiahao fell to the ground, their eyes glazed, cold sweat pouring down as they succumbed in a fit of foaming unconsciousness. WoodRelease, great life technique. Xiahao pressed his palms together, channeling a terrifying vitality into the massive tree before him. In an instant, the tree expanded, its height rapidly increasing until it reached its limit. Then, as Xiahao altered the sealing technique in his hands, the towering tree swiftly withered and shrank, its powerful life force transforming into pure energy that coalesced at the roots, intensifying by the moment. A gust of sea breeze swept by, scattering the withered remnants of the tree into the air, leaving no trace behind. As time ticked away, the sun set and the moon rose. 2 days elapsed. Finally, the previously tranquil ground emitted a rumble, and the earth, resembling a spider's web, suddenly collapsed. A robust hand emerged from the soil. followed by an overwhelming aura as a figure soared from beneath the ground. After a moment of silence, a hearty laugh echoed through the sky, stirring the once calm sea into towering waves in response. In a new world, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku led a council of high-ranking naval officers to discuss the specifics of an impending execution. After all, they faced the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Moreover, the might of his pirate crew could not be underestimated. Each member was a renowned pirate in their own right, and even the average crew member could overpower 10 foes. This conflict was not merely a matter of pride for the world government and the Navy. It served as a formidable warning to the pirate crews in the New World. Thus, the execution must proceed smoothly. Even if the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates appeared, the Navy could not afford to fail. Sengoku scanned the room before expressing his stance. To better intimidate the scum of the sea, the execution would be broadcast live. Pacifistas would also be deployed, alongside a mandatory summons for the Shichibukai. All except for that rascal Jinbei would be present. 3 days prior, news of the elite naval assembly had spread across the globe. This would be the pinnacle of naval strength in history. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke up. If anyone has additional suggestions, feel free to share. Akainu, you may begin. On Jioshi Island in the New World, Xiahao sensed the fluctuations of the Flying Thunder God technique mark on Hancock. He immediately realized that Hancock had reached impelled down. After a moment of contemplation, Xiahao clapped his hands together, invoking WoodRelease. Wood transformation. As his voice fell, a plume of white smoke enveloped him, transforming his previously striking appearance into that of a tall, robust man with a long, red beard adorning his face. "Siyahoye!" exclaimed Marigold and Sander Sonia, their mouths agape in astonishment, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Was this truly a transformation of life? It is I. Given my status, I cannot recklessly appear on Navy territory. If I were to join forces with a Yonko pirate crew, the world would descend into chaos, Xiahao replied with a smile. Although he had become a pirate, he maintained a respectful distance from the Navy, not due to a weakness of strength, but because a flicker of goodness still resided within him. After all, not every pirate ventures forth solely in pursuit of dreams. Plunder and pillage are the standard operations for the majority. Were it not for the Navy's efforts to maintain world peace, the world might truly descend into utter turmoil. Moments later, Xiahao, now in the guise of the red-bearded man, stood before Luffy. Upon seeing this towering figure, Luffy instinctively took a step back, adopting a combat stance. The overwhelming pressure he felt was greater than when he first encountered Admiral Kazuru at Sabaody Archipelago. "Relax, Straw Hat Luffy. I am here to take you to Impel Down," Xiahao said, smiling at the wary Luffy. "Really? Let's go," Luffy exclaimed joyfully at the mention of Impel Down, especially since Xiahao radiated no hostility. "Hold on tight. I won't be responsible if you fall." With a flash, Xiahao grasped Luffy's arm firmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Flying Thunder God technique activated, and Luffy felt the world spin around him, immense pressure bearing down on his body, while the powerful force stretched his rubbery form. "What just happened?" Luffy exclaimed, wide-eyed in shock, trying to comprehend the situation. However, the rapid spatial shift rendered him unable to open his eyes. Upon arriving at the underwater Impel Down, after meeting Ace on the 6th level, Hancock found an excuse to retreat to the infirmary, spending some time there. A spatial disturbance occurred as Xiahao and Luffy materialized before Hancock. Although Xiahao had warned Luffy to remain silent, he still sealed Luffy's mouth with WoodRelease to prevent any loud outbursts that might alert the guards. "Who are you?" Hancock inquired, gazing at the red-bearded Xiahao with a puzzled expression. "Ahem, I cannot reveal my identity while out and about." "Thank you for your assistance, Hancock." Xiaohao's voice prompted a wary Hancock to lower her guard, pouting as she looked at him. "I still prefer the original appearance of Xiahao Ji," Hancock murmured softly. "Hey, Pirate Empress, visiting hours are up. We must leave." At that moment, a guard's voice echoed from outside, causing Hancock's previously bashful demeanor to darken as she exited with a scowl. "Those damn Marines! How dare they ruin my plans?" "Creak. Huh? When did 2 green plants appear?" The guard peered into the restroom, noticing the two plants but failing to detect anything amiss before shutting the door and leaving. After 2.5 minutes, sensing that no one was nearby, Xiaohao released the WoodRelease. Luffy, take a moment to rest and prepare for your covert operation. With your current strength, acting recklessly and impelled down would not only jeopardize Ace's rescue, but also put yourself at risk. Do you understand? Xiaohao advised, observing Luffy, who was eager to spring into action. Understood. Thank you this time, Uncle Redbeard. Luffy grinned, expressing his gratitude. Go and good luck. Xiaohao waved his hand, urging Luffy to proceed with his mission. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, with the issuance of the Shichibukai mandatory summons, figures such as Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Dracula Mihawk, and Pirate Empress Hancock arrived one after the other, though Blackbeard, who had just become a Shichibukai, was nowhere to be seen. Nevertheless, it was the first time the Navy had witnessed such a complete assembly of the Shichibukai. To ensure the execution proceeded smoothly, the Shichibukai arrived in Marineford 2 days in advance. After all, Admiral Sengoku's strategy required positioning the Shichibukai at the forefront to withstand the initial onslaught of the Whitebeard pirates. This arrangement would also minimize naval losses, as Sengoku viewed all pirates as scum, and any opportunity to utilize them effectively was certainly advantageous. Unexpectedly, the 7 warlords have gathered in such a manner. Doflamingo, gazing at the remaining members of the 7 warlords, let out a deep, resonant laugh. How vexing it is to be summoned by the Navy at such an inconvenient time. I was engrossed in my research on new zombies. Moria, crossing his arms, displayed an expression of anger. I heard you were defeated by a mere rookie. Moria, you truly are regressing with age. Doflamingo mocked as he turned his gaze towards Moria. After all, being bested by a fledgling pirate was quite the embarrassment. The last individual who faced such a fate has already been incarcerated and impelled down. And had it not been for the war with the Whitebeard pirates, Moria might have faced a similar fate. Moreover, following this war, Moria may very well become obsolete. A defeated warlord no longer possesses the deterrent effect over pirates, and the world government has no use for such an entity. Moria, hearing his shortcomings exposed, was instantly filled with indignation. After all, such disgraceful matters are not something he wishes to be the subject of gossip among many. Enough, enough. Quiet down, you wretched scoundrels. Vice Admiral Tsuru, observing the raucous meeting room, admonished them with exasperation. With Fleet Admiral Sengoku absent, she alone could impose some order among the 7 warlords, which is one of the reasons the Navy headquarters entrusted her with the war deployment. Indeed, as Vice Admiral Tsuru began to speak, the room fell silent. Even the notoriously unruly Doflamingo quieted down upon seeing her serious demeanor. For this woman, he felt he could not provoke. Now, I shall announce your positions regarding the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at everyone, then picked up the deployment map from the table and spoke. Meanwhile, in the depths of Impelled Down, Luffy, having infiltrated the interior, found himself lost on the 2nd level and was astonished to see a man with a straw hat outside the door. Buggy widened his eyes, incredulous. Is that Straw Hat Kid? Huh, who called me? You are Red-Nosed Buggy. Upon hearing his name, Luffy turned around and was equally astonished to see Buggy's iconic red nose. You scoundrel, do not call me red-nosed, you brat. Buggy fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Luffy. Simultaneously, Mr. 3, who was incarcerated alongside Buggy, stared wide-eyed at Luffy's unexpected appearance. Straw Hat Kid, how are you doing up here? Mr. 3 hastily inquired. Oh, I came to rescue people, Luffy replied with utmost honesty. Rescue people? Wait, how on earth did you get in here? Buggy frowned, utterly perplexed. Well, I was just brought in just like that. Luffy pondered for a moment, scratching his chin. Just like that. Buggy and Mr. 3 exchanged skeptical glances, each thinking, this kid can't be serious. It's true. Luffy nodded, then inquired, do you know how to get to the 6th level? The 6th level? Buggy exclaimed in shock. For the 6th level housed the most vicious and formidable criminals. Only those deemed a significant threat to the world were confined there. Yes, Ace is imprisoned there. I must go save him, Luffy quickly affirmed. Fire Fist Ace. Ah, is this what that fellow Xiaohao referred to as fate? Forget it. I have already gathered everything I needed over the past 2 years. It is time to leave. Buggy mumbled to himself before glancing at Luffy's straw hat. A wave of nostalgia washing over him, recalling his most joyous days as a pirate. I will take you there. However, you must compensate me. It was your grandfather who got me thrown into this prison. Otherwise, with my skills, I would only be locked in the first level. Buggy suddenly noticed the jewelry on Luffy's wrist, reminiscent of Captain John's treasure map token, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really? That would be splendid. Thank you, Red-Nosed. You scoundrel, do not call me Red-Nosed, Brad. You seem to have no treasures, so just give me that bracelet on your wrist. Buggy feigned difficulty and disdain. You're quite nice, Buggy, Luffy exclaimed, his face breaking into a broad smile at Buggy's willingness to help. Are you serious? You must be mad, Buggy. This is impelled down. Chief Warden Magellan is a monster on par with a Marine Admiral. Mr. 3 gasped, terror filling his expression as he stared at Buggy, who was worth a lesser bounty than himself. I am certainly not mad. 3. Come with me. Buggy smiled, then activated his chop-chop fruit abilities, causing his shackles to shatter instantly. The Navy had imprisoned him in the first level without even providing sea-stone handcuffs, thus presenting Buggy with an opportunity. He could leave his cell whenever he wished. You. Mr. 3's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out in shock. He never imagined that the Buggy he was incarcerated with was a wolf in sheep's clothing. With a simple gesture, Buggy raised his hand, and the shackles on Mr. 3 were removed, while the cell door in front of them was destroyed. Buggy, clad in prison garb, swaggered out. Luffy looked at Buggy as though meeting him for the first time. Was he truly that strong? Why had he not demonstrated such prowess during their previous encounter? Let us go, 3, we've broken out. Buggy urged Mr. 3, who was still in shock. Huh, we're escaping just like that. Mr. 3 found it hard to believe how easily he had shed his constraints. However, seeing Buggy and Luffy moving ahead, he gritted his teeth and followed. None wished to spend their lives confined in a cell. Here is the key. If you wish to leave, this is your only chance. Having moved a distance away, Buggy casually tossed the key toward his cell door, speaking in a calm tone. In an instant, the eyes of the pirate inmates in the vicinity gleamed with hope. All fixated on the key, a cacophony of noise erupting. The trio of Luffy, Buggy, and Mr. 3 made their way to the third level with ease. After all, Buggy was no longer the same. Even the likes of Cat and Mouse were no match for him. However, upon reaching the third level, Luffy inadvertently triggered a surveillance snail, which alerted the guards. Although Buggy quickly destroyed it, the alarm throughout Impel Down rang out. News of a breakout swiftly spread across the prison. As they saw a horde of impelled down soldiers pursuing them, Luffy and the others quickly fled. After all, once encircled, escape would be nearly impossible, especially with the relentless Magellan lurking nearby. The sweltering heat from the fourth level's inferno made the third level feel like a steamy furnace, passing by several cells. They could see emaciated prisoners barely clinging to life. Yet in that moment, Luffy and his companions had no time to concern themselves with others. They merely wished to escape this place. Mr. 3? Straw Hat Kid. Just as Luffy was about to reach the staircase, a familiar voice rang in his ears. While running, he turned to see it was Bon Clay. Little Bon, what are you doing here? Luffy exclaimed with delight. Mr. 2, I can't believe you're imprisoned in this level. Mr. 3 observed the frail Bon Clay. Buggy, help him out. Holy, Straw Hat Kid. Aren't you here to rescue brother? The fourth level houses Chief Warden Magellan, and I might not be able to assist you. That man is too twisted. As Baiji urged on, he placed his hand upon the high loose stone chains. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, the chains were violently fractured, falling to the ground in disarray. This individual had concealed his true strength too well. Mr. 3, observing Baiji's actions, felt an overwhelming shock within. After all, that was high loose stone, and a devil fruit user had touched it without succumbing to weakness. We must leave quickly. Even the prison guards of the second floor are in pursuit. Baiji exclaimed, casually raising his hand to shatter the surrounding den mushi, rendering them incapable of recording the event. Although Baiji possessed considerable strength, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in a prolonged confrontation with their foes. On the fourth floor, within the office of the Warden Magellan, News of the jailbreak reached him through the guards. Just as he was about to spring into action, a tumultuous rumbling erupted within his stomach. "You all go ahead and capture them. I shall join shortly. Also, let that scoundrel Shiryu take action as well. If the pirates of the third and fourth floors are all released, you will find it exceedingly difficult to resist." Upon concluding his words, Magellan swiftly darted into the restroom, a sound of relief echoing from within. The decision to involve Shiryu was a last resort, forced upon him by the intelligence organization's miscalculation of Baiji's capabilities. As the news of the jailbreak spread throughout Impel Down, all guards remained on high alert, their senses sharpened to their surroundings. Meanwhile, the inmates, upon hearing the news, exhibited glimmers of hope, pondering the possibility of being liberated by these formidable individuals. Just as chaos ensued in Impel Down due to Luffy's incursion, the Blackbeard pirates infiltrated the prison, utilizing Titch's status as a warlord of the sea. Likely, this was the handiwork of Lafitte, for he had once incapacitated the guards at Marine headquarters to gain entry into the warlord meeting room. With their warlord status, the Blackbeard pirates found their movements significantly facilitated, and the soldiers of Impel Down, mistaking them for allies, failed to impose any significant constraints. The Blackbeard pirates soon appeared on the fourth floor, coincidentally encountering the freshly emerged Magellan. "Blackbeard pirates, Titch, you dare enter armed. What are your intentions? Even as warlords, you cannot freely enter Impel Down." Magellan spoke coldly. Having encountered countless pirates over the years, evil, cruel, hypocritical, and cunning, the instant he laid eyes upon the Blackbeard pirates, he recognized them as adversaries. Why else would they enter without his consent as the warden, not to mention the presence of a gaunt donkey? Indeed, a donkey. The Blackbeard pirates' Toxic Q's sickly horse had been incinerated during a battle with Ace, its bones reduced to ash by the terrifying flames. In that same conflict, Toxic Q had lost an arm to Ace's fire. As for the other injury, it belonged to the Blackbeard pirate's strongest brawler, the so-called champion of combat, Bagus. His severed arm had been replaced with a special mechanical prosthetic. Seeing Magellan exuding toxic fumes, the Blackbeard pirates immediately readied themselves for battle, their eyes fixed on him. Prior to their arrival, they had thoroughly investigated his devil fruit abilities and personal tendencies. "Ha ha ha! Magellan, do you truly believe you can stand against us all alone?" Titch laughed maniacally, his gaze towards Magellan brimming with confidence and arrogance. In response to Titch's provocation, Magellan unleashed his venomous dragon, a serpentine entity composed of toxic liquid that descended rapidly from the air, aimed directly at the Blackbeard pirates. In an instant, the area within 100 meters was enveloped in venom. The Blackbeard pirates were soon covered in the toxic substance, their anguished cries echoing as they collapsed, gasping for breath amidst the fumes. Observing the Blackbeard pirates in such a pitiful state, Magellan scoffed before pursuing the direction in which Luffy and his companions had fled. After all, those he had defeated with a single blow were merely pretenders. However, just as Magellan departed, Shiryu emerged from a shadowy corner, delivering the antidote to the Blackbeard pirates. "You have greatly underestimated Magellan. Had I not possessed the antidote, you might have perished here," Shiryu remarked, his tone devoid of emotion as he regarded the recovering Blackbeard pirates. "But we are alive now. Ha ha! It feels wonderful to be alive. Perhaps fate has smiled upon us once more." The Blackbeard pirates expressed their elation at their survival, recognizing it as a stroke of good fortune. Life and death are dictated by the heavens. Those who fear will lose. Let us seize the next moment. Shiryu, to show my gratitude, I believe you will become our new ally. Titch boldly stepped forward, declaring his intentions to Shiryu. "My life has already reached its end, since fate has brought us together. Titch, you are the man I have long awaited." Upon hearing Titch's invitation, Shiryu consented, seeing in Titch a kindred spirit, a man of immense ambition. "Welcome to our ranks, Shiryu." The laughter of the Blackbeard pirates resonated throughout Impel Down, unbeknownst to Magellan, who had arrived on the third floor, where he encountered the Straw Hat Luffy. "Magellan, Straw Hat, run!" Baiji shouted, halting abruptly as he spotted the man at the staircase's end, dust swirling around him. He turned to Luffy, urging him to flee. "We cannot retreat. Ace is still on the 6th floor, Luffy declared, his spirit ignited by the formidable presence of Magellan. Ace was within reach, and he could not afford to retreat, for then he would lose the last of his brothers. I owe you one. I can only hold him off for a while. The rest is up to you. Baiji shook his head, positioning himself before Luffy, speaking somberly. Go now. Thank you, Baiji. Luffy replied gratefully, rushing towards Magellan without any intention of battle. This guy truly believes in me. Baiji shrugged, savoring the rare taste of trust after such a long time. Venom Dragon. Magellan's brow furrowed as he observed Luffy charging towards him. A dragon formed from concentrated venom materialized instantaneously, launching itself at Luffy. However, just as the venomous dragon approached, Baiji's voice rang out, spatial disruption. With Baiji's declaration, the venom dragon before Luffy shattered into countless fragments. Above the dragon, a ruptured space absorbed all the venom, plunging the area into an eerie silence. Luffy, Mr. 2, Finkuli. This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. Don't lose focus. We must flee. I cannot hold him off for long. Baiji urged Luffy, who was astonished by the spectacle. Although inspired by Xiahao, Baiji had only recently begun to develop his devil fruit abilities. For years, he had been engrossed in treasure hunting, his capabilities stagnating since the days of Roger's crew. Activating a devil fruit ability requires stamina, and the use of haki demands great personal fortitude. He was no tireless monster like Xiahao, facing the admiral-level power of Magellan. He could hold his own, but to emerge victorious was nothing short of a daydream. Upon hearing the scolding from Bucky, Luffy regained his senses and swiftly sprinted towards the 4th level, while fromGarp and Mr. 3 could only follow suit. For halting in the presence of Magellan would equate to death. These fellows run remarkably fast. Bucky, with a face of exasperation, gazed at the already distant Mr. 3 and muttered in disbelief. The clown Bucky, indeed, the intelligence department is filled with inept fools, allowing such a character to be confined in the 2nd level. Magellan was also taken aback by Bucky's spatial shattering attack. Thus, he resolved to no longer hold back and aimed to eliminate Bucky first. I shall no longer play with you. Taste my move, Bucky bounce. Observing the furious Magellan, Bucky dug at his nostrils, then lifted his foot, sending a small iron ball soaring towards Magellan, and without looking back, he bolted away. The small iron ball unleashed a terrifying explosion shockwave, leaving Magellan severely injured. Had it not been for the unique properties of the Doku no Mi, akin to a natural type ability, he would have likely sustained grave injuries. The aftermath of the explosion instantly demolished the walls of the 3rd level's hunger hell, obliterating many cells that imprisoned pirates. Witnessing the vanishing walls of their cages, the pirates went utterly mad, rushing in the direction Bucky had just departed. After being confined and impelled down for so many years, who among them was unaware of Magellan's terrifying capabilities? That Bucky could inflict harm on Magellan in their initial skirmish was sufficient to demonstrate Bucky's strength. Thus, as the pirates on the 3rd level exchanged glances, a singular thought arose in their minds: to follow the clown Bucky, who would undoubtedly become their leader. You fools! Clown Bucky, Straw Hat Luffy, you shall not escape. Immediately retrieve all prisoners involved in the escape. Those who resist shall be executed on the spot. Upon seeing the guards arrive, Magellan promptly issued his orders, hastening towards the scorching hell of the 4th level, feeling the imminent danger posed by Straw Hat's actions. Luffy, fromGarp, and Mr. 3 dashed madly towards the 6th level, narrowly missing the Blackbeard pirates upon reaching the 4th level. However, their path was obstructed by the guards of Impel Down as the massive beast wardens charged towards them, roaring menacingly. These were awakened Zoan-type devil fruit users, and for reasons unknown, they seemed unable to revert to human form, becoming formidable combatants for Impel Down. Simultaneously, Magellan appeared behind Luffy and his companions, his gaze icy as he regarded Bucky and Luffy, his body brimming with swirling venom, emitting a series of terrifying purple gas bubbles. In the depths of Impel Down's 5th level, the Blackbeard pirates, led by Shiryu of the Rain, arrived effortlessly. Due to Shiryu's former position as Chief Warden, the starving wolves on this level did not launch an attack. With a smile, Shiryu guided the Blackbeard pirates towards the 6th level, known as the Endless Hell, where prisoners, deemed too dangerous by the world government, were held, each one a formidable figure, notorious even before the era of great pirates. This was also one of the reasons Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach had come under the banner of the Shichibukai. Capturing just one or two of these individuals would be a significant success. However, just as the Blackbeard pirates prepared to approach the entrance of the 6th level, the previously silent pack of wolves suddenly emitted low growls, their scarlet eyes fixated on the entrance. What is happening? Why have these starving wolves become so unusual? A foreboding sensation washed over them. Such overwhelming pressure. Could it be that the inmates of the 6th level have escaped? Thud thud. As the Blackbeard pirates analyzed the situation, the once ferocious starving wolves appeared to witness something dreadful. Their eyes turned white, cold sweat pouring down as they retreated 2 steps before collapsing, unconscious. Conqueror's Haki. Blackbeard Teach's expression darkened, for from this indiscriminate and overwhelming pressure, he understood that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Then, before the eyes of the Blackbeard pirates, a man with a red beard and a smirk emerged. As he drew nearer, the oppressive aura of his conqueror's Haki intensified, as if solidifying into a tangible force that struck all present. Such terrifying Haki. Who is this man? Why have I never encountered him before? Shiryu frowned at the appearance of the red-bearded figure portrayed by Xia Hao, for in all these years, he had never heard of such a formidable presence confined in the 6th level. So powerful. Damn it. I feel as though my strength has diminished, Bias exclaimed, his face twisted in frustration. Who are you? I don't believe I have ever wronged you. Blackbeard Teach inquired curiously, gazing at the red-bearded Xia Hao. Dead men need not speak. The toxic gas surrounding Xia Hao began to spread, swiftly transforming the entire 5th level of the ice hell into a toxic nightmare. In contrast to Shiryu of the Rain, who possessed Magellan's antidote, the toxic dragon magic unleashed by Xia Hao was exceedingly difficult to counter. Looking at the familiar scene, the expressions of the Blackbeard pirates tightened as they glanced towards the poisoned wolves, whose bones had been utterly disintegrated by the noxious gas. Instantly, led by Blackbeard Teach, they turned their attention to Xia Hao's red-bearded illusion, their faces darkening with realization that since no escape was offered, he must be an enemy. Arrogant fool. Bias covered his nose, letting out a cold snort, his mechanical fist tightening, ready to attack Xia Hao. Yet Blackbeard Teach stopped him, sensing the danger posed by the toxic gas before them. A loud gunshot rang out as the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, Van Augur, squeezed the trigger, a bullet appearing mere centimeters from Xia Hao's forehead. The sudden ambush elicited a smile from Blackbeard Teach, for this unexpected tactic had proven effective in previous battles. A sneak attack? Truly a bunch of vile scoundrels. Xia Hao smirked, and the moment the bullet was fired, his body reacted instinctively. The Xia Hao that remained stationary was merely a shadow, as the bullet passed through the illusion, striking the wall of impelled down behind him, creating a deep crater. Guns are not mere toys. A man must be prepared to wager his life the moment he raises a weapon. Are you ready? Xia Hao's calm voice echoed behind Van Augur, a massive toxic fist descending from above, engulfing him entirely. The formidable, corrosive nature of the toxic dragon magic caused his flesh to decay from within, leaving no unscathed skin. A cough of black blood erupted from Van Augur, his body collapsing to the ground as the sound of sizzling filled the air, white smoke rising. How dare you lay hands on my men? Blackbeard Teach's expression darkened furiously, turning to retaliate. Confident in his abilities due to possessing the Yami Yami no Mi, he felt empowered. However, Xia Hao did not grant him the opportunity. After dispatching Van Augur, the others could not hope to touch him in terms of speed. Thus, Xia Hao fixed his gaze upon Q, the poison user. Since he was ill, it was time for him to die. Xia Hao's haunting voice caused Q, who was sprawled on a donkey, to change color in alarm, hastily activating his superhuman type, Doku no Mi abilities. But he only saw a massive fist imbued with Haki, swinging down upon him, striking his head with tremendous force. The overwhelming power caused Q's head to explode like a ripe watermelon, spraying red and white matter all over the ground. In their initial confrontation, the Blackbeard pirates suffered one death and one severe injury. How can this be? Who on earth are you? Blackbeard Teach was utterly enraged, pondering for ages yet failing to identify the man before him, capable of releasing toxic gas and wielding the power of Conqueror's Haki. Due to the formidable strength exhibited by Xia Hao in his portrayal of the character Hong Huzi, it is evident that he is no ordinary individual. My identity is inconsequential. What truly matters is that, Tiki, you cannot leave here unscathed today. Xia Hao cast a cold gaze upon Tiki, his tone devoid of warmth. Let's see about that. Let fate reveal whether it favors me. Upon hearing Xia Hao's unwavering resolve, Tiki silently activated the powers of the Enin fruit, dark mists of energy swirling around him, beginning to spread. The power of the Enin fruit, is it? Alas, my abilities do not stem from a devil fruit. Tiki, this time, you have miscalculated. Xia Hao remained unperturbed as the waves of black energy surged towards him. In the next moment, his Haoshiku Haki surged forth like a raging tide towards the Blackbeard pirates. The overwhelming pressure coalescing into a tangible force, fracturing the surrounding space with resounding cracks. The members of the Blackbeard pirates, witnessing Xia Hao before them, wore expressions of grave concern, striving to withstand this domineering force. Under the impact of Haoshiku Haki, fissures appeared on the walls surrounding Impel Down, gradually spreading like a spider's web. In no time, the thick walls crumbled, debris raining down. This individual is remarkably powerful. Such a level of Haoshiku Haki could rival even the current Yonko of the New World. A true monster. The flawless operation was thwarted by this individual. In that moment, the Blackbeard pirates were beset by their thoughts, their gazes fixated on the manifestation of Xia Hao as Hong Huzi, striving to etch his visage into memory. And Shui Dao. At that moment, Tiki's sinister voice rang out, a torrent of darkness surging towards Xia Hao, the terrifying gravitational force akin to a miniature black hole. However, mere meters away from Xia Hao, it abruptly halted, as if obstructed by an unseen force, the domain of Haoshiku Haki. Xia Hao had elevated his mastery of Haki to a new level. Within this domain, all devil fruit abilities would be suppressed or rendered ineffective, regardless of how formidable the Enin fruit may be. The inherent rules governing devil fruit powers were no match for Xia Hao's oppression. Ordinary punch. Observing the stasis of the dark energy, a slight smile played upon Xia Hao's lips. His predictions had proven correct. If Haoshiku is sufficiently potent, all devil fruits become ineffective. He swiftly vanished from the sight of the Blackbeard pirates, and in the next instant, a fist enveloped in Haoshiku Haki descended from above, striking Tiki's head with a force surpassing that of the giants, sending him flying. Tiki's dark form tumbled through the air like a coal ball before crashing against the wall. It is your turn now. Venomous clones. As his words fell, countless clones emanating purple toxic gas materialized beside Xia Hao, swiftly numbering in the hundreds. Attack. With a mere wave of his hand, the venomous clones launched themselves at the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates. Meanwhile, on the 6th level of Impel Down, Navy personnel escorted Ace, who gradually raised his head, taking slow steps up the elongated staircase. As he approached the exit, the dazzling sunlight momentarily blinded him. It had been ages since he last beheld the sun. Hurry! A Navy soldier, noticing the stationary Ace, furrowed his brow and urged him sternly. As Ace stepped out of Impel Down, the heavy prison doors swiftly shut behind him. Under the escort of the Navy, Ace boarded a warship bound for the gates of justice. At the 55th level of Impel Down, Luffy, along with Phone Keelii and others, sprinted desperately to evade their pursuers, inadvertently stumbling into a small room. Before them lay an odd assembly of people in an unusual environment. New arrivals. Upon seeing Luffy and his companions, the inhabitants of the 55th level, the kingdom of the cross-dressers, turned their gazes in unison. A bearded cross-dresser inquired, "Is this really the kingdom of cross-dressers?" "It's hard to believe," Phone Keelii exclaimed, jumping in excitement like a child weighing over 200 pounds. He had not anticipated that the legends of the underground of Impel Down were true. Indeed, there were cross-dressers here. His eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of his idol, the queen of the cross-dressers, Ivankov. Cross-dressers? What a terrifying environment. Baki shuddered at the sight of the remarkably robust cross-dressers, feeling a chill run down his spine. Isn't this supposed to be the 6th level? Luffy scratched the back of his head, bewildered, as it was customary for the 6th level to follow the 5th. Certainly not. This is the 55th level. Welcome to the kingdom of cross-dressers. A booming voice echoed from nearby, silencing the inhabitants, who then turned their fervent gazes towards the newcomer, their eyes alight with enthusiasm, for their queen had arrived. In that moment, fromGarp, overcome with joy at the sight of his idol, fainted from sheer happiness. 55th level? How infuriating! Please tell me how to descend to the 6th level. I am pressed for time to rescue my brother, Luffy implored earnestly, as today marked Ace's execution. Brother? Yes. Ace is to be executed today. Fire Fist, Ace is your brother. Ivankov stared at Luffy in disbelief, astonished that this boy was indeed the sibling of Fire Fist. Lightning, take him to the stairway leading to the 6th level. Ivankov contemplated for a moment, casting a penetrating glance at Luffy before issuing the command. Thank you. The outside is in chaos. It is the perfect opportunity for a jailbreak. Aren't you all going to escape? Luffy kindly suggested. No, thank you for your kindness. I am well aware of the situation outside. The Whitebeard pirates and the Navy are locked in an unprecedented conflict that will reverberate throughout the world. However, that man has yet to make his move. The hidden leader of the Revolutionary Army, my comrade, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Ivankov shook his head, declining Luffy's proposal while providing a serious explanation. Oh, my father. Luffy nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, that is your father. When he leads the Revolutionary Army into action, I shall once again rise to the surface and rejoin the world's tides. Wait, your father? Does Dragon have a son? Ivankov, coming back to reality, was astounded, his eyes wide open, fixed on Luffy. Similarly, the other members of the Revolutionary Army turned their attention to Luffy. Does that rascal Dragon truly have a son? He has never mentioned it. Ivankov pondered deeply, for since the inception of the Revolutionary Army, he had fought alongside Dragon for a world of peace. Yet had never heard him speak of a son. Wait, where were you born? Ivankov inquired of Luffy. East Blue. Luffy nodded in response, adding, I've never met him. All this information came from my grandfather. I suppose I shouldn't have said that, right? Having never met him made it all the more genuine. And as a rising star with a bounty of 300 million berries, he should not be lying. Wait, if the Straw Hat Kid is Dragon's son, then Fire Fist Ace must also be Dragon's son? The Navy is simultaneously battling the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army? Impossible. If that were the case, the entire world could succumb to a catastrophic blow. Ivankov's expression changed dramatically as he maintained a serious demeanor, his mind conjuring countless scenarios, though regrettably, none were accurate. Straw Hat Luffy, I shall accompany you outside. Lightning, you go find out when Fire Fist Ace was escorted to the Navy headquarters. Ivankov decisively declared. Really? Thank you. Luffy beamed with joy. With Ivankov, who was well acquainted with the entire Impel Down, leading the way, Luffy quickly arrived at the 6th level under Lightning's guidance. After a thorough search, Luffy found himself at the door of the cell where Ace had previously been held, stopping in his tracks, feeling somewhat lost. He had searched the entire 6th level, but found no trace of Ace. You are Straw Hat Luffy, aren't you? Ace has just been taken away. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from the cell, and Luffy turned to see a robust blue fishman in the corner of the cell. Taken away. Luffy's face was one of disbelief, his expression forlorn. After all his effort to reach the 6th level, he had not even seen Ace. Yes, he has already been sent by Magellan to the Navy. Considering the time, he is likely boarding the ship now. How infuriating! How could this happen? Luffy clenched his fists tightly, feeling frustrated. If only he had arrived a few minutes earlier, he could have seen Ace. At that moment, a clattering sound of iron chains echoed as a tall figure emerged from the shadows of a solitary cell. As the light illuminated the room, a glimmer of gold appeared before Luffy and the others, revealing a golden hook. Sussy Bienli Dana, Straw Hat Boy, Crocodile. Luffy recognized the voice's owner, his eyes widening in astonishment as memories of the ordeal in Alabasta flooded back, leaving him shaken. He had come perilously close to death, It won't be easy for you to escape Impel Down with your strength. How about we collaborate? Let me out. Crocodile looked at Luffy and spoke. Having been imprisoned for so long, it was time for him to leave. Most importantly, he had heard that the Whitebeard pirates were at war with the Navy. What a perfect opportunity to claim Whitebeard's head. Straw Hat Boy, let him out. Don't worry, he won't do anything outrageous before leaving prison. Having an additional powerful ally will make it easier to break out, and I have leverage over this guy. Crocodile, you wouldn't want your secrets exposed to the world, would you? Ivankov said with a wicked grin, the threat evident in his tone. Crocodile, I truly admire this old trickster. Lightning, do it. With a snap, the door and chains confining Crocodile were severed, and the freed Crocodile stepped out of the cell, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Though only a step away, it felt like a world apart. What an intoxicating scent. Could you also let me out? I have known Mr. Ace since he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. If you release me, I will certainly be of assistance. I was imprisoned for opposing the war between the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates. Jinbei, with his round face, showed a serious expression and earnestly requested. Luffy silently regarded Jinbei without an immediate response. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Ivankov, let him out. This Ivankov hesitated. After all, as a warlord of the sea, Jinbei's strength was certainly formidable. However, without any leverage, no one was quite sure of his true allegiance. It's fine. I trust him, Luffy said calmly, as his intuition assured him that Jinbei was not lying. All right, Lightning, release him. Thank you. Jinbei flexed his wrists and expressed his gratitude sincerely. TCH, let's hurry. This battle is the perfect opportunity to take down that old man Whitebeard. Crocodile urged impatiently. Crocodile, I will not allow you to harm my father. Jinbei retorted directly. Meanwhile, in the 5th level of Impel Down, a pack of ravenous wolves lay motionless on the ground, lifeless, as the cold floor was stained with blood. Blackbeard Teach looked at the increasingly terrifying Xiao Hao and felt a sense of retreat. Currently, he was no match for a master of hockey. Even with the powers of the Yami Yami, no Mi, preserving one's life is paramount. After all, thus, Teach decisively led the Blackbeard Pirates in retreat towards the 4th level, abandoning their original target in the 6th level. He could sense that if he truly ventured to the 6th level, the man before him would not simply injure him. He might go to any lengths to kill him. Let us go. Looking at the Blackbeard Pirates who had completely vanished at the entrance of the 4th level, Xiao Hao smirked and chose not to pursue further. Teach had demonstrated considerable strength in this encounter, both in physical combat and devil fruit abilities, yet he had not exhibited any hockey, which left Xiao Hao with a bold hypothesis. However, this was of little consequence to him. With a flash of his figure, he made his way towards the 6th level of Impel Down, which was one of the reasons for his visit, to kill. The Navy and the world government had erased these individuals from history in the 6th level, but they did not kill them. They merely imprisoned them. They were afraid that the powers of the devil fruits would fall into the hands of others upon the original host's death, becoming uncontrollable. Yet, Xiao Hao did not care. Most importantly, aside from a few exceptional natural-type devil fruits, the powers of most devil fruits require development to become stronger, and not everyone possessed the talent. Furthermore, this was a service to the people. The world government and the Navy should be grateful to me. As Xiao Hao contemplated, he arrived at the 6th level. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed as Luffy and his companions encountered Xiao Hao on their way to the 6th level. You haven't left yet, Redbeard, Luffy exclaimed, surprised to see Xiao Hao in his transformed state. Yes, I'm here to handle some matters. Hurry, Straw Hat Boy. Ace has already been escorted to the Navy headquarters. Xiao Hao cautioned. Understood, thank you. Luffy expressed his gratitude and then turned to Ivankov and the others, saying, let us set off quickly. Hey, Straw Hat Boy. Who is that guy? Crocodile asked, eyeing Xiao Hao as he walked past. I only know he has called Redbeard. He brought me in. Upon hearing Luffy's response, Crocodile furrowed his brow. He felt a sense of familiarity with this person, yet could not place him. He is a very powerful man, Jinbei said with a serious expression. Although his aura was greatly restrained, one could still sense his terrifying power. In the 6th level of Impel Down, The prisoners who had lost all hope upon Xiaohao's arrival erupted in cheers, clamoring for him to set them free. "Rest in peace, trash." Xiaohao raised a hand, and deep purple poison gas emanated from his body, quickly filling the surrounding cells. In an instant, the once excited pirates turned pale with terror, scrambling to retreat to the corners. However, the poison gas that had already filled the room was inescapable, the dreadful corrosiveness causing the skin of the prisoners to rupture. Their agonized screams echoing throughout the 6th level of Impelled Down. Having dealt with 2 minor adversaries, the poison gas continued to spread, soon engulfing the entire 6th level. Dragon Slayer Magic, Poison Dragon Domain. A magical array flickered beneath Xiaohao's feet, and a red mist, even more terrifying than the purple poison gas, surged from his hands. In an instant, the entire 6th level of Impelled Down transformed into a realm of red toxins, and Xiahao did not advance further. Due to the presence of several acquaintances, whether they can survive now rests in the hands of fate. Nevertheless, regarding the poison dragon magic, Xiaohao is filled with confidence. As they push forward to the 4th level of the city, with the formidable strength of Crocodile, the Sea Knight Jinbei, and Ivankov leading the revolutionary army, Luffy advances relentlessly. The guards of the city are utterly incapable of withstanding their onslaught. In the surveillance room of the city, the guards, witnessing the chaotic battle on the 4th level, are utterly shaken. Their panic intensifies upon seeing the figures of Crocodile and his companions. For even within the confines of the city, the names of these individuals resonate loudly. Each one is a figure of monumental significance across the globe. Remain calm and immediately inform Warden Magellan of the location of these criminals. Furthermore, the guards on the other levels must conduct thorough checks on the remaining prisoners to ensure no one else escapes. Hannibal, usually so composed, enters the surveillance room and issues clear and concise orders, leaving the other guards momentarily dumbfounded. Is this really the Deputy Warden Hannibal? Oh, indeed, every month. This esteemed individual has a few days of remarkable brilliance. Such a thought crosses the minds of all in the surveillance room. Yes, Deputy Warden. Following Hannibal's commands, the guards begin to organize themselves efficiently. Deputy Warden, where are you headed? To the 6th level. The individuals imprisoned there are far too terrifying. I must go personally to ensure peace of mind, Hannibal declares earnestly, though inwardly he quakes at the thought of those monsters. Yet, for the sake of justice and the stability and reputation of the city, he must take action, observing Hannibal's departing figure. All the guards feel his presence grow larger than life, moved by his determination. On the 2nd level, Luffy finds his path obstructed by Magellan, whose dark purple venom has sealed off the entire stairway. Anyone wishing to ascend from the 2nd to the 1st level must either defeat Magellan or persuade him to yield his position. This ends here, you scum of the sea. Magellan glares at Luffy, his expression grim. Regardless of the outcome, as the warden, he bears ultimate responsibility for the chaos unfolding within the city. However, to ensure the world remains stable, not a single one of these pirates can escape. Magellan, this is troublesome. The appearance of Magellan instantly cools the excitement of Luffy's escape team. Even Crocodile and Jinbei's expressions grow somber. After all, Magellan's abilities rival those of a Marine Admiral. I'll hold him off. You all escape. At that moment, Xiaohao's voice echoes from the void, and a surge of red toxic mist rushes toward Magellan. In an instant, the once unstoppable poison produced by the poison fruit is eroded, creating a massive gap that refuses to heal. Run! Seizing the opportunity, Luffy shouts, charging forward, with Ivankov unwaveringly following suit. The jailbreak team sets forth once more. Meanwhile, on the 1st level, Buggy and Mr. 3 observe the chaotic scene of pirates clashing with the guards, feeling quite bored. Were it not for the lack of a ship, Buggy would have fled long ago. Just as Buggy wallows in discontent, he hears urgent footsteps from the 2nd level, and Luffy, leading the charge, appears before him. Oh, you made it out. That Straw Hat Kid actually survived Magellan's grasp. Incredible, Buggy exclaims in disbelief. Hey Buggy, what are you doing here? Luffy asks, taken aback by Buggy's wide-eyed surprise. Cough, cough. It only occurred to me upon reaching the 1st level that there are no ships in Impelled Down. Buggy replies, his face etched with sorrow. No ships. That can't be. Luffy's expression falters, struck by yet another setback. After finally clawing his way out of the hellish depths, how could this be? The surrounding pirates crumble in despair, sitting on the ground, engulfed by hopelessness. It appears our enemies are not as foolish as we thought. A swarm of sea kings circles beneath, and Impel Down is situated in a windless zone, making escape impossible without a marine battleship equipped with sea prism stone. Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, calmly analyzes the situation. There is no time for lamentation. I need to devise a plan. Jinbei steps forward, addressing the disheartened group. No sooner does he speak than he leaps into the sea. Is he trying to escape? Indeed, he is a fishman. The collective sigh of despair echoes as they witness Jinbei plunge into the ocean. Yet Luffy gazes steadfastly in the direction Jinbei departed, convinced he is not a coward fleeing for his life. As seconds tick by, the once tranquil sea begins to churn violently. A multitude of colossal whales breach the surface, and at the center, Jinbei stands, smiling broadly atop one of the whales. Everyone, come aboard. I'll take you out of here. Wah. Jinbei, this is fantastic. We're finally saved. The escaped pirates clamor aboard the whale, their faces streaked with tears of joy, fleeing the hellish confines of Impel Down to the gate of justice. Ikome, Luffy declares resolutely from atop the whale, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. At Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, elite soldiers from around the world stand solemnly in the square, their eyes trained on the distant sea. Faced with the impending arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, all are compelled to muster their utmost focus. The reputation of Yonko and the might of Whitebeard, the strongest man, serves as a potent reminder. Over 20 years ago, Whitebeard Newgate was the man most likely to vie for the throne against the pirate King Roger. In the hushed expanse of Marineford Square, the sound of someone swallowing hard is distinctly audible. Within the ranks of the Marines, one soldier clutches his weapon tightly, cold sweat beading on his brow, his heart racing with anxiety. Such an imposing spectacle would make even the fiercest demon tremble in retreat. I'm so nervous. What are you afraid of? Even if it is Whitebeard Newgate on the other side, we have 3 admirals to contend with. A fellow Marine attempts to bolster his spirit. Indeed, we possess the strongest Marine forces, not to mention the assistance of the 7 warlords. Exactly. Our foes are merely the division commanders and affiliated pirates under Whitebeard's banner. The conversation flows among the soldiers, and soon their confidence begins to revive, dissipating the fear that had gripped them. As time passes, warm sunlight bathes everyone. And as the execution hour draws near, many watching the live broadcast from around the world, including pirates, come to believe that the Whitebeard pirates will not arrive. Marshal Sengoku, do you think the Whitebeard pirates will not come? They will definitely come, the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku shakes his head, dismissing the notion. Based on his understanding of Whitebeard Newgate, family means more to him than life itself. Furthermore, the execution concerns the notorious Fire Fist Ace, who is no ordinary individual. Thus, Sengoku is resolute that the Whitebeard pirates will indeed make an appearance. Before the execution, I need to announce something to the world regarding the identity of the execution target. Bogadilles. With 3 hours remaining until the execution, Sengoku raises the din mushi and begins to speak. In an instant, silence envelopes the crowd as they listen intently to Sengoku's words. Meanwhile, on Sabedi Archipelago, all reporters fixate on the large screen, eager to be the first to break the latest major news. His mother, named Boat Cassi di Lugio, was a remarkable figure. After the death of that man, the Navy conducted a thorough investigation into the infants born within 10 months. However, to ensure her child's safe arrival, she astonishingly kept the baby in her womb for 20 months. 1 year and 3 months after that man's demise, Ace was born. And that man was none other than the Pirate King, G.O.L.D. Roger. The news that Jean Gua delivered left everyone in Marineford and on the Sabedi Archipelago watching the live broadcast in utter shock, their minds racing to process this earth-shattering revelation. Yet, what they remained unaware of was that the information Jean Gua announced was manipulated by malicious forces. Beneath the execution platform, Kapu wore a conflicted expression. He had once been entrusted by Roger with his bloodline, but failed to guide it towards the right path. Now he found himself escorting it to the execution platform, filled with uncertainty and confusion. Had he truly made the right choices? As he pondered, the image of Xia Hao appeared in his mind. He recalled visiting when Ace was born. Was Lu Jiu truly gone? Kapu, this is not your fault. The voice of Vice Admiral He echoed behind him. Ha! This woman is truly gentle at this moment. Little He. Kapu managed to smile, forcing down the turmoil and confusion within. At that moment, the previously calm sea began to stir. Enormous bubbles erupted from the depths, growing more dense until the ocean boiled. A colossal shadow emerged from the water surface, sending towering waves soaring into the sky. With a resounding crash, the shadow revealed itself to be the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. Witnessing the unexpected arrival, Zhang Guo's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated that even such stringent defenses could be breached by the Whitebeard pirates. What an unexpected method of arrival, Kapu remarked, his voice tinged with resignation as he observed the Whitebeard ship. I miscalculated. He sighed softly, realizing a flaw in their strategy. As the Moby Dick reverberated with the sounds of mighty collisions, the gleaming blade of the supreme great sword, Song Yun Xie, sparkled in the sunlight. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the Moby Dick as the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Newgate, made his appearance. Gulalala! What a grand spectacle, Zhanghua! Whitebeard's booming laughter filled the air as he gazed at the Navy Admiral standing on the execution platform. In that moment, the eyes of the entire world were fixed on Whitebeard Newgate. It has been decades since we last met. I hope my son is well. Observers on the Sabaody archipelago, watching the live broadcast, instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of Whitebeard Newgate. After all, as the most seasoned pirate among the Yonko, his mere reputation could intimidate many. Zhanggua's expression darkened. He expected such a meticulous arrangement to allow Whitebeard to intrude so closely. Old man, Ace cried out, trembling with excitement at the sight of Whitebeard Newgate. Wait a moment. I'm coming to rescue you. Whitebeard smiled at Ace, planting Song Yun Xie firmly at the bow of the ship. With a powerful sweep of his arms, veins bulging, he grasped the air with his colossal hands, causing a sound of space shattering. Then, with a mighty pull, he summoned monstrous waves that crashed violently against the surrounding walls of Marineford. After the waves receded, the sea seemed to calm, leading the Navy to believe the crisis had passed. However, one Navy officer distinctly observed the water retreating, the sea level around Marineford rapidly descending. Looking up, he saw waves rolling in from several nautical miles away, a furious tempest of wind and water surging forth. Towering waves, over 100 meters high, rose from both sides of Marineford, crashing down towards the plaza, causing panic among the Navy. Just then, seated beneath the execution platform, Admiral Qingji vanished from sight, reappearing mid-air amidst the waves, arms outstretched towards the tumultuous sea. Ice Age. His voice rang out, and with that declaration, the waters were instantly encased in ice, freezing the area where he landed and immobilizing the Moby Dick. However, this icy barrier also connected the pirates with Marineford. The sea is sealed, charge, a pirate shouted, gazing down at the thick layer of frost. Instantly, the pirates leaped from their ships, ignited with fervor, launching their assault. We're going to, Marco declared, watching the others rush into battle. As the Whitebeard pirates surged forward, the Navy, led by a dozen giant Marines, retaliated fiercely. In that moment, the sounds of battle echoed across Marineford. Meanwhile, in the Seven Warlords vicinity, the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, suddenly sprang into action. With his supreme blade, the black blade Yoru in hand, he gripped the hilt tightly and unleashed a devastating slash. The monstrous sword energy, towering and terrifying, surged towards Whitebeard Newgate, kicking up dust and debris. Wherever the sword energy passed, the ground was cleaved in two, a deep chasm stretching outwards. If left unchecked, even the formidable Moby Dick would be sliced asunder by that overpowering strike. After delivering the blow, Mihawk's gaze remained impassive as he sought to discern the gap between himself and the world's strongest man. The sword energy raced forward, and as it reached within 10 meters of the Moby Dick, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust into the air. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, The Moby Dick was not cleaved in two. The attack of the world's greatest swordsman had been thwarted. The 3rd Division commander of the White-Beard Pirates, Diamond Joseph, stood firm, his diamond-encrusted physique glinting in the sunlight, his formidable defense halting the sword energy's advance. With a powerful exertion, Jozu lifted the sword's strike high into the air, inadvertently severing the icy walls on either side, causing massive ice blocks to plummet towards the navy. What a terrifying bunch of people, Kizaru remarked, watching the descending ice blocks. He swiftly vacated his position, appearing mid-air as he struck a unique pose, gathering laser beams in his hands. In the next instant, a barrage of rays erupted, shattering the mountainous ice blocks into countless fragments. Following this, Kizaru turned his gaze toward Whitebeard Newgate, once again condensing his laser beams for an assault. However, at that moment, a figure clad in blue appeared. Marco, the 1st Division commander of the White-Beard Pirates. Observing the arrival, the Navy on the ground murmured in recognition of the notorious figures of the New World. What an unusual bird, Kizaru remarked, his brow furrowing as he regarded Marco, who was blocking all assaults. How can you challenge our king upon your arrival? Marco declared, transforming into his phoenix form, defiantly facing Kizaru in midair. Immediately, Mark began to transform into his half-beast form, propelling himself swiftly towards Huang Yuan, and delivered a devastating kick that sent him hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing violently against the walls of the buildings beneath Marineford, raising a cloud of dust. Huang Yuan's body erupted into countless specks of light, ascending into the sky as he reverted to his human form. Truly, as the captain of the White-Beard Pirates, he was formidable. This kick had inflicted pain upon me, Huang Yuan remarked with a mischievous grin. Donotist, Mark retorted, his brow furrowing, for he did not believe the fellow's whimsical words. If injury were so easily incurred, the position of the Marine admirals would surely be subject to change. As the strongest force of the Navy, how could one be so easily harmed? Ah, what a serious expression. On the battlefield, the clash between the White-Beard Pirates and the Marines continued, presenting an evenly matched spectacle for the time being. After all, the pirates of a new world were seasoned warriors. What a terrifying situation. What should we do? We cannot withstand even a single attack. They're all so powerful. On a parapet of Marineford's walls, KB and Belamebo observed the fierce combat below, trembling in fear, their voices quivering. This was a genuine battlefield, with blood continuously spilling before their eyes. The ground of Marineford Square soon soaked in crimson, an atmosphere of impending doom enveloping the area. What in the world is that? It is enormous. Just as KB and Belamebo were gripped by terror, a series of panicked cries erupted from the Marines in the distance. A massive shadow gradually emerged, dwarfing even the giants, causing all to change color in shock. Is it a descendant of the Yungwa demon? Vice Admiral Haim murmured, observing the colossal figure that exuded overwhelming power. Otherwise, he would not be known as a Yungwa demon. Even with an incomplete bloodline, he represented a formidable combat force. Did the White-Beard Pirates truly have connections with the Yungwa demons? This was becoming increasingly troublesome. Ace, I am coming to rescue you. On the execution platform, Ace shouted excitedly as he beheld Uz's arrival, never expecting him to join the fray. The massive weapon, a sword extending over 10 meters, swung effortlessly in Uz's hands, creating a resonating sound in the surrounding space. With a single stroke, he cleared nearby Marines, and as Uz unleashed his fury, the morale of the White-Beard Pirates surged. The giant Marine vice admirals could no longer restrain themselves and charged towards Uz. However, they were met with the formidable blade of Uz, each strike necessitating their utmost defense. In no time, the sword in their grasp was shattered, and as they beheld the enormous blade descending once more, the Marine giant was struck down, eyes wide with terror. The other giant vice admirals, witnessing this, shouted in unison before launching their attacks. Observing the fierce advance of the enemy, Uz turned his gaze toward a nearby, small Marine warship, effortlessly lifting and hurling it away. The colossal vessel collided with the advancing Marine ships, creating a path towards the execution platform. Ace, Uz approached the execution platform, taking determined steps forward. Yet at that moment, a figure appeared in his path. Buzz. A silhouette materialized directly in front of Uz, revealing one of the 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma. Raising his hands, palms facing forward, a gigantic, transparent paw manifested before him. As he pressed down with both hands, the enormous paw rapidly shrank. With Uz approaching, Kuma gently pushed forward Ursa's shock. The transparent paw was propelled towards Uz, making contact with his abdomen. In that instant, the fearsome power released a blinding light, illuminating the entirety of Marineford Square, while the shockwave sent Uz, a colossus nearing 40 meters in height, spiraling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a massive cloud of dust. The tremendous force left Uz bloodied and dazed. Yet, thoughts of Ace awaiting rescue reignited the fire in his eyes. Furthermore, prior to the battle, Whitebeard had given him something to ensure his survival. Thus, he felt no fear in battle. Renewing his determination, Uz grasped the long sword from the ground and aimed it at the nearest opponent, Doflamingo, his massive form conveying an unmatched advantage in strength. However, his speed had significantly diminished. In the face of Uz's assault, Doflamingo let out a gleeful cry and evaded the attack with a swift movement. The buildings behind him were cleaved in half, reduced to rubble. As Uz sought to advance, he failed to notice the razor-sharp line that Doflamingo had laid beneath his feet. In an instant, Uz's sturdy thigh was severed, and subsequent attacks rendered his immense body a living target. The intense pain coupled with the loss of balance caused Uz's vision to blur as he gazed towards Ace on the execution platform. Ace! Ace cried out in anguish as he witnessed the besieged Uz, memories of their joyful times together flooding his mind. Boom! Uz's colossal form collapsed to the ground, nearly crushing a multitude beneath him. At this moment, his arm was just a few meters away from Ace, yet he could not reach him. With a sense of regret, Uz succumbed to unconsciousness, blood flowing from his wounds, a pitiful sight. Unbeknownst to all, the moment Uz fell, a flash of green light emanated from the severed limb, enveloping his battered body. As the Whitebeard pirates watched Uz's defeat with sorrowful rage, the Marines' morale soared, for Uz's presence had posed a significant threat. At Marineford, on the execution platform, watching the Marines suffer heavy casualties, Sengoku furrowed his brow and decisively implemented the third strategy. After all, compared to the pirates, Sengoku needed to minimize losses. The stability of the sea post-war would require the Navy's maintenance. With the activation of Marineford's barriers, all preparations were complete. It was time for Akainu to commence. Through his mini Den Mushi, Sengoku began issuing commands. Once the encirclement barrier was established as planned, the Whitebeard pirates would become mere targets awaiting death, and this damned war would be propelled towards its conclusion. Ultimately, victory would belong to the Navy, and justice would prevail. As Sengoku's orders were relayed, the Marines began a methodical retreat, quickly forming 2 distinct factions apart from the pirates. Soon, a tremendous rumble echoed across Marineford Square, the earth trembling beneath their feet as a deep fissure appeared on the ground. A specially constructed wall rose swiftly, enclosing the Whitebeard pirates as they charged desperately towards the execution platform. Observing the stark division of the 2 camps, Whitebeard Newgate's brow furrowed. Sengoku's actions were never without purpose. They were certainly not merely intended to hinder the advance of the Whitebeard pirates. At that moment, the Marine Admiral, who had been seated beneath the execution platform, slowly rose, his gaze icy and resolute as he surveyed the pirates below. Shedding his marine cloak, he revealed the seething magma swirling in his palm. In the next instant, a torrent of lava shot skyward, disappearing from sight. In an instant, all the pirates gazed at the sky, bewildered by the unfolding events. As time ticked by, a streak of crimson light descended from above, followed by an increasing multitude of radiant beams. Enormous fists, forged from molten lava, plummeted from the heavens, crashing down upon the pirate ranks with unrelenting force. The thick ice beneath them quickly succumbed to the onslaught, leaving behind a chaotic scene of scalding seawater and steam rising from the surface. In a brief moment, the pirates suffered heavy casualties. Witnessing the devastation inflicted upon the Whitebeard pirates, Elite naval forces from around the world launched yet another charge. Amidst the fierce battle, the escape team led by Luffy found themselves trapped atop one of the surviving 100-meter-high waves, previously encased in ice by Admiral Akainu, anxiously devising a plan for a safe descent. While everyone was fervently brainstorming strategies, Luffy's gaze fixated nervously on the execution platform. However, the distance was too great to discern any details. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Luffy as he glanced at the thick ice beneath his feet and declared, "We must find a way to get the ship back to the sea. First this, then that. Are you sure this will work?" Buggy questioned with a perplexed expression. Coincidentally, at that moment, the naval ship's transponder snail echoed with the latest battle plans, including the imminent execution of Fire Fist Ace. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. There was no time for hesitation. "Let us proceed with Straw Hat Boy's plan," Ivankov suggested, casting a glance at Luffy. "All right, let us do it." Buggy, Crocodile, and Jinbe exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then, they all leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the ice beneath the warship. The sheer force shattered the ice, causing a web of cracks to spread rapidly. The massive ice layer broke apart, plummeting downwards. This reckless straw hat shouldn't have listened to you. We're doomed." "No way, we can't be doomed. Wait, I think I'm a rubber man. I want to die," Luffy shouted, suddenly remembering his rubber fruit powers, which made him impervious to falls. Hey, you might not be afraid of falling, but what about us? What do we do?" Mr. 3 lamented, his face filled with despair as the icy ground glimmered under the sunlight, making his heart chill with fear of impending doom. The tremendous screams drew the attention of both the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates, causing a reflexive pause in their fierce combat as they looked skyward. A massive ship loomed into view. Is this a backup from the Whitebeard pirates? The Navy pondered, but Whitebeard Newgate furrowed his brow, equally uncertain about the vessel's allegiance. "Ace, I have come to save you." Luffy inhaled deeply and shouted with all his might towards Ace. "Ace, I'm here to rescue you." As they descended closer to the ground, Ace's visage became clearer to Luffy, a smile gracing his lips as he finally saw Ace again. "El Luffy," Ace exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of his brother soaring through the air. He could not comprehend why Luffy would appear in this place, the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Luffy, meanwhile, sitting beside the execution platform, Carp's eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing his grandson, equally in shock that Luffy could be here. But what a peculiar gathering it was. The former warlord Crocodile, the fishman Jinbe, revolutionary Ivankov, and even Buggy, who had recently been imprisoned in Impel Down. "Carp, you scoundrel, yet another family member of yours." Sengoku's face darkened as he glared at Carp, his voice heavy with anger. Another formidable group has arrived. He. This is intriguing. The former warlord and the most recent troublesome newcomer. What a bizarre combination. What's going on? Those guys are indeed wearing prison uniforms, right? The Navy camp buzzed with speculation regarding the appearance of Luffy and his companions. "Sengoku, is it all right to execute all of them?" Kizaru questioned, turning to Sengoku. "No problem. They're all criminals anyway." Sengoku waved dismissively, though he noted that if these individuals joined the Whitebeard pirates, it would pose a significant issue. "Finally, we survived." Upon landing, Ivankov transformed into a colossal figure, his voluminous hair cushioning the multitude of escaped prisoners from Impel Down. Thus, Luffy and his group landed safely. The prisoners let out a collective sigh of relief, grateful to have preserved their lives. Amidst the dust and debris, Ivankov reverted to his original form, only to realize Crocodile's figure had vanished. Likewise, Luffy's gaze caught sight of Crocodile's movements. "Sabo, disregard the Whitebeard. I have come for your head." At that moment, Crocodile, partially elemental, flew towards Whitebeard Newgate. The Whitebeard pirates, witnessing this, couldn't help but worry aloud. Although they knew their father was strong, anxiety still gnawed at them. "Crocodile? He really has forgotten the pain of past wounds," Whitebeard Newgate remarked with a tone of disdain as he sensed Crocodile's approach. Bang! Just as Crocodile swung his golden hook, Luffy suddenly appeared between Crocodile and Whitebeard Newgate. In his gear second state, Steam enveloped Luffy as he coated his oversized sandals with haki and delivered a forceful kick, sending the golden hook flying. Following this, Luffy swung his fist towards Crocodile, pushing him further away from Whitebeard. Straw Hat, the moment you arrived at Marineford, our alliance agreement came to an end. Why are you stopping me from eliminating Whitebeard Newgate? Crocodile's expression darkened, his fish-like eyes rolling in exasperation. He had no desire to linger on the matter with Luffy, who seemed as indestructible as a cockroach. Indeed, this old man is Whitebeard Newgate. If that is the case, I cannot let you harm him. Luffy clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Crocodile. Should Crocodile attempt to strike, Luffy was prepared to retaliate. Oomph. Observing Whitebeard Newgate before him and the determined Straw Hat beside him, Crocodile scoffed, shifting his focus back to the battlefield below. Opportunities abound. There was no need to clash with Luffy right now. Oh, Ace's brother. Quite capable, aren't you? As Crocodile retreated, Marco on the ice surface offered Luffy an approving smile. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard Newgate stared at Luffy, lost in thought, reminiscing about a time when Shanks, Shirho, and a little red-nosed brat had shone brightly during battles against the RogerPirates. Boy, do you know where this place is? With your strength, this is no place for you. After a moment of contemplation, Whitebeard planted his weapon, the Murakamajiri, firmly on the ship's bow, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Oomph, I know what I'm doing. Don't think I'm unaware of your ambitions. You wish to become the Pirate King, don't you? I tell you, I am the one destined to be the Pirate King. Upon hearing Whitebeard's disdainful words, Luffy, hands on his hips, shouted back furiously, his voice echoing throughout Marineford. At this moment, both the Navy and the pirates gazed at Luffy with astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Even as an enemy, the formidable presence of Whitebeard, Newgate, was deeply ingrained in their minds. As a legendary figure, his power was capable of cataclysmic destruction, and yet here was a mere newcomer boldly speaking in his presence. Truly, a calf born without fear of the tiger. As Luffy's voice echoed, Whitebeard, Newgate, furrowed his brow, wielding his weapon, the Kanjiunki, with great speed. A powerful wave of energy swirled around him, and with a resounding crash, it struck the bow of the ship. The overwhelming Haushiko haki enveloped the surroundings, surging towards Luffy, causing several pirates watching the confrontation from below to faint under its pressure. In stark contrast, Luffy remained wide-eyed, fixated on Whitebeard, exclaiming, "Gurara, this is interesting. Oomph. I will save Ace according to my own plan." After declaring his intent, he began to stretch, then leaped from a Moby Dick, racing towards the execution platform. The ordinary Navy soldiers attempting to stop him were no match for his determination. What a bold little fellow. Hey, we can't let Ace's brother get ahead of us. You lot, follow me. Marco, observing the vibrant Luffy, shook his head with a smile, signaling his division members to follow him. Since the Navy had discarded any semblance of martial virtue, intending to encircle the Whitebeard pirates with a fortified barrier, he resolved to blow it apart completely. The weapon of choice was a special bomb that Whitebeard had requested from Xiahou days prior, which Marco had previously tested and found to possess unimaginable destructive power. 10 minutes later, under Marco's command, a small group from the 1st Division appeared at the corner of the encircling wall, swiftly attaching the bomb before making their escape at the fastest speed of their lives. The timer was set to 1 minute, and they certainly did not wish to be caught in the explosion of their own device. Tick-tock, tick-tock, as the minute passed, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout Marineford, shattering the earth and creating a chasm nearly 100 meters deep that stretched 500 to 600 meters. The once impenetrable barrier was obliterated in an instant, and the terrifying shockwave sent nearby Navy soldiers flying. The earth-shattering blast caught the attention of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who fixed his gaze on the now-collapsed barrier, his expression grave. This was a protective barrier tested by the Navy, impervious to ordinary means of destruction. Even Akainu's powers could not easily dismantle it. It seemed the Whitebeard pirates had indeed underestimated their preparedness. Whitebeard, Newgate. Sengoku attributed everything to Whitebeard's meticulous planning. Unbeknownst to him, the terrifying commotion also caused Whitebeard himself to twitch in response. Testing one bomb was vastly different from a series of chain explosions. Xiahao had certainly provided some remarkable devices, capable of such devastating attacks and wide-ranging damage. Even a Logia user might not evade entirely, and he regretted not investing more in additional explosives. Realizing this, Whitebeard felt a pang of regret. After all, if the bombs were to be used against him, his family would suffer. Outside forces mattered little. His family was paramount. With the Navy's protective barrier utterly destroyed, the call to charge rang out. Charge! Eliminate the Navy. Save Ace! The Whitebeard pirates erupted with thunderous shouts, filled with vigor, rushing towards the execution platform, while the Navy's morale waned in the face of this devastation. At that moment, Luffy, witnessing the high wall crumble, revealed a joyful smile. After dispatching a Navy soldier who had attacked him, he dashed towards the execution platform. Naturally, the Navy would not allow him to succeed easily, as several vice admirals approached him with fierce intent, their powerful attacks obstructing Luffy's path. Feeling a surge of impatience, Luffy declared, "Death's gaze." Just then, Ivankov's assistants arrived, sending the Navy vice admiral flying. On the execution platform, Sengoku observed as Luffy was escorted by members of the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard pirates. He turned to Garp and remarked, "Straw Hat Luffy. This man carries a lineage of wickedness. Not only is he the brother of Fire Fist Ace, but he is also a supernova pirate heralded as the embodiment of the worst generation, the son of the world's most notorious man, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon." Sengoku's booming voice introduced Luffy, leaving the Navy, pirates, and even reporters from Sabeti Archipelago in stunned disbelief, jaws agape at the revelation. Today would indeed be a day to remember, as the sons of Pirate King Roger and Revolutionary Leader Dragon were unveiled, plunging the world into chaos. Hurry! This is a major scoop. Notify Morgans immediately. We must print 100,000 copies. What a terrifying lineage. The Revolutionary Dragon has a son. Wait, does that mean Dragon is the son of Vice Admiral Garp? What on earth is this family dynamic? Realizing the connections, someone exclaimed in shock. 3 generations, 3 factions, all of whom were world-shaking figures. Luffy, Garp sighed upon hearing Luffy's lineage exposed. He must be eliminated. Such a wicked bloodline should not persist. In an instant, the Navy descended into a frenzy, with numerous soldiers converging on Luffy, attacking with fervor. Compared to the deceased Pirate King Roger, the living threat posed by Revolutionary Leader Dragon was far greater. A sudden wave of sword energy struck, and Luffy instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly escaping the deadly arc that sent dozens of nearby pirates flying, carving a fearsome gash into the ground. The figure standing before him now bore a grave expression, reminding him of their first encounter, when Zoro had been utterly defeated. Clearly, this was an adversary of terrifying strength. Luffy raised his hand, intending to retaliate against Mihawk. But a vivid image of severed hands flashed in his mind, along with memories of Ace teaching him about Haki. The varying strengths of Haki were intriguing. Had he glimpsed a fleeting future? Mihawk, with his eagle-like gaze, fixed his eyes on Luffy, softly uttering words, his supreme blade Yoru poised for another strike. At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged. Crocodile intervened, blocking Mihawk's attack. Seeing Crocodile, Mihawk was slightly taken aback, aware of the discord between Crocodile and Whitebeard, especially since Luffy had personally defeated him and sent him to Impel Down. But why was he now aiding Straw Hat Luffy? "Gay, you scoundrel, Crocodile! Are you abandoning me to side with Whitebeard?" A haughty voice rang from behind Crocodile, followed by a glint of cold steel as his head was severed. The assailant was Don Quixote, Doflamingo. I will not ally with anyone. As for Whitebeard, he merely prolongs his existence. A torrent of yellow sand surged towards Crocodile, quickly reforming into human shape as he puffed on a cigar, squinting at Doflamingo. Nearby, Marco observed this unfolding scene and instructed Bista, "You go intercept Mihawk. We cannot allow Ace's brother to be harmed." "No problem." Bista nodded and swiftly darted towards Mihawk, eager to engage the world's greatest swordsman in battle, a dream every swordsman aspired to fulfill. As Hawkeye prepared to launch another assault on Luffy, a myriad of roses descended from the heavens. Bista, wielding dual swords, intercepted Hawkeye's attack, asserting that he could not be allowed to approach the execution platform so easily. A somewhat lewd and exaggerated voice emerged from Luffy's side. It was Admiral Kizaru, whose yellow flash surged forward and delivered a powerful kick to Luffy, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball, carving a deep gash into the earth. Speed equates to power. How does it feel to be struck by light? Kizaru's hands once again condensed with radiance as he aimed at the charging pirates. Just then, Marco arrived swiftly, thwarting Kizaru's maneuver. While Akiji was temporarily held back by Diamond Jozu, the battlefield was once again enveloped in a tense stalemate. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, a terrifying captain of a subordinate crew from the Whitebeard pirates approached Whitebeard, Newgate. The battle was evenly matched, and neither side could gain the upper hand. The Whitebeard pirates were held at bay by the Navy, remaining 500 to 600 meters away from the execution platform, unable to advance further. On the Moby Dick, the large spider, Squard, stood beside Whitebeard, his face a mask of turmoil. Marco, engaged in combat with Kizaru, felt a heavy dread as he recalled the words spoken by Xia Hao before the war. However, he was now stretched thin, forced to defend against Kizaru's relentless onslaught, hoping that their father would show some awareness. Prior to the conflict, Marco had cautioned Whitebeard, Newgate, to remain wary of those who approached him without caution. "Squard, what troubles you?" Whitebeard, Newgate, inquired, gazing at the large spider Squard. "Father, I've uncovered a plot by the Navy that I wish to discuss with you." Squard, after a moment of inner conflict, resolved himself and spoke boldly. "Oh, do tell." Upon hearing Whitebeard's voice, Squard stepped closer, inching nearer to Newgate. Suddenly, his blade was drawn in an instant and plunged into Whitebeard's abdomen, crimson blood splattering across the Moby Dick. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in shock, except for Admiral Akainu, who remained composed, for this was all part of a scheme to incite discord within the Whitebeard pirates, leading Squard to believe that Whitebeard favored Ace while disregarding the lives of others. Clearly, Akainu had succeeded. Squard's former crew had been annihilated by Roger's crew, and he was the sole survivor, which was why Akainu sought him out. Compared to the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, Squard was more susceptible to manipulation. "Squard, what are you doing?" Marco's expression darkened as he witnessed the unfolding scene. He felt intense guilt for having disregarded Xia Hao's warning, which had cost Sachi a leg. Now, due to the chaos of battle, their father had been injured, and Marco blamed himself for it all. He struck fiercely, sending Kizaru flying, then raced to the Moby Dick, furious with Squard for his betrayal. In Marco's heart, he had already condemned him to death. Marco, however, Whitebeard, Newgate, raised a hand to halt Marco's wrath, his gaze fixed on Squard, perplexed as to why this son would betray him. Whitebeard, this was all a plot you orchestrated with the Navy, wasn't it? Sacrificing our lives in exchange for the safety of the Whitebeard pirates and Ace? As long as we rise up, the Navy will surely end this war. Why didn't you tell me that Ace was Roger's son before you took me in? Squard yelled in anger at Whitebeard, convinced that he had been abandoned. Upon hearing Squard's accusations, the Whitebeard pirates halted their assaults, while the pacifists led by Tontada seized the opportunity to attack a portion of the pirates, unleashing a barrage of laser beams. "You bastard Squard! Father is not that kind of person," Marco shouted, incensed. He could hardly believe Squard's perspective. "Buddha, this is your scheme? I assent it? You never change." Whitebeard's chest heaved with fury. More painful than his physical wounds was the anguish in his heart. "Squard, even if you were foolish, I still love you. However, I wish to know who led you, my loyal son, into darkness." Whitebeard extended his arm, embracing Squard without casting blame, his expression one of concern. Upon hearing Whitebeard's heartfelt concern, Squard felt himself crumble. Even now, their father refrained from retaliating, signifying that he had truly been deceived by the Navy. Squard began to recount the words Akainu had spoken to him. "Did you say I betrayed my sons?" Whitebeard activated the powers of the Gura no Mi, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that shattered the thick layers of ice on either side, causing countless ice blocks to rain down. In an instant, the sea returned to normal, and the ships previously trapped in ice were free to sail once more. "Are you providing a retreat for the pirates?" On the execution platform, Sengoku watched in disbelief, muttering to himself, "As pirates, it is you who decide what is right." Whitebeard, Newgate, grasped his mighty blade, the Yami Yami no Mi, and bellowed, his voice resonating throughout Marineford. All the pirates gazed upon the towering figure on the Moby Dick, their eyes glistening with emotion. Indeed, all of this had been a deception. The despicable Navy dared to deceive them. "Curse you, Navy! I will never doubt Father again." The members of the Whitebeard pirates' subordinate crews began to voice their loyalty, casting guilt-laden glances at Whitebeard, Newgate, for they had briefly doubted their father's fidelity. "Those who are willing to follow me, abandon your lives and join me in this assault," Whitebeard, Newgate, declared with fierce determination, his hand pressing against his wound, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from him. In this moment, the world's strongest man was utterly enraged. His internal afflictions had been completely healed by Xiahao, restoring him to his prime. Now, he faced only superficial wounds. Before departing, he had acquired several restorative items from Xiahao, one for both Oars and Marco, and one he kept for himself. However, as Whitebeard gazed at Sengoku, he had no intention of using them just yet, for the battle was only just beginning. And the might of the Navy admirals was not to be underestimated. Even he had to approach this with utmost seriousness. No one could remain the strongest forever. Whitebeard, Newgate, took several rapid strides, leaping from the Moby Dick and landing directly on the battlefield. Since he could not break the stalemate, he would take matters into his own hands. The powerful shockwave radiated from Whitebeard, pushing back the surrounding crowd. "Yuru, follow me." Whitebeard raised the Yami Yami no Mi high above his head, and with a mighty roar, he charged toward the execution platform. This time, he would unleash his full power and rescue ace. As they witnessed Whitebeard's charge, the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates followed closely behind, their previous confusion, doubt, and disbelief evaporating, replaced by shouts that echoed through the skies. "Behold, the world's strongest man has unleashed his fury." Sengoku, on the execution platform, observed Whitebeard leading the charge. Fully aware of the terror he embodied as a man of his era, and even in his current injured state, he could not be underestimated. Gururara, Navy. Speaking foolishly comes with a price. Whitebeard Newgate unleashed the formidable power of the Jinjin fruit through the Kanjiunki, sending shockwaves that propelled the Navy soldiers before him into the air, creating a massive crater nearby. Ignoring the chaos, Whitebeard continued his advance, perceiving these foes as mere insignificant pawns. At long last, Whitebeard had entered the fray. Sengoku, observing Whitebeard positioned at the center of the battlefield, wore a grave expression. The war had only just begun. As long as Whitebeard still drew breath, the battle was far from over. "Ah, I cannot allow you to proceed any further." Just as Whitebeard pressed onward, Admiral Akiji materialized before him, the chilling power of his ice fruit freezing the surroundings as ice surged towards Whitebeard along the blade of the Kanjiunki. However, in the next instant, the force of vibrations erupted, shattering the ice instantaneously, scattering it across the ground. Following this, Kanjiunki sliced downward with great momentum, cleaving Akiji at the waist. With a resounding crack, Akiji was bisected and sent flying, the nearby ground freezing once more as he reformed in his elemental state, albeit with blood pooling from his wounds. Yada no Kagami, the yellow monkey ascended into the sky, radiating blinding yellow light as he amassed terrifying light-based energy in his hands. Countless laser beams surged forth towards Whitebeard. Witnessing this, Marco intended to intervene. "Marco, save Ace," Whitebeard commanded with an elevated hand. Responding to his father's call, Marco complied, activating his phoenix form and soaring towards the execution platform. With Akiji preoccupied, the Whitebeard pirates saw their opportunity, and Marco flew with all his might. Grah, the power of a Logia-type devil fruit is indeed terrifying, but I am Whitebeard. As Whitebeard gazed upon the myriad of laser beams, his resonant voice echoed throughout Marineford. He planted the Kanjiunki firmly into the ground, swinging his robust arm as he struck the air with a colossal fist that shattered the space before him. The sound of glass breaking resonated as the incoming beams were deflected. It had been a long time since he had fought freely since Roger's demise. "Youngsters, have you ever witnessed my prime?" A faint smile graced Whitebeard's face as the inexhaustible power within him brought him joy. Thanks to the healing of that boy Xiahao, Whitebeard felt vindicated in his earlier decision regarding the treatment costs. How is this possible? Shattering space with a mere gesture? Reports indicated this old man was bedridden with an ailment. Sengoku, observing the indomitable Whitebeard, was filled with disbelief. The reality before him starkly contrasted with the intelligence reports he had received. What transpired? A legendary monster in his prime had unleashed his fury. This war had become exceedingly troublesome. With a sigh, Sengoku reflected on the battered marine fort, contemplating the necessity of relocating the Navy headquarters. Boom! The space trembled again as Admiral Kazuru was struck, yet his Logia powers allowed him to reform quickly. However, the look in his eyes as he regarded Whitebeard had changed. It was evident that the reality diverged from what the three admirals had been led to believe. Magma Dog, observing the two who had failed to land their attacks. Admiral Akanu's right arm surged with molten lava, raising the temperature around him. The icy sea began to melt as a lava dog's head hurtled towards Whitebeard at breakneck speed. Yet, in this moment, Whitebeard was at his peak. Wielding Kanjiunki enveloped in haki, cleaving the lava dog's head in two. As flames flickered along the blade, Whitebeard exhaled. A wisp of white smoke dispersing as he gently shook the blade, dislodging the molten debris. Simultaneously, high above the execution platform, Marco, in his phoenix form, sped towards Ace. Spotting Ace within reach, a smile crossed Marco's face. Just as he prepared to descend and rescue Ace, an imposing shadow leaped from the platform. The once-seated naval hero, Garp, struck out with a powerful fist embedded with advanced haki, sending Marco hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. Vice Admiral Garp has made his move. The sight of Garp in action ignited excitement among the Navy ranks, as his title symbolized the Navy's might and morale. Grandfather. Luffy's eyes widened in shock as he beheld Garp, confusion washing over him. Had he truly intervened? The legendary naval hero, a monster from the era of Captain Roger. Nearby, Buggy, who had been spectating with a group of prisoners from Impel Down, muttered to himself as a din-din mushy broadcasted the event live. Lord Buggy, shall we not assist? A pirate asked, eager to join the fray in this paramount battlefield. Not a chance. Do you wish to die? Buggy firmly rejected the notion, though his gaze lingered on Luffy, lost in thought. On Sabeti Archipelago, journalists erupted with frenzy as they witnessed Garp's intervention, recognizing the significance of the moment. Garp. Whitebeard's expression darkened as he beheld Garp's presence. This old man's involvement would complicate matters immensely. Ace gazed at the towering figure of Garp beside him, tears welling in his eyes as memories of happier times flooded back, as though they were just yesterday. Garp, no one asked you to intervene. Sengoku addressed Garp, understanding the turmoil and reluctance in his heart. Garp remained silent, standing resolutely, watching the battlefield unfold below. At the same time, 100 nautical miles from Marineford, a naval warship sailed swiftly, empty and ghostly in appearance. On Sabeti Archipelago, the Dark King Rayleigh observed the live feed while drinking, lost in contemplation. A barrage of terrifying laser beams rained down upon Marineford as the pacifista forces, under the command of Senru, began to eliminate ordinary pirates. The explosive shockwaves sent nearby pirates flying. Witnessing this, Diamond Jozu rallied his crew to retaliate against the pacifista as they were allies of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, wait for me, Luffy shouted, as the execution platform loomed ever closer. Ace, wait for me, Luffy called out to Ace, with Ivankov swiftly following suit to assist Luffy in clearing the obstacles, while the Revolutionary Army squad engaged the encroaching Navy soldiers. For a moment, the path before Luffy was remarkably clear. Yet, just then, Bartholomew Kuma appeared directly in their path, blocking their advance. Ivankov attempted to reach out to Kuma, only to be met with a devastating energy beam that sent him spiraling through the air, leaving a massive crater in his wake. In disbelief, Ivankov stared at Kuma. The former comrade who had once fought alongside them, now seemingly intent on taking his life. What had transpired to lead to this? You need not attempt to awaken him. Bartholomew Kuma is now merely an emotionless machine. The voice of Dua Fulangming resonated from the side. As the figure of Tian Yacha, Dua Fulangming emerged, Ivankov furrowed her brows, perplexed by this fellow's intentions. The specifics remained unclear. Yet it was evident that this individual had forged a peculiar agreement with the world government, resulting in his current inhuman state. Damn it! Ivankov's face turned ashen. She believed that Bartholomew Kuma had been deceived by the world government. Straw Hat Boy, you must leave. I shall handle this. Understood. Be careful, little Ivankov. This fellow is formidable, Luffy cautioned, before pivoting and sprinting toward the execution platform. Rest assured, Lightning, protect the Straw Hat Boy. Ivankov gestured, then fixed her gaze on Kuma, determined to uncover what had transpired over the years. The Straw Hat Kid will not pass easily. Observing a squad rushing like an arrow, several Marine giant vice admirals obstructed Luffy's path. The elongated blade descended swiftly, prompting Luffy to dodge. Armament Haki enveloped his entire arm as he activated Gear Second and charged forward, exclaiming, "Rubber cannon!" As Luffy's voice echoed, his solid fist struck the abdomen of a giant vice admiral, sending him hurtling back, crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. "Get out of the way!" Luffy bellowed, then surged forward once more. However, the Marines were determined to thwart him. One after another, they blocked his advance. Even formidable vice admirals appeared before him. On the execution platform, Sengoku observed the chaotic battlefield below and glanced at the time, contemplating an early execution. As for morality, if the Marines achieved ultimate victory, everything would be justified. "Execute," Sengoku commanded, causing everyone in Marineford Square to instinctively halt their battles, their gazes drawn toward him. Whitebeard Newgate sought to intervene, but the three Marine admirals barred his way, leading him to lament the present generation, filled with anomalies. Ace, how could this be? The Marines, devoid of martial ethics, intended to execute prematurely. Damn it, what should I do? The execution platform is too far away. Moreover, up there stood the legendary Marine heroes Garp and Admiral Sengoku. Ace, Luffy cried out desperately, striving to press onward, only to be repelled by a Marine Vice Admiral. Despite being hailed as a supernova of the worst generation, Luffy's strength was still comparable to a pacifist. He was significantly outmatched by the seasoned Marine Vice Admirals. Sandstorm. Just as the executioner raised the blade to carry out the sentence, two sand blades flew from beneath the execution platform. In an instant, blood gushed from the executioner, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Crocodile. Sengoku gritted his teeth, utterly astonished that the assailant was the very person he deemed least likely to intervene. He had believed that Crocodile's antagonistic relationship with Whitebeard would assist the Marines in thwarting the Whitebeard pirates. Yet here he was, siding with Whitebeard. Sengoku gazed down at Crocodile, his expression furious. Many elements of this battle had exceeded his intelligence. The healthy Whitebeard, Crocodile's allegiance, the devastating bomb, and that rascal Garp, among others. Whitebeard would eventually resolve things, but before that, he was unwilling to witness the Marines' repugnant facade. Crocodile took a deep drag on his cigar and coldly addressed Sengoku on the execution platform, proclaiming that pirates and Marines inherently stood on opposite sides. "You scoundrel! Bring in new executioners immediately." Sengoku seethed with anger. Yet to ensure the plan's success, he had to suppress his inner fury and issued commands through the Den Mushi. Within Marineford, upon receiving Sengoku's orders, Marine soldiers hastened toward the preparation room for executioners. Unbeknownst to them, a frail man watched them from behind, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Ace, Luffy, witnessing that Ace had not yet been executed, felt a smile replace his sorrow as he swiftly raced toward the execution platform, his heart brimming with vigor. In an instant, the battlefield divided into three factions: the three Marine admirals versus Whitebeard Newgate, the Shichibukai versus the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, and Luffy leading the jailbreak squad along with some members of the Whitebeard pirates against the elite Marines led by the vice admirals. Grrr, everyone, Go support the Straw Hat Kid and rescue Ace. Whitebeard Newgate surveyed the surroundings, bursting into hearty laughter. Thus far, Luffy was the most likely to save Ace, especially since Garp was at the forefront of the execution platform. Whitebeard, you should be more concerned about your own affairs. Akainu scowled as he watched the Whitebeard pirates close in on the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. He immediately unleashed a barrage of magma toward Whitebeard's face, the scorching heat threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Seastone. Just then, a resounding voice emerged, and a column of seawater surged from beneath the shattered ice at Whitebeard Newgate's back, colliding with the molten magma, causing a torrential downpour of seawater to cascade from the sky, significantly lowering the surrounding temperature. Jinbei, the sight of the attacker, drew a subtle sigh from Admiral Akiji, who had originally joined the Shichibukai for the sake of Fishman Island, but ultimately chose to withdraw for the sake of Whitebeard Newgate. Jinbei, this isn't your battleground. Hurry and assist the Straw Hat Kid. Old man, I am not a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. My choices are my own. Jinbei retorted for the first time, standing resolutely behind Whitebeard to prevent any ambushes from minions. Half an hour later, the executioners hurriedly approached the execution platform, prepared under Sengoku's command. This scene rendered the members of the Whitebeard Pirates grave and anxious. Ace, I'm coming to save you. Whitebeard Newgate sought to stride forward as he gazed at Ace, who was on the verge of execution. However, the three admirals of Akainu would not permit him to do so. They unleashed their Logia powers en masse, preventing Whitebeard from breaking free while Jinbei valiantly defended against the marine assailants. Whitebeard, bear witness to Ace's execution. Sengoku, with malicious intent, commanded through the Den Mushi, his voice echoing throughout Marineford. Proceed. No, Yumelu. Scoundrels. Luffy's eyes blazed with fury as he charged toward the execution platform, only to be met with a relentless wall of marines, repelled wave after wave without respite. As the executioner's blade glimmered ominously, descending toward Ace, Luffy's rage reached its zenith, resulting in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Yumelu, halt. With a surge of Conqueror's haki, Luffy emanated an overwhelming force that rendered the surrounding crowd unconscious, including those on the execution platform. Yumelu, cease. The Conqueror's haki poured forth from Luffy, its unparalleled might sending enemies sprawling within a radius of several hundred meters into unconsciousness. The sudden appearance of this unfamiliar Conqueror's haki drew the attention of all on the battlefield. Luffy, does he possess Conqueror's haki, truly a born talent? Garp murmured, witnessing this scene with a complex expression. Had he not chosen the path of the Marines, he would have been confident in nurturing him as the strongest Marine soldier. Alas, it was all too late. Luffy, you too? Ace stared at Luffy with wide eyes, his expression a mix of astonishment and joy. Ah, what an unexpected ability. The Conqueror's haki, a rare and supreme power that emerges only once in a million, is surprisingly possessed by the Straw Hat Boy. How remarkable! Indeed, he bears the nefarious lineage of the Revolutionary Army's dragon and must be eradicated. Conqueror's haki? Is Ace's brother truly competent? On the plaza of Marineford, all were astounded by Luffy's display. In stark contrast to the Navy's grim expressions, the pirates were filled with exhilaration, a surge of energy coursing through them as they charged towards the Navy, their eyes brimming with hope as they gazed upon Ace on the execution platform. Ace, I am coming to save you. Luffy paid no heed to the dazed Marines around him. Instead, he seized the opportunity and sprinted with all his might, determined to reach Ace swiftly and intervene. The wielder of Conqueror's haki, if allowed to develop further, would become another ruthless pirate upon the seas. Indeed, he must be eliminated for the sake of world peace. The son of the Revolutionary Army leader dragon, this evil bloodline is not to be underestimated, rivaling even the son of the Pirate King. A group of Navy vice admirals rushed at Luffy, who was rapidly closing in on the execution platform. They believed him to be no threat, merely a fledgling who had just awakened his Conqueror's haki, easily subdued if they eliminated some of this wicked seed. Ghoul Montat Ghoul Moul, jet pistol. As Luffy confronted the roadblock before him, he activated Gear Second, wrapping his body in armament haki, and launched a rapid attack. The blocking Marine barely perceived a flash before being struck by an overwhelmingly powerful punch to the forehead, blood gushing forth as he fell into unconsciousness. Dimly aware of a robust figure soaring above him. Is this the Navy? Just a boy who has recently awakened his conqueror's haki, yet you tremble in fear. How pitiful. Sengoku. Whitebeard Newgate observed the Marines besieging the Straw Hat Boy Luffy and mockingly jeered. All of this is for justice. For the preservation of peace in this world. Sengoku retorted. Ice Pick Spear. Yasyori no Magatama. Hellhound. As Sengoku's words fell, the Navy's 3 admirals united for the first time. To them, whether it be Ace or the Straw Hat Boy, both were but immature youngsters, easily dispatched. The only one they deemed a true threat was the resurgent Whitebeard Newgate, who must be eliminated. Otherwise, releasing a tiger back in the mountains would not only bring disgrace to the Navy, but also plunge the new world into greater chaos. How laughable, a united attack. Who do you think I am? I am Whitebeard. As he witnessed the Navy's 3 admirals joining forces, Whitebeard Newgate's expression grew serious. A hint of pressure creeping in his heart. The Conqueror's haki surged wildly around his supreme blade, the Murakamajiri, as he unleashed his shockwave. The space before him instantly shattered, and with his powerful arms, veins bulging, he swung the Murakamajiri toward the 3 incoming attacks. In an instant, a terrifying explosion erupted, severing Akainu's magma dog head, shattering Akiji's ice spear, and blocking a significant portion of Kizaru's laser beams. However, the overwhelming onslaught could not be entirely thwarted by Whitebeard. Several laser beams pierced through his formidable physique, blood erupting as a sharp pain radiated from within. Yet, Whitebeard displayed no sign of distress. He had endured far worse injuries during his previous battle with Roger. Suppressing the pain, Whitebeard planted the Murakamajiri into the ground and reached out toward the void before him. A sudden change crossed Kizaru's face as his body was torn apart. In the process of the spatial rupture, part of his elemental form nearly got pulled into the void. Boom! Boom! Within 100 meters, the space shattered and reformed, the 3 admirals' bodies also crumbling at the same moment. However, due to their Logia devil fruit abilities, the impact was minimal. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Akainu and his comrades formed a triangular formation, surrounding Whitebeard once more. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged, the overwhelming pressure causing both Navy and pirates in the vicinity to turn their heads in awe, the shockwave spreading and blowing those nearby away. Observing this scene, Whitebeard Newgate made a quick decision, grabbing Jinbe and hurling him away. Old man! In midair, Jinbe shouted urgently, but it was futile. The sky is not the sea. No surprise that Whitebeard, even now, thinks of saving others. Akainu scoffed as searing magma erupted from his body. The earth swiftly consumed by the lava, black smoke billowing forth as the terrifying heat threatened to melt everything in its path. How annoying. Akiji frowned slightly at Akainu's outburst. However, he too unleashed the powers of his ice fruit. Perhaps due to their opposing attributes and differing temperaments, Akiji harbored no fondness for Akainu. Lightspeed clone, Kizaru, witnessing the explosive powers of the two, decided it was time to cease his idling. After all, as one of the Navy's 3 admirals, his strength could not be significantly inferior to that of his comrades. Hellhound, absolute zero. In an instant, the Navy's 3 admirals launched a full-scale assault against Whitebeard Newgate, determined to prevent any unforeseen calamities from arising. Old man, curse the Navy for their despicable actions. What should we do? There is no time left. How could this be? Seeing Whitebeard under siege, Marco and the others were filled with rage, desperately shouting to rescue Whitebeard. Yet in the next moment, they were obstructed by the Navy, left with no opportunity. Gulalala, I am Whitebeard. Observing that he could provoke the Navy's 3 admirals into a full-scale assault, Whitebeard Newgate laughed heartily, unafraid. The shockwave surged forth, and at that moment, the dark clouds above shattered and dispersed, tumultuous waves crashing upon the tranquil sea, violently assaulting the plaza of Marineford. The heavens and earth changed color, as the entire Marineford was enveloped by Whitebeard Newgate's Conqueror's haki. In an instant, Indiscriminate residual waves spread out, causing the weaker Navy and pirates to faint. "Come on," Whitebeard Newgate bellowed, engaging in an intense battle with the Navy's 3 admirals. In an instant, a kilometer radius was cleared, outsiders unable to interfere. As time passed, the fierce battle left Whitebeard Newgate with countless wounds. The paramecia fruit differed from the Logia type. No matter how powerful, he was still flesh and blood. Whitebeard's injuries worsened with each passing moment. Yet for the sake of his son and the Whitebeard pirates, he showed no signs of retreat. "Marco, do everything you can to save Ace." Whitebeard Newgate spun the Murakami rapidly, repelling Akainu before shouting loudly. Old man, Marco, witnessing his father fighting alone against the 3 admirals, felt a pang of sorrow. However, recalling the purpose of this mission, he suppressed his grief and led the charge toward the execution platform. The strongest forces of the Navy had been halted. Now, it was time to see their performance. "Charge forth, rescue Ace. Do not let the old man down. Teach these filthy, despicable Marines a lesson. Charge forth, rescue Ace. Ace, we are coming. Old man, everyone." Ace, watching the scenes unfold on the battlefield, could not help but lower his head, reflecting on why he had not heeded the warnings. If he had not pursued that scoundrel Teach alone, none of this would have occurred. How could this be? Tears incessantly flowed from the corners of AIC's eyes, his heart heavy with sorrow. Kapu, witnessing the scene, let out a wistful sigh, pondering the inevitability of their current predicament. "I see. I'm coming." Luffy gazed at the formidable members of the Whitebeard pirates, filled with gratitude for Whitebeard. Though reckless, Luffy was acutely aware that his current strength could not rival that of the Marine admirals. Cough, cough. Whitebeard Newgate spat blood, his gaze fixed on the execution platform, filled with hope for a new generation to rise. It must be said that the current Marine admirals were no less formidable than the former Sengoku. Bastard! Akainu's expression darkened upon seeing the Whitebeard pirates gaining ground, hastening towards the execution platform. That scoundrel! Whitebeard attempted to thwart Akainu's advance towards others, but was intercepted by Kizaru, with his body gravely injured and his stamina severely depleted. Whitebeard could not afford to chase after Akainu, especially with 2 Marine admirals blocking his path. Boom! Just as Luffy and the Whitebeard pirates raced towards the execution platform, an overwhelming and terrifying heat appeared above in the sky. Gazing upwards, a colossal magma fist descended from above, seemingly intent on obliterating everyone present. In an instant, panic seized the crowd, who began to flee from the impending attack. As Marco and the others prepared to counter this assault, a figure suddenly soared into the air. "Clown Buggy!" exclaimed the Marines in astonishment. "Buggy the Clown? When did he show up?" The prisoners of Impelled Down regarded Buggy with admiration. Recognizing him as a man they wished to follow, Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief at Buggy's unexpected intervention to save him. Is this guy really going to act? It's been years. I wonder how strong he has become? Marco, relieved by Buggy's appearance, recalled the formidable strength Buggy had displayed during their earlier encounter over 20 years ago. Split apart, floating in midair, Buggy surveyed the rapidly approaching magma fist, sighed softly, and raised a hand. The powers of his split fruit activated, producing a series of crisp, glass-like shattering sounds around him. Bang! Bang! A tremendous explosion resonated from above as the magma fist was shattered into countless smaller fragments, the intense heat dissipating in that moment. Tiny pieces of magma began to rain down, now devoid of any threat. Who is that guy? He actually blocked Akainu's attack. How is that possible? Is Buggy really that powerful? Smoker, astonished, dropped his cigar, mouth agape in shock. Clown Buggy. I recall his bounty never even reached 100 million. How did this scoundrel suddenly become so formidable? Gurara, Red-Nosed Brat, you finally made your move. Whitebeard, Newgate, laughed heartily at Buggy's intervention, recognizing the emergence of another strong ally among the pirates. Lord Buggy, the prisoners escaping Impel Down, erupted in thunderous cheers, celebrating the bravery of the man they wished to follow. Hurry, Straw Hat. I can't hold off this magma bastard for long. After confronting the danger, Buggy immediately instructed the others, feeling the immense pressure from the magma-clad Admiral Akainu. "Thank you, Buggy." Luffy expressed his gratitude before continuing his sprint towards the execution platform, knowing that rescuing AIC was of utmost importance. "Clown Buggy, you have hidden your strength well all these years." Akainu, observing the increasingly distant Straw Hat crew, furrowed his brow, intending to pursue them, but was obstructed by Buggy. "Hidden? I have never hidden. It's merely that your Marines are too incompetent," Buggy retorted dismissively. Spatial disruption punch. With that, he thrust his fist into the void before him, causing a tremor to ripple through the air. Akainu, sensing Buggy's actions, activated his observation haki, but found nothing amiss. However, as he advanced, an inexplicable sense of danger surged within him, prompting him to activate his elemental transformation. Boom! Akainu's body erupted, his magma form flowing chaotically, turning the ground beneath him into a small fiery magma zone. The relentless powers of Buggy's split fruit continued to assault and tear apart Akainu's elemental body, preventing it from healing. "You shall not pass so easily," Buggy declared, determined to impede Akainu's pursuit, knowing that while he may not triumph in combat, he could effectively hinder Akainu's progress. "I see. I'm coming." Luffy struck down the marine adversaries before him and leapt high, racing towards the execution platform. Around him, the Whitebeard pirates and Revolutionary Army members valiantly resisted the encroaching Marines, striving to pave a clear path for Straw Hat Luffy. For against the Marine hero Kapu, Luffy was the one with the greatest hope of breaking through. "Luffy!" Kapu observed Luffy charging ahead, gritting his teeth as he realized the unwelcome scene had unfolded. The team led by Luffy, intent on rescuing AIC, surged towards the execution platform. At that moment, the previously unconscious Giant Oz, once thought defeated, stirred, and miraculously, the leg that had been severed began to regenerate. "I see." A deep, resonant voice echoed across the Marine headquarters in Marineford, capturing every gaze as they turned towards the seemingly lifeless Oz, who was now slowly rising. The expressions of the Marines darkened in disbelief. "Oz, how is this possible?" He was clearly finished. Sengoku, astonished, clenched his hands tightly, unable to comprehend the situation, convinced that some crucial information had been overlooked. "Oz, you reckless fool." Whitebeard, Newgate, injured and bleeding profusely, remarked upon witnessing Oz's miraculous recovery, shaking his head in resignation. "Be careful." Sengoku's face paled as he heard Whitebeard's warning, realizing that Oz's silent recovery was due to some extraordinary power. As the soul of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard surely understood the implications. Therefore, Sengoku deduced that Whitebeard must be well aware of whatever force was facilitating Oz's healing. Though Whitebeard had regained some strength, he was still significantly weakened. After all, battle required stamina, and the use of haki and devil fruit powers also demanded physical energy. Yet it was enough. "Gurara, everyone, give your all to protect the Straw Hat Kid and rescue AIC." Whitebeard roared, unleashing his conqueror's haki, the sound of his mighty blade echoing as if in excitement. A formidable aura ascending towards the heavens, targeting the nearest admirals, Kizuru and Akiji. Truly a terrifying old man. How terrifying it is that one can instantaneously recover from injuries. Is it the ability of a devil fruit? The expression on Huang Yuan's wrinkled face became exaggerated as he scanned the pirates behind Whitebeard Newgate, desperately seeking the identity of the one who had healed the severely wounded Whitebeard. However, much to his dismay, he found nothing unusual at the scene. "Yesi." Little Oars stood up fiercely, wielding a massive sword over 40 meters long, swinging it vigorously side to side. He had just received the latest directive from Marco, a command from their father to clear obstacles and prepare for a swift retreat once EIC was rescued. Given Little Oars's enormous stature, it was imperative that he withdrew ahead of time to avoid becoming a living target. He cast a deep glance at EIC on the execution platform before gradually retreating while dispatching the surrounding Marines. He had acted on impulse once. This time, he could not allow their father to worry again. "Luffy, everyone, on the execution platform." EIC watched the relentless charge of his comrades, tears welling up in his eyes. If life could be lived anew, he would never act so recklessly again. Without absolute power, everything is mere talk. Luffy, Carp, observing Luffy at the forefront, furrowed his brow, his face dark with concern. Regardless of the outcome of the battle at Marinfander, Luffy's name would surely be remembered by the world, a notorious pirate. Children, do not lose focus. In the center of the Marinfander Square, Whitebeard Newgate addressed Huang Yuan and Akiji, who were turned towards the execution platform. As his voice faded, a storm of clouds descended, enveloped by the overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki, recklessly crashing towards the Marines. Naturally, it was Akiji and Huang Yuan who bore the brunt of this formidable force. Boom! The oppressive haki surged forward, and Huang Yuan and Akiji joined forces to withstand this immense power, for behind them stood thousands of Marine soldiers. They could not allow any harm to come to their ranks, especially under such intense combat. A large-scale casualty would inevitably dampen morale, a situation the Marines wished to avoid at all costs. The ground beneath them cracked, a profound chasm appearing at the feet of Akiji and Huang Yuan, who staggered back nearly 10 meters before managing to block Whitebeard's powerful slash. The shockwave struck, unleashing a colossal sound akin to thunder, rumbling throughout the area. As Whitebeard observed the attack being thwarted, his eyes narrowed as he readied himself to strike again, determined to buy time for the Straw Hat Boy. Hey, Akainu. Have you lost your mind? On another part of the battlefield, Buggy glanced at the furious figure of Admiral Akainu approaching him. Terror etched on his face as he retreated. Who would have thought that a momentary impulse to block the magma fist to buy time for the Straw Hat would lead to relentless pursuit by Akainu? Clown Buggy, we initially believed you to be just an ordinary pirate. However, following a thorough intelligence investigation, we discovered that you have concealed your true identity too well. A moment's oversight led us to confine you in the second level of Impel Down. You were once an intern of the RogerPirates and are a brother to the Yonko Shanks and Xia Hao. How could you possibly have a bounty of merely several tens of millions? On the execution platform, Sengoku revealed Buggy's identity to the crowd as Akainu pursued him. Is it true? This guy was an intern of the RogerPirates? No way. A brother to the Yonko Shanks and Xia Hao. He has been hiding in the weakest sea, the East Blue. He possesses such a rich identity. Truly, Buggy is to be commended for his modesty. I am moved to tears. The prisoners of Impel Down looked at Buggy with tears of excitement, feeling as though they were filled with newfound strength. Buggy, take him down. He's just a Marine admiral. One escaping pirate shouted, believing that Buggy was merely playing with Akainu. Who gave these fools such confidence? Buggy was taken aback. Though he had indeed concealed part of his strength, he was still far from being able to confront an admiral head-on. At best, he could only engage in a skirmish. Splitting punch. Faced with the relentless Akainu, Buggy could only raise his hand to block the attack. In an instant, invisible fists struck Akainu's body. The next moment, the power of splitting was unleashed, and Akainu was divided into hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces. Run. Buggy fled without looking back. Yet in the eyes of the prisoners of Impel Down, it seemed that Buggy had never regarded Akainu as a threat. After all, a true man never looks back at explosions. Buggy, you are amazing. They cheered, as expected of a crew member of the Pirate King, to shatter an admiral with a single punch. I believe that after this battle, Whitebeard should step down, and then the title of Yonko will belong to Buggy. Yes, I think so too. With Shanks and Xia Hao joining forces, the new world will be invincible. I agree. The escaping pirates from Impel Down chattered excitedly, fantasizing about Buggy becoming the next Yonko, assuring their own rise in status and becoming a formidable presence in the new world. Splitting power? Quite an impressive ability. Akainu's fragmented body restored itself through elemental transformation, his brow furrowing as he watched Buggy swiftly retreat. Just moments ago, he had been disassembled, and the elemental ability had met with some resistance, as if a spatial barrier hindered his restoration. Could the power of splitting even affect space itself? Go, Straw Hat Boy. Below the execution platform, the Revolutionary Army's vice captain, Lightning Hand, swung his dual scissors, instantly cutting a path through the ground that resembled flowing fabric. With a vigorous motion, The path was hurled towards EIC on the execution platform. Shaja, Straw Hat Boy, go save EIC. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in joyous laughter as they saw Luffy racing towards the execution platform. As long as Luffy could breach the blockade, EIC would be rescued. And this war would mark the triumph of the Whitebeard pirates. Luffy, seeing the path before him, sprinted with all his might. For he was now only a mere 100 or 200 meters away from EIC. In this moment, he paid no heed to the exploding bombs around him, unleashing his utmost speed towards the execution platform. Boom! Just as Luffy covered half the distance, a robust figure suddenly descended from above, and Luffy looked up in astonishment to find it was Carp. "Grandpa, move aside," Luffy shouted anxiously. "Luffy, the path of piracy is a choice you made for yourself. As a man, once you have made your choice, you must bear the consequences. I'm a Marine. If you wish to pass, you must step over my body." Carp's voice resonated throughout the Marin Fander Square, filled with anger, yet tinged with pride as he addressed his Russian grandson. In an instant, all combat ceased as everyone turned their gaze towards the standoff between the grandfather and grandson. "Grandpa, don't force me. Cool me. Let me see the path you have chosen." Luffy gazed at Carp, who had assumed a combat stance, and closed his eyes. With a swift motion, he extended his fist backward before delivering a powerful blow. His fist, the size of a sandbag, striking Carp squarely in the face and sending him hurtling away, plummeting from the heights above. Observing Luffy's resolute and earnest expression, Carp's face twisted in conflict as he silently closed his eyes. Having chosen his path, he resolved to follow his heart. At this moment, Carp had completely abandoned the thought of reclaiming Luffy and molding him into the strongest Marine warrior. After this war, regardless of the outcome, Luffy's name would resonate throughout the world once more. Carp, on the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sighed deeply as he looked at Carp. He understood that this was the utmost limit of Carp's capabilities, a loving grandfather confronted by a throng of unruly grandchildren. "Ace, I am coming." Luffy leaped from a side path and ascended directly onto the execution platform, hurriedly retrieving the key from his pocket, intent on freeing Ace from the sea stone shackles. "Straw Hat Kid." Sengoku's face darkened as he watched Luffy attempting to rescue Ace, his anger boiling over. This young man clearly held no regard for him. Suddenly, a figure resembling a colossal golden Buddha appeared before Luffy, radiating an overwhelming aura of terror. In that instant, the executioner, previously knocked unconscious by Luffy's conqueror's haki, began to regain consciousness. "Straw Hat Kid, what are you doing here?" Luffy exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the awakening Mr. 3. "Ahem, it's a long story. Watch out," Mr. 3 began to explain, only to be interrupted by Sengoku's descending Buddha palm, which prompted him to shout in terror. A candle wall, a milky white wall of wax appeared, shielding Luffy and the others from the impending attack of the massive palm momentarily. At that moment, the sound of a lock clicking echoed through the air. With the initial mastery of haki, Luffy was able to unlock the sea stone chains without faltering. The appearance of the candle wall also obstructed Admiral Kizaru's line of sight, preventing the key from breaking. Boom! The terrifying Buddha palm shattered the candle wall, causing the massive execution platform to tremble precariously before collapsing under Sengoku's formidable assault. Dust and debris surged into the air, and amidst the chaos, flames erupted, followed by a familiar voice declaring, "Fire Fist." A blazing fist descended from the heavens as Ace, now liberated from his chains, reappeared before the crowd, flanked by the elated Luffy and the terror-stricken Mr. 3. In that moment, every pair of eyes, both Marines and pirates, turned toward them. "Ace!" A cry of joy erupted from the Whitebeard pirates as they celebrated Ace's rescue, with Whitebeard Newgate's face breaking into a delighted smile. Everything had been worth it. "Damn it!" Admiral Akainu glared at the jubilant Whitebeard pirates, his expression dark and brooding as he observed the elated Ace and Luffy, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he advanced toward the two brothers. Boom! Get out of the way! His scorching magma fist swept through the enemies before him as Akainu hurried toward Ace and Luffy, believing that absolute justice could not allow such wicked bloodlines to survive. "Damn it! Whitebeard Newgate furrowed his brow, clearly disturbed by the unfolding scene, and prepared to intervene against Akainu. However, at that moment, Kizaru and Akiji sprang into action, launching a barrage of relentless attacks toward Whitebeard, for the war was far from over. Even with Fire Fist Ace rescued, as long as the Whitebeard pirates were eradicated, the Marines would claim victory in the end. Justice must prevail. Regardless of the justification one holds within, the Marines stood united against pirates. Admiral Akainu, Luffy run. The rising temperature in the environment caused Ace to sense an overwhelming killing intent. He turned to Luffy and shouted in a frenzy, "Hurry!" In an instant, flames erupted beneath Ace, propelling him forward. Luffy. Ace raced toward Luffy as Akainu's molten magma dripped ominously to the ground, producing wisps of smoke from the intense heat. His formidable presence closing in on Luffy. Witnessing the grim-faced, murderous Akainu, Luffy's eyes widened in terror, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness reminiscent of the battle at Sabedi Archipelago. Compared to Admiral Kizaru, the intimidation exuded by Akainu was far greater, for he truly intended to kill Luffy. Fire Fist, Ace shouted, unleashing a blazing fist toward Akainu, the force of the impact colliding with him, yet causing no real harm. With his elemental abilities, Akainu deftly evaded the flames, deeming it unnecessary to waste time. Both Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy must perish. Magnum Dog. Akainu's fist descended toward Luffy, who sat helplessly on the ground. In that critical moment, Ace's figure flashed forward, positioning himself in front of Luffy, completely shielding him. This was the duty of an older brother. Ace, Luffy cried out, desperation flooding his voice. In an instant, all eyes were once again fixated on the two brothers at the center of the battlefield, alongside Akainu's perilous attack, filled with lethal intent. The Whitebeard pirates were tense with anxiety, while the Marines were filled with anticipation and excitement, for the malevolent bloodline was on the verge of annihilation. Akainu's cold voice echoed in the ears of Luffy and Ace as the Magma Dog's head surged toward Ace's chest. Just as everyone believed the outcome was sealed, as Whitebeard Newgate prepared to fight to the bitter end, as Carp, with a dark expression, aimed to unleash his fury on Akainu. And as the reporters at Sabidi Archipelago anxiously documented this pivotal moment, a man clad in a black robe emerged. A seemingly ordinary Marine sword materialized between the Magma Dog's head and Ace's back, instantly halting the attack, even causing the searing magma to cease its flow, as if restrained by some unseen force. How is this possible? Who is this man? He blocked it. Thank goodness, Ace is unharmed. How infuriating. It was so close. Where did this black-robed figure come from? And why had he never been seen before? The appearance of the black-robed man transformed the situation dramatically, reversing the tide entirely. The Marines wore expressions of discontent, while the Whitebeard pirates erupted into joyous laughter. Regardless of who had saved Ace, that individual would forever be a benefactor to the Whitebeard pirates. This person, Whitebeard Newgate, who had just coughed up blood, furrowed his brow slightly at the sight of the suddenly appeared figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he could not place it at that moment. You survived. Ace, are you all right? Luffy asked, looking at Ace, who was protectively shielding him. I'm Fine. Ace nodded, glancing at the black-robed figure, a strange sense of kinship blossoming within him, leaving him puzzled. After all, aside from the Whitebeard pirates, there were few others who could evoke such familiarity. Ah, what a formidable aura. Where did this guy come from? Is another monster upon us? Today is truly terrifying, as one formidable figure after another emerges in Malenfondwa. Who is this individual? And why does he evoke such a familiar sensation? In the square, witnessing the sudden turn of events, Zhang Guo displayed a face of astonishment, which quickly morphed into a grave expression, allowing the Straw Hat Kid, Lu Fei, to rescue what Yuan IC was already a dereliction of duty on the Navy's part. He had anticipated annihilating him to eliminate future threats, yet unforeseen complications arose. Impossible, utterly impossible. That person was supposed to be dead, originally consumed by rage. Kapu now stared at the figure in the black cloak before IC, his expression shifting dramatically as a bold conjecture surfaced in his mind, one he had not dared to contemplate, yet it seemed the most plausible. Kapu, what has happened? Zhangwa could not help but inquire upon seeing Kapu's countenance. It's nothing. Kapu shook his head, though his gaze remained fixated on the figure cloaked in black. Should his suspicions prove accurate, chaos would engulf the world. So many people, how delightful. Just as both sides stood on edge, speculating about the identity of the cloaked figure, a sinister laugh echoed throughout Malin Fondua. The newcomer was none other than Marshal D. Tiki, captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. Tiki, the Whitebeard, Nugata, rose with great effort, suppressing the pain coursing through his body. An overwhelming fury erupted from within as he confronted the traitor who had placed IC in jeopardy. I never expected to see you again, yet you are so gravely injured. Upon hearing Nugata's voice, Tiki instinctively trembled. However, upon observing Nugata's battered form, drenched in blood, and recalling the coveted power of the special devil fruit he controlled, his confidence surged. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at Nugata, a fierce greed and murderous intent emanating from him. Tiki, you scoundrel, how dare you show yourself? Marco's face blazed with fury as he spotted Tiki not far from Whitebeard, swiftly preparing to fly towards him. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of yellow streaked past him. It was the Marine Admiral, Huang Yuan, delivering a powerful lightspeed kick that sent Marco hurtling away. After all, the enemy of my enemy is, to some extent, an ally. If Tiki could inflict irreparable harm upon Nugata or even slay him, the Navy could ultimately reduce unnecessary casualties, reaping the benefits by annihilating the Blackbeard pirates. Huang Yuan's actions were, of course, ordered by Fleet Admiral Zhangwa, who regarded Tiki with utter disdain. Do not be angry, old man. I will surely inherit your powers and become the new pirate king. Tiki smirked at the swaying Nugata, subtly gesturing for his crew to commence their assault. Attack! How dare you? Upon witnessing Tiki's audacity to strike at their captain, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were filled with righteous fury, clamoring to rush to his aid. Yet the Navy offered them no opportunity, as this was an internal betrayal within the Whitebeard pirates, a chance to witness the fall of a legendary pirate firsthand. Thus, the Marines were resolute in their obstruction. Tiki, today I shall personally cleanse my domain. A transparent shockwave of energy coalesced around Nugata's weapon, Song Yun Xia, producing a series of resonant shattering sounds akin to glass breaking in the surrounding space. Seeing Nugata still capable of wielding the powers of his devil fruit, Tiki instinctively retreated a step, the lingering might of Nugata instilling a sense of dread within him. Subsequently, the members of the Blackbeard pirates raised their firearms, unleashing a barrage of bullets, aiming to deplete Nugata's remaining strength from a distance. After all, this man was renowned as the strongest in the world. No one could predict what horrific retaliation he might unleash in his final moments. Having followed Nugata for over 2 decades, Tiki understood the terror that lay within him, a rival to the pirate king, Rogia. Therefore, he dared not relax his vigilance, although circumstances deviated from his original plan. Witnessing Nugata gravely wounded, Tiki could not suppress his insatiable desire and greed for the powers of the strongest Paramecia-type devil fruit. Thus he emerged, intent on shattering the world's perceptions, revealing the might of the Blackbeard pirates through this conflict. Tiki, you have truly underestimated me. Nugata spat a mouthful of blood, his body wobbling slightly as he swung Song Yun Xia with all his might. In an instant, the void fractured, causing the bullets from the Blackbeard pirates to shatter mid-air, the sound of metal clattering to the ground resonating throughout. A powerful shockwave surged forth, indiscriminately sweeping towards the Blackbeard pirates, sending debris flying and upheaving the already battered ground, relentlessly pummeling Tiki and his crew. Cough, cough. No wonder you're the old man. However, my strength is not to be underestimated. Tiki coughed a few times, casting a deep glance at the injured Nugata, then unleashed the power of his devil fruit. Black mist began to spread from beneath Tiki's feet, an abhorrent force causing Nugata to furrow his brow. Observing Tiki's audacious attack, Nugata raised his massive fist, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Tiki's head. Yet, a dark hand emerged, colliding with Nugata's fist and blocking the attack. Seeing Tiki's sinister grin, Nugata's expression grew even colder. How you like that? Not all, Tiki. Realizing that the black mist rendered his devil fruit powers useless, Nugata immediately channeled his haki for an assault. The sheer strength of the old man unleashed a fearsome force that struck down upon Tiki, eliciting a cry of agony from him. In an instant, the immense weight akin to towering mountains pressed Tiki into the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining the earth a crimson red. Captain, damn it! This old man still possesses such terrifying power. Altogether, this guy can't hold out for long. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates revealed their murderous intent, recklessly charging towards Nugata. Meanwhile, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates attempted to intervene, but the Navy refused to allow their passage. At the same time, the previously passive fleet Admiral Jean Gua finally made his move. With a single strike, an enormous shockwave from his palm surged forth, tearing the earth asunder and sending countless rocks and debris flying in all directions. The Whitebeard Pirates, who had prepared to retreat, were violently propelled backward, the overwhelming force and pressure causing many to lose consciousness. The fleet admiral, the legendary Bujangwa, had entered the fray. The Whitebeard Pirates' expressions darkened upon witnessing Jean Gui's intervention. With their captain ensnared by the Blackbeard Pirates, they found themselves obstructed by the Navy forces. As for the captains of the various divisions, they now faced elite vice admirals and even admirals of the Navy. The situation remained shrouded in uncertainty, making it difficult to discern a victor. While I see had been partially rescued, the true victory lay in successfully escaping from the Navy headquarters, Malenfondua. Zhangua. Mr. Zhangua. The Marines were astonished by Jean Gui's personal involvement, especially as they observed him hastening toward the cloaked figure protecting Hua Chuan IC. A sense of foreboding enveloped them, indicating that something significant was about to unfold. Your breath evokes a sense of familiarity within me, reminiscent of a long-lost acquaintance from over 2 decades ago. Might I implore you to remove your mask? The expression on Jean Gui's face was one of utmost seriousness as he earnestly inquired of the figure in the black robe. Yet the others observed a peculiar gravity in Jean Gui's demeanor, even noting that his devil fruit abilities were poised for activation. Without uttering a word, the figure in the black robe merely raised his weapon, pointing it at Jean Gui, signaling readiness for battle. It seems I must personally unveil your disguise, Jean Gui thought, clenching his fist tightly, his aura surging forth as a dormant lion awakened, enveloping the surroundings in a heavy, domineering pressure. Let's fight. As Jean Gui charged forward with remarkable speed, the figure in black also swung his sword to meet the oncoming challenge, igniting a fierce clash. Meanwhile, the departure of the black-robed figure provided an opportunity for Akainu to advance once more toward Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy, his murderous intent palpable. As a being of exceedingly malevolent lineage, it must be eradicated completely. Luffy, hurry. I will hold him off, Ace declared, shielding Luffy behind him while gazing solemnly at the palpable killing intent emanating from Akainu. Flames began to swirl around him, growing increasingly fervent, their hues shifting rapidly. Fire Fist. Ace launched the first strike, driven by his competitive nature that refused to allow him to remain passive. Moreover, he had long wished to confront a Marine admiral. Foolish. To seek your own demise. Akainu scoffed, witnessing the approaching flaming fist. He retaliated with a punch, his magma-infused fist colliding violently with the fire, piercing through it effortlessly. Such strength. Is this the true power of a Marine admiral? In just one encounter, Ace sensed the terrifying disparity in their might. Clearly, another waste of time is in order. I never anticipated that I would owe that brat yet another favor. On another battlefield, Whitebeard Newgate coughed up blood once more, his body swaying precariously. He cast his gaze toward the battlefield of his sons nearby, deciding to ingest another dose. Stop him. Damn it, he must not consume it. Blackbeard Teach, having sat down to regain his strength, witnessed Whitebeard pulling a verdant object from his pocket, a wave of unsettling memories flooding his mind. He then erupted into a frantic roar. Upon hearing Teach cries, The Blackbeard pirates attempted to intervene, but were a moment too late. The green orb was placed into Whitebeard's mouth, and with a swallow, the incessant bleeding from his chest gradually ceased. Teach, today I shall personally settle our scores. As the emerald essence of life was consumed by Whitebeard, his previously profusely bleeding wounds began to heal. Though the intensity of the battle had drained his strength considerably, the rejuvenated Whitebeard was now capable of unleashing his true power. With a resounding crack, as Whitebeard grasped the empty air before him, the space in front of Teach ruptured instantaneously, a sensation of unprecedented tearing engulfing him, as if his very being were to be completely rent asunder. Teach, Captain. The members of the Blackbeard pirates, witnessing their captain's distorted expression from Whitebeard's assault, gripped their weapons tightly, preparing to retaliate. The first to act was Shiryu of the Rain, launching a formidable sword strike toward Whitebeard. However, as he neared, Whitebeard effortlessly countered with a strike of his own, dissipating the attack in an instant. Teach, or rather, Blackbeard, it appears you've assembled a cadre of equally nefarious companions. Whitebeard delivered a powerful punch that sent Teach hurtling backward, the overwhelming force causing a tumult within Teach's very insides, blood spewing from his mouth once more. The excruciating pain forced Teach to kneel, his countenance dark as he gazed up at Whitebeard, wiping the blood from his lips. It seems I miscalculated this scheme. To my astonishment, old man, you still have ties with that scoundrel Xiahao. You know too much, Blackbeard. Upon hearing Teach's words, Whitebeard's brow furrowed deeply, gripping Song Yun Chia tightly as a transparent sphere of tremor energy coalesced ferociously upon the blade. In the next moment, the tremor slash was unleashed, hurtling toward the Blackbeard pirates. How outrageous! That scoundrel Xiahao would dare assist the old man. Teach reflected, recalling the past encounters between the Whitebeard pirates and the RogerPirates, where Xiahao had been labeled a monster, dog of the underworld. In a retreat zone of the Whitebeard pirates, Akainu unleashed his relentless attack, the scorching magma effectively blocking Luffy's escape. The surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates found themselves unable to inflict any substantial harm upon Akainu. After all, the rescue of Ace had already been a tremendous disgrace for the Marines. Thus, at this moment, all Marine forces unleashed unprecedented assaults to intercept the Whitebeard pirates, leaving no room for higher-tier fighters to safeguard Ace's retreat. The captains of various divisions were now completely stalled by the elite Marine rear admirals led by Aokiji, unable to divert their attention. You shall face me. Observing Ace's obstruction by Akainu, the figure in black prepared to act. However, in the next instant, Marine Admiral Zhang was stood resolutely before him, his golden Buddha form casting an oppressive aura over a vast radius. A colossal hand descended from above, the gusting winds amplifying the weight and strength of the attack. The ground of Marineford's plaza began to fracture, deep cracks spreading outwards in mere seconds. The terrifying wind pressure caused the black robe of the figure to billow violently, as if Zhang deliberately sought to unveil the figure's true identity. The fierce gusts tore at the black robe, revealing the figure beneath. Impossible. How could this be? The legendary pirate, thought to have been executed by the Marines, now stood here. Captain Roger. The ever-scheming Buggy gasped in astonishment at the sight of the man across from Zhang, covering his mouth in disbelief. Roger, is it truly you? Carp's previously bewildered expression transformed into one of grave seriousness, his dark eyes fixated on the direction of Roger. The Pirate King? This is monumental news. The legendary Pirate King Joel D. Roger, who supposedly acquired the great treasure, has not perished. At Sabedi Archipelago, numerous journalists gazed at the screen showcasing the figure in black. No, it is the Pirate King Roger, their faces a mixture of shock and exhilaration. Each individual scribbled furiously, dispatching first-hand accounts to their respective news outlets. Everyone was astounded. Within Marineford, be it the Marines, the Whitebeard pirates, or other factions, all were left in awe at the revelation of the figure's true visage. After all, many had witnessed Roger's execution at Logtown. The most dreaded scenario had indeed come to pass, though reluctant to accept it. Despite our investigations into various unique devil fruit powers following the theft of his corpse post-execution, we unearthed no fruit capable of resurrection. Over time, we had given up hope. Yet here you are, Roger, you rascal, having successfully returned to life. Jean Gua regarded Roger gravely, fully aware of the formidable strength Roger possessed, a truly terrifying powerhouse. Ha ha, it is all mere fortune. In the midst of the warring states, Sengoku found himself taken aback, for over 2 decades had slipped by in the blink of an eye. And this old rascal still drew breath. Today, I am not here to engage in battle, but merely to take my son away as an unworthy father. Sengoku, I hope you will not impede my path. Roger spoke solemnly, his gaze fixed upon Sengoku. As a condition, I shall vanish from the Navy's sight forever. Until the emergence of the new Pirate King, I vow to remain in solitude, away from all contact. Roger's expression was placid as he laid forth his terms. The future belonged to the youth, and having survived thus far was merely a twist of fate. Knowing all, Roger wished to detach himself from future events, awaiting the birth of prophecy in silence. Ah, what a perplexing choice this is, Roger. Sengoku's golden form dissipated, returning him to his human guise. His brow furrowed in contemplation of Roger's proposition. Behind Roger, Ace gazed at the unfamiliar figure of his father, his emotions a tumultuous blend. After all, the death of his mother and the trials of his youth were intertwined with this estranged pirate king. In stark contrast to Ace, Luffy's eyes sparkled with awe, never anticipating that his idol would manifest before him. This was a dream come true. Roger, cough, cough. The only entity capable of resurrecting this fellow must be that brat. Xiahao, with such extraordinary power. Whitebeard, Newgate, could not help but exclaim upon witnessing the middle-aged Roger. The battlefield of Marineford, once fraught with volatility, fell eerily silent at the appearance of Roger, as all awaited the ensuing decision from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, or perhaps from those who wielded higher authority. With each passing second, the tension mounted as all eyes remained fixed on the 2 figures at the heart of the conflict. Just as Sengoku was poised to act, the telephone bug in his pocket began to ring. 5 elders. Sengoku's heart sank at the sight of the distinctive telephone bug, and with a gentle press of his finger, he answered. Sengoku, has Roger truly returned from the dead? The 5 elders inquired, for reaching the final island, Raftel, and knowing the secrets of the world government meant that he could not be allowed to live. The century of blank history had vanished from the annals of time. It must not resurface before the world. If the Pirate King Roger had indeed returned, he must be eradicated once more. Indeed, I wish it were not true. But this man before me is unmistakably Roger, Sengoku sighed, continuing, Sengoku, since you managed to execute Roger once, you can certainly do so a second time. This time, you must not allow him to escape. The mistakes of the past cannot be repeated, or the consequences will be dire. The stern and cold voice of the 5 elders caused Sengoku's countenance to darken. Yet, he understood well that the orders of the 5 elders surpassed all else. The Navy must comply. Yes, I understand. Oh, the one I just spoke with must have been the 5 elders. It seems my proposal has been declined. Sengoku, Roger observed the encircling, hostile Navy with a smile. Well, Roger, you must realize that the world government will not permit your survival. If it were not for your final words before your demise, the seas would not be in such turmoil today. Sengoku admonished furiously. Roger, is your existence a blessing or a curse? Nearby, Garp watched the familiar visage with a conflicted heart. Had it been over 2 decades ago, he would have immediately stood by Sengoku's side to apprehend Roger. After a moment's reflection, Garp's formerly hesitant demeanor solidified into determination. The path of the future belongs to the younger generation. Thus, the conflict between the righteous Navy and the nefarious pirates must ensue. Let us eliminate Roger and the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku transformed once more, his towering Buddha form radiating golden light, prompting the Navy to enter battle mode, clashing with the pirates before them. Though the name of the Pirate King made everyone instinctively swallow hard, once they beheld the figures of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, their anxious hearts found solace. The Navy, too, possessed formidable strength. Vice Admiral Garp had captured Roger once and could do so again, the ordinary sailors thought. How intriguing this has become. Justice shall prevail, for only the victors embody righteousness. Let me discern who the ultimate victor shall be. Doflamingo, having dispatched a member of the Whitebeard pirates with his string fruit ability, ceased his assault, instead scrutinizing the pivotal battlefield, for that was where the outcome would be determined. Teach, what shall we do next? Shiryu of the Rain inquired, observing the fierce battle between Roger and the engaged Sengoku and Garp. At this moment, Teach's heart trembled with chaos. Roger's resurrection had thrown his plans into disarray. Casting a glance at the ever-watchful Whitebeard, who sought to settle scores, Blackbeard Teach felt a retreating urge, for his current power was insufficient to contend with these legendary figures. Retreat. The future is ours, Teach declared, swiftly withdrawing from the battlefield. Whitebeard Newgate merely regarded Teach with a deep gaze, refraining from pursuit, for though his wounds had healed, age had taken its toll on his stamina. Thus, for Newgate's generation, despite their formidable might, they could not endure as the youth could. Ha ha ha, Garp. Your fists remain as solid as ever. After years of inactivity, I find myself at a disadvantage. Roger laughed heartily as he faced the rapidly approaching Garp, whose overwhelming power pushed him back. The instinctive release of his conqueror's haki knocked down dozens of foes around him. Umph. Roger, you scoundrel, you should not have returned. Garp's expression darkened, feeling as though Roger's resurrection was a mockery of him. To be honest, I too am uncertain why I have come back to life, and all ailments have vanished. Perhaps fortune smiles upon me. Ha ha, Roger explained while fending off the torrential barrage of punches. Do you not know? As the battle intensified on Marineford, both Navy and pirates engaged fiercely. Even the escapees, previously in a state of idleness, were compelled to fight. Casualties mounted as blood stained the ground, turning the earth a deep crimson. Everyone, I implore you, let us cease this fighting. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed through the air above the plaza of Marineford. A colossal pirate ship emerged from the outer harbor. Is this the Red Force? Impossible. Why is the red-haired pirate ship here? Just days prior, reports indicated they were battling Kaido in the New World. Could Roger's resurrection be linked to Shanks? After all, Shanks was once a member of the Pirate King's crew. Wait, if Shanks is aboard, then who is that voice? Hey, who is there? The Navy, amidst their discussions, turned their gaze toward the source of the voice, and upon looking up, they beheld the imposing figure of Xiahou descending majestically from the sky. Positioned just 10 meters before Admiral Akainu, his overwhelming conqueror's haki suppressed even the molten power of the magma fruit, causing the searing lava to cease its flow. The five emperors, Xiahou. What a remarkable day it is, with so many esteemed figures gathering here. It is astonishing to witness the formidable strength of the pirates, including the likes of red-haired Shanks, the fifth Emperor Xiahou, and even the infamous Buggy the Clown, all of whom were once members of GOLD, Roger's crew. Is this perhaps a show of support for their captain? Such a congregation of powerful beings within a single pirate crew is nothing short of extraordinary. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Xiahou swiftly approached Roger. Captain Roger, he exclaimed, a mix of excitement and reverence in his voice. Roger, with a hearty laugh, responded, "Ha, Whitebeard. I never imagined you would be on par with my crew now." His gaze then shifted to the breathless Whitebeard, Newgate, as he spoke with an unmistakable tone of camaraderie. Hearing Roger's teasing remarks, Whitebeard nearly faltered, caught off guard by the familiarity that persisted despite the years. How did this man become the Pirate King? Captain Roger. Shanks approached, his emotions complex as he beheld the youthful visage of Roger, unchanged after more than 20 years. He understood that only Xiahou could accomplish the miraculous feat of reviving the critically ill. Little Shanks, you have matured into quite the man, Roger remarked, feeling a sense of pride as he observed the once timid boy now standing with such authority. Buggy, why do you stand there in shock, not greeting the captain? Xiahou chided, noticing Buggy's astonished expression from a distance. I am just overwhelmed with excitement. Buggy stammered, waddling over, his anxiety palpable. After the recent war, Buggy had achieved notoriety as a member of the RogerPirates, a brother to two of the 5th Emperor's captains. Buggy, I did not expect to see you here, Roger said, somewhat surprised, before glancing at Xiahou and Shanks, as if understanding the connection. The three of them were inseparable brothers back in the days aboard the pirate ship. At that moment, the voice of Admiral Sengoku cut through the air, interrupting their nostalgic reunion with a chilling and authoritative tone that cast a heavy atmosphere over Marineford Square. "Humph, Sengoku, I will take Ace with me today no matter what. He is my son, and it has been over 20 years since we last met. No one can stop me," Roger declared, releasing his conqueror's haki, causing the recently tranquil skies to erupt once more, and the sea to churn violently, overwhelming many pirates and Navy soldiers who succumbed to the pressure. As Sengoku faced off against Roger, a ringing sound emanated from the din-din mushi in his pocket. Quickly, he answered it, listening intently. "Sengoku, we are aware of the situation. The involvement of Roger and the other two Fifth Emperors is indeed unexpected, yet reasonable. After deliberation among the five of us, we have decided to announce the cessation of hostilities. Continuing the battle would lead to catastrophic losses for the Navy, significantly impacting the world government's ability to maintain order. However, Roger cannot be ignored, so negotiations must take place. This matter is now in your hands. Roger must not be seen by the public. He must vanish from sight. Otherwise, the world government will have no choice but to mobilize the Knights of God for a second execution." "Understood," Sengoku replied, taking in the gravity of the situation while casting a fleeting glance at Roger, whose demeanor remained inscrutable. If the negotiations did not proceed smoothly, the Navy would face unprecedented devastation. Even Sengoku shuddered at the thought of an enraged Roger, especially with Xia Hao and Shanks, two formidable forces, standing by. "Roger Whitebeard, let's have a conversation. And you, Buggy, turn off the visual din-din mushi. What transpires next must not be broadcasted. Otherwise, I will personally hunt you down." Sengoku sighed, addressing Roger and Whitebeard. "Negotiations? It seems the call was from the Gorosei, and no wonder an admiral would act so deferentially. If that is the case, let us proceed with the discussion." As Roger spoke, Whitebeard, Newgate, made his way towards Sengoku. The three figures casting long shadows as the Navy and pirates alike stood in a state of confusion, unsure of their next actions. Yet, all understood that the outcome of this discussion would dictate the trajectory of the war. Would it lead to conflict or peace? On Sabeti Archipelago, numerous journalists gazed in dismay at the suddenly blacked-out screen, realizing a monumental news story had slipped through their fingers. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become renowned in the world of journalism. In stark contrast, the surrounding pirates were filled with astonishment and exhilaration. Among them, Captain Kidd, the one with the highest bounty among the supernovas, radiated strength and determination, staring intently at the screen. The Pirate King was still alive. How intriguing this has become. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Law was filled with yearning. If resurrection were indeed possible, could that individual also be brought back to life? I must acquire this method. At the same time, journalists attempting to relay this news to their respective news agencies found themselves caught in a mass arrest by world government officials. They charged toward the reporters, disregarding the pirates nearby, as the government had issued a decree. No photographs of Roger's revival could be allowed to escape, for the world would descend into chaos otherwise. A silent yet fierce operation ensued, resulting in the journalists being executed on the spot, their blood staining the ground red. As time passed, Sengoku, Roger, and Whitebeard emerged, their expressions calm and unyielding, indicating that negotiations had concluded favorably. "I declare the war to be over," Sengoku announced, his voice resounding powerfully. "The new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates will be Ace, with Marco as the vice captain and 1st Division commander. As for me, I shall retire starting tomorrow," Whitebeard proclaimed. Following Sengoku's announcement, "Old man," a chorus of voices exclaimed in shock and desperation. "Ha ha! Whitebeard, you are quite the beloved figure. Do not worry, I will retire alongside this fellow, and he shall not go hungry," Roger remarked, feeling a tinge of envy as he heard Ace call Whitebeard father. Upon hearing the words of the three individuals, Xia Hao and Xiang Kasi exchanged a glance, a subtle smile gracing their lips. The war had come to an end. This monumental conflict, the largest in history, had finally concluded. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Newgate, and the Pirate King Roger, three pinnacle figures of the bygone era, simultaneously declared their retirement, leaving no place for them in the vessels of the new age. The future belonged to the youth. Observing these legendary figures, the Navy personnel wore complex expressions, their fists clenched tightly, filled with a sense of dissatisfaction. However, the orders from the world government and the fleet admiral compelled them to comply, bowing their heads over the blood-soaked ground of Marineford Square. An inexplicable feeling of oppression enveloped the naval soldiers, leaving them bewildered and desolate. The friends they had just been boasting and chatting with were no longer present. Had it not been for the resurrection of the pirate King Roger, perhaps the righteous Navy could have claimed a resounding victory. Yet, there were no what-ifs. On the other side, the Whitebeard pirates were deeply saddened and reluctant to see Whitebeard Newgate retire. Simultaneously, they were elated to see Ace, full of life and vigor. In an instant, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. Gurara la la la, the crew is retreating. Whitebeard Newgate cast a glance at Roger and the uneasy Ace. He promptly issued the retreat order. After all, this was not a moment for reminiscing. Yes, Dad. A resounding cheer erupted, and the pirates displayed excited smiles as they commenced their grand retreat. Buggy, will you join us? It has been a long time. Xiao Hao addressed Buggy, who was stealthily preparing to leave. With Xiao Hao's words, many gazes turned toward Buggy, who was attempting to diminish his presence. Instantly, a surge of intense anger erupted. Buggy shot Xiao Hao a glare filled with frustration. No, you two hurry and leave. Buggy retorted angrily before hastily departing. Haha, still the same old Buggy. Alas, after this war, your reputation can no longer be concealed. What about you, Xiang Kusi? Shall we share a drink? Not this time, perhaps next time. I must take my leave as well, Xiang Kusi replied, shaking his head as he observed the excited Luffy rushing toward him. He turned away, for this was not the moment for a genuine reunion. Luffy still had a long way to go. Xiang Kusi. Luffy called out loudly as he watched Xiang Kusi board his ship. Yet, the members of the red-haired pirates seemed oblivious, hastily departing. Allelicht, Straw Hat Luffy, stop. Do not forget your promise. This meeting is merely a shortcut. Are you truly certain this fulfills the agreement? This is not the behavior of a true man. Xiao Hao interjected, raising a hand to halt Luffy, his tone calm. Due to Xiao Hao's intervention, the trajectory of events shifted. Otherwise, Luffy would not have been able to clearly see Xiang Kusi. I understand. Upon hearing Xiao Hao's words, Luffy immediately halted, fists clenched, his gaze fixed intently on the direction in which the red-haired pirates had departed. Xiang Kusi, one day, I will strive with all my might to find you, Luffy shouted fervently. A day later, in a certain sea area of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Ace turned his head away, displaying a proud demeanor. His expression conflicted as he gazed at the vast ocean before him, showing little desire to engage with Roger beside him. Conversely, he noted Luffy, his idol, beaming with joy as he approached Roger, as this was the first time he had encountered a living idol. Luffy, Ace called out in a low voice. S. In truth, I was gravely ill back then. I did not intend for your mother to face it alone, Roger began. No need for explanations. It is all in the past. I am now Whitebeard's son. Ace interrupted Roger's explanation, leaving without a backward glance, his expression incredibly complex. The unpredictability of life. Whitebeard, who would have thought that after all this, Ace would become your adopted son? Roger mused, glancing at Whitebeard Newgate, who appeared somewhat gleeful, placing a hand on his forehead and sighing. Garara la la la. It is all merely fate's selection. Roger, I truly did not expect you to come back to life. What exactly transpired? After a hearty laugh, Whitebeard offered Roger a bottle of liquor and inquired. I am uncertain, but it must be related to Xiao Hao. That kid proposed several treatment methods back then, but I rejected them due to the lengthy recovery period, right up until I reached the final island. When the illness within me reached its worst stage, I abandoned all treatment, Roger recounted after taking a sip of his drink. Xiao Hao, that lad is indeed remarkable. Had it not been for him, I might have permanently remained in Marineford, Whitebeard Newgate reflected, acknowledging that had he not procured life-saving items from Xiao Hao, he might not have survived the onslaught. You two, formidable figures commanding respect across the seas, discussing others in such a manner is not befitting of your stature. Xiaohao's voice resonated from behind them, followed by the sound of light footsteps approaching. "Ha ha, you are still the same. Always appearing and disappearing," Roger remarked, patting Xiaohao's shoulder, a once young friend who had now grown to possess the power to influence the entire world. "Captain Roger, I actually came to inform you that Ace's mother is still alive. After she was taken by Vice Admiral Garp, it is crucial to share this news with him. Your relationship may very well improve, for blood is thicker than water." Xiaohao began recounting events from over 20 years ago, revealing the current whereabouts of Ace's mother to Roger. "You clever boy. What? You want me to be the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Dad, do not joke. I cannot do it." Ace nearly jumped up upon hearing Whitebeard Newgate's decision, repeatedly shaking his head in rejection. After all, he believed he had committed a grave mistake, causing significant harm to the brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates who had fought to rescue him, many of whom remained forever in Marineford. Now, he considered himself a man burdened by guilt. "I believe Marco would be a suitable captain," Ace quickly suggested, stepping behind Marco and exclaiming loudly, "Ace, Dad trusts you." "And everyone has already agreed. You are the only one fit to be the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates." Marco shook his head, his tone serious and earnest. "If Dad truly retires, the Whitebeard Pirates will need a new top-tier force to protect the crew. Ace, the son of the Pirate King, a wielder of Conqueror's Haki, and possessing exceptional combat talent. With diligent training, you will undoubtedly rise to greatness on par with the Sea Emperors of the New World. Ace, do not disappoint Dad. Only under your leadership can the Whitebeard Pirates achieve greater glory," Marco urged, pulling Ace forward, speaking earnestly. "Indeed, Ace, we all believe you are the best candidate. Ace, you must trust Dad, and more importantly, trust yourself. You can do it, Ace." The captains of the various divisions of the Whitebeard Pirates began to counsel Ace, genuinely supporting his succession as captain. After years of camaraderie, everyone knew Ace's character well. Moreover, as a wielder of Conqueror's Haki, he stood as a symbol of power at the pinnacle of the world, destined to lead the crew further, possibly even inheriting the legacy of becoming the next pirate king of the new era. On the side, Luffy gazed at Ace's heartfelt smile and joy, and he couldn't help but smile back, his big eyes earnestly fixed on Ace. It was truly wonderful that Ace was alive. "All right, Ace, it's settled. In 2 days, I plan to leave the Moby Dick and retreat to my homeland." With a powerful wave of his hand, Whitebeard Newgate proclaimed this decision in a booming voice. The next day, on the deck of the Moby Dick, Roger and Ace stood together, gazing out at the boundless sea. The sea breeze gently caressed them, and father and son remained in silence, seemingly unable to find the words to break the stillness. "Ace, I wish to tell you that back in the day, I was afflicted with a terminal illness. It was never my intention to abandon you and your mother. I did not mean for you to endure such coldness and grievances. I am truly sorry, my son." Roger exhaled deeply, slowly turning to face Ace as he spoke. This man, who stood at the pinnacle of an era and was known as the Pirate King, a man who never faltered in the face of any challenge, displayed a nervous expression for the first time. "No need to say more. I no longer harbor hatred towards you." Upon hearing Roger's apology and remorse, Ace felt a tumult of conflicting emotions within him. The father he had long resented was now right beside him, yet he was unsure of how to respond. Should he scold, curse, complain, or harbor hatred? Ace shook his head after the war at Marineford. He had matured significantly and was no longer the reckless youth of his past. From now on, the Whitebeard Pirates would be his utmost priority, protecting those he loved and who loved him in return. "Actually, Ace, your mother is still alive." "What? Could you please repeat that? Is that really true?" Ace's mind was engulfed in a tempest upon receiving this shocking news. His mother was alive. Only heaven knew the magnitude of this revelation for Ace. Since childhood, Ace had longed to see his mother every night, yet he had never even glimpsed her face, not even in dreams. "Indeed, your mother, Rouge, hid you in her womb for 20 months to evade the Navy's pursuit. After giving birth, her health was severely compromised, and as she neared the end of her life, she entrusted you to Garp. Just before leaving this world, she encountered Xiaohao. So Xiaohao saved my mother. He also resurrected you." Ace fixed his gaze intensely on Roger, speaking with fervor. His expression, however, was a tumult of emotions, as he never expected Xiao Hao could truly achieve such a miracle. Yes, Roger nodded vigorously. The man who once roamed the seas as the Pirate King had relinquished his former ambitions after his rebirth. Now, he merely wished to live a peaceful life. Much like Newgate had said, the future belonged to the young, and these old fellows had no ships left to sail. In the days to come, reconnecting with old friends would be a fine choice. Ace, I hope that after you arrange matters with the WoodRelease, you will accompany me to visit Rouge. I intend to live in seclusion from now on. Roger gazed at Ace, his tone tinged with nervousness. Garara, Ace, you should go with Roger. After all, he is your father, and you have always wished to meet your mother. As Ace pondered this, Newgate's voice resonated from behind them, his right hand holding 2 bottles of liquor as he approached with a steady gait, casually tossing one bottle towards Roger. Ah, good wine, Roger remarked solemnly. All right, I will go with you, Ace said earnestly. In truth, after a series of events, Ace had long since forgiven Roger, though voicing it was a challenge. Ha ha ha, splendid. Roger laughed heartily, for he was indeed a man of spontaneity. Not far away, Luffy watched as Roger and Ace stood together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He never expected the Pirate King would be so close one day. This was the closest he had ever been to realizing his dream. Luffy. Ace noticed Luffy's expression and couldn't help but smile wryly, nearly forgetting that his little brother idolized his irresponsible father. Ace, Luffy exclaimed, running over joyfully, his black eyes widening as he eagerly observed Roger. Who is this? My brother. Ace replied seriously. Garp's grandson, Whitebeard remarked as he looked at Luffy, recognizing the potential in him as a future formidable opponent for Ace. However, that was no longer his concern. Oh, Garp's grandson, is it? Roger glanced at Ace and Luffy, understanding everything. If that's the case, then before I retreat, let me impart some new knowledge to you both. Whitebeard, what do you think? Roger suggested. Are you referring to hockey? Whitebeard inquired, already aware of what Roger intended to teach. The prospect of the Pirate King imparting his knowledge of hockey was sure to make the new world even more vibrant. Really? Hockey? The ability that can touch those with devil fruit powers? Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment, his body trembling with excitement. In the new world, at Onigashima? What did you say? Roger is still alive. The sound of shattering glass echoed as Kaido, who had been preparing to indulge in drink, instinctively hurled the bottle to the ground, his copper-like eyes fixed intently on his subordinates, a terrifying aura of conqueror's hockey enveloping the entire island. Nearby, members of the Beast Pirates collapsed under the pressure, save for the 3 calamities who remained unaffected. Similarly, on Cake Island in the New World, Big MOM was likewise stunned by the news of Roger's resurrection, even dropping her favorite pastry to the ground in shock. Roger has come back to life. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Garp and Sengoku stood amidst the ruins, their expressions complex as they surveyed the devastation around them. Countless Navy soldiers were tirelessly engaged in reconstruction efforts. Meanwhile, the majority of the Navy began to withdraw, with elite forces summoned from around the world returning to their original posts. After all, in this war, the Navy had gained little advantage. Even the pirates who were supposed to be executed had escaped. It was evident that the pirates would react wildly to this shocking news. The righteous Navy still needed to maintain stability across the globe, and bearing justice, they could not retreat. Garp, who would have thought this war would bring about so many unexpected variables? Truly, the world is unpredictable. A scheme intended for retirement has become the greatest blunder of my life. Sengoku sighed bitterly, his expression heavy as he surveyed the aftermath. After this war, he seemed to have aged considerably. The once infallible strategist had lost the confidence he once exuded. Sengoku, who could have imagined Roger's resurrection? The greatest variable in this war is undoubtedly the 5th Emperor, Xiao Hao. I believe Roger's return is closely tied to him, and it was likely Xiao Hao's influence that allowed Whitebeard to regain his peak state, Garp remarked, analyzing Sengoku's somewhat despondent tone. For over 20 years, Garp had closely monitored Xiao Hao's movements. Unfortunately, Xiao Hao had matured too rapidly, to the point where Garp felt he could not strike decisively. Now, he had become the emperor of the New World. I share the same sentiment. Thus, I shall compose a comprehensive war report to submit to the highest authority of the world government, the Gorosei, and tender my resignation. The future should be entrusted to the youth, and I intend to pass on the mantle to Aokiji. Sengoku sighed softly as he revealed his intentions. I, too, believe it is time to retire. The future belongs to the new generation. I recommend my 2 disciples to join the special forces in the Red Earth continent, at the holy land of Mariehua, within the hallowed halls of the world government. The Gorosei scrutinized the report and retirement application with a grave and heavy atmosphere. Are Sengoku and Garp truly seeking to withdraw from the forefront? These 2 old men are bound to cause issues. Have they considered who will succeed the Admiral of the Navy? Sengoku proposed Aokiji as the next Admiral. Aokiji? I believe Akainu is more suitable. After all, the world government requires an admiral who will unconditionally obey orders, and in this regard, Akainu is more fitting than Aokiji. Akainu, indeed. I concur with that assessment. The Gorosei began to voice their opinions, all agreeing that Akainu was the more appropriate choice. Now let us discuss the individual known as Xiahao. According to intelligence gathered by the CP organization, the peak combat prowess displayed by Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, in this war bears the influence of Xiahao. Furthermore, I suspect that Roger's resurrection is also attributable to Xiahao's powers, expressed one of the Gorosei, Saint Saturn. Impossible. Even with the awakening of the Op no Mi, it merely grants the possibility of eternal life. Resurrection is an ability I have never heard of. However, the fact remains that Roger is alive. After his execution, his body was stolen, and I suspect Xiahao is behind it. Yet, the notion of resurrecting the dead is far too unfathomable. This situation is growing increasingly troublesome. The repercussions of this war will undoubtedly diminish the Navy's prestige, leading to chaos upon these seas. I believe we must report to that esteemed individual. I concur. I agree. The Navy headquarters has been largely devastated, and Firefist Ace has been rescued. Under the pen of the renowned journalist Morgans, this conflict has been dubbed the Paramount War, and as newspapers spread across the globe, a tremendous wave of reaction ensued. Many were incredulous at first, as the Navy, the embodiment of justice and the protector of world peace, is widely recognized for its formidable strength, leaving the public in disbelief. Yet, the information in the newspapers has never been erroneous. It was only when the Navy personnel who participated in the Paramount War returned to their bases worldwide that everyone had to confront this new reality, albeit reluctantly. Simultaneously, the Navy's defeat has exhilarated pirates along the Grand Line, who flocked to the New World to join the WoodRelease, emboldened by their recent victory against the Navy's elite forces. In an instant, the fearsome reputation of the WoodRelease soared, even being heralded as the foremost of the 4 emperors among the pirates of the Grand Line. On the island of Murphy in the New World, Xiahao gazed at the latest newspaper, a faint smile gracing his lips for the skyrocketing and allowed him to elevate the strength of the Hautian pirates to new heights. Xiahao was convinced that his decision to engage in the Paramount War was indeed fortuitous. Ashing, Captain, I am here. Ashing, upon hearing Xiahao's call, hurried over, standing at attention, awaiting orders. In the next 2 years, I aim to double our influence. During this time, captains of the various divisions are free to act, but do not bully civilians. Rest assured, Captain, I have it under control. Ashing confidently thumped his sturdy chest, making a serious promise. Go ahead. Xiahao waved his hand, returning to his reading, contemplating a thorough discussion with the esteemed journalist Morgans. After all, newspapers wield significant influence over public opinion in this world. If they could be fully harnessed, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Meanwhile, on an island teeming with fierce beasts near the Whitebeard pirates in the New World, Luffy and Ace commenced their rigorous training, under the tutelage of the Pirate King Roger and the world's strongest man, utilizing the power of hockey. From day one, Luffy was battered and bruised, crying out in frustration, while his desire for hockey grew ever stronger. Days passed, and during this time, Rayleigh, the former mentor of Luffy, came to visit, harboring deep feelings for Roger. While the 3 of them celebrated with drinks, Ace and Luffy were relentlessly beaten by hundreds of ferocious beasts. Colossal creatures knocking the brothers down time and again. I refuse to believe it. I will master the power of hockey. Luffy exclaimed, his cheeks puffed out like a sausage. His face a portrait of defiance. We must persevere, Luffy. Your current strength is far from sufficient to become the Pirate King. Ace took a deep breath, wiping the blood from his face, and began to engage the beasts with martial arts and hockey. Ha! The vigor of youth is truly boundless. News of the Paramount War spread throughout the world, and members of the Straw Hat Pirates, transported by the tyrant Kuma's Niku no Mi, each caught wind of Luffy's exploits. In a departure from the original historical trajectory, Fire Fist Ace was successfully rescued. As a super rookie, Luffy not only infiltrated the Navy headquarters and caused a ruckus, but also managed to retreat unscathed, undoubtedly shocking the world and igniting discussions about this newcomer amidst a throng of formidable figures. The grandson of the Navy hero Garp and the son of the most notorious criminal, Dragon, he quickly became the talk of the town. Luffy is safe. This is wonderful. Luffy, I knew you could do it. Ha! What an unpredictable twist of fate that the two brothers reunited in this manner. I will escape this place sooner or later. Those despicable people. Luffy, I will surely break free from here. Those detestable baboons. Oh, Luffy, I am so relieved you are well. But what is that tattoo on your arm in the photo with Ace in the newspaper? I don't recall Luffy ever having a tattoo. A tattoo? What do these letters mean? Has Luffy grown wiser? The inquiries of the Straw Hat Pirates were indeed a reflection of Xiao Hao's suggestion upon leaving the Whitebeard Pirates, which to some extent restored the original historical path. After all, this was a painstaking effort by the gentle Kuma. Xiao Hao held great admiration and respect for the tyrant Kuma, as such selfless individuals are rare in this perilous world, where malice abounds and the celestial dragons reign with cruelty. The current Straw Hat Pirates, recklessly entering the latter half of the Grand Line's new world, are woefully unprepared. After all, they lack even the most fundamental mastery of hockey and are therefore unworthy of the new world. Glory is not universally applicable. Very well, I promise you. I will temporarily join the Revolutionary Army. In a snow-covered nation, Robin, wrapped in a fluffy cloak, gazed at the newspaper in her hands. After a moment, she turned to the commander of the Revolutionary Army beside her, for she understood the message Luffy sought to convey. Though unsure of who orchestrated this plan, she was confident that Luffy would be safe within the Whitebeard Pirates, for Ace was there, high above the Grand Line, on a moving sky island. Nami, preparing to escape, also intently scrutinized the newspaper and, moments later, comprehended the meaning behind Luffy's tattoo. Thus, turning around, I glanced at the peculiar group of weathered meteorological masters behind me, a glimmer of determination lighting my eyes. With my backpack slung over my shoulder, I made my way towards a nearby dwelling. Nami resolved to settle here, intent on absorbing the entirety of meteorological knowledge available to prepare for the unpredictable weather of the New World. After all, I was still far from being a match for the formidable creatures and admirals that roamed this new realm. A thunderous explosion erupted from a certain experimental base along the Grand Line, where Frankie emerged, his face covered in soot, revealing only his large, expressive eyes as he fixated on newspaper. Nearby, two indigenous inhabitants gazed at this eccentric man with bated breath. I understand now, Luffy. I will master all the technology here and enhance the Thousand Sunny. Similarly, Usopp, Chopper, Brook, and Sanji, after deep contemplation, grasped Luffy's intent and began to strive for personal growth in their respective domains. Sanji's arrival in the realm of the Okama King might have been a calculated decision by Bartholomew Kuma, allowing Sanji not only to learn exquisite recipes, but also to cultivate his self-control, particularly in the presence of beautiful women. However, Kuma may have underestimated the situation, as Sanji's abilities had indeed escalated, yet his immunity to allure had diminished, bordering on a severe affliction. Before the castle on Kurigana Island, the current residence of Dracula Mihawk, Zoro stood before this man, astonished to encounter the world's greatest swordsman. Why are you here? After the fall of this nation, it has remained uninhabited, ultimately becoming my castle. Mihawk explained, regarding the young man he had once met in the East Blue. Do you have a ship? I wish to leave. Zoro implored earnestly. To leave? There is a small wooden boat on the eastern coast of the island, which I can offer you, provided you can reach it, Mihawk replied, raising his glass of red wine. Thank you, Zoro exclaimed. Hey, you haven't even thanked me yet before walking away. Perona, the ghostly girl, pouted at Zoro's departing figure, visibly displeased. I have my reasons for leaving. Luffy is waiting for me. Haven't you read the newspaper? Someone informed me that the Straw Hat Kid would convey messages through it, only comprehensible to your crew. Now you wish to find him? You won't be able to see him. I heard he is undergoing devil training. Mihawk recalled the message he received upon leaving Marineford. What? Information? Why didn't I notice it? Zoro muttered, picking up the newspaper again, his eyes fixed intently on the text, disregarding Perona's antics beside him. What could the information be? Damn it. Luffy has become clever, Zoro thought, his eyes bloodshot. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour, yet still no useful information surfaced. Tick-tock, time elapsed, and soon 2 hours had gone by. Lying on the ground, Zoro recalled moments before their parting, and suddenly enlightenment struck him. 2 years from now, we shall meet again at the Sabati archipelago. He realized, I understand now, Luffy. During this time, I will undoubtedly grow stronger. Gazing at the starry sky, Zoro silently vowed. Yet, to become stronger, he had only one path to tread, one that required him to cast aside his pride. He sought to be taught by the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Taking a deep breath, Zoro resolved to push open the palace doors and boldly declared, Teach me the way of the sword. The way of the sword? Roronoa Zoro, are you jesting? I expected you to be a man worth waiting for. Yet here you are, groveling before your enemy. This is truly disappointing. I will defeat you, Zoro shouted, his forehead pressed to the ground, his voice hoarse with determination. Observing Zoro's fervor and glancing at the newspaper that lay beside him, Mihawk could only smile wryly, recognizing Zoro's inflexibility. I will teach you, but first defeat the gorillas outside. Otherwise, you lack the qualifications to learn from me. The gorillas have all been defeated. Thus commenced a grueling training regimen. On the New World S. Murphy Island, Xiahao surveyed the information transmitted by the intelligence department, a faint smile gracing his lips. Following his return from the Whitebeard Pirates and the issuance of expansion orders, all crew members mobilized, centered around Murphy Island, sweeping through all surrounding external forces. Any entity not aligned with the Hautian pirates, be it adversarial or neutral, pirates, navy, kingdoms, or towns, were consistently overrun by the Hautian pirates, raising their flag across the territory. In merely 6 months, nearly 1,000 nautical miles of land and sea had become Hautian territory, and Xiaohao's renown resonated throughout the world once more. On the island of the new Navy headquarters, 2 retired veterans scrutinized the newspaper in their hands, exchanging opinions. What in the world does Xiaohao intend to achieve, expanding his territory so significantly within such a short span? What is his aim? Since departing from the RogerPirates, Xiaohao's actions resembled a wild stallion, unpredictable in nature. Yet each move carried a profound purpose. If not taken seriously, it could significantly impact the Navy's pursuit of justice. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, does it only affect the Navy? Xiaohao's actions challenge the rule of the Celestial Dragons. If he continues this unrestrained expansion, who will ultimately wield power in this world? Garp laughed heartily. Garp, mind your tone. TCH, I'm just a retired old man. No one cares what I say. Garp waved dismissively in response to Sengoku's serious tone, then poured a bag of sunbae into his mouth, relishing the taste. Garp, you thief. You stole my sunbae. Ha ha ha. Don't be so stingy, Sengoku. Here, have a donut. The surrounding Navy personnel exchanged exasperated glances, accustomed to the antics of these 2 elder statesmen. Nonetheless, both remained the spiritual pillars of the Navy, figures of profound significance. However, the actions of the Hautian pirates cast a heavy pall over the Navy, whose formidable strength and influence compelled the headquarters to take them seriously. Some speculated that the current power of the Hautian pirates had reached or even surpassed that of the Whitebeard pirates at their peak, with their numbers exceeding those of the Beast pirates. In the conference room of the new Navy headquarters, bang. Look here. The recent actions of the Hautian pirates show utter disregard for the Navy. If this continues, the Navy's dignity will be obliterated. Over a dozen kingdoms have jointly protested to the world government, and the Gorasii has ordered the Navy headquarters to halt the expansion of the Hautian pirates within a week. Let us hear everyone's opinions. The newly appointed Fleet Admiral Akainu, visibly enraged, slammed the newspaper onto the table, addressing the gathered naval commanders. The Navy headquarters had only recently been re-established, and this was within the perilous waters of the latter half of the Grand Line. If they were to engage with the Hautian pirates, they lacked the numerical advantage, and rashly waging war could lead to incalculable losses, a naval vice admiral observed, scanning the room before speaking under Akainu's intense gaze. Does this imply that our Navy is utterly ineffectual? Ever since the Summit War, the world government has expressed considerable dissatisfaction with our naval forces. If we defy the government's orders this time, what will happen to our military funding in the future? However, the current Navy has yet to recuperate, and with Admiral Akiji having departed, who will lead the charge against the Hautian pirates? Engaging a Yonko crew, particularly one as formidable as the Hautian pirates, makes it exceedingly difficult for a single admiral to compel their retreat. The issue of combat capability is not merely an excuse. The world government's directive demands that the Hautian pirates cease their expansion. Let Kizaru take action. It would be an opportune moment to test the new weapons developed by Vegapunk. Observing the bickering generals, Akainu spoke up. As a staunch believer in absolute justice, the Navy cannot turn a blind eye to pirates running amok. Were it not for his current position as Fleet Admiral, he would have already personally led a fleet to assault the Hautian Pirates' Island, using force to compel Xiahao to halt his expansion. In light of this, I shall take action. Borsellino, with his half-closed eyes, slowly rose and made his way out of the conference room. For Kazu, it mattered little who became Fleet Admiral. After all, to a certain degree, he too was an ambivalent individual. In the skies above a certain sea region in the New World, a vessel powered by birds was gliding smoothly. Ha! What a grand spectacle the Hautian pirates have orchestrated, exclaimed the renowned journalist Morgans as he perused the intelligence relayed by his subordinates. After a moment of contemplation at his desk, he swiftly began to write, intent on crafting a column about the exploits of the Yonko Xiahao, believing it would capture considerable public interest. Somewhere in the Grand Line, the Revolutionary Army was amassing strength to incite a revolution against a nearby kingdom, aiming to overthrow the tyrannical and cruel reign of its king and install a benevolent ruler to genuinely liberate the nation. The leader of this operation was none other than the infamous revolutionary leader, Dracul Mihawk, who was currently engrossed in a newspaper. Xiahao, what exactly are you plotting? Murmured Mihawk, his profound gaze directed toward the New World. After years of intelligence gathering, he had come to realize that it was Xiahao who had intervened to protect O'Hara's Tree of Knowledge, a pirate safeguarding scholars. Moreover, he had preserved an extensive collection of precious research texts. It all seemed rather peculiar. Mihawk surmised that Xiahao must possess some critical knowledge. After all, Xiahao emerged from the crew of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. Could it be that O'Hara is somehow linked to the final island? Raftel, Leader Mihawk. All combat personnel are ready. Please issue the command. Just as Mihawk was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, a squad captain from the Revolutionary Army approached to report. Thus, Mihawk gradually withdrew from his reverie, recognizing that the immediate priority remained the liberation of the world and the overthrow of oppressive and unjust rule. In 10 minutes, we shall proceed as planned. Understood, Leader Mihawk. On Hive Island in the New World, the infamous Xiahao is seemingly keen on expanding his territory. Blackbeard Teach, reveling in the company of beautiful women, chuckled heartily as he perused the latest news, though his eyes were filled with malice. To this day, Teach harbored resentment over Xiaohao's actions that had led to the demise of his capable subordinate. Captain, should we also consider expanding our territory? Remaining solely on Hive Island hardly suits your stature. Indeed, Teach, we currently boast over 5,000 pirate members, more than sufficient to claim all neighboring territories, especially since several nearby kingdoms are quite affluent. The mere thought of it is tantalizing. However, if I recall correctly, those kingdoms are affiliated with the world government. Acting rashly could provoke a crackdown from the Navy. What is there to fear? As fellow Yonko, If the Haotian pirates can do it, so can we. Then let's give it a try, Teach declared, gesturing to his ambitious subordinates. On an unnamed island in the Grand Line, 2 divisions of the Haotian pirates, totaling 10 ships, were currently docked and resting. Leading these 2 divisions were the highest-ranking officials of the Haotian pirates, Crazy Dragon A Xing and Sniper Blaze. Following Xia Hao's directive, the Haotian pirates had recently utilized their formidable combat prowess and unique management system to successfully subjugate several nearby nations, hoisting their flag above the capitals. Subsequently, all pirates withdrew in an orderly manner, leaving behind a small contingent to provide essential intelligence within each kingdom. Each outpost bore a special Flying Thunder God mark. Should uncontrollable circumstances arise, the Haotian pirates could swiftly transport a select few of their strongest fighters. The cost of protection was meager, requiring the newly appointed king to pay only a fraction of his wealth each year, a sum significantly less than what raiding pirates would typically demand. Off the coast of Alabasta Kingdom in the Grand Line, 5 naval warships were anchored, commanded by Admiral Kazoo. This truly is a conundrum. I never anticipated that a pirate-installed king would be so beloved by the common folk, Kazoo mused, observing the new king from atop the city walls. His face wrinkled in thought as he listened to the cheers of the populace below. Admiral, what shall we do? The civilians are completely blocking our soldiers' access, a naval rear admiral remarked, his expression one of bitterness as he gazed at the throngs gathered below. Who could have imagined that the Navy, traditionally synonymous with justice, would now find itself ensnared by the very citizens it sought to command, all to prevent the reinstatement of the previous king, since the current ruler was deemed satisfactory? Both the law and policy, taxation, and land distribution aligned with the interests of the people. Initially resistant to the Haotian pirates' forceful intervention, fearing the new king would be even more tyrannical, the citizens had since welcomed him with open arms and unending praise. Over the course of a year, their worldview had been irrevocably altered. Perhaps it was the Haotian pirates' unique approach that illuminated the citizens to the fact that Xia Hao, known as the Emperor of the Sea, was unlike any ordinary pirate. Relay this to Sakazuki. This is quite the headache, Kazoo instructed before vanishing in a flash of light, reappearing aboard the naval warship. Yes, Admiral, a naval captain quickly responded, promptly dialing the Navy headquarters' exclusive transponder snail to report. Aboard the naval vessel, Kazoo was briefed on the situation. Admiral, we have confirmed the current location of the Haotian pirates. They are residing on Dodo Island, 50 nautical miles from here, a member of the Navy Intelligence Division reported. What shall be our next course of action? Please advise. All ships, change course to Dodo Island. Since we cannot replace the king, let us capture a cadre from the Haotian pirates as recompense. Kazoo pondered before issuing his command, for this was part of Sakazuki's new directive to eradicate all evil forces. Understood. All units, redirect to Dodo Island and advance. Upon hearing Kazoo's orders, the Navy sprang into swift action. As the elite forces of the Navy headquarters, their execution and combat capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary naval members. 3 minutes later, atop a lighthouse in the Alabasta Kingdom, a station member of the Haotian pirates gazed at the departing naval vessels, thumping his chest with relief as he exhaled deeply, having nearly been frightened to death upon witnessing Admiral Kazoo's appearance. Although the direct forces of the Maritime Emperor can hold their heads high against typical adversaries, they find themselves lacking confidence when faced with a naval admiral, as the disparity in strength is considerable. The Haotian pirate crew is a civilized organization. Unlike certain pirate crews associated with zoological societies, where brutishness is prevalent. A squad leader promptly informed Lord Bulies and Lord A Xing that the Navy was approaching Dodo Island and urged them to evacuate immediately. A small team member began chirping animatedly to a small bird, then turned to his companion and instructed him accordingly. Understood, Big Brother. At Dodo Island, a member of the Haotian pirate crew's communications team rushed towards Bulies, his face filled with urgency. Here, take a sip of this wine and speak slowly. Bulies handed him a cup of wine, observing his breathlessness. Thank you, Lord Bulies. The young man quickly clinked his cup and gulped it down. Lord Bulies, Lord A Xing. We just received word from the garrison of the Arasbaki Kingdom that 5 naval warships, led by Admiral Kizaru, are heading towards Dodo Island with the intent to annihilate us. Admiral Kizaru and 5 naval warships? The Navy is quite swift in their movements, Bulies exclaimed, throwing down his cup. He retrieved a newly carved sniper rifle adorned with the image of a 5-clawed thunder dragon from a wooden box behind him. Shing, would you care to give a try? Bulies inquired, glancing at the composed Shing, whose opinion was vital as the first follower of Xiahao. I'll consult the captain, Shing replied, draining his cup before producing a golden transponder snail and initiating a call. Brew, 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 brew. Shing, what is it? On Moke Island, Xiahao is enjoying a delightful time in the swimming pool with beautiful women. Captain, Admiral Kizaru is leading 5 warships to encircle us. However, the brothers do not wish to retreat in fear. They want to test their mettle. What do you think? I see. Do as you wish. But all regular members must retreat. I do not wish to lose my men unnecessarily. Remember, no one to stop. This is not the time for an all-out war. The Haotian pirate crew still needs to develop, Xiahao advised after some contemplation. Understood. Shing nodded. Upon ending the call, excitement sparkled in his eyes. Finally, they could engage the naval admiral without restraint. Except for the members of the Devil Fruit Corps, all others must withdraw. The upcoming battle is not one you can partake in, Shing declared, rising to issue combat orders. Lord Shing, we too wish to stay. 5 naval warships are nothing. We cannot possibly lose, declared one proud member of the Devil Fruit Corps. Yes, yes, even if Admiral Kizaru is present. We have 2 powerful leaders here. Let us stay and fight. The ordinary members of the Haotian pirate crew began to voice their discontent, spurred on by the bravado of the Devil Fruit Corps. Silence. This is Captain Xiahao's command. Execute it immediately. Shing bellowed, silencing the commotion. Upon hearing Xiahao's orders, everyone felt a genuine sense of agreement and began to retreat swiftly. Over an hour later, Bulies adjusted the scope of the Thunder Dragon sniper rifle, locking onto the naval warships that were about to dock at Dodo Island, targeting Admiral Kizaru first. Bang! Without hesitation, Bulies pulled the trigger, hoping for a surprise attack. Danger! In an instant, Kizaru sensed a threatening aura rapidly approaching. With the use of his observation hockey, he narrowly avoided a bullet crackling with electricity, instinctively transforming into light and vanishing from a warship. Has our position been compromised? How terrifying, the Haotian pirate crew, Kizaru thought as he appeared on Dodo Island, unleashing his powerful observation hockey to locate Bulies' position in an instant. Zoom! A golden beam shot forth, aimed directly at Bulies, seeking retribution. Boom! Just before the laser could strike Bulies, a massive figure shielded him, the laser deflected by Shing in his wind god pterodactyl form. How formidable! They all possess strength akin to monsters, Kizaru mused, narrowing his eyes as he observed Shing and Bulies. Quickly, surround the entire island. Not a single pirate must escape. The naval soldiers swiftly disembarked and began expanding the encirclement along the coastline. Meanwhile, the 2 pirate ships that Bulies had left at the Cape had already been utterly destroyed. Ah, the battle has begun. A loud beastly roar resonated from Dodo Island, followed by a cacophony of various beastly cries. The Zoan-type Devil Fruit users surged forth, standing resolutely behind Bulies and Shing, with the Paramecia-type users close behind. A corps of Devil Fruit users? This is troublesome. I did not expect the Haotian pirate crew to gather such a formidable number of capable subordinates, thought Rear Admiral Heiyu, glancing at the group of powerful individuals before him. Should we request reinforcements from headquarters? This operation seems hasty, he queried urgently. We must accurately inform the Navy headquarters of the situation here. This mission has been somewhat reckless. Rear Admiral Heiyu thought, observing Kizaru, who was engaged in a prolonged battle in the sky. The power of the Haotian pirate crew's officers had reached a level capable of stalling an admiral. Without the highest combat strength at our disposal, the ensuing struggle against the Haotian pirate crew will be arduous. Even if we win, it will likely be a Pyrrhic victory. When did devil fruits become so commonplace? At the Navy headquarters, the current Fleet Admiral Sakazuki was enveloped in smoke as he awaited news of the battle. Bang, bang, Bang. Enter. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. I have received the latest reports. Admiral Kizuru has encircled the vanguard of the Hautian pirate crew on a small island called Dodo Island, and combat has commenced. However, the situation is grim. Admiral Kizuru is being thwarted by the Hautian pirate crew's officer, a Shing, and Sniper Bulies, while the remaining naval forces are being relentlessly attacked by the over 200 members of the Devil Fruit Corps. The battle is exceedingly perilous, and we cannot eliminate them all in a short time. Furthermore, Dodo Island is not far from Hautian pirate crew territory, making it likely that other teams will come to their aid. Therefore, Rear Admiral Heiyu recommends dispatching 5 naval warships for support. Bang! Over 200 members of the Devil Fruit Corps? What nonsense! Are devil fruits so easily obtained? Sakazuki exclaimed, furiously slamming his fist on the table as magma surged around him, filling the room with an aura of danger and oppression that made the intelligence officer tremble. Unlike the previous fleet admiral, Sengoku, Sakazuki's temperament is excessively volatile and direct. His absolute justice allows for no imperfections. Order nearby branches to give their all. This operation must exact a heavy toll on the Hautian pirate crew. Otherwise, the Navy's encirclement will become a laughingstock across the world, Sakazuki commanded, his expression darkening as he spoke. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. The intelligence officer bowed his head and exited the room quickly, unable to endure the heavy atmosphere for even a moment longer. In a room not far from the admiral's office, the former fleet admiral, now semi-retired Sengoku, also learned of the news, his expression turning grave. Cap, you scoundrel. All you think about is indulging in your desires. These are the backbone of the Navy. We must devise a strategy to prevent them from suffering losses on the pirates' territory. Huh? These donuts are all mine. With a single bite, Carp devoured the remaining donuts before turning his gaze to a grim-faced Sengoku. It has long been said that Xiahao, that little rascal, has been a monster since the era of Roger, and ever since he established his pirate crew, he has never engaged in battles without confidence. This time, Sakazuki was too hasty. If we do not act swiftly to halt this, he could very well face defeat instead of establishing his authority. The newly formed Marine headquarters, which took over a year to establish, could become a laughingstock. Therefore, I propose an immediate retreat. There is no need to continue fighting. If the Navy truly intends to confront the 5 Emperor's pirate crew, it must prepare for a full-scale engagement. The Navy's current priority is to maintain stability and peace upon the seas, as large-scale battles will only plunge the world into greater chaos, Carp earnestly stated. A rare moment of seriousness for him in discussing a matter. As a hero of the Navy and a seasoned sailor with a heart full of justice, he could not bear to watch the younger naval soldiers march towards their doom. In that case, I shall report the situation to Commander Kong, Sengoku resolved, his eyes shimmering with determination upon hearing Carp's heartfelt report. On Dodo Island, after 3 hours of combat, the elite forces of the Marine headquarters, led by Kizuru, faced casualties against the Hautian pirate crew's Devil Fruit users. The casualty ratio was astonishing, reaching 100 or even more, as the formidable recovery and resilience of the Zoan-type Devil Fruit users inflicted significant losses on the Marines. Even with the elite forces employing hockey, one naval colonel, clutching a bloodied wound, approached Rear Admiral Heiyu and lamented, "The losses among our soldiers are too severe. Hold on. The Marine headquarters will surely send reinforcements." Rear Admiral Heiyu encouraged, his heart heavy as he gazed upon the brutal battlefield. "We must hold out until the Hautian pirate crew arrives to support." He silently roared within. "Wind God Wyvern Slash. Kizaru, I won't allow you to assist." A Shing, observing the laser strikes directed at the Zoan-type forces, flapped his wings rapidly, executing a terrifying slash aimed at Kizaru's head, forcing the powerful admiral to evade. Kizaru's expression soured as he surveyed a Shing and the ever-watchful Burees. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was confident he could defeat either of them. But time was not on his side. This battle has been impulsive. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets racing towards Kizaru, their hockey-infused tips forcing him to phase out of harm's way. Tear them apart. A mere admiral dares to challenge the 5 Emperor's pirate crew. Let them see the might of the Hautian pirate crew. A cacophony of laughter erupted from the crew as they relished their power. How intoxicating the strength is, Marines. Perish beneath my claws. As the Hautian pirate crew witnessed Admiral Kizaru being obstructed by Ashing and Buriz, their fighting spirit ignited. Their massive, beastly eyes looking down upon the naval soldiers with brazen mockery. Even the elite of the Marine headquarters found their attacks ineffective against their beastly forms, as not everyone possessed the formidable haki. In contrast, the Zoan-type Devil Fruit users' exceptional recovery and endurance left the Marines feeling grim, their expressions serious, knowing that employing haki also required stamina. Damn it, these guys are too difficult to handle. How is the headquarters responding? How long until reinforcements arrive? Has the Hautian pirate crew truly reached such a level? It's terrifying. 3 hours until reinforcements arrive. We must hold out. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. A naval colonel raised his sword high and shouted, instantly rekindling the spirits of the previously demoralized Marines, their resolve solidifying in their eyes. 3 hours? Do you think you can hold out? Hasn't your intelligence department informed you that the surrounding territories have already been seized by the Hautian pirate crew? A squad leader of the Hautian pirate crew scoffed, mocking the Marines' morale. Look around. The tables have turned. You're surrounded. As the Marines retreated 2 steps in response to the pirates' taunts, their expressions turned grave. Over a dozen pirate ships adorned with the Hautian pirate crew's flag were swiftly approaching the island. Vice Admiral Wincy, leading the charge, faced formidable figures such as the Hautian pirate crew's officers, Lightsmengchen and Daidatai, both with bounties exceeding 100 million. A naval lookout, peering through his telescope, recognized the faces aboard the approaching pirate ships and immediately reported to Vice Admiral Wincy, who, apart from Admiral Kizaru, was the commander of this operation and a loyal disciple of Admiral Sakazuki, believing in absolute justice. Those damned, evil pirates! Vice Admiral Wincy's face twisted upon hearing the report, and he swung his sword vigorously to repel the pirates attacking him. No one retreats. Eliminate the pirates. He bellowed, his cold gaze intimidating the few hesitant Marines. In an instant, those who had considered retreating stood frozen, the air heavy with tension, for Vice Admiral Wincy was known for his unforgiving stance against deserters. This guy, in midair, observing the steadfast Marines, Admiral Kizaru's wrinkled face tightened further, finding such orders utterly foolish. Like clone, Kizaru's figure flickered, and 5 or 6 clones of him appeared before Ashing and Buriz, making it impossible for them to discern the real from the fake, forcing them to attack all targets. Boom! Simultaneously, as the Hautian pirate crew and the Marines clashed, countless yellow flashes began to coalesce, revealing Admiral Kizaru. Admiral! The Hautian pirate crew gasped in astonishment. How terrifying the Hautian pirate crew is. Kizaru kicked the nearest Zoan-type user away, his tone slightly exaggerated. Don't be ridiculous. You haven't even gone all out. Come, let me witness the true power of the Navy's admiral. Ashing hovered in midair, displeased by Kizaru's evasive maneuvers, feeling the previous battle was unsatisfactory. This was the best opportunity to gain fame worldwide by defeating an admiral. All personnel retreat, Kizaru commanded as the pirate ships drew nearer. However, Admiral Sakazuki's orders weighed heavily upon him. As the embodiment of justice, the Navy could not bow to the evil pirates. Just 3 more hours, and reinforcements would surely arrive. Upon hearing Kizaru's command, most of the Marines felt a wave of relief. Yet, Vice Admiral Wincy interjected with a rebuttal. In his eyes, this was an act of cowardice. Follow orders. I will explain to Sakazuki. Everyone retreat in an orderly fashion. Kizaru reiterated. Yes, Admiral Poliusolino. Retreat? Absolutely not. How could I let my brother lose face? Ashing observed this scene, his brow furrowing deeply as a tempest began to coalesce around him. The previously tranquil sky was suddenly engulfed by violent winds, and the sea roared with tumultuous waves that grew increasingly monstrous. Feng Shun Ilongzhan. A colossal blade of wind formed in the void, and as Ashing waved his wings, a multitude of wind blades hurtled towards the naval warships anchored on the sea, their intent unmistakable, to sever the Navy's escape route. With a thunderous roar, The razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the naval vessels as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, obliterating the massive ships, which then broke apart and sank into the churning ocean. Damn it! With their retreat cut off, what were they to do? It was said long ago that the Navy had no need for deserters, nor was there room for retreat in battle. They could only urge headquarters to send reinforcements with utmost urgency. The Navy personnel began to grow anxious, placing their hopes on the nearest naval branch. Continue the fight. Aishing vigorously flapped his wings, launching himself toward Admiral Huang Yuan, his exhilarated expression rendering him both fearsome and arrogant. WoodRelease, you need not assist here. Truly a headstrong individual, upon hearing the voice from the sky, WoodRelease sheathed his Thunder Dragon sniper rifle, shaking his head before aiming his rifle at Vice Admiral Wen-Si, for this individual spoke far too much. Bang! A bullet imbued with thunder shot forth in an instant. Vice Admiral Wen-Si, embroiled in a fierce battle, suddenly sensed an unprecedented danger, activating his Kinbunchika haki to its utmost extent, instinctively retreating to evade. Yet, he was a moment too late. The bullet struck his shoulder. The violent force of the thunder, leaving him in excruciating pain as the sensation of tearing intensified at the wound. Bang! Bang! WoodRelease shook his head, dissatisfied with his recent misfire, and proceeded to fire 3 more shots, for his targets had never known failure. Puff! The simultaneous assault of 3 bullets left Vice Admiral Wen-Si unable to evade, and in an instant, blood erupted from both his arm and chest, staining his garments crimson. 10 minutes later, the Haotian pirate crew, led by Meng Shan, landed on the island. An hour later, the Navy was utterly defeated and bound as captives. After all, Xia Hao, as a pirate with a penchant for peace, would never resort to indiscriminate slaughter. What? Say that again. Everyone except Huang Yuan has been captured. At the Navy headquarters, Sakazuki received this news via the Den Mushi, his body emanating magma, as his fury suffused the office with an oppressive atmosphere. Ha! I never expected to capture the Navy one day, and a fleet at that. When I go out, I will have ample bragging rights. However, should these individuals not be tossed into the sea to feed the fish? Meng Shan, will this group of Navy personnel not be silenced? A pirate gazed eagerly at Meng Shan, his face alight with anticipation. We are pirates who cherish peace. There is no need for incessant bloodshed, and besides, these individuals are of value to the captain, Meng Shan stated gravely, looking at his fellow pirates. Is it appropriate to say such a thing? You are the most unhinged warrior within the Haotian pirate crew. The pirates internally mused, though none dared voice their thoughts, for this individual had once single-handedly defeated 3 giants, a feat beyond their fragile frames. Moreover, it was a command from that esteemed individual, which further stifled any dissent. Brew, 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 brew. I am Sakazuki. What on earth has happened to Huang Yuan? Why has the entire Navy been captured? This is an utter disgrace. As the call connected, Sakazuki unleashed a barrage of words that further contorted Huang Yuan's already creased visage. Why? Naturally, it is due to the Haotian pirate crew's strength exceeding expectations, coupled with their swift reinforcements. The vast disparity in numbers and average combat prowess led to the Navy's complete annihilation. That is the reason, Huang Yuan sighed as he explained. If I understand now. The question remains, how do we resolve this? If this incident makes its way into the newspapers, the Navy will be utterly humiliated. Sakazuki roared, magma surging forth from his body, heating the office to sauna-like conditions. Yet, despite the oppressive heat, none of the Navy personnel in the commander's office dared speak, all lowering their heads in silence. For compared to the former Admiral Sengoku, Sakazuki's sense of justice was unyieldingly absolute. The Haotian pirate crew demands that the Navy pay a ransom. Upon hearing Meng Shan's suggestion, Huang Yuan's expression soured considerably. It was the first time he had felt so constrained since his debut in this world. However, looking at the projection equipment prepared nearby, Huang Yuan resignedly reported to Sakazuki via the Den Mushi. What? Those bastards are becoming increasingly brazen. What do they take the Navy for? Sakazuki's roar erupted from the Den Mushi, causing Huang Yuan to instinctively distance his ear from the device while discreetly pinching his earlobe. Indeed, he was thoroughly enraged. Yet there were no effective solutions to this predicament, as Meng Shan had granted the Navy only 5 minutes to deliberate. Tick-tock, the seconds slipped away, and just as the 5-minute mark approached, the voice of Vice Admiral Tsuru echoed through the den mushi. "We agree to the Haotian pirate crew's demands," she said resignedly. As for Sakazuki, he had already stepped outside his office, furiously puffing on a cigarette, gazing at the ever-shifting clouds in the sky, his demeanor unusually solemn. "I have indeed taken over a commendable era, but regardless of the transgressor, they must face justice. The wicked pirates shall ultimately be eradicated." "Understood." Huang Yuan nodded on the other end of the den mushi, then turned to Meng Shan and declared, "The Navy headquarters consents to your demands. 1 billion berries. This amount is derived from the bounty set by the Cross Guild." Upon hearing the agreement to pay, Meng Shan's previously expressionless face instantly illuminated with a smile. The captain's task was finally accomplished. 1 billion berries. "Are you robbing us? You despicable pirates, just kill me," a naval vice admiral exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. "What do you think I'm doing?" Meng Shan rolled his eyes, and with a flick of his hand, a member of the Haotian pirate crew stuffed a cloth into the vice admiral's mouth. "You talk too much. Woo 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 woo. Don't you dare defy me." One of Meng Shan's subordinates retorted at the glaring Navy. "Meng Shan, this guy is still cursing. My heart aches woo woo. 1 billion and 10 million berries. My subordinate is crying and requires compensation for emotional distress." Meng Shan observed his subordinate's atrocious acting, his lips twitching, yet he managed to suppress his amusement. "What? Adding 10 million just like that? Are you serious?" The remaining Navy personnel protested vehemently against Meng Shan's thievery. "Silence. If you do not cease your chatter, the price will rise further. As for robbery, what do you think we are? We are the lawless pirates." Meng Shan scoffed disdainfully. "You, very well, we agree, but only to a reasonable extent. The Navy is not to be trifled with by pirates." Huang Yuan materialized before Meng Shan, his tone unexpectedly grave and earnest. "Ha ha. So, this is the Haotian pirate crew." 3 hours later, a colossal naval warship slowly approached, naturally carrying the ransom. "Aishing, please take the initiative to inspect," Meng Shan remarked, casting a glance at Aishing hovering in the sky. Of course, Aishing vigorously flapped his wings, instantly appearing above the warship. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Navy escorting the ransom, Aishing commenced his examination of the treasure. The quantities are correct. In a swift exchange of coin for instruction, the naval officers found themselves in pleasant collaboration. As Meng Shan observed Aishing's signal, he waved his hand, prompting the members of the Haotian pirates to begin boarding their ship. After successfully expelling the naval personnel tasked with escorting the ransom, they joyously set sail towards the depths of the ocean, their destination being Mafe Island. "Who on earth would wish to cooperate with you again?" exclaimed a naval officer, his resolve firm. "Let's train diligently, noble soldiers of justice. Next time, we shall cleanse ourselves of all dishonor." A naval vice admiral clenched his fists tightly, even as his nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood without a flicker of emotion. Clearly, this operation had left an unprecedented weight upon the Navy, a mix of frustration and humiliation. "Understood." On the island, the naval officers puffed out their chests and raised their heads, releasing a resounding roar towards the heavens. In an instant, the trees were disturbed, and a flock of birds took flight, circling in the sky without settling. At the naval headquarters in the retirement office, Karp was asked for his opinion on the matter. "Ah, I merely observe," he replied casually, indulging in a donut, unconcerned by Sengoku's inquiries. After all, he was now a retiree, a relic of a bygone era, with no need to meddle in the affairs of the new age. However, Karp was eager to learn of Roger's whereabouts, as he longed for a conversation with his frenemy. Yet he dared not voice such thoughts in Sengoku's presence, fearing a reprimand. At his age, maintaining dignity was paramount. "You rascal," Sengoku sighed, glancing at Karp. They were indeed growing old. Matters of youth should be left to the young. Somewhere along the Grand Line, on an island blanketed in ice and snow, a group of shivering pirates disembarked from the shore, steadfastly pressing onward until they beheld a towering, colossal castle. Just as they prepared to enter the town, a menacing group of pirates appeared at the gate. This island was also coveted by one of the sea emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Kid, don't court trouble. Leave this place. This is the territory of Lord Kaido, which I am temporarily guarding. A robust man clad in iron armor warned the young pirates, waving them away. Courting trouble? Who has to say? But if I can defeat you, entry into the town shall be mine, declared the young pirate, ex-Drake, one of the notorious supernovas of the worst generation, with a bounty of 222 million berries. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as Drake transformed into his full beast form, courtesy of the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit. The sight of the enormous dinosaur sent a chill through the opposing guards. An ancient Zoan-type? Truly a troublesome ability. Yet if I can capture it, Lord Kaido will surely reward me, thought the armored guard, his gaze shifting as Drake opened his massive jaws. Raising his arm, the guard began firing rapidly with a machine gun, bullets raining down upon Drake's colossal form. In another part of the New World, on a peculiar island, the pirate Haoming Appu was battling a fearsome giant boar, its massive size and sharp tusks instilling awe in all. Fortunately, as a member of the worst generation, Appu ultimately triumphed over the beast using the power of his devil fruit. What a strange island, Appu sighed, ready to take a breather, when suddenly he sensed an overwhelming intent to kill. Turning around, he was met by a horde of wild boars, similar in size to the one he had just slain. Fear not, Captain Appu will slay them all, a confident subordinate encouraged. Right, just a bunch of beasts. Our captain shall prevail. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Appu raised his hand and shouted, "Run." With that, Appu dashed forward at full speed. Run. Seeing their captain flee, his crew followed suit. Desperate to escape the grunting of the pursuing boars, eager to avoid being left behind. Thus, a comical scene unfolded as the wild boars chased the Appu pirate crew, encountering their first crisis in the New World and witnessing its terrifying reality, where unexpected dangers lurked at every turn. In an unknown sea of the New World, Kid, the supernova with the highest bounty of the worst generation, commenced his exploits after successfully entering. Just a day prior, Kid's crew had clashed with another group of pirates who were terrified of the New World, and after a fierce battle, Kid used his formidable devil fruit powers to crush them entirely. The New World is terrifying. We only wish to return to our original seas. Spare us. The defeated pirates pleaded, their voices trembling. You newcomers, heed my warning. The New World is filled with monsters. There is no need to throw away your lives. Depart. The frightened pirates begged, attempting to dissuade Kid and his crew. Humph! A bunch of cowardly rats. You have no reason to continue living. The New World does not need your kind, Kid remarked darkly, gesturing for his crew to dispose of the bound pirates. Kid, what shall our next course of action be? Inquired a masked man beside him. Of course, we shall challenge the strongest figures of the New World, the sea emperors who dominate the latter half of the Grand Line. Kid grinned, ambition swelling within him. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a massive sword using the powers of his magnet fruit. Gazing out at the vast ocean, which one shall we confront first? The masked man, Kira, queried. Red-haired Shanks, Kid declared, the reason for his choice unknown. Perhaps driven by the notion that the world cannot harbor two formidable red-haired pirates. I've heard he is incredibly strong, Kid. Indeed, he is an emperor of the sea and a former member of the Pirate King Roger's crew. His strength is unquestionable. Thus, if we can defeat red-haired Shanks, we shall truly make a name for ourselves in the New World, Kid proclaimed, his fist clenched resolutely. On the outskirts of Cake Island, within the territory of the Big Mom Pirates, the supernova, known as the Monk Urge, was making his way inside, effortlessly dispatching ordinary soldiers of the Big Mom Pirates along the way. As he approached Cake Island, he encountered a rotund man clad in a checkered shirt, with a long nose and a gourd-shaped hairstyle, Charlotte Snag, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates. You, little brat of the worst generation, this is the territory of the Emperor Big Mom. You would do well to exit promptly, Charlotte Snag warned, brandishing a colossal sword with a menacing aura. His fury intensified upon witnessing the defeated soldiers strewn about. I am well aware of this place. Otherwise, I would not have come here. The peculiar monk Worky clenched his fist and stepped forward. With a beaming smile on his face, Worky unleashed a powerful blow the size of a sandbag toward Charlotte's Snage, the sheer force creating sonic booms in the surrounding air. The clash was imminent, and soon the two were locked in battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. One by one, the supernovas of the worst generation launched their assaults, and the once peaceful waters became a boiling cauldron of chaos. Thus, the new world descended into turmoil. Scoundrel! At the Marine headquarters, hearing his subordinates report, Sakazuki slammed his fist onto the table, his tone grave as he bellowed. What a splendid era I have inherited. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over a year had passed since the Marineford War, now 2 years distant. During this interval, the Haotian pirate crew, under Xia Hao's orders, remained dormant, refraining from liberating nearby kingdoms. This was due to the fervent actions of the Revolutionary Army, which had incited the ire of the world government through the liberation of kingdom after kingdom, prompting a frenzied response from the Marines and CP0, among other factions. However, each time they faced the organized and strategic liberation efforts of the Revolutionary Army, they came up empty-handed. Most critically, the World Government Conference was approaching, and excessive distractions could lead to unforeseen calamities. The Haotian pirate crew, in particular, posed a significant headache for the Five Elders. We must enhance our vigilance. This is not the optimal time to eradicate them. The preparations for the World Conference must be flawless, and Xia Hao's enigmatic strength necessitates a long-term strategy. Stated one of the Five Elders, the scientific defense deity Santin Shung, furrowing his brow. It must be so, were it not for the need for stability. I would personally handle this matter. As a fellow emperor of the sea, why can he not act like the others? Remarked the environmental deity Ma Kuzmaz Shung at that moment. Fear not. Regardless of their antics, they are merely insignificant fish. Should they overstep, the Lord will not spare them and will take action himself. There exists but one rule in this world: the survival laws crafted by the celestial dragons. This must be adhered to whether 800 years ago or now, declared the legal deity Tupman Watcherly Shung with a cold expression. Beyond the celestial dragons, nothing else mattered. If necessary, we could reshuffle the entire world and establish a new set of laws. The Five Elders voiced their opinions, expressing indignation at the revolutionary wars erupting across the globe. Yet it had not escalated to genuine fury. Everything remained under control. On the Sabidi archipelago, Zoro looked at the empty tavern and shrugged helplessly. What a worrisome bunch. I am the first to arrive. Please inform the next person that I have gone fishing by the sea, Zoro declared with an unusual sense of pride. Surprising everyone as he, often directionally challenged, managed to reach the meeting point first. He had even prepared some teasing remarks for the others upon their reunion. I wonder how everyone has fared over these past 2 years. I'm truly looking forward to seeing them. On the streets of Sabaody, a reindeer was munching on a cotton candy while lost in thought. This reindeer was none other than Tony Chopper, the doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Darn it, where can I find my pet? That fox could easily deceive anyone. At that moment, two individuals who bore a striking resemblance to Zoro and Sanji strolled down the street, muttering quietly to themselves. Zoro, Sanji? Wait for me. Chopper's eyes lit up as he spotted the two and hurriedly called out after them. What is this? Feeling a tug on their clothes, the imposter Zoro and Sanji looked down at Chopper, finding him somewhat familiar. Everyone, it has been too long. I missed you all. Chopper exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement, nearly in tears. Could this be the real pet of the Straw Hat Pirates? Suddenly, an epiphany struck the imposter Sanji, who fixed his gaze on Chopper and muttered to himself. It seems so. Does that mean we can dispose of that wretched fox? Indeed. Every time I feed that creature, I get bitten, the imposter Zoro grumbled. Thus, exchanging glances, the two welcomed Chopper into their ranks, heading towards the gathering place of the counterfeit Luffy. Simultaneously, a man burdened with a massive package arrived on the Sabaody archipelago. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Luffy reflected. This is where the Straw Hat Pirates face defeat. Today, we shall set sail anew, venturing into the latter half of the Grand Line, where monsters gather. With a thud, Luffy, still carrying the enormous package, accidentally knocked over a stout man wearing a straw hat. Witnessing this, The surrounding crowd trembled and cast sympathetic glances at Luffy. "What do you think you're doing? Do you know who I am?" The man shouted. "Hey kid, apologize, or it could cost you your life." Others chimed in, "Yes. Yes. They're ruthless pirates who can kill." The crowd urged Luffy to apologize, fearing the wrath of the counterfeit Straw Hat Luffy. "Step aside." Ignoring the peculiar reactions of the crowd, Luffy focused on what his mentors had advised, to maintain a low profile before setting sail and avoid causing trouble. "What? You want to die?" The counterfeit Luffy, seeing Luffy's indifference, pulled the trigger, and a bullet soared toward Luffy's head. A gunshot rang out, eliciting gasps from the crowd, as they braced for a gruesome scene. However, when they looked up, they found Luffy unscathed, continuing to stride forward with his package, while the arrogant counterfeit Luffy and his companions were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming haki. Half an hour later, a report came in. Captain Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates and his cadre, including the small-time thief Frankie, are currently recruiting and preparing to venture into the New World. A Marine observed the throngs of pirates gathering in the plaza and wiped the sweat from his brow, relaying his findings cautiously. "Continue monitoring the situation. The main force is approaching the destination." "Understood." The Marine observer hung up the Den Mushi, only to be startled by a bandaged man appearing before him, wearing a malevolent grin. Bang! The intelligence officer had no chance to resist. He was swiftly captured. "Hey, Marine, did you just inform the troops?" An exceptionally ugly man, with a long tongue, inquired with a sinister smile. "And no, I didn't." "TCH, how boring. But it doesn't matter. We have a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries here." The ugly man was Caribou, a pirate with strange ambitions and a violent disposition. "Don't move. You are surrounded, pirates. All exits are now sealed. Surrender." Just as the counterfeit Luffy confidently proclaimed his intent to conquer the New World from the platform, the Marine forces arrived, raising their weapons to aim at the pirates. The Marines! The counterfeit Luffy, filled with trepidation, glanced at the Marines clutching their weapons and devised a plan. "Caribou, use this Marine as a hostage to let us leave." "What? Boss, what are you saying?" "Kill him." "Understood." Caribou extended his long tongue with an evil grin and swiftly killed the Marine before them. The sudden turn of events left both the counterfeit Luffy and the Marines momentarily stunned, leading to an explosive clash of combat, as the battle was on the brink of erupting. "These bastards." As I gazed at the multitude engaged in fierce combat, the imposter Luffy furrowed his brow. However, upon realizing the advantage lay with us, my anxiety began to dissipate. The thunderous sounds of chaos erupted, accompanied by cries for help. "Save me, Captain! Curse it! Why are there so many pacifists?" Just as the pirates gained the upper hand and launched a relentless assault on the Navy, a laser struck, causing a violent explosion that jolted many pirates back to reality. Witnessing their comrades being blasted away, fear spread among them, and they turned to the imposter Luffy on the platform for salvation. Yet at that moment, the members of the faux Straw Hat Pirates were already preparing to flee upon the arrival of the pacifists, especially Captain Duty, with a bounty of 88 million berry, who was defeated by a laser cannon, lost all composure, and began to flee in a frenzy. Looking at the empty platform, the pirates who had gathered due to the Straw Hat Pirates' reputation wore bewildered expressions, unsure of what had transpired. It was then that a sharp-eyed pirate spotted the imposter Luffy darting through the crowd and shouted, "Eliminate them, Straw Hat Captain." In a panic, the imposter Luffy collided with Bartolomeo, who promptly sent him crashing to the ground. "Get out of my way. Do you know who I am? I am the grandson of Navy hero Carp, the son of Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, the brother of the Sea Emperor Ace, and a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million berry." Before he could finish, Bartolomeo struck him down with an axe, the overwhelming force rendering the imposter Luffy unconscious, stars swirling around his head. The real Straw Hat, Luffy, was certainly not so feeble. Bartolomeo scoffed, "Unbelievable. Straw Hat Captain." The surrounding pirates stared in disbelief at the swiftly dispatched imposter, their eyes wide with shock. "P5, who is this guy?" The pirate Damara Black, with a bounty of 26 million berry, revealed the heartbreaking truth to the gathered pirates. "What? A bounty of 26 million berry? How dare he deceive us? What now? Realizing they had been duped, the pirates felt their spirits sink. Because of your foolishness, you shall spend the rest of your lives in prison. Bartolomeo, observing the enraged expressions of the surrounding pirates, snorted and signaled the pacifists to take up combat positions. Though you are foolish, by a stroke of luck, the real Straw Hat is also here. P5, lock onto him. Ignoring the pirates' cries for help, Bartolomeo focused intently on the bewildered real Luffy atop the platform. Upon receiving the command, the pacifists began their scanning, quickly locking onto Luffy's location. A laser shot forth, as Bartolomeo declared, "This time, I shall not fail." Luffy activated his Kenbunshiko Haki, dodging the laser attack by tilting his head at the last moment. As the pacifists descended, they launched forward, gathering energy to attack Luffy once more. Yet, Luffy was swifter. In an instant, he appeared above them, entering gear second, and delivered a powerful punch that sent P5 crashing into the ground, causing a violent explosion and rendering the pacifist immobile. Wow, I finally see the real deal. The onlooking pirates cheered, recognizing Luffy as the 400 million berry bounty pirate, a stark contrast to the imposter. Straw Hat Captain, we wish to join your crew. Let us set sail together. The crowd of deceived pirates erupted in joyous cheers as they beheld the genuine Straw Hat, their eyes gleaming with fervor. In that moment, with a mere wave of his arm, Luffy could amass an army of thousands. However, observing the raucous crowd below, Luffy furrowed his brow and declared, "I won't take on any subordinates. I'm leaving now. There's no way I'm letting you leave so easily, Straw Hat." Bartolomeo shouted, his voice booming. "Everyone, pay attention. This man is the true Straw Hat, entirely different from that imposter. We must not let him escape." The sternest man in the world, Bartolomeo gripped his axe tightly, ready for battle. What a nuisance. We agreed to leave quietly, Luffy thought. Noticing the encirclement of fully armed Navy soldiers, his expression shifted. He grabbed his bag and dashed in a direction. Today marked the moment the Straw Hat Pirates would reunite and set out again, and it must not go awry. "Hey, you're truly annoying. You've made our departure exceedingly troublesome." Bartolomeo commanded the pacifists to attack Luffy once more. Just then, a jubilant cheer erupted from the nearby forest, filled with excitement. "Luffy! This time it's definitely them. Zoro, Sanji, Frankie." Luffy's eyes widened in joy as he recognized his comrades approaching. "Honestly, Luffy, you always get into trouble," Zoro remarked, shaking his head. "The real deal? The Straw Hat crew is still alive. Eliminate them, pacifists." Bartolomeo, noticing Zoro and Sanji, furrowed his brow and quickly issued commands. Although unaware of the events that transpired at Sabeti Archipelago, the reunion of the Straw Hat Pirates must not be allowed. Should they enter the New World, they would undoubtedly stir up tremendous waves. Zoro gripped his swords, his expression turning serious as the approaching pacifists drew near. He unleashed his three-sword style, determined not to let the pacifists who had once put the Straw Hats in peril escape. "Cut!" Sanji, observing Zoro's actions, scoffed, thinking that the green-haired swordsman was underestimating him. "Demon Wind Foot." Sanji moved with incredible speed, appearing before the pacifists, performing an acrobatic kick imbued with tremendous force. In the collaboration of the Straw Hat Pirates' two formidable forces, the pacifists stood no chance, entirely unlike 2 years prior. This is the real deal. The surrounding pirates expressed their excitement, shouting loudly, "Hey, Luffy, you're amazing." Zoro proudly rested his sword on his shoulder, grinning at Luffy. Luffy was momentarily confused, but quickly brushed it aside, for the reunion with his partners was of utmost importance. However, Sanji, witnessing Zoro's smug demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Was he so proud of? "Luffy, everyone is waiting for you. Let us set sail," Sanji urged as the Navy closed in. "We cannot let trivial matters delay our departure." "All right." Luffy clenched his fist tightly and began to run, his pack on his back, ready to embrace the adventure ahead. In the New World, on an obscure island, 3 elderly men are fervently competing to catch fish by the coast. These are not ordinary fish. They are the sovereigns of the windless zone, the Sea Kings. "Ha! Newgate, my fish is a whole meter longer than yours." "Roger, gripping his formidable fishing rod. Proudly gazes at the equally determined Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, and boasts, "What does length matter? This one I caught weighs far more than yours." "At least 100 gene," Whitebeard retorts loudly, refusing to concede. He then yanks the fishing rod with great force, sending a sea king, measuring 100 meters, crashing onto the ground behind him, its demise sealed with a powerful punch. "Hey, Newgate, be gentle. You've ruined this fishing spot again," Roger mutters, frowning at the collapsed ground. "Wahaha, I'll be more careful next time." Newgate laughs heartily, though his expression reveals he is hardly concerned. "Speaking of which, that reckless young fellow must be setting sail today," Roger remarks softly. "Ha ha ha, you dare call someone else reckless, Roger? I think Luffy is just like you were in your youth," chuckles Rayleigh, the white-haired Dark King, sipping his drink while observing the unmoving fishing rod. Indeed, reckless, arrogant, and utterly unaware of his own limits, Newgate nods in agreement, believing that Luffy resembles Roger even more than Ace does. This is not merely a matter of bloodline. It is an inheritance of an unspoken will. "Ha ha ha, I agree completely." Roger laughs heartily, reminiscing about the past 2 years with joy. "So, Roger, do you think Luffy will succeed?" "I'm not sure, but I believe Luffy will not lose." Roger replies with a slight smile, his deep gaze flickering towards Rayleigh. "Certainly, each person has a different answer. Let fate decide," Rayleigh says, taking another sip of his drink and gazing up at the azure sky. "Fate, you say?" Roger murmurs softly. On the Thousand Sunny, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates cheer joyfully upon seeing Luffy's beaming smile, waving their hands excitedly. Everyone, Sashimi Nita, Luffy, hearing the familiar voices, beams with joy like a child, familiar faces flashing before his eyes as all members of the Straw Hat Pirates gather. 10 minutes later, pausing amidst the thunderous sounds of battle on Sabedi Archipelago, Luffy halts his playful banter and nostalgia. Now on the deck, looking at his companions with whom he has weathered storms and shared life and death bonds, he straightens his expression. "All right, everyone, we are setting sail. Our destination is Fishman Island." As the Thousand Sunny begins to sink, coated in a protective film, the entire ship resembles a submarine, and the scenery transforms before their eyes, with peculiar marine creatures swirling around the ship, exciting Luffy, who wishes to catch one for a closer look. However, bang. "Luffy, have you forgotten what I just said? We are in the depths of the ocean. If the coated ship loses its protective layer, we will all perish beneath the waves. And you, Zoro, do not draw your sword in danger. I will throw you overboard." Nami scolds the sneaky Luffy with a heavy blow, leaving the 2-year-trained Luffy with a lump on his head, just like old times. "Huh? What are you talking about, woman?" Zoro retorts defiantly upon hearing Nami's reprimand, ready to rebel, but he is swiftly silenced, joining Luffy on the deck, both appearing disheartened, the epitome of unfortunate brothers. Regardless of how ferocious and fearsome the Straw Hat Pirates are labeled in the outside world, it holds no weight before Nami, who reigns as the sole captain of the crew. The Thousand Sunny continues its descent, soon reaching a depth of nearly 10,000 meters, surrounded by enormous marine creatures with lantern-like eyes gleaming coldly. "Sea Kings?" Usopp exclaims in shock, staring at the Sea Kings encircling the Thousand Sunny, clutching his head, wide-eyed and hesitant to speak loudly. "Do not disturb them. We must quietly navigate through," Nami urges, striving to suppress her fear as she directs the crew to maintain control of the helm and continue their descent. According to the information obtained, Fishman Island lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Yet, an unexpected occurrence arises, just as the Straw Hat crew gazes at the enormous bubble-encased island emerging below. A massive shadow suddenly looms over them. They look up to find a group of peculiar fishmen leading Sea Kings blocking their path. "I have long awaited this moment." Luffy. A fishman addresses the crew from the Thousand Sunny, his tone flat. "How do you know us?" Luffy questions, puzzled, as he does not recall any familiar faces in these deep waters. Of course I know you. You once destroyed the Fishman pirate crew, led by Arlong. And 2 years ago, you pummeled the celestial dragons on land for the former Fishman pirate crew member, Hatchon, just like the legendary hero of Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger." The Fishman officer continues. "Speaking of which, I am uncertain how to deal with you. Therefore, I present you with two choices. Either join our new Fishman pirate crew or meet your end in the depths of the ocean. Straw Hat Brat, which will you choose? Fishman Officer Haidman gazes coldly at Luffy, a look of amusement on his face. Upon hearing Haidman's words, Nami realizes danger is imminent. Luffy will never choose to join another pirate crew. Frankie, prepare for a wind blaster. We're going all in. All right, watch me. I will gather the fuel. Usopp, understanding the gravity of the situation, dashes towards the lower deck, knowing this concerns the lives of the entire Straw Hat crew and must not be taken lightly. There is no way I would join you fools. Luffy lowers his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, before looking up with a sarcastic smile, outright rejecting Fishman Officer Haidman. Damn it, if that's the case, you shall become nourishment for the sea. Eliminate them. Haidman commands, and a massive sea beast launches an attack. A gigantic sea lion opening its gaping maw, aiming to crush the entire Thousand Sunny. Wind Blaster, Frankie shouts, releasing a tremendous energy shockwave from the ship's stern. And with a whoosh, the entire vessel soars into the air. No, this ship can fly. The Fishman pirates watch in astonishment as the Thousand Sunny takes off, momentarily forgetting to pursue. In the New World, on the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, off the coast of Austrias Island, a massive pirate ship adorned with 3 skulls docks near the shore. On the island, a group of fearsome pirates feasts, while not far away, dozens of wretched, bloodied pirates lie in despair. Teach, you traitor, how dare you return? Hearing the news, Ace rushes over with members of the Whitebeard pirates, his gaze hardening at the grim scene before him. Jihaha, traitor, how heartbreaking it is to hear that. Marco, on the island, Teach, with a face full of sinister glee, throws his arms wide in mockery at Marco's furious reprimand. Over the past 2 years, Teach has confirmed that Edward Whitebeard has completely retreated from the scene. Thus, as one of the emperors of the New World, he aims to expand his territory by seizing control of this familiar sea. As for why he chose the Whitebeard pirates, it is simply because Teach is well acquainted with all of them. He believes that with the power he currently wields, he can undoubtedly crush the Whitebeard pirates. As for the other Emperor crews, Teach has no intention of provoking them at this time, especially when it comes to the formidable Haotian pirate crew, led by Xia Hao, who single-handedly forced the massacre of his subordinates in the advancing city. Teach harbored no confidence. Ever since their rise to global notoriety, the members of the Haotian pirate crew have never revealed their true strength. Teach was even unaware of the current number of cadres within the Haotian pirate crew. All opposing forces have been ruthlessly eradicated, and even the Navy was reluctant to engage in conflict with such overwhelming power. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying aspect. Teach, on board the Moby Dick, Ace's dark eyes fixated on Teach with an intensely serious demeanor, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the nearby waters. Ignoring Donna, Ace's voice dripped with sarcasm as he inquired about Teach's purpose for being there. Purpose? To dominate these waters, of course. Your ambitions, as well as Whitebeard's, are far too modest. Thus, I shall take command of this sea. How could I possibly entrust it to someone like you? It seems we cannot come to an agreement. In that case, let us settle this through strength, Teach declared, observing Ace, whose body was engulfed in flames, while a sinister aura emanated from him. Fire Fist. Ace charged forward, having diligently trained for 2 years. And today he would use Blackbeard Teach as a measure of his progress. We're joining in. Marco, witnessing Ace's advance toward the Blackbeard pirates, called out, transforming into his phoenix form and launching himself toward one of Teach's subordinates. Today, let's cleanse the old man's domain. Haha, lads, eliminate them. Teach watched as Ace's fiery fist approached, raising his hand to conjure a shield from the dark mist of the Yami Yami no Mi. The searing flames were consumed upon contact, vanishing completely. What an uncanny ability, Ace remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. However, that was 2 years ago, Teach. The devil fruit is not invincible. Hockey hardened. Fiery jets erupted from behind Ace as he propelled himself toward Teach. His arm enveloped in hockey as he aimed a powerful punch at Teach's grotesque visage. Boom! The furious blow connected with Teach, sending him staggering back several dozen meters. the overwhelming force causing him to collide with several trees. His hockey, it hurts. Teach grimaced while rubbing his head, gazing at Ace, who stood resolutely before him. Dark water. A pitch-black mist emanated from Teach, rapidly advancing toward Ace, attempting to ensnare him with the same tactics he had used against devil fruit users in the past. However, having learned from his previous failure, Ace evaded the attack with swift movements, raising his right hand to conjure a massive fireball. New Flame Emperor. The energy fluctuations were terrifying. One must evade. Compared to 2 years prior, Ace's strength had reached astonishing new heights. Teach, be cautious. Damn it, I never anticipated the Blackbeard pirates, bereft of Whitebeard Newgate, would prove so formidable. Van Oka, I require support. Understood, do not rush me. The crew of the Blackbeard pirates observed the fierce clash between Ace and Teach, expressing their astonishment. In merely 2 years, Fire Fist Ace had grown to such an extent. Regrettably, if not for that scoundrel Xiaohao's interference during the advance on Impel Down, the Blackbeard pirates would undoubtedly be far stronger than they are now. Curse Xiaohao, I shall exact my vengeance. A tall woman, fierce and intimidating, spoke with malice, her beauty marred by the scars of battle. This individual was none other than the notorious criminal from the 6th level of Impel Down, Katarina Devon. A Zoan-type devil fruit user with the ability to transform into a mythical nine-tailed fox. After encountering Magellan while he was rescuing the guards at Impel Down, she was fortunate enough to survive, having absorbed the powers of the Dokunomi. However, the areas tainted by the poison of the Dragon Slayer magic could never be restored, leaving Katarina harboring an intense hatred for Xiaohao. There will be an opportunity. Sensing the murderous aura radiating from Katarina, Van Oka took a few steps back and offered a gentle word of encouragement. Recalling their encounter at Impel Down, Van Oka felt an unprecedented pressure. Even with his newfound strength, he doubted his ability to overcome the monster that was Xiaohao. Moreover, Teach had previously remarked that Xiaohao was a creature he had dreaded facing since the time of Roger, an entity whose presence could not be discerned. Phoenix Mark. Just as Van Oka was lost in thought, Marco's attack surged forward, infused with rage, targeting his head. Whoosh! Just as Marco's strike was about to land, Van Oka vanished. Utilizing the powers of the Shun no Mi to teleport to any desired location. A devil fruit user? Such speed. Marco Holti de Vraptli. Attuning his senses to the surroundings with Ken Bunchiko Haki. Bang! A bullet pierced through Marco in his phoenix form, infused with Haki, causing him pain. However, the injury was not severe, as emerald flames swiftly enveloped the wound, healing it rapidly. Everyone, stay vigilant. Do not forget our father's teachings. The Whitebeard pirates do not permit betrayal among comrades. Today, we shall capture the traitor Blackbeard and deliver him to our father for judgment. In this battle, we must only claim victory. Marco soared into the sky, his voice resonating throughout the island. In an instant, the members of the Whitebeard pirates appeared invigorated, launching a fierce assault on the Blackbeard pirates. Deep within the ocean, at Fishman Island's plaza, the current king, Neptune, was captured by the rebellious new Fishman pirates. King Neptune, what are you scoundrels planning to do? Damn it, the ruffians of Fishman Street. Release His Majesty Neptune immediately. Hey, didn't you say that Fishman Island would be destroyed by the Straw Hat crew? If the prophecy is true, I hope it happens right now. A young Fishman child, tears welling in his eyes, shouted towards the prophet Shiryu, who stood before them. Shiryu gazed at the tear-streaked child and the menacing new Fishman pirates below, falling into an unprecedented silence. The nearby fishmen, who heard the child's voice, began to awaken with a glimmer of hope. Subsequently, they collectively shouted, "Rather than being ruled by Hody, we would prefer to see the Straw Hats destroy Fishman Island." In this manner, even the rabble below would have a headache, wouldn't they? I concur with the children's sentiments. They speak the truth, one fishman remarked, patting the young boy's head, stepping to the forefront, and calling out, "Straw Hat Luffy, can you hear us? If you're somewhere on this island, please come and wreak havoc. Indeed, please come now. I do not want His Majesty to be killed. Straw Hat, Straw Hat." The fishmen and mermaids surrounding the plaza began to chant in unison. In comparison to Hody's tyranny, and the potential murder of King Neptune. They would much rather see the Straw Hats unleash chaos at this moment. Perish. Hody scoffed at the surrounding cries, and with a cold grunt, he seized a spear and approached Neptune, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Princess Shirahoshi could no longer contain her sobs, crying out, "Luffy, please help me." The voice of Bai Xing reverberated throughout the square, and the moment her words fell, Hody swiftly turned to look. However, he saw no figure, only heard a loud explosion. And then he was sent flying. "Well done, Dan Xiaoxing." Luffy's figure appeared in front of the mermaid princess. He gazed at Bai Xing, whose tears were cascading down, and smiled slightly in affirmation. "Now leave the rest to us." "Hey, Straw Hat Luffy, are you really here to destroy Fishman Island?" The crowd, seeing Luffy appear at the call of Princess Bai Xing, wore joyful expressions, yet they could not help but voice their concerns. After all, if Fishman Island were to be destroyed, they would have no home left. "Whether or not I am here to destroy Fishman Island is for you to decide," Luffy replied, calmly pressing down his straw hat. The sounds of stones crashing echoed continuously, and thick clouds of dust billowed up as Hody's figure emerged from within. "Dakin is such a useless fool. I had planned to use him to kill Bai Xing, but it seems that plan has fallen through." Hody's crimson eyes fixated on Luffy and his companions, then shifted to the sea knight Jinbei. "It seems I have been deceived. When you willingly got captured, I should have suspected it, Jinbei. I never imagined you would collaborate with humans. Have you forgotten that the hero of Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger, and your brother Arlong were both harmed by humans?" Hody said with a sinister expression, firmly believing that fishmen and humans could never reconcile, and that the fishmen were the noble race destined to rule the world. "How fortuitous that the World Conference is being held this year. I shall go to Mariehua and slaughter all the kings of the kingdoms, marking the beginning of the reign of the terrifying underwater kingdom. Look at the pirates before you. Stalhut, your fate will soon be sealed. The title of Pirate King will undoubtedly be mine. What can you 10 weaklings do against my 100,000 warriors?" With a wave of his hand, countless figures emerged in the vast underwater square, all fishmen armed with weapons. Their faces filled with fierce intent as they stared at the Straw Hat Pirates, itching to tear them apart. However, Hody was oblivious to the fact that the mere mention of the title of Pirate King had ignited Luffy's fury. He looked at Hody with eyes filled with resolve. "Hody, is it? I will surely defeat you. What you intend to do as king matters not. But as for the King of Pirates, that title belongs solely to me." Luffy's serious and resolute voice resonated throughout the underwater square, momentarily shocking everyone. "So what? We can crush you with sheer numbers. Attack my comrades. We have 100,000 on our side. Charge. Finally, we can take this seriously. Leave 50,000 to me. Sanji, if you're scared, just watch," Zoro said with an air of ease. "What did you say? Scared? Green algae head, are you asking for a beating?" Sanji retorted, his eyes blazing with indignation, as if he were aflame. Smack! As the two bickered incessantly, Luffy silently separated them and strode directly toward Hody, utterly unfazed by the menacing fishmen wielding swords around him. "Ha, I've got it. 400 million is mine. Straw Hat." The fishmen, their faces twisted with malice, swung their weapons towards Luffy. Buzz! Just as they were about to strike, Luffy looked up, his eyes widening in determination. The color of Conqueror's haki erupted forth, unleashing a formidable shockwave that radiated outward. Thud! With the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's haki, lower-ranking fishmen collapsed, their eyes rolling back as they fell to the ground. In an instant, half of the 100,000 warriors lost consciousness, rendered utterly incapable of fighting back. What is this? Hody was stunned. Such power surpassed his understanding. At that moment, he felt like a frog in a well, unaware of the vastness of the world. Impressive, Straw Hat. Did you achieve this in just 2 years? "I am truly astonished by your talent," Jinbei remarked, equally impressed by Luffy's growth. If you can't even reach this level, it's time for a new captain," Zoro said, his tone slightly arrogant as he observed Luffy's back. "Let us create a ruckus." Gigant gun. Luffy puffed up his arm to an enormous size, leaping high into the air before delivering a powerful punch to the ground. The immense force created a massive crater, sending shockwaves that obliterated hundreds of fishmen. Simultaneously, Zoro, Sanji, and the others unleashed various techniques they had honed over the past 2 years, their immense power causing the fishmen to cry out in distress. Impossible. There are 50,000 of us. How can they be so strong? Damn it. Are these really enemies we can overcome? The new fisherman pirates looked on in horror at the Straw Hat Pirates wreaking havoc, their faces turning pale as they witnessed the chaos. More and more fishmen fell to the ground, completely losing their fighting spirit. Damn it. It seems we have no choice but to make our appearance. The cadre of the new fisherman pirates said, now serious. The formidable strength of the Straw Hat Pirates had finally made these frogs in a well-recognized their reality. Yet, their overwhelming confidence led them to believe they would not lose, especially with the enhancement of the deadly drugs, which made them feel invincible. Boom! A massive stone flew out from the dust, and Hody, looking at the expressionless Luffy, steeled his resolve and swallowed dozens of deadly pills. Instantly, a violent and terrifying power surged through his body. Clenching his fists, Hody felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Straw Hat Luffy, today, Fishman Island will become your grave. His crimson eyes fixated on Luffy, and in a flash, he charged towards him, moving at blinding speed. Boom! The powerful impact surged toward Luffy. But with the awareness granted by observation haki, he effortlessly blocked the attack. The two figures rapidly clashed in midair, their terrifying power creating shockwaves that echoed through the square. As Luffy easily withstood each attack, for the first time, Hody felt a sense of helplessness. However, after a deep gaze at Luffy, Hody devised a strategy. Being a fishman, he could defeat an opponent he could not conquer on land by taking the battle to the sea. Just then, a colossal shadow loomed over the island, accompanied by a cacophony of maniacal laughter. Wahahaha! Ever since I saw you 10 years ago, I have been enamored with you. Accept my love. And this Noah's Ark is my final expression of affection. Anything marked by my target fruit will never stop until it hits its mark. Let Fishman Island perish beneath the eternal embrace of love. Bonda Dakin stood atop Noah's Ark, gazing down at the densely packed figures in the Fishman Island square, his laughter echoing with madness. If he could not possess it, then let everything vanish completely. Dakin, this wretched fellow, sought to utterly annihilate Fishman Island from the very beginning, only to be betrayed. How detestable! Upon hearing Dakin's voice, Hody's gaze turned cold. A murderous intent surging from within. No one could betray him. Stop! As the Noah Ark continued its descent, Princess Shirahoshi swiftly swam to the outermost edge of the bubble barrier, spreading her arms and calling out loudly. Wow, Princess Shirahoshi! Dakin, gazing at the one he had yearned for over the past decade, was rendered speechless with excitement, foolishly believing that she had finally consented to marry him. Shirahoshi, marry me. I refuse. The resolute reply shattered Dakin's hopes, and with a grim determination, he activated the powers of the devil fruit once more, sending the massive Noah Ark crashing down towards Fishman Island. Damn it! Luffy, spotting Shirahoshi midair, furrowed his brow and quickly dashed in her direction. Upon reaching a suitable distance, he propelled himself forward, coral capable of producing bubbles clenched in his mouth. Captain Hody, the Straw Hat Kid is gone. Hody, with a cruel smile, looked at Luffy, Shirahoshi, and Dakin above, declaring, no one can escape. He then charged out, aiming at the group submerged in the deep sea. If Dakin were to be slain, the powers of the devil fruit would dissipate, and the descending Noah Ark would completely obliterate the antiquated Fishman Island, allowing him to construct a brand new Fishman Kingdom. Coward Star, swim away, Luffy shouted, and upon hearing his voice, Shirahoshi understood his intent and swiftly swam upwards, aiming to steer Noah away from Fishman Island. Dakin, how could you betray me? Hody confronted the deranged Dakin atop the Noah Ark, his expression devoid of emotion. Humph, Hody, do not presume I am unaware. You have been using me as well. After the plan succeeds, you would not hesitate to eliminate me? Dakin retorted disdainfully. Is that so? Since you were aware. Then die. Hody smirked, his sharp teeth glinting with a bloodthirsty light as he strode forward. The trident plunged violently into Dakin's abdomen, blood gushing forth as excruciating pain rendered Dai Ken pale, his expression twisting in agony as he gazed at Hody. "You shall perish too." Dai Ken hurled his axe, adorned with a rose insignia, attempting to strike down Hody. However, Hody, enhanced by a drug, effortlessly evaded, the spinning axe returning like a boomerang, targeting Hody once more. In a state of panic, Dai Ken instinctively raised his leg, aiming to attack Hody with the blade affixed to his shoe, but was bitten on the calf instead, while Hody had crouched slightly, narrowly avoiding the returning axe. "Yumelu." Dai Ken, seeing the axe approach, displayed a look of terror on his grotesque visage, attempting to dodge but being firmly bitten by Hody. The axe struck true against Dai Ken's waist, nearly severing him in two, crimson blood cascading forth, staining the wooden planks beneath him. Dai Ken swayed, losing control of his body, and tumbled down from the Noah Ark's deck. As a longtime partner, let me fulfill your dying wish. Witness Shirahoshi's death before your very eyes," Hody coldly proclaimed, then turned his gaze to the swiftly swimming Shirahoshi and the others above. "I will not allow you to approach Coward Star," Luffy declared solemnly, facing the rapidly advancing Hody. "Then let us see you try." Hody scoffed, dismissing Luffy as a mere inferior human in the realm of fishmen. The battle reignited, but due to the deep sea's constraints, Luffy struggled to exert his strength, repeatedly being repelled by Hody. Ultimately, they fought their way onto the Noah Ark, where the abundant oxygen revitalized Luffy. Guamo, giant elephant gun. Armament hockey enveloped Luffy's colossal rubber fist as it struck down upon Hody's face, the surrounding air rapidly dispersing to the sides as Luffy's formidable attack landed. Pua! Hody spat blood, the overwhelming force displacing his internal organs. Phew! How could this be? I cannot possibly lose. Hody's chest heaved violently as he glanced at the last vial of deadly poison in his hand, determination hardening within him as he consumed it. The previously dormant effects surged forth anew, filling Hody with strength. His crimson gaze fixated on Luffy as he lunged forward like a projectile. The extreme speed allowed Hody to appear before Luffy in an instant, his sharp teeth sinking fiercely into Luffy's shoulder, the terrifying bite force penetrating through, blood erupting and staining Luffy's clothes. Luffy let out a cry of pain, then swiftly retaliated with his other hand, his armament hockey hardening as he struck Hody's head with tremendous force, sending him flying, leaving behind a set of razor-sharp teeth embedded in Luffy's shoulder. "Siaha, Straw Hat Kid, you are too late," Hody cackled with excitement, observing the Noah Ark merely 100 meters from Fishman Island, if he shattered the bubble barrier surrounding the island. The Straw Hat Pirates and all humans would perish. Faced with Hody's last desperate gambit, Luffy's expression turned grave. Taking a deep breath, he rapidly enlarged his arms, seemingly gaining 2 giant limbs. Guillermo, Rual, multi-arm elephant gun. Luffy's figure flickered as he appeared near Hody, his 2 colossal arms, hardened with armament hockey, surged toward him. As a shadow before Hody loomed larger, an unprecedented fear gripped him. Could he be losing? Refusing to concede, Hody attempted a final resistance. Yet he was overwhelmed by Luffy's relentless barrage of elephant guns. His entire being was smashed into the Noah Ark's cabin, a cloud of dust rising. The nefarious and brutal Hody was defeated. Damn it! Stop! Though Hody was vanquished, he did not relax, watching the Noah Ark sink beneath him. Luffy leaped high, channeling all his strength into an attack, striving to destroy the vessel and save Fishman Island. Everyone, witnessing Luffy's desperate cries from atop the Noah Ark, began cheering him on, for none wished for their homeland to be destroyed. However, amidst Luffy's furious onslaught, voices of resignation echoed from the depths of the sea. To Luffy's astonishment, colossal sea kings appeared around the Noah Ark, seizing the chains that bound it and pulling the vessel away. Seeing the descent of Noah halted by the sea kings, Luffy lost his strength, collapsing amidst the broken wood of the cabin. What a pity! Noah should still be usable in this state. Should be. Finally, we can be called upon. How many years have passed? Surely over a century. The new generation of Fishman Princess has awakened. What are you talking about? Shirahoshi asked, perplexed, gazing at the sea kings before her. In truth, from the moment you were born, you became our queen. It was the Straw Hat Kid's powerful belief in saving Fishman Island that activated your powers. Alas, Noah has been ruined. I wonder if it can still be repaired. Just now, could the Straw Hat Kid hear our conversation? Impossible. How could a human possibly hear? There is nothing impossible. From many decades ago, during my travels, I encountered an individual with the ability of the Sea King who began conversing with Princess Whitestar, sharing all that he knew. Alas, the bubbles have been absorbed by Fishman Island. We must hasten to rescue the Straw Hat Boy, for humans cannot survive in the depths of the ocean. Master Luffy. Upon hearing this, Whitestar wiped her tears and rushed towards Luffy. Days later, Luffy had fully recovered and was prepared to bid farewell to Fishman Island, officially entering the new world to embark on a brand new adventure. However, at that moment, King Neptune informed them of a theft in the treasure vault and, upon Nami's inquiry, promised that whoever could recover the treasure would rightfully claim it. Thus, the three formidable members of the Straw Hat Pirates, under Nami's pressure, obediently set off to search for the treasure on Fishman Island. Finally, after a thorough search, Luffy and his companions spotted a motionless figure on the ground. The thief from the Undersea Dragon Palace heist, Caribou, a user of the swamp fruit, who had attempted to capture Princess Whitestar but was knocked unconscious by Luffy's punch. "Look, here he is," Luffy said with a broad smile, pointing at the fallen Caribou. "It seems he was knocked out by your punch. Now, let's quickly gather the treasure and set sail. Chikushu, I was hoping to reside in this ocean of love for a year." Hee hee, Lecher's Kappa. What did you say? Green algae head. As expected, the bickering abilities of Zoro and Sanji could ignite a quarrel at any moment. What has happened here? Just then, Luffy's voice interrupted the two in their argument. Following Luffy's gaze, they discovered the Fishman Island minister engaged in a dispute with someone. "Hey, Mr. Luffy." The fishmen and merfolk gathered outside the pastry factory beamed with genuine smiles upon seeing Luffy's arrival, for he was the great benefactor of Fishman Island. "The banquet has not yet ended. Why are you all out here?" We are already stuffed. The pastries are delightful," Luffy chuckled, looking at the fishmen who had provided him with such scrumptious food. Shush. Upon hearing Luffy's loud declaration that the pastries had been consumed, the fishmen gestured for him to refrain from speaking further. However, oblivious to their signals, Luffy's curiosity was piqued by a peculiar lion before him. What a strange lion. You aren't a member of the Fishman tribe, are you? Pastries. You just said you ate the pastries? Beckman, upon hearing this, turned pale and shouted angrily at Luffy. "Oh, the lion can talk. How marvelous. I have creatures like that on my ship," Luffy observed with intrigue. "Found you, Straw Hat Boy Luffy. With a bounty of 400 million berries, the infamous pirate of a new era, who caused a ruckus at the Navy headquarters 2 years ago." Beckman quickly flipped through his notebook and soon located Luffy's information. Although the bounty was substantial, he warned, "You must understand, this is the territory of the great pirate Big Mom, and Fishman Island provides numerous pastries each month in exchange for her protection." Looking at Luffy, who appeared unconcerned, Beckman's brow furrowed as he reprimanded him. However, now that the pastries are gone, can't he just wait a little longer? "He has no sense of masculinity whatsoever," Zoro remarked. "She is not a man. Big Mom is a formidable female pirate. Now that the pastries are gone, the pact protecting Fishman Island is null and void. Before long, the warriors of the Big Mom pirates will arrive and utterly destroy Fishman Island." Baron Tamago threatened. "Are you truly willing to destroy a nation simply because you did not receive pastries?" Luffy shouted in fury. "Of course, she is one of the 4 emperors." Just then, amidst their ongoing argument, the sound of a transponder snail rang out, causing Beckman and Baron Tamago to be taken aback, for they knew Big M was calling. As they hesitated over who would answer, Luffy's hand had already reached out. "Hello, is this Big M? Who are you?" "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. I have eaten all the pastries you wanted, and now I can only offer you treasure in exchange." "Oh, Carp's grandson, the ruffian who caused a ruckus at the Navy headquarters 2 years ago." After a moment, Big Mom's voice emanated from the transponder snail. "Treasure? You claim this is all treasure?" Baron Tamago gazed at the 3 large bags of treasure behind Luffy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Manga, I believe we might be able to negotiate. I will do my utmost to procure delicious pastries on the way back. Silence. Treasure? Do you think I am someone who can be swayed by mere treasure? However, I am intrigued by this newcomer who dares to challenge me. I also have matters to discuss with you. How can I possibly entrust Fishman Island to someone as dangerous as you? Just wait. I shall surely send you flying. Luffy declared with a serious expression. The new world, bright and sunny, with clear skies. Yet on a certain small island, the air was thick with gunpowder, cannon fire erupted, and the sounds of murderous roars reverberated throughout the land. I never expected you to fall so low after betraying the Navy. Is this your pursuit? The Navy is already decayed and corrupt. The new Navy is the eternal justice. Dirty pirates do not deserve to be imprisoned in the underwater prison. Immediate execution is the only option. It appears reasoning will not suffice. Shuzwa, we have nothing more to discuss. Are you going to stop me? Of course. Once comrades, now adversaries, they stood opposite each other on this smoke-filled battlefield, the atmosphere thick with tension. As former students of Admiral Z, their differing ideologies on justice collided on this island. Soru, with nothing left to discuss, battle was imminent. Both were elite members of the Navy, proficient in the six powers. As students taught by the same master, neither could gain the upper hand. The reason for this conflict was that Shuzwa, as part of the new Navy, had undertaken significant destruction of Navy battleships tasked with capturing pirates, unbeknownst to Admiral Z. Moreover, he expressed dissatisfaction with Z's current right-hand man, Ein, believing he was Z's most capable aide and that he must achieve results that would astonish the world. Amidst the fierce battle between the Navy and the new Navy, the Thousand Sunny swiftly approached from a mist, targeting the captured pirate, Pan's Fry, a culinary giant. In another part of the sea, in the New World, Ein felt helpless regarding Shuzwa hanging up the phone, hoping that he would not disrupt Admiral Z's plans, for otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Just after the call ended, Ein suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure approaching, akin to a fearsome beast. His observation hockey could only barely discern the general direction. Hello, beautiful. You are a cadre of the Hautian pirates, Beast King Tyra, Ein remarked, gazing at the figure descending from the sky, her beautiful eyes slightly raised in surprise. I didn't expect to be quite famous, haha. Tyra laughed joyfully upon hearing Ein recognize her, then patted the head of the mutated sea eagle beneath her as she gracefully descended to the ground. With her enormous wings flapping, a fierce wind howled, stirring up dust across the land, momentarily blinding those present. What brings you here? Under the command of Captain Fong, I have come to extend an invitation to Mr. ZFA to join the Hautian pirate crew. Terra, observing the hostility radiating from Ein, shrugged and smiled as he articulated the purpose of his visit. Although he himself was unsure of why Xiahao had taken such a course of action. Impossible. Teacher ZFA would never join an evil and ruthless pirate crew. Ein's expression darkened upon hearing Terra's words, and he spoke in a low, somber tone. Were they truly oblivious to the reasons behind Teacher ZFA's departure from the Navy? While the Hautian pirate crew may be pirates, we have never engaged in senseless slaughter, nor have we harmed civilians. Compared to the hypocritical justice forced upon us by the world government and the Navy, I believe we embody a more genuine form of justice. Furthermore, if Mr. ZFA were to join us, we would take care of the pirates responsible for the murder of his family. This matter is beyond my authority. Upon hearing this, Ein fell silent. Had it been for any other reason, he would have outright rejected the proposal. However, vengeance was something that could not be substituted for Teacher ZFA. His wife and child were slain, and the students he painstakingly nurtured were killed, while the murderous pirates were invited by the world government to become Shichibukai. What, after all these years of maintaining justice, does that signify? Go back and tell Xiahao that I will never join a pirate crew. The sudden voice brought joy to Ein's face, and upon turning, he indeed saw ZFA standing not far behind, his robust figure gleaming in the sunlight. Teacher, Mr. ZFA, we are sincere in our invitation. Leave now before I harbor any murderous intent towards you. ZFA replied coldly. If not for certain reasons, he would never allow a pirate to appear before him. Well, just as the captain said, a different kind of justice, Terra shook his head and then leaped onto the back of the Sea Eagle, vanishing from ZFA and Ein's sight in an instant. Teacher ZFA, I believe it is best not to continue this discussion. Although I have some connections with Xia, how due to certain matters, they're merely slight. Our paths diverge. We each follow our own aspirations. I will not abandon the justice I hold in my heart. Pirates will always be pirates. When choosing a path, some individuals are destined to walk separate ways. ZFA raised his hand, interrupting Ein's words, for he understood what Ein wished to convey. Once, he had been blinded by hatred and angered by the hypocrisy and ineptitude of the Navy. But now all that was in the past. ZFA aspired to change the world entirely. If the order of the world crumbles, he would rebuild a new world filled with true justice. 5 days later, on Mafe Island in the New World. Did he refuse? Xiahao inquired, gazing at Terra, who wore an awkward expression while handing him a glass of red wine. Indeed, not only that, but he also expelled me. Truly, he remains a stubborn old man. Each of those from the old era is filled with passionate spirit. Merely persuading him accomplishes little, yet opportunities are not entirely absent. Opportunities? What opportunities? Let's wait a while. I believe ZFA will change his mind. Xiahao raised the glass of red wine to his lips, taking a delicate sip, his gaze directed toward the clear sky and the vast blue sea. Summon all the officers of the Haotian pirate crew. Significant actions will unfold in the next few days. Xiahao glanced at Terra as he spoke. Xiahao intended to rescue ZFA during the upcoming battle between the Navy and the Disciples, altering the fate dictated by the current Admiral Sakazuki and the lazy Admiral Kizu, who was poised to execute his perilous plan. No one wishes to meet death, and ZFA's students now stand as his Achilles heel. Indeed, the former Marine Admiral ZFA. I have heard that most of the current Marine leaders are his students. And what of that? I shall ensure you revert to your former selves. Luffy observed the childlike forms of Nami and the others, his fists clenched in determination. Ho ho ho. Actually, I think this is quite good, even though I have turned into a skeleton. True, while the younger Nami was adorable, I prefer the mature version. Lecher's Kappa. You insolent algae head. Do you wish to be beaten? Ha, what did you say? Be careful, or I will slay you. Silence. With a powerful punch, Nami's fist landed squarely on the heads of the two, instantly silencing them. 5 days later, at the last lava lake in the New World, an island riddled with volcanoes. Volcanic ash danced in the sea breeze, casting a gray haze over the entire atmosphere. Surrounding the volcano, explosive rocks encased in glass bottles lay buried within the stones, their latent ferocity poised to unleash devastation upon the island. Moreover, the disappearance of the 3 lava lakes would trigger seismic activity, prompting volcanoes worldwide to erupt, which would lead to the annihilation of the pirates in the New World, stripping them of their means of existence. Return my straw hat. Luffy shouted earnestly at the former Marine Admiral ZFA, who stood at the center of the island. To restore his companions to their original forms and reclaim his straw hat to fulfill his vow, Luffy and his crew had persistently tracked ZFA's whereabouts. You've arrived, boy, but the last lava lake has already begun to erupt. It is too late now. ZFA's voice was cold as he regarded Luffy, who charged toward him. Upon hearing the mocking tone of ZFA, Luffy frowned, his gaze fixed intensely on the former admiral. I did not come for that. I only wish to reclaim my hat. Your hat? What use is such a thing to you? It is my compass toward becoming the Pirate King. Luffy spoke with grave seriousness, his fists tightly clenched. This time, he would not be easily defeated. Dreams? I shall not allow wicked pirates to possess any such dreams. They are merely a group of miscreants wreaking havoc upon the seas. I will eradicate every pirate. His hatred for pirates having transformed him into a more volatile figure, evolving from a reluctant killer to the new Marine leader who sought to eliminate all. With that, ZFA swung his prosthetic limb at Luffy, determined that no one would obstruct him. A fierce close-quarters battle commenced. Meanwhile, Luffy's stalwart allies, Zoro and Sanji, joined the fray. each confronting ZFA's prized disciples. Concurrently, a multitude of Marines surrounded the area, led by Admiral Kizaru. Numerous Marine vice admirals and thousands of soldiers bore heavy expressions as they observed the shock waves of battle emanating from the island's center. This would be a confrontation between justice and new justice, a battle between mentor and disciple. Boom! Luffy and Admiral ZFA collided fists once more. The immense force causing both to stagger backward several paces, their stamina significantly depleted from the prolonged and intense combat, their breathing noticeably labored. Kid, why persist even when utterly exhausted? Know this, you are merely a pirate. Even if you defeat me, you will gain no good reputation in the eyes of the world. I will act according to my own principles. If I cannot defeat you here, I shall never become the Pirate King. Ha ha! What a peculiar reason. With a singular focus on retrieving his straw hat, Luffy launched another assault. His rapidly extending arm creating an explosive sound in the air as he delivered a powerful punch to ZFA's head. The battle reignited. Luffy and ZFA engaged in close combat once more. As the two individuals were on the verge of determining a clear victor, a languid voice abruptly interrupted the fierce battle. Admiral Kizaru, upon witnessing the radiant yellow glow emerging not far away. Both the Straw Hat crew and the hastily arriving Ein were taken aback. The appearance of a third-party top-tier combatant at such a moment was far from fortuitous. Borisolino, ignoring the tumult, Kizaru greeted his former mentor, Zephyr, acknowledging that their paths had diverged since Zephyr chose to leave the Navy and confront pirates in his own manner. Leave now, Straw Hat Kid. I will cover your escape. Ein, you must also depart swiftly. As familiar faces began to emerge in increasing numbers, Zephyr raised his hand, his silhouette stepping forward, and a solemn voice reverberated, momentarily stunning all present. Uncle! Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment, perplexed by Zephyr's actions. Go now, kid. You have your own adventures to pursue. Hurry and get out of here. I shall act in my own preferred manner until the very end, and thus the final price must be borne by me. Otherwise, even in death, I would have no face to meet those who have passed. With heavy steps, Zephyr continued forward, his tragic demeanor silencing and astonishing all witnesses. Teacher Zephyr, Ein, witnessing Zephyr's departing figure, hurriedly attempted to chase after him. But at that moment, a towering wall of ice, stretching for hundreds of meters, erupted from the ground, effectively blocking all behind Zephyr and simultaneously encasing the explosive rocks on the ground and ice. Damn you, Kazan. Is this your way of crafting my final resting place? Oomph. With a disdainful snort, Zephyr charged into the fray of the Navy, becoming a lone warrior amidst the chaos. Having chosen this path, he would persist even if it meant being bloodied and battered. Farewell, Teacher Zephyr. As he observed the falling Navy soldiers, Kizaru finally made his move, a fierce golden glow coalescing before him. With his voice echoing, a barrage of laser beams began to rain down upon Zephyr. Is this truly my final fate? Just as all present braced for the imminent demise of the veteran, a thunderous explosion shattered the somber atmosphere. Before Zephyr, a lush expanse of towering trees materialized, absorbing all incoming attacks. Ignore it, Teacher Zephyr. Xiahao, what is happening? Why is the Sea Emperor of the New World here? The former Pirate King Roger's crew in turn, a legendary figure renowned since the previous era, stood in disbelief. Why did he intervene? What transpired? The Navy speculated, bewildered by Xiaohao's presence. You should not have come. Yet I did, Teacher Zephyr. I am here to personally invite you to join the Haotian pirate crew. Here, you can achieve everything you desire, even justice. Justice? Ha ha. A brutal sea emperor from a new world speaks of justice? What a farce. Zephyr retorted coldly. Why is it impossible? Since my debut, the Haotian pirate crew has never killed a single civilian. Every action taken has been in self-defense. In comparison, both the world government and the Navy have committed far worse atrocities. Furthermore, should you join us, I will personally capture that warlord. Moreover, years ago, I dispatched people to apprehend the pirates who harmed your family. And if all goes well, they are currently on Murphy Island. How about that? It seems you have done your research, but everything is in the past. Now, I merely wish to conclude matters in my own way. Boss, This old man talks too much. Just then, a Shing appeared behind Zephyr, delivering a swift blow that rendered him unconscious, swiftly hoisting him under his arm. Everyone, I'm taking him away. Standing at the bow of a colossal pirate ship, Xiahao crossed his arms and gazed calmly at the furious expressions of the nearby Navy personnel. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. At that moment, the sea was calm, sunlight cascading down, illuminating Xiaohao's tall and imposing figure, his black cloak billowing in the wind, enhancing his aura of authority and dominance. The Navy, weapons in hand, glared with anger, led by Admiral Kazu, who regarded Xiahao with a grave expression. Xiahao, you cannot take Teacher Zephyr. Do you truly wish to wage war against our entire Navy? Xiaohao's lips curled slightly in a dismissive smile as he replied, and what of it? You so-called champions of justice dare to draw your swords against a former mentor. Truly, it is disheartening. Today, I must take this man with me. Kizaru's brows furrowed tightly. He knew well that Xiahao was one of the most infamous sea emperors in the New World, his strength unfathomable. Recklessly engaging him in battle here could not only lead to significant casualties among the soldiers, but could potentially ignite a cataclysmic war engulfing the entire world. After all, each of the current sea emperors possessed vast power, and any action taken by one side could profoundly impact the global balance. Recalling the harrowing Marineford War, which still haunted many, he remembered the gathering of elite Navy forces against the Whitebeard pirates in a life-and-death struggle. The fierce battle resulted in blood saturating the island, with the Navy headquarters suffering considerable destruction. Although victorious, the Navy paid an exorbitant price. To regain its former glory, the Navy had to recruit widely across the globe, enduring a lengthy and arduous process to gather a new batch of capable recruits. Yet even so, their current forces seemed utterly inadequate against the increasingly rampant and territorial pirates. If the Navy wishes to engage in battle, I await you in a new world. A casual smile graced Xiaohao's face as he responded to Kizaru's voice. You. Kizaru looked helplessly at the obstinate Xiahao. Reluctant to engage in a fierce battle with a formidable sea emperor, he lamented the prospect of failing his mission. Envisioning the disapproving face of Sakazuki, sighing inwardly. Moreover, as soon as Xiahao made his appearance, the previously sorrowful expressions of the Navy transformed into a complex array of emotions, relief intertwining with an inexpressible conflict and anguish. After all, Zephyr, the former admiral and Navy instructor, held a mentor-like significance for every Navy member on this island. It would not be an exaggeration to say that all present were taught by Zephyr himself. Yet, now they faced the grim reality of having to betray their mentor. This was undoubtedly a task no one wished to undertake. However, military orders were paramount. Once Teacher Zephyr resolutely departed from the Navy, they were irrevocably divided into two opposing factions. Once a bond akin to that of father and son, a profound master-disciple relationship has, in an instant, transformed into a life-and-death antagonism. Mr. Zay F.A., to once again feel the vibrant pulse of life. How delightful that must be, wouldn't you agree? The figure of Xiahao flickered like a specter, instantaneously materializing before Zay F.A. His speed was such that even the Marine Admiral, known for his agility possessed through the Pika Pika no Mi, could not help but regard him with a serious demeanor. It must be noted that the very fact that an individual like Huang Yuan could be astonished speaks volumes about the formidable prowess Xiahao exhibited at this moment. Quite acceptable, ha ha ha. But young man, I shall never join your pirate crew. You must be well aware that I have always harbored a deep-seated aversion to pirates. Zay F.A. gazed at Xiahao with a calm expression, yet a flicker of complex emotion lurked within the depths of his eyes. He was unwilling to owe anyone a favor, particularly not to a pirate regarded by the world as malevolent. Join us? Ha ha, to be honest, I have never entertained such a thought. My visit here is solely out of admiration and respect for you. Sincerely wishing to invite you as a guest to our pirate crew. Of course, if possible, I would also appreciate it if you could spare some precious time to offer a bit of training to my rather unrefined subordinates, Xiahao said with a smile, his tone lighthearted. Upon hearing this, ZFA's brow furrowed tightly, as if he could pinch a fly between them. His deep-set eyes radiated a cold intensity, piercing through Xia Hao as if seeking to unveil the true thoughts concealed within. However, after a thorough examination, ZFA was left disappointed, for the Xia Hao before him displayed an unsettling calmness, as if all he had just uttered was merely a casual remark. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to discuss this in a different setting. The atmosphere here is rather stifling, Xia Hao suggested, glancing around before gesturing toward the distance. Very well. In that case, let us depart. With the sight of his beloved disciple unharmed nearby, ZFA felt a weight lift from his heart, exhaling a long breath of relief as he nodded in agreement. As Xia Hao and ZFA prepared to turn away, the surrounding Marine officers exchanged bewildered glances. They had not anticipated the situation to unfold in such a manner, leaving them momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Their collective gaze turned toward Huang Yuan, the highest-ranking officer present. Stand back. The invisible aura of Conqueror's hockey surged forth. The surrounding space within 100 meters felt as though it had solidified, and the Marines within that range were overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground under the pressure. Even the Marine vice admirals struggled to withstand the might of Xia Hao's hockey, as the ground beneath them fractured like a spider's web, spreading outwards. Sigh, Huang Yuan remarked, watching as Xia Hao and ZFA departed aboard the pirate ship. He contemplated the events that had transpired and resolved to report everything to Marine headquarters without alteration. Understood. At the new Marine headquarters, as he listened to the report from the young Marine, Sakazuki's expression grew increasingly grim, taking a forceful drag from the cigar at his lips, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Bang! These wicked pirates shall one day be eradicated completely. Synopsis. In this year, Roger and Garp united to eliminate the Rocks pirates at God Valley, marking the dawn of Roger's era. In the same year, during their travels on the Grand Line, the Roger Pirates unexpectedly rescued Xia Hao, who had entered the pirate world by chance, thus making him an intern of the Roger Pirates. Consequently, the arrival of Xia Hao instigated a seismic shift within the entire world. Buggy, Xia Hao is the most terrifying individual I have ever encountered. Do not provoke him. Otherwise, you will be utterly consumed.